In my past life, I was a top wilderness survival expert, only to be killed by a bear. In this life, I transmigrated into a martial arts world, becoming a frail and weak young boy. However, heaven rewards the diligent. My golden finger is a panel that allows me to infinitely increase my skill proficiency through practice. While others are struggling with their cultivation realms, I, by grinding, basic archery, to mastery, have gained the strength of 1,000 pounds and a range of 100 meters. In this life, I will use my grind to shoot through the heavens. Let go of Main Yang. Xiao Shan, run. You can't beat him. With a dull thud, a frail young boy was sent flying, his head hitting a rock hard, blood pooling on the ground. Guanchen slowly opened his eyes, memories flooding his mind. Have I transmigrated? He was Guanchen, a top wilderness survival expert in his previous life, killed by a mother bear for accidentally entering her territory. Unexpectedly, he had been reborn into the body of this boy with the same name. This was a world of martial arts, overrun by monstrous beasts. A week ago, their city, Jiulong, was breached. He and his fiancée, Main Yang, barely escaped and joined this refugee group. The man who had just knocked him out was Wang Manzi, one of the 3 experts in the group, a Foundation realm martial artist who had ill intentions towards his fiancée. Just then, a light screen flashed before his eyes. Host, Guan Chen. Realm, mortal. Strength, 50 gene, approximate. 25 kilograms. Skill, basic archery LV1, novice, proficiency, 1/100. His golden finger had arrived. A heaven rewards the diligence system that could increase his skill proficiency through practice. Guan Chen was overjoyed, but he also knew that Wang Manzi would soon come looking for trouble. He had to get stronger, fast. You stay in the camp. I'll handle the food, he said, putting his coat over the disheveled Main Yang. He picked up a worn-out bow and arrows and walked alone into the forest. He didn't hunt immediately. Instead, he found a secluded spot and began to practice archery meticulously. Stance, knocking, drawing, aiming, breathing, releasing. Every move was performed with utmost precision. Basic archery proficiency +1. Practice was tedious, but his desire for strength fueled him. From dawn till noon, when his arms were so swollen he could no longer draw the bow, his basic archery finally leveled up. Basic archery LV2, adept strength 100 gene, range 60 meters, 6 out of 10 shots hit, 1 arrow every 3 breaths. A warm current flowed through him. His strength had doubled, and his body had become more robust. Leveling up a skill can increase my strength. This is insane. Guan Chen was overjoyed. He knew that just practicing archery wasn't enough. He forced himself to recall the tracking skills he had learned from an old hunter in his past life, how to judge prey by tracks, feces, and flattened grass. Heaven rewards the diligent has unlocked. Tracking skill LV1, novice. This works too? As long as it's a skill, I can grind the proficiency? His heart burned with excitement. He immediately activated his tracking skill and soon found a large, 7 or 8 gene fat rabbit. He drew his bow to a full moon. Swish! The arrow accurately pierced the rabbit from 30 meters away. He returned to the camp with his hard-won prey, only to see Wang Manzi arrogantly showing off a 1,000-gene monstrous beast, the iron-horned bull. Wang Manzi was surprised to see Guan Chen alive but didn't pay him much mind, merely shooting him a contemptuous glance. Guan Chen ignored him, handed the rabbit to Main Yang to prepare, and, exhausted from the day's efforts, fell into a deep sleep. He was awakened by a cry for help. Rushing to the river, he saw a man in his 50s trying to assault Main Yang. Let her go! Guan Chen drew his bow and roared. But the old man was shameless. Xiao Shan, you're still young. You don't understand the pleasures of a woman. Let me taste her first. Just as Guan Chen was about to shoot regardless of the consequences, the towering figure of Wang Manzi suddenly appeared. He grabbed the old man by the neck and lifted him up. You mother fasterous cur! You dare touch the woman I've set my eyes on? With a savage grin, he twisted the old man's neck, breaking it instantly. Guan Chen's heart chilled. He quickly pulled Main Yang away. He knew this grizzly bear had only temporarily helped him, and a greater crisis lay ahead. The next morning, Guan Chen once again entered the forest. His goal was to raise his basic archery to a higher level. He found a secluded spot and began his tedious practice again. After 4 or 5 hours, his basic archery leveled up again. Basic archery LV3, adept strength 200 gene, range 100 meters, 8 out of 10 shots hit, 1 arrow per breath. Another warm current surged through him. His body had undergone another all-around improvement. His strength and constitution were now even better than his peak in his past life. He drew his bow again, and this time, the arrow sank halfway into a tree trunk. With his newfound strength, he successfully hunted a large black boar weighing over 300 gene. When he dragged the massive boar back to the camp, everyone was stunned. Damn! 2 shots, 1 in the chest, 1 in the heart. This archery skill is incredible. I never would have thought. The Guan family's kid is a master hunter. He used this boar to trade for a better metal recurve bow and a bundle of new arrows from the team's leader, a quiet man in sunglasses. The next morning, Guan Shen was back in the forest. He found a shallow pond, threw some bundled vines into the water as targets, and began his new round of practice. He didn't know that his every move was being watched by a young man with an ear stud, hiding in the shadows. He was the sunglass-wearing leader's second-in-command. He had thought Guan Shen was an esper hiding his abilities, but after observing for a long time, he concluded that he was just an ordinary person skilled in archery, lost interest, and quietly left. He practiced until sunset, when his basic archery finally reached a new realm. Basic Archery LV4, Mastery Strength 500 Gene, range 200 meters, 9 out of 10 shots hit, 3 arrows per breath. An unprecedented power filled his entire body. His frail frame became visibly stronger, and the muscles under his dark skin were as distinct as coiling dragons. He casually swung his dagger, and it whistled through the air. Returning to the camp, he found the atmosphere tense. Wang Manzi and the man in sunglasses were both grim-faced. It turned out that the number of monstrous beasts in the outer forest was increasing dramatically. If they didn't hurry to Shuangwang City, 300 kilometers away, they would all be wiped out once the beast horde gathered. For a moment, the camp was in a panic, and everyone was arguing. Wang Manzi's greatest strength was knowing his own limitations. He understood that his little cleverness was of no use in such significant matters. It was better to simply hand the tough problems over to the smart people to solve. In his eyes, Pan Yan was that smart person. The man in sunglasses remained silent for a while before finally spitting out a few words. Everyone, prepare food first, we leave in 5 days. After Pan Yan finished speaking, he turned and walked back to his tent. Seeing this, the others shook their heads and sighed as they dispersed. Back in their little nest, Mei Yang was heating up the chicken soup from last night. When she saw Guan Shen return, she hurriedly approached and asked, Shaoshan, what happened? Why does everyone seem so tense today? Guan Shen took out the colorful long snake from his backpack, frowning as he reproached Mei Yang, haven't you eaten anything all day? Why is there still so much meat soup in the pot? Mei Yang's expression froze and she stammered an explanation to Shaoshan. I haven't gone out to move around, so I'm not hungry at all. I might as well wait for you to come back and eat together. Guan Shen didn't want to expose her little thoughts and took out a dagger to skin the long snake. The exotic beasts are coming and the team is discussing whether to run away. Hearing this, Guan Mei Yang stood up in shock, gripping Guan Shen's hand nervously as she asked, what did the two captains say? Without looking up, Guan Shen cut the long snake into pieces and tossed them into the pot. What else could they say? That guy in sunglasses told everyone to go back and prepare. We leave in 5 days. Mei Yang's brows furrowed tightly. Her thoughts were much more delicate than Guan Shen's, and she naturally considered things further than Shaoshan. She didn't think the captains were kind-hearted, they had only taken them in out of convenience. Now that the exotic beasts were chasing them, why would a powerful ability user want to carry so many burdens on the road? She feared that before the 5 days were up, they would sneak away. Mei Yang gently reminded him, Shaoshan, you should get closer to the captains recently. They have no obligation to take us along. Guan Shen was dismissive. He certainly understood what Mei Yang was saying. However, in such a harsh environment, relying on oneself was always more reliable than relying on others. 5 days was enough time for him to practice basic archery to a higher level. By then, even if he was abandoned by others, he would still have the confidence to escape with Mei Yang. For dinner, the two had snake soup and some leftover roasted pig from yesterday. After finishing their meal, Guan Shen sat cross-legged by the campfire and began practicing his probing technique. One must not underestimate this probing technique. When used well, it was comparable to a divine skill. Now that Guan Shen had activated tracking, a 5-meter radius around him felt like his own domain. Everything was under his control. He practiced until midnight when a line of small text finally appeared before his eyes. Probing technique level, LV3, slightly accomplished. Current proficiency, 1 of 400. Probing technique, slightly accomplished. LV3 10-meter radius. Every rustle of wind and grass is under control. Guan Shen felt refreshed. Not only did his mind become exceptionally active, but the entire world also seemed to suddenly come alive. He used the tracking technique again, and a beam of light shot from his eyes. Although it was still a thick night outside, everything within a 10-meter radius was clearly presented in his mind. He couldn't help but joyfully murmur, is this still the probing technique? It's might be even more impressive than the legendary realm of divine consciousness. With the assistance of the probing technique, he felt more confident about the upcoming dangers. Early the next morning, Guan Shen left the camp early and returned to the place where he practiced archery yesterday. He practiced from dawn until evening, and the proficiency of basic archery reached over 500 points. On the way back, Guan Shen conveniently hunted a moose. The over 100-kilogram moose would be enough for the two of them to eat for a long time. As soon as he returned to the camp, Guan Shen set down his bow and arrows and carried the moose to the riverbank. Bleeding, skinning, deboning, and dismembering, he executed the entire process with fluidity. During his years of survival in the wild, he had done this kind of work many times. These animals are protected species in his home country, but in North America, they can be legally hunted. This moose, weighing over 120 kilograms, yielded less than 40 kilograms of good meat after removing the bones and internal organs. Guan Shen did not keep the internal organs, instead, he distributed them to those in the camp who had looked after him. What he considered undesirable organs were seen as valuable by others. In fact, the taste of venison is not particularly good, it can't compare to pork and even falls short of beef. However, it is especially suitable for making provisions. Smoked venison can be stored in a cool place for months without spoiling. With this venison as a base, Guan Shen no longer had to worry about food on the road. He also took back the whole moose hide that he had skinned. A simple tanning process would make it perfect for a backpack. That night, Guan Shen and Mei Yang feasted on a smoked suckling pig. After dinner, he let Mei Yang lie down to rest while he kept watch over the smoking venison, practicing his probing technique. He had already witnessed the power of the probing technique and was very much looking forward to its upgraded version. In the tranquil night, he sat by the fire practicing the technique. For Guan Shen, this was a unique experience. Without needing to open his eyes, all the movements he could not see before were now vividly apparent to him. He practiced until dawn broke, and his probing technique finally advanced to level 4. Probing technique level, LV4, Comprehensive Understanding. Current proficiency, 1/800. Probing technique, Comprehensive Understanding LV for a 20-meter radius, everything under control. Guan Shen felt his 5 senses fully awaken, a sensation unlike any he had ever experienced surged through his soul. He had never observed the world so clearly as he did at this moment. The chirping of insects in the forest and the snoring sounds from the camp felt as if they were right beside him. Even the gentle breeze brushing against his face took on a shape. Guan Shen eagerly activated the probing technique. Within a 20-meter radius, even the mice burrowing underground could not escape his perception. More astonishingly, when he focused his attention on a specific target, time seemed to slow down instantly. Is this what it means to have everything under control? It was simply incredible. Guan Shen could hardly imagine what kind of realm he would reach once the probing technique upgraded to its peak level. Waking the slumbering Mei Yang, Guan Shen slung his quiver over his shoulder and headed into the woods. He was now filled with confidence. Just one more day, and his basic archery would reach level 5. At that point, he might be slightly weaker than Wang Manzi in terms of strength, but in terms of mobility and lethality, he would definitely outclass him. Wang Manzi, just you wait, I will repay the humiliation you caused me today. In this world, martial artists are divided into 7 realms from low to high. First realm martial artist, body refinement realm, second realm martial artist, rock solid realm, third realm martial artist, master realm, fourth realm martial artist, innate realm, fifth realm martial artist, martial king realm, sixth realm martial artist, martial emperor realm, seventh realm martial artist, true martial realm. The body refinement realm martial artist, as the name suggests, is about honing the physical body and establishing an unparalleled foundation. The body refinement realm is further divided into 3 tiers, upper, middle, and lower. Those with a blood power below 500 pounds are all in the lower tier. Blood power reaching 1,000 pounds barely qualifies for the middle tier. Blood power exceeding 1,500 pounds is considered the upper tier of the body refinement realm. Generally speaking, human strength has an upper limit without the aid of special techniques. Before the emergence of special physiques, a blood power of 2,000 pounds was the maximum achievable by humans. Since the appearance of exotic beasts 100 years ago, many descendants of martial artists have begun to awaken special physiques one after another. This has completely shattered the previous status quo. There are quite a few special physique practitioners who can unleash their physical strength to a terrifying degree even in the bodybuilding stage. For example, the Lord of Double King City, Nie Xiaotian, is said to have awakened the Sun Emperor body, which grants him a strength of 10,000 pounds in the foundation establishment stage. Then there's the young master of Baiyujing City, who possesses the awakened Panlong Emperor body, capable of delivering a punch with 15,000 pounds of force before advancing to the rock-solid stage. However, it's not necessarily true that greater strength guarantees reaching a certain realm. The martial arts path is vast and profound, requiring talent, vitality, comprehension, temperament, and endurance. All are indispensable. Ultimately, if your vitality and strength are strong under the same conditions, your martial arts journey will naturally progress further than others. For a bodybuilding stage warrior to advance to the rock-solid stage, it relies not on brute strength but on the true energy within. No matter how strong you are, if you lack true energy, you cannot be considered a rock-solid stage warrior. It's unclear what methods that Wang Manzi used to obtain the techniques to advance to the rock-solid stage. You must understand that for an ordinary commoner, advancing to the rock-solid stage is incredibly difficult. After all, the vast majority of techniques are controlled by martial arts families and major factions. For ordinary people to get involved, they either have to study at a martial academy or rely on other factions. These techniques have been passed down through generations. There's no such thing as a free lunch. In this world, once you join a faction for the techniques, you can forget about ever escaping that life. As Guan Chen practiced his archery, he speculated about Wang Manzi's approximate strength. It's important to note that the rock-solid stage is divided into 3 tiers, upper, middle, and lower. A lower-tier rock-solid stage warrior only needs a small amount of true energy in their chi-si to be classified. As such, if there's half a belly of true energy, they can be considered middle tier. The gap between the lower and middle tiers is significant. After all, even a trace of true energy counts as rock-solid stage, and half a belly of true energy also counts. If Wang Manzi has just entered the rock-solid stage, that trace of true energy can only cling to his fists and feet. While it enhances his attack power, it's very difficult for him to use true energy to protect his body. If that's the case, Guan Chen is confident he can kill him. After all, a rock-solid stage expert is still human, and every human has weaknesses. If he shoots 3 arrows, Wang Manzi might dodge 1, but he certainly can't dodge all 3. With his current strength, as long as he hits the vital spot with 1 arrow, Wang Manzi is undoubtedly dead. If the opponent has middle-tier strength, then it would be much harder to deal with. True energy protection is not something that can be easily broken, unless he can launch a sneak attack before the opponent reacts. Although sneak attacks are not honorable, they are better than losing one's life. With this thought, Guan Chen made up his mind. Once he returns, he will find a way to secretly eliminate Wang Manzi. Before long, a day passed in the blink of an eye. By the afternoon, Guan Chen's basic archery had finally reached a state of perfection. A warm current flowed through his body, and his bones began to crackle. His frame visibly thickened and strengthened at a rapid pace. Not only did he become sturdier, but he also grew half a head taller. An unprecedented strength filled his entire being. Host: Guan Chen Realm, Middle Tier Bodybuilding Strength 1000 pounds Physique, able to move cattle and wrestle tigers. Technique, None skills, Basic Archery, Exploration Technique. Basic Archery Level, LV5, State of Perfection. Current Proficiency, 1 of 1600. Basic Archery, State of Perfection. LV5, Strength of 1000 pounds, Range of 500 meters, 95 hits out of 100, can shoot 4 arrows in an instant. Guan Chen couldn't help but let out a long howl towards the sky. He had finally transformed from an ordinary person with no strength to a warrior capable of moving cattle and wrestling tigers. Guan Chen glanced at the time. It was still early before sunset, so he decided to ambush Wang Manzi on his way back. At that time, he would surprise him with a few cold arrows and see how he could dodge them. With this thought in mind, Guan Chen quickly packed up his bow and arrows and headed towards the camp. Wang Manzi and the captain also went out hunting every day. However, unlike Guan Chen, who looked down on the beasts in the mountains and forests, they hunted only the exotic beasts on the grasslands. These exotic beasts were far stronger than the wild animals. Those lions and tigers that struck fear into the hearts of earthlings were nothing in comparison to the exotic beasts. Just like human warriors, exotic beasts also have different ranks. They strengthen themselves by devouring flesh and blood. The currently known ranks of exotic beasts are divided into 7 levels, from low to high. Their strength is even greater than that of individual humans. When warriors of the same rank encounter exotic beasts of the same rank, there is basically no chance of winning in a one-on-one fight. Humans can only fight against them through cooperation. Wang Manzi, a warrior of the rock-solid realm, along with the captain and vice-captain, who are both ability users, and other members of the hunting team, still needed to spend most of the day to encircle and hunt a first-level exotic beast. The reason for hunting them is that the flesh and blood of exotic beasts are not only rich in vital energy, but their crystal cores also contain powerful energy that can be absorbed and refined by warriors and ability users. Of course, not every exotic beast has a crystal core within. Only those mature and extremely powerful exotic beasts have the chance to nurture a crystal core inside their bodies. Both ability users and awakened individuals with special physiques can quickly enhance their cultivation by absorbing the energy within the crystal cores. However, ability users and awakened individuals can only absorb crystal cores of the same attribute. Otherwise, if the absorbed crystal core does not match their own attribute, it can easily cause energy conflicts within their bodies, leading to irreparable consequences. Today, Wang Manzi and the others were very happy because they not only hunted an adult bull beast but also dug out a first-level earth attribute crystal core from its body. It was quite a coincidence that he was the only one in the team whose attribute matched the earth crystal core. Naturally, this crystal core ended up in his hands. Although it was only a small piece, it was enough for Wang Manzi to absorb for a long time. Perhaps, with this crystal core, he could directly advance to the mid-level of the rock-solid realm. These bull beasts were so large that if they weren't cut up, he wouldn't be able to carry even half of one. In desperation, the team had to split the bull beast into 4 parts. Wang Manzi carried half of the bull beast's body alone, while the remaining parts were carried by the other members of the team. Wang Manzi walked alone at the back of the team, happily thinking about how to use the crystal core for cultivation when he suddenly realized that a Grim Reaper was waiting for him in the dense forest ahead. Wang Manzi and his group were weaving through the deep forest. Suddenly, a few sounds of arrows slicing through the air came, and 3 sharp arrows shot towards Wang Manzi in succession. Be careful! Pan Yan, who was at the front of the team, shouted a warning while controlling the wind to interfere with the arrow's trajectory. The first arrow, which was supposed to hit his forehead, grazed past Wang Manzi's left ear, causing a spray of blood mist. The second arrow struck Wang Manzi's carotid artery, piercing through his entire neck. The third arrow entered Wang Manzi's side chest, completely embedding itself in his thoracic cavity. The 3 arrows came like shooting stars in an instant, leaving Wang Manzi no time to react as he clutched his neck and fell to the ground in pain. Blood gushed out from between his fingers like a torrent. A large amount of blood spilled from his mouth and nostrils, and he couldn't even utter a complete sentence. Pan Yan immediately hid behind a large tree, and just as the young man with ear studs was about to chase into the forest, he was stopped by Pan Yan. Don't chase. The opponent is at least 200 meters away. If you go after them, the odds are against you. The young man with ear studs seemed to trust Pan Yan very much. When he was told not to chase, he really didn't. The remaining hunters in the team finally reacted, throwing down their prey and seeking cover to hide. Should we go save Manzi? Pan Yan slowly shook his head. It's hopeless. 2 fatal wounds, below the innate realm, anyone hit would surely die. The young man with ear studs frowned upon hearing this. Such a fast arrow, such a tricky angle. If those arrows had been aimed at him just now, he would likely be waiting for death at this moment. Was the other party targeting the crystal core? Pan Yan fell silent for a moment before slowly saying, not necessarily. The other party had enough time to shoot down others. However, after Wang Manzi was hit, they did not launch another attack, so it's very likely they were coming for Wang Manzi. The young man with ear studs sneered at this. Serves him right. That Wang Manzi bullies men and women alike, doing all sorts of bad deeds. I had long predicted this day would come for him. Pan Yan did not say much in response. Although he also disliked Wang Manzi's character, they were all part of the same team, and he didn't want to speak ill of others at such a moment. While the two were conversing, there was already no movement from Wang Manzi's side. No one could have imagined that the once invincible master of the rock-solid realm would be shot dead by 3 arrows. At this moment, Wan Chen was cautiously retreating from 300 meters away. He had originally wanted to take out the captain and the others as well, but the other party was too vigilant. After Wang Manzi fell to the ground, the other party hid behind a tree and refused to show themselves. Given the other party's cautious nature, even if he waited longer, it would only be a waste of time. Moreover, if the other party got too close, Guan Shen did not want to end up in a situation where both sides were injured. As for the few arrow feathers left on Wang Manzi, the captain would definitely recognize them. If he was smart enough, he would pretend to be unaware of the situation. If he really saw trouble, Guan Shen wouldn't mind taking them all out as well. After Guan Shen left for a long time, Pan Yan and the others remained hidden behind their cover. Until the moon rose above the treetops, Pan Yan finally frowned and said to the others, "Don't move. I'll go take a look." With that, Pan Yan slowly stood up, carefully stretching his stiff limbs. Seeing that there was no movement around, he crouched down and cautiously walked over to Wang Manzi's side. Wang Manzi's corpse had long since stiffened. The large pool of blood on the ground had already dried up. Pan Yan slowly pulled the feathered arrow from Wang Manzi's chest, observing it closely in the moonlight. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from behind him. "Oh, this arrow looks so familiar. It seems like the ones in our warehouse." Pan Yan didn't even turn his head and immediately recognized the voice. He broke the arrow feather in his hand into several pieces and threw them into the dense forest behind him. "You're mistaken. This isn't our camp's arrow. It should be from nearby bounty hunters coming to take revenge on Wang Manzi." The young man with ear studs was taken aback, his expression adorably confused as he asked, "Brother Pan, your conclusion is too hasty. In this wilderness, where would bounty hunters come from?" Pan Yan rummaged through Wang Manzi's body for a while and took out a brownish-yellow leather pouch from his arms. When he opened the pouch, aside from a few banknotes, there was only a manual and a piece of yellowish crystal core left. "Aren't we bounty hunters? Do you think we are the only ones who escaped from Shuanglong City?" The young man with ear studs was left speechless by Pan Yan's question. Although he knew the captain's words were unassailable, he still felt something was off. "Let's go, don't think too much. We should head back and rest early. We need to continue hunting tomorrow." With that, he ignored the young man's puzzled expression and walked straight ahead. At this time, Guan Chen had already had dinner with Mei Yang. He instructed Mei Yang to keep watch over the smoked venison while he took his bow and arrows and hid far away from the camp, because he knew hunters are most dangerous when they hide in the dark. Even if the captain and the others wanted to trouble him, they wouldn't dare to act against Mei Yang before they were sure they could kill him. Guan Chen practiced his probing technique while lying in the grass, secretly observing the situation in the camp. With a range of 500 meters, even if he hid in the dense forest, it was enough to cover the entire camp. They waited until midnight before the captain and a few others slowly returned to the camp with their prey. As soon as they arrived, they stirred up the kitchen crew in the camp. It was still not autumn, and if the meat of these exotic beasts was not cured quickly, it would easily spoil. Although those who were awakened were extremely displeased, they still put on smiles and got to work. That night, Guan Shen dared not close his eyes, keeping a close watch on the movements within the camp. When he saw the captain and the others return to their tents to sleep as usual, he finally relaxed his anxious heart. In the morning, Guan Shen ran to the riverbank to wash his face. Just as he was about to return and greet Mei Yang, he was called down by a voice. "Kid, the captain wants to talk to you." Guan Shen looked at the young man with ear studs who had suddenly appeared behind him, and his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. He hadn't even noticed how this guy had come over. It was as if he had teleported, appearing here so abruptly. "Why are you looking at me like that? Do I have flowers on my face?" Looking at the young man's playful expression, it didn't seem like he was trying to put on a show for him. Guan Shen steeled himself and decided to go meet the captain. Inside the largest tent in the camp, Pan Yen sat silently in the center as usual. Guan Shen had been in for a while, but Pan Yen had yet to speak. Just when he couldn't help but want to say something, Pan Yen slowly began to speak. "Wang Manzi is dead. We've lost a main hunter in the team. I want to invite you to join the hunting team." Guan Shen wasn't sure if the other party was testing him, but he still forced himself to remain calm and said, "No need, I'm not a martial artist and know nothing about hunting exotic beasts. You should find someone else." As soon as Guan Shen finished speaking and was about to stand up, he saw Pan Yen take out a manual and throw it at him. Guan Shen caught the manual and glanced at it, his heart instantly racing. The Great Strength Diamond Palm. Looking at the technique in his hands, his heart couldn't help but thump wildly. It was known that although there were countless techniques in this world, they were almost all monopolized by various families and factions. It was extremely difficult for ordinary people to obtain a technique. Now, with one right in front of him, how could Guan Shen not be tempted? Pan Yen seemed to see the desire in his eyes and coldly said, "Wang Manzi has done many bad things and deserves his fate. If you're willing to join our hunting team, I can not only give you this technique but also protect your woman from being harassed by others in the camp." Pan Yan's words were equivalent to acknowledging Guan Shen's desire for revenge, with no intention of pursuing or blaming him. To be honest, Guan Shen was already tempted at this point. But when he thought about joining the hunting team, he realized he wouldn't have extra time to practice his skills, and he couldn't help but hesitate. Seeing this, Pan Yen quickly seized the opportunity and said, "No matter how skilled your archery is, one person cannot escape the encirclement of a group of exotic beasts. Plus, having a woman dragging you down makes it nearly impossible to leave safely. Only by joining us, relying on the strength of the entire team, can you safely reach Shuangwang City." This clearly struck at Guan Shen's weak spot. After hesitating for a moment, he agreed. However, he had one condition: the crystal cores obtained from killing exotic beasts should be shared equally with the captain and the others. Pan Yen did not refuse, but calmly told Guan Shen that the crystal cores obtained by the team would be distributed according to their respective attributes. If they encountered a crystal core that matched Guan Shen, it would naturally be given to him. Guan Shen knew that in general bounty hunter teams, distribution was also based on need. Therefore, Pan Yen was not deliberately taking advantage of him. After leaving the tent, Guan Shen couldn't wait to return to his little nest with the technique in hand. He flipped through the pages of the martial arts text, learning a few stances as he looked at the pictures. By the time he finished the entire book, a white subtitle lit up before his eyes. "The heavens reward diligence, unlocking for you Great Strength Diamond Palm External Skill. Great Strength Diamond Palm External Skill Level, LV1, Initial. Insight. Current Proficiency, 1/100. Great Strength Diamond Palm External Skill, Initial Insight LV1 nourishes the body, refines skin and bones, can increase strength by 200 pounds. The Great Strength Diamond Palm is divided into two parts, external and internal skills. Only by cultivating the Great Strength Diamond Palm External Skill to a great level can one practice the internal skill." Guan Shen looked at the panel displaying his strength increasing from 1,000 pounds to 1,200 pounds, and he couldn't help but be astonished. He remembered very clearly that when he unlocked basic archery, it only increased his strength by 50 pounds. Yet, the Great Strength Diamond Palm at the same level increased strength by a full 4 times more. This meant that the Great Strength Diamond Palm was at least 2 tiers higher than basic archery. Well, okay, being 2 tiers higher than a basic skill isn't that impressive. But it doesn't matter. What matters is that the vitality and strength gained from the Great Strength Diamond Palm can stack with those from basic archery. Doesn't that mean that as long as he practices a few more martial arts, his strength can grow infinitely? Thinking of this, Guan Shen couldn't help but mutter to himself, "This cheat is just too powerful." You have to know that 100 years ago, the most talented humans only had a strength of 2,000 pounds at the bodybuilding stage. He had no talent, nor did he awaken any innate physique, yet he could easily break the human limit. This was truly against the heavens. Guan Shen found an empty space and excitedly practiced the Great Strength Diamond Palm. After finishing a round, he felt warm all over and didn't feel any fatigue at all. Just as he was thinking of practicing a few more times, Pan Yen had already brought a group of people over. Guan Chen looked up and saw not only members of the hunting team but also several managers responsible for maintaining order in the camp. Pan Yan walked up to Guan Chen and introduced him, pointing, "This is our hunting team's new member, Guan Chen. Gao Wu, Chen Shang, Xiabin, you must take good care of Xiao Guan's family while we're not in the camp. No one is allowed to disturb them." Yes. Several usually high and mighty managers were now bowing and scraping to Guan Chen. The greatest order in the wild world is that the strong are respected. Who could join the hunting team if they weren't skilled? After Pan Yan finished the introduction, he said to Guan Chen, "Xiao Guan, let's go out and familiarize ourselves. We don't have much time left. The more we can work together, the better we can perform when we encounter danger." Guan Chen didn't say much, slinging his bow and arrows over his back and following Pan Yan out of the camp. The other members of the hunting team looked at Guan Chen with strange expressions. There was both curiosity and skepticism. Pan Yan ignored this and instead had the vice-captain Ding Qing introduce the team members. Ding Qing was the young man with the ear stud. He walked up to Guan Chen with a smile, casually putting his arm around Guan Chen's shoulder. "I'm Ding Qing, a transcendent-level ability user, and I'm the scout and assassin of our team. Ha, finally someone younger than me has arrived." Guan Chen awkwardly shrugged his shoulder and extended his hand, saying, "Guan Chen, archer." Ding Qing didn't choose to shake his hand but instead slapped his palm. "Don't be so stiff. We're all young people, why be so tense? Come on, let me introduce you. You don't need me to say anything about our captain, you'll get to know him slowly. This burly man is named Xie Kuan. Everyone calls him Brother Kuan. Don't be fooled by Brother Kuan's bald head. He's a late-stage bodybuilding warrior, just half a step away from the rock-solid stage." Xie Kuan. When Guan Chen heard this name, he couldn't help but glance at the other person a few more times. To be honest, aside from his large build, this Kuan Gu did resemble Guan Kuan quite a bit. Guan Chen took the initiative to extend his hand to show goodwill. "Guan Chen, I hope Kuan Gu will take care of me in the future." Xie Guankuan didn't expect this little guy to be so polite, and he smiled as he shook hands with him. This handsome guy is named Chen Bin, a mid-stage martial artist in body refinement, and he is the trap master of the team. Chen Bin was a middle-aged man in his 30s, tall and very thin. He seemed to have a rather cold personality, merely nodding slightly at Guan Chen, without saying a word. Ding Qing wrapped his arm around Guan Chen and walked over to the last member, a scar-faced man, pointing at him and saying, "This one is impressive. His name is Yu Laosan, known in the martial world as San Gu. He is a famous bounty hunter from Jiulong City. With the strength of a perfected body refinement, he just needs a cultivation technique to advance to the rock-solid realm." Before you arrived, San Gu was the team's long-range heavy artillery. "You two can spar another day." The scar-faced man carried a huge crossbow on his back, a cold smirk on his lips, and his eyes showed no concealment of the killing intent directed at Guan Chen. Guan Chen didn't understand why the other person harbored such hostility towards him. "Little brat, I don't know what the captain sees in you, but I'll make you realize that as long as I'm in the team, you're nothing but a waste." Yu Laosan's words suddenly tightened the atmosphere in the team. In fact, Yu Laosan's discontent with Guan Chen was not just due to their positional conflict. It was also because the captain had given the cultivation technique from Wang Manzi to Guan Chen. It should be known that Yu Laosan had coveted this technique for a long time. He had previously begged Wang Manzi to let him take a look at it. Unfortunately, Wang Manzi had refused him with various excuses. He couldn't beat Wang Manzi and he had almost given up on this thought, but unexpectedly, Wang Manzi suddenly died. This made Yu Laosan extremely happy. However, he never expected that the next day, the captain would hand the technique over to Guan Chen. It was one thing to give it to someone in the team, but to give it to a kid who hadn't even fully matured, how could Yu Laosan tolerate that? He didn't dare to cause trouble for the captain and could only vent his anger on Guan Chen. Guan Chen received this unwarranted anger without any reaction. "I've already killed Wang Manzi, what do I care about you?" After leaving the camp for more than an hour, everyone walked out of the dense forest and arrived at the edge of the grassland. On the grassland, less than a kilometer away, there was a gigantic beast wandering around. As far as the eye could see, there were at least hundreds of beasts scattered across the grassland. Ding Qing looked at the scene on the grassland and said with a grin, "The beasts are denser than yesterday. It won't be long before the herd comes over." Guan Chen looked at the various beasts on the grassland, many of which he recognized. There were herbivorous beasts like the Man Niu beast, Qingtua beast, Dezue beast, and Jiaoma beast, all of which were the lowest level. The next tier up consisted of carnivorous beasts, such as the Tsong Lang beast, Inhu beast, Qinghu beast, and Yanmang beast. In fact, it was quite easy to distinguish between level 1 to 4 beasts. Just by looking at their general size, one could tell their level. The higher the level of the beast, the larger its size and the more terrifying its strength. For instance, an adult Man Niu beast is at most 3 meters tall and won't exceed 4 meters in length, roughly the size of a rhinoceros in reality. However, a level 2 Tsong Lang beast can reach a terrifying height of over 4 meters, with a wolf's head as big as a water tank. Not only are they large, but they are also fast. Martial artists without movement techniques cannot escape the pursuit of a Tsang Lang beast. However, what is puzzling is that once beasts reach the 5th level, the King Beast realm, their size actually decreases. It is said that the royal beast killed by the city lord of Shuangwang City back in the day was the same size as an ordinary person. As for the more formidable Level 7 celestial beasts, they are merely legendary existences. Pan Yan observed for a while and pointed to a 3-meter-tall antelope beast not far away, saying, "Ding Cheng, go lure that beast over here. Chen Bin, set up traps around the edge of the dense forest. Guan Kuan will hold it off while Xiao Guan and Lao San can attack freely." "Alright, let's get moving." As soon as Pan Yan finished speaking, Ding Cheng vanished from everyone's sight. Chen Bin took out various tools and traps from his backpack and began to set them up. Yu Lao San also took down the giant crossbow from his back and started assembling. The entire team had only Guan Shen still standing at the edge of the dense forest doing nothing. After a while, the distant sound of the antelope beast's whinnying could be heard. Soon after, a large antelope came charging in this direction. Yu Lao San looked at Guan Shen, who remained motionless and couldn't help but mock, "Little brat, are you scared out of your wits by this little setup? When you see a level 2 exotic beast, you'll probably wet your pants." Guan Shen remained unfazed by the words. Yu Lao San, holding the assembled crossbow, ran towards the traps that had been set up earlier, searching for a suitable shooting position. Although the crossbow was powerful, its range was quite limited. A typical crossbow has an effective range of only about 50 meters. The one Yu Lao San was holding, being large and heavy, might have a slightly longer range. However, its effective range would never exceed 100 meters. At such a short distance, facing a rapidly moving exotic beast, it was almost the same as engaging in close combat. In contrast, Guan Shen's situation was entirely different. He didn't even need to step out of the dense forest. His range was sufficient to cover the entire area around the traps. Guan Shen couldn't help but wonder if such a grand setup was really necessary just to deal with one antelope beast. With that thought, he took out 3 long arrows from his backpack and knocked them on the bowstring. At that moment, Ding Qing was leading the antelope beast towards the trap area. Ding Qing was the best in the hunting team. Unless he encountered a level 3 exotic beast, these lower-level creatures wouldn't even come close to touching him. From time to time, Ding Cheng had to stop and wait for the antelope beast, fearing it might give up halfway through the chase. Just as they were about to reach the trap area, there was a whoosh sound, and 3 long arrows flew directly over his head. They accurately pierced the antelope beast's eyes and heart. The antelope beast let out a painful whinny and then collapsed to the ground, motionless. The air instantly fell silent at that moment. The members of the hunting team all looked in shock towards the dense forest. They saw Guan Shen slowly lowering his bow. Ding Cheng couldn't help but swallow hard, his mind blank. This was at least 400 meters away from the dense forest, and not only had he accurately hit the target's vital points, but he had also taken the antelope beast's life. What kind of archery was this? It was no different from a sniper rifle, right? Chen Bin, waiting by the traps, couldn't help but scratch his bald head, realizing that all the hard work he put into setting up the traps had gone to waste. Meanwhile, Yu Lao San, who was hiding behind a dirt slope, had a face that looked as bad as it could get. He had just made a harsh remark to Guan Shen, and the slap in the face came so quickly. Such archery skills could no longer be described as mere technique. It could only be called divine skill. This level of archery would be top tier even across the entire continent. Yu Lao San just couldn't understand how such divine skill could appear in a kid who hadn't even hit puberty yet. The only one in the entire team who remained calm was probably the captain, Pan Yan. He had previously speculated that Guan Shen's range might be between 200 to 300 meters, because Pan Yan's own ability had a control limit of 200 meters. Last time Wang Manzi was shot, Pan Yan, relying on his own abilities, immediately discovered that the shooter was not within his abilities range. Thus, he reached this conclusion. It was also for this reason that Pan Yan decided not to trouble Guan Chen, because facing an opponent outside your capabilities is a very unwise choice. However, the reality was even harsher than he imagined. Guan Chen's range was far beyond 200 meters. Pan Yan called out to Ding Cheng, asking him to check on the situation of the horned horse beast. Ding Cheng took out a dagger and cut open the back of the horned horse beast, carefully feeling around its occipital region. No matter how low the chance of a crystal core appearing was, as a professional bounty hunter, he was already accustomed to this process. After a while of searching, Ding Cheng joyfully pulled out a piece of greenish-blue crystal from the back of the horned horse beast's head. It's a wood-type crystal core. Unfortunately, no one in the entire team was attuned to the wood attribute. Moreover, since this beast was almost solely killed by Guan Shen, the crystal core ultimately fell into Guan Shen's hands. Guan Shen played with the greenish-blue crystal core, which was the size of a thumb and felt cool to the touch. He had thought the system would react to this crystal core, but after playing with it for a long time, there was not a single response. At this moment, the way the people in the team looked at Guan Shen changed completely, especially Yu Lao San, who no longer dared to look him in the eye. Pan Yan inquired of Guan Shen, "How about it? Should we kill a few more to try? Guan Chen nodded and said, let's find some second-tier beasts to try. I can handle these first-tier beasts by myself. If this had come from someone else, it would have seemed boastful. However, when it came from Guan Chen's mouth, no one present felt he was showing off. He could kill a beast with just 3 arrows. To him, these first-tier beasts were simply not a challenge. Pan Yan's inquiring gaze turned to the others in the team. After hearing Guan Chen's suggestion, everyone showed eager expressions. Seeing this, Pan Yan said to Ding Cheng, go lure a second-tier beast over. I'll have Chenbin strengthen the traps, you just need to lead it this way. Xiao Guan, you stand at maximum range to attack, we will hold the beast back. Guan Chen said nothing more and turned to walk towards the nearby dense forest. Once Guan Chen left, Yu Laosan leaned closer to Pan Yan and whispered, Boss, I suspect this Guan Chen is the one who killed Wang Manzi. Pan Yan took off his sunglasses, revealing 2 terrifying black holes. The dark eye sockets were filled with gruesome scars, making anyone who glanced at them shiver. Laosan, I advise you this, if you don't seek death, you can live a couple more years. After saying this, Pan Yan put on his sunglasses and walked away, leaving Yu Laosan standing there with a grim expression. Soon, Ding Cheng led a massive gray wolf beast over. This gray wolf beast stood over 4 meters tall, with grayish-white fur and striking blue eyes, looking exceptionally majestic. Matching its appearance was its terrifying combat power. Its half-meter-long fangs could pierce through prey in one bite. Those sharp front claws, when they caught a person, would surely leave them in tatters. With its long limbs, it could run as fast as a train. It was no exaggeration to say that the gray wolf beast was born for slaughter. Chen Bin and Xieguankuan crouched beside the trap, anxiously watching the colossal creature charging towards them. It was their first time facing such a formidable beast and they were unsure if the traps they set could contain it. However, Ding Cheng, who was running ahead, still looked relaxed. Just as the gray wolf beast was about to enter the trap's range, it suddenly came to a screeching halt. The gray wolf beast warily scanned its surroundings, as if it had sensed the hidden enemies nearby. Ding Cheng, seeing this, hurled the dagger in his hand fiercely at the Tsanlong beast and shouted provocatively. However, no matter how much he taunted, the Tsanlong beast refused to advance. Just as the people around him could no longer hold back, a few sounds of something slicing through the air suddenly came from a distance. 3 feathered arrows shot towards the eyes of the Tsanlong beast in quick succession. Instinctively, the Tsanlong beast tilted its head slightly to the right. The first arrow grazed its brow. The remaining 2 arrows were not so fortunate, one pierced its cochlea while the other lodged itself in its eye socket. Fiery red blood gushed from the eye socket, completely obscuring the Tsanlong beast's left eye. The Tsanlong beast immediately let out a furious roar and charged towards the direction from which the arrows had come. Unexpectedly, after just 2 steps, it stepped right into a trap. With a crisp snap, it sounded like bones being crushed. A giant animal trap clamped down tightly on the Tsanlong beast's front leg. A thick iron chain was attached to one end of the trap while the other end was nailed into the ground. The Tsanlong beast emitted a series of whimpers, and no matter how hard it struggled, it could not break free from the trap's grip. Chen Bin and Xieguankuan, who had long been lying in ambush on either side, immediately rushed out, throwing a net of barbed ropes over the Tsanlong beast. Startled and enraged, the beast lunged forward with its other front paw, aiming to grab Chen Bin. This paw was as fast as lightning. If it connected, Xieguankuan would either be dead or severely injured. At the critical moment, a whirlwind suddenly rose from the ground, sweeping Xieguankuan back a few steps, narrowly avoiding the attack. Pan Yan stepped forward, extending his hands as he walked out from the side. While controlling the whirlwind to save his teammate, he also directed the strong wind to hurl stones at the Tsanlong beast's eyes. At the same time, Yu Laosan, who had been lying not far away, also took action. With a buzzing sound, a thick crossbow bolt pierced fiercely into the Tsanlong beast's chest. The 1.8-meter long bolt was almost completely embedded in the beast's body. Blood instantly sprayed from its chest, staining the Tsanlong beast red. Despite suffering such a fierce attack, the Tsanlong beast showed no signs of falling. Instead, it triggered the ferocity inherent in its nature. Ignoring its broken front paw, it uprooted the iron chain buried in the ground. Seeing this, Xieguankuan, disregarding his own danger, picked up the net on the ground and began to circle around the Tsanlong beast. He and Chen Bin hoped to trap the beast in place with the net. However, the Tsanlong beast was simply too strong. After shaking its body a few times, Xieguankuan, along with the net, was thrown out. Just as the Tsanlong beast was about to escape, 3 sharp arrows whizzed through the air with a whoosh. The first 2 arrows accurately struck the beast's eyes. The third arrow hit the beast squarely in the forehead, delivering a fatal blow. As they watched the massive body of the Tsanlong beast slowly fall to the ground, cheers erupted from the team. From Ding Cheng's initial attack to Guan Chen's lethal strike, all of this seemed long, but in reality, it happened in the blink of an eye. Although there were no casualties in the team, only those who experienced it could truly understand the dangers involved. If it weren't for Guan Chen's critical fatal strike, who knows how many lives might have been lost. Ding Cheng excitedly approached the Tsanlong beast, slicing through its flesh and continuously searching. However, No matter how he searched, he could not find the existence of a crystal core. The others were not too disappointed by this. After all, crystal cores were so precious. If every exotic beast could produce one, that would truly be a nightmare. Sieg Wankuan took out a water bottle and poured all the clean water inside onto the ground. Then, he sliced open the Songlong beast's blood vessel and positioned the bottle to collect the blood. This left Guan Chen in a state of shock. Sieg Wankuan smiled at him and said, "This exotic beast is full of treasures. Especially in its blood, there is a vast amount of vital energy. No matter if it's making medicine or setting up formations, it all relies on this. This thing is a waste if you don't collect it. Do you have a water bottle on you? Hurry up and get some, or it will all be gone." Soon, Guan Chen didn't have a water bottle, only an empty mineral water bottle. He filled the bottle to the brim with the blood of the exotic beast. The exotic beast was a treasure all over, and its blood was an excellent material for refining weapons. The spiritual flesh of the exotic beast also contained a large amount of vital energy. Back in Zhoulong City, even first-tier exotic beast spiritual flesh was priced beyond what ordinary people could afford. Pan Yan was worried that the bloody smell would attract other exotic beasts, so he instructed everyone to dismember the exotic beasts and drag them into the dense forest. He sent Ding Qing back to the camp to call all the men over to help with the transport. He then took Guan Chen and the others to hunt down those first-tier exotic beasts. After 2 hours, more than 300 people from the camp had arrived. Everyone looked at the dozen or so exotic beast corpses on the ground and cheered with joy. All these exotic beasts had been shot down by Guan Chen alone. There was no need to lure monsters or set traps. As long as the target entered Guan Chen's shooting range, it was only a matter of waiting to die. The others in the team didn't need to lift a finger, they were only responsible for transporting the exotic beast corpses to the edge of the woods. Of course, aside from the second-tier wolf beast, the rest were all first-tier exotic beasts. Even so, Guan Chen's harvest today was greater than the combined total of the hunting team's efforts over the past few days. Among the 12 first-tier exotic beasts hunted later, only 2 crystal cores were extracted. 1 wind-type crystal core was given to Pan Yan, and 1 fire-type crystal core was shared with Sieg Wankue. With so many exotic beasts, there was enough food for the people in the camp for a long time. There was no need to continue hunting. If the bloody smell was too strong, it would be troublesome if a third-tier exotic beast was attracted. After spending half a day together, the hunting team members had completely changed their attitude towards Guan Chen. No one would underestimate him because of his youth anymore, especially Yu Laosan, who was now terrified, fearing that Guan Chen would take revenge on him. Guan Chen didn't have the time to deal with him now. He was eager to return to cultivate and didn't stay to help transport the corpses. He greeted Pan Yan and then walked back to the camp alone. Now, those left in the camp were all elderly, children, and women. Everyone was busy boiling water, chopping firewood, and sharpening knives. Even Main Yang had gone over to help. Guan Chen didn't disturb Main Yang but instead found a quiet place to practice the Great Strength Diamond Palm. The Great Strength Diamond Palm is divided into 12 forms, namely Crouching Star and Felling Tiger, Force Pressing 1,000 pounds, Fierce Tiger Pushing Mountain, Phoenix Spreading Wings, Fishing for Sand at the Bottom of the Sea, Diamond Chopping Wood, Iron Bull Plowing the Field, Diamond Rowing, Tathagata Handstyle, Dharma Sweeping Sleeve, Divine Energy Palm, and Climbing Stars to Grab the Moon. The first 7 forms belong to the external skill section and do not require true energy to activate. The last 5 forms require true energy to be executed, especially the last 3 forms, Dharma Sweeping Sleeve, Divine Energy Palm, and Climbing Stars to Grab the Moon, can only unleash their full power when one reaches the innate realm of true energy transforming into spirit. After completing each of the first 7 forms, Guan Chen would gain a bit of proficiency. Just like practicing basic archery, the Great Strength Diamond Palm also doesn't allow you to gain proficiency by simply posing. All 7 forms must be executed correctly and with full effort. With each palm strike, Guan Chen would create gusts of wind. After 7 moves, he felt his whole body was transparent and his muscles relaxed. He kept practicing until the moon was high in the sky and the Great Strength Diamond Palm finally advanced to level 2. Great Strength Diamond Palm External Skill Level, LV2, entering the hall. Current proficiency, 1/200. Great Strength Diamond Palm, entering the hall. LV2 Palm like solid stone, arm like withered vine, increases strength by 500 pounds. A warm current surged through his body, and Guan Chen's vital energy successfully broke through 1,500 pounds. Guan Chen's clothes were completely soaked. Just as he was about to sit down and rest for a while, he saw a graceful figure walking towards him from the darkness. "Xiaoshan, the food is ready, the captain is calling you over for a drink." The person was Main Yang, who had been busy cooking and boiling water all day and hadn't noticed when Guan Chen returned. Guan Chen's exploits had already spread throughout the camp. Everyone's conversation revolved around this rising newcomer. In a chaotic world, nothing inspires admiration more than a strong person. Hearing others praise Xiaoshan all day, Main Yang couldn't stop smiling. Now, watching her man practice until he was drenched in sweat, her eyes were filled with concern. "I'll go." to the river and help you wash up. Guan Chen felt sticky and wanted to wash off, so he took Meng Yang's small hand and walked towards the river. When they reached the riverbank, Guan Chen quickly stripped down. His strong body and bronze skin made Meng Yang's cheeks flush. Guan Chen dove into the river, swimming with delight. Meng Yang sat on the shore, washing clothes while gazing affectionately at the water. After a while, Guan Chen's stomach began to growl with hunger. He returned to the shore, took the wet clothes from Meng Yang's hands, and wrung them out vigorously. But before he could put on his clothes, a soft little hand brushed against his body. Guan Chen jolted, and his brother immediately stood up. This scene was perfectly captured by Meng Yang, whose cheeks instantly turned a deep shade of red. I'll help. You scrub your back. With just a touch, Guan Chen didn't want to suffer this old sin again. I'm hungry, let's eat first. Guan Chen put on his pants and walked towards the camp with his upper body bare. Mei Yang followed behind with her head down, lost in thought. When they arrived at the camp, Chen Bin and a few others quickly stood up and called out to Guan Chen, "Brother Guan, come over here, we've been waiting for you." A large round table was filled with several dishes of meat, fried, grilled, and stir-fried, all made from exotic beast meat. They had somehow procured red wine, and the members of the hunting team were all sitting at the table with their wine glasses. Pan Yan had deliberately left a spot next to him, saying, "You go ahead, I'll eat over there." With all the men at the table, Guan Chen didn't insist on Meng Yang joining him and walked alone to the round table. The people squatting on the ground eating in the camp saw Guan Chen approach and all stood up, nodding in acknowledgement. This made Guan Chen feel a bit uncomfortable. As soon as he sat down, Ding Qing immediately raised his wineglass and said to the people at the table, Come, let's toast to our great hero. Today, Brother Guan truly opened my eyes. His archery skills are simply extraordinary." "That's right. 3 arrows took down a beast. If this were in the past, I wouldn't have believed it even if you killed me." Upon hearing this, everyone raised their glasses, flattering Guan Chen. They said whatever sounded good, making Guan Chen feel a bit shy from the praise. After 3 rounds of drinks, everyone began to eat. They were all martial artists, so there were no pretentious formalities. They grabbed the exotic beast meat on the table and started eating heartily. All the dishes on their table were made from the meat of the Tsanlong beast. It was Guan Chen's first time tasting such high-quality exotic beast meat. After just a few bites of Tsanlong meat, he felt a warm energy rising from his abdomen, and the blood energy in his body surged a few times. Guan Chen didn't know if it was because he had never consumed exotic beast spirit meat before or if it was due to the system. In any case, his blood energy was visibly increasing at a rapid pace. Although it only increased by a pound or 2 each time, little by little, it added up. If he could consume exotic beast spirit meat regularly, his blood energy could reach a terrifying level. By the end of the meal, Guan Chen had gained 20 pounds of blood energy. Guan Chen was thinking about returning to his little nest when Pan Yan pulled him and said, "Wang Manzi's tent has become vacant. Since it's just sitting there, why don't you and Meng Yang move in?" Guan Chen initially wanted to refuse, but thinking of Meng Yang being a girl, he nodded in agreement. When Meng Yang heard this news, she was naturally very happy. However, when the 2 of them moved their things over and stepped inside, they were dumbfounded. They saw 3 women kneeling respectfully in the middle of the tent, their eyes filled with fear. The 3 were young, with fair skin and sexy figures, but the only flaw was that they looked utterly exhausted. Guan Chen, confused, asked Ding Qing, "Who are they?" Ding Qing nudged him with his shoulder and said with a sly smile, "These 3 are all women that Wang Manzi captured. If you like them, you can keep them in the house. If you don't, just kick them out. Anyway, there's plenty of space here, we can fit a few more beds." Behind him, Meng Yang, hearing this, looked at Guan Chen with a nervous expression, eager to hear his response. Guan Chen frowned, showing no hesitation. "Wang Manzi's women living in my house? You should let them move out." Seeing Xiaoshan refuse so decisively, Meng Yang felt a hint of sweetness in her heart. Although she and Guan Xiaoshan had the title of husband and wife, they had no real relationship. Moreover, Guan's parents had bought her just to raise her as a daughter-in-law. They hadn't held a wedding or registered with the authorities. This meant that Guan Chen could kick her out at any time. How could she not feel a sense of crisis? The 3 women kneeling on the ground felt as if they had been struck by lightning upon hearing this. They crawled to Guan Chen, clinging to his legs, pleading with him not to throw them out. When Wang Manzi was alive, they had wished for his death every day. Now that he was truly dead, they instead missed the sense of security he had provided. They were all refugees without family, having been mistreated by others in the camp before Wang Manzi appeared. Now that he was dead, the thought of leaving this tent and facing the unknown made them shiver. That was why they had just acted as they did. Guan Chen felt no pity for them and directly kicked them out. There were too many pitiful people in this world. He was not a savior and had no ability to rescue them. The tent already had 2 beds, 1 large and 1 small. Guan Chen simply tidied up the small bed and stretched out, lying down. It felt so comfortable. After sleeping on the grass every day, his back was sore. A bed was much more pleasant. He lay on the bed, practicing his probing technique, and before long, he started snoring. He was just too tired from the day hunting in the morning and practicing martial arts in the afternoon. He hadn't stopped for a moment. Plus, he had drunk a bit at night, so as soon as he hit the bed, he fell asleep. Mei Niang looked at the snoring Guanshan, a hint of resentment flashing in her eyes. Her little man was good in every way, but he was somewhat oblivious to romance. Wasn't it said that men could reproduce at 14? Her little husband was already 17, yet he was still so naive about matters between men and women. The next morning, someone brought in food. Guanshan experienced a taste of the luxurious life where everything was handed to him. A large pot of fragrant stewed exotic beast meat was prepared, and Guanshan polished off half of it by himself. After eating his fill, Guanshan went to the neighboring tent. To his surprise, Ding Qing and the captain were nowhere to be seen early in the morning. Xia Guanquan told Guanshan that the hunting team was taking a day off and the captain and vice-captain had gone out to scout for escape routes. After all, leading a large group of people to flee required some planning. Guanshan's mind was not on this matter at all. He was focused solely on practicing. Not going out to hunt was even better. It was the perfect opportunity to find a place to practice his palm techniques. He practiced from morning till night, finally raising his great strength diamond palm to level 3 before stopping. Host, Guanshan Realm, Upper Body Refinement Realm Strength, 2053 Gene Physique, Exceptional Body, No Attribute, Elite. Level Special Physique, Cultivation Method, Great Strength Diamond Palm Skills, Basic Archery, Detection Technique, Great Strength Diamond Palm External Skill Level, LV3, Slightly Accomplished. Current Proficiency, 1 out of 400 Great Strength Diamond Palm, Slightly Accomplished LV3 Both palms like iron, both arms like steel, a single palm strike can shatter rock. Increases strength by 1000 Gene, a wave of scorching energy surged through Guanshan's arms. His palms felt like red-hot irons, steam rising from them. Guanshan felt the increasing power within his body, an unprecedented sense of strength filling him. Although it was only 53 Gene more than the human limit, it still broke through the inherent limits of humanity. What Guanshan did not expect was that his physique also changed at that moment, advancing to an elite-level special physique. The special physiques that had appeared so far had been statistically recorded by humanity. These special physiques, from low to high, could be roughly divided into 6 levels. Starting from the most basic elite-level special physique, then moving up to rare-level special physique, followed by legendary, king, saint, and divine levels. The elite-level special physique is considered the most basic. Guanshan had never heard that a person's innate physique could change. Wasn't it determined by bloodline at birth? He had never heard of it being able to change after birth. This heavenly Tao rewards hard work system is too domineering. Even innate traits can be altered. Thinking of this, Guanshan couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. He was eager to see how far he could elevate his physique with this system. After finishing his training, Guanshan ran to the river for a quick wash. Just as he returned to the shore, he heard a series of sobbing sounds coming from the nearby bushes. The sound was winding and mournful, like a cry but not quite. Following the sound, Guanshan quickly found 2 men in a patch of grass at the edge of the camp, assaulting a woman. In the darkness, Guanshan activated his detection technique and immediately showed a look of difficulty on his face. The woman was none other than one of the 3 he had driven away yesterday. He originally didn't want to meddle in this matter, but thinking that the woman was indirectly suffering because of him, he couldn't bear it and shouted, "What are you doing? Let her go." The 2 men, interrupted in their misdeed, grabbed nearby sticks and charged out. In the dark, they couldn't see Guanshan's appearance clearly, only vaguely recognizing that he seemed relatively weak. "Damn it! You've got nothing better to do than meddle. I'll teach you a lesson," one of the men shouted, raising his stick and swinging it down hard at Guanshan's head. With a whoosh, if that stick hit, his head would surely burst open. Guanshan still had his detection technique active, and the man's movements looked like slow motion to him. He executed a diamond chop, shattering the wooden stick into pieces. Then, with a fierce tiger pushing the mountain move, he sent the man flying back over 10 meters. That strike was not light. The man spat blood and fell to the ground, unable to get up. Seeing this, the other man didn't even bother to pull up his pants and scrambled away towards the camp. Guanshan didn't pursue him but instead helped the woman up. The woman, still in shock, trembled as she clutched her chest. Seeing this, Guanshan could only helplessly lead her back to the camp. In the crowd, the woman finally found a sense of safety. She looked at Guanshan by the firelight and suddenly knelt before him, crying out in anguish, "Young master, please save my life. Fan Mangling is willing to be a servant to repay your kindness." Fan Mangling? Guanshan's heart stirred, and he couldn't help but look at the woman. To be honest, he hadn't really taken a close look at her appearance before. Hearing that name now, combined with the woman's appearance, a figure suddenly emerged in Guanshan's mind. Fan Mangling. "Do you know Fan Mengqing from the Twin Towers School in Jiulong City?" The woman on the ground shivered at the mention of the name, her expression turning excited as she grabbed Guanshan's leg and asked, "Have you seen Mengqing?" "She is my sister. We got separated when our family left the city." No wonder. Guanshan couldn't help but let out a long sigh. They say fate plays tricks on people. Who would have thought he would run into an acquaintance here? Guanshan and Fan Mengqing were classmates. Fan Mengqing was recognized as the class beauty and was also the principal's daughter, always the center of attention wherever she went. Although Guan Shen had little interaction with her, she still left a deep impression on him. He never expected she had an older sister. Get up, Mengqing is my classmate. Since you are her sister, I naturally won't stand by and do nothing. Hearing this, Fan Mengling was overjoyed and expressed her gratitude to Guan Chen profusely. Guan Chen felt a mix of emotions. Who would have thought that the once pampered daughter of the Fan family would end up in such a tragic situation? Guan Chen took Fan Mengling back to the tent. Mei Niang's smile froze on her face when she saw the woman behind Xiao Shan. Fearing she might misunderstand, Guan Chen hurriedly explained Fan Mengling's situation to her. After listening, Mei Niang could understand Guan Chen's actions, but she still felt a thorn in her heart. After all, Guan Chen was her nominal husband. How could a wife be happy when her husband brought a strange woman home? Guan Chen's thoughts were actually quite simple. They wouldn't be staying in this camp for long, so he thought it would be fine for Fan Mengling to make do for a bit, and it would soon pass. As a traditional man who had crossed over from Earth, he really couldn't just stand by. If danger truly arose, Mei Niang would definitely be his first priority. As for whether he could bring Fan Mengling to the Twin King City, that would depend on fate. At dinner time, the kitchen staff brought in a pot of stewed meat on time. The three of them sat at the table, and the atmosphere was somewhat heavy. Fan Mengling clearly noticed Mei Niang's expression, which caused her great unease. Even with every bite of food she took, she had to carefully watch Mei Niang's face. Guan Chen, however, had no mind for such things. He devoured meat and drank soup in large gulps. It wasn't until he was full that he patted his belly and returned to his small bed. As soon as Guan Chen left, Fan Mengling immediately stopped eating, afraid to continue. Coming from a wealthy family, she naturally knew the value of the exotic beast meat in the pot. How could she, an outsider, dare to eat so much of such a good thing? After dinner, Mei Niang walked outside the tent alone, feeling down as she washed the dishes. Suddenly, two arms wrapped around her from behind. Mei Niang was startled. Just as she was about to struggle, a familiar voice rang in her ear. If you don't like it, I can kick her out right now. Realizing it was Guan Chen behind her, an overwhelming sweetness surged in Mei Niang's heart. This was the first time Xiao Shan had been so intimate with her, and all her previous displeasure was instantly forgotten. No, I just find it a bit hard to get used to. She's such a weak woman and your classmate's sister. How could I bear to drive her away? Guan Chen had lived 2 lives, so how could he not understand a woman's little thoughts? He had long seen Mei Niang's feelings for him, but previously, due to the surrounding dangers, he had no mind to respond. A woman who was loyal to him and so beautifully sexy, he had no reason to refuse. The two embraced tenderly for a while before returning to the tent. Guan Chen originally wanted to sleep alone on the small bed, but Mei Niang insisted on pulling him to sleep on the big bed together. She said she always had nightmares when sleeping alone, which was just an excuse to keep Guan Chen from leaving. It was the first time Guan Chen had seen Mei Niang act spoiled, and he could only yield and follow her arrangements. Her adorable demeanor, combined with her sweet face, made his heart flutter. By nightfall, Guan Chen was secretly practicing his probing technique with his eyes closed. After a period of continuous practice, his proficiency in the technique had surpassed 1,000 points, leaving only 600 points to reach LV5. He had developed a habit. Whenever he had nothing to do, he would activate the probing technique to grind for proficiency. This long-term practice had greatly strengthened his mental power, making his mental fortitude several times stronger than before. The most noticeable effect was that he no longer felt fatigued or drowsy as easily as he used to. While he was lying in bed practicing, a slippery little hand suddenly began to caress him. Guan Chen didn't need to open his eyes to know who it was. He initially wanted to pretend to be asleep to avoid the situation, but that little hand grew increasingly bold, constantly teasing his patience. The blanket covering him was pushed up into a small tent, and Guan Chen felt an unbearable heat. When the little hand continued to explore, Guan Chen finally could no longer endure it. He flipped over and pinned the other person beneath him, roughly stripping them of their clothes. Immediately, the sound of the bed shaking and the woman's soft whimpers filled the tent. At that moment, Fan Mengling was also awake. Hearing the sounds, she immediately understood what was happening. Her face flushed with embarrassment, she turned to face the inside and covered her ears with her hands. But that damn sound seemed to seep in everywhere. The harder she tried, the more it penetrated her heart. She thought this torment would soon come to an end, but to her surprise, it continued well into the early hours of the morning. Without any sign of stopping, Fan Mengling felt an unbearable heat all over her body, and the air was thick with a sweet scent. It wasn't until the sound of the man's snoring came from the bed that everything finally came to a halt. When Guan Chen woke up in the morning, both women were still in bed. It was expected that Mei Niang wouldn't get up, but what was going on with Fan Mengling? Perhaps the young lady just liked to sleep in. Guan Chen could only find this one reasonable explanation. He had breakfast alone, just like the day before, with a large pot of exotic beast meat. He finished off half the pot himself, leaving the rest for the women on the table. After leaving the tent, he went to Pan Yan's tent nearby, only to find it completely empty, with no one inside. When Guan Chen asked a member of the hunting team, he learned that Pan Yan and Ding Cheng had gone out to scout the area yesterday and had not yet returned. They still haven't come back? What if something went wrong? Guan Chen frowned and asked Xia Guankuan. Xia Guankuan didn't answer but kept smoking his cigarette. He really couldn't say much about it. With so many exotic beasts outside, who could guarantee that they wouldn't encounter danger? On the other hand, Chen Bin, looking calm, said to Guan Chen, I know the skills of the captain and Ding Cheng. They might not be able to kill exotic beasts, but when it comes to self-preservation, none of us combined can match them. Chen Bin had known Pan Yan the longest. Back in Jiulong City, they had teamed up multiple times to hunt exotic beasts. His words naturally carried more weight than others. If they really encounter danger, they won't be able to escape and us going would be pointless. Let's stick to our agreement and wait patiently at the camp. If they don't return within 3 days. Chen Bin didn't finish his sentence, but everyone understood what it implied. After hearing Chen Bin's words, Guan Chen showed a thoughtful expression. Chen Bin was surprisingly confident. It seemed that Pan Yan must have some hidden skills that he hadn't demonstrated in front of him. Thinking of this, Guan Chen couldn't help but feel a bit more cautious about that blind captain. It would definitely be unwise to rashly go out looking for the two of them now. Everyone could only bide their time and wait for their return at the camp. Guan Chen didn't expect that this wait would last 3 days. It wasn't until the morning of the 4th day that Pan Yan finally returned to the camp with Ding Cheng. The members of the hunting team looked at Pan Yan's disheveled appearance and couldn't help but ask what had happened. Pan Yan simply said he had encountered a 3rd-tier beast and brushed it off. Everyone was taken aback by this. A 3rd-tier beast? The 2 team leaders actually managed to escape alive from a 3rd-tier beast. Everyone's expression towards Pan Yan changed. Even Guan Chen's eyes showed a hint of seriousness. The strength of a 3rd-tier beast is worlds apart from that of a 2nd-tier beast. In addition to having a more powerful physique and terrifying strength, 3rd-tier beasts not only possess super-fast speed, but some can also unleash magic and special abilities. For instance, the Wind Falcon beast can release powerful wind blades, below the level of a Master Warrior. Just one hit would guarantee you being sliced in half. Then there's the Rock Python beast, which has both earth and poison abilities. Not only is it tough and resilient, but it can also alter various terrains. Any of these beasts are extremely difficult to deal with. Even warriors of the same tier would only have the option to flee when encountering them. Guan Chen found it hard to imagine how Pan Yan and Ding Cheng, who were merely 2 transcendent level ability users, managed to escape. Before Guan Chen could ponder further, Ding Cheng's next words shocked everyone. We went to the Tan Yuan Canyon. The beasts on the palmy prairie seem to have been guided by something and are all moving towards the Tan Yuan Canyon. If we don't act quickly, it won't be long before the Tan Yuan Canyon is blocked by the beast army. By then, even if we can get through, Tian Shui Pass may not let us in. The prairie they were on was indeed called the Palmy Prairie. Including Jiulong City, there were a total of 7 human city-states established on the Palmy Prairie. These 7 city-states formed a small alliance called the Fire Worship Alliance. Although the Fire Worship Alliance had a small population, its territory was not small. The distance between each city-state was nearly 1,000 kilometers. Jiulong City was located at the easternmost end of the Palmy Prairie. At the end of the Palmy Prairie, there was a massive mountain range spanning the continent called Tan Yuan Mountain. On the other side of Tan Yuan Mountain was the Zijin Basin. The only country on the entire Tan Yuan continent that had not been invaded by beasts, the Zijin Empire, was located there. The Zijin Empire was surrounded by mountains, and the towering peaks served as their natural fortifications. Even if 1 or 2 beasts occasionally appeared within their territory, they would be quickly eliminated. The only passage from the Palmy Prairie into the Zijin Empire was the Tan Yuan Canyon. The canyon twisted in turn, with the raging New River flowing through it towards the Zijin Basin. Such an important passage was naturally heavily guarded, and Tian Shui Pass was built specifically to defend the Tan Yuan Canyon. Tian Shui Pass is known as the world's strongest pass. It is said that birds find it hard to cross and monkeys find it hard to climb. It is rumored that there are 100,000 troops stationed at Tian Shui Pass year-round to prevent the beast army from invading the empire through this route. After Ding Cheng finished speaking, the members of the hunting team were thrown into chaos. Chen Bin asked the question that was on everyone's mind. Captain, we are not citizens of the Zijin Empire. Will the guards at Tian Shui Pass let us through so easily? Pan Yan clearly had no intention of hiding anything from them. He took out a notice from his pocket and tossed it over. Chen Bin opened the notice and, with a grim face, said, to enlist and become a guard, there are only 3 passage permits? This is too much of a scam. Ding Cheng smirked and replied, just getting in is already a good deal. Didn't you see how many people were blocked outside Tian Shui Pass? When the beast army comes, Besides, isn't it clearly stated that as long as you accumulate enough military merit, you can not only be exempted from military service but also go to the largest martial arts academy in the empire for further studies? Xia Guankuan coldly mocked, no matter how big the pie you draw, you still can't eat it. Once you join the army, you'll understand what it means to be out of control. When you're pushed to the front of the line, you're just a pitiful cannon fodder. Guan Chen furrowed his brows, carefully weighing the pros and cons. Before the fall of Jiulong City, the people of the Fire Worship Alliance had to pay a hefty fee to enter Tianshui Pass. Now, with a large influx of refugees heading there, the cost to enter the pass could only be higher. Although Guan Chen didn't like the military's management style, there was simply no choice now. He tentatively asked, if we don't go to the Purple Gold Empire, can we go to other city-states instead? The silent Pan Yen finally spoke up. Before Jiulong City was captured, several other city-states of the Fire Worship Alliance were also under siege by alien beasts. In a loose alliance like the Fire Worship Alliance, its collapse is just a matter of time. And the nearest Swan City is still over 1,000 kilometers away. The journey is filled with alien beast legions. Surviving to get there is as difficult as climbing to the sky. Upon hearing this, Guan Chen relaxed his brows. Since there's no choice, why are we still hesitating? Captain, just tell us when we'll set off. Everyone turned their gaze to Pan Yen, who pondered for a moment before addressing the group. We leave tonight, but it's unrealistic to take everyone from the camp. Each member of our hunting team is only allowed to bring 3 relatives. Don't bring anything extra except for essentials. At 2 in the morning, we'll gather at the exit of the forest. Don't leak any information, otherwise, you'll bear the consequences. After Pan Yen finished speaking, he fell silent. The group exchanged glances and then left the tent. Guan Chen returned to his tent, where Mei Yang and Fan Mengling were chatting. After 3 or 4 days of interaction, their relationship had noticeably eased. Especially after Guan Chen recruited Mei Yang that night, Fan Mengling's perceived threat from her had suddenly diminished. Why are you back so early? Today? Didn't you go practice martial arts? Hearing Mei Yang's question, Guan Chen walked over and shared the evening's plan with her, advising both of them not to speak carelessly and to pack their things quickly. Upon hearing this, their expressions turned extremely serious. Guan Chen didn't explain further and turned to walk outside. He hadn't been idle these past 3 days. He practiced the Great Strength Diamond Palm during the day and the Exploration Technique at night. Now, the Great Strength Diamond Palm was just a step away from reaching level 4 mastery, and the Exploration Technique had already risen to level 5. The range of the level 5 Exploration Technique had doubled again, reaching a terrifying distance of 50 meters around him. Combined with the newly mastered Great Strength Diamond Palm, the power he could unleash was not simply a matter of 1 + 1. Guan Chen found a patch of woods and practiced for over 3 hours. As a wave of heat surged through his body, the level of the Great Strength Diamond Palm finally reached level 4. Host, Guan Chen Realm, Upper Body Building Realm Strength 3180 Gene True Chi, None Physique, Exceptional Body, No Attribute, Elite Level Special Physique, External Skill, Great Strength. Diamond Palm LV4 Internal Skill, None Skills, Basic Archery LV5, Exploration Technique LV5, Great Strength Diamond Palm External Skill Level, LV4, Mastery. Current Proficiency, 1 of 800 Great Strength Diamond Palm, Mastery LV4 Palm like Falling Iron, Arms like Golden Crystal, Sensing True Chi, Dual Meridians Opened. Increases strength by 2,000 gene. Over 3,000 gene of strength did not elevate Guan Chen's physique. Achieving a rare level physique was even harder than he had imagined. However, the last 2 sentences after the upgrade of the Great Strength Diamond Palm caught Guan Chen's attention. Sensing True Chi. Dual Meridians Opened? Could it mean that he could cultivate internal skills now? Guan Chen hurried back to the tent and took out the Great Strength Diamond Palm from under the bedding, studying it carefully. Without the support of external skills, I had never been able to comprehend the internal techniques of the Great Strength Diamond Palm. Now that I have made some progress in my Great Strength Diamond Palm, I should be able to cultivate it. The internal technique of the Great Strength Diamond Palm is called Diamond Skill. It begins by explaining what true energy is. True energy is a special kind of energy stored within the meridians of the human body. This energy is very unique, somewhat akin to dark energy, almost unobservable, existing only to be felt. Ordinary people have a small amount of true energy within their meridians. However, this true energy is difficult to detect and even harder to control. What a rock-solid realm warrior must do is to control, absorb, and strengthen this true energy. To control true energy, one must understand the meridians of the human body. Although there are countless martial arts in the world, descriptions of the meridians are generally the same. The various meridians of the human body can be summarized as the 12 primary meridians and the 8 extraordinary meridians. The 12 primary meridians correspond to the major parts and organs of the body. The Great Strength Diamond Palm primarily focuses on 2 of them, the Han Tai-Yin Meridian and the Han Ning-Yang Meridian. The Han Tai-Yin Meridian embodies the energy of Yin Metal and Yin Earth. A practitioner can cultivate it as long as they possess one of the attributes, Yin, Metal, or Earth. The Han Ning-Yang Meridian embodies the energy of Yang Metal. A practitioner can cultivate it as long as they possess one of the attributes, Yang or Metal. Some may wonder why these 2 conflicting forces of Yin and Yang can be cultivated simultaneously. In fact, the vast majority of humans are individuals who embody a balance of yin and yang, coexisting together. Pure yin or pure yang bodies are extremely rare. Therefore, most people can simultaneously meet the requirements of both yin and yang attributes. This means that the diamond skill has no attribute threshold. Anyone can cultivate it. Of course, Guan Chen himself is without attributes, so martial arts pose no barriers to him. After reading through it once, Guan Chen began to search for the meridians and sense the true energy according to the descriptions in the internal technique. Perhaps due to the great strength diamond palm advancing to LV4, Guan Chen sensed the true energy in the meridians in a very short time. It was a very mysterious energy. Although it was called true energy, it had nothing to do with qi. If one had to describe it, it resembled tiny specks of brilliance suspended in time and space. Guan Chen tried to communicate with these specks of brilliance, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not mobilize them at all. They were just there, refusing to respond to his commands, which was quite frustrating. At a critical moment, an idea struck Guan Chen, and he directly activated the probing technique. The moment the probing technique was activated, Guan Chen felt the entire world suddenly quiet down. Within a 50-meter radius, not even a speck of dust or a floating particle could escape his control. At that moment, Guan Chen's mental power surged dramatically. He tried once again to shift his focus to the specks of brilliance within the meridians. This time, as his thoughts moved, those specks obediently began to shift. Guan Chen was overjoyed. He hurriedly controlled these specks to move along the pathways of the internal technique. While controlling these specks, he also collected the scattered ones along the way. After about 5 minutes, when these specks had completed a circuit within the meridians, a strand of true energy slowly returned to the Dantian, quietly lying dormant there. Guan Chen opened his eyes in great delight, and a white light flashed before him once more. Host, Guan Chen Realm, Rock Solid Realm Strength 3180. Gene True Energy, 1-day Constitution, Exceptional Body, no attributes, Elite Level Special Physique, External Skill, Great Strength Diamond Palm LV4 Internal Skill, Diamond Skill LV1 Skills, Basic Archery LV5. Probing Technique LV5, Diamond Skill, LV1, Initial Understanding. Current Proficiency, 1/100 Diamond Skill, Initial Understanding LV1. Each time True Energy completes a circuit, it can increase by 1 day of True Energy. Guan Chen looked curiously at the light screen in front of him. The unit of True Energy was actually days? That was too strange. Was the strand of true energy he generated from running the cycle just now equivalent to 1 day? What could such a small amount of true energy be used for? Suddenly, Guan Chen thought of the 8th move in the Great Strength Diamond Palm, the Diamond Push, which only required a small amount of true energy to execute. He wondered if this strand of true energy would be enough for him to perform a Diamond Push. With that thought, Guan Chen hurried to the dense forest and stood in front of a giant tree several meters in diameter. He followed the requirements of the 8th move, channeling the strand of true energy from his dantian to his palms. Then, facing the trunk of the giant tree, he slowly executed the diamond push. The palm strike appeared neither hurried nor slow, light as a feather. It looked like an ordinary person casually slapping their hand. Before his palm even reached the trunk, there was a loud crack, and wood chips flew everywhere from the trunk. A massive palm print appeared on the tree. But that wasn't the end. Cracks quickly spread outward from the palm print. In just a moment, the towering tree, which was dozens of meters high and over 2 meters in diameter, snapped in two and fell to the ground. Guan Chen looked at his palms in disbelief, excitement flashing in his eyes. He hadn't expected that just a single strand of true energy could have such great power. Fortunately, he hadn't chosen to confront Wang Manzi head-on. Otherwise, with a single palm strike from the opponent, he would have been done for. I need to go back and practice my internal skills more diligently. With just this strand of true energy, it gets used up so quickly, Guan Chen murmured to himself as he walked toward the tent, feeling unsatisfied. If outsiders knew that he had cultivated a strand of true energy in just half an hour, it would probably shock everyone in the world. Even the most talented martial artists in history, from successfully sensing energy to refining a strand of true energy, had gone through hundreds or thousands of failures. Someone like him, who had such an advantage, was not only unprecedented but likely would not be seen again. Upon returning to the tent, Guan Chen found a corner to sit cross-legged and cultivate. He activated his exploration technique while running his true energy. In just 6 or 7 minutes, the true energy in his dantian increased by a strand. By the time dinner rolled around in the evening, the true energy within Guan Chen had already reached 67 days. This true energy gathered into a strand, continuously washing and transforming his 2 meridians. Hearing Mei Nyang call him for dinner, Guan Chen reluctantly stopped the operation of the great cycle. A wave of emotion rose in his heart. He had often heard of martial enthusiasts who could find a place to seclude themselves and cultivate for years. At that time, he didn't quite understand, thinking those people were too reclusive. Now, as he experienced the joy of becoming stronger, he felt a sense of camaraderie with them. Mei Nyang and Fan Mangling had already packed their bags. Mangling had little to bring, all her belongings were on her person. The deer hide Guan Chen had skinned last time had been made into 2 backpacks by Mei Nyang. Although the backpacks weren't aesthetically pleasing, they were sturdy and durable. All the necessary daily supplies and the cured deer meat were packed inside. Guanchen placed the arrows and ropes in a basket and strapped a dagger to his waist. After doing all this, he lay down on the bed without even changing his clothes, closing his eyes to rest and waiting for midnight to arrive. Mei Yang lay quietly beside him, not feeling the slightest bit sleepy. Although she was much more mature than her peers, she still felt anxious about the upcoming journey. As for those abandoned people in the camp, with their own lives hanging by a thread, who had the time to care for them? A saintly heart had nothing to do with good or evil. It was merely a symptom of a shriveled brain. In chaotic times, people like her were not worthy of sympathy for others. Soon, the time reached 2 o'clock in the morning. Guanchen, along with Mei Yang and Mangling, arrived at the gathering place in the woods. In the forest, there were faint silhouettes of a dozen figures. Guanchen took a glance and saw, besides the members of the hunting team, 6 women and 2 children. Except for Pan Yan, everyone else had brought someone along. Even Ding Cheng had brought 2 children. Guanchen initially thought these 2 kids were relatives of Ding Cheng, but to his surprise, they had no blood relation at all. In Ding Cheng's words, these 2 children were all alone, and if left in the camp, they would only need a dead end. Since his quota was going unused anyway, he might as well give them a chance. The 2 children were just over 10 years old, thin and frail. With their big, round eyes, they timidly looked at everyone. Guanchen didn't expect the seemingly unreliable guy, Ding Cheng, to have such a kind side. His evaluation of Ding Cheng rose a few notches. As for the 6 women, they were all the partners of Chen Bin, Xieguankuan, and Yu Laosan. Guanchen even spotted the 2 women he had chased away among them. It was clear that some guy had temporarily taken them in. Guanchen had no interest in meddling in other people's affairs. He greeted Pan Yan and then silently stood to the side. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Pan Yan spoke up. Let me make it clear in advance, the team will not stop to wait for anyone. If you bring your relatives, you must take responsibility for them. If anyone disobeys orders and falls behind on the way, they can only fend for themselves. Alright, if no one wants to withdraw, we will set off. Everyone was already mentally prepared for this, and no one said anything further. Seeing this, Pan Yan silently walked into the forest. Ding Cheng, smiling, held the hands of the 2 children and comforted them. Don't be afraid, hold my hand tight, I will safely take you away from here. Chen Bin handed a flashlight to Guanchen. Guanchen immediately passed the flashlight to Mei Yang. He said to Mei Yang and Meng Ling, you 2 go ahead, I'll bring up the rear. After saying that, he took out his bow and arrows, quietly activating his scouting technique. The dense forest was pitch black, and the light from the flashlight could easily attract some wild beasts. With the assistance of the scouting technique, there was no difference between day and night for Guanchen. However, Captain Pan Yan, being blind, walked through this complex terrain as if it were flat ground. It should be noted that the forest was filled with protruding tree roots and scattered stones. Even with the flashlight, people occasionally tripped and fell. Guanchen observed quietly. Like Pan Yan, Ding Cheng had never stumbled even once, which was clearly related to their abilities. There seemed to be an almost imperceptible wind swirling around Pan Yan. As for Ding Cheng, it was even stranger. His vision seemed completely unaffected by the darkness. Guanchen even saw Ding Zhen turn back several times to smile at him. Guanchen was determined to find a way to figure out what Ding Cheng's ability was. Otherwise, if a conflict arose, he wouldn't even know how he died. After walking for more than an hour, they finally reached the edge of the dense forest. Outside the forest was the vast palmy grassland. In the pitch-black night, one could only make out numerous uneven mounds on the grass. Occasionally, the cries of strange beasts could be heard. Most strange beasts also went to sleep at night. This was precisely why Pan Yan chose to set off at night. Pan Yan instructed everyone to turn off their flashlights and took out a bottle of strange liquid. This is the urine of the Biwei beast during mating season. If you smear it on yourself, other strange beasts will smell this odor and keep their distance. After saying that, Pan Yan opened the bottle cap and an indescribable sour stench instantly filled the air. It made those around him nearly tear up. Pan Yan expressionlessly poured a little liquid from the bottle and smeared it on his clothes. After applying it, he passed the bottle to the next person. Except for the women in the team, the men didn't care about this stuff at all. So what if it stinks? What man doesn't smell? However, this was a torment for the women in the team, who nearly vomited just from the smell. In the end, they had to endure their nausea and apply the liquid to their bodies. Once everyone was done, Pan Yan finally spoke with a serious expression. Next, we will be crossing through the beast territory. No one is allowed to make any noise, turn on flashlights, or fall behind. If anyone attracts the beasts, don't blame me for being ruthless. Pan Yan didn't waste any more words, quietly said go, and bent down to step out of the dense forest. Seeing this, the others hurriedly followed behind Pan Yan. They couldn't understand how Pan Yan managed to do it. Clearly, they were far away, yet he always managed to navigate around the beasts. It was known that Guanchen could only detect within a radius of 50 meters. Some of the larger beasts might even exceed that length. Yet Pan Yan always seemed to choose the best route, avoiding areas dense with beasts, and even adjusting the path in real time. Guan Shen couldn't figure out how someone who had awakened wind-type abilities could achieve this. So far, no one in the human city-states had awakened dual-type abilities. Even those as strong as world-class ability users could never possess dual-type powers. If it wasn't dual-type abilities, then there was only one explanation. Pan Yan had developed his wind-type abilities to a terrifying level. Thinking of this, Guan Shen felt even more wary of their captain Pan Yan. The group had been moving through the grass for over 3 hours, and just as dawn began to break, they finally managed to escape the encirclement of the beasts. Looking ahead at the faint outline of the mountains, they only needed to cross this last stretch to reach Tianshui Pass. The thought of victory made everyone quicken their pace, and even Pan Yan, who was leading, showed a hint of relaxation on his face. Just then, a rustling sound suddenly came from the grass nearby, and patches of reeds fell flat to the ground. Guan Shen's expression changed. Before he could issue a warning, a scream pierced the air, and one figure in the team suddenly vanished. Be careful! It's a rock python beast. No one saw the attacker's shadow clearly, but only Guan Shen caught a glimpse of the beast when it entered his 50-meter detection range. It was a massive python, as thick as a barrel, with gray-brown skin that was rough like rock. The creature moved too quickly, disappearing from Guan Shen's sight in the blink of an eye. Although it was just a fleeting glance, Guan Shen recognized the attacker's identity. Xia Guankun pulled out a gleaming machete from his back, nervously scanning the surroundings with wide eyes. Pan Yan unleashed countless wind blades, slashing at the surrounding reeds. Guan Shen took out 3 feathered arrows from his back, keeping a watchful eye on the area. Shenbin pulled out a handful of iron caltrops from his backpack and scattered them in the grass. Yu Laosan unfolded the massive crossbow on his back, too scared to even breathe. The figure that had just been taken away was likely a woman. The remaining women were trembling in fear, unable to stand steady. That was a rock python beast, a very troublesome existence among the third-tier beasts. Not only was its skin covered in rock, but it could also move like the wind and spray toxic mist. Even if they wanted to run, they couldn't outrun this creature. The dense wind blades cut through the reeds within a 100-meter radius, creating a circular vacuum zone. Sweat had already formed on Pan Yan's forehead. This was the maximum range he could attack. These reeds, half the height of a person, provided the best cover for the rock python beast. If they didn't cut down these reeds, they wouldn't even know when the beast would approach. The surroundings were eerily quiet, apart from the heavy breathing of a few people. There was no other sound to be heard. Time passed second by second, and no one dared to let their guard down, all eyes wide open and nerves taut. The once harmless reeds around them now seemed like demons, ready to devour anyone who dared to step inside. Captain, has that guy already left? Pan Yan remained silent, and Ding Qing wore a grim expression. Even the long-haired man who spoke knew in his heart that one person could never satisfy the hunger of an adult rock python beast. That was a top-tier existence among 3-star exotic beasts. Whether facing a destructive-level ability user or a rock-solid realm martial artist, encountering it alone would only lead to death. How could such a ferocious creature leave easily? Old 3, when the rock python beast attacks, we will draw its attention. My wind blade can't inflict effective damage on it. Whether we can kill it depends entirely on you. Chen Bin, Guang Kun, put away your curved blades, they can't hurt it. Get out the hunting nets and use those to restrict its movements. Ding Qing, you and Xiao Shan can attack freely. The belly and eyes of the rock python are its weak points. Remember, you may only have one chance to strike, so make sure to aim before you attack. Usually sparing with words, Pan Yan rarely spoke so much at once. The others felt the tense atmosphere before the battle and nodded in agreement. Guan Shen pulled Mei Niang and Meng Ling behind him, tossing aside all unnecessary burdens, holding only a longbow and 4 arrows. He knew very well that if he couldn't hit the opponent's vital points within 4 arrows, it would be pointless to have more chances. Guan, Quan and Chanbin took off their backpacks, and just as they pulled out the hunting nets, they saw the grass in the distance rustle, and a massive snake head suddenly lunged out from the underbrush, heading straight for their backs. The moment the rock python appeared, Guan Shen and Ding Cheng moved simultaneously. Ding flashed his figure, appearing beside the rock python in the shadows, his short knife slanting towards the python's eye. His speed was fast, and the rock python was equally swift. The sharp blade of the dagger grazed the python's eye socket, embedding itself in its brow. Unfortunately, the rock python's body was as hard as iron, and the dagger only penetrated 2 inches before getting stuck in its bone. The tremendous recoil sent Ding Qing's weapon flying from his hand. Just as the rock python raised its massive head to bite him, an arrow flew in from the side. Guan Shen drew his bow and knocked the arrow in one fluid motion, the arrowhead transforming into a streak of light as it shot towards the rock python's blood-red vertical pupil. His right hand moved like a blur. After the first arrow was released, the second was already knocked. This time, Guan Shen did not aim for the eye but predicted the creature's movement trajectory, compensating for its speed. Crack! The first arrow missed, the immense impact shattering the arrow into pieces. Ha! The second arrow struck fiercely into the rock python's left eye, half of the arrowhead embedding itself in the eyeball. Bright red blood gushed from the python's eye, and the intense pain made it emit a pained hiss. The python's thick, barrel-like body writhed in agony on the ground, sending broken reeds flying everywhere. Good. Guan Kuan, Shen Bin, quickly trap it. Old 3. It's up to you now. By this time, Guan Kuan and Shen Bin had reacted and hurriedly threw out the hunting nets. The black nets fell from the sky, enveloping the rock python's massive body. Guan Kuan and Shen Bin each held one end of the net's rope, circling around the rock python continuously. At this moment, Yu Lao San, holding the giant crossbow, had also finished loading. With a loud shout, he pulled the trigger with force. Die for me! With a buzzing sound, a 2-meter-long, thick crossbow bolt shot forth with the force of thunder, piercing deeply into the rock python's snowy white belly. A large amount of blood gushed out from its abdomen. The thick crossbow bolt had pierced straight through the body of the rock python. Except for the arrowhead and tail left outside, most of it remained within the python's body. The rock python rolled even more violently, its massive body slamming against the ground, causing tremors. With each roll, the exposed arrowhead further aggravated the wounds. In just a moment, bright red blood had stained the ground crimson. At such close range, the power of the crossbow bolt was far greater than that of a bow and arrow. Even if Guan Shen had 1,000 pounds of strength, he had to admit this fact. However, Yu Lao San was still a bit carried away with pride. He felt that this strike was too beautiful, and capturing the rock python was already a sure thing. He stood up, excitedly raising his crossbow in celebration. But the next second, he was swept away by the python's tail. Yu Lao San's body spun in the air for over a dozen times before being flung out several dozen meters like a rag. This was not the end. The giant head of the rock python lifted high, opening its massive mouth to spew out yellow toxic mist. Ding! Xing's face changed drastically at the sight, and he quickly darted several dozen meters away, grabbing 2 children and making his escape. Pan Yan shouted loudly to everyone, "Be careful! Don't get near that toxic mist!" As he shouted, he unleashed his abilities. A fierce whirlwind rose from the ground, driving the toxic mist in one direction. Guan Shen was not idle either. He drew his bow and shot 2 feathered arrows flying into the rock python's gaping mouth, one after the other. The timing of these 2 arrows was nothing short of exquisite. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as sealing the throat with a sword. The arrow feathers were too thin, limiting their power. Aside from causing some damage when aimed at the python's eyes, even shooting its abdomen would hardly inflict significant harm. After all, the reputation of the rock python's tough skin and thick flesh was not unfounded. Didn't you see that even the crossbow bolt only caused that little damage? However, no matter how tough the python's exterior was, its insides were soft. These 2 arrows entered its mouth and directly shattered the python's brain. After taking these 2 arrows, the rock python let out a thunderous roar and collapsed to the ground. After a while, once Pan Yan had dispersed the dust and toxic mist in the air, everyone finally saw the situation clearly. The several dozen meter-long rock python lay quietly on the ground, motionless, with no trace of life left. It was clearly dead beyond any doubt. No one cheered, nor did anyone celebrate. Everyone seemed still shaken from the earlier terror. No one dared to believe that an adult 3-star rock python had died at their hands just like that. Suddenly, Shen Bin thought of something and rushed towards Yu Lao San's position. He saw that Yu Lao San's entire body was twisted like a pretzel, with ribs and calf bones piercing through the skin, exposed to the air. Blood and foam continuously bubbled out from his mouth and nose. Although he had not yet breathed his last, he could not hold on much longer. The force of the rock python's strike was at least several tens of thousands of pounds. Not to mention a human, even a 2-star beast could not withstand a single blow. Shen Bin knelt down in front of Yu Lao San, wanting to hear his last words. But after listening for a long time, all he could hear was the bubbling sound, nothing else was clear. At this moment, Pan Yan also approached. He took a dagger from his pocket and said calmly, "Let's give him a quick end." Both of them were accustomed to life and death, knowing that when a person was injured to this extent, every second alive was a torment. The sharp dagger pierced directly through the temple, taking away Yu Lao San's sinful life in just half a second. Meanwhile, Ding Cheng had already walked up to the rock python, using the dagger to cut through the hard shell at the back of its head. At this point, since the rock python was dead, the stones that had clung to its body had all fallen off. Even so, the shell on its body was not so easy to cut through. After much effort, Ding Cheng finally pulled out a walnut-sized crystal core from the back of the rock python beast's head. The earthy yellow crystal core emitted a faint yellow light, looking dreamlike and ethereal. Ding Cheng excitedly raised the crystal core in his hand and shouted, "3-star crystal core. Look, it's a 3-star crystal core." Everyone was immediately drawn over, eagerly playing with it. This was a 3-star crystal core. In the past, one would have to kill countless 3-star exotic beasts to obtain such a small piece. The wealth that a single 3-star crystal core could exchange for was enough to ensure a life of luxury. In any city-state, Guan Shen did not look at the crystal core but instead approached the belly of the rock python, channeling his true energy into the dagger as he sliced through the swollen abdomen. The moment the rock python's belly was cut open, various intestines, stomachs, and organs spilled out. Guanchen sliced open its stomach, and the dam rises 1,000 meters, almost level with the sheer cliffs on either side. The reinforced concrete dam is densely covered with various square holes. The raging new river is violently cut off here by the dam. On this side of the dam, a reservoir over 10 kilometers wide and hundreds of meters deep has formed. At this moment, Guanchen finally understands what Ding Qing just said. No wonder the refugees dare not cross the water. It is no different from suicide. Using the dam as a city wall, one wonders whose idea that was. The ability to construct such a large-scale building shows the strength of the Zijin Empire. To ascend the dam from below, there is only a narrow zigzag ladder. There is also a lift for ascending and descending. During regular guard duty, these platforms are all raised. The zigzag passage can accommodate at most 4 people side by side. Every few meters along the passage, there is a steel gate and numerous traps. It is nearly impossible for strange beasts to attack from the passage. On both sides of the reservoir, a large number of refugees have gathered. Guanchen looks around and sees that most of these people are old, weak, sick, or disabled. Either they are children who have lost their parents or elderly people who have lost their families. Even young women are quite rare. All the young and strong men have entered the city and become part of the city guards. Naturally, those young women are their preferred targets. As Guanchen and the others approach, a crowd suddenly surrounds them. Young master, please show some kindness and take my grandson with you. Even if I die, I will pray for you day and night. Young master, take my granddaughter. I have a box of jewels saved up, all for you. In the future, my granddaughter will serve you as a maid to repay your kindness. Young master, take me with you. I am a newlywed widow, still a young girl. If you take me, I am willing to serve you for a lifetime. Damn it. I'm so old, if I die, I die. But my grandson is so young, must he be devoured by strange beasts? Brother, please give us some food. My sister is about to starve. Whoa, Guan. Chen looks at the refugees before him and can only describe it in 4 words, a scene of utter misery. These people are all unable to join the army, and no one is willing to take the lonely elderly and children into the city. They do not know how long they have been waiting here, all emaciated, skin stretched over bones, with no color in their faces. Xia Guanquan and Chen Bin draw their long knives and loudly scold, which slightly scares the surrounding refugees away. Less than 100 meters away, hundreds of armored guards stand with guns. Despite the chaos here, those guards remain unmoved, clearly not considering these refugees as human beings. As a modern person, Guan Chen finds it hard to accept such a tragedy. However, as a refugee himself, he has no ability to do anything for these people. He can only silently take out pieces of jerky and distribute them to the elderly and children. The others in the group also show expressions of compassion. Seeing these refugees is like seeing the plight of their own scattered relatives. Everyone takes out their excess food to share with the refugees. But there are simply too many refugees here. How could their little bit of food be enough? In just a short while, the food in several people's hands is completely divided up. Once the food is gone, Pan Yan silently walks towards a high platform ahead. There, a large yellow notice is posted, and several officers are leisurely sitting at a table, drinking tea. Ding Qing pats Guan Chen on the shoulder and pulls him away from the crowd of refugees. The members of the hunting team exchanged glances, and finally, Pan Yan took the lead in removing his weapons and placing them in one spot, leaving the woman to guard these items. The few of them then walked up to the platform to undergo a search by the guards. After the inspection, they lined up to ascend the high platform. A military officer in his 40s disdainfully glanced at them and asked, "Name, age, place of origin, do you have any martial skills?" Pan Yan stood at the front of the line and replied. Pan Yan, 38 years old, from Jiulong City, a transcendent level ability user. The officer slammed his hand on the table and angrily shouted, "I asked if you have martial skills, not whether you're an ability user." A mere second-level ability user really thinks he's something special. Pan Yan, wearing sunglasses, concealed his expression. However, the members of the hunting team behind him clenched their fists in anger. After a moment of silence, Pan Yan continued, "I can use some knives and swords, but I'm not very proficient." A cold smile appeared on the officer's face. "So you can't really do it. The army is not a guild. Your ability user tricks won't be of any use here. Since you can't fight, go work in the logistics department. Chen Chong, register him. A low-ranking soldier, assign him to the logistics department." After the officer finished speaking, he tossed 3 copper tokens to Pan Yan as if he were throwing away trash. He waved his hand impatiently, signaling him to step down. These 3 copper tokens were tokens of entry to Tianshui Pass. Only those holding the tokens could pass through the passage and enter Tianshui Pass. Pan Yan silently accepted the tokens and turned to walk down the platform. Following Pan Yan was Xie Guanquan. Before the officer could speak, he proactively said, "Xie Guanquan, 40 years old, from Jiulong City, a top-tier body cultivator." Upon hearing that Xie Guanquan was a top-tier body cultivator, the officer's expression noticeably softened. "How much can you lift? Do you have a preferred weapon?" Xie Guanquan scratched his head and smiled. 1,500 pounds. I'm good at hunting and tracking, and I know a few simple knife techniques. The officer became interested upon hearing Sieg Wankuan claim he could lift 1,500 pounds. He shouted to a nearby guard, "Come here, bring me that purple gold phoenix spear. I want to see if you really have the strength of 1,000 pounds. Two guards carried a metallic spear up to the platform. The spear was 4 meters long and 2 inches thick. The silver spearhead glimmered with a cold light. The middle of the spear was entirely gold, made of an unknown metal. The part near the spear tail was adorned with 3 colors of tassels wrapped around the spear, in 3 circular rings. From the inside out, they were green, orange, and red. The middle-aged officer pointed at the spear on the ground and said to Sieg Wankuan, "This spear is called the Purple Gold Phoenix Wing Spear. It is 4 meters long and weighs 260 pounds. If you can hold the spear with one hand and lift it horizontally, you pass the assessment. If you grab the blue-white circular ring and lift the spear horizontally, that's 1,000 pounds. If you grab the orange ring and lift the spear horizontally, that's 1,500 pounds. As for the red ring, no one can lift it unless they are a natural-born strongman. Come on, give it a try." Guan Shen had heard before that there was a type of spear in the army used to measure soldiers' strength, but this was the first time he had seen it in person. Although this method might not yield very accurate data, it was sufficient for a place like the army. Sieg Wankuan rolled up his sleeves, approached the spear, and grabbed the orange ring with one hand. He gathered his energy, rooted his feet in a horse stance, exhaled, and suddenly exerted his strength. Ha! The golden spear was steadily lifted into the air by him. Good! The middle-aged officer couldn't help but cheer. The soldiers nearby couldn't help but cast approving glances. In this world where strength reigns supreme, martial power is the greatest passport. How about trying the red ring? Don't be fooled by the fact that there's only a hand's width difference between the 2 rings. The required strength is more than double. The red ring is located at the very end of the gun's handle. It is less than a palm's width. Grasping it and trying to lift the spear horizontally requires at least 3,000 pounds of strength, which is simply impossible without it. At this moment, Sieg Wankuan was full of confidence. He firmly gripped the end of the spear, exhaled, and suddenly exerted force. However, despite his flushed face from straining, the silver spear tip remained completely still. Sieg Wankuan, not willing to accept defeat, tried several more times, but the result was always the same. The middle-aged officer, seeing this, smiled and comforted him. 1,500 pounds of force is already quite good. Sieg Wankuan, right? You should go join the Mo Dao team as a private. After saying this, the officer took out 3 copper tokens and handed them to Sieg Wankuan. Once the officer finished speaking, whispers immediately arose among the surrounding guards. He actually became a private right off the bat. It seems Lieutenant Liu really values this bald guy. With Lieutenant Liu backing him, this person is likely to thrive in the future. The military ranks of the Purple Gold Empire are divided into 9 grades and 18 ranks. New recruits, upon entering, are almost always privates. After spending enough time in the army, usually 6 months to a year, they automatically get promoted to regular soldiers. Privates and regular soldiers are the most basic level of troops, with no ranks to speak of. They must salute everyone they meet. In simple terms, they are somewhat like new recruits during military training who can only serve as cannon fodder on the battlefield. Above regular soldiers is the rank of private first class. Although they also lack a rank, they can manage a squad of new recruits. It's somewhat similar to non-commissioned officers in the military. For Sieg Wankuan to become a private right away is equivalent to a new recruit becoming a non-commissioned officer upon enlistment. If there isn't some story behind it, who would believe it? Sieg Wankuan happily accepted the copper tokens and walked off the stage, and next, it was Chen Bin's turn. Name, age, place of origin, do you have any martial skills? Chen Bin, 32, from Jiulong City, mid-level body refinement. Skilled in using knives and spears. Guan Chen stood silently behind Ding Qing, watching the test in front of him. He quietly asked Ding Qing, "Why does Lieutenant Liu have a bias against ability users?" Ding Qing sighed and replied, "It's not that he has a bias against ability users, it's that all armies in the world have a bias against them." Guan Chen frowned, unable to understand. If a real fight broke out, even 5 Sieg Wankuans wouldn't be a match for the captain. After all, he is a second-level ability user. Why is he so unwelcome in the army? Seeing that Guan Chen still didn't understand, Ding Qing smiled and said, "Our ability users have all sorts of strange powers. Out of 100 people, you can't find a pair with the same ability. But the army fights differently. What they need is unity in advance and retreat, with orders to be followed. In places like this, they would prefer all soldiers to be cut from the same mold. How could they welcome ability users with such vast differences? Moreover, before ability users appeared, the armies of various countries were already controlled by martial artists. Almost all the high-ranking officials in the military come from martial backgrounds. How could these people allow ability users to encroach on their territory?" Once Ding Qing explained this, Guan Chen instantly understood. He couldn't help but secretly lament that no matter where one goes, the world of martial arts is inevitably filled with intrigue and human relationships. So, Do ability users willingly accept being suppressed like this? I've heard that among them there are quite a few formidable ones. Ding Qing glanced at Guan Shen, dismissively saying, "How long have we been around? Can we compare with martial artists? However, it's not as dire for ability users as you say. We also have our own areas of expertise. Take the Bounty Guild, the Assassin Alliance, and the Weapon Refining Association, all of which are the domain of us ability users. Even within the military, there are some special positions that can only be held by us ability users." After listening, Guan Shen couldn't help but instinctively say, "Oh? Tell me more." Before Ding Qing could respond, it was his turn to step forward for the assessment. Ding Qing, 19 years old, from Yating City, skilled in reconnaissance and assault. The middle-aged officer immediately showed interest upon hearing this. Yating City? Hee, that's over 10,000 kilometers away. You say you want to be a scout. What skills do you have? Show me. As soon as the officer finished speaking, Ding Qing instantly vanished from the platform. Including the middle-aged officer, everyone looked around in confusion, searching for Ding Qing's figure. The lieutenant. Lu even touched the spot where Ding Qing had been standing, finding it completely empty, which made him believe his own eyes. "You are an ability user? What kind of ability is this?" Lieutenant Lu shouted loudly to those around him. A shadow slowly emerged from behind a soldier, softly saying, "Conceal." Lieutenant Lu looked at Ding Qing, who was walking over, as if he had found a treasure, repeatedly exclaiming, "Good, good, good. Ding Qing, right? From today on, you are a member of the Scout Division. I can make the decision to grant you the rank of Sergeant." Ding Qing did not show much joy on his face, as if everything was within his expectations. He slightly cupped his fists in salute to Lieutenant Lu and took the copper token before stepping down from the platform. Lieutenant Lu, feeling pleased to have gained a capable subordinate, smiled and asked Guan Shen, "What about you? Name, age, origin, and any specialties?" Guan Shen stepped forward, cupping his fist slightly as he said, "Guan Shen, 17 years old. From Jiulong City. A Stone Realm warrior, skilled in archery." As soon as Guan Shen finished speaking, gasps of surprise echoed around him. "What? A Stone Realm warrior at 17? This kid must be bragging." To cultivate true energy at this age, ordinary people can only dream of it, except for those from prestigious families. Could this be some young master who has come out? The soldiers around were discussing, while Lieutenant Lu furrowed his brows in thought. Tianchuwei Pass is less than 500 miles from Jiulong City. Having guarded Tianchuwei Pass for so many years, he had some understanding of the forces in Jiulong City. Hadn't the children of those great families already fled the pass long ago? How could there be another young master with the surname Guan? He hadn't heard of any family in Jiulong City with the surname Guan. "Who is your master? Who are your elders at home?" Guan Shen was taken aback by the question. He thought, "I was just conscripted, and now you're checking my household registration? Self-taught. My father is Guan Shanyue." Who is Guan Shanyue? Lieutenant Lu had never heard of him. He looked at Guan Shen suspiciously and pointed to the large spear on the ground, saying, "Try this spear." Guan Shen walked 2 steps to the spear, grasping the red area with one hand. Without gathering strength or channeling energy, he effortlessly lifted the spear. Instantly, gasps of admiration erupted around him, and the soldiers looked at Guan Shen with awe. Strength that can move mountains and rivers. What a talented young man. "Guan Shen, you say you are skilled in archery. Can you demonstrate?" "How should I demonstrate?" Lieutenant Lu ordered someone to bring an iron bow and pointed to a bird's nest on the cliff, saying, "That bird's nest is about 100 feet away. Can you hit it with one arrow?" Following Lieutenant Lu's finger, Guan Shen saw a protruding rock halfway up the cliff where there indeed was a bird's nest. At that moment, 2 rock sparrows had just landed in the nest, hiding their figures. Guan Shen took 3 arrows, smiled slightly, and said, "Shooting a bird's nest is meaningless. Watch me shoot down those 2 rock sparrows." Without waiting for the lieutenant's response, he raised his hand and shot an arrow. "Lieutenant." Lu frowned and looked towards the edge of the cliff. He had indeed seen 2 rock sparrows land in their nest just moments ago. He had thought that Guan Shen would wait for the sparrows to leave the nest, but he didn't expect the opponent to shoot arrows directly. With a buzzing sound, the arrow accurately struck the nest, and the tremendous force caused the branches of the nest to shake violently. Startled, the 2 rock sparrows flapped their wings and flew out of the nest. However, before they could fly far, there were 2 swift sounds, and they were directly shot into 2 clouds of blood mist by arrows coming from behind. What excellent archery! Truly, heroes emerge from the youth. Guan Shen, listen well. Our Tianchuwei army has a clear regulation. As long as the recruits are not from the Royal Martial Academy, they cannot hold a rank higher than sergeant. Today, I will grant you the rank of sergeant. You may report to the combat department, and I will fully report your skills to the military commander. Saying this, Lieutenant Lu took out 3 copper tokens and solemnly handed them to Guan Shen. Guan Shen slightly bowed and took the copper tokens, then walked down from the platform. Once he reached the ground, no matter where he went, the eyes around him were filled with awe. Meng Yang and Meng Ling naturally witnessed Guan Shen's performance on the platform. Seeing Guan Shen display his prowess, the two were thrilled. At The critical moment, Mei Yang's delicate neck flushed with excitement, her chest rising and falling irregularly. Even Meng Ling was so frightened that she dared not breathe. When they saw Guan Chen shoot the rock sparrows, the two nearly jumped for joy. Since ancient times, beautiful women have loved heroes. What woman wouldn't want the man she chooses to be a top hero in the world? As a weak woman, Mei Yang could not escape this norm. As Guan Chen approached, she shyly nestled into his embrace, gently pressing her cheek against his chest. Meng Ling also wanted to give Guan Chen a hug, but thinking of her own identity, she held back. This is a copper token. With it, you can enter the city without obstruction. Mei Yang, the children here are too pitiful. Choose one to take into the city. After saying this, Guan Chen took out the copper token and handed it to Mei Yang. He understood his own character. He might have the courage to face life and death, but when it came to these children, deciding who to choose or not choose, he truly couldn't muster the courage to make a decision. At that moment, Pan Yan, who was nearby, poured cold water on him. Even if you take these children inside, they won't survive on their own. Once we enter the city, we will immediately report to the army. Do you think these women and children can survive by themselves? Hearing this, Guan Chen frowned. Are we just going to leave them here to wait for death? Once inside, even begging might give them a chance to live, right? Pan Yan was too lazy to argue with Guan Chen and instead extended his hand to him. If you trust me, hand the copper token to me. As the saying goes, help others to the end and save the Buddha to the west. Since we don't have the ability to take care of these children, it's better to give the copper token to those who are with children. With them around, these children will have a better chance of survival. Guan Chen was taken aback by these words. He couldn't help but feel that, in terms of rationality, he truly couldn't compare to Pan Yan. He handed the extra copper token to Pan Yan, along with the 3 he already had. Ding Qing contributed 1, and Xiag Wankuan contributed 1 as well. The 2 extra tokens in Chen Bin's hands were given to the widow of Yu Laosan. Although she was called a widow, she was actually just a woman Yu Laosan had slept with. However, since everyone had traveled together for a while, no one felt comfortable leaving her. Outside the city. Soon, Pan Yan led 3 adults and 3 children back to the group. Among the 3 adults were 2 middle-aged women and a strong aunt. The 3 children were all their own kids. After seeing the choices Pan Yan made, Guan Chen gained a deeper understanding of the saying, help others to the end. Compared to those weak and disabled refugees, this trio clearly had a better chance of survival. These adults and children were immensely grateful to the members of the hunting team. Pan Yan coldly told them that after passing the checkpoint, whether they could survive depended on themselves. Once everyone finished packing their belongings, they headed towards the nearby passage. The soldiers stationed by the passage had already received the information brought by Lieutenant Liu. After verifying a few people's copper tokens, they opened the steel door behind them and let a few people through. The passage, over 1,000 meters high, was particularly intimidating to walk through. The staircase, more than 2 meters wide, was right next to a 1,000-meter deep abyss. Those afraid of heights would be so frightened by just a glance that they couldn't move their legs. Fortunately, there was a half-person high railing beside them, otherwise, those children might not have been able to climb up at all. Upon reaching the top of the dam, it was far more magnificent than Guan Chen had imagined. At a glance, it resembled a vast square, over 1,000 meters wide and 10 kilometers long. The dam was filled with various large and small city defense weapons. Every 10 meters, there was a battlement on the city wall, with giant crossbows, cannons, and anti-aircraft machine guns neatly arranged behind them. Tens of thousands of soldiers stood in formation beside the equipment, ready to engage in battle at any moment. In the center of the dam, dozens of railway tracks were lined up in a row. Trains transporting supplies could deliver materials to the combat personnel at any time. On the inner side of the dam, there were several 3-story buildings. Besides the command center for operations, the logistics support department was also located here. While everyone was staring blankly at the square, a team of inspectors in orange armor approached. Move, move, move. Don't just stand there, they shouted while pushing everyone towards the inner side of the dam. As they crossed the 1,000-meter wide square, Guan Chen was stunned the moment he saw the inner side of the dam. On both sides of the new river, the originally rugged riverbank had been transformed into a straight river channel. The riverbanks, made of concrete and steel, tightly contained the rushing new river. Rows of barracks were built along both sides of the riverbank. There were straight roads, well-maintained training grounds, parks of various sizes, and shops lining the streets, making it look like a riverside town. Just a wall apart, on one side was a hell on earth, while on the other side was a scene of peace and prosperity. Guan Chen couldn't help but mutter to himself, the infrastructure capabilities of the Purple Gold Empire are astonishing. This massive project is almost on par with the Three Gorges Dam. Zhoulong City also had city defense structures. However, compared to here, the city walls there were like mud, not even on the same level. Guan Chen thought that what he saw before him was already the limit. But when he entered the interior of the dam, it completely overturned his understanding. Yes, this dam was not solid. Instead, it was layered like a building. Except for the center of the dam, where a huge hydroelectric generator was located, the rest of the space had been turned into train tracks and ammunition storage warehouses. Those densely packed square holes he had seen outside actually housed heavy machine guns. Although these things were not very effective against high-level exotic beasts, they were more than sufficient for beasts below 4 stars. Guan Chen and the others took the elevator down to the bottom of the dam. There, a group of soldiers was already waiting. A lieutenant in blue armor took out a list and said to the crowd, "Those whose names I read, come with me to report to the military camp. The rest of the relatives, get on the vehicle, we will take them outside the military zone." The separation came so suddenly. Mei Yang hadn't expected that just a second ago she was holding her man's hand, and the next second they would have to part. Tears welled up in her eyes as she tightly grasped Guan Chen's hand, repeatedly saying, "I will wait for you outside. If you don't come out, I will wait for you a lifetime." Guan Chen, unable to indulge in sentimental feelings, secretly took out 2 crystal cores and stuffed them into Mei Yang's pocket. "Listen to me, you find a place to settle down first. I've put those 2 crystal cores in your pocket. If you're short on money, just take them out and exchange them. Remember, this large crystal core is very precious, don't show it to others easily." After Guan Chen finished speaking, he heard the officer call his name. He hugged Mei Yang and gave her a passionate kiss, reluctantly raising his hand as he walked out of the crowd. Soon, a bus took all the relatives away. The officer saw that these new recruits were acting as if they were parting for life and death and couldn't help but advise, "You have 1 day off each week. You can go to the living area to see them then. As long as you earn 100 military merit points, you can leave the military at any time. If you achieve great merit and are promoted to a lieutenant, you can bring your wife to the military compound. By then, not only can your family live here, but you won't even have to worry about your children's future." After saying this, the officer gave a few of them an encouraging smile and turned to board another bus. Guan Chen didn't expect that the army of the Purple Gold Empire would be so humane, even allowing officers' families to accompany them. This was much more open than those feudal dynasties. It seemed that he still knew too little about this world, and there were many unknowns waiting for him to discover. The bus slowly drove out of the dam and onto the road. Guan Chen looked at the neatly arranged buildings on both sides of the street and the rows of greenery planted by the roadside, thinking he had returned to Earth. Soon, the bus stopped in a military camp courtyard. After the officer took a few people into a building to register, he turned and left. Only Guan Chen and the others were left standing there in a daze. After a while, several officers in training uniforms arrived in the hall. After handing over to the front desk, a young officer walked straight up to Guan Chen with the supplies he had brought. This man was 6 feet tall, with dark skin and a strong build. He didn't waste time with Guan Chen and got straight to the point. "You are Guan Chen? My name is Zheng Hu, the captain of the 5th squad of the operations department. From now on, you are my soldier. Have your family settled in? Do you need me to send them some money? I don't want my soldier to be worried about his family's safety while fighting." Just a few short sentences instantly made Guan Chen feel a great fondness for him. Guan Chen, a bit embarrassed, rubbed his hands and said, "Captain Zhang, thank you so much. My wife is new here and doesn't have any local currency. I was worried about how she would manage." Zheng Hu impatiently waved his hand to interrupt. "Don't give me that nonsense. What's her name? How old is she? I'll make a call and have someone send the money over. Remember, this money is a loan from me. You have to pay it back when you get your salary." Guan Chen was taken aback. He didn't expect that being a soldier here would come with a salary. After hearing Guan Chen's confusion, Zheng Hu laughed and mocked. "Do you think the Purple Gold Empire is some savage place like Nine Dragon City? Of course, you get paid for joining the army. Otherwise, who would be willing to leave their wife and children for a place like this? Private earns 3,000 a month, corporal 4,000, sergeant 5,000, lieutenant earns 10,000 a month, and captain 15,000. In short, the higher your rank, the higher your salary. You're getting 5,000 a month now, which is enough to support a family." Guan Chen was very happy after hearing this and smiled as he told Zhang Hu Mei Yang's name, age, and appearance. Zheng Hu made a call at the front desk and quickly took care of the matter. Then Zheng Hu put on a serious face and said to Guan Chen, "I've taken care of everything that needs to be done. If you don't train well, don't blame me for being ruthless. Let's go. Follow me back to the camp." After saying this, he directly threw the bags in his hands to Guan Chen and turned to walk out the door. Guan Chen took the items and hurriedly followed behind. The camp of the 5th Brigade was not far from here. After walking for more than 10 minutes with Zheng Hu, Guan Chen arrived at the 5th Brigade's camp. Along the way, Zheng Hu continuously introduced the situation in the camp to Guan Chen, giving him a deeper understanding of the place. The entire Tianshui Pass was garrisoned with 100,000 troops. Among these 100,000, combat personnel accounted for less than half. The rest were mainly from the logistics and engineering departments. There were also various other departments, like administrative officers, special operations units, reconnaissance teams, the technology department, and the flight brigade, all scattered around. The highest commander of Tianshui Pass was the renowned General Chaosun of the Zijin Empire, a third-rank military officer. The second in command was the supervising official sent by the court, Dr. Wu Luguang, a third-rank civil officer. These big figures were far removed from Guan Chen, and he usually had no contact with them. Knowing their names was enough. The entire garrison at Tianshui Pass was administratively divided into 9 divisions, each with 5 to 9 battalions. Except for the 1st to 5th divisions, which were not combat units, the remaining 4 divisions all belonged to the combat department. The 5th Brigade, where Zhang Hu was stationed, belonged to the 7th Division, 4th Battalion. The highest commander of the 5th Brigade was named Nan Xingfeng, an 8th-rank Xuanjie officer. There were 13 small teams within the 5th Brigade. Zhang Hu was the captain of the 3rd small team. Despite being just a small team leader, he was a real officer, having risen from a 9th-rank Renyang deputy officer. Guan Chen followed Zhang Hu into a large courtyard, passing through rows of barracks, and arrived at the training ground behind. At that moment, hundreds of figures were energetically training on the field. Some were running in formation, some were practicing boxing and swordplay, and others were lifting weights and handling firearms. Guan Chen even saw dozens of people wrestling in an open area. Zhang Hu led Guan Chen straight to the training ground, and, before they got close, a young man ran up to him, saluted, and reported, "Report, Captain. All members of the 3rd small team are training. Should we assemble?" "Assemble." With Zhang Hu's command, the young man immediately shouted loudly to the training ground, "3rd small team, assemble." In an instant, a dozen figures rushed over and stood in 2 rows in front of Zhang Hu. Guan Chen roughly counted, including the young man, there were exactly 19 people. Zhang Hu didn't hesitate and directly pointed at Guan Chen to introduce him to everyone. "Let me introduce you all to this young brother, named Guan Chen. From now on, he will be a member of our 3rd small team. Let's give him a warm welcome." As soon as he finished speaking, applause erupted. "He Guanji, isn't your 2nd class still lacking a class leader? From now on, Guan Chen will be your class leader." Just as Zhang Hu finished speaking, a burly man stepped out of the line, unwilling to accept it, and said, "Captain Zhang, I don't accept this." "Why should a newcomer be the class leader right away? Brothers of the 2nd class, do you accept this?" "We don't accept it." As soon as the burly man's words fell, 4 or 5 voices echoed in agreement. Guan Chen was taken aback. What was going on? He didn't want to be a class leader. But before he could speak, he saw Zhang Hu reveal a triumphant expression. "Whoever doesn't accept it, come out and spar a bit. Let me remind you. Don't be fooled by his young age, he is a strong warrior at the rock-solid level." As soon as Zhang Hu's words fell, a commotion erupted in the ranks. "This kid can be a rock-solid warrior? I don't believe it's he can be a class leader right away. He must have connections, a noble's son. What rock-solid level, just bragging." The burly man at the front of the line glared at Guan Chen and said fiercely, "If we're going to spar, let's do it. I, Lao He, have never been afraid of anyone." Seeing that Zhang Hu was about to roast him over a fire, Guan Chen hurriedly explained, "Captain Zhang, I think you should choose someone else. I'm new here and don't understand anything, so I won't take on this squad leader position." Upon seeing Guan Chen back down, laughter erupted from the team. "I thought he was someone important, but turns out he's just a coward. I told you, these noble scions are nothing without their ancestors' protection." "Heh, is that all?" The burly man also showed a disdainful smile at Guan Chen. "In the military, there are no convoluted paths. No matter your family background, whoever is strong, everyone listens to them. Whoever is ruthless, everyone fears them. For those spineless weaklings, no one will ever look at you properly." Zhang Hu, who had been smiling, instantly exploded with rage upon hearing Guan Chen's words. "Damn! Do you think the army is your wife's home? You can come and go as you please? This is an order. Do you understand what an order is? Go, make them submit. If you can't make them submit, go back to where you came from. Our 5th squad does not raise waste." After Zhang Hu finished speaking, he coldly stood aside, watching Guan Chen. The atmosphere was such that if Guan Chen dared to say even a word of refusal, he would be sent away immediately. Guan Chen, who had initially wanted to keep a low profile and avoid trouble, felt the fire in his heart ignite. He threw his belongings to the ground and pointed at the group, asking, "Are you all coming at me one by one, or all together?" With that one sentence, the atmosphere in the room reached a peak. The soldiers who were training nearby couldn't help but gather around upon hearing the commotion. Zhang Hu did not stop it. Instead, he allowed everything to unfold. The moment he received Guan Chen, he had already made up his mind. A warrior of the rock-solid realm, and such a young lad at that. He would be treasured anywhere. He wanted everyone in the 5th squad to see who the real ace of the 5th squad was. He Guangji, seeing Guan Chen so arrogant, directly glared and stepped forward. "I can take you down by myself. Come on, I'll let you strike first." After saying that, he patted his chest hard, signaling Guan Chen to come at him. Guan Chen glanced at Zhang Hu and coldly asked, "I might not hold back. If I hurt you, you can't blame me." Zhang Hu smiled and waved his hand, signaling everyone to clear a space. "Don't worry, as long as you have breath left, this won't fall on you." As soon as Zhang Hu's words fell, Guan Chen's palm struck He Guangji's chest. With a loud bang, a figure flew out, knocking down several onlookers. Guan Chen's strike was the most powerful move from the 7 palms. The fierce tiger pushes the mountain. Although he didn't use true energy, with all his strength, this palm carried a force of no less than 3,000 pounds. With He Guangji's upper-level bodybuilding cultivation, he simply couldn't withstand this blow. He Guangji's chest caved in, and he began to spit out black blood. After struggling a few times, he couldn't get up from the ground. In a fit of anger, he fainted. The once lively crowd instantly fell silent. No one expected Guan Chen's strike to be so fierce, knocking He Guangji down with a single palm. Zheng Hu quickly called over a few soldiers to carry He Guangji to the medical room. Although the injury was severe, it was nothing in the military. The military has a very powerful medical team and highly advanced medical methods. There are even healing-type superpowers. Don't mention this minor injury. As long as you have breath left, there's a way to save you. After He Guangji was taken away, Guan Chen turned his gaze to the people around him. Unable to distinguish who was from the third squad, he shouted to everyone, "Whoever is unconvinced, come at me. I'll take them all." Guan Chen's words ignited the powder keg completely. Following that, one after another, 7 or 8 challengers were all knocked down by Guan Chen with a single palm strike. As the fights continued, the second class couldn't even get in line anymore. It was all members from other teams challenging him. It wasn't that Guan Chen was strong, it was that the probing technique was too powerful. In close combat like this, as long as Guan Chen activated the probing technique, every move of his opponent appeared to him in slow motion, making it impossible for them to touch him even slightly. The commotion grew louder, attracting not only everyone from the playground but also other team leaders from the camp. Outside the crowd, the leaders of 8 teams stood together, chatting animatedly. Whose subordinate is this? So fierce. Damn, I'm itching to join in. Don't be fooled by this kid's few moves. His reactions are incredibly fast. Who else could it be? Didn't you see how Zheng Hu's mouth is grinning? Is this Zheng Depeo's soldier? Good job, Depeo, you've got a gem here. This is the 9th one, all taken down with a single palm. If those tough guys don't show up, no one can handle him. You're exaggerating. We have hundreds of soldiers in the 5th team, we could wear him down. What good is having many people? Those weaklings would just be giving themselves away. 10 already. Doesn't this kid get tired? Zheng Hu laughed wildly, his expression filled with unspeakable pride. A good horse deserves a good saddle. Such a fierce soldier can only be trained well by me. Zheng Hu, praise you a couple of times. And you get all cocky. No way, I can't stand this guy anymore. Zhang Chang, call your team member Chu Feng over. Outside the crowd, a captain who hadn't said much raised the corner of his mouth slightly at these words. Chu Feng won't compete with such a rookie. He's not worthy of Chu Feng's effort. Hearing this, Zheng Hu instantly exploded with rage. He and Zhang Chang were from the same batch of soldiers, both rookies in the 5th team back then. They had been secretly competing for years without a clear winner. Later, they both became team leaders, and Zhang Chang recruited Chu Feng, who always overshadowed Zhang Hu in the team competitions. Now that a fierce fighter had come to his team, if he didn't take a jab at Zhang Chang's pride, how could Zheng Hu swallow this anger? Whether he's worthy or not is decided by fists. Zhang Chang, you're not backing down, are you? Zhang Chang remained unmoved, a hint of disdain still on his lips. Humph. Chu Feng isn't that free, he doesn't have time to play with kids. The captain assigned him a special mission, and he won't return to the team until next week. If you're not convinced, send this kid to participate in next month's grand competition. With his mediocre skills, he won't even get a chance to touch Chu Feng. After saying this, Zhang Chang didn't even glance at Zheng Hu and turned to walk towards the barracks. Zheng Hu was so angry his teeth itched, but he had no way to retaliate. Only able to watch as Zhang Chang walked away. On Guan Chen's side, he had already knocked down 16 challengers in a row. Many people around were cheering, but very few dared to step up and spar. 3,000 pounds of palm strength was no joke. Didn't they see that none of those who fell could get back up? Seeing that no one dared to step forward, Guan Chen pushed through the crowd and walked out. Zheng Hu picked up the bedding on the ground and handed it to Guan Chen. Alright, kid, I didn't misjudge you. Come on, I'll take you to the barracks. The crowd that had gathered on the playground began to disperse, as the main character had left. However, after this battle, Guan Chen's reputation was completely established in the 5th team. The dormitory of the 3rd team was located in a 2-story small building. The entire 3rd team had 4 classes, each with its own dormitory. Zheng Hu led Guan Chen into an empty dormitory. Inside, there were 5 beds and a row of cabinets, with nothing extra at all. Zheng Hu opened the front cabinet, which was neatly stocked with toothbrushes, toothpaste, soap, a wash basin, and slippers. This cabinet is yours. Everything inside is new. As the class leader of Class 2, you need to manage the hygiene and discipline of the class well. Every morning at 6, we gather for morning exercises, breakfast at 8, attendance at 8:30, lunch at 11, and afternoon training at 2. Dinner is at 6 in the evening. Lights out is at 9. Our attendance schedule in the combat department is fixed. Generally, we have morning attendance on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and afternoon training. Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays are for morning training and afternoon attendance. Before each attendance and before going to bed, you must take roll call. If anyone is absent, you need to report it to me immediately. Zheng Hu carefully explained the rules here, and Guanchen felt overwhelmed after listening. He really didn't want to be this class leader. The power wasn't much, but there were a lot of trivial matters. However, judging by Zheng Hu's tone, it was clear he wasn't going to let him off the hook. Guanchen looked at the empty dormitory and asked in confusion, "What about the others in the class?" Zheng Hu grinned and patted Guanchen on the shoulder, saying, "Who told you to hit so hard? They've all been sent to the infirmary by you. I estimate it'll be at least 10 days to half a month before they can get out of bed." Guanchen was left speechless by this guy. Is this really my fault? Wasn't it you who was fanning the flames? Of course, these thoughts were only in Guanchen's mind. He would never say them out loud. The room on the far right is the washroom, and the cafeteria is that white building. Do you have any other questions? After thinking for a moment, Guanchen asked the question he was most concerned about. Before I came, I heard someone say that every soldier who joins the Tianshui Pass can receive a copy of the War God Manual. I wonder if that's true or not. The War God Manual is one of the widely circulated cultivation methods within the army of the Zijin Empire. It is said that this manual was originally granted by the royal family of the Zijin Empire to military generals. Later, it became a necessary cultivation method for every soldier in the Zijin Empire. This manual only has the first half and can only be cultivated to the innate realm at most. However, its true energy is domineering, its power immense, and it is easy to learn, making it suitable for widespread promotion and study. Guanchen had learned this information from Ding Qing on the way here. Zheng Hu showed no surprise upon hearing this. The matter of the War God Manual was well known in the army. Many people joined the military specifically for this manual, so it was no surprise that Guanchen knew about it. Normally, new recruits have to wait a month before they are issued the War God Manual. Since you're eager for it, leave this to me and I'll help you apply for it. Zheng Hu readily agreed, and after chatting with Guanchen about some important matters to pay attention to in the army, he left leisurely. Once Zheng Hu was gone, Guanchen began to carefully observe his surroundings. The dormitory was bright and clean, tidied up very well. The cement floor was spotless, hardly showing signs of being a place where a group of rough men lived. Guanchen nodded secretly. He would be staying in this place for a long time. After the tension of the journey, he could finally put his mind at ease for a while. Next, he needed to devote all his energy to cultivating the manual. He aimed to reach the master realm in the shortest time possible. Guanchen sat cross-legged in a corner of the dormitory, regulating his breath and practicing the manual. After 2 days of frantic travel and escape, he hadn't had time to cultivate it all. This left his true energy still at 67 days. According to the host's memory, as long as the true energy in the Dantian reached half full, he could advance to the mid-level of the rock-solid realm. From his observations, the little true energy he had cultivated couldn't even fill 1,000th of the Dantian, let alone reach half full. He had no idea how long it would take to reach the mid-level of the rock-solid realm. However, no matter how difficult it was, he had to find a way to cultivate to the mid-level. This world was far more dangerous than he had imagined. Only after reaching the intermediate level can true energy be released, giving him an additional means of survival. 5 minutes for one cycle, 12 cycles in an hour. After practicing for more than 3 hours, a heart-wrenching pain surged through him, causing Guanchen to collapse to the ground in agony. Guanchen couldn't make a sound. He didn't know what was happening. He felt as if his entire body had been crushed. This pain lasted for 2 or 3 minutes, just as Guanchen was about to faint from the unbearable agony. The intense pain finally ceased. A tingling sensation spread from within him, like countless ants crawling through his veins. Just as Guanchen was in a daze, a line of white text flashed before his eyes. Host, Guanchen Realm, Rock-Solid Realm Strength, 3,230 pounds True Energy, 100 days Physique, Exceptional Body, No Attribute, Elite Level Special Physique, External Skill, Great Strength Diamond. Palm LV4 Internal Skill, Diamond Skill LV1 Skills, Basic Archery LV5, Detection Technique LV5, Diamond Skill, LV2, Entering the Hall. Current Proficiency, 1/200 Diamond Skill, Entering the Hall LV2 Meridians. Reforged, Dantian Expanded. For every cycle of True Energy, 2 days of True Energy can be added. It turned out that just now, the Diamond Skill had successfully advanced to the Entering the Hall stage. That intense pain was caused by the reforging of the Meridians. Unexpectedly, the upgrade to the second level of the Diamond Skill had such miraculous effects, it was simply unbelievable. Now, after the reforging of the Meridians, the entire network of Meridians had expanded more than twice compared to before. The originally weak Meridians had become more resilient, able to withstand even more True Energy than before. One cycle increases 2 days of True Energy. This is too abnormal. Guanchen couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing the introduction on the light screen. If LV2 of the Diamond Skill had this effect, what about LV3? LV4? At that time, running a cycle would mean a doubling of True Energy. Guanchen was so delighted that he even forgot the pain in his body. Soon, the tingling sensation disappeared, indicating that the reforging of the meridians had ended. Just as Guan Chen was about to continue his training, a bell suddenly rang outside the window. Guan Chen looked up at the clock. It was time for dinner. He got up, changed into the issued training uniform, and headed towards the cafeteria. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, a long line had already formed. Guan Chen casually joined a queue and began to observe quietly. The cafeteria was large, and the environment was similar to those big cafeterias on Earth. The main staples inside included rice and bread, along with a fragrant type of millet. Guan Chen hadn't had a warm meal in a long time, so he filled a large bowl with rice. There were many meat dishes, but the vegetables were quite scarce. Perhaps due to the high physical demands in the military, many soldiers showed little interest in vegetables and only went for the meat dishes. When it was Guan Chen's turn to get food, he heaped a large plate of vegetables onto his tray. After getting his meal, Guan Chen found a quiet corner to sit down. It had been a long time since he had rice and vegetables, and this meal tasted exceptionally sweet. Perhaps it was because he had changed into a new outfit. No one recognized him until he finished dinner. It wasn't that he was afraid of retaliation, he just didn't want to cause trouble. What was the point of fighting with these big soldiers in the camp? It was better to cultivate to the master realm as soon as possible. Then, when he went out to hunt exotic beasts, wouldn't that be even more enjoyable? Unexpectedly, as he was leaving the cafeteria, someone recognized him. Guan Chen looked at the four people blocking his path and coldly said, "Good dogs don't block the way." A burly man beside him spat on the ground in response. "Military brother, I told you, this kid is quite arrogant. You little brat, clean up your mouth. Don't think you're so impressive just because you defeated a few weaklings. Remember, there are heavens beyond the heavens and people beyond the people. Why waste words with him? Just knock him down and see if he dares to be arrogant next time." Three burly men surrounded Guan Chen, continuously provoking him with taunts. These men were clearly lackeys, good for nothing but to lead the charge. The young man standing opposite Guan Chen, however, remained silent, coldly assessing him. This young man was in his early 20s, even younger than the three burly men. He was tall and well-built, with a hint of a cold smile on his face. He looked less like a soldier and more like Chun Haonan from a Triad movie. "Kid, I don't care if you're arrogant or not, but if you dare to hurt my brother, Zhou Jun won't let you off easily. Don't say I'm bullying you, let's settle this on the playground, just the two of us." Guan Chen couldn't be bothered to respond and pushed past him, heading towards the dormitory. But before he could take 2 steps, he felt a gust of wind behind him. Instinctively, he turned his head, and a leather boot flew past his ear. The kick was swift and fierce. If Guan Chen hadn't dodged in time, he would have been seriously injured. "Not bad, your reflexes are quite quick," came the mocking voice from behind. Guan Chen's anger flared up instantly. The other party was clearly out for blood, so he wouldn't hold back any longer. Guan Chen activated his Vajra skill, surging true energy enveloping his palms. Just as he was about to strike, a loud shout suddenly rang out from nearby. "Zhou Jun, provoking and fighting in the living area again? Do you want to spend some time in confinement?" A serious-looking officer in blue armor approached. The surrounding soldiers immediately lowered their heads and dispersed in fear. Guan Chen turned to look at the newcomer. The officer was in his 40s, with a refined face and piercing eyes. His long black hair was tightly tied back, and a long beard on his chin looked particularly elegant. Captain," Zhou Jun panicked upon seeing the officer, stuttering as he spoke. "I'm punishing you with 10 days of duty, no leave, and no absences." "Yes." Zhou Jun didn't dare to utter a word in protest, saluted, and scurried away. The officer smiled at Guan Chen, stroking his beard as he asked, "What's your name?" Although Guan Chen had never seen this man before, he could guess his identity from the armor and Zhou Jun's earlier address. "Report, Captain. I am Guan Chen, squad leader of the 2nd class of the 3rd team and the 5th battalion." The officer's eyes lit up upon hearing this, nodding as he assessed Guan Chen. "So you're the new recruit that Zhang Hu brought in. Do you know that because of you, the injured in the medical room can't even find a place to stay?" Guan Chen was momentarily taken aback. He couldn't tell if the officer was scolding or praising him, so he could only brace himself and reply, "Report, Captain. I didn't control my strength well this time. I promise it won't happen again." The middle-aged officer burst into laughter. "You think there will be a next time? I'm hesitating whether to give you this book." As he spoke, the officer pulled out a manual. Guan Chen looked up and saw the 3 large characters on the cover, War God Technique. He hadn't expected that Zhang Hu would agree to help him apply for it in the afternoon, and now the captain had come to find him personally in the evening. The captain was the highest martial officer in the 5th battalion. Usually, he rarely appeared unless there were tasks to assign. Zhang Hu had happened to run into him and mentioned Guan Chen's situation, which led to this moment. Guan Chen was overjoyed and reached out to take the manual, but the captain shook it away. "Young man, don't be so anxious. I'll ask you a question, and if you answer correctly, I'll consider whether to give you this technique." Guan Chen was puzzled. Didn't everyone have access to it? Since it would be distributed sooner or later, why make it difficult for him? However, he kept such thoughts to himself and didn't voice them. Captain, please ask. The middle-aged officer stroked his beard and smiled, saying, tell me, where are they stronger than humans and where are they weaker? Guan Chen was taken aback. Did this question even need to be asked? Without hesitation, he replied, they are strong because of their powerful physiques, but they are weak because they lack human intelligence. The middle-aged officer looked at Guan Chen meaningfully, seemingly not satisfied with this answer. You have not yet qualified to learn the war god technique, so I cannot give you the method for now. Hearing the captain's response, a hint of disappointment appeared in Guan Chen's eyes. The middle-aged officer seemed to see through Guan Chen's thoughts and explained with a smile, little brother, not everyone who joins the army can obtain the war god technique. The war god technique is the foundation of the Purple Gold Empire. It will only be taught to those who are truly warriors. With that, the captain patted Guan Chen on the shoulder, leaving behind a light-hearted encouragement before turning to leave. Keep it up, young man. Guan Chen was clearly unconvinced by the captain's assessment. Am I not a warrior? You've only talked to me for a few moments and you can tell I'm not a warrior? Since you're unwilling to give me the technique, I'll have to think of other ways. When Guan Chen returned to his dormitory, he sat down alone to practice the diamond skill. Nowadays, the diamond skill only required running one cycle to gain 2 days of true energy. He needed to seize every moment to train, striving to elevate his internal power to level 3 as soon as possible. He practiced until 2 in the morning, increasing his internal strength by 120 days before finally drifting into a hazy sleep. The next morning, the wake-up call jolted him from his dreams. Guan Chen rushed to the washroom to splash some water on his face and hurried to the playground. On the playground, various teams stood in neat rows, waiting for roll call. Guan Chen stood in front of the line, confused about which team was his. This was awkward. He hadn't interacted with anyone from his team yesterday. The only person he had spoken to had ended up in the hospital. Just as he was at a loss, Zheng Hu arrived. Which leader is this? Guan Chen scratched his head in embarrassment. Captain, I can't find my team. Zheng Hu shot him a fierce glare and led him to the front of the team. Guan Chen, as the squad leader, you should remember your teammates. You deserve to be punished. You will immediately run 40 laps around the playground. If you don't finish, you won't be allowed to eat. Do you understand? Yes. Guan Chen's actions yesterday had already aroused public outrage. Zheng Hu took the opportunity to reprimand him in front of everyone, indirectly alleviating their animosity towards him. Having lived 2 lives, Guan Chen naturally understood this. He immediately saluted and ran towards the playground. The entire playground was 400 meters long and 100 meters wide, making 1 lap exactly 1,000 meters. Soldiers typically only ran about 5 laps during morning exercises. 40 laps would be a challenge even for a warrior at the rock-solid level. Guan Chen completed the first 10 laps with ease. However, after 10 laps, it was no longer so easy. By the time he reached 20 laps, all the soldiers on the playground had left, leaving him to run alone. His speed gradually slowed, although his stamina was still sufficient. His breathing became erratic and sweat began to bead on his forehead. Guan Chen had thought that with his formidable strength, running 40 kilometers would be a breeze. Unexpectedly, having only run half, his body was already struggling. He gritted his teeth and persevered through the discomfort. Zheng Hu stood at the edge of the playground, carefully observing Guan Chen's condition. As a master-level warrior, he understood a crucial principle deeply. Great strength only indicates explosive power. It does not mean your endurance is strong. For the strong, power is merely one of the basic conditions, and it may not even be a necessary one. Courage, willpower, and belief, these are the essential conditions for becoming a strong person. Among those noble and wealthy heirs, who isn't gifted and well-resourced? Yet, how many of them can truly become strong? Zheng Hu saw Guan Chen's talent and didn't want to see him fade away among the masses, which sparked his desire to cultivate him. Of course, he also had a bit of selfishness, wanting to train Guan Chen to vent his own frustrations. After 30 laps, Guan Chen felt as if his legs were filled with lead, completely numb. He gasped for breath. His sweat had already soaked through his training clothes. At this moment, his running speed was several times slower than at the beginning, relying solely on willpower to keep going. Just when he was about to give up, a voice suddenly rang in his ears. Hold on. Don't give up. Every step you take now is a step beyond yourself. Guan Chen glanced at Zheng Hu, who was running beside him. He had no strength left to speak, merely repeating mechanical movements like a puppet. A true strong person not only fears no enemy but can also conquer themselves. The path of martial arts is difficult only by continuously overcoming oneself. Can one step by step reach the pinnacle of strength? Zheng Hu's words rang like alarm bells in Guan Chen's heart, shattering his thoughts of giving up. But before he could complete another lap, a voice in his mind kept tempting him. I have an advantage, there's no need to push myself so hard. Will running 10 more laps make me a strong person? That's utter nonsense. I am the most monstrous genius in the world. How can I compare with those mediocre talents? As that voice tempted him, the little courage Guan Chen had just mustered dissipated completely. Why not just stop? After all, he had already run over 30 laps, that should be enough. As this thought emerged, Guan Shen's pace slowed down. Zhang Hu kept a close watch on Guan Shen's every move. It was as if he could see through Guan Shen's heart. He immediately shouted at him, "Useless thing. You can't even last 40 laps. What martial arts are you practicing? Anyone picked from the team can do more than 40 laps. With your kind of talent, you think you can apply for the War God technique? Do you even deserve it?" Zhang Hu's words completely enraged Guan Shen. The stubbornness in his heart was ignited in an instant. He gritted his teeth and continued to run 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. As he ran, Guan Shen could hardly remember how many laps he had completed. His mind felt completely empty. All thoughts of honor and the War God technique were cast aside. The only thought left in his heart was, move forward, keep moving forward. Guan Shen didn't know how long he had been running when Zhang Hu finally forced him to stop. The moment he halted, darkness enveloped his vision, and he nearly fainted. His heart raced wildly, dizziness, nausea, and a buzzing in his ears overwhelmed him. Zhang Hu shouted in his ear, urging him not to lie down but to sit up and circulate his energy. Guan Shen trembled as he struggled to rise from the ground, using all his strength to sit cross-legged. He endured the discomfort and began to circulate his King Kong technique, taking a long time to barely enter a meditative state. This time, the true energy surged more violently than usual. As the energy flowed through him, his body absorbed it like parched earth thirsting for rain. To Guan Shen's astonishment, the true energy in his dantian not only failed to increase but actually diminished. After dozens of cycles, his dantian felt empty, with not a trace of true energy left. Correspondingly, his physical body radiated new vitality, a powerful force brewing within him for rebirth. A flash of realization crossed Guan Shen's mind. So this is the true nature of martial arts. The physical body is the foundation, and true energy is the support. Refining true energy can release the power of the physical body several times over. Conversely, the true energy nourishes itself, making the physical body even stronger. This is a complete cycle. Only by comprehending this can one grow increasingly powerful on the path of martial arts, with no end in sight. When the last trace of true energy was absorbed, an unparalleled suction erupted within the dantian. There was no need for Guan Shen to meditate. The diamond skill operated automatically. In just a short while, the vanished true energy reappeared in the dantian. Not only had the true energy not diminished, but it had actually grown even stronger compared to before. At the same time, the true energy was no longer as scattered as it had been. It became more solidified. It was only at this moment that the suction within his body slowly dissipated. Without the drive of that suction, the diamond skill ceased to operate automatically. Guan Shen slowly opened his eyes. Zhang Hu, with an anxious expression, asked him, "How is it? Did you feel anything?" Guan Shen stood up and solemnly bowed to him. "Thank you, Captain, for your efforts. I have comprehended it." Zhang Hu excitedly patted Guan Shen on the shoulder, smiling like a child. One must not underestimate this step. Many strong practitioners at the rock-solid realm are unable to break through to the master realm because they are stuck at this stage. The fact that Guan Shen could comprehend it in such a short time speaks volumes about his extraordinary talent. A young man with excellent qualifications and extraordinary comprehension. As long as he can stay true to his original intention and maintain a belief in victory, he will eventually become a formidable force. Good, very good. Guan Shen, you have passed my assessment and earned the qualification to practice the Battle God technique. I hope you can go further and further on the path of martial arts. Whenever you feel like giving up, think of today. Zhang Hu solemnly took out a book of techniques from his pocket and seriously handed it to Guan Shen. Guan Shen did not expect that what he had lost yesterday would return to him so quickly. At that moment, he finally understood the meaning behind the captain's words last night. The Battle God technique is not just a technique, it is also a legacy. Only those warriors who forge ahead and never compromise are qualified to inherit it. Since everyone in the class had been admitted to the hospital, Zhang Hu did not assign Guan Shen any duties but instead allowed him to return to the dormitory to rest. As soon as Guan Shen returned to the dormitory, he eagerly took out the Battle God technique and began to browse through it. As he flipped through the manual, he gradually gained a general understanding of the Battle God technique. The Battle God technique truly deserves to be promoted throughout the army. It is incredibly comprehensive. The entire book encompasses 4 aspects: body techniques, spear techniques, internal skills, and mental techniques. It is a martial arts legacy that embodies the essence of martial arts. One can only wonder what kind of extraordinary talent the person who originally created this technique possessed to have developed such a martial art. Unfortunately, this technique only has the first half. The second half is firmly controlled by the royal family of the Purple Gold Empire. However, for Guan Shen, the first half is sufficient. What he currently needs most is undoubtedly body techniques. Although his blood and energy strength cannot be considered top-notch, it is adequate for the time being. The internal skill is supported by the diamond skill, so there is no urgent need for it at the moment. The only weakness is his body technique, which is currently his biggest vulnerability. One of the body techniques recorded in the Battle God technique is called Wind God Leg. After carefully studying it for half an hour, Guanchen finally grasped its essence. Host: Guanchen Realm, Rock Solid Realm Strength 4230 Gene True Energy 320 Days Physique, 9 Young Overlord Body, No Attribute, Rare Level. Special Physique, External Skill, Great Strength Diamond Palm LV4 Internal Skill, Diamond Skill LV2 Skills, Basic Archery LV5, Exploration Technique LV5, Wind God Leg LV1. Wind God Leg, LV1, Initial Understanding. Current Proficiency, 1 of 100 Wind God Leg, Initial Understanding LV1 moves like a rabbit, swift as a leopard. A single kick can shatter mountains and rocks. Enhances body agility, increases strength by 200 gene. At full speed, one can travel 18 miles in a moment. A wave of clear light surged through his body, and Guanchen felt significantly lighter all over. He looked at the light screen in front of him, his heart filled with astonishment. The benefits brought to Guanchen by this chi feedback far exceeded his expectations. Not only had his blood and chi power increased by 1,000 pounds, but his original physique had also evolved from a broken body to the 9-Yan Overlord body. More importantly, this experience had paved the way for his future advancement to the Master Realm. He only needed to sit down and cultivate step by step, and he would soon be able to advance to Master. Additionally, the description of the Wind God Leg caught Guanchen's attention. He couldn't help but calculate in his mind. A moment is 15 minutes, which is 900 seconds. 18 miles equals 9,000 meters. This means that if he exerted himself fully with the transforming God movement, he could run continuously at a speed of 10 meters per second for 9 kilometers. This wasn't a big deal, but when he calculated it, Guanchen was shocked. 10 meters per second was almost as fast as Bolt. The key point was that even Bolt couldn't maintain such a speed for 9 kilometers. This was just the speed of the first level of transforming God movement. If he reached a higher level, it was simply unimaginable. Moreover, the additional 200 pounds of blood and chi power was an unexpected delight. Guanchen originally wanted to strike while the iron was hot and learn the spear technique as well. Unfortunately, there were no suitable weapons nearby, so he could only find another time to practice. After mastering the Wind God Leg, Guanchen turned his attention to the mental techniques. The mental technique of the War God formula was called the Heart Sutra of No Self. With Guanchen's current martial arts realm, he couldn't fully comprehend it yet. He needed to reach the Master Realm himself before he could grasp the many mysteries within. Since he couldn't learn it for now, he set it aside. Guanchen sat cross-legged in a corner of his dormitory and began to meditate and practice. After last night's cultivation, his proficiency in the diamond skill had reached 90 points. Coupled with the 30 points of proficiency from this morning, the diamond skill was only 80 points away from advancing to level 3. Guanchen couldn't wait to see what surprises the diamond skill would bring him once it reached level 3. He practiced for the entire afternoon. By the time the dinner bell rang, Guanchen had completed over 40 circulations of qi. To his surprise, when the qi on the panel reached 360 days, it automatically transformed into a year. This made him wonder if accumulating qi for 60 years would automatically upgrade to a full cycle of 60 years. In the past, martial arts novels mentioned certain heroes in the Jianghu possessing several cycles of power, and now he had become one of them, which felt quite extraordinary. Guanchen rushed to the cafeteria to grab a few bites before hurriedly returning to his dormitory to continue his cultivation. By around midnight, his diamond skill finally broke through to the second layer, reaching level 3. Diamond skill, LV3, slightly accomplished. Current proficiency, 1/400. Diamond skill, slightly accomplished. LV3 meridians and dantian expanded by double. Every time qi circulates one cycle, it can increase 4 days of qi. Guanchen was overjoyed to see that every time he completed a cycle, his qi automatically increased by 4 days, and he jumped up in excitement. The rewards of hard work were truly extraordinary. Others cultivated qi, and who didn't have to endure day by day, except for some extremely rare physiques who could increase their qi by more than a day with each cycle. But for him, it was as if one cycle was worth 4 for others. The key was that this wasn't even his limit. Once the diamond skill reached level 5, circulating qi for one cycle would yield 16 days of qi value. Wouldn't he be able to accumulate a full cycle of internal power very quickly? Thinking of this, Guanchen was so excited that he couldn't sleep. He eagerly sat down and continued to cultivate his qi. In the following days, apart from going to the playground for training, Guanchen spent the rest of his time hiding in his dormitory practicing. The proficiency of the diamond skill was increasing at a visible rate. By the third day, the diamond skill had advanced to level 4, reaching a state of integration, and the qi within him had accumulated to over 4 years. On the morning of the 4th day, Zheng Hu arrived early at Guanchen's dormitory. Today was Sunday, and according to tradition, any soldier not on duty could take a day off to rest. Zheng Hu was worried that Guanchen might not know the way to the living area, so he came here in advance, intending to drive him there. Guanchen hadn't seen Meng Yang for a week and was quite anxious about it. So he decided to ride with Zhang Hu in his vehicle to take a look around the living area. Along the way, Zhang Hu continuously introduced the buildings they passed. This courtyard was for what purpose, and that building was used for what? Which one was the logistics department's building, and which was the patrol team's station? The camp where Guanchen was stationed was 20 kilometers away from the living area. A high wall, several dozen meters tall, separated the living area from the military zone. Soldiers wanting to leave the military zone had to go through checks by the station troops. Only with a pass issued by their squad could they leave smoothly. Fortunately, Zhang Hu had prepared in advance, otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to exit the military zone's gate. Once they left the military zone, the scenery changed dramatically. The buildings on both sides became much more chaotic. Various stalls and shops lined the streets. A stream of people flowed through the streets, with the sounds of bargaining and vendors calling out filling the air. Guanchen noticed that most of these people were elderly and women. Of course, not far away, he could also see soldiers patrolling the streets with weapons. Overall, the public order here seemed quite good. At least he didn't see any street fights or other conflicts breaking out. Guanchen was curious about where these soldiers came from. Were they sent by the military? Zhang Hu told him that when Tianshui Pass was first established, only the military zone was designed. Later, due to the frequent influx of refugees from the Fire Worship Alliance, and with many soldiers' relatives traveling long distances to visit their loved ones, this so-called living area gradually formed outside the military zone. Initially, the living area was not large, only a long strip of land a few kilometers in radius. As the number of immigrants increased, the living area continued to expand. Now, the hundreds of kilometers around Tan Yuan Gorge were all occupied by the living area. Nearly 1 million residents lived here year-round. Zhang Hu informed him that only the area close to the military zone had soldiers maintaining order. This living area was referred to as the family area. Since the residents of the Zijin Empire who came to visit their relatives lived in this area, their safety had to be ensured. As for the farther living areas, they were completely unmanaged, becoming a no man's land. This chaotic living area was called the village area. After hearing this, Guanchen furrowed his brows, unable to suppress his worries about Mei Yang's safety. After all, his little wife was so beautiful, what if she caught the attention of bad people? Seeing this, Zhang Hu quickly smiled and said, "Don't worry, the place I've arranged for your wife is definitely not in the village area." Saying this, Zhang Hu made a turn, leaving the main road and entering an old residential area. This neighborhood looked a bit like the old, run-down buildings from China in the 80s and 90s. The 6 or 7-story buildings were all tube-shaped, with each unit only about 30 to 40 square meters in size. There was little greenery or landscaping in the community. Apart from rows of trash bins, there were no other public facilities. Zhang Hu dropped Guanchen off downstairs and drove away. Since it was a reunion for the couple, he naturally wouldn't go up and be a third wheel. They agreed on a time to meet, and Zhang Hu would come back to pick him up then. Once Zhang Hu left, Guanchen walked towards the tube building in front of him. The narrow staircase and worn walls made the place look particularly old. Guanchen reached the 3rd floor and gently knocked on an iron door. Creak, the iron door opened. That familiar figure appeared before Guanchen. Mei Yang looked at the man in front of her, seemingly still in shock. She froze for a moment and her eyes suddenly turned red. Whoa whoa! Mei Yang burrowed into Guanchen's arms, sobbing like a wronged little girl. Guanchen held Mei Yang, gently placing his hand on the top of her head and softly rubbing it. Just then, a voice suddenly came from inside the room. "Mei Yang, what's wrong? Are you okay?" Fan Mangling peeked out, looking worriedly towards the door. When she saw that Guanchen had arrived, she quickly exclaimed in surprise, "I thought someone was here to cause trouble. So it turns out, Little Mountain, you're back. Mei Yang, come inside. Quickly, don't just stand at the door." Mei Yang wiped the tears from her face, took Guanchen's hand, and walked into the room. The place was small, with only one bedroom and a small living room. The kitchen and bathroom were all crammed into the living room. On the window side, there was a tiny single bed, making the already cramped living room feel even more crowded. Guanchen looked around but couldn't find a place to sit. Fan Mengqing, blushing, explained to Guanchen, "I've already written to my uncle. He will come to pick me up in a few days. I'm really sorry for causing you trouble." Guanchen smiled and waved his hand, saying, "It's fine, it's good for you to keep Mei Yang company. I'm not at ease with her living here alone." Guanchen didn't think there was anything ambiguous about this statement, but it earned him a roll of Mei Yang's eyes. "Not at ease? Are you afraid I'll steal a man?" Fan Mengling pulled out a few stools from under the bed, and the 3 of them sat on the stools to chat about recent events. From Mei Yang's description, Guanchen gathered that the 2 of them were living quite frugally. The family area had a relatively good security environment, so both rent and prices here were much higher than in the village area. The 10,000 yuan that Zhang Hu sent over was only enough for 4 months' rent. Usually, Mei Yang was reluctant to spend money. Aside from essential living items, she saved wherever she could. Guanchen asked her why she didn't sell the crystal cores. She stammered for a long time, saying she wanted to save them for Guanchen. After hearing this, Guan Shen felt both heartbroken and speechless. He told Mainyang that he earned 5,000 yuan a month, so she didn't need to be so frugal. Guan Shen then turned to Fan Mengling and talked about her uncle's situation. It turned out that Fan Mengling's father had a younger brother who had immigrated to the Golden Empire many years ago. Although she had never met this uncle, the family had always kept in touch with him through letters. This time, when she arrived in the inner region, Fan Mengling immediately wrote a letter to her uncle. Counting the days, the letter should have reached her uncle by now. If nothing unexpected happened, her uncle would come to pick her up soon. Guan Shen felt happy for her. In this chaotic world, finding one's own blood relatives to rely on was much happier than for most people. After chatting for a while, Mainyang pulled Guan Shen to the street to buy groceries. After a long separation, she wanted to buy some good food to celebrate. As soon as Guan Shen stepped outside, he asked her if she had brought the crystal cores with her. Mainyang looked around cautiously and carefully pulled out a cloth bag from her bosom. She looked so nervous, as if afraid of being seen by others. Inside the bag, 2 crystal cores, one large and one small, lay quietly. Guan Shen put the crystal cores into his pocket, took Mainyang's hand, and walked downstairs. Once they exited the community, the two began to stroll along the street. Guan Shen looked at the bustling shops along the street and couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. Although this place couldn't compare to the splendor of Jiulong City, it was countless times happier than the wilderness outside the city. They hadn't walked long when Guan Shen spotted a shop named Tianbao Pavilion. This shop occupied a small building and was decorated very luxuriously. Guan Shen led Mainyang into the store. As soon as they entered, the waitstaff on both sides hurriedly greeted them warmly. "Hello, military sir. Our Tianbao Pavilion specializes in purchasing various exotic beast materials. If you have high-quality materials, we guarantee you a satisfactory price." Guan Shen was somewhat surprised. He had thought this was a place to sell things, but the staff immediately asked if he was selling materials. "How did you know I was here to sell materials?" One of the older staff members quickly explained, "Sir, you may not know, but in our Zijin Empire, due to the lack of exotic beasts within our borders, to obtain exotic beast materials, one can only go to 2 places. One must cross the first-line sky to reach the 10,000 Beasts Forest. The other is our Tianshui Pass. The guards at Tianshui Pass have been battling exotic beasts for years, and military gentlemen often come here to sell treasures. So, when I saw you enter, I had to ask." Guan Shen did not immediately take out the crystal core. Instead, he looked at the items in the display while chatting with the staff. "What do you have for sale here?" "Sir, in addition to various spiritual treasures and magical artifacts, we can also custom-make various weapons and armor for you. Mr. Bien, a master of array patterns from the Zijin Empire, works at our headquarters." Guan Shen had seen plenty of weapons and armor. However, upon hearing about spiritual treasures and magical artifacts, his curiosity was instantly piqued. He had never even heard of such things when he was in Jiulong City. After all, compared to the wealth of the Zijin Empire, the Fire Worship Alliance could at most be considered a wildland. "Oh, then tell me, what makes your store's spiritual treasures and magical artifacts so impressive?" The staff led Guan Shen to a counter and pointed to a pair of boots in the display. "Sir, look over here. These wind-soaring boots are made from the fur of a 3rd-tier exotic beast, the wind-chasing bird, and are engraved with 3 layers of lightness array patterns. Wearing them will make you as light as a feather, allowing you to walk on waves with ease." Guan Shen's eyes lit up. If what the staff said was true, these boots were indeed a good item. "How much are these boots?" "Our store is honest, they are yours. For just 4 million. Guan Shen, 4 million? He didn't have a single coin in his pocket right now. "What is this for?" Guan Shen pointed to something on the wall that looked like a kite. "This is impressive. This treasure is called the Thunder Wing, made from the wings of a 5-star exotic beast, the Thunder Beast. It has 18 array patterns added to it, allowing a martial artist to ride the wind and be immune to lightning attacks. It is our store's treasure." "How much is this?" "This is just a replica. If you have the corpse of a 6-star royal beast, you can exchange it for this treasure in the Imperial capital." Guan Shen was speechless and couldn't help but complain in his heart, "A 6-star royal beast? You think too highly of me. That would be equivalent to a martial emperor-level powerhouse. Can you even find one in the entire Zijin Empire?" Just as Guan Shen was about to turn and leave, he suddenly noticed a wrinkled cloth bag in the display and curiously asked, "What is this?" "This treasure is called the Qian Koan bag, made from the stomach sac of a 4-star exotic beast, the Devourer. It is engraved with 6 spatial array patterns and can hold and store thousands of cubic items." Upon hearing this, Guan Shen was delighted. Wasn't this similar to a spatial ring? In terms of practicality, it would definitely rank first. He had often thought while hunting in the dense forest that it would be great if this world also had spatial storage treasures, so he wouldn't have to carry a huge bundle of arrows around all day. He didn't expect that just a few days later he would actually encounter one. "How much is this Qian Koan bag?" 10 million. "Do you have anything cheaper?" The shop assistant frowned and thought for a moment, then pointed at a row of backpacks and said, "These backpacks are all very cheap." Guan Shen was speechless. If I wanted to buy an ordinary backpack. Would I come to your store? I don't want an ordinary backpack. I want one of those space-type equipment that can hold a lot of things. The shop assistant was also taken aback. He continued to point at the backpacks and said, yes, it can hold a lot of things. Guan Chen was a bit angry. How much can it hold? Can it fit an elephant? The shop assistant nodded seriously. Yes, but it can only fit a dead elephant. A living one won't fit. Guan Chen saw that the shop assistant didn't seem to be joking and pointed at the row of black backpacks, asking, how much for one? 80,000. If you buy more, I can give you a 10% discount. Seeing this, Guan Chen directly took out the 2 crystal cores from his pocket and asked, how do you charge for these? Crystal cores. Military. Sir, please wait a moment, I'll call the manager over to take a look. The shop assistant hurried into the back room, and soon after, a middle-aged man came out holding a device. Hello, military sir. Crystal cores are quite valuable. I need to check their energy density. Just as Guan Chen was about to hand over the crystal cores, Mei Yang, who had been quiet, tugged at his clothes. What if you sell them? Guan Chen gave her a reassuring look, and seeing this, Mei Yang stopped saying more. The middle-aged man first placed the 1-star crystal core into the device. With a beep, a green light lit up and a string of numbers appeared on the device. 1-star crystal core, energy density 43, in very good condition. Please wait a moment, I'll measure this larger one. The man took out the 1-star crystal core and placed the larger one on the device. Beep. This time, a purple light lit up. It's actually a 3-star crystal core. Energy density 4700. This crystal core is nearly perfect. Although Guan Chen didn't understand what these numbers meant, he could tell that the manager seemed very pleased with it. Military sir, how about this? I'll give you 30,000 for the 1-star crystal core and 5 million for the 3-star crystal core. Guan Chen didn't understand the market, but based on the drop rate from hunting exotic beasts, the price of the crystal cores should be much higher than this. He didn't say anything to negotiate. Instead, he directly took back the crystal cores from the middle-aged man's hands and walked silently towards the door. The manager immediately panicked and hurriedly blocked Guan Chen's way. Military sir, if you're not satisfied with the price, we can discuss it further. How about this? I'll give you 60,000 for the 1-star crystal core and 6 million for the 3-star crystal core. This is already the highest price we can offer. Guan Chen showed no signs of stopping. According to the drop rate, it was unlikely to get even 1 crystal core from 10 exotic beasts. There were no exotic beasts within the borders of the Purple Gold Empire, so crystal cores should be in high demand, making it impossible for the price to be this low. Guan Chen pulled Mei Yang and directly turned left out the door, without a hint of hesitation. Once Guan Chen left, the manager pointed at the shop assistant and scolded, didn't you say he didn't understand anything? Now look. If he doesn't come back, the lost money will be deducted from your wages. The shop assistant who had just attended to Guan Chen had a mournful face as he defended himself. Manager, this isn't my fault. He doesn't even know what is spirit treasure. Isn't he just an outsider? The middle-aged man, furious, slapped the shop assistant hard across the face and angrily shouted, if you give me such a bad idea again, you can go back to the village. Guan Chen led Mei Yang and walked less than 200 meters when he saw another lavishly decorated store. Following the same approach, he went in to inquire, and this time the prices he learned were indeed much higher than the previous store. This time he felt more confident and didn't negotiate, directly turning left out the door. After wandering through 4 or 5 shops, Guan Chen finally found one that offered the highest price, and only then did he sell the crystal core in his hand. $9 million bills, a spatial backpack, and a C-grade alloy spear. This was the first time Guan Chen had seen such a spatial backpack. On the outside, it looked no different from an ordinary backpack, but inside it held a different world. 2 spatial runes were engraved on the backpack, allowing it to store about 10 cubic meters of items. The spear Guan Chen had just bought fit perfectly inside. As he stepped out of the store, Guan Chen pulled out 2 large bills and handed them to Mei Yang. Take this money, don't be stingy. This little amount your man can earn back in no time. Mei Yang smiled brightly, happily accepting the cash. The two went to the supermarket and bought a huge pile of food and supplies. However, when it came time to check out, they ran into quite a bit of trouble. They had bought several thousand yuan worth of items, and Guan Chen handed over $1 million to get change. The cashier had to check the bills and make change. And in the end, it was the store owner who stepped in to resolve the situation. By the time they returned home, it was already midday. Mei Yang and Fan Mengling were busy cooking in the kitchen while Guan Chen lounged on the bed with his legs crossed. After finishing lunch, he couldn't wait to pull Mei Yang into the room and quickly stripped her bare. As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. Guan Chen had been holding back for too long. Zhang Hu had said he would come to pick him up in the evening, but he didn't care that there were people outside anymore. Hearing the commotion from the room, Fan Mengling blushed and ran out. Throughout the afternoon, she returned every half hour, but there was no sign of things slowing down inside. It wasn't until the evening when Guan Chen went downstairs that he saw Fan Mengqing dozing off in the hallway. Guan Chen's face turned red as he woke her up. You should head back. You and Mei Yang can have dinner together, I'll just go back to the army. Without waiting for Fan Mangling to respond, he left her with just his back. Zhang Hu's car was parked at the entrance of the community. Seeing Guan Shen looking listless, Zhang Hu couldn't help but tease, the land is just sitting there, you don't need to work so hard, do you? Guan Shen took out a 10,000 yuan bill and handed it to Zhang Hu, saying, here's your money back. Zhang Hu took the bill, looking surprised. Buying a backpack and paying back money, have you struck it rich? Guan Shen grinned. Not exactly rich, just got close to a wealthy woman. Zhang Hu rolled his eyes, clearly not believing his nonsense. On the way back, Guan Shen asked Zhang Hu about the shops he had seen during the day. Zhang Hu told him that these shops were not simple, each one had a powerful force backing it. Everyone in the Purple Gold Empire knew that. This was a lucrative area, and those who could snatch food from the military were certainly not ordinary folks. Guan Shen gathered from the shops that officers often came here to sell materials. He was curious about how those officers secretly smuggled materials out of the army. After hearing Guan Shen's doubts, Zhang Hu sighed and explained. According to the court's regulations, all spoils of war killed by the garrison had to be turned over to the national treasury. However, later on, some ministers petitioned to allow bounty hunters free passage through Tianshui Pass. They were permitted to enter and exit the checkpoints freely to hunt exotic beasts on the Pamir Plateau. The Purple Gold Empire lacked materials from exotic beasts, and after consulting with General Hui of Tianshui Pass, the emperor agreed to this suggestion. But as time went on, the soldiers at Tianshui Pass became unhappy. The military salary issued by the court was already meager, and the soldiers were risking their lives to guard the place, only to have all the benefits taken by the bounty hunters. Could the garrison at Tianshui Pass be happy about that? So the officers collectively petitioned to replace General Hui and demanded that the soldiers be allowed to go out and hunt exotic beasts. This frightened the emperor. Tianshui Pass, as the western barrier of the Purple Gold Empire, could not afford to lose. If so many officers were to cause a ruckus, and something went wrong, no one could bear the responsibility. Thus, the emperor issued a decree recalling General Hui to the capital for a report and appointed General Tan Yuan to oversee Tianshui Pass. He also agreed to the soldiers' request, allowing the garrison to leave the city to hunt exotic beasts, which finally quelled the unrest. Allowing the garrison to leave the city to hunt? Guan Shen's eyes lit up at this and he quickly asked, can our 5th Brigade go out? Zhang Hu smiled mysteriously and said, everyone in the operations department has a chance. As long as you achieve a top 10 finish in the grand competition, you will have the opportunity to be selected for the hunting team. Guan Shen didn't expect that the military competition was actually linked to this. Zhang Hu continued to explain that those 1-star exotic beasts were not worth the hunting team's effort. The hunting team specifically targeted those with 2 stars or more. Therefore, those who were not skilled would only be walking to their deaths if they went. Upon hearing this, Guan Shen secretly resolved to make sure he entered the top 10 in the next competition. Zhang Hu drove, and the two quickly returned to the barracks. Once back in the dormitory, Guan Shen couldn't wait to take out his long spear and head to the playground. The spear technique recorded in the God of War manual was called Overlord Spear. The entire technique consisted of 9 forms. The first 3 could be executed regardless of whether one possessed true energy. The middle 3 required true energy to unleash their full power. As for the last 3, they were ultimate moves. Only after transforming true energy into essence and reaching the innate realm could they be perfectly executed. Holding the long spear, Guan Shen wielded it like a dragon on the playground. Half an hour later, he finally grasped the basics of the Overlord Spear. Overlord Spear, LV1, Initial Understanding. Current Proficiency, 1/100. Overlord Spear, Initial Understanding LV1 Transcendent and Unmatched, Domineering. Increases Strength by 300 pounds. Guan Shen looked at the flashing screen before him and his heart was filled with clarity. The grade of the Overlord Spear was actually 2 levels higher than that of the Mighty Vajra Palm. At the time when the Mighty Vajra Palm was at level 1, it only increased strength by 200 pounds. If the basic archery skills rank was considered bronze, then the Mighty Vajra Palm's rank was at least gold. As for the Overlord Spear, it was undoubtedly diamond level. No wonder it was a royal technique of the Purple Gold Empire. Its quality was indeed unquestionable. The Overlord Spear would increase proficiency slightly after fully executing the first 6 forms. Guan Shen practiced frantically in the dark until the lights-out whistle sounded, forcing him to return to the dormitory. Back in the dormitory, he quickly washed off the sweat and then sat in a corner to cultivate. After 4 years and over 100 days of true energy, he still needed over 700 proficiency points in the LV4 Vajra skill to advance. For the next week, Guan Shen ran drills in the morning, practicing the Wind God leg. In the afternoon, he practiced the Overlord Spear on the playground, and by night, he returned to the dormitory to meditate and cultivate. Additionally, activating the detection skill had become his instinctive reaction. As long as he wasn't asleep, the detection skill remained active. Amidst this relentless daily practice, Guan Shen's various stats were rapidly increasing. By the weekend, his Vajra skill finally reached the 5th level, achieving a state of perfection. Just as Guan Shen had anticipated, when the true energy in his body accumulated to 12 years, the true energy value on his panel automatically converted to a period. At the moment his true energy reached a full period, his realm naturally advanced to the mid-stage of the rock-solid realm. Furthermore, 6 consecutive days of uninterrupted practice with the Overlord Spear also raised its level from LV1 Initial Understanding to LV4 Mastery. The 4th level Overlord Spear increased his vitality by 2,400 pounds. This caused his physique to undergo another transformation, reaching a legendary level. What surprised Guan Shen even more was that due to his long-term unwavering persistence, the basic skill of detection also finally accumulated to 1,600 proficiency points, reaching the 6th level of peak mastery. This completely caught Guan Shen off guard. He had always thought that the peak of mastery was the highest level of proficiency. He never expected that above peak mastery, there was actually a realm of ultimate perfection. This made him ponder. If he could fully master the ultimate perfection level, he wondered if the detection skill could transform into an entirely new ability. Host Guan Shen Realm, Mid-Level Rock Solid Realm Strength 6850 Gene True Chi 1. Period, 0 years, 120 days Physique, Innate Young Extreme, Attributeless, Legendary Special Physique, External Skills, Great Strength Diamond Palm LV4, Wind God Leg LV2, Overlord Spear LV4 Internal Skills, Diamond Skill LV/5 Skills, Basic Archery LV5, Detection Skill LV6, Detection Skill, LV6, Ultimate Perfection, Current Proficiency, 16/3200 Detection Skill, Ultimate Perfection LV6 300 meters around, every rustle of the wind and movement of the grass is under control. Once the Overlord Spear reaches level 4, the internal skill section of the War God technique can be cultivated. Guan Shen took a brief look. The internal skill of the War God technique is called Overbearing True Scripture. The meridians cultivated by the Overbearing True Scripture are completely different from those of the Diamond skill. It primarily focuses on the Kaiyin Heart Sutra and the Foot Yang Ming Sutra. Originally, with the Diamond skill, Guan Shen didn't need to learn any other internal skills. However, upon seeing that the two techniques operated on entirely different meridians, he felt the urge to give it a try. Even if the Overbearing True Scripture was not usually useful, it would still be good for expanding his meridians. But just as he was about to begin his cultivation, 4 uninvited guests suddenly appeared at the dormitory door. Guan Shen looked at the 4 people at the door and found them somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had seen them before, so he had to ask, "Who are you looking for?" The 4, upon hearing this, wanted to get angry but didn't dare to, their faces looking as ugly as possible. The bald, muscular man at the front kicked the door open with a loud bang and walked toward the dormitory without saying a word. The 3 behind him also kept their heads down and walked inside, not even glancing at Guan Shen. Guan Shen thought they were here to cause trouble, so he stood up and blocked their way, saying, "I'm the class monitor here, please leave immediately or don't blame me for being rude." Guan Shen's words were quite impactful. The bald man couldn't hold back and shouted at Guan Shen with red eyes, "Guan Shen, don't go too far. It's one thing to hit us, but now you won't even let us back into the dormitory?" Despite his loud voice, the bald man took 2 steps back in a very honest manner. The other 3 looked just as aggrieved as he did, their expressions were quite comical. After hearing the bald man's words, Guan Shen instantly remembered who these people were. They were the ones he had sent to the hospital not long ago. Guan Shen quickly stepped aside, apologizing with a mix of laughter and tears. "Bro, I'm really sorry. I completely forgot who you were. We only met that one time, and I didn't know you were all from class 2. Come on, hurry up and come in." Saying this, Guan Shen reached out to grab the backpack on the bald man's shoulder. The bald man was so startled that he almost fell to the ground. There was no way around it. It wasn't that Guangxi was cowardly, but Guan Shen had left a psychological shadow on him. He had broken 6 of his ribs with one slap, and his spleen had ruptured. If it hadn't been for timely medical attention, the grass on his grave would have already sprouted. Guan Shen pulled Guangxi up, racking his brain on how to ease this relationship. In his previous life, he didn't really like chatting with people, otherwise, he wouldn't have been going into the mountains every day. After holding back for a long time, Guan Shen finally came up with a few polite phrases. "Bro, how are the conditions in the hospital? Are you getting used to it?" Guangxi stared into the other's eyes for a long while, his gaze filled with anger. Was this even human talk? Who gets used to being hospitalized? When Zhang Hu arrived at class 2, he happened to see this bizarre scene from the window. Guan Shen, like a matchmaker, held the hands of 4 men, asking about their well-being. The 4 big men looked wronged like little girls, neither daring to run nor to speak back. Zhang Hu thought to himself, this kid Guan Shen is quite something, he really knows how to win people over. As soon as he entered the dormitory, the 4 of them, like bullied children, hurriedly hid behind Zhang Hu. "Captain, you have to change our place quickly. This is too much bullying." "Captain," he asked, "where my parents live? This guy is terrifying, he doesn't even spare my family." "Oh, the things he said were so scary. He asked me if I would die in my sleep. At night? This is simply insane. Zhang Hu listened to the four of them complaining all at once, completely dumbfounded.
Xiaoguan, what's going on? Why are you scaring them? Guan Chen wore an expression of grievance. I didn't. I just wanted to chat with them and get to know each other better.
Zhang Hu knew that Guan Chen had no military experience, so he immediately offered some advice. Why bother with useless
things?
In the army, there's no conflict that can't be resolved over a drink.
If one drink isn't enough, then have another. What kind of comrades hold grudges overnight? Let's go, today is a rest day.
And we'll let Xiao Guan treat us, let's have a good meal.
Guan Chen slapped his forehead as if enlightened. Oh, why didn't I think of that? It's all thanks to the captain for coming up with this. Guan
Chen had originally promised Mei Yang to go back and spend the weekend with her, but since the captain had spoken, he felt embarrassed to refuse. Soon, the six of them closed the dormitory door and strolled towards
the military camp exit.
Not far from their barracks, there was a restaurant. It was said that the owner of the restaurant was a relative of the logistics minister.
The restaurant even hired chefs specially from within the country.
Whether they were real chefs or not, no one knew, but the dishes they cooked were quite tasty.
Soldiers from nearby barracks often liked to gather at this restaurant. When they arrived
at the restaurant, it was still before noon and the private rooms were almost fully booked. This showed just how popular the restaurant was. The group sat down in a private room, and Zhang Hu took the
initiative to pick up the menu.
Stir-fried bacon, oil-braised mealworms, sauce-flavored beef shank, boiled fish with bird, and let's have a box of red lip flame.
Guan Chen had never even heard of many of these dish names.
However, it was clear that Zhang Hu was a regular here. Soon, plates of dishes were brought to the table. Looking at the large wine glass in front of him, Guan Chen felt a bit nervous.
Red lip flame, a high-alcohol fruit wine.
The orange-red liquid looked somewhat viscous.
For the first glass, let's all drink together.
To our fallen comrades, to our distant relatives, to the everlasting marshal.
Wei.
After Zhang Hu finished speaking, he raised his glass high and downed the strong liquor in one go.
The others quickly followed suit, raising their glasses and reciting, to our fallen comrades, to our distant relatives, to the everlasting marshal Wei. After downing a glass, everyone's chatter instantly opened up.
Zhang Hu told Guan Chen that most of the people in the second squad, like him, came from Jiulong City. However, most of them had joined the Tianshui army before the beast invasion of the palmy grassland. Sharing a common plight, they instantly felt a sense of camaraderie.
As they drank, they introduced themselves.
The bald man was named He Guangji, the oldest in the squad at 32 years old, at the initial stage of the rock-solid realm. Before joining the Tianshui army, he had been a professional bounty hunter. The man who looked a bit like Yang Kuan was named Ma Bao, 27 years old, and had a particularly funny way of speaking. Before joining the Tianshui army, he was actually a music teacher.
He came here alone because his girlfriend's family immigrated to the Purple Gold Empire.
I didn't expect this little black guy to be a man crazed for love.
The tallest one with a middle part is named Gudajuan. His family used to be a prominent family in Jiulong City.
Unfortunately, with Jiulong City being overrun by alien beasts, their vast fortune turned to dust overnight.
The youngest among them is named Shen Wei.
He is the only local from the Purple Gold Empire in the class and also the shyest one. Guan Chen was curious why he came to such a desolate place to serve in the military. The other party just smiled shyly and said he simply liked being a soldier, brushing it off. He Guangji talked about his home in Jiulong City, and Guan Chen was astonished to discover that they lived in the same neighborhood.
You also live in Miso community? I'm in Building 15.
My family has lived in that community for over 20 years.
Building 15. My family is in Building 21. We've lived there for decades.
We moved in when the community was
just built. Really? What a coincidence. Do you remember that Uncle Zhang at the entrance of the community? He sits in the booth drinking tea every day. How could I not know him? Back then, I was bullied by a group of little thugs, and it was Uncle Zhang who scared them off. Guan Chen and He Guangji became more and more excited as they talked.
The memories of their homeland were as vivid as if they had happened
yesterday. Did your family come with you? Guan Chen casually asked, and He Guangji instantly fell silent.
The immigration fees were too expensive at the time.
I was planning to save up more money to
bring my family over, but I didn't expect. He Guangji's words stirred the pain in everyone's hearts. For those who came out of Jiulong City, the lost relatives were a permanent scar in their hearts.
Zhang,
who noticed the atmosphere suddenly became heavy and quickly spoke to comfort them. Don't be so down, maybe they are lucky and have already escaped. Riding on the buzz from the alcohol, Guan Chen asked Zhang Hu a question he had long wanted to ask. Captain, there's a question I've never understood. I see that the soldiers at Tianshui Pass aren't bloodthirsty killers, so why don't they let those refugees in?
Is the area inside the pass really so short of food that they can't spare a meal for them? Guan Chen's question was also the question of all the people from Jiulong City.
Although those refugees weren't their relatives, they empathized.
What if one day their own relatives were also blocked outside the pass?
All eyes turned to Zhang Hu, wanting to hear how the captain would respond. Zhang Hu seemed unsure how to answer. This question, he vaguely told Guanchen that it was a decision from above and their duty as soldiers was to obey orders.
Moreover, the guards at Tianshui Pass wouldn't just watch them starve, they would regularly distribute some food to them.
Although the food couldn't be considered abundant, it wouldn't let anyone starve to death. Seeing that Zhang Hu was intentionally avoiding the question, no one pressed.
Further, the group drank from noon until dark.
By the end, except for Qinwei and Zhang Hu, everyone else had passed out. Zhang Hu wasn't drunk because he had a high tolerance.
Chen Wei simply didn't like drinking.
The two of them carried the others back to the dormitory like they were lifting dead dogs, and only then did Zhang Hu wave goodbye. When Guanchen woke up, it was already the next morning.
After the
morning exercises, Zhang Hu came to the dormitory to find them. Now that everyone is here and your injuries have healed, it's your turn to be on duty.
At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, gather at the Bahang district on time.
He Guangji, since Guanchen is unfamiliar with the situation here, remembered to remind him more. Upon hearing this, He Guangji quickly saluted to indicate he understood. Once Shang Hu left, He Guangji began to introduce Guanchen to the precautions for duty. The so-called duty meant standing guard at the designated combat post on the Tianshui Pass Dam.
The entire Tianshui Pass Dam has over 5,000 combat positions that require personnel to rotate shifts 24 hours a day. No one knows when the beasts will attack, so there must always be someone on duty at the combat posts. The 5th Brigade
is responsible for the area of 10 combat windows on the 4th level of the dam. After listening to He Guangji's introduction, Guanchen immediately recalled the dense machine gun emplacements he had seen
inside the dam.
These heavy machine guns are incredibly powerful and have a very high rate of fire. They cannot be purchased on the civilian market.
Back when he was in Jiulong City, only the City Defense Army
had access to these heavy machine guns. In the afternoon, after everyone changed into their armor, they gathered at the dam area under He Guangji's lead to report for duty.
After the operations department's
head called the roll, each squad and team proceeded to their combat positions to replace the personnel on duty. When Guanchen finally stood in front of these heavy machine guns, he realized that they were even larger than he had seen last time. They could no longer be called machine guns, they were practically anti-aircraft guns. The barrels, 3 centimeters thick, were over 3 meters long and the size of a
bullet was almost as big as Guanchen's palm.
He had to sit at the control panel and use mechanical assistance to aim the gun.
Without some strength, the recoil alone could send a person flying. Guanchen excitedly touched and examined everything, following the maintenance manual's instructions to conduct checks one by one. After finishing the checks, he loaded the ammunition and disengaged the safety. The remaining time was spent sitting at the control panel in a daze. Although Guanchen was eager to fire a few shots to test the power, the operations manual clearly stated that no one was allowed to fire without an order from the operations department. Since he had nothing else to do, Guanchen simply sat at the control panel and practiced. With his probing technique, he didn't have to worry about the inspection team launching a surprise check. Thus, Guanchen spent the entire afternoon in training, and time quickly passed.
When it was time to change shifts in the evening, after gathering for roll call, today's duty was considered
successfully completed.
As soon as they returned to the camp, they saw Zhang Hu walking towards them. Zhang Hu called Guanchen aside and said, "Next Monday, the military competition for this quarter officially
begins. So, do you want me to sign you up?" Guanchen certainly wouldn't miss such an opportunity.
He hurriedly asked Zhang Hu about the competition process and rules. The military competition, as a traditional event of the Tianshui army, has been ongoing for decades. The purpose of the competition is to discover talented warriors within the army and to select members for the hunting team.
There is a saying in the
Purple Gold Empire's military system, only those who have experienced the baptism of blood and fire can shine. Therefore, the more exceptional the talent, the more they should be sent to the front lines for tempering. Many children of high-ranking military officials also choose to join the hunting team to gain experience before starting their careers. To get back to the point, the military competition generally
adopts a ring battle format. First, each brigade selects 10 contestants from within.
Then, there is a competition at the battalion level. Finally, the remaining contestants compete in the finals.
To ensure the
safety of the contestants, weapons are not allowed in the ring matches. After all, blades and swords have no eyes. If someone accidentally kills their opponent, it would be a loss for the army. The standard competition ring is a 10 by 10 meter high platform. There will be a high-level warrior serving as a referee to maintain order during the match. Contestants must wear special protective gear during the competition, such as for the back of the head and the groin. These areas are protected by specific gear, and if a contestant accidentally strikes these areas, points will be deducted. If a contestant maliciously strikes these areas, they may be disqualified from the competition. Over the years, although the competition rules have been continuously improved, there are still people who lose their lives in the contests every year. Therefore, before the competition, all participants must sign a death waiver. As the saying goes, life and death are one's own responsibility. If someone dies, their family shouldn't seek various reasons to hold their opponent accountable. Zheng Hu also revealed to Guan Shen that in their 5th squad there are 3 individuals to pay special attention to.
The first and foremost is Chu Feng. This Chu Feng is the descendant of Chu Badian from the Chu family of Qianwu City. The Chu family is an old martial arts family in the Zijin Empire, with many top experts in their ancestry.
The head of the Chu family, Chu Badian, is a renowned martial king-level powerhouse. 50 years ago, Chu Badian became famous after defeating 3 martial king-level experts in a battle using his Dragon 8 trigrams palm.
As the descendant of Chu Badian, Chu Feng naturally learned his true teachings.
Over the past year, no one in the entire 2nd Battalion has been able to match him. The second person to watch out for is the young man,
Zhou Jun, who provoked Guan Shen last time. Zhou Jun is not from a prestigious family and does not have any notable exclusive inheritance. He relies entirely on his exceptional talent and relentless training
to master the wind god leg from the war god technique to perfection. The members of the 5th squad refer to his legs as the shadowless legs. Not only are his leg techniques sharp and fierce, but his movement is also ghostly and elusive. Ordinary people who engage with him cannot even see his shadow before they are defeated. Therefore, he is also someone Guan Shen needs to pay extra attention to. The third person is quite special. His name is Yelu Han and he is 19 years old.
Like Guan Shen, he also comes from Jiulong City.
He has only been in the Tianshui army for 2 months. He rarely engages in fights, but whenever he does, he defeats his opponent with a single move. Zheng Hu included him on the watch list solely because of Chu Feng's evaluation of him. Chu Feng had once watched this person's battle and publicly expressed his anticipation to fight him. It should be noted that Chu Feng has never regarded the soldiers of the 5th squad highly. Even when Zhou Jun is in front of him, he wouldn't spare a second glance.
To receive such high praise from Chu Feng indicates that Yelu Han's strength is certainly not ordinary.
After listening to Zheng Hu's detailed introduction, Guan Shen gained a more comprehensive understanding of the
competition.
In fact, for him, it doesn't matter who the opponent is. Over the past week, his strength has improved tremendously compared to before. To put it bluntly, as long as the opponent hasn't reached the Master Realm, he is confident he can win the match. He has also witnessed Zhou Jun's skills. While his leg techniques may pose a problem for others, for him, as long as he activates his probing technique, those leg techniques are full of flaws. After bidding farewell to Zheng Hu, Guan Shen returned to his dormitory to train. With just a week left before the competition begins, he aims to enhance his strength as much as possible during this week. By then, he will let everyone know who the true prodigy is. On this day, in the dormitory of Class 2, snoring echoed throughout.
Guan Shen sat silently in a corner of the dormitory, motionless.
Suddenly, a violent gust of wind erupted from his body, scattering the beds in the entire dormitory in disarray. The sudden change woke everyone from their dreams. He Guangji clutched his blanket and shouted in panic, "Help! The wind demon beast has attacked the camp." The others opened their eyes in confusion, staring at the flying bedding in a daze.
The violent gust came quickly and left just as fast.
Guan Shen slowly opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance flickering in them.
"I'm sorry. I just had a little mishap during my training. I scared everyone." Guan Shen stood up apologetically,
his eyes barely concealing his excitement. Gude Zhuang patted his chest and sighed. "You didn't scare me, but I was genuinely startled by He Guangji's shout."
"Wait, Guangji, why are you making such a fuss?"
Ma Bao also complained. "Exactly, your shout scared my soul out of me."
He Guangji shouted, "How can you all be so oblivious? And you blame me for being loud? What if the beasts really come?" Seriously, one after another, everyone got up and picked up the blankets from the floor.
Only Chen Wei looked thoughtfully at Guan Shen and asked, "Class leader,
you haven't advanced to the Master Realm, have you?" As soon as
Chen Wei spoke, everyone turned to look at Guan Shen. They had just been startled awake and hadn't reacted yet, but upon hearing Chen Wei, they all looked at Guan Shen in shock and asked, "No way?
It's only been just a few days? You've reached the Master Realm so quickly?" Xiao Wei makes a good point. "With such a big commotion, class leader, what kind of cultivation technique are you practicing?" At that moment,
Guan Shen was looking excitedly at the light screen in front of him. Indeed, he had advanced to the Master Realm. After reaching level 5 in the Diamond skill, each time he cultivated, he could gain 16 days worth of true energy. Over the past 5 days, whether on duty or resting at night, he had been continuously cultivating his internal energy without a moment's pause. Conservatively estimating, he spent at least 14 hours a day on internal cultivation. Especially after his Diamond skill reached level 6, his cultivation speed increased even more. Therefore, in just 5 days, Guan Shen had accumulated 60 years worth of true energy, reaching a full cycle of true energy. At the moment his true energy reached a full cycle, his realm finally stepped into the Master Realm.
Host, Guan Shen Realm, Early Master.
Realm Strength, 9,850 Gene True Energy, 1 Full Cycle Constitution, Indestructible Divine King Body, Special Physique at the Martial King level, Greatly Enhanced Physical Recovery, Significantly Improved Resistance to Blows. External skills: Great Strength Diamond Palm LV5, 78/1600, Wind God Leg LV4, 180-800, Overlord Spear LV4, 220-800. Internal skills: Diamond Skill LV6, 160/3200, Overbearing True Classic, 22 out of 100. Skills: Basic Archery LV5, Exploration Technique LV6, Diamond Skill, LV6, Peak. Current Proficiency, 160/3200. Diamond Skill, Peak LV6. Meridians Reforged, Dantian Expanded, each time a cycle is completed, 32 days worth of true energy is gained. Wind God Leg, LV4, Integration, Current Proficiency, 180/800. Wind God Leg, Integration LV4. Fast as lightning, moves like a ghost, treading snow to seek plum blossoms, leaving no trace. Enhances body flexibility, increases strength by 1600 gene. At full speed, can cover 120 miles in an instant. Facing everyone's speculation, Guan Chen quickly reminded, I have indeed made a breakthrough in my realm, but I hope everyone can keep this secret for me. When the competition comes, I want to catch my opponents off guard. Upon hearing Guan Chen's admission, everyone erupted in excitement. Ma Bao exclaimed, this is amazing. Usually so quiet, and you've secretly cultivated to the master realm. He Guanji added, if you have the ability, why don't you secretly cultivate too? Every day you come back from duty and just flop onto your bed, I bet you'll never reach the master realm in your life. Chen Wei chimed in, congratulations to the class leader for stepping into the master realm. Wishing the class leader great success in martial arts and a high chance of winning in the competition. Guan Chen was about to respond politely to everyone's praise when he was interrupted by shouts from outside. What are you doing not sleeping at this late hour? If you keep shouting, everyone will run 50 laps on the playground. Hearing this, everyone looked out the window and, upon seeing the uniform of the inspection team, hurriedly ran back to their beds. The inspection team stood at the door for a while before leaving leisurely. Guan Chen lay in bed, but he was too excited to fall asleep. Over the past few days, Zhang Hu had exempted him from running drills in preparation for the competition. Although he still had to go out for duty every day, it undoubtedly made things much easier for Guan Chen, allowing him to free up more time to practice the martial arts he needed. The Wind God Leg and the Mighty Vajra Palm were both skills that Guan Chen urgently needed to improve. The Wind God Leg, needless to say, could greatly enhance his body's coordination, making it essential for arena battles. As for the Mighty Vajra Palm, it was currently his only viable offensive technique. After a week of relentless effort, the level of the Wind God Leg had risen to the 4th level of mastery. The level of the Mighty Vajra Palm had also advanced to the 5th level of perfection. The Wind God Leg granted Guan Chen an additional 1,400 pounds of vitality, while the Mighty Vajra Palm added 1,600 pounds of vitality. This boosted his physical strength to the next level, reaching the Martial King rank. Furthermore, the overbearing True Scripture had opened up 2 new meridians for him, further expanding and strengthening the meridians and dantian within his body. This laid a stronger foundation for his future martial arts journey. Guan Chen suppressed the excitement in his heart, closed his eyes, and quickly fell asleep. When dawn broke, he casually ate a few bites in the cafeteria before going to find Zhang Hu for a pass. He hadn't been able to visit Mei Niang last weekend due to a class gathering, and this week he had to go back and see her no matter what. He took the bus and arrived outside the community in half an hour. As soon as he entered the community gate, he saw a crowd gathered in the center of the yard. A long, drawn-out shout came from the crowd. I warn you, don't drink the toast and eat the punishment wine. Do you know who our young lady is? Crushing you is easier than crushing an ant. Xiao Wu, don't waste your breath on this lowlife. If she dares to enter this community again, just break her legs. This house is rented by me, and I've paid the rent. What right do you have to kick me out? Is there no justice, no law here? Law? The law isn't here to serve lowlifes like you. This young lady never takes advantage of others. Consider this money a reward for you. You, who wants your filthy money? Wretch, Xiao Wu, slap her for me. Hearing the familiar voice, Guan Chen's expression changed drastically and he immediately pushed through the crowd. In the midst of the crowd, he saw Mei Niang with tears in her eyes pushed to the ground. Around her, various pieces of furniture and bedding were thrown everywhere and pots and pans lay shattered on the ground. A burly man approached Mei Niang with a sinister grin, grabbing her hair with one hand while raising his right hand high, ready to strike her face. If that slap landed, it would be a light injury to disfigure her. The onlookers gasped in fear at the sight. Just then, a hand suddenly reached out from the side, blocking the burly man's raised hand. The burly man furrowed his brow, wanting to see who was so blind. He saw a young soldier standing beside him, staring at him with cold eyes. Kid, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Our young lady is not someone a mere soldier like you can provoke. The burly man struggled hard a few times, but the young man's grip remained unyielding. He feared he might be kicking a steel plate and reluctantly pulled his master out. Guan Chen exerted a slight force with his palm, and with a crack, the burly man immediately let out a miserable howl. Ah! You all come help! It hurts so much! A few burly men nearby rushed forward to surround Guan Chen. However, When they saw the military uniform on him, they hesitated and didn't dare to make a move. Just then, the owner of this group of burly men stepped forward. A blonde girl, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years old, stood there. She wore a golden long dress, adorned with various gold jewelry that made her look extraordinarily luxurious. Behind the girl stood an old man dressed in black. Although the old man had white hair, he appeared vigorous and sprightly. At this moment, the girl was looking at Guan Chen with a sideways glance, exuding an air of superiority. "Why do you meddle in other people's affairs? I'll tell you, my brother is the youngest school officer at Tianshui Pass and my uncle is the commander here. If you don't want to die, let her go and get lost immediately. Otherwise, I guarantee you won't walk out of this courtyard alive." Guan Chen lifted his foot and kicked the burly man beside him 10 meters away. He turned back to help Mei Yang up from the ground and gently asked, "Are you okay?" Seeing that it was Guan Chen, Mei Yang's grievances immediately turned into tears. She flew into Guan Chen's arms, shaking her head as she said, I'm fine. Guan Chen suppressed the anger in his heart and asked Mei Yang what exactly happened. Mei Yang wiped away her tears and recounted the whole story to Guan Chen. It turned out that after Fan Mengling was taken away by her uncle last week, Mei Yang had been living here alone. Yesterday, someone from the community management suddenly approached her, asking her to find a way to move out and change places. Mei Yang had just managed to buy some things for her family. If she moved away, where would Guan Chen find her? So, without thinking, she refused. At that time, the management staff didn't say much and she thought the matter was settled. Unexpectedly, today a large group of people suddenly stormed into her home and smashed everything inside without saying a word. They even threw all the belongings out from upstairs. Mei Yang wanted to step forward to stop them but was dragged down by several burly men from upstairs. Hearing the commotion, the neighbors rushed out to watch, which led to the current scene. After listening, Guan Chen's expression grew colder, but before he could explode, the rich young lady behind him impatiently said, "Aren't you going to get lost? My patience is limited. If I get angry, neither you nor this bitch will get to leave." Guan Chen narrowed his eyes and coldly said, "Instigating others to assault military personnel and illegally occupying someone else's property. According to the laws of the Purple Gold Empire, I can kill you on the spot." The young lady from the Nangong family took a couple of steps back, frightened by Guan Chen's gaze. Realizing the situation, she looked at the crowd of onlookers and immediately shouted in anger, "You all get in there and kill those two. Today, no one is allowed to save them." The four burly men exchanged glances and immediately charged at Guan Chen. They formed an encirclement, with two throwing punches at Guan Chen's upper body while the other two kicked at his lower body. Their roles were clearly defined and their strikes were decisive. They were clearly trained fighters. The crowd of onlookers, seeing the violence, panicked and scattered in fear of being caught up in it. Suddenly, there was a series of thuds and the four burly men were sent flying back, howling as they lay on the ground. Guan Chen hadn't even used his full strength. He had only thrown a few casual punches, which these hired thugs couldn't withstand. After all, he didn't dare to kill indiscriminately. This was a military zone, and military law was not something to be trifled with. The old man standing behind the young lady remained calm as he watched the scene unfold, as if everything happening before him had nothing to do with him. The young lady from the Nangong family was startled by the sudden turn of events. She hurriedly hid behind the old man and screamed, "Uncle Xiang, you have to step in and teach this kid a lesson for me. I want him to regret what he did today." The old man, upon hearing this, made no move but shrugged his shoulders and said, "Miss, the master only told me to protect you, but he didn't say I should be your enforcer." As long as Guan Chen withdrew his hand with a face of indifference. The girl covered her swollen cheek, looking at Guan Chen in disbelief. You dared to hit me? Wan Xiang, you dog slave, if you don't make a move, I'm going to be beaten to death by him." The old man slowly opened his eyes, looking at Guan Chen with a gaze full of pity. "Young man, why bother?" As soon as he finished speaking, the old man vanished from his spot. He reappeared behind Guan Chen. With a seemingly effortless motion, he reached out his palm towards Guan Chen's back, looking as if he had no power at all, even moving as slowly as someone practicing Tai Chi at the moment. The old man spoke. Guan Chen was already prepared. He not only mobilized all his true energy but also activated his probing technique. He always felt that this old man was extraordinary, not like an ordinary person. However, when the old man truly made his move, he realized he had still underestimated him. At that moment, alarm bells rang in Guan Chen's mind. He could clearly feel the palm slowly approaching him, but his body felt as if it had rusted, unable to evade the strike. This palm seemed light and without force, but in reality it concealed a deadly intent. If he were truly struck down, he feared he would not only be injured but also suffer internal damage. In a critical moment, Guan Chen had no time to turn around and could only channel all his true energy to his back, attempting to withstand the blow with his energy. However, the power of this palm was far beyond his imagination. Guan Chen was sent flying by the strike. He managed to roll and dissipate most of the force, but he was still struck hard, causing his true energy to scatter and injuring his lungs. When Guanchen steadied himself, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of black blood.
He looked at the old man with full vigilance, secretly adjusting the chaotic true energy within him.
But that true energy seemed to have gone mad, constantly crashing around inside him, worsening his injuries. Mei Niang saw Guanchen continuously spitting out black blood and cried out, rushing to protect him. The old man frowned as he looked at Guanchen, never expecting that this kid could still stand after taking his palm. The old man hurriedly asked, "Whose kid are you? At such a young age, you already possess the cultivation of a master."
Guanchen exerted great effort to calm the chaotic true energy within him.
He shielded Mei Niang behind him and coldly replied, "If you want to fight,
then fight. Why so much nonsense?"
The old man had already been scolded by the young lady and was filled with anger. Hearing this kid's ungrateful words, he moved to strike again.
Just then, a loud shout came from the entrance of the community. "Stop!"
Hearing the shout from afar, everyone turned to look at the entrance. They saw a tall, sturdy senior officer with a resolute gaze rushing over.
Behind him followed several young lieutenants, all clearly from the same department.
The old man, who was about to make a move, immediately halted in place upon seeing the newcomer. Meanwhile, the young lady ran towards the
newcomer, crying, "Uncle Nya, you have to stand up for me. That dog slave actually dared to hit me.
If I don't kill him, I won't be able to relieve the hatred in my heart." The general merely glanced at her and
then strode up to Guanchen, asking, "I am Lieutenant General Nya Tiancheng from the Logistics Department.
This sergeant, please report the situation here." Guanchen thought another trouble had arrived, but, to his surprise, the other party asked him for the details of the incident.
Who was backing whom?
"Report, sir. I am Guanchen, squad leader of the 3rd team of the 5th Battalion of the 3rd Regiment.
This is my wife, Mei Niang. The situation is as follows."
Guanchen recounted everything that had happened here to the general without embellishment. The more Nya Tiancheng listened, the darker his expression became. By the end, his face was so grim it seemed he could wring water from it. Nya Tiancheng shouted angrily, ordering the officer behind him, "You go and grab the people on the ground and send them to the military police. How dare they act recklessly here?" The officer behind him, without a moment's hesitation, rushed forward and picked up the burly man lying on the ground as if he were a chick. The young lady had thought her savior had arrived, but unexpectedly, the plot took a dramatic turn. Although she had been pampered since childhood, she knew who she could offend and who she could not.
Seeing that Uncle Nya was angry, she quickly pretended to be aggrieved and said, "Uncle Nya, I traveled a long way to see you, and now I'm being bullied by your little soldier. Can't you speak up for Yenner?" The officer frowned at her words, yanked the girl aside, and scolded her sternly, "Have you had enough of this? This is the military. Do you think this is Biyun City? You go back immediately. If you dare to cause more trouble, don't blame me for punishing you on behalf of your father." Mentioning her father seemed to hit the young lady's soft spot. Her voice softened immediately, and she clung to Nya Tiancheng's arm, acting coy. "Uncle Nya, please don't be angry. Yenner will listen to you. Where is my Yun Kong? I haven't seen him for a long time.
If you call him over to see me, I'll leave." Nya Tiancheng could hardly believe that such words
could come from a girl. His face flushed with anger as he pointed at Nangong Yan and lectured her. "A girl who hasn't even married yet, saying such things in public. Aren't you ashamed? Let me tell you, Yun
Kong is preparing for the grand competition, and you can forget about seeing him these days." After saying this, the middle-aged officer walked up to the old man and coldly said, "When Xiang, you take your
young lady back immediately. Go back and tell your master that our Nia family values reputation above all.
I hope Yenner can uphold her virtue before marrying Yun Kong and not run around doing things that
disgrace the family.
Also, if you dare to act recklessly in the military district again, I will personally make you pay." The old man hurriedly bowed to Nya Tiancheng upon hearing this. Then, he took Nangong
Yan and left without looking back.
Nangong Yan seemed unwilling to give up, turning back 3 times as she shouted at Nya Tiancheng, "Uncle, when will my marriage with Yun Kong be completed?" After waiting for the two to leave, Nya Tiancheng finally rubbed his temples and returned to Guanchen's side. "Little brother, you heard it just now. This girl has been spoiled by her father since childhood. She was wrong to do this, and for the thing she broke, I will compensate you." Guanchen had a decent impression of this general. At least he was a reasonable person.
He was genuinely afraid of encountering those melodramatic plots that would lead to a heap of trouble. He had Mei Niang calculate the total, and it wasn't worth much. The only hassle was replacing the items. In the end, it added up to just over 20,000. Nya
Tiancheng directly handed over 50,000 to Mei Niang. For his wealth, this amount was nothing, but importantly, he wanted to show his stance that he would not protect his family.
Just when he thought this
matter was settled, unexpectedly, before Nya Tiancheng could leave, a young officer rushed over in a hurry. This young officer was clad in lieutenant armor and looked to be in his early 20s. He immediately started cursing at Guanchen, and if Nya Tiancheng hadn't stopped him, he might have even resorted to violence.
"You are Guanchen, right? Hitting women, are you even a man?" Guanchen listened to the young officer's tirade without responding.
On the other hand, Nya Tiancheng was furious. You don't even understand the situation, and you're acting so impulsively. Is this how the Royal Martial Academy teaches? All those years of studying have been in vain. The young officer seemed unconvinced and retorted, no matter the situation, a grown man shouldn't hit a woman. I'm not using my position to pressure him. I'm just here as Yan's fiancé to have a word with this kid. Upon hearing this, Guan Shen's heart stirred. This kid must be the Yun Kong brother that Nan Gongyan mentioned. His father is a general, yet he has no composure at all, losing his cool so easily. Seeing that Guan Shen remained unmoved, Nya Yunkong became even angrier. Kid, I'm not bullying you. Whatever your current realm is, I'll match you at the same level. If you're a man, step up and fight me fair and square. Nya Tianchang, witnessing Nya Yunkong rolling up his sleeves and about to make a move, shouted, Nya Yunkong, I am ordering you as your superior to return to the camp immediately and write me a 1,000-word reflection. If you dare to continue this nonsense, we will deal with you according to military law. Upon hearing the mention of military law, Nya Yunkong immediately backed down. He shot a fierce glare at Guan Shen, angrily saluted Nya Tianchang, and turned to leave. In the military, rank has its privileges. Even if Nya Yunkong had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare disobey an order. Nya Tianchang glanced apologetically at Guan Shen. As a commanding officer, it was clearly impossible for him to apologize to Guan Shen. Alright, you all should tidy up. Quickly. I will properly discipline this kid when I return. With that, Nya Tianchang turned and left without looking back, leaving only Guan Shen and Mei Niang staring at each other in silence. Guan Shen wasn't worried about Nya Yunkong causing trouble for Mei Niang. After all, someone who insists on not hitting women wouldn't have the face to trouble a woman. As for whether he would cause trouble for himself, that was even less of a concern. When trouble comes, he would face it. If Nya Yunkong really wanted to practice, Guan Shen wouldn't mind giving him a lesson. As soon as Nya Tianchang left, the community management staff immediately came over. They said a lot of nice things, mainly worried that Guan Shen would cause them trouble. In fact, managing this place wasn't an easy job. Those who could live in this community were all families of military personnel. No matter who approached them, they could only respond with smiles and vague reassurances. This trouble was mostly because Mei Niang had just moved in not long ago. The management staff thought Mei Niang didn't have a strong background, which led to the current situation. After this experience, the management staff would probably never dare to lead anyone to Mei Niang's door again. The management staff brought some people over to move Mei Niang's undamaged belongings back upstairs one by one. Looking at the broken furniture on the floor, Mei Niang was on the verge of tears. Seeing this, Guan Shen quickly comforted her, out with the old, in with the new. They're compensating us, so let's just consider it a chance to get new furniture. After some coaxing, Guan Shen finally managed to cheer Mei Niang up. The two left the community and went on a shopping spree, replacing everything that was damaged in their home with new items. In addition, Guan Shen bought Mei Niang a mobile phone. Just in case something happened and he couldn't return, he wanted to be able to contact her. They were busy until the afternoon, finally cleaning up the house. Looking at the refreshed room, Guan Shen felt much of his frustration dissipate. Mei Niang ran to the bathroom to take a shower, her cheeks flushed as she looked at Guan Shen. Guan Shen couldn't help but understand what she was thinking. However, glancing at the time, there was only an hour left until the last bus, so they had to act quickly. Guan Shen took half an hour to resolve the matter. He didn't even have time to shower, quickly dressed, and bid farewell to Mei Niang. The internal competition was set to officially begin the next day, and he had to return tonight no matter what. Early the next morning, the officers and soldiers of the 5th Brigade arrived at the playground. Today was the day for internal selection. The officers responsible for the selection had already drawn circles on the playground. In a moment, these circles will serve as the arena for the competition. The internal selection process is much looser compared to the later matches. 2 contestants take the stage to compete until one is forced out of the arena or knocked down, at which point the match ends. From the number of participants registered for this selection, it's clear how martial the military is. The entire 5th squad has fewer than 300 members, yet over 70 signed up to compete. Today, 10 will be chosen from these 70 plus to represent the 5th squad in the Tianshui Military Grand Tournament. In the first round, Guan Shen drew an opponent from the 8th squad, a lean young man who looked like a nimble contender. As soon as the match began, the young man created distance, circling around Guan Shen continuously. Watching him go round and round, Guan Shen felt exhausted for him. Seeing this, Guan Shen simply stood still, not making a move. The young man thought his opponent had let his guard down and charged in from behind, aiming a kick at Guan Shen's lower back. Until the moment the young man's feet left the ground, Guan Shen showed no reaction. The young man believed he had landed a hit, unaware that all his movements were under Guan Shen's control. In an instant, Guan Shen turned and reached out to grab the young man's ankle. The young man was quick to react. The moment he saw Guan Shen turn, he sensed something was wrong. He tried to retract his foot but felt an overwhelming force pulling him toward Guan Shen's hand. Terrified, the young man thought, how could there be such a strange technique in this world? The suction was so strong that he couldn't even pull his leg back.
Guan Chen firmly grasped the young man's ankle, using his momentum to spin around and throw him out of the arena. The referee at the side, watching the young man fly out of the ring, blew his whistle in astonishment. An outsider might not have seen the depth of Guan Chen's skill in those few moves, but as the referee, he understood the value of those techniques. What seemed like an easy grab, a pull, and a throw actually required a high level of strength, precision, and timing. Didn't Guan Chen stand 20 meters away from the edge of the arena? This was not something that could be accomplished merely through technique. Moreover, the force that erupted from the young man's palm was visible to the naked eye, creating a whirlwind. Such a technique was not something an ordinary person could produce. As Guan Chen walked past, the referee curiously asked, "Young man, what technique did you use to grab your opponent's ankle just now?" Guan Chen smiled faintly. "The Buddha's hand technique." The referee frowned in thought, unable to recall which martial art that technique belonged to. Once Guan Chen left the arena, he began searching for Chu Feng's figure. He wanted to see what this legendary top contender of the 5th squad was truly capable of. After looking around, he still couldn't find Chu Feng. It was only after asking others that he learned Chu Feng had already finished his match, having knocked his opponent out with a single kick. Since he couldn't see Chu Feng's match, Guan Chen lost interest in watching the others. He found a shady spot under a tree and began meditating and cultivating. By 10 o'clock in the morning, the first round of matches finally concluded. In the second round, Guan Chen drew a muscular man named Zhang Jushi. It was said that this opponent was highly regarded, with many believing he could replace Zhou Jun as the second best fighter in the squad. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, with tightly toned muscles and a chest covered in protective hair, he looked like a bear. Many people gathered around as Zhang Jushi took the stage. "Zhang the bear is up. That last match was too intense. His opponent is that cocky kid. This should be entertaining. I bet that kid won't last a minute. One move, I bet he won't even take one move." Sir Zhang, hearing the discussions around him, could hardly contain his smugness. He stood with his legs in a horse stance, hands clasped behind his back, and with an arrogant expression beckoned to Guan Chen, saying, "Kid, I'm afraid I might kill you with a single punch. Here's the deal, I'll stand still, and if you can make me move even half a step within 3 moves, I'll consider it a loss." Upon seeing Sir Zhang's confident demeanor, cheers erupted from the audience. "Great! No wonder he's the strongest man in the 5th squad. So manly. With that build, he could take a cannonball." Hearing this, Sir Zhang became even prouder. Guan Chen thought he must have misheard and tentatively asked, "Isn't that a bit unfair? I'm worried people might say I'm taking advantage of you." Sir Zhang thumped his chest twice, unconcerned, and replied, "Don't worry. With your little arms and legs, no one will say that." Guan Chen assumed a fist-clenching stance and asked uncertainly, "So I really hit you?" "Hit. Aim for my chest. Use all your strength." Guan Chen didn't use any true energy and struck Sir Zhang's chest with 6 parts of his strength. Sir Zhang staggered back 3 steps, his face suddenly turning pale. He couldn't hold back and a mouthful of old blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The scene fell silent and the atmosphere around the ring became eerily strange. Those who had just been boasting about Sir Zhang now stood with their mouths agape. Taking advantage of the moment, Sir Zhang quickly wiped the blood from his mouth. "Ha ha, you little brat, that was a sneak attack. I wasn't ready when you struck. This doesn't count, let's do it again. This time, I'll use all my strength." With that, he resumed his horse stance, putting on a show of being ready to take a hit. Guan Chen was completely bewildered. He had seen people show off, but never someone willing to risk everything just to show off. "Ha, we're still going? Isn't that enough? You must hit." "I, Sir Zhang, am a man of my word. If I say 3 punches, you must deliver all 3. Then I'll hold back a bit." "You can't hold back. You already used all your strength. Don't try to take advantage of me with words, because in the face of absolute strength, any words are meaningless." "Do I really have to hit? With all my strength?" "Absolutely. So, can I start now?" "Hit." Bang! The big bear flew 5 meters away, landing on the ground and falling asleep. The once lively playground fell silent in an instant. No one expected that a top contender in the team would be knocked out with a single punch. Guan Chen glanced at the referee, who quickly raised his hand to signal the end of the match, declaring Guan Chen the winner. There were no revival matches in the team selection. Once you lost a round, you could only participate in the losers group selection. Guan Chen's opponent in the 3rd and final round was a young man named Guan Zixiao. He was a member of the 9th squad, at the mid-level of the rock-solid realm. Such strength would definitely place him in the top 10 of the entire squad. Unfortunately, his opponent was Guan Chen. Throughout the match, Guan Chen easily defeated him in just 3 moves. With the match concluded, Guan Chen had already secured his spot on the selection list with 3 consecutive victories. Including him, a total of 7 people had qualified early. These individuals, like him, all had a record of 3 wins. Chu Feng, Zhou Jun, and Yi Luan were among them. The remaining 3 spots would be selected from the losers group. Guan Chen had no interest in the losers group matches, so he returned to his dormitory early to meditate and cultivate. It wasn't until the afternoon that the final list of 10 was Confirmed. Looking at the names on the list, Guan Chen couldn't help but exclaim, Chen Wei, you participated in the competition? His words instantly drew everyone's attention. Who? Which Chen Wei? Class. Leader, did you read it wrong? Let me see what's going on.
Gudejuan, He Guangji, and Ma Bao quickly gathered around, discussing the names on the list.
Clearly, no one wanted to believe that the Chen Wei
on the list was the same inconspicuous person from their class.
How many people named Chen Wei do we have in our team?
He Guangji, who had been in the team the longest, could basically name everyone.
It seems like only our little Wei from this class has that name.
Chen Wei, feeling the gazes from everyone, shyly smiled and said, this time it was just luck that I got selected.
If it weren't for a few seed players being unexpectedly eliminated,
I probably wouldn't have had a chance. The seed players Chen Wei mentioned were probably that big bear of a guy.
He was sent to the hospital after being punched by Chen,
so he naturally had to withdraw from the competition. Upon hearing Chen Wei admitted himself, the class instantly erupted into chaos. Everyone rushed to Chen Wei's side, playfully ruffling his hair and teasing
him.
Gudejuan said, alright kid, I never noticed you were a wolf in sheep's clothing. Ma Bao flicked his shiny black middle part and exclaimed, indeed, looks are power. With me, the captain, and little Wei, the three of us not only look the best but are also the strongest. Unlike some people who are old and ugly, seriously dragging down the class's aesthetic level. After saying that, he shot a disdainful
glance at He Guangji.
He Guangji kicked Ma Bao in the butt, cursing, you can stop right there.
You look like a donkey droppings, how can you even think you're handsome? Guan Chen looked at the ruckus around
him, a faint smile appearing on his face. In his previous life, he was a person who stood out from the crowd.
Otherwise, he wouldn't have been going into the mountains every day. No one is born to love solitude.
He just wasn't used to the deceit and trickery of society and didn't want to waste his life in such mental exhaustion. Now that he had come to this world, although survival was harsh, being with this group of carefree soldiers made him feel particularly relaxed.
Early the next morning, Guan Chen and Chen Wei were called over by the team.
On the playground, a brand new bus was parked there.
A military officer,
looking like a school lieutenant, was standing at the bus door registering something.
I am Guan Chen from Team 3 and this is Chen Wei. After registering their information, the officer let them board the bus.
Inside the bus, several figures were already seated. In the front row sat a young man with long hair. He had a face like jade and eyebrows like willow tips. If it weren't for the prominent Adam's apple,
Guan Chen would have thought he was a woman.
This person occupied a row of seats alone, his eyes slightly squinted, exuding a cold attitude that kept others at bay. He looked like someone not to be trifled with. Chen Wei saw this person and quietly leaned over to Guan Chen, whispering, class leader, this person is Chu Feng. Don't be fooled by his clean appearance, he's not easy to deal with.
Guan Chen's expression
changed to one of realization. No wonder he dared to sit alone in the front row. It turned out he was Chu Feng.
Behind Chu Feng, a carefree young man was lounging. He wore sunglasses and looked at Guan
Chen, who had just boarded the bus, with a mocking expression.
Kid, don't let me run into you in the arena. I will definitely settle the score with you for what you did to my brother. Facing Zhou Jun's provocation, Guan Chen didn't even raise his eyelids and continued walking into the bus.
Sitting in the third row was a cold-faced young man. He had curly short hair, a stubble on his chin, deep-set eyes, and a high
nose bridge. He looked somewhat like a Westerner.
Chen Wei told Guan Chen that this person was named Yelu Han, a newly emerged expert in the team. Guan Chen found it somewhat amusing. He didn't know how strong these people were, but they all seemed to be good at putting on airs. He really couldn't understand how these three could maintain such a demeanor without getting tired. Behind the three of them were the
other contestants.
These people were more casual, sitting together in small groups and chatting quietly. Guan Chen and Chen Wei found a random spot in the back row and sat down, waiting quietly. After a short while, an officer came to the vehicle holding a number plate and said to the crowd, I will call out names, and those whose names I call should come forward to receive their competition numbers.
Wang Lei, number 895, Zhou Jun, number 83. Timu, number 475.
Those whose names were called walked up to the officer one by one to receive their corresponding numbers.
Listening to the numbers being called, Guan Chen showed a thoughtful expression. These numbers were not consecutive, they should be linked to their strength, right?
However, he listened carefully and still did not hear Chu Feng's number.
Guan Chen, number
1860, hearing his name, Guan Chen hurriedly stood up and walked over. After handing the number plate to Guan Chen, the officer passed the last number plate in his hand to Chu Feng.
Guan Chen was relatively close and glanced at the number plate.
He saw a golden 7 that stood out prominently. Once everyone returned to their seats, the officer continued, in a moment, I will drive you to the competition arena. Once there, remember to check the battle information on the bulletin board. What time to go on stage, which number stage, make sure to pay attention. If you do not go on stage within 3 minutes after the competition starts, it will be considered a forfeiture. Do you understand?
Understood.
Seeing the crowd respond, the officer patted the driver on the shoulder, closed the car door, and the bus drove out of the military camp.
The competition venue was set up in a square.
8 sturdy arenas were built with granite, and there were spectator stands and electronic boards on both sides of the arenas.
Each contestant looked for their competition venue based on the information on the electronic boards.
At this time, the competition had not yet started, and the square was already packed with people.
Guan Chen glanced around
and estimated that there were nearly 2,000 participants in this grand competition, not counting the spectators.
With so many participants, an elimination format had to be adopted. Each person would be
randomly matched with an opponent, and the winning side would advance while the losing side would be eliminated.
Guan Chen looked at the constantly changing battle numbers on the electronic board, feeling dizzy.
He wanted to ask someone from his team, but as soon as he entered the square, everyone had already scattered. In desperation, he could only ask a middle-aged man nearby, "Excuse me, how can I find my
battle information? The numbers on this screen are making my eyes blur."
The middle-aged man glanced at Guan Chen and smiled, saying, "Look, the distribution of numbers on these screens follows a pattern. The screens on the left side of the square have numbers arranged from smallest to largest. The screens on the right side of the square have numbers arranged from largest to smallest.
Each screen has 300 matchups, so it's easy to find."
Guan Chen looked at the screen in front of him, his expression turning to one of realization. He indeed found his corresponding number among the many numbers.
"Young man, are you new here? What's your number?" 1860, TSK. "Your luck is really bad. You drew a contestant ranked in the top 300 right off the bat. I estimate that after the first round, you'll be eliminated." Guan Chen's first round matchup number was 280. He couldn't help but curiously ask, "Brother, are you saying that the number plates correspond to strength rankings?"
The middle-aged man replied matter-of-factly. "What else could it be? These numbers are arranged according to the rankings from the last grand competition." Guan Chen remembered that the number on Chu Feng's plate was 7, no wonder he was so arrogant. His strength was evident.
"What's your surname, brother? You seem very familiar with the competition. You must be a veteran from Tianshui Pass, right?"
His match was scheduled for an hour later, and seeing that there was still time, he started chatting with the middle-aged man. Through their conversation, Guan Chen learned that the man's name was Sun Xiao, who had served in the military at Tianshui Pass for 12 years. In terms of seniority, he was more experienced than most of the officers here. Unfortunately, he had no connections, no military achievements, and he wasn't a graduate of a regular military academy. So after all these years, he had only managed to attain the rank of sergeant. With his discharge approaching, he had participated in almost every major competition over the past few years, hoping to secure a position and earn some military merit by joining a hunting team. However, he regrettably had never managed to break into the top 200, so he had yet to join a hunting team.
"If you don't join a hunting team, is there really no other way to earn military merit?" Sun Xiao sighed deeply and said, "Without war, ordinary soldiers have only a few paths to achieve merit. Compared to that, joining a hunting team is the most practical way to earn it." As he spoke, he winked at Guan Chen. "Plus, you can earn some extra cash. Who would complain about having more money?"
Guan Chen smiled knowingly at Sun Xiao. Although he seemed a bit of a soldier, his words were quite genuine. He took the opportunity to inquire about the strength of other competitors.
"Brother Sun, what kind of strength do the top 200 competitors have? Is it really that hard to break in?" Sun Xiao's eyes widened, seemingly shocked by Guan Chen's ignorance. If it weren't difficult, who would spend so much money to attend the Royal Martial Academy? Wouldn't it be better to enlist directly?
Let me tell you, the competitors in the top 200, aside from the children of wealthy families, are almost all martial arts geniuses. Various top-tier techniques are emerging one after another, and their realms are all incredibly strong. The top 20 competitors are all at the Grand Master level.
Tell me, how can you compete with people like that? Guan Chen was taken
aback. Over 20 Grand Masters, that was too impressive. Then he thought, wait, these competitors all looked very young, how could they have such profound inner strength?
He quickly asked Sun Xiao, "Brother Sun, isn't it true that an ordinary person can only gain a wisp of true energy after one complete cycle of energy circulation?
I see that the people in the square are all very young, how did they cultivate
to the Grand Master level?"
Sun Xiao shook his head with a light laugh, teasingly saying, "For poor folks like us, after one cycle, we can indeed only gain a day's worth of true energy. But the young masters
from wealthy families are different.
They can refine crystal cores to enhance their cultivation.
With the same energy circulation, if someone holds a first-tier crystal core, they can gain dozens of days' worth
of true energy, while you can only gain one day's worth.
What if they absorb a second-tier crystal core?
Then one cycle would yield hundreds of points of true energy.
And a third-tier crystal core? That
would be thousands of points of true energy.
Do you see how everyone is trying to get into the hunting team?
Whether they can hunt high-level exotic beasts is another matter, but at least they can prioritize buying crystal cores from team members."
After hearing Sun Zhao's explanation, Guan Chen instantly understood everything.
No wonder someone as young as Chu Feng could advance to the Grand Master level. It turned
out to be due to spending money.
The two chatted for a while longer, and soon the referee called out Guan Chen's number.
Next match, contestant number 280 versus contestant number 1860. Contestants have 2 minutes to take the stage. Exceeding the time limit will be considered a forfeit. Sun Xiao patted Guan Chen's shoulder sympathetically and said, "It's your turn to go on stage. Don't be afraid, and don't be nervous. I'll cheer for you from below. Your luck is a bit poor this time, but that's okay, you can come back next time." Guan Chen didn't say much in response to the middle-aged man's kindness. He gave Sun Xiao a gentle nod and a smile before walking towards the arena. Upon reaching the edge of the stage, Guan Chen handed his number to the referee. After the referee confirmed everything was in order, he handed him a set of protective gear and said, "You know the rules, right? No hitting the back of the head, no blocking, and no targeting the eyes. If your opponent slaps the ground to surrender, you must stop attacking immediately. If there are no issues, put on the gear and head to the stage." Guan Chen nodded to indicate he understood and took the gear to put it on. Before he could finish donning the protective gear, someone pushed him from behind. As he turned around, he saw a young man with a sinister appearance and a gloomy expression sneering at him. "Kid, why are you still putting on protective gear when you see the number? I advise you to surrender early to avoid more suffering." Guan Chen ignored him and continued to put on the gear. Seeing this, the young man thought his opponent was backing down and smugly said to Guan Chen, "Only a weakling would wear something like that. It won't save your life." With that, the young man strode into the arena, waving at Guan Chen. Guan Chen looked at the referee at the side of the stage in surprise. The referee explained to him, "There's no strict rule that requires participants to wear protective gear. You can choose not to wear it." Guan Chen moved his body a bit. The two pieces of gear were lightweight and didn't hinder his movements, so he decided to wear them. By the side of the ring, a crowd of competitors had gathered, watching the two on stage and discussing among themselves. "This match is nothing to watch. That kid looks like a novice. I bet he won't last 3 moves. The skill gap is indeed significant, but it's not certain. I've heard there are quite a few strong contenders this time. Like Tai Chi from the 3rd Battalion, Xiao Kei from the 2nd Battalion, and Bian Liang from the 8th Battalion, all of whom have a chance to break into the top 200. I've seen those guys, they're indeed quite fierce. But this kid looks like a weakling, all soft and lacking any momentum." Although Sun Xiao didn't think Guan Chen could win either, he felt a bit uncomfortable seeing everyone dismiss this newly acquainted little brother. "What do you guys know? As the saying goes, heroes aren't afraid of being young. Last year, when Chu Feng competed for the first time, how many people believed in him? Didn't he still fight his way into the top 10? Hearing Sun Xiao's words, the people around him began to mock him. "Do you think this guy is Chu Feng? You should look at his background and status. Can this kid compare to Chu Feng? Exactly, you've lived this long and still talk like a child. Hey, isn't that Sun DePeo? What, is this kid your relative? Truly a litter of piglets from an old sow, a bunch of cowards. Ha ha ha." Listening to the laughter around him, Sun Xiao trembled with anger. How could he outtalk so many people? He could only excitedly wave his fists, cheering for Guan Chen. "Come on, Xiao Guan. I'm rooting for you." This scene happened to be seen by Guan Chen on stage. He smiled back at Sun Xiao and meticulously assumed the starting stance of the Great Strength Diamond Palm, Crouching Star and Felling Tiger. This stance could be both offensive and defensive. He didn't let his opponent's arrogance cloud his judgment. On the contrary, he found such low-level provocation as boring as a child's quarrel. Seeing that both were ready, the referee struck the gong forcefully and shouted, "The match begins." The gloomy young man, noticing his opponent wasn't taking the initiative to attack, sneered, "Kid, I'm giving you a chance. If you don't dare to come at me, don't blame me. Here comes my move, 9 Dragon's Tail." With that, the young man lunged forward in 3 quick steps and kicked fiercely at Guan Chen's face. The kick was fast and powerful, creating a gust of wind on the stage. Clearly, he had infused his true energy into this kick. However, he came fast and retreated even faster. Guan Chen didn't dodge or evade, he executed a fierce tiger push mountain, colliding hard with the young man's foot. He used 5/10 of his internal strength for this palm strike. A surge of true energy erupted from Guan Chen, blowing the onlooking competitors off balance. Then, with a loud bang, the opponent flew back like a kite with a broken string. The gloomy man was sent flying more than 20 meters away. He crashed hard at the edge of the arena, clutching his right leg and howling in agony. "Ah, my leg! Ah!" The originally lively crowd of onlookers fell silent in an instant. Everyone stared in shock at the sudden turn of events, their faces displaying disbelief. Even Sun Xiao, who had been cheering for Guan Chen, had his mouth agape in astonishment. He truly did not expect that in a situation where defeat seemed certain, Guan Chen would take down his opponent with a single move. In the arena, apart from the cries of pain, only the sound of people gasping could be heard. The referee quickly ran to the side of the gloomy man, carefully checking his condition. It was evident that the man's right leg was limp and the bones inside had shattered into pieces. The referee raised his hand, signaling the end of the match, declaring Guan Chen the victor. Immediately, 2 medical personnel rushed in to carry the man away. "Wow, is this the Master Realm? So fierce. Is there any room left for others? Does anyone know him? Which family does he belong to? Isn't he a relative of Sun DePeo? Sun DePeo, what's your relative's name? What's his background? Hearing the inquiries around him, Sun Xiao waved his hand irritably and said, "Get lost. How would I know? I just met this little brother." After saying that, Sun Xiao pushed through the crowd and squeezed toward the edge of the arena. Guan Chen did not expect his opponent to be so easy to defeat. With just one slap, he was lying on the ground, howling like a ghost. Where was that rebellious demeanor from earlier? It seems he would have to hold back a bit next time. With that thought, Guan Chen took off his protective gear and walked toward the edge of the arena. As soon as he stepped down, he saw Sun Xiao already waiting there. Sun Xiao stepped forward, threw an arm around Guan Chen's shoulder, and raised his thumb in praise, saying, "Brother Guan, you really can't judge a person by their appearance. I, Sun de Peo, truly misjudged you." Hearing this, Guan Chen quickly replied humbly, "Brother Sun, please don't flatter me, it was just luck." Sun Xiao put on a stern face, pretending to scold him. "Brother, it's not that I'm criticizing you. Excessive humility is just pride. Can this be called luck? Your true energy almost blew me away." Guan Chen could only smile wryly at this. The two chatted as they walked toward the screen. Those who had witnessed Guan Chen's strength made way for the two to pass. Everyone looked at their backs, whispering and discussing. The first round of matches had not yet concluded, and the information for the second round would not be announced until the afternoon. After chatting with Sun Xiao for a while, Guan Chen ran to the lounge on the outskirts of the square. Inside the lounge, there were competitors who had finished their matches early. Some were in high spirits, while others wore frowns. The lounge offered a free buffet and drinks for the competitors to choose from. Guan Chen picked up a plate of food and a drink, then sat down at a table to quietly enjoy his meal. Not far away, at another table, two men and a woman were leisurely playing cards. One middle-aged man, with a rebellious look, had a cigar in his mouth. A jagged scar ran from his forehead down to his chin, giving him a particularly fierce appearance. He drew a few cards from his hand and tossed them onto the table, exhaling smoke rings as he said, 3 6s with an 8. "Jiang Nan, quite a few high-level players have come to the canyon these past few days. Shall we team up for something big?" The scar-faced man was seated across from a delicate middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. 3 queens with a 3. "I never team up with others for hunting. If you want to go, you and Xia Yan can go." Next to the man with glasses was a stunning blonde beauty with a curvaceous figure. She had long legs, fair skin, and a deep cleavage that looked quite impressive. She lightly tapped the table with her slender, onion-like fingers, her lazy voice escaping her lips. "Not worth it." The scar-faced man, cigar in mouth, waited for the woman's next words, but after a long pause, he still hadn't heard a single word. "If you, Xia Yan, can't afford the stakes, who else can?" The blonde girl detected the dissatisfaction in the scar-faced man's words. She leaned forward, getting close to his face, and chuckled softly. "If you want to cooperate, I only have one condition." The scar-faced man took a deep drag from his cigar. "Go ahead, what's the condition?" The beauty stared into his eyes, enunciating each word. "No matter what your goal is, the crystal core belongs to me." The smile on the scar-faced man's face vanished abruptly. He crushed the cigar against the table with force and coldly replied, "I'm just half a step away from the innate realm. You know I can't possibly give the crystal core to you. How about this? I'll offer something of equal value in exchange. That should satisfy you, right?" The woman seemed to find something amusing, laughing so hard that her body shook. "Ah, Guzue, do you think I, Xia Yan, am short on money?" The scar-faced man squinted his eyes, about to rise in anger, when he heard the bespectacled man beside him softly say, "Do you want it? If neither of you do, I'm leaving." The scar-faced man slammed the table heavily, snorting coldly, "Not worth it. The plane has 2 pairs, double kings, 1 4. 1. Bomb, 1 reverse spring, 400,000 per person, hurry up and pay." The scar-faced man spat angrily to the side, pulling out several large bills and tossing them on the table, cursing, "Can't even afford a 3-card combination, this kind of federation isn't worth it." His words directly angered the beauty across from him. Her phoenix eyes narrowed as she retorted sarcastically, "I have cards too, but it doesn't concern him. Anyway, I'm not the only one losing money. I'm willing to lose, does it matter to you?" "You." The scar-faced man slammed the table in anger, pointing at the beauty for a long time, but couldn't articulate a reason. The commotion instantly attracted the attention of those around them. Seeing this, the scar-faced man glared and shouted loudly, "What are you looking at? Just eat your meals quietly." The people in the lounge seemed to recognize the scar-faced man. When he got angry, everyone quickly lowered their heads, and the entire lounge fell silent. Guan Chen was startled by the scar-faced man's scolding. Noticing that the others in the room dared not speak, he naturally wouldn't meddle in their affairs. Soon, time passed, and at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the second round of the elimination match officially began. Guan Chen's opponent this time was a contestant numbered 438. Once on the stage, Guan Chen took down his opponent in just 2 moves. It could be said that with his current strength, no one below the Master Realm could pose a threat to him. After finishing the second round, today's matches were completely over. At the end of the square, a large electronic board displayed the list of advancing contestants in real time. Over 200 contestants were already shown as advancing. Guan Shen quickly found his name on the list. Since there were no more matches ahead, he wanted to return to the camp early to train. However, when he got to the bus, the driver told him they had to wait until all the contestants arrived before they could depart. Guan Shen thought to himself that it would take ages. Many people, even after their matches were over, would still watch other contestants compete. Rather than wait here, he preferred to take the bus back. So, he greeted the driver and left the square alone, heading towards the nearest bus stop. But before he could leave the square, he heard the sound of a car horn behind him. Turning around, he saw a familiar face poking half of his head out of a military jeep. "Kid, you came to participate in the competition too? Don't tell me you got eliminated so quickly." In the car was none other than the young Lieutenant Nia Yunkong, whom Guanqing had encountered last time in the family compound. Guanqing didn't want to pay him any mind, but thinking about the fact that the other party held a higher rank, he stopped in his tracks. According to military regulations, when encountering a superior officer, one must salute and respond. Reporting, "Sir, I advanced with full victories in both rounds, disappointing you." Upon hearing Guanqing's words, Nia Yunkong smiled instead of getting angry. "No need to call me sir. I'm here to participate in the competition just like you. Where are you headed? I can give you a ride." Guanqing didn't expect him to be so kind, not only not causing trouble for him but also offering a ride. It's just a car ride, could he really eat him? With that thought, Guanqing opened the passenger door and plopped down into the seat. 3rd Battalion, 5th Brigade, then thank you, sir. Nia Yunkong stepped on the gas, and the wheel spun, kicking up clouds of dust. Leaving the square, Nia Yunkong smiled and asked Guanqing, "You little rascal, I know the captain of your 5th Brigade. Aren't you afraid I'll file a little report on you?" Guanqing didn't even lift his eyelids, responding with a blank expression. "Our captain is not that kind of petty person who plays favorites." Hearing this, Nia Yunkong chuckled lightly. "Are you mocking me for protecting my family? Are you saying a big man like you has a reason to hit a woman? If I had no reason, would General Nia let me off the hook?" The once smiling Nia Yunkong's expression changed instantly upon hearing Guanqing mention his father. "General Nia is a fair man, not someone you can gossip about. I admit, I was a bit impulsive last time, but I am me, and General Nia is General Nia, they cannot be confused." Nia Yunkong held the utmost respect for his father and would not allow anyone to speak ill of him. Guanqing had a good impression of General Nia and didn't want to say anything insincere. "General Nia handles matters fairly, I have nothing to say about that." Hearing Guanqing praise his father like this, Nia Yunkong's expression finally brightened. "However, I still have to warn you, if I encounter you in the arena, I will definitely seek justice for Yenner." Listening to Nia Yunkong's indifferent warning, Guanqing didn't take it to heart. In his view, although Nia Yunkong had a bit of a temper, he was a qualified soldier. Such a person, even if there were minor frictions, wouldn't resort to underhanded tactics. On the contrary, he somewhat liked Nia Yunkong's character. Clear in his likes and dislikes, not hiding anything. How could such a good man be captivated by a woman like Nangongyen? It was truly like a glass vase holding a bunch of dog-tail grass, unworthy. Nia Yunkong dropped Guanqing off at the camp gate and drove away. Guanqing returned to the dormitory, took a shower, and then sat cross-legged on the floor to practice. It wasn't until the sky darkened that the few who were on duty in the class returned one after another. As soon as they entered, they immediately surrounded Guanqing, curiously asking him about the results. "Class leader, how did the competition go? Did you advance? With our class leader's strength, is there even a need to ask?" "Of course, he advanced." "Why did you come back alone? Where's Chen Wei?" Listening to the chattering voices around him, Guanqing could no longer focus on his practice. He slowly finished his session and stood up, briefly explaining the situation of the competition. Although they had already guessed that Guanqing would advance, hearing it from his own mouth still excited everyone for quite a while. Guanxi suggested they celebrate properly, while Gu Dezhuang insisted on dragging Guanqing to the cafeteria for a couple of drinks. Ma Bao was more reliable, saying it would be better to celebrate after the competition was over so as not to delay the class leaders' match tomorrow. While they were talking, Chen Wei walked in with his head hung low. "What happened? Eliminated?" As soon as the others saw Chen Wei return, they immediately surrounded him. Chen Wei nodded dejectedly and briefly recounted the situation of the competition. It was quite a pity. In the first round, Chen Wei faced an opponent ranked over 2000. He easily defeated his opponent in that round. Unexpectedly, in the second round, he was matched against a player ranked in the top 100. Although Chen Wei usually kept a low profile, he was actually from a proper martial arts academy. Aside from not having deep internal strength, his techniques and skills were not inferior to those of Guan Chen. Chen Wei fought fiercely with the top 100 player for 30 rounds, but ultimately, due to a gap in internal power, he was knocked out of the ring with a single punch. Originally, he had hoped to make a name for himself in this competition. He never expected to last less than a day. After everyone comforted him, they headed to the cafeteria together. After dinner, Guan Shen continued his meditation and training as usual. Ma Bao, lying in bed, couldn't help but sigh softly. No wonder he's so strong. We can't match his perseverance.
Ma Bao's words seemed to ignite the competitive spirit in others. He Guangji and Shanwei decided not to sleep either and joined in on the meditation and training.
The remaining Ma Bao and Gudajuang exchanged glances. Why aren't you training? Why aren't you training?
I'm old, I'll just muddle through for a few more years and then retire.
Can you compare with me? If I don't serve in the military, I can still be a painter. If you don't serve, what else can you do? Gudajuang and Ma Bao began to bicker back and forth.
As they argued, they found it increasingly pointless. They simply turned off the light, buried their heads in their blankets, and decided to ignore everything. By midnight, He Guangji had fallen asleep sitting up. Guanshen helplessly got up to wake him and told him to go back to bed. He Guangji wiped his drool and, seeing Chen Wei still persevering, gave him a thumbs up, saying, I really can't keep up with you young folks. With that, he flopped down on his bed and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, when Chen Wei woke up, the dormitory was already empty. Looking at the vacant dorm, he couldn't remember when he had fallen asleep. At that moment, Guan Shen was already on a bus heading to the competition venue. Besides him, only Chu Feng, Zhou Jun, and Yi Luhan remained. The rest had all been eliminated in the 2 rounds of competition yesterday. Chu Feng sat in his seat with his eyes closed, oblivious to the world around him. Yi Luhan was engrossed in studying an unknown martial arts manual. Only Zhou Jun looked at Guan Shen with a provocative expression. Zhou Jun was slightly surprised that Guan Shen had advanced through the first 2 rounds. However, this was even better. He would have the chance to face him in the competition and humiliate him thoroughly. Upon arriving at the martial arts square, it was evident that there were significantly fewer competitors than yesterday. After 2 rounds of competition, 3/4 of the participants had been eliminated. Now, aside from a few lucky ones, the remaining competitors were all skilled fighters. Guan Chen drew the number 226. For the 3rd round, there was still over an hour before his match began. With time to spare, he wandered around the various arenas. At that moment, the area in front of Arena 8 was packed with people. Almost all the competitors had gathered there, waiting for the match to begin. Curious, Guan Chen walked over and asked someone nearby, Hey, why are there so many people here? In a bit, Chu Feng will be battling Tai Ying. One is the last session's rookie king, and the other claims to be this session's rookie king. One of them is bound to be eliminated, so this is going to be interesting. Hearing Chu Feng's name piqued Guan Chen's interest. Chu Feng's reputation was well known in their 5th squad. Although he had met Chu Feng a few times, he had never fought against him. Now is a good time to study the opponent's tactics and strength. Soon, Chu Feng and Tai Ying stood on the arena. Chu Feng, needless to say, looked like a woman. Tai Ying's appearance was that of a rugged man from the grasslands. He was tall and sturdy, with thick limbs, a broad face, a hooked nose, and a full beard. Neither of them wore protective gear. Perhaps at their level, the little defense provided by protective gear was completely unnecessary. As the match began, neither rushed in for a close fight. Instead, they paced back and forth, observing each other. Despite Chu Feng usually looking down on everyone, once he was on the arena, his eyes never left his opponent. After a long period of mutual observation, it was Tai Ying who couldn't hold back and took the initiative to attack. With a powerful push from his knees, he blurred and charged towards Chu Feng. Chu Feng immediately used the control technique from the 8 trigrams dragon palm. Countless palm shadows appeared around him, creating an impenetrable defense. The 8 trigrams dragon palm emphasizes a stable lower body and an attacking upper body. Ordinary martial arts techniques really couldn't gain any advantage against it. He thought that Tai Ying would retreat upon seeing this stance, and Chu Feng even had a follow-up strategy in mind. However, to his surprise, the opponent not only didn't retreat but accelerated and charged straight at him. Chu Feng's eyes turned cold, and he was about to teach his opponent a harsh lesson. But he saw Tai Ying's figure lower, disappearing from his sight. Not good. The thought had barely crossed his mind when Tai Ying had already grabbed his legs. Tai Ying's massive body was now as fast as lightning. In an instant, he had circled behind his target. Ha! With a loud exhale, he exerted force, lifting his opponent high above his head, then suddenly powered through his waist, slamming the target hard onto the ground. At this point, Chu Feng's feet were already off the ground, leaving him with no leverage to break free from his opponent. Watching the ground approaching rapidly, Chu Feng could only channel his true energy into his palm and strike down hard. He could only hope to use the rebound force to counter Tai Ying's throw. With a loud bang, the granite floor shattered inch by inch from Chu Feng's palm strike. Chu Feng's face turned pale, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. His head was now less than a centimeter from the ground. If he hit that hard surface, his head would explode like a rotten watermelon. Failing to execute his move, Tai Ying attempted to turn and mount his opponent but was kicked away by Chu Feng's swift kicks. Taking advantage of the moment Tai Ying was getting up, Chu Feng finally steadied himself with a leap. After one failed attempt, Tai Ying had to create distance again to look for another opportunity. The previous scene had flashed by in an instant. Many spectators at the side didn't clearly see what had happened. Guan Chen, however, had been using his probing technique, allowing him to see every frame distinctly.
He recognized Tai Ying's move. Strictly speaking, it wasn't a traditional technique but a common wrestling maneuver. Front grab plus back throw. He didn't expect that such wrestling techniques could exert such great power in the arena. Watching Tai Ying execute the move in
one fluid motion, as fast as lightning, it was unclear how many times he had practiced it in private. It seemed that in the future, one really couldn't be limited to techniques as long as it could strike the opponent. Even common moves were good moves. Having suffered a significant loss at Tai Ying's hands, Chu Feng naturally dared not let his opponent get close again. His own cultivation level was already a tier above Tai Ying's, and in terms of pure internal energy, Tai Ying was no match for him. The subsequent battle became quite dull. Chu Feng relied on his agile movements to continuously wear down his opponent's internal energy. Whenever Tai Ying got close, he immediately used his true energy to push him back. After more than half an hour of fierce fighting, Tai Ying, having exhausted his internal energy, could only helplessly raise his hand to concede. No one expected that a match everyone was optimistic about would end in this way. Thus, the previous rookie champion narrowly defeated the current rookie champion. The Iron Camp had completely lost its qualification to continue competing. After watching the match between the two, it was soon time for Guan Chen to take the stage himself. This time, the opponent's strength was nothing to speak of. Within 3 minutes, Guan Chen had forced him to concede. There was no way around it. The disparity in their martial prowess was too great. With a single punch, the opponent's true energy was nearly shattered. After finishing the third round of the match, Guan Chen walked towards the lounge as usual. Unexpectedly, on the way, he ran into a dejected Sun Xiao. Guan Chen thought he had been eliminated yesterday, but he didn't expect to see him here today. "Brother Sun, I was just looking for you. How did it go? Did you win your match this morning?" Sun Xiao was feeling very down. When he saw Guan Chen greet him, he forced a smile and replied, "I lost." "What about you? You must have won, right?" Guan Chen nodded gently and comforted him. "It was luck. It's okay, Brother Sunday. If it didn't work out this time, we can try harder next time. There will always be a day when we break into the top 200. Sun Xiao let out a long sigh, his eyes filled with both disappointment and relief. Over the years, he had participated in numerous competitions without fail. Although his true energy was slowly increasing, his physical abilities were continuously declining with age. Next time? There won't be a next time. Let's not talk about these unhappy things. Come on, let's go to the lounge for a drink. I'll stay to watch your match this afternoon. Guan Chen could tell that this failure had hit Sun Xiao hard. He didn't know how to comfort him, so he could only smile and nod in agreement. The two arrived at the lounge, and as soon as they entered, Guan Chen saw the group of people he had played cards with last time sitting at a table near the entrance. However, this time, there were two unfamiliar figures added to their trio. Guan Chen went to the front desk to grab a few plates of prepared cold dishes, while Sun Xiao ran to the fridge to get a few bottles of chilled beer. "You still have a match this afternoon, so let's drink less." Guan Chen initially wanted to refuse, but when he saw the eager look in Sun Xiao's eyes, he swallowed his words. "All right, then let's drink less." After downing 2 glasses of chilled beer, Sun Xiao finally opened up. The two chatted about their pasts, and Guan Chen pointed to the table near the door and asked, "Brother Sun, who are they?" They all look quite formidable. Sun Xiao quietly introduced them to Guan Chen. "That scar-faced guy is named Gu Zui, nicknamed the Butcher. He is a descendant of the Gu family from Icefire City. His strength is at the late stage of the Master Realm, and he has consistently ranked in the top 3 in recent years. The gentleman with glasses is named Zhang Nan, nicknamed Sword Spirit. He is a descendant of the Zhang family from the Imperial City. His strength is unfathomable, and he has been the champion of the competition for years. The blonde beauty is named Xia Yan, nicknamed Ghost Bride. She is the daughter of Xia Shui, the lord of Twin Kings City. She managed to break into the top 3 as a civilian military officer, so her strength is certainly well recognized. The other two are also top 10 competitors from the last competition. One is Ba Dao Xiaozhantian, and the other is Dili Jin Gangjiada. With these few gathered together, they must be discussing something significant. Sun Xiao, having been a veteran in the combat department for over a decade, could name anyone with some fame in the military. Listening to Sun Xiao's introductions, Guan Chen quietly memorized these names. If nothing unexpected happened in this competition, he was sure to make it into the top 200. It would be good to know about these people in advance, as he would inevitably have to interact with them later. The two continued chatting until after 1 o'clock, when someone called out that the battle information had been released, prompting everyone to rise and leave the lounge. After 3 rounds of elimination, out of more than 2,000 participants, fewer than 300 remained. Guan Chen's opponent this time was a contestant numbered 72. When Sun Xiao saw the match information, his expression immediately changed. No matter how much he believed in Guan Chen's strength, he didn't think he could win for sure. By a stroke of luck, Guan Chen's match was scheduled first. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, a figure loomed before him. Like a mountain. This was too massive. In his 2 lifetimes combined, Guan Chen had never seen such a large creature. Standing at 2 meters 6 and weighing nearly 400 pounds, the ground seemed
to tremble with each step he took. This guy was a living, breathing humanoid beast. I'm called Hangshan, but everyone else calls me Meat Mountain. If I can't control my strength later, you can't blame me, the self-proclaimed Hangshan said in a deep, resonant voice. Guan Chen instinctively thought of a legendary general from ancient times, Dian Wei. Even if Dian Wei were resurrected, he wouldn't be much different, right? Watching the opponent stagger step by step toward the center of the ring, Guan Chen tossed his protective gear to the referee. What a joke, that little gear was utterly insufficient against this Meat Mountain. As both stood firm in the center of the ring, the referee struck the gong to signal the start of the match. As soon as the match began, Hangshan spread his arms and charged at Guan Chen. Goodness! Whether he was fast or not was secondary, just the sheer momentum was something most people couldn't withstand. Sun Xiao, standing below the ring, was frantically shouting, loudly reminding Guan Chen to dodge quickly. To be honest, with the opponent's speed, even without using the probing technique, Hangshan wouldn't be able to touch him. Guan Chen activated the wind god leg, his body transforming into a blur, disappearing before Hangshan. When he reappeared, he was already standing firmly behind Hangshan. Guan Chen unleashed the wind god leg, channeling 50% of his internal energy, and kicked fiercely at Hangshan's thigh. The kick was both fast and fierce, coupled with Hangshan's forward momentum. With that kick, Hangshan dropped to his knees. No matter how strong your physique is, the thigh area is almost always a weak point. With Guan Chen's strength combined with his 50% internal energy and Hangshan's weight, Hangshan's knee smashed into the hard granite, shattering it to pieces. Just think, if the granite shattered, how could Hangshan's knee not break? White bone shards pierced through the skin, grotesquely exposed. A large pool of blood flowed from his knee, soaking the ground. Yet Hangshan seemed oblivious, still struggling to stand up without a sound. Guan Chen, witnessing this scene, felt reluctant to strike again. He looked at the referee with a questioning gaze, but the referee showed no intention of stopping the match. After struggling a few times and realizing he couldn't get up, Hangshan simply hugged his head with both hands and lay on the ground, motionless in defense. Left with no choice, Guan Chen had to go all out. He executed the great strength diamond palm technique. By the end, Guan Chen was panting heavily, yet the opponent still refused to surrender. As the match time was about to end, Guan Chen thought of a rather unorthodox solution. He ran behind Hangshan, grabbed his leg, and forcibly dragged him to the edge of the ring, finally delivering a powerful tiger push mountain, which sent him flying out of the arena. Guan Chen had never fought such a frustrating match. If he had a weapon, he would have chopped Hangshan into minced meat long ago. After the match, Sun Xiao informed him that this Hangshan was notorious in the army for being a tough nut to crack. Although the iron cloth he practiced wasn't considered a profound skill, almost no one could break through his defense with mere punches and kicks under normal circumstances. If Guan Chen hadn't found the opponent's weakness early on, the outcome of this battle could have been uncertain. As soon as the match ended, Guan Chen returned to the camp early. This time, he was truly exhausted. He hadn't felt this tired even after running 40 kilometers. As soon as he got back to the dormitory, he collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep. Even dinner was brought back for him by He Guangji. Early the next morning, Zheng Hu came to inform him that today the advancing contestants would have a day off. The event organizers needed to select the final 60 candidates for the hunting team. From the more than 100 who had failed in the fourth round, the 140 contestants who had already advanced would have to wait until the day after tomorrow to participate in the final 2 rounds of elimination matches. After the elimination rounds, the remaining 30 or so would then compete in the ranking matches. Guan Chen asked him what the difference was between the ranking matches and the elimination matches. Zheng explained for a long time before Guan Chen finally understood the distinction between the two. In fact, the ranking matches were somewhat similar to the rules of the World Cup. Contestants would compete in pairs, with those accumulating more points advancing and those with fewer points being eliminated. Ultimately, the top 10 rankings would be determined. The top 10 contestants could not only freely form hunting squads but also decide the distribution rules within their teams. It should be noted that ordinary hunting team members had to hand over 60% of their spoils to the military. However, hunting squads only had to hand over 40%, and they could decide how to distribute the remaining spoils themselves. One should never underestimate this 20%. Over the years, it could amount to a considerable fortune. Members of the hunting team were eager to join the hunting squads. After listening to Zhang Hu's explanation, Guan Chen made up his mind. No matter what, he had to break into the top 10, otherwise, even if a hunting squad was willing to recruit him, the distribution would still be decided by others. After sending Zhang Hu off, Guan Chen went straight to the training ground to practice the Wind God Leg. The Wind God Leg still needed over 600 points of proficiency to upgrade, and clearly, a day was not enough for it to level up. He practiced until evening, and only then did the proficiency of the Wind God Leg barely increase by a little over 100 points. By night, Guan Chen rarely went to bed early. He needed to rest well to prepare for tomorrow's competition. The next morning, Guan Chen arrived early in front of the bus. Before he could get on, he heard someone boasting loudly inside the bus. I told you, Guan Chen wouldn't make it past the first 4 rounds. See? I wasn't wrong, was I? What a bunch of useless rookies. The next second, Guan Chen got on the bus and slapped him in the face. Zhou Jun looked at Guan Chen in disbelief and questioned, "You made it? That's too lucky, right? What kind of opponents did you face? Was there even one who could fight?" Guan Chen couldn't be bothered to respond to him and directly walked to the back to find a seat. Zhou Jun felt a bit embarrassed being ignored. He stubbornly said to the driver, "This kid really got lucky. But that Yi Luhan isn't as lucky as him. All of them are so arrogant, and yet." Before Zhou Jun could finish his sentence, Yi Luhan walked in through the bus door. Half of his sentence got stuck in his throat and Zhou Jun felt incredibly uncomfortable. He really couldn't understand how, with his strong talent and having participated in 4 major competitions, he only managed to break into the top 200. How could these two kids be so formidable? Just as he was caught in self-doubt, Zhu Feng also arrived on the bus. The driver, seeing everyone was present, started the car and headed towards the competition arena. Upon arriving at the arena, the number of contestants on the platforms had decreased even further. However, the number of spectators in the viewing area began to increase. As soon as Guan Chen arrived at the square, he was handed a battle information sheet. All the battle information on the form was marked. Guan Chen quickly found his number. Number 83? Why does this number seem so familiar? Guan Chen muttered to himself as he looked at the number. He felt like he had seen this number somewhere before, but he couldn't recall where. His match wouldn't start for another half an hour, so with nothing to do, he began to wander around the square. At this moment, the square was noticeably different from the day before. Not only were there many more slogans and flowers on both sides, but even the content being played on the screens had changed. The large screen was no longer showing battle information. Instead, it was entirely dedicated to live broadcasting the matches on the 8 platforms. The spectators on the viewing platform only needed to focus on the screen to clearly see each match. "It seems the ranking leader is coming to inspect," thought Guan Chen, who was all too familiar with this routine living in China. No matter the world, the responses to a leader's inspection were surprisingly consistent. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and when Guan Chen arrived at the competition arena, he looked in shock at the figure on the stage. No wonder he found that number so familiar. It turned out to be an acquaintance. Zhou Jun stood on the stage, looking at the approaching figure with a mix of astonishment and wild joy. "Ha ha ha, the goddess of luck truly favors me. I, Zhou Jun, have said that I will avenge you sooner or later." "Guan Chen, are you ready to die?" Hearing such a cringeworthy line, Guan Chen awkwardly planted his feet on the ground. "Can I pretend not to know him? Would others think I'm just as foolish?" However, contrary to his thoughts, the audience below was unusually enthusiastic about the drama unfolding. "What the hell? This has a story. I love watching people tear each other apart. Revenge battle. Can we watch this for free? Hey, that kid on the other side, don't be a coward. You should retort. If you don't knock one of you out, neither of you can leave the stage." Listening to the crowd's uproar, Guan Chen felt a headache coming on. What is this all about? Is this drama that entertaining? Unlike Guan Chen, Zhou Jun seemed to revel in the attention of those around him. He struck an even more exaggerated pose, pointing at Guan Chen and declaring, "Today, I, the shadowless leg, Zhou Jun, will step over your corpse to reach the pinnacle. Come on, let me see who the second strongest of the 5th squad really is." Guan Chen could only roll his eyes in exasperation. "You're bragging, can't you at least make it a bit more believable? The second strongest of the 5th squad? How could you even say that?" At this moment, Guan Chen just wanted to finish the match quickly and get as far away from this guy as possible. As the referee struck the gong, the match officially began. Zhou Jun struck a flamboyant pose and shouted, "Shadow clone technique." In an instant, dozens of figures spread out from Zhou Jun's position, surrounding Guan Chen. The audience below gasped in excitement. This is a technique from the Wind God Leg. Only someone with incredible speed can create such a visual illusion. Now, the opponent is in trouble. This Zhou Jun truly lives up to the name of Shadowless Leg. With this speed, you won't find many in the army who can match him. Before the words from the sidelines could settle, there was a loud bang, and a shadow flew back. Zhou Jun spat blood, tracing a graceful arc on the stage, like a fallen angel with broken wings, descending in a blaze of glory. After landing, he barely managed to raise a finger to point at Guan Chen, blood spilling from his mouth as he stammered out 3 words. "And no, P possible." With that, Zhou Jun collapsed, fainting directly on the stage. Zhou Jun's strength was not actually weak. The key was that he had the wrong opponent. No matter how fast he was, he couldn't outpace Guan Chen's probing technique. To Guan Chen, all these flashy tricks were futile. Wobbling around to create afterimages to confuse the opponent was less effective than striking directly at the vital points. After the first match, Guan Chen began to wander between the various arenas. I must say, the contestants who made it to this round were all quite strong. Guan Chen witnessed several exciting matches firsthand. For instance, the 2 newcomers with the highest buzz this round, Tai Chi vs Xiao Kei, Tai Chi's overlord. Fist was incredibly fierce. Not only was he physically strong, but his internal energy was also immensely robust.
Guan Shen estimated that even if he wasn't a Grand Master, he was not far from the Master realm. As for Xiao Ke, he was even more interesting. He was not a martial artist but a supernatural being. Xiao Ke's ability is known as one of the most powerful attack abilities in the ability system, specifically, the lightning ability. He can not only summon lightning to attack his opponents, but his body is also protected by a layer of lightning barrier. Iron Shi, on several occasions, found himself paralyzed the moment he got close to his opponent due to that layer of lightning barrier. This undoubtedly increased the difficulty of his attacks significantly. Coupled with Xiao Ke's decent agility, Iron Shi was left in a very awkward position as soon as he stepped onto the arena. The lightning summoned by Xiao Ke was as thick as 2 fingers and moved so fast that there was no time to dodge. With each strike of lightning, Iron Shi's body would be left with severe burns. Moreover, his body would become incredibly stiff from the electric shocks. Initially, everyone thought there was no suspense left in this match. However, no one expected that Iron Shi could withstand half an hour of lightning attacks without falling. In fact, as the shocks continued, Iron Shi began to grow numb to the lightning. On the other hand, Xiao Ke's continuous attacks drained his stored energy completely. By the end, not only was the lightning he summoned reduced to the thickness of chopsticks, but even the layer of lightning barrier around him could no longer be maintained. Ultimately, Xiao Ke, unable to sustain himself, was caught off guard by Iron Shi and knocked to the ground with a single punch. The match left the surrounding audience thoroughly entertained, and even after it ended, many were still discussing it. One powerful figure commented, "From the moment Xiao Ke's first electric shock failed to take down Iron Shi, the outcome of this match was already determined." Electricity is a peculiar ability. It has immense power, but its damage cannot stack. Every living being stores electrical energy within. If the voltage and current are strong enough, a single shock can be fatal. Conversely, if the intensity of the shock isn't lethal, then shocking 1,000 times will yield the same result. Many others expressed their disdain for ability users. We martial artists focus on solidifying our foundations. In the short term, we may not progress as rapidly as ability users, but we excel in versatility. Exactly. You can attack me countless times, but as long as I catch you once, you're done for. Just look at our Purple Gold Empire. Among the top 10 experts in the empire, only one is an ability user, the rest are martial artists. Isn't that enough to illustrate the point? Ability users have only experienced 100 years of development since their emergence. What can they use to compete with martial artists? Guan Chen listened to the lofty discussions around him and found them all reasonable. However, he did not believe that martial artists were absolutely stronger than ability users. It mainly depended on the individual, whether it was abilities or martial arts. In the end, it was still a competition between people. In the afternoon, the final round of the elimination match arrived, and Guan Shen's opponent this time was Moon Yen, ranked 24th. Moon Yen was skilled in boxing and was the heir of the Mu family's 5 elements fist. The Mu family's 5 elements fist combines hardness and softness, particularly excelling in defensive counterattacks. As soon as the match began, the two did not engage in much probing and went straight into battle. Guan Shen unleashed his full power with the Great Strength Diamond Palm, but over 20 moves were easily neutralized by his opponent. Moon Yen only needed to counter a few times to leave Guan Shen in a flustered state, facing numerous dangers. This was still the result of him activating his probing technique. Without its assistance, he would have likely been caught long ago. It should be noted that the Mu family is not yet considered an old established family in the Purple Gold Empire, but even so, their martial arts foundation is not something an ordinary person can compare to. In the dozens of exchanges, Guan Shen could clearly feel that every move he made seemed to be anticipated by his opponent. Whether it was strength, true energy, or speed, he was superior. Yet, he just couldn't break through Moon Yen's defense, which left Guan Shen feeling incredibly frustrated. After exchanging over 100 moves, Moon Yen finally revealed a flaw that wasn't exactly a flaw. That was, Moon Yen's stamina was starting to lag behind. In fact, Moon Yen was now even more anxious than Guan Shen. He had never encountered such a difficult opponent. The other party was clearly much stronger than him, yet at every critical moment they always failed to deliver that decisive blow. It was like a football match, where a player dribbles from the backfield, weaving past the entire field, even outmaneuvering the goalkeeper, but just can't take the shot. Moon Yen even suspected that the other party was deliberately toying with him. Since childhood, Moon Yen had been trained by his family, unlike Guan Shen, who was self-taught, relying solely on brute strength and memorized techniques. Did he say he mastered the Great Strength Diamond Palm? He indeed knew all the moves. But when it came to actual application, he was only slightly better than a layman. Many people might have read too many martial arts novels, thinking everyone is like Yang Gui or Zhou Baodong. As long as they were given the Nining manual, they could dominate the martial world just by self-study. Such thinking is simply naively terrifying. The Nining manual is an incredibly profound and obscure martial arts classic. It is like the blueprints for a J-20 fighter jet. Even if you were given the blueprints, you could study them for 100 years at home, and you still wouldn't be able to build it. Even if you could DIY a shell, it still wouldn't fly. Even a martial
Genius like Yang Guo learned for over a decade by Xiao Longnu's side. No matter how powerful Zhou Badong was, he also trained under Wang Chongyang for decades, right? Therefore, no matter how formidable the martial arts, they all require guidance from a renowned master. This is also why everyone knows the tuition fees at martial arts academies are exorbitant, yet they still rush to send their children there. After hundreds of exchanges, Wan Chen still couldn't defeat his opponent. As the fight progressed, he became less anxious and instead focused on understanding the timing of his opponent's strikes and the connections between their techniques. He could vaguely sense that there were extremely important martial arts mysteries contained within, but as a layman, he could never grasp the essence of it. Unknowingly, over an hour had passed. In that hour, the two exchanged over 1,000 moves. Guan Chen was no longer concerned about winning or losing, he was completely immersed in the martial arts. Feeling Moon Yan's strikes becoming weaker, Guan Chen even kindly retracted 70% of his strength just to continue the engagement. Suddenly, Moon Yan stood still on the stage, and Guan Chen looked up at him in astonishment. He saw Moon Yan raise both hands high and, in a moment of despair, said, "I concede. I give up." Looking at Moon Yan, who appeared relieved and weak in the legs, Guan Chen showed a look of unfulfilled excitement. It was so exhilarating to spar with someone who had a martial arts foundation, it was truly delightful. He extended his palm and, with some emotion, said to Moon Yan, "Truly, a worthy opponent meets a talented player." Moon Yan swatted Guan Chen's hand away and shot him a glare, saying, "Who are you calling a worthy opponent, you stinky chess basket? Aside from your brute strength, you know nothing about martial arts." Guan Chen felt a bit shy after being exposed but stubbornly retorted, "Then why did you concede? If you're not convinced, we can keep fighting." Moon Yan's face turned pale with anger, and with a cold snort, she turned and walked off the stage without looking back. Even after leaving the stage, Guan Chen was still mumbling to himself, "Is it really that bad?" The afternoon matches quickly came to an end. When Guan Chen got on the bus, he saw that aside from the driver, only Chu Feng remained. The driver started the car as soon as he got on. Guan Chen curiously asked, "Aren't we waiting for anyone else?" The driver informed him that Zhou Jun had been sent to the hospital in the morning and Yi Luowan had just been taken away by an ambulance. So, with him here, everyone was accounted for. Great! When he arrived in the morning, there were still 4 of them, but by the afternoon, only 2 remained. Once back at the camp, Guan Chen couldn't wait to run to the playground and review the insights he had gained from the earlier match. To be honest, this match is of great significance to Guan Chen. It feels as if the world of martial arts has opened a whole new window for him. Although he currently lacks the ability to see what kind of world lies beyond that window, even just a vague outline has sparked boundless imagination within him. It turns out that the world of martial arts is so vast and profound. It turns out that true martial arts is filled with wisdom and joy. Guan Chen is like a withered sponge, desperately soaking up all the martial knowledge he can access. In his eyes, martial arts is no longer just those tedious moves and endless techniques. Alone, Guan Chen practiced on the empty playground until the night was deep and quiet. Until Li Guangji and the others found him with flashlights. "Boss, are you feeling down? Let me tell you, winning and losing are common in battle. For someone like you to enter the army and make it to the finals is nothing short of a miracle." "Exactly. Whether you win or lose, you are the pride of our class." "Squad leader, weren't you the one who advised me to come? Why is it that when it comes to you, you can't handle it? Let's head back. We've brought your meals to the dorm. The lights will be turned off soon." Guan Chen looked at the eager eyes around him, and a warmth surged in his heart. They say the army is a place for real men, and that saying holds true. No matter the world or the era, the brothers in the army are comrades worthy of entrusting one's life. "No, I just gained some insights and came to practice on the playground. Sorry to make you worry, let's head back." After explaining a bit, Guan Chen walked towards the dorm surrounded by his brothers. Upon arriving at the dorm and seeing the meal box pulled out from the blanket, Guan Chen almost cried. Ma Bao, as if seeking credit, handed over the meal box and said to Guan Chen, "Squad leader, I was afraid the food would get cold, so I kept it wrapped in the blanket. You don't have to look at me like that, we're brothers, and there's no need for polite words between brothers." Guan Chen's cheeks twitched as he suppressed his emotions and said, "Thank you. How could you bear to put such an oily meal box in my blanket?" Ma Bao replied nonchalantly, "What else should I have put it in? My blanket?" Guan Chen silently opened the meal box and sat in a corner to eat. After just 2 bites, he heard Yi Guangji boastfully say, "I've said it before, the squad leader isn't the type to be emotional. Look, he hasn't even shed a tear." Guan Chen nearly choked on a mouthful of food. After catching his breath for a while, he finally swallowed that bite. "Alright, just you wait." Guan Chen silently vowed in his heart that one day he would repay this grudge. That night, Guan Chen could only cover himself with the blanket in reverse. Just thinking about that greasy stain made him feel uneasy. Early the next morning, Guan Chen arrived at the competition square. Today was the day for the draw of the ranking matches. After the draw, they would be divided into 8 small groups to compete against each other. According to the tradition of Tianshui Pass, almost all the high-ranking officials would come to watch the matches live. One reason was to see if any new talents had emerged in the army. The other was to take this opportunity to communicate with the lower-ranking soldiers. After all, it's rare to see these big shots. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the draw officially began. 32 contestants took turns to come up on stage and draw their numbers. Among these people, Guan Shen saw many familiar faces. Chu Feng goes without saying, many familiar faces like Gu Zui, Xia Yan, and Nie Yinkong were also standing here. Besides the contestants, several rows of military bigwigs were seated in the stands. Guan Shen glanced over. Apart from General Nie, he didn't recognize anyone else. Nie Yinkong was also quite surprised that Guan Shen made it to the ranking matches. However, due to the presence of the leaders, he found it inconvenient to greet Guan Shen. The first to step up for the draw was the top 8 competitors from the previous season. To avoid early encounters, they would be seated and placed in different groups. Naturally, the first to draw was the champion from the last competition, Jiang Nan. Following him was the scar-faced man Guan Shen had seen in the lounge. What surprised Guan Shen was that Nie Yinkong was also one of the seeded players. Moreover, according to the draw order, his ranking was even above Chu Feng's. This greatly changed Guan Shen's impression of him. After the 8 seeded players finished drawing, it was time for the remaining competitors to draw lots. Coincidentally, Guan Shen ended up in the same group as Chu Feng. Besides him and Chu Feng, there was also a bald man named Duan Mujie and a young warrior named Tai Shu Shang. The 4 of them would each compete in 3 matches. Winning a match earned 3 points, while losing one earned 1 point. Only the player with the highest score would have the chance to advance from the group. If there was a tie in points at the end, additional matches would be held until a final winner was determined. After the draw, the highest official of Tianshui Pass, General Chaosun, took the stage to give a speech. This was Guan Shen's first time seeing a strong warrior at the martial king level. It was said that General Chaosun had reached the martial king realm decades ago. Now, after so many years, it was uncertain how far his cultivation had progressed. The general spoke briefly before announcing the official start of the ranking matches. The competitors left the podium and returned to their respective arenas. There were 8 arenas, with each group occupying one. Only 4 matches were needed to determine the outcomes of the group stage. The first match in Group 6 was Chu Feng against Duan Mujie. Chu Feng used the Yulong Bagua Palm, while Duan Mujie employed the Puhua Ben Lei Palm. One focused on defense, the other on offense. The Yulong Bagua Palm emphasized a balance of movement and stillness, combining hardness and softness, leading with energy and harmonizing spirit. In contrast, the Puhua Ben Lei Palm was entirely different. It struck with precision and speed, like a thunderstorm, with relentless attacks. Each strike contained internal force, targeting vital points, aiming to take lives with every move. Both sets of palm techniques had their merits, and in terms of rank, they were on par. The key was who wielded them. Duan Mujie relentlessly attacked Chu Feng, and with each strike, the arena echoed with the sounds of wind and thunder. In terms of momentum, the Ben Lei Palm overshadowed the Bagua Palm by a wide margin. However, no matter how strong the momentum, if one couldn't hit the opponent, it was all in vain. Look at Chu Feng, he was completely unfazed. Every attack was deftly defended, as if he were a Tai Chi master, dissipating all attacks into nothingness. The two exchanged hundreds of moves in a short time, with neither gaining an advantage. Those who didn't understand the palm techniques found the match utterly boring, nearly falling asleep. But for Guan Shen, it was entirely different. He was captivated, observing every move of the two. With the help of his probing technique, he took in every detail of their confrontation. It was spectacular. Each exchange was a battle of wits and courage. Duan Mujie's ruthlessness, decisiveness, and cunning were vividly displayed in his strikes. Meanwhile, Chu Feng's composure, experience, and focus helped him repeatedly neutralize his opponent's attacks. If one had to make a comparison, Duan Mujie resembled Ouyang Feng from Jin Yang's works, while Chu Feng was more like Gui Jing. Despite Ouyang Feng's cunning and numerous tricks, Wu Jing was steadfast. Once he set his mind on something, no one could deceive him. Duan Mujie intentionally exposed flaws in his attacks several times, hoping to provoke Chu Feng into striking first. But Chu Feng seemed oblivious, focusing solely on defense without counterattacking. This left Duan Mujie quite frustrated. He had long realized that with his own skills, he could not break through the defense of the Yulong Bagua Palm. If this continued, he would eventually lose to Chu Feng. It seemed that he could only take a risk and fight desperately once. As this thought emerged, Duan Mujie withdrew, standing 5 meters away from Chu Feng. He leaned forward, his palms forming a strange shape, channeling all his true energy, gathering it between his palms. Suddenly, his palms emitted a series of thunderous sounds, with strands of golden sparks bursting forth between them. Ninth heaven. Responding palm. Duan Mujie shouted fiercely, his body shooting towards Chu Feng like a gold arrow released from its bow. This strike was as fast as lightning, unstoppable. In the blink of an eye, Duan Mujie's palms had already attacked Chu Feng's front door. Seeing this thunderous strike about to imprint on Chu Feng's chest, Chu Feng let out a soft hum, his arms transforming into 2 clawing golden dragons, fiercely slamming towards Duan Mujie's palms. With a loud boom, it was as if an 8th-level gale had swept across the arena.
Immediately, two blurred black figures flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. Chu Feng's hands were charred black, and he spat out a mouthful of black blood. Duanmu Jie was even more exaggerated, his 10 fingers twisted into a tangled mess. His entire upper garment had exploded into fragments, and he was spitting blood in large gulps. Duanmu Jie's strike was clearly a desperate gamble. With this blow, he either had to take down his opponent or surrender, because he knew very well that if he dragged it out any longer, he would definitely be the one to fail. Although Chu Feng's Bagua Yulong palm excelled in defense, it still suffered internal injuries under such a heavy blow. Duanmu Jie struggled a few times but ultimately could not stand up and fainted directly. Thus, the first match of Group 6 came to an end. Chu Feng narrowly defeated Duanmu Jie. As soon as the match ended, 2 medical personnel rushed onto the stage to carry Duanmu Jie down. Chu Feng also left the stage with the help of the staff. No one expected that the match between the two would end in mutual injury, and it was uncertain whether they could continue to participate in tomorrow's matches. After the first match, it was Guan Chen's turn to take the stage. His opponent, Tai Shu Sheng, was a disciple of the Ba Dao sect. The Ba Dao sect's Ba Dao slash was renowned in the martial world, unrivaled in the realm of martial arts. There is a saying that has circulated in the Purple Gold Empire. In the south there is the Spirit Sword, in the north there is the Ba Dao. The Spirit Sword refers to the Lingjian sect of Tainan Mountain. The Ba Dao refers to the Ba Dao sect of Beimang Mountain. These two sects have been passed down since ancient times and are among the 7 major sects with the most complete inheritance in the Purple Gold Empire. The Jiang family, where Jiang Nan belongs, is one of the affiliated families of the Lingjian sect. The ancestor of the Jiang family was a supreme elder of the Lingjian sect, and their disciples have learned their craft from the Lingjian sect for generations. Tai Shu Sheng has been obsessed with knives since childhood, as if he was born to practice with a knife. He has no interest in martial arts outside of knife techniques. Having trained in the Ba Dao sect since he was young, he has no rivals among his peers with his Ba Dao slash. The only reason he joined the Tianshui Pass was to hone himself. In terms of true combat power, Tai Shu Sheng's ranking should be much higher. However, the arena battles prohibited the use of weapons, which greatly limited Tai Shu Sheng's strength. Even so, he achieved 10th place in the last grand competition. Guan Chen and Tai Shu Sheng both stood on the arena. Before the match began, Guan Chen felt an incredibly sharp killing intent emanating from his opponent. This killing intent was palpable, giving a sensation of prickling on his back. He had experienced this kind of killing intent before from wild beasts in the wilderness, but this was the first time he felt it from a person. As the referee struck the gong, the duel officially began. Tai Shu Sheng stood still, not moving at all, even closing his eyes. He stood there casually, yet like a blade unsheathed, exuding a chilling intent to kill. Guan Chen's instincts warned him to stay away from the opponent. However, this was a competition arena, and showing fear before the battle was a grave taboo in martial arts. With this thought, he secretly steeled his courage, activated the wind god leg, and swiftly advanced towards his opponent. The moment he entered within 2 meters of the opponent, an inexplicable warning suddenly rang in Guan Chen's mind. At the instant the warning appeared, his body instinctively paused for a moment. It was this brief pause that saved his life. Before him, a flash of blade light swept past, and a spray of blood mist erupted from Guan Chen's chest. A knife wound, about an inch deep, appeared on his chest. The cut was remarkably neat, as if a sharp instrument had sliced through. Through the wound, one could even see the stark white of his ribcage. If the cut had gone half an inch deeper, Guan Chen's organs would have been severely injured by that strike. Looking at the wound on his chest, Guan Chen's face turned pale. It was too fast, far too fast. Even with his detection technique activated, he had only caught a rough outline moments ago. The instant Guan Chen approached Tai Shu Sheng, the opponent had drawn his right hand across Guan Chen's chest like a blade. Hiss using the hand as a knife, blade draw slash. Hearing Guan Chen's voice, a slight curve appeared at the corner of Tai Shu Sheng's mouth. To evade my hand blade proves your strength is far from ordinary. You are worthy of battling me. This was the first time Tai Shu Sheng had openly praised an opponent. However, as the one being praised, Guan Chen did not feel good about it. Although the wound on his chest looked severe, it did not affect his combat ability. With his current recovery rate, it wouldn't take long for his wounds to heal automatically. What troubled Guan Chen was that he had no idea how to counter this move from his opponent. At that moment he couldn't help but mutter in his heart, isn't this cheating? Didn't we agree to not use weapons? But glancing at the indifferent referee beside him, Guan Chen could only brace himself. Since that's the case, I can only use that move as well. The great strength diamond palm, many only focused on the first 2 words. They thought this palm had immense power and was incredibly fierce. In fact, the last 2 words were the essence of this palm. Guan Chen took a horse stance and channeled energy between his arms. In just a short while, his arms transformed into a dazzling golden color at a visible speed. Satisfied, Guan Chen clashed his arms together. The collision produced a crisp metallic sound. Just from the sound, these were not 2 arms, but clearly 2 steel rods. This move was called the diamond repulsion.
When practiced to a
deep level, it could make the arms as solid as diamond. Not to mention ordinary blades and swords couldn't harm it in the slightest, even divine weapons would find it impossible to sever.
Guan Chen grinned at Tai
Shu Shang, deliberately provoking him. Let's see then, whether your hand blade is more formidable or my palms are sturdier? With that, Guan Chen charged forward again. This time, he actively shielded his arms in front of him, sealing off all of the opponent's potential attack routes. As he approached Tai Shu Shang once more, the warning signal rang out again. However, this time Guan Chen was prepared and did not retreat in the slightest. He focused all his attention on the opponent's hands, ready to meet the impending thunderous strike. Seeing his stance, Tai Shu Shang could only step back, searching for an opportunity to strike. However, how could his speed surpass Guan Chen's? After retreating several steps, Tai Shu Shang realized he had reached the edge of the arena and knew he could not retreat any further.
As someone obsessed with blades, that relentless, life-or-death aura was innate.
His pride would not allow him to retreat without a fight.
Since you want to clash with me, then let's clash. With this thought, a glint of determination shone in Tai Shu Shang's eyes.
The right hand swept through like lightning.
A light ringing sound echoed. A huge spark flew between Tai Shu Shang and Guan Chen. Guan Chen felt a tremendous force
hit his arms, causing him to stagger back 3 steps. A fiery sensation radiated from his forearm. Looking at Tai Shu Shang, his feet had already stepped to the edge of the arena. His cheeks were slightly pale, and blood was continuously dripping from his right hand, which he had hidden behind him. He forced a smile, deliberately putting on a calm facade. Although your martial arts are not as good as mine, the gap
isn't that big. Instead of fighting to the death, why not conserve your strength and prepare well for the next match? What do you think of my suggestion?
At this moment, Tai Shu Shang felt a deep frustration.
His dominant blade technique was most afraid of encountering this kind of body forging skill.
In the last competition, he had unexpectedly stopped at the top 10 because he faced Gu Zue.
After all, no matter
how strong the hand blade was, it wasn't a true divine weapon. It could manage against ordinary martial artists, but when faced with someone like Guan Chen, he could only count himself unlucky.
Seeing that
he had backed down, Guan Chen was not about to let him off the hook. He knew that his previous move had definitely worked, otherwise, the other party's attitude wouldn't have changed so quickly.
With this in
mind, Guan Chen teased Tai Shu Shang with a smile. It's not every day we encounter a master like you.
How can we not exchange a few more moves? Let's practice a bit more.
Without waiting for a response, Guan Chen charged at Tai Shu Shang again. Tai Shu Shang, feeling helpless, could only change direction and retreat further. When he could no longer back away, he exchanged a few blows with Guan Chen.
After a few more exchanges, Tai Shu Shang raised his left hand in surrender, signaling to the referee, "I surrender, I'm done." With that, he ran off the arena without looking back, leaving Guan Chen standing there in shock. In the second match of Group 6, Guan Chen wins. With the referee announcing Guan Chen's victory, the morning matches of Group 6 were all completed. The 2 matches in the afternoon would be Guan Chen
against Chu Feng, and Tai Shu Shang against Duan Mujie. Guan Chen had watched the previous match. Both Chu Feng and Duan Mujie were injured, and it was uncertain if they could compete in the afternoon. If they couldn't, Guan Chen would win both matches and top the Group 6 standings with 6 points. After the match, Guan Chen went to the bus to inquire about Chu Feng's condition. He felt quite conflicted inside. On one hand, he hoped the other party would withdraw due to injury so he could smoothly advance to the top 8. On the other hand, he wanted to defeat Chu Feng with his own hands. After all, winning without a fight wouldn't sound good. The driver told Guan Chen that Chu Feng was seriously injured and had already been taken to the medical office for treatment. Given his condition, it was uncertain if he could make it back in the afternoon. Sure enough, by 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Chu Feng still hadn't returned. Duan Mujie also didn't show up for the match. The 2 unfortunate brothers had fought desperately for a victory, only to end up benefiting other opponents in the group. One could only say that everything was already destined. After waiting for 3 minutes, the referee announced that Guan Chen had won the third match. Seeing that there was nothing to do here, Guan Chen took the bus back to the camp. Today was Thursday, and the class had morning duty and free activities in the afternoon. As soon as Guan Chen returned to the dormitory, a few idle people immediately surrounded him. "You're back so early, the class leader must have been eliminated this time. Class leader, tell us who defeated you." He Guangji, the big mouth, came up with a face full of schadenfreude. Even Chen Wei was hoping for Guan Chen's elimination. "Sorry to disappoint you. I won 2 matches in a row and currently rank first in the group." Gu Dazhuang's face was filled with disbelief, while Ma Bao disdainfully said, "Who are you grouped with? Is the quality that poor? Your opponent couldn't have been mutually destructive, allowing you to pick up the pieces, could they?" Guan Chen felt a black line forming on his forehead. "How could you guess such a private matter? Stop talking nonsense. I won that match with my own strength." Chen Wei caught the hidden meaning in Guan Chen's words and said incredulously, "A match? Didn't you say you won 2? Could it be that Ma Bao was right?" Guan Chen didn't want to admit it, but this matter was impossible to hide. He could only grit his teeth and nod.
My god, is there any justice in this? If that's the case, I think I could do it too. In the final group match, Duanmu Jia voluntarily forfeited. One reason was his injury. That last clash yesterday clearly hurt him badly. The other reason was that he had already lost 2 matches, and even if he won the last one, he had no chance of advancing. This infuriated Chu Feng, who had come to participate in the competition. Duanmu Jia not participating meant that Guan Shen automatically achieved 3 consecutive victories. It also meant that in the match between him and Tai Shuchong, regardless of who won, they both lost the chance to advance from the group. How could the proud Chu Feng swallow this humiliation? In front of Ring 6, Guan Shen walked off the stage with a beaming face. Standing beside him, Chu Feng couldn't help but mock, "You lucky bastard, you could win only because you took advantage of me." He thought Guan Shen would argue back, but instead, the other simply replied, "Then thank you." Guan Shen's words left Chu Feng speechless. However, even though the chance to advance was bleak, he still had to compete against Tai Shu Sheng for the captaincy of the top 10. After all, if the newly formed hunting team disbanded because of his loss, Chu Feng would never forgive himself. This match was incredibly tough for Chu Feng and Tai Shu Sheng. Chu Feng fought while injured, while Tai Shu Sheng was in peak condition. They battled fiercely for hundreds of rounds, and as the match progressed, Chu Feng grew increasingly anxious. In the end, his excessive worry caused him to lose his usual composure. Tai Shu Sheng seized the opportunity and defeated him with a decisive blow. Thus, Chu Feng lost 2 matches in a row, completely losing his chance to break into the top 10. Soon, the group matches concluded, and the list for the semi-finals was announced. Among the 8 strong competitors, besides Guan Shen, who was a newcomer, the rest were seasoned veterans. Gu Zui, Xia Yan, Zhang Nan, Ouyang Chang, Nie Yinkong, Xiao Zhantian, Jiao De, and Guan Chen. The 8 took turns stepping onto the stage to draw lots. The scar-faced Gu Zui drew Xiao Zhantian as his opponent, Xia Yan faced Jiao De, Ouyang Chang went against Zhang Nan, and Guan Chen's opponent turned out to be his old rival, Nie Yinkong. Everyone cast envious glances at Nie Yinkong for drawing a newcomer like Guan Chen. They had all witnessed the matches in Group 6. Their thoughts were similar to Chu Feng's, believing that Guan Chen's advancement to the top 8 was purely due to luck. Gu Zui even boldly declared in front of Nie Yinkong, "Young Master Nie, you've hit the jackpot this time, picking up a free spot in the top 4. Nie Yinkong naturally wouldn't let him off easily and retorted, "You don't need to say such sarcastic things. To get this far, who doesn't have some skills? When you faced Zhang Nan back then, you were just as arrogant, yet in the end, you still lost to him. This young Master Nie really dared to speak. Who didn't know Gu Zui's temper? In the entire hunting team, the only one brave enough to confront him was probably this general. He hit a sore spot with just one sentence, completely breaking Gu Zui's defenses. Xia Yan laughed so hard she held her stomach. While the others struggled to contain their laughter, their expressions utterly hilarious. To regain his face, Gu Zui pointed at Nie Yinkong and threatened, "Alright, don't let me meet you in the semi-finals. Or you can expect to wear diapers." Nie Yinkong naturally wouldn't back down and shot back, "You can keep them for yourself." The drawing ceremony ended in this unpleasant atmosphere. The semi-finals, of course, would not be held simultaneously at multiple venues like the previous matches, but rather the 4 groups would take turns to compete on stage. Every major competition attracts a large number of officers to watch the matches at the final stage. This includes both the idle military officials from the operations department and the civil officials from other departments. The audience seats, which can accommodate thousands, were filled to capacity. Guan Shen even saw the captain of his brigade in Zheng Hu waving at him. The first match was Gu Zui against Xiao Zhantian. It must be said that Gu Zui's strength was indeed terrifying. The starry body refinement technique he practiced was one of the top-tier body refinement methods. Coupled with his half-step innate strength, even if Xiao Zhantian exerted all his effort, he couldn't inflict any harm on him. Although attacking was Gu Zui's weak point, with his powerful internal energy and immense vitality, he still forced Xiao Zhantian to retreat step by step. After half an hour of fierce battle, Xiao Zhantian helplessly raised his hand to signal his withdrawal from the match. In the first match, Gu Zui emerged victorious. The second match was Zhang Nan against Ouyang Chang. This was the first time Guan Shen saw Zhang Nan make a move. He was very curious about how this top contender would perform. As soon as the match began, Zhang Nan's true energy surged and a tremendous momentum stirred up a whirlwind, instantly obscuring the view with dust. Then, a flash of red light appeared, followed by a muffled grunt from the arena. When everything settled, Ouyang Chang was seen sitting on the ground with a pale face, a small hole in his chest, blood gushing out. Meanwhile, Zhang Nan stood calmly in place as if he had never moved an inch. The audience erupted in discussion, as no one had clearly seen what had happened. "Did you see that? What exactly just happened?" "No, it was too fast, and the dust obscured our view, we couldn't see anything." "Did he use some kind of hidden weapon? How else could he have injured his opponent?" Guan Shen had been using the detection technique the whole time, so he saw everything very clearly. Just now, it seemed Zhang Nan shot out a very intense energy from his fingers, an energy similar to true energy but hundreds of times purer. He murmured in disbelief, could it be sword energy? In the front row of the audience, several top generals from the Tianshui Pass were seated. This included General Chaosen, the Grand General of Jinyuan, Dr. Hojin of Wulu, General Nie Tiancheng from the Discipline Department, and Chief Jiang Xiaotian from the Logistics Department. Although Hojin was a civil official, his martial arts level was not low at all. He looked at Jiang Nan on the stage and chuckled softly. This heir of the Spirit Sword sect is indeed impressive, reaching the innate realm at such a young age. Jiang Xiaotian, from the Logistics Department, which was part of the civil official system, quickly echoed, Lord Ho truly has an eye for talent, nothing escapes your notice. What Jiang Nan just used, sword point, can indeed only be activated by someone at the innate level. Upon hearing this, Hojin snorted coldly, humph. A wanderer dares to flaunt his power everywhere, does he really think there's no one in my royal family? Beside him, Nie Tiancheng frowned and retorted, no matter his background, as long as he joins our Tianshui army, he is a warrior of our Purple Gold Empire. Hojin curled his lip, seemingly very dissatisfied with Nie Tiancheng. According to official ranks, as a military supervisor, he was only half a rank lower than the Grand General, and he felt Nie Tiancheng had no place to interject. However, this occasion was not entirely formal, so he couldn't use his position to suppress the other. Hojin could only half-jokingly say, General Nie, remember to be loyal to the one who feeds you, don't forget which side you're but should sit on. Nie Tiancheng raised an eyebrow and retorted without holding back, the empire's current state was not achieved by merely sitting on one's backside. It was earned through the battles fought by the soldiers at the borders. Spare us the manipulation of people's hearts here. You. Hojin was left speechless by Nie Tiancheng's two sentences. Just as he was about to slam the table and lose his temper, General Chaosen, who was sitting in the center, could no longer hold back. Enough. You two are over 100 years old combined, yet you're bickering like children. Let's all be quiet for a moment. Once Chaosen spoke, Hojin had to swallow his anger. Although his rank was only half a level below Chaosen, in terms of seniority, Chaosen was leagues ahead of him. After all, he was a titled general. Throughout the history of the Purple Gold Empire, there have been fewer than 30 titled generals in total. When he came to Tianshui Pass, it was the emperor himself who personally intervened to send him to resolve the crisis. As long as Chaosen does not openly rebel, he can do whatever he wants at Tianshui Pass, and no one would dare to say a word against him. The Purple Gold Empire is a complex web of various forces. The royalists led by the royal family, the academic faction led by the major martial arts academies, and the clan faction composed of various sects and families. From the martial world, these three forces are intertwined, secretly competing against each other. Among these three factions, the clan faction has the deepest roots and the strongest power. However, within the major sects and clans, no one listens to anyone else's commands, making it impossible to unite their strength, which is why they have always been suppressed by the royalists. As for the academic faction, it has only developed over the past century and is the weakest among the three forces. Yet, due to its inclusive nature, it has ironically become the fastest-growing faction. Hojin is a typical royalist. His family has benefited from the emperor's grace, serving the court for generations. Therefore, he looks down on those sects and clans in the martial world from the bottom of his heart. However, Nie Yunkong is different. The Nie family has always been a family of martial arts, and after he was admitted to the Royal Martial Academy and studied there for many years, he achieved his current success. This experience at the academy not only broadened Nie Tiancheng's horizons but also gave him a new perspective on the world. He opposes the clan faction's narrow-mindedness and disdains the royal family's exclusion of outsiders, so, at his core, he is an academic faction person. As for Chaosen, at his level, he has long since detached from the control of the three factions and has become a transcendent existence beyond the world. Back to the main topic. Jiang Nan easily defeated Ouyang Chang, and in the third match, it was Guan Chen's turn to take the stage. Guan Chen took a deep breath and slowly walked up to the arena. Looking at the sea of faces in the audience, it would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous. Standing opposite him, Nie Yunkong seemed to sense his predicament and smiled as he spoke. Kid, after this match, regardless of who wins or loses, how about we wipe the slate clean of our past grievances? Seeing the bright smile on Nie Yunkong's face, Guan Chen felt a weight lift off his heart and his tension eased considerably. He nodded earnestly and said, all right, regardless of the outcome, our grievances end here. On the spectator platform, everyone's attention was focused on Guan Chen. They were all curious about what this unknown little guy could do to make it into the top 8. Meanwhile, Nie Tiancheng, seated in the VIP section, also recognized Guan Chen at this moment. A slight smile appeared on his lips as he murmured to himself, interesting. These two really have become acquainted through fighting. The referee approached the two and asked if they were ready. With both nodding in affirmation, the referee officially struck the gong to signal the start of the match. Nie Yunkong's signature martial art is the Five Elements Fist. This style emphasizes the interdependence of the five elements, promoting continuous growth, strengthening the body, and creating its own realm. In terms of body refinement, although it cannot compare to the star refinement technique of ancient Sin, it excels in its comprehensiveness. As soon as Guan Chen engaged with him, he immediately felt the strength of his opponent. Every punch Nia Yunkon threw could trigger layers of sonic booms with a speed and force that were simply outrageous. Even if Guan Shen could defend against it, he was still shaken to the core, his bones and flesh loosening in excruciating pain. Fortunately, his physique was now at the level of a martial king, with a body strength and recovery ability comparable to that of a beast. Seeing this, Guan Shen could only unleash the diamond palm, clashing palm to palm, fist to fist with his opponent. Nia Yunkong rarely encountered anyone brave enough to engage him in a direct confrontation. In past competitions, aside from Gu Zue who could withstand his onslaught, even Jaya dared not take it head-on. Moreover, while they could endure, they were merely like turtle shells. What was the thrill in hitting a turtle shell? It was far more exhilarating to fight with Guan Shen. One of the most important characteristics of the Five Elements fist was its relentless continuity. Once the practitioner controlled the rhythm, its power would continuously stack until one side could no longer bear it. Theoretically, the power of the Five Elements fist could be infinitely amplified. As long as your physique was strong enough, a single punch could shatter the heavens and obliterate the void. But the prerequisite was that your body could withstand that energy. Otherwise, before the fist even reached the opponent, your own body would collapse first. So far, no one had been able to let Nia Yunkon unleash the Five Elements fist to its limits. But today, luck was on his side. He encountered Guan Shen, who was foolish enough to let him control the entire rhythm. The more Nia Yunkon fought, the more exhilarated he became, his blood slowly boiling. In his meridians, true energy howled like a hurricane. Nia Yunkon's pores steamed with white mist, his skin reddening as if it had been steamed. His attacks grew heavier with each punch. With every blow Guan Shen received, his ears buzzed from the impact. A tremendous roar echoed throughout the square. The granite of the arena was cracked and covered in fissures from this immense force. After half an hour, Guan Shen could no longer remember how many punches he had taken. In any case, the entire arena was in ruins, and he couldn't find a single flat spot beneath his feet. At this moment, Guan Shen could no longer hear anything. His head felt heavy and dazed. He was relying entirely on willpower to withstand Nia Yunkong's attacks. Anyone who had been in a fight understood that after the head has been shaken, reactions become significantly dull. Under such intense pressure from continuous attacks, it was difficult to protect oneself, let alone find the opportunity to counterattack. In the VIP section of the audience, Nia Tanshan watched Nia Yunkong on the arena, his brows tightly furrowed. He could tell at a glance if there was a problem with Nia Yunkong's skills, all of which he had taught him. Nia Yunkong's current state was clearly off. It was a sign of physical overload. If this overload lasted for a short time, it wouldn't cause too much harm to the body. However, if it continued for too long, it could lead to irreparable damage. Nia Tanchang knew that his son was now teetering on the edge of his limits. If he didn't intervene soon, it could result in irreversible consequences. Nia Yunkong flailed his arms like a cooked shrimp, frantically swinging them. The boiling blood and roaring true energy made him lose all sense of his body. Not only Nia Tianchang but even the other contestants below noticed Nia Yunkong's abnormality. Gu Zue looked at Nia Yunkong on the stage, his face serious as he asked, "When did he advance? To the innate realm?" Jiang Nan carefully sensed Nia Yunkong's aura and slowly shook his head, saying, "He is not in the innate realm. He must have used some secret technique to gain a temporary burst of power." Xia Yan instinctively spoke up, "Secret technique? What kind of secret technique can elevate someone a whole realm? That's terrifying." Jiang Nan shook his head and continued, "I don't know, but everything in the universe is conserved. The more powerful the effect of the secret technique, the stronger the backlash. If this continues, I estimate both of them will have problems." As Jiang Nan's voice fell, a figure was sent flying out. The crowd hurriedly looked over and saw a tattered figure sitting dazedly on the arena, staring blankly at the surroundings. His combat uniform had been shattered to pieces, hanging in tatters on his body, looking utterly miserable. His body resembled a broken porcelain doll, with cracks on the surface of his skin continuously oozing blood, appearing particularly gruesome. This person was none other than Guan Shen, the one who had been knocked away. At this moment, Guan Shen felt as if the entire world had been muted, all the noise fading away from him. All that remained in his mind was a single thought: who am I? Where is this? The audience below, witnessing this scene, burst into laughter. This kid must have been knocked silly, right? Look at that dazed and adorable expression, like a fool. If you can't do it, just admit defeat quickly, don't embarrass yourself on stage. Zhang Hu, hearing the mockery from the audience, suddenly stood up. His face flushed red as he shouted with all his might at Guan Chen, "Get up! Guan Chen, if you're a man, stand up." A familiar voice flowed through his heart like a stream. In a daze, scenes of running on the playground flashed in his mind. Both were pushed into a desperate situation, but last time the opponent was himself, and this time it was someone else. A voice in his heart shouted loudly at him, "The path of martial arts is difficult, only by continuously overcoming oneself can one step-by-step move towards ultimate strength." In an instant, fortune filled his heart. Guan Shen sat cross-legged and slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, all the spectators below, watching Guan Chen, meditating with closed eyes, laughed even louder. The referee hurriedly approached, asking if the match should continue. But before he could speak, a violent surge of energy erupted from Guan Chen's body, blowing the referee away. The originally noisy square fell silent in an instant. The howling wind made it impossible for anyone to open their eyes. Everyone felt that in the center of the arena, a dormant giant dragon was slowly awakening. Jiang Nan widened his eyes, staring at the arena, and shouted in disbelief, "Innate! Impossible!" Guan Chen's energy sea was surging. A powerful energy was rushing from his dantian to his limbs and meridians. This energy was immense. With a force that could crush everything, it broke through all the barriers in his meridians. In just a moment, all 12 primary meridians in Guan Chen's body were opened. After all the meridians were cleared, this energy did not dissipate but began to surge throughout his body. The massive energy repeatedly washed over Guan Chen's broken body. His body, like parched earth, eagerly absorbed this energy. Soon, this energy was completely absorbed, and his once ruined body now radiated a brilliant glow as if reborn. Suddenly, a black singularity appeared in Guan Chen's dantian. As soon as it appeared, it emitted a terrifying gravitational pull. Centered around Guan Chen, a whirlwind swept up within a radius of 1,000 meters. The scattered spiritual energy in the world surged towards him like a torrential river. All this spiritual energy gathered in his dantian, devoured by that black singularity. After the singularity consumed the spiritual energy, it transformed into a drop of crystal clear liquid. This drop of liquid contained incredibly pure energy, each drop capable of unleashing unparalleled power. 2 minutes later, the black singularity finally began to dissipate slowly. In Guan Chen's dantian, 2 drops of crystal clear liquid floated quietly. The audience was left bewildered by this sudden turn of events. Except for the high-ranking military officials in the front row, no one knew what had happened. What just happened? Why did a tornado suddenly appear? Yeah, this situation is too frightening. How could such an unexpected event occur in a perfectly normal match? On the arena, as the fierce wind subsided, everything had settled down. Guan Chen stood calmly in place, carefully sensing the immense energy within him. Opposite him, Nya Yunkong looked at his opponent who had stood up again, his face filled with excitement. At this moment, the referee who had been blown off the stage finally returned. He straightened his attire and approached Guan Chen, asking, "Can we continue the match?" Before Guan Chen could nod, a voice came from the front of the VIP stand. "No need to continue. In this match, Guan Chen is the winner." Everyone's gaze turned towards the VIP stand. They all wanted to know who was making such bold claims. Did they really think this was their home, declaring who wins and who loses? But when the crowd saw the figure who spoke, they all swallowed their words. "General Nye?" Then it was no problem. Nye Yunkong felt a surge of anger rise within him at his father's sudden interference. "General Nye, although you are the commander, you have no right to interfere in the match, do you?" Nye Tiancheng naturally sensed his son's dissatisfaction. A long-lost smile appeared on his face, and with warmth he said to Nye Yunkong, "As a father, I advise my son to give up this match. Yunkong, the road of life is long. There is no need to sacrifice your future for a momentary victory. You are excellent, and as your father, I am proud of you. But if you cannot win, you cannot win. Persevering for victory is commendable, but having the courage to face failure also requires bravery. The 5 Elements Fist has already tapped into your potential. Continuing to fight will harm your foundation. Son, listen to your father and concede." This was the first time Nye Tiancheng openly acknowledged his father-son relationship with Nye Yunkong in front of everyone. Although Nye Yunkong felt somewhat moved, he still was unwilling to give up this match. Just as he was about to argue, he saw General Chaosen seated at the main seat, sigh and say, "Nye Yunkong, in my capacity as the highest officer of Tianshui Pass, I order you to end this pointless match. This sergeant named Guan has already successfully advanced to the innate realm. You will not have the slightest chance of winning." After hearing Chao Sen's words, everyone looked at Guan Chen in shock. What the general of Jinyuan said could not be false. No one expected that this young soldier was actually a strong practitioner of the innate realm. Seeing this, Nye Yunkong could only helplessly raise his arm, signaling his concession. Guan Chen sat in the lounge, staring blankly at the light screen before him. He never expected that throughout the entire match he had been on the receiving end of blows and yet had managed to break through. And it wasn't just a small realm, it was a whole major realm. Host, Guan Chen Realm, Early Innate Realm Strength, 9890 Gene True Essence, 2 points. 1 cycle of True Qi can be converted into 1 point of True Essence. Physique, Indestructible Divine King Body, Special Physique of Martial King Level, Greatly Enhanced Recovery Ability, Significantly Improved. Resistance to Blows. External Skills, Great Strength Diamond Palm LV5, 260/1600, Wind God Leg LV4, 192/800, Overlord Spear LV4, 220/800. Internal Skills, Diamond Skill LV6, 320/3200, Overbearing True Classic 22/100, Skills, Basic Archery LV5, Detection Technique LV6, Diamond Skill, LV6, Peak, Current Proficiency 320/3200 Diamond Skill, Peak LV6 Meridians Reforged, Dantian Expanded, each time a cycle is completed, 32 true chi points are gained, Wind God Leg, LV4, Integration, Current Proficiency, 192/800 Wind God Leg, Integration LV4 Fast as Lightning, moves like a ghost, treading snow to seek plum blossoms, feet leave no trace. Enhances body flexibility, increases strength by 1600 gene. Charging forward with all his might, he could cover 120 miles in a moment. In fact, the difference between the Master Realm and the innate realm lies in the transformation of true energy into true essence. This process can be fast or slow. A very few individuals, with astonishing comprehension, grasp the secret of true essence conversion as soon as they advance to the Master Realm. Some may need to accumulate internal energy for several decades, filling their dantian to the brim, and only then can they slowly convert it into true essence through the pressure exerted by the dantian on the true energy. Once the first drop of true essence is born within the body, the subsequent true energy will continuously and automatically transform into true essence. Although Guan Shen is currently also in the innate realm, his strength is far inferior to that of an average innate realm warrior. Normally, a warrior needs to accumulate true energy for 3 decades to have a chance to transform into the innate realm. Those who advance to the innate realm usually have at least 3 drops of true essence as a foundation, making them naturally stronger than Guan Shen. Of course, the quantity of true essence is by no means the only standard for measuring a warrior's strength. Mental acuity, reaction, perseverance, and combat experience are all very important. The fourth match was between Xia Yan and Jiada. One was a nimble assassin-type warrior, while the other was a tank-type warrior as solid as a rock. The two battled for over an hour, neither able to gain the upper hand. In the end, after a tiebreaker, Xia Yan cleverly defeated her opponent by scoring through her offensive advantage. Still, as mentioned, the rules of the arena battle itself limited the performance of some warriors. The outcome of the match does not truly represent the real combat level of the contestants. After the competition, the final list of contestants for the championship was finally announced. Gu Zui, Xia Yan, Zhang Nan, and Guan Chen advanced to the finals. After the draw, the first match would be Zhang Nan against Xia Yan, and the second match would be Gu Zui against Guan Chen. Time quickly passed to the afternoon. In the first match, as Zhang Nan and Xia Yan took the stage, Xia Yan immediately launched an attack. Various ultimate techniques and assassination skills were desperately directed at Zhang Nan. Xia Yan was very aware of Zhang Nan's strength and knew that if he found an opportunity to strike, her defeat was inevitable. Therefore, her only hope was to defeat him before he could make a move. Xia Yan's thoughts were beautiful, but reality was harsh. How could an innate realm powerhouse be so easily defeated? All of Xia Yan's assaults were effortlessly neutralized by Zhang Nan. In the gaps of Xia Yan's attacks, Zhang Nan struck with a single finger, easily defeating her. In the first match, Zhang Nan won. The second match was Gu Zui against Guan Chen. Since Gu Zui learned that Guan Chen had advanced to the innate realm, he had put away his underestimation. At the start of this match, he exerted all his strength and activated his immaculate star body right away. Yes, Gu Zui had long awakened his special physique. His special physique was the martial king level physique, immaculate star body. This physique, when cultivated with the star refining body technique, was simply a perfect match. Once the immaculate star body was activated, a faint blue light immediately radiated from Gu Zui. After this physique was activated, it could increase his defense tenfold. Even a machine gun's barrage would not be able to harm him in the slightest. After advancing to the innate realm, Guan Chen's intuition, reaction, speed, and energy flow had all significantly strengthened. His original physical strength of nearly 10,000 pounds could now exert 10 times that effect. Even without activating the probing technique, Gu Zui would not be able to touch him at all. This sense of control over the battle was simply intoxicating. Every move of the enemy, even the subsequent reactions, were all within his expectations. With just a slight twist of his body, he could evade all attacks. Gu Zui himself was not skilled in movement techniques and with a significant gap in realm. Compared to Guan Chen, he attacked with all his might for half an hour but couldn't even touch the hem of Guan Chen's clothes. How could the usually proud Gu Zui accept this? Guan Chen toyed with him like a monkey, constantly teasing Gu Zui. Gu Zui was furious, yet he had no way to deal with him. Half an hour later, Guan Chen felt satisfied and decided to stop toying with his opponent, giving him a quick end. He mobilized the true essence within him and struck out a palm from a distance. A golden, radiant palm slowly detached from his hand and pressed toward his opponent's chest. The palm's texture was clear, its line smooth, as if it were cast from the same mold as Guan Chen's right hand. As soon as it left his body, it immediately grew in size, quickly transforming into a massive palm towering 7 or 8 meters high and 3 or 2 meters wide. Gu Zui, who had been toyed with for over half an hour, saw that his opponent was finally willing to make a move and chose not to dodge, instead opting to confront it head-on. With a loud shout, he forced all his internal power to the surface of his body.
His skin, which was originally dotted with blue light, was now covered with a layer of golden armor.
Zhou Tian Xing Chen Fa. With Gu Zue's thunderous roar, his entire body swelled to more than 3 times its size.
He then crossed his arms in front of him and charged fiercely at the giant palm.
A loud boom echoed as the arena was
instantly shaken to pieces by the violent explosion. The raging airflow swept up dust and smoke, enveloping the entire square. Outside the arena, everyone stared in shock at the scene, gasping in amazement.
So strong. Absolutely incredible. He actually forced Gu Zue to this point. Guan Chen is truly extraordinary.
Why do I feel like Guan Chen hasn't even used his full strength yet?
Nonsense. Gu Zue is already
half a step into the innate realm. Even if Guan Chen is strong, he's just recently advanced to the innate level.
It's not as exaggerated as you say.
But he was just toying with his opponent the whole time.
Right? He couldn't break through Gu Zue's defense and had to choose to dodge. How did it turn into toying in your words?
Hey, you two stop arguing. Look, the result is out.
Once the dust settled, the half of the arena where Gu Zue stood was reduced to powder.
Meanwhile, Guan Chen remained in place, smiling as he looked at his opponent. Gu Zue still maintained the posture of having his arms crossed in front of him, but the golden armor on his body was gradually turning to dust, dissipating in the wind. Gu Zue's body slowly returned to its original size, then with a thud, he fell back onto the ground.
In the second match, Guan Chen wins. After several matches, 3 or 4 arenas had been destroyed. If it doesn't work, let's make the next arena out of cast iron. How can that work? Iron conducts electricity, wouldn't that give lightning-type ability users a huge advantage? Bro, can you respect science a little?
When iron touches the ground, the electricity is grounded. Who would be foolish enough to discharge
electricity at the arena? So according to you, if a high-voltage power line falls to the ground, it won't electrocute anyone? You are just being contrary, aren't you? Guan Chen listened to the conversation
from the audience and nearly burst out laughing.
For the final match, they had to temporarily change the venue to a new arena.
15 minutes later, Guan Chen and Zhang Nan stood on the arena, and as the referee struck the gong, the final match officially began. Guan Chen immediately activated the Wind God Leg and charged at Zhang Nan. He knew Zhang Nan was not good at close combat, so the best way to defeat
him was to engage in close quarters fighting. The Great Strength Diamond Palm was almost entirely composed of powerful and vigorous moves.
The only technique left that could continuously suppress the opponent
was the Dharma Sleeve Sweep.
The Dharma Sleeve Sweep emphasized the words grab and entangle. When combined with the Diamond Palm, as long as it made contact, it could carve out a piece of flesh.
Zhang Nan,
being a direct disciple of the Spirit Sword sect, not only had extraordinary swordsmanship but also possessed an extremely graceful body technique.
Guan Chen unleashed hundreds of moves but couldn't land a single hit on him. Similarly, under Guan Chen's relentless assault, Zhang Nan couldn't find an opportunity to counterattack. The battle between the two fell into a stalemate. In the audience, everyone was thrilled by the spectacle. Although they couldn't see clearly, they could only make out 2 blurred figures exchanging blows on the arena. However, after getting used to the brawls of you punching me and me kicking you, seeing such a high-level battle still made my heart race with excitement. It's so wonderful. Absolutely amazing. Can you see clearly? You're just shouting nonsense here. What does it matter if I can't see clearly? It's precisely because I can't see that it feels even more thrilling. I guess that makes some sense. This Guan Chen is really unexpected.
Not only did he defeat Gu Zue, but he also
matches Zhang Nan in strength. Where did he come from? Guan family? Is there such a family in our Zijin Empire? Who knows? Many hidden families are almost cut off from the outside world. If there really is a hidden family with the surname Guan, it's normal for us not to know. That makes sense. In the VIP seats,
Chao Xin, who had been silent for a long time, turned to Nie Tiancheng and asked,
"Do you know anything about Guan Chen's background? Which camp is he in now?" Nie Tiancheng smiled and replied, "Coincidentally, I actually looked up his information.
He joined the Tianshui army last month.
Before joining, he lived in Jiulong City.
After Jiulong City was breached by the Beast Army, he escaped with his family. Later, during the escape, his family got separated, leaving only an unwed wife with him.
According
to those who traveled with him, Guan Chen was still a martial arts novice 2 months ago. By chance, he obtained a martial arts manual called Great Strength Diamond Palm, and since then, his martial arts have advanced rapidly, becoming unstoppable. He is currently in the Kueihu camp under the command of Huang Fuyu from the 5th Brigade."
Chao Xin nodded slightly, giving only a 1-sentence evaluation. "Observe
him closely, he is a person of potential." Upon hearing this, Nie Tiancheng instantly understood the general's meaning. Although General Chao Xin was the highest official on the surface of Tianshui Pass, the internal structure of Tianshui Pass was still divided into 2 factions. One faction, of course, was led by the general and these military officials. The other faction was led by the civil official, Dr. Wu Legong, and Hozhen. The military faction was small in number, but each member was exceptionally strong, with explosive combat power. While the civil officials lacked combat strength, they controlled the
finances, resources, logistics, and promotions of Tianshui Pass. Therefore, over the years, both sides have been continuously recruiting members to expand their influence. There is a saying that has stood the test of time: serving the emperor is like serving a tiger. A general's success often comes at the cost of countless bones. No matter how great your contributions are or how loyal you are to the emperor, you cannot escape suspicion and wariness. To avoid being suspected by the royal family, the best way is to maintain a balance between both sides. Chao Sun could easily eliminate Hojin without lifting a finger. Just a glance would suffice for his subordinates to handle it. Killing a Hojin is simple, but the consequences of killing him are not something he can bear. Fortunately, this Hojin is also a clever person who never dares to confront the general directly. This is also the reason why both sides have been so harmonious over the years. Back on the arena. At this moment, Guan Chen and Jiang Nan had been entangled in battle for over an hour, yet neither had inflicted any substantial damage on the other. Guan Chen had been on the offensive while Jiang Nan had been dodging. The consumption of both their stamina and true essence was becoming disproportionate. Moreover, Guan Chen's foundation was always inferior to that of his opponent. The longer they fought, the more Guan Chen felt he was at a disadvantage. As the sunset turned red, Guan Chen knew he could not delay any longer. He could only rely on a surprise move to defeat his opponent. Guan Chen once again chased after Jiang Nan, and at the moment he reached out with a sweeping motion. He suddenly changed his technique and executed the roulette gesture. A vortex, like a black hole, suddenly appeared in Guan Chen's palm, and the explosive suction of the black hole caught Jiang Nan off guard. In that moment of hesitation, Guan Chen transformed his palm into a grasp, using the final move of the great strength diamond palm, seizing the stars and grabbing the moon. Suddenly, Guan Chen's palm expanded hundreds of times, enveloping Jiang Nan like a cage. Jiang Nan's face changed dramatically in an instant, and a warning bell rang frantically in his mind. This move must not be allowed to be caught by the opponent, otherwise, it would be fatal or at least injurious. At the critical moment, Jiang Nan could no longer hide his strength, and a vast sword aura erupted from within him. As soon as the sword aura left his body, it immediately converged into countless dazzling mini sword tips, crazily slicing towards that large hand. The sound of a painful friction echoed, preventing the hand that was about to close from doing so. Guan Chen's face turned pale, and beads of sweat the size of soybeans continuously emerged from his forehead. After fighting for so long, his true essence was already running low. Forcing out the star-seizing moon technique had nearly exhausted his true essence. He never expected that Jiang Nan could unleash such terrifying lethality. This truly exceeded Guan Chen's expectations. At this point, there was no room for retreat. He could only inject the little true essence he had left into his palm. In an instant, Guan Chen's face turned ashen, gritting his teeth to hold on. The enormous palm attempted to close several times but was held open by a massive force. Half a minute later, with a loud bang, the giant palm shattered into countless specks of starlight. Inside the palm, Jiang Nan's hair and beard were all standing on end, glaring fiercely. His clothes had long been torn to shreds, for streaks of blood flowed from the corners of his eyes and ear holes. Jiang Nan brought his fingers together, and a red glow gathered at his fingertips. He coldly glanced at Guan Chen, and his fingers, like swords, stabbed towards Guan Chen's forehead. At this moment, Guan Chen was already slumped on the ground, unable to dodge. Seeing the red glow approaching his forehead, he could only despairingly close his eyes. A sharp pain pierced through his forehead. At that moment, he had only one thought in his mind: it was over. Just then, a calm voice entered his ears. "This is the army, not the martial world. Young man, didn't your elders teach you that one should not go to extremes in actions or words?" Hearing this, Guan Chen hurriedly opened his eyes. He saw that the sword-like fingers were less than half an inch from his forehead, the sharp sword aura already cutting into his skin. A tall figure stood with his back to him, firmly gripping Jiang Nan's wrist. Jiang Nan looked at the figure that had suddenly appeared before him, and the killing intent in his eyes instantly dissipated. He quickly withdrew his hand and saluted, saying, "I apologize, General, for the sword aura disrupting my mind and accidentally injuring you." "General?" Guan Chen was suddenly shocked upon hearing Jiang Nan's words. "Did the general save me?" The figure slowly turned around, and the face came into Guan Chen's view. It was dignified yet humane, cold but with a hint of warmth. It seemed that with just one glance he could see through your innermost thoughts. With gray-white short hair, a chiseled face, and resolute eyes, the first impression he gave was one of reliability and solidity. "Can you still stand?" Upon hearing the general's words, Guan Chen struggled to get up. "Thank you, General, for saving my life." Chao Sun smiled slightly, patted Guan Chen's shoulder, and said, "It's just a competition, it's not life or death. Do your best, I have high hopes for you." With that, Chao Sun turned and walked off the stage. The referee finally reacted and hurriedly announced, "In this match, Jiang Nan wins." As the referee announced the result, warm applause erupted from the audience. Jiang Nan put on an apologetic expression and quickly extended his right hand towards Guan Chen, saying, "Brother Guan, I'm sorry for what happened earlier. I was disturbed by the sword aura and accidentally hurt you." "Accidentally hurt?" I see you were trying to take my life. Guan Chen sneered coldly in his heart. That last strike, the killing intent in Jiang Nan's eyes was palpable. If it weren't for the general's timely intervention, he would have been a corpse by now. Guan Chen would not pretend to be friendly with such a treacherous person. He shot a cold glance at the other party and silently walked off the stage. Jiang Nan's outstretched right hand froze in place, his cheek twitching unnaturally for a moment. However, he quickly adjusted his emotions, beaming at the audience and waving. Somewhere below the arena, Xia Yan's lips curled slightly. As she murmured, "Interesting, this grudge is thoroughly established now." Beside her, the towering Jiade spoke in a deep voice. "Jiang Nan isn't usually like this. Why did he go all out this time?" Xia Yan's eyes turned cold as she sneered. "Because we don't pose a threat to him. A crocodile might shed tears for a kitten or puppy, but it will never hold back against a tiger or wolf." Jiade showed a thoughtful expression upon hearing this. With the finals over, the remaining matches were for the third and fourth places. Guan Chen had no interest in these matches and directly followed Zheng Hu's car back to the camp. On the way, Zheng Hu seemed to notice that Guan Chen wasn't very happy. He smiled and tried to comfort him. "Come on, it's your first competition and you managed to take second place. That's already beyond my expectations. Cheer up a bit." Guan Chen didn't care about the ranking. As long as he made it into the top 10, he had already achieved his goal. "Almost got killed in a match. You tell me, how can I be happy about that?" Zheng Hu had also seen the earlier match and hadn't expected Jiang Nan to suddenly go for the kill. "Well, you didn't die, did you?" Sigh. Every major competition has contestants who die in the arena. People like Jiang Nan are just a rare few. He will pay a price for this incident. Guan Chen's interest was piqued. "What price?" "I don't see anyone saying anything." Zheng Hu stared blankly ahead as he replied, "Some prices are far heavier than punishments." If Jiang Nan had kept a low profile, it would have been fine, but now that you forced him to show his true colors, he has already lost his upward mobility. Guan Chen clearly sensed that Zhang Hu's words had deeper meaning, and he asked with some confusion, "Captain, you seem to know a lot of inside information. With your strength, why don't you participate in the competition?" Zheng Hu grinned at this. "The competition is a pathway reserved for newcomers. I graduated from the Royal Martial Academy and already hold an official title. You, once you have the chance to further your studies at the Royal Martial Academy, will understand everything." Zheng Hu seemed reluctant to say more, and seeing this, Guan Chen continued to probe. "So when can I join the hunting team? If I join the hunting team, will I still stay in our camp?" Zheng Hu shot Guan Chen a sideways glance and teased, "What? Just won the competition and now you think you can spread your wings and leave my control? Let me tell you, not a chance. You just stay put in my team." Guan Chen realized Zheng Hu had misunderstood and quickly explained, "Captain, that's not what I meant. I just think hunting exotic beasts sounds interesting. I just wanted to know more about it." Zheng Hu was amused by Guan Chen's flustered expression. "Alright, I was just joking with you. You'll still eat and live in the team. But from now on, you won't have to train or stand guard, you'll be hunting exotic beasts instead. By the way, as the runner-up, you have the right to form a small team. Have you thought about who to collaborate with? Do you want some suggestions?" Guan Chen was overjoyed at this and quickly asked Zheng Hu for advice. The two chatted all the way until the car reached the camp, with Guan Chen still pestering Zheng Hu for more information. Zheng Hu was also generous, sharing everything he knew with Guan Chen. His suggestion was to chat with Chu Feng when he had the chance. He heard that Chu Feng had formed his own small team, and now that he had been kicked out of the top 10, it would be perfect to pull him into the team, saving himself the trouble of recruiting more members. After hearing this, Guan Chen didn't respond immediately but asked for Chu Feng's dormitory address, deciding to find a time to talk to him alone. However, just thinking about Chu Feng's arrogant demeanor made Guan Chen a bit troubled. Back in the dormitory, everyone heard that Guan Chen had won the runner-up in the competition and clamored for him to treat them tomorrow. Guan Chen hadn't seen Mei Yang for 2 weeks, and since tomorrow was the weekend, he had to go back no matter what. Thinking of this, Guan Chen directly pulled everyone to the cafeteria, deciding to celebrate a little in advance. As soon as Guangji heard they were going to the cafeteria to celebrate, he mocked Guan Chen endlessly. "Class leader, I'm not making fun of you, but you're really too stingy. You got a runner-up and you're taking the brothers to the cafeteria to celebrate? If this gets out, I'd be embarrassed for you." Ma Bao and Godajwang chimed in from the side. "Exactly, what can you get in the cafeteria? Even if you order a whole table of dishes, it won't cost 200. If you drink too late, you might run into the leaders, and that would be a real downer. They say once you marry, you forget your mother. Once you have a wife, you forget your brothers. Class leader, this is too obvious. Can't you let your sister-in-law rest for a week? Are you worried she'll put a green hat on you?" Guan Chen was teased one after another, having to smile along, making it all the more uncomfortable. You can't deny, Ma Bao not only looked dark but also had a mouth like a crow. Halfway through drinking, they really did run into a leader. Captain Huangfu Yu came to get his meal and immediately spotted their table. Life in the military was dull, and occasionally soldiers drank to pass the time. He would usually turn a blind eye However, he happened to have business with Guan Chen today, so he couldn't pretend not to see. Which team are you from? Don't you know that drinking is prohibited on duty days?
Seeing Captain Huangfu approaching, the few at the table stood up from a distance.
Noticing the captain's reprimand,
Guan Chen quickly spoke up. Captain, I'm Guan Chen, the class leader of the 3rd squad. I didn't know the rules of the team, I brought them here.
If you want to punish someone, just punish me. Huangfu, you didn't intend to punish them. He mainly came over to find Guan Chen. Seeing Guan Chen's sincere attitude, he said, this is a warning. Guan Chen, come out with me, we need to talk.
He Guangji and the others thought Captain Huangfu was going to punish Guan Chen when they heard him call him out. Guan Chen gave them a reassuring look and turned to follow Huangfu Yu out of the cafeteria. Once outside, Huangfu Yu found a quiet corner, smiling. As he looked at Guan Chen and said, you performed very well this time. The operations department has decided to reward you. Next week at the division meeting, they want to invite you to give a speech, so prepare.
Well, Guan Chen was stunned upon hearing this. A speech? Was he mistaken? How could he be in another world and still have to deal with this? He looked troubled and said to Huangfu Yu, Captain, I've been
introverted since I was young. I can't speak when there are too many people.
How about I skip this speech? I really don't know what to say. Huangfu Yu's expression turned serious as he said, this is an order. From the division, I don't need to explain the consequences of disobeying military orders, do I? Alright, you can go back now, and don't drink too late. With that, Huangfu Yu completely gave Guan Chen no chance to argue and turned to leave. Guan Chen could only sigh deeply and return to the cafeteria. As soon as he got back, the others crowded around the table, eager to ask what the captain had said. Upon hearing that Guan Chen was going to give a speech at the division, He Guangji and Gu Dezhuang immediately began to gloat. Great, this is wonderful. Now, you won't even be able to sleep peacefully with your wife. Ha ha ha. Exactly, what's there to talk about with those officials? Just thinking about it gives me a headache. While some were happy, others were envious. Chen Wei, that kid, looked resentful and said, what? Do you guys know? Ordinary people spend their whole lives as soldiers. How many chances do they get to enter the division? The people in there are the real power holders of Tianshui Pass. Just getting to. No one of them could secure your future career. I really don't know what you guys are laughing about. Guan Chen noticed that Chen Wei looked a bit lonely and couldn't help but tease him. If you want to go so badly, why don't you go in my place? Chen Wei remained silent, just shaking his head and drinking. By 10 o'clock at night, the cafeteria was about to close and turn off the lights. Only then did they reluctantly leave the cafeteria, swaying as they made their way back to the dormitory. The next day, Guan Chen took a pass and left the camp early. Sitting on the bus, he couldn't help but let his mind wander. It had been 2 weeks since he last returned, and he wondered if Mei Yang missed him. His 19-year-old little wife, so tender she could almost drip with water. In his previous life, he had been used to being single and didn't think much of women. But ever since he got together with Mei Yang, he truly understood the beauty of women. Perhaps the women in this world were more attuned to warmth and cold, more capable of caring for others. Unlike those feminist guardians on earth who would demand an exorbitant bride price and preach gender equality. As soon as he got off the bus, Guan Chen rushed to the market and bought a whole bunch of delicious food. He had planned everything for today, making sure to buy everything in advance so he wouldn't have to go out all day. Before he even reached the family compound, he spotted a graceful figure standing at the entrance of the community, looking around. Mei Yang. Upon hearing Guan Chen's call, the figure dashed into his arms like a little deer. Why did you take so long to come back? I was so worried. Guan Chen hugged Mei Yang tightly, inhaling the fragrance from her hair. Don't mention it, let's go back and talk. Mei Yang's little face flushed as she linked her arm with Guan Chen's and walked towards the corridor. As they walked, Guan Chen recounted the events of the past 2 weeks. From the return of that group of unruly roommates to signing up for the competition, and how he fought his way through to the finals. Hearing that Guan Chen got along well with the team members, Mei Yang felt genuinely happy for him. But when she heard about the dangerous trials during the competition, her heart tightened with worry. Guan Chen didn't dare to tell her about the finals. Just hearing this made her eyes turn red. Once they got back to the room, Mei Yang burrowed into Guan Chen's arms and started to sob. As she cried, she whispered, promise me, don't do such dangerous things next time, okay? I've already lost my parents and relatives. If I lose you too, I'll be all alone and miserable. Mei Yang doesn't ask for you to be rich and powerful, just for you to be safe and sound for a lifetime. Guan Chen looked at the little person in his arms, his heart nearly melting. He didn't know how to comfort her, so he could only hold her tightly, savoring this moment of peace. After the warmth, there came endless restlessness. Feeling the soft body in his arms and breathing in her faint fragrance, Guan Chen's breath gradually became rapid. He closed the iron door behind him and lifted the beauty in his arms, kicking open the door to the inner room. Mei Yang was startled, trembling like a flower, her heart in chaos. Afraid she wouldn't come, yet afraid she would go too far. In a half-push, half-acceptance, the petals had already scattered all over the ground. A wild wind, torrential rain, flashes of lightning, and thunder. After
The typhoon raged, only the sound of weak gasps remained.
You lie down for a bit, I'll go make you something to eat.
Mei Yang struggled to get up but almost fell to the ground due to her weak legs.
Guan Chen quickly lifted her onto the bed, blinking as he said, "You rest today, I'll show you a thing or two."
Mei Yang sweetly nodded, lying on the bed and falling asleep adorably.
Guan Chen was a man of his word. He really didn't go out all day.
It wasn't until the moon hung low over the willow tips that he leisurely walked out of the family compound.
He glanced back at the old, shabby community. It was both a bond and a place of belonging.
Boarding the last bus back, Guan Chen stared blankly out the window. Next week he would report to the hunting team.
He didn't know what kind of people he would meet there or what kind of stories would unfold.
Anyway, his feud with Jiang Nan was completely settled. Even if the other party didn't plot against him, he still needed to find an opportunity to take him down.
After returning,
he also wanted to talk to Chu Feng and see if this arrogant pretty boy could be of use to him. In short, there were a lot of things to deal with, and each one was a headache.
He could only take it one step at a time.
On Monday morning, the sun was shining brightly and the birds were singing among the flowers. Guan Chen had already arrived at Chu Feng's dormitory early, standing at the door and knocking, asking,
"Excuse me, is Chu Feng in?"
The door was opened by a burly man. The man looked at Guan Chen with a scrutinizing gaze, as if he were looking at a trafficker of good women.
"Who are you? What do you want with Chu Feng? What do I want with him? It's not like I'm here to fool around.
I am Guan Chen, the squad leader of Team 2, and I need to discuss something with Chu Feng."
Upon hearing Guan Chen's name, the burly man's eyes seemed to ignite with flames. "Oh, so you're the one taking advantage of Chu Feng, huh?" Guan Chen instinctively took a half step back. "You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you like.
I have a clean relationship with Chu Feng. How dare you slander me?" Just as the burly man was about to say something, he was kicked out of the dormitory. Immediately after, Chu Feng walked out with a cold expression, his hair still damp. "Speak quickly, or get lost." His long hair draped over his fair shoulders, and his perfect face paired with those phoenix eyes made him look like a woman no matter how you viewed it.
Guan Chen even suspected that their dormitory was filled with revelry every night.
I heard you didn't make it into the top 10 in this competition, and I wanted to."
Before Guan Chen could finish, the other party snorted coldly and said arrogantly, "You don't need to come here to humiliate me.
In the next competition, I will definitely reclaim what I lost with my own hands."
"Great, I said the wrong thing again. That's not what I meant. I heard you formed a new hunting team, and you." Upon hearing this, Chu Feng became even angrier. "Humph, you don't need to gloat. Losing the captaincy was my
fault, and I will apologize to the team members."
Guan Chen felt a headache coming on. Why did this kid always interrupt? Can't he let someone finish speaking? Wait until I finish before you interrupt. I just want to ask if you and your team members would be willing to join my squad. I happen to have a team slot available. If all of you join my team, then you won't have to be separated. When you reclaim the captaincy next time, you can form your own team again. I won't stop you."
Chu Feng looked somewhat incredulous. Whoever is the captain wants to build their own team.
What good does this do you? Guan Chen had
thought about it for half the night last night before making this decision. There were several benefits to this approach. I just joined the hunting team and am unfamiliar with everything. I need someone to teach me how to lead a team well.
After thinking it over, only you can teach me.
Secondly, forming a team requires a lot of time to select members.
Instead of wasting time slowly picking, it's better to just take ready-made ones. With your picky nature, the people you choose are unlikely to be wrong.
Finally, and most importantly, I think you are too proud, and proud people have a common flaw: they disdain to
play tricks. Teaming up with you means I won't have to worry about you stabbing me in the back.
The first 2 points made Chu Feng quite satisfied, but when he heard Guan Chen call him proud, his face darkened.
Immediately.
"I think you are mistaken. I am not a proud person."
All right, you are a flawless saint, is that better? Guan Chen was truly at a loss for words with this arrogant guy. Chu Feng didn't catch the sarcasm at all. After his expression softened, he said,
"So how do we distribute the roles? I can warn you, I don't mind taking a little less, but my team must receive their fair share."
In Chu Feng's
view, Guan Chen approaching them was merely an attempt to get a larger portion. He didn't mind suffering a loss himself, but he absolutely could not let his followers suffer even a bit.
"We'll distribute it
the same way other teams do." Hearing this, Chu Feng was somewhat tempted, but he added, "You must refer to me as the vice captain in front of my team.
And before giving orders, you need to consult me first. I don't want to put the entire team in danger because of you."
Guan Chen thought for a moment. He intended to learn from Chu Feng's experience anyway, and he would have consulted him without needing to be told. So, he readily agreed to this point. Seeing that Guan Chen had agreed to everything, Chu Feng finally showed a satisfied smile.
"Do you have time this afternoon? I want to introduce you to the other team members."
Guan Chen didn't expect Chu Feng to be in such a hurry. He had originally planned to find Zheng Hu in the afternoon, but it seemed he would have to postpone that. When Chu Feng saw Guan Chen nod, he didn't even bother to dry his hair and leaped down from the upper floor. The defeat in the competition had driven Chu Feng nearly mad.
The newly formed team had disbanded just like that, and he didn't know how to face the other members. Now that there was a new opportunity, he naturally wanted to share it with his team right away. The burly man who had been kicked downstairs was just climbing back up, holding his waist, when he saw Chu Feng jumping down. He glared at Guan Chen and demanded, "Tell me, what did you do to our Xiao Feng?" Xiao Feng? Guan Chen looked at the burly man's imposing figure and felt a chill run down his spine. He jumped down in kind, leaving the burly man shouting in anger in the wind. "That damn gay. The one who rubs on some kind of oil." Back in the dormitory, Guan Chen pulled out the alloy spear from under the bed. He had put off practicing the Overlord spear in preparation for the competition. Now that he was about to participate in a hunt, the importance of the Overlord spear had suddenly risen. The beasts he intended to hunt were not the trash of 1 or 2 stars. They were at least 3-star beasts. Facing these formidable creatures, going in unarmed was not much different from seeking death. Right now, it was difficult to make a breakthrough in basic archery in a short time, and the damage caused by arrows to the beasts was also quite limited. Guan Chen had to find an alternative weapon to serve as the main means of attack for hunting the beasts. The Overlord spear undoubtedly became the best choice. On the playground, Guan Chen wielded the Overlord spear, making it whistle through the air. The Overlord spear was divided into 9 forms. First form, the dragon emerges from the sea. Second form, lighting the lamp while drunk. Third form, looking back at the moon. Fourth form, sweeping away thousands. Fifth form, black clouds destroy the city. Sixth form, raising the guard. Seventh form, 1,000 stars fall. Eighth form, a breath across 10,000 miles. Ninth form, unwavering until death. Except for the ninth form, which Guan Chen still couldn't comprehend, he had mastered the first 8 forms proficiently. As long as he executed 6 of the 9 forms, he could increase his proficiency a little. Guan Chen practiced until lunchtime, barely increasing his proficiency by 60 points. To cultivate the Overlord spear to level 5, he would need at least another week. After lunch, Guan Chen returned to the dormitory and waited patiently. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Chu Feng appeared right on time at his dormitory door. "Let's go, I borrowed a car from the captain, we'll drive to the Black Warehouse." Black Warehouse? This was the first time Guan Chen had heard this strange name. Chu Feng explained with a puzzled expression, "You don't know the Black Warehouse? It's inside the dam where the hunting team usually gathers." The Black Warehouse was actually the informal name used by the members of the hunting team. Its official name should be Beast Hunting Coordination Department. Guan Chen's first impression of the Black Warehouse was a spacious room with heavily guarded security. The entire Black Warehouse is roughly divided into 4 areas: the equipment room, the submission room, the storage room, and the operations room. The place where the members of the hunting team spend the most time is the operations room. Inside the operations room, there is a large conference room of over 1,000 square feet, along with dozens of smaller meeting rooms. Each of the 10 self-formed teams has its own dedicated meeting room. Team members can share intelligence and exchange tactics in the small meeting rooms. If there are any group tasks, everyone can gather in the large conference room for a meeting. It can be said that the members of the hunting team enjoy a lot of freedom. While other soldiers have to endure rigorous training and duty every day, members of the hunting team can even choose to lie in bed and sleep all day if they wish. As long as you don't engage in activities that violate military discipline, almost no one will bother you. At this moment, in the large conference room, dozens of people are lounging around. They are gathered in small groups, smoking, playing cards, and looking quite relaxed. When they see Chu Feng and Guan Chen enter, they merely glance up, without anyone bothering to greet them. Guan Chen can't help but mutter, "Looks like your popularity isn't great, huh?" Chu Feng walks ahead, not even turning his head, and coldly snorts, "I won't waste my time on such boring socializing. They're just a bunch of lazy dogs waiting to die, and they'll never become true experts." Guan Chen can't help but curl his lips at that. Alright, still as arrogant as ever. In an anime, he would definitely be the supporting male character. Chu Feng leads Guan Chen to the door of a small meeting room, where a sign hangs with a large 7 written on it. Pushing the door open, they see a long table inside, with 5 figures lazily sitting on either side. Guan Chen looks them over one by one, and these 5 people are truly hard to describe. Sitting at the front is a stunning beauty, with an incredible figure. She has a high ponytail, and her long, slender legs are draped over the conference table. What was originally combat pants has been cut into ultra-short shorts, and she wears a green crop top. Her proud chest stretches the t-shirt tightly. The beauty locks eyes with Guan Chen for a moment before she casually picks up a mirror to apply lipstick. Looking at her skin tone and features, Guan Chen thinks she resembles an upper-caste Indian woman. Tina. Chu Feng points at the woman and introduces her to Guan Chen. Her name is Tina, she's the team scout, skilled in ambush and surprise attacks, and she's also a renowned trapmaster in the hunting team. Guan Chen enthusiastically extends his right hand, only to receive an eye roll in return. Seeing him get snubbed, Chu Feng feels quite pleased. Sitting next to Tina is a hefty man weighing over 300 pounds. With that round belly, it's hard to imagine how he passed the recruitment assessment. Su Fu. This is Su Fu. We usually call him a Fu. He's the
Team's designated doctor. As long as you have a breath left in you, he guarantees he can save you.
Nurse. Guan Chen's eyes light up. He needs to build a good relationship with this guy. If he gets injured one
day, he'll need someone to save his life.
Hello, I'm Guan Chen. I hope to get along well in the future.
A Fu not only has a kind face but is also very amiable.
When he sees Guan Chen extend his hand, he quickly shakes it.
I'm Su Fu, the team leader, so it's you who should be looking out for me. Sitting across from a Fu is a short fellow, barely 4 feet 3 inches tall.
If he weren't sitting in a chair, he probably wouldn't be much taller than the table.
This short guy has a mouthful of yellow teeth, a big cigar in his mouth, and wears large sunglasses with 2 exquisite mustaches that perfectly capture his
unique charm. Nan Badian. This is Nan Badian. Everyone usually calls him Brother Nan.
He's our team's tank. It's hard for even a typical 3-star beast to break through his defenses.
What? Guan Chen suspected
that his ears were stuffed with cotton.
This little shrimp is the main T? Please don't mess with me. Seeing Guan Chen's doubtful expression, the little shrimp instantly became displeased. With a bang, he jumped onto the table, pointing at Guan Chen and demanding, "What? Do you look down on me, Nan?"
Guan Chen waved his hand, indicating that he absolutely did not mean to look down on the other party.
Next, to Hao Nan, there sat a monster.
The person had a tuft of green hair on his head and a metal ring through his nose. His arms, face, and neck were all covered in fierce tattoos.
Guan Chen felt as if his worldview had collapsed. Dilong, even this kind of little punk is accepted into the army?
This young man is named Dilong. He's our team's trapper, demolitions expert, and poison master.
Be careful, this brother has a bit of a temper. Guan Chen was already numb. Fine. You're all tough guys, and I'm the one with the best temper, is that okay? The last one is the most normal-looking person in the whole team. The young girl was in her early 20s, fair-skinned and gentle.
When she smiled, she had a pair of cute dimples.
She looked just like the girl next door. Lastly, I must give you a grand introduction. This young lady is named Jie Lanzi.
She's our team's main attacker. Not only was the girl pretty, but her personality was also very lively. Jie Lanzi stood up and extended her right hand, speaking in a thick northeast
dialect. Hello, I'm Jie Lanzi. Nice to meet you. Guan Chen's expression froze. Whose parents are so cruel to give their daughter such a misfortunate name? Isn't that just scaring people? Guan Chen adjusted his
expression and quickly reached out to shake her hand. It was smooth, very tender, and soft. After everyone was introduced, Guan Chen looked at Chu Feng with a puzzled expression and asked, "I have a question.
Is it appropriate to ask?"
Without thinking much, Chu Feng replied directly, "Ask away, I'll tell you everything I know." Guan Chen carefully considered his wording and asked, "You see, in the team, we have scouts, medics, tanks, and main attackers, as well as engineers and trappers.
So what do you do?" Guan Chen's question immediately made the air feel heavy.
Chu Feng squinted at him for a full half-minute, before coldly replying, "I'm the best 6th man.
I can attack and defend." Guan Chen raised both hands and clapped vigorously. He couldn't help but admire Chu Feng's honesty. However, inside, he couldn't help but shout loudly, "I guessed it long ago. The best 6th man is usually the captain. This is not a dispensable role. They have to command the work of other team members and act as a firefighter, stepping in immediately whenever there's a mistake. Chu Feng has no shortcomings. He is the best candidate for this role. So what should I do?" Guan Chen looked at Chu Feng with anticipation, and the latter asked him in return, "Besides your palm technique, what else can you do?"
Guan Chen counted on his fingers. "I'm exceptional with archery, hitting the target every time within 300 meters.
I can also scout. No ant can escape my eyes within 500 meters. Besides that, I've been practicing the Overlord Spear.
Except for the last move I haven't mastered, I can handle all the other techniques with ease. As for close combat, you've seen my great strength diamond palm. Even Gu Zue can't withstand a single blow from me.
And I run very fast. Among all of you here, I doubt anyone can outrun me." Guan Chen wasn't trying
to show off. Only through mutual understanding and trust among team members can they unleash their full combat power. However, to the others, these words sounded a bit boastful.
Tina burst out laughing. "Here comes another arrogant guy."
She took 2 steps to stand in front of Guan Chen, playfully lifting his chin with her finger. "Little brother, if you can outrun me, I'll play with you for 2 days.
As soon as
Tina finished speaking, the room erupted with whistles. The big guy, the skinny monkey, and that alternative kid all started banging on the table and cheering.
Even the neighbor girl chimed in, "Count me in, count me in."
"Little brother, if you beat Sister Tina, Lanzi will also play with you."
With that, Jie Lanzi winked at Guan Chen. Guan Chen felt overwhelmed.
These 2 girls were too fierce. This was intolerable.
"Fine, how do you want to compete?"
Seeing Guan Chen agree, Tina raised an eyebrow and countered, "Even if you're envious of my beauty, you can't just take advantage of me, right? If you lose, how will I punish
you?" Guan Chen could easily catch the underlying meaning. "You proposed the competition, and now you want to raise the stakes. Fine.
Then at most, I'll let you play for 2 days.
Tina looked at Guan Chen with disdain. "With your little frame, I'm afraid I might break you." I don't need a matchstick like you, let's change the bet. Damn, this girl has a sharp tongue. Guanshan was getting fired up. Then what do you want to bet on? If you lose, you have to give the captain position to Chu Feng and honestly roll out of here. How about it? Do you dare to compete? Guanshan's expression turned cold. The other parties' true intentions were indeed showing, but if they thought they could play him for a fool, it wouldn't be that easy. What kind of competition? Tina thought this guy would back down. She was ready to give Guanshan a taste of defeat to keep him in line in the future. Unexpectedly, this guy really wanted to race her. Ridiculous. If it came to combat power, Tina might not rank high in the hunting team, but when it came to speed, aside from Xia Yan, no one could match her. She was a disciple of the Shadow Sect, a sacred place for assassins and killers. The sect's 100-flower shadow steps, while not claiming to be unparalleled in the martial world, at least ranked in the top 3. However, to be safe, Tina thought for a moment and said, let's run from the dam to the canyon entrance. It's a 40-kilometer distance. Whoever gets out of the canyon first wins. The road through the canyon was not easy to traverse. The entire path was filled with rubble and bushes. Even someone skilled in speed would find it difficult to run at full force in such terrain without assistance. Tina had chosen this route precisely because she knew it well, having run it hundreds of times during her time in the hunting team. Guanshan had only been through it once. In terms of familiarity with the road conditions, he definitely couldn't compete with her. However, Guanshan was already on the hot seat and couldn't easily back down. Chu Feng noticed the seriousness on Guanshan's face. He knew Tina was trying to vent her frustrations on him by giving him a hard time. But if Guanshan didn't help this time, their team might fall apart. He couldn't allow Tina to bully Guanshan right under his nose. Tina, stop messing around. It's fine to joke, but if this goes on, you're just embarrassing him. Chu Feng meant well, but unfortunately, a dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Guanshan, who had been somewhat hesitant, couldn't hold back any longer upon hearing this. Damn it, you little wimp, coming here to stoke the fire. I thought you were an honest person. Fine, let's compete. But let's agree on this. If you lose, you don't have to play with me for 2 days. I want you to greet me as Godfather every time you see me from now on. Do you dare to bet? You. Tina's eyes widened like a cat whose fur had been ruffled, glaring fiercely at Guanshan. This demand was simply too insulting. Tina wished she could chew Guanshan up. Alright, let's compete then. You all bear witness. For me. If he dares to go back on his word, I'll make sure he never shows his face again. In the room, several people watched the two like roosters ready to fight, and no one dared to intervene. The group arrived at the dam's exit, showed their hunting team credentials, and were let through. Below the dam, nearly 10,000 refugees had gathered. Guanshan happened to see hundreds of soldiers distributing food to the refugees. Sigh, he couldn't help but wonder what the higher-ups at Tianshui Pass were thinking. Why not let these refugees in? For the sake of fairness in the competition, Chu Feng and Nan Badian set off half an hour early, waiting for the two at the canyon's exit. Meanwhile, Guanshan and Tina stood on either side of the river, waiting for Galen to give the signal. Half an hour later, with Galen's whistle blowing, the two shot forward like arrows released from a bow, racing towards the canyon's exit. Guanshan fully activated his wind god leg, channeling his true essence between his legs. At the same time, the probing technique was activated immediately. He felt the scenery before him blur in waves, and the sound of whistling wind filled his ears. With the probing technique in effect, no matter how complex the terrain beneath his feet was, he could react instantly. When he encountered some low shrubs, Guanshan leaped onto the branches, experiencing the thrill of lightness. In terms of speed and agility, Guanshan couldn't match Tina. However, he was now a congenital realm martial artist. When it came to physical stamina and endurance, he was much stronger than Tina. Sure enough, after less than 3 minutes of running, Guanshan found himself nearly 100 meters behind that green figure on the opposite bank. Don't underestimate this 100-meter gap. In a life and death situation, that extra 100 meters could mean the difference between life and death. Tina, being a disciple of the Shadow Sect, maintained a steady form even while running so fast and fiercely, making no sound at all. In contrast, Guanshan was like a bull, charging through. Anyone unaware would think a wild beast was rushing past. The actual road conditions were far worse than Guanshan had imagined. Along the roadsides, they occasionally encountered people seeking refuge. These refugees would go wherever the path was easier. With Guanshan's speed, even if they saw him coming, they wouldn't have time to dodge. Guanshan couldn't just crash into them. He had to take some steep rocky paths to avoid them in advance. Although Tina faced a similar situation, her assassination techniques had trained her specifically on how to quickly evade and dodge. The sparse crowd by the roadside hardly affected her at all. No, if I keep running like this, I'll definitely lose. Tina had already left Guanshan several hundred meters behind. Guanshan glanced to the sides, noticing the gradually calming river, and suddenly a spark of inspiration flashed in his mind. He lightly tapped his foot and leaped directly towards the river. The introduction to the wind godleg mentioned treading on snow to seek plum blossoms, leaving no trace. Since stepping on snow wouldn't leave a mark, stepping on water shouldn't make him sink, right? Guan Chen's action also had an element of gamble. He wasn't sure if the wind god leg could allow him to walk on water. For double assurance, he deliberately channeled his true essence to his feet. Although this increased the consumption of true essence, it at least ensured he wouldn't sink immediately. Tap, tap, tap. The dense sound of footsteps stirred up layers of waves. Guan Chen was like a flying fish, riding the wind and treading the waves, racing across the river's surface. Wherever he passed, a long trail of watermarks was left behind. The refugees on both banks were all drawn to the commotion on the river. They saw a figure skimming over the waves, rushing across the river's surface. Those who witnessed it couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Since Guan Chen had crossed over, he had never felt as fortunate as he did at this moment. Is this what it means to walk on waves? Is this the legendary crossing of a river on a single reed? Lightness on water couldn't be more like this, could it? A surge of ambition rose from the depths of his heart. To stand atop the highest peak and gaze down at the mountains small. A true man should be like this. I want to traverse thousands of mountains and rivers. I want to meet all the heroes of the world. This is the life I desire. This is the life I pursue. Outside the Tan Yuan gorge, tens of thousands of strange beasts gathered on the grassland outside the canyon. The dense scene made one's scalp tingle. If one were to raise the camera, they would see countless strange beasts slowly migrating from afar. On the grassland, the roars and wails of the beasts occasionally echoed. Those high-level carnivorous beasts were crazily hunting and preying. This place had practically become a paradise for hunters. At the mouth of the gorge, Nan Badian, with a cigar in his mouth, said to Chu Feng beside him, "If Guan Shenwan loses, he won't get angry, will he? If he goes back on his word, our team will really have to disband." Chu Feng also wore a worried expression. This Guan Shen was really something, both inexperienced and playful. He insisted on betting with Tina. Doesn't he know she's a professional long-distance runner? Sigh. I'll try to mediate later. After all, I can't let Guan Shen lose too much face. Just as Chu Feng was lost in thought, a dense sound of footsteps suddenly reached his ears. Thud, thud, thud. They're coming. The two perked up and looked towards the source of the sound. They saw a figure stepping through the waves, swimming upstream from the river. In the blink of an eye, the person rushed to their side. Awesome. The voice arrived before the person did. The figure stomped on the water surface with one foot, soaring into the air like a great rock. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of the two, he landed steadily in front of them. Guan Chen snatched the cigar from Nan Baishan's mouth, took a deep puff, and blew out a large smoke ring. My goddaughter is still behind. Let's wait slowly. Chu Feng looked at Guan Chen in front of him, feeling as if he had become a different person. Both his expression and aura were completely different from before. Nan Badian was also taken aback by Guan Chen's demeanor, left speechless. A minute later, Tina finally arrived late. She was panting heavily, her face flushed as she scolded, "You cheated. Who told you to run in the river?" Guan Chen blew a smoke ring at her face and asked defiantly, "Which rule says you can't run in the river? If you have the ability, you can learn from me." What? Can't take a loss? You're not going to cry, are you? Tina was so angry that her chest heaved, but she couldn't find a reason to attack him. Looking at the disdain in Guan Chen's eyes, she steeled her resolve, gritted her teeth, and bowed deeply to him, whispering, "God, Father." Guan Chen placed his hand behind his ear, exaggeratingly asking, "Huh? Speak louder, I can't hear you." Tina buried her head even lower, her face so red it could drip water. "Godfather. Good daughter." Guan Chen, feeling vindicated, patted her head and waved as he walked towards the dam. As for who would soothe her emotions, that was none of his business. If she could take it, then fine, if not, she could leave. Do I lack this piece of rotten meat? As Guan Chen left, Nan Badian and Chu Feng exchanged glances. Well, now they didn't need to comfort Guan Chen, they had to find a way to appease Tina. Guan Chen strolled between the gorges, listening to the roaring water in the river, his thoughts already soaring beyond the heavens. This marvelous journey had a tremendous impact on him, even greater than all that had come before. The reason Guan Chen had hidden in the deep mountains in his past life was that he didn't want to deal with those petty people. In fact, a blazing fire had once burned in his heart. When the poetry of the distant past was obscured by the harshness of reality, that fire in his heart had dwindled to mere embers. The experiences after his crossing were like adding fuel to the ashes. Guan Chen was forced to struggle desperately in adversity. Although he kept running forward, it was the adversity that was pushing him. This time, walking on the waves opened a ray of light in his heart. It let the free air in, reawakening the embers of those dying sparks. Thus, the fire in his heart whooshed and was completely ignited. Guan Chen once again found that young version of himself. I have arrived. In this world, heroes of the world, wait for me. Thousands of kilometers away from the canyon, a small figure was crouched atop a large tree, gazing into the distance. This person was none other than Ding Cheng, who had not seen Guan Chen for a long time. Not far away on the grassland, a magnificent city was being besieged by countless exotic beasts. Shouts and explosions echoed continuously, accompanied by bursts of fire. On the nearly
100-meter-high city walls, hundreds of heavy machine guns were incessantly spitting fire, reaping the lives of the exotic beasts. Pulling the camera back on a distant hill, dozens of enormous exotic beasts were gathered, coldly observing. Looking at the massive size of those beasts, each one was at least 100 meters tall. These beasts would usually kill each other on sight. Why were they so calm today, gathered together? In the center, there was a beast resembling a griffin, and it seemed that a figure was sitting atop its head. Ding Qing pushed aside the leaves, wanting to take a closer look, but he saw that figure suddenly turn its head and cast a cold glance in his direction. In an instant, every hair on Ding Qing's body stood on end. He felt as if he had been targeted by an ancient demon god. With just a thought from the other party, he could turn to ashes at any moment. Just when Ding Qing thought he was doomed, that figure slowly turned its head away. Ding Qing felt as if he had walked through the gates of hell, drenched in sweat. That figure looked no different from a human, with a cultivation level at least that of a king beast. The reason it did not kill Ding Qing might be that, in its eyes, Ding Qing and other humans were merely ants. Ding Qing dared not look in that direction any longer. He hurriedly climbed down from the tree and ran off into the distance. Half an hour later, in a meadow, Ding Qing found the team gathered there. 7 or 8 people were sitting or lying down, led by a middle-aged man with a thick beard. They were all wearing the special operations uniforms of the Tianshui army, clearly a team. So, what's the situation? Is there any movement from Phoenix City? Ding Qing took off his jacket, grabbed a water bottle from a teammate, and gulped down a couple of mouthfuls before speaking. Still the same, just low-level exotic beasts attacking, while the high-level ones are hiding on the outskirts. It feels like someone is commanding them in battle. Today, I think I discovered a king beast, but I'm not too sure if it really is a king beast. The others were all taken aback by Ding Qing's words. The middle-aged man quickly grabbed Ding Qing's shoulder, looking anxious as he asked, "Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? If a king beast really appears here, that would be a huge problem." Ding Qing furrowed his brows, seemingly recalling the scene from earlier. It was a humanoid king beast, sitting right on top of the griffin beast. I only glanced at it, and it noticed me. At that moment, I thought I was going to die. I didn't expect it to let me go. Now that I think about it, I feel a chill. The only thing I'm unsure of now is whether that was a king beast or something above a king beast. I was too far away at the time, only vaguely seeing a silhouette. But from its size, that beast was about the same as us humans. After hearing Ding Qing's account, everyone fell into silence. The higher-ups at Tianshui Pass had long anticipated that with so many exotic beasts attacking the city, there must be a king beast directing them from behind. This time, they sent their reconnaissance team to confirm the progress of the exotic beast army's siege. Originally, they were also supposed to go to a farther city-state to verify. It seems that someone must be sent back to report the news in advance. Ding Qing, since you saw it with your own eyes, you should go back yourself. This important information needs to be reported to the operations department as soon as possible. If we are caught off guard by that king beast, we will all become sinners of the Purple Gold Empire. Ding Qing also understood the seriousness of the situation. He didn't say much more, took the backpack handed to him by his teammate, put on his coat, and quickly headed east. The middle-aged man stared blankly in the direction Ding Qing had left. They had been fighting the alien beasts for so many years and had gained enough understanding of them. Most of the time, these alien beasts lived as individuals. Only when a king beast appeared in a certain area would they exhibit group behavior. The siege by the alien beasts of the Fire Worship Alliance had been ongoing for a year. This indicated that at least a year ago, a king beast had already been born on the Palmy grassland. The last time such a large-scale upheaval occurred was 50 years ago. At that time, the unparalleled dual kings emerged and united many experts to exterminate the king beast. Unexpectedly, 50 years later, human society was facing a new wave of beast tide. Who would be able to lead humanity to resolve this catastrophe this time? At Tianshui Pass, the playground of the 5th Brigade, Guan Chen tirelessly waved the spear in his hand. His clothes were soaked and clinging to his body. After the match with Tina during the day, Guan Chen didn't stay long in the dark warehouse. He had already clarified where his goal was, and now he just needed to take one step at a time. On the way back, he told Shu Feng that the team would officially start their operation after he finished reporting to the division. After a week of continuous matches, the team members were quite fatigued, and these 2 days were just right for a break. Guan Chen practiced until the lights-out whistle sounded, then took a shower and returned to the dormitory. His proficiency with the Overlord Spear had already reached over 300 points, and in about a week he would be able to upgrade it. Next, he planned to go outside to find a good bow, preferably a spiritual treasure or magical artifact. As his physical strength grew, the recurve bow he had was no longer sufficient. If he exerted a bit more force, the bowstring would snap. This was also the reason he hadn't practiced archery these days. Since the probing technique could reach the peak level, then basic archery should be able to as well. He even wanted to try and see if these basic skills could break through to level 6 or above. That night was the same as usual, meditating while practicing. The probing technique. Every week of practicing the diamond skill brought him 32 days of true energy. If outsiders knew about this, it would probably scare them to death. Early the next morning, Zhang Hu came to find him, asking how the report preparation was going.
Preparing what? I don't even know what to say. Seeing Guan Chen's nonchalant expression, Zhang Hu seemed to be prepared.
He pulled out a stack of speech drafts from his pocket and slammed them down in front of Guan Chen.
I knew it would be like this.
You really don't know how to appreciate your blessings.
Take this, memorize it as much as you can. If you really can't, just read it.
Guan Chen hurriedly snatched the draft, his face filled with surprise as he asked, Boss,
how do you have this? You didn't write it just now, did you?
Zhang Hu pointed a finger at Guan Chen's nose and threatened, This took me a whole night
to write. If you mess it up, just wait for me to deal with you when you come back. With that, Zhang Hu turned and left without looking back. Guan
Chen looked at the speech draft in his hand, feeling deeply moved. Although Zhang Hu usually seemed fierce, he truly stepped up when it mattered. Guan Chen opened the speech draft, but after reading just 2 lines, he couldn't continue. He had originally thought that only in the previous world did such official documents thrive. Unexpectedly, even in this world of martial arts, where one could fly and escape the earth, he still couldn't escape from this kind of glorifying and praising writing. You, Zhang Hu, are at least a robust young man, a proper senior officer of the Royal Martial
Academy. How come you still have such a knack for flattering? Guan Chen picked up the manuscript, intending to tear it up directly, but after thinking
for a long time, he ultimately held back. Forget it, I'll just treat it as reading someone else's essay.
A good man doesn't suffer immediate losses. If I really tear up the manuscript, what will I use to handle the task? Fortunately, he didn't tear it.
Just after finishing lunch, Huang Fu Yu found him
and asked him to go to the regiment for a meeting.
Fine, let's go. Finishing it early means I won't have to think about it all day.
Over here, Guan
Chen was still fantasizing about how to stir up the winds and clouds at the headquarters, but by the end of the meeting he was nearly asleep and still hadn't had his turn to speak. When the secretary called him softly to wake him, he was told he only had 5 minutes to speak.
Guan Chen looked
at the thick speech manuscript in his hand, feeling a wave of confusion. Standing on the stage, looking at the pairs of eager eyes below, he couldn't help but blurt out, I have a dream. On the way back, Huang Fu Yu complained about Guan Chen the whole way. You have some nerve. What do you mean? By everyone being equal, a world in harmony? That kind of talk is simply outrageous. If the royalists hear this, they'll accuse you of disrespecting your elders and despising royal authority. You won't be able to escape the consequences. Here, this is the captain's badge. I originally planned to give it to you in 2 days, but I was afraid you'd be anxious to use it, so I'm giving it to you early. Remember, in such public occasions, think about what can be said and what cannot be said. Guan Chen took the badge, completely treating Huang Fu Yu's words as background noise. Captain, could you take me out of the military zone for a bit? I want to go buy a suitable weapon. Huang Fu Yu was taken aback. What kind of weapon? A bow. One of those magical longbows that can shoot out true essence without needing arrows. Huang Fu Yu didn't refuse outright but asked, that kind of magical artifact is at least 4th tier or above. You've only been a soldier for a few days. Do you have enough money? Guan Chen touched his pocket and tentatively asked, is 5 million enough? Upon hearing this, Huang Fu Yu doused him with cold water. Add a 0 and it might be close. Such magical artifacts that manipulate true essence not only require extremely precious materials but also need specialized mental techniques to match. Moreover, these artifacts usually need to be custom-made. I doubt those shops outside have any in stock. Guan Chen's face fell in disappointment. To be honest, basic archery is the foundation of his rise. He doesn't want to give it up so easily, but ordinary bows can't withstand his strength. Huang Fu, you seemed to see through Guan Chen's thoughts and pondered for a moment before saying, how about this? I'll have my family custom make one for you. It should arrive in no more than half a month. Even if you find those shops outside to custom make one, they would still have to place an order in the Imperial City. Guan Chen looked at the captain in front of him, feeling a bit unsure about his depth. Could it be that their family specializes in making magical artifacts? But I only have 5 million right now. I don't know if that's enough for a deposit. However, Huang Fu Yu didn't take this amount seriously at all. What deposit? Our own family's craftsmen don't need a deposit. Don't worry about the money. When the artifact arrives, you can settle the account after you've tried it out. Guan Chen was completely shocked. So it turns out that his captain is quite wealthy. Isn't it said that masters who can create magical artifacts are worth a fortune? To be able to casually support a master at home, how rich must one be? Thank you so much, Captain. Huang Fu Yu didn't even notice the oddity in Guan Chen's eyes. He had grown up in a wealthy family in the Imperial City, surrounded by friends who were all sons of nobility. He had no concept of money at all. Coming to Tianshui Pass to serve was purely to pave the way for his future career. In his eyes, tens of millions were just pocket change to be casually tossed away. How could he possibly take such small money seriously? As soon as he returned to the camp, Chu Feng went to find Guan Chen.
Tina has located a den of a 3-star mad lion beast. We're worried. Someone might get there first, so we want to hunt it down in the next couple of days. Do you have time? Wan Chen immediately became interested upon hearing this. Sure, I'm free. We can set off any time. Then let's go tomorrow.
I'll notify the other team members now and we'll gather in the small
conference room early tomorrow morning.
After saying this, Chu Feng hurriedly left. Although phones were not allowed in the military camp, there were
dedicated phones for communication between the barracks.
After seeing Chu Feng off, Wan Chen followed his usual routine and went to the playground to practice with the Overlord Spear.
Early the next morning, Wan Chen arrived at the conference room.
Upon entering, he found that besides Tina, there
was no one else in the room.
He thought he might have arrived too early. It wasn't until he saw Tina stand up blushing and bowing that he realized
what was happening. Godfather, good morning. Morning, morning, morning. Wan Chen nodded awkwardly, unable to suppress the thought in his mind.
It seemed the others were deliberately coming late to avoid making Tina feel embarrassed.
They were quite considerate. After greeting, Tina sat silently in her chair. It wasn't until nearly 3 minutes later that the others began to trickle in through the door. The mad lion beast was a standout. Among 3-star exotic beasts,
it looked very much like a lion from Earth but was much larger. An adult mad lion beast typically exceeded 8
meters in length and could weigh 7 to 8 tons.
Its mane was made up of venomous snakes that could spray poison at targets. Its tail had sharp barbs that could pierce through steel plates over 10 centimeters thick with just a light strike. Mad lion beasts were mostly solitary, only coming together during the breeding season when male lions would stay with females. This time of year happened to be the mating season for the mad lion beast. Tina, are you sure there's only one mad lion beast there? Before setting off, Chu Feng confirmed with Tina once more. I sneaked into the mad lion beast's den and checked. There's only one. Chu Feng didn't say much in response and began to arrange the tactics.
Before departing, everyone
first went to the equipment office to register their gear and collect storage backpacks and trap tools. The hunting coordination office had clear regulations prohibiting team members from leaving the dam with anything other than the storage bags provided by the equipment office.
Moreover, upon
returning from outside the walls, they had to submit their bags for inspection immediately. This regulation was in place to prevent team members from
hoarding spoils.
Additionally, the equipment office provided various supplies such as food, water, medical supplies, tools, firearms, and ammunition. If it weren't for the limited space in the storage bags, the equipment office could even provide cannons. Of course, not to mention how cumbersome it would be to carry such things. Even if you set a cannon at the door of an exotic beast's home, you might not hit anything. Therefore, such large caliber weapons were not practical in the process of hunting exotic beasts. After the 7-member team had prepared their supplies, they left the dam in a grand procession. Coincidentally, just as they stepped out of the dam, they encountered Gu Zue's team. Guan Chen didn't expect Gu Zue to recover so quickly. Just a few days ago, he had been knocked down by him in the arena, and now he appeared here full of energy. The two teams passed each other without acknowledging one another. Guan Chen observed the members of the opposing team with interest. Their lineup was quite luxurious. Not only was Gu Zue the captain, but Tai Shu Sheng and Duan Mujia were also in his team. That wasn't all. When he saw Xia Yin and Jia, the expression on his face became even more peculiar. Guan Chen quietly approached Chu Feng and asked in a low voice, "Don't Xia Yin and Jia have their own teams? How did they end up mixed in with Gu Zue?" Chu Feng was not surprised at all. It was quite normal. When encountering particularly powerful exotic beasts, many teams would choose to join forces. This time, the three of them gathered together, likely to deal with a 4-star exotic beast. Hearing that they were going to hunt a 4-star exotic beast, Guan Chen couldn't help but feel excited. The rewards for each level of exotic beast increased dramatically, not just tenfold. Just a few materials from a 4-star exotic beast could start at 1 million. The higher the reward, the greater the risk. Members of the hunting team died at the jaws of exotic beasts every month. Guan Chen eagerly suggested to Chu Feng, "How about we find a 4-star exotic beast to try our luck someday?" As soon as he finished speaking, Di Long couldn't help but interject sarcastically, "You have to take it step by step, eat one bite at a time. If you take too big a step, you might end up in trouble." Guan Chen didn't expect this non-mainstream guy to have such a sharp tongue. After the group left Tan Yuan Canyon, they headed north along the mountain range. With Su Fu, the ability user, in the team, their progress was significantly delayed. The entire team took an hour to cover just 30 miles north. Su Fu was panting heavily, his face turning green from exhaustion. Nan Badian couldn't bear to watch any longer and pointed to his shoulder, saying, "You look like you're struggling to walk. Come on, I'll carry you." Ah Fu wanted to decline, but thinking about the long journey ahead, he could only shyly climb onto Nan Ji's shoulder. As soon as Fu sat down, Nan Gu was left with just his head sticking out from under Fu. Guan Chen took one look and burst into laughter, tears streaming down his face. "Ah Fu, haha, why does your brother still have a mustache?
Ah Fu, looking adorably confused, replied, "How do you know I have a brother? But he doesn't have a mustache."
Upon hearing this, Guan Chen laughed even louder.
At first, everyone didn't understand what Guan Chen was talking about, but they quickly caught on. Tina and Galen blushed and spat at Guan Chen.
Di Long laughed heartily. "Your brother is quite trendy, even wearing
sunglasses." Realizing what was happening, Nan Badian shouted angrily and started chasing Di Long while carrying Ah Fu. The group followed behind, laughing and speeding up. The further north they went, the sparser the exotic beasts became. Whenever they encountered an exotic beast blocking their way, they would dodge if possible, and if not, they would fight. For those 1 or 2 star exotic beasts, Guan Chen usually handled them alone. Not only did it satisfy his cravings, but he also collected quite a few materials. 2 hours later, they finally arrived at the location Tina mentioned. It was a cave at the foot of Tan Yuan mountain. As they approached, a strong stench filled the air. Within several kilometers of the cave, there wasn't even a shadow of an animal, let alone an exotic beast. The surrounding area was eerily quiet. Tina instructed everyone to hide in the nearby bushes while she stealthily made her way toward the cave alone. After 2 minutes, Tina's voice echoed from inside the cave. "You can come over now. It's gone out to hunt. It's not in the cave." The others exchanged glances, and Xu Feng instructed Ah Fu to stay behind. The rest quickly shouldered their packs and ran toward the cave. As they neared the entrance, Guan Chen was nearly overwhelmed by the stench. It was unbearable, a mix of rotting flesh and urine that could make anyone dizzy with just one whiff. Holding his nose, Guan Chen stepped into the cave, which felt much larger than he had imagined. This cave must have been a karst cave, about 7 or 8 meters wide, winding and twisting into unknown depths. The group stood in the middle of the cave, beginning to discuss their tactics. Xu Feng felt they should set traps inside the cave and wait for the lion beast to return. However, Di Long, the trapmaster, did not share this view. "The space inside the cave is too small. If we really start fighting in here, we won't even have room to dodge. And don't forget, the mad lion beast can spray venom. In such a confined space, if it releases its poison, we'll all be done for." After hearing this, Xu Feng did not agree with Di Long's perspective. "This is a cave. Didn't you see the signs of an underground river? That definitely means this cave is ventilated. The cave is so large that as long as we guard the exit, the mad lion beast won't be able to escape. I think it's more appropriate to take action inside the cave." The two argued back and forth, and in the end, they all turned their gaze towards Guan Chen. For professional matters, it's best to let professionals handle it. He is a trapmaster, so let's not argue with him. Although Xu Feng felt quite unconvinced, since Guan Chen had said so, he could only comply. Xu Feng and Guan Chen's group dispersed to keep watch for Di Long and Nan Badian quickly set up various mechanical devices and traps. Once everything was arranged, everyone lay in ambush around the cave, quietly waiting for the return of the mad lion beast. Half an hour later, as a cloud of dust rolled up in the distance, 2 giant mad lion beasts, each over 10 meters long, appeared in front of everyone. The 2 mad lion beasts looked similar, each carrying a prey in their mouths, charging in like a gale. The moment they spotted their target, everyone's expressions changed dramatically. Especially Tina. Before setting out, Xu Feng had specifically asked her if there was only one mad lion beast here. She had answered with absolute certainty, so everyone had not thought much of it. Now that the traps were all set, suddenly another one appeared. What should they do? As the targets approached the cave, Xu Feng could no longer sit still. He immediately went to Tina's side and urged her to find a way to lure one away. If both came charging at them together, all their previous arrangements would be in vain. Tina understood the seriousness of the situation. She didn't say much and directly leaped from her hiding spot, charging towards one of the mad lion beasts. Tina's actions startled the mad lion beasts. The 2 beasts halted, and once they saw their target clearly, a look of human-like disdain appeared in their eyes. One of the mad lion beasts dropped its prey and let out a brutal roar, trying to scare this little bug away. Tina did not stop. She quickly ran around the mad lion beast while taking out a hidden weapon from her bosom and flinging it towards its eyes. The sensory perception of the 3-star exotic beasts was still quite sharp. The mad lion beast shook its head, and the hidden weapons clattered against its face, sparking as they made contact. Although they did not hit a vital spot, the mad lion beast was thoroughly enraged. It let out a furious roar and recklessly charged after Tina. Both the person and the beast were incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye, they had run over 1,000 meters. The other mad lion beast was just about to drop its prey to help when it was hit on the forehead by a slingshot shot from Xu Feng. With a loud bang, the steel ball shot from the slingshot exploded the moment it hit the beast's forehead. Although the explosion was not powerful, it still singed a patch of fur on the mad lion beast's brow. Guan Chen looked at the slingshot in Xu Feng's hand, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg in it. Using a slingshot against an exotic beast? Are you sure this isn't child's play? The mad lion beast, enraged by Xu Feng's slingshot attack, immediately dropped its prey and lunged at him. Xu Feng took the opportunity to lead it towards the preset trap.
Up close, the mad lion beast was imposing, standing 5 meters tall like a wall in front of you. Weighing over 10 tons, when it ran, you could feel the ground tremble. Even if your physical strength is formidable, in front of it you would still be swatted away with a single paw. This wild lion beast is somewhat different from the one Tina led away earlier. Its size is clearly a circle larger than the one that left. Moreover, it has a long, massive appendage hanging from its lower abdomen, unmistakably indicating that it is a male beast. As soon as this male wild lion beast entered the trap's range, the hidden mechanism underground was instantly triggered. A metal spike, similar to a bear trap, snapped shut with a bang on the wild lion beast's front paw. The sharp barbs on the spike immediately pierced through the soft pads of the wild lion beast's paw, causing it to let out a painful roar. This iron spike is made from B-grade special alloy, specifically designed to deal with these large ground beasts. It has long barbs on both sides, coated with a nerve-stimulating drug. Once these barbs penetrate the beast's body, they continuously stimulate its nerves. With every step it takes, it will encounter the iron spike on its paw, and any movement of the spike will inflict unbearable pain. As a result, the originally agile beast will have its movements severely restricted. It can only exert at most 50% of its full strength. The person who designed this thing is truly a genius, using the least amount of material to achieve the greatest effect. The wild lion beast desperately shook its front paw, trying to fling the iron spike off. But this thing is like handcuffs. Once it closes, the more it struggles, the tighter it becomes. With the strength of B-grade alloy, no beast below the 5-star king level can hope to break it. While it struggled, Nan Badian and the others were not idle. Nan Badian had already donned a thick suit of armor. He held a 2-meter-tall heavy shield in his hand and slammed it hard against the side of the wild lion beast with a bang. The several tons of wild lion beast were sent flying by his blow. The beast's massive body crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Other mechanisms buried underground were instantly triggered. Dozens of steel cables shot out from the ground, entangling the wild lion beast's limbs and body. De Long made an OK gesture to Galen Z, signaling her that she could enter and attack. Galen Z pulled out 2 gleaming willow leaf knives from her sleeve and walked towards the wild lion beast with graceful steps, a mysterious smile playing on her lips. Guan Chen, for some reason, felt a chill in his lower body whenever he saw Galen Z's smile. The next moment, he was stunned by the scene before him. Galen Z approached the wild lion beast's lower body like a fluttering butterfly. The willow leaf knives in her hands danced into a blur of light and shadow. The wild lion beast hadn't even reacted when it felt a chill in its lower body, as if a certain part was missing. When it looked down, it saw the barbed stick and a hint of confusion appeared in its eyes. It seemed to wonder why this thing looked so familiar. Cruelty and bloodshed were no longer sufficient to describe Guan Chen's feelings at that moment. He turned his head away, feeling a bit of reluctance, and asked Chu Feng, "Is she usually this ruthless?" Chu Feng nodded, his wary gaze saying it all. "I should go help Tina. I feel like I might not be needed here." After Guan Chen finished speaking, he turned and ran off into the distance. Even after running several kilometers, he could still hear the wild lion beast's agonizing screams. Galen Z, your parents really know how to name you." Several kilometers away, the female wild lion beast was still relentlessly pursuing Tina. Tina might not be able to defeat this female lion, but when it came to running, this creature truly couldn't keep up with her. As Tina led the wild lion beast in a sprint, she secretly calculated the time in her heart. Each high-level exotic beast almost has its own territorial range. They usually mark their territory with scent. Beasts weaker than it, upon smelling this scent, would not dare to intrude further. Tina didn't dare to run too far. She was afraid of leaving the territory of the raging lion beast and attracting other exotic beasts, which would be troublesome. The more one fears something, the more likely it is to come. As Tina was sprinting with the raging lion beast, a loud cry suddenly echoed from the sky. A 7 or 8 meter long rhinoceros hawk beast swooped down, rapidly pouncing towards Tina's position. The moment Tina looked up, her heart sank to the bottom. Rhinoceros hawk beast. It's over. This was her only thought. At that moment, the rhinoceros hawk beast was a 3-star flying exotic beast. For a profession like Tina's, it was a natural nemesis. First, it had better vision than her. No matter how stealthy Tina was, in the open terrain of the grassland, it was hard to escape its surveillance. Second, it was faster than her. In front of the rhinoceros hawk beast, Tina's speed was practically negligible. She was no different from a lamb on the ground, unable to even run away. Tina tried several turns but couldn't shake off the rhinoceros hawk beast. In the blink of an eye, it had already pounced right in front of her. Its cold, gleaming claws reached out fiercely towards her face. At the critical moment, a golden dragon surged in, crashing hard into the rhinoceros hawk beast. With a burst of blood mist, the rhinoceros hawk beast was sent flying by the golden dragon. Immediately after, a teasing voice rang in Tina's ear. "Don't be afraid, my dear daughter, your godfather is here to save you." Just in time, Guanshen had arrived.
That golden dragon was not a real dragon but a spear thrown by Guanshen.
This move was the 8th style of the Overlord Spear, 1,000 miles in a breath. The rhinoceros hawk beast was struck by this sudden blow, creating a fist-sized hole in its body. Just as it was about to struggle to take off, Guanshen arrived and delivered a powerful strike to its forehead. The violent true essence surged from Guanshen's palm, turning the rhinoceros hawk
beast's brain into a mushy mess.
The once mighty rhinoceros hawk beast met its end under Guanshen's hand in an instant.
Leave this big guy to me, you.
Go take care of that big bird. After saying that, without waiting for Tina's reaction, Guanshen charged at the raging lion beast with his spear. The lioness, having chased Tina for a while, had already exhausted her patience. Seeing the ant in front of her daring to provoke her, she let out a
furious roar and lunged at Guanshen. Guanshen first executed a sweeping strike, clashing with the raging lion beast. The tremendous recoil almost
knocked the spear from his hand. The brute strength of this exotic beast was no joke. If it weren't for the true essence enhancing him, he might not
have been its match. Since I can't match your brute strength, let me show you my spear technique.
The spear in Guanshen's hand transformed into countless specks of starlight, enveloping the raging lion beast. In just a short while, dozens of holes had been pierced into the raging lion beast's body. No matter how the raging lion beast counterattacked, Guanshen easily dodged all of its moves. One must admit, the vitality of the raging lion beast was indeed formidable. Despite being hit by so many spears, it still showed no signs of falling.
Guanshen fought with it for half an hour before finally delivering a fatal blow.
Guanshen quickly walked up to the raging lion beast, raising his steel spear to stab it in the forehead.
Seeing this, Tina hurriedly called out to stop him.
Hey, be careful, if you're so reckless, you'll damage the core inside.
Upon hearing this, Guanshen awkwardly halted his actions. He had only seen others dig like this before. He only knew that the core was roughly located in the head. As for the exact position and how to dig it out, he had no clue. Tina took out a sharp dagger from her bosom and cut a long slit along the eye socket of the raging lion beast.
She reached in and felt around for a while, then pulled out a golden crystal stone with a look of delight on her face.
Awesome!
It's a gold-type core. The quality is really beautiful. After saying that, Tina reluctantly handed the crystal core to Guanshen.
Guanshen examined the crystal core while asking in confusion, didn't they say that the crystal cores of exotic beasts are very precious? How come we can just kill one and find a crystal core? Tina, somewhat showing off, replied to Guanshen, it's obvious you don't understand. The crystal core is the key to the evolution of exotic beasts. Ordinary exotic beasts can only evolve into higher level ones by continuously hunting other exotic beasts, absorbing their energy and converting it into their own, which is then slowly stored in the crystal core. When the energy stored in the crystal core reaches the required amount for evolution, the exotic beast will use the energy within the core to undergo metamorphosis. So, a newly transformed exotic beast definitely does not have a crystal core inside. Look at this raging lion beast in front of you, isn't it a bit larger than the usual raging lion beasts? This indicates that this raging lion beast has already plundered enough energy and is on the verge of metamorphosis. Therefore, it must contain a crystal core. Moreover, the higher the level of the exotic beast, the higher the probability that it contains a crystal core. 3-star.
Exotic beasts are already the elite among exotic beasts. Usually, they only hunt others, and it's not their turn to be hunted.
After listening, Guanshen showed a look of sudden realization. No wonder he was so lucky.
The last rock python beast and this raging lion beast both dropped crystal cores.
So, according to you, that male raging lion beast also has a crystal core inside? Tina nodded excitedly. She had thought she was in big trouble.
They had agreed on one raging lion beast, but two appeared instead. Not only did it endanger her life, but it also implicated the other members
of the team.
What she didn't expect was that Guanshen was so capable. Not only did he rescue her from danger, but he also single-handedly took
down 2 3-star exotic beasts. At that moment, Tina's perception of Guanshen skyrocketed. Perhaps this guy has a likable side, Tina thought to
herself as she looked at Guanshen. Guanshen put away the golden crystal core and pointed at the distant rhinoceros hawk beast, asking, "Did you see
that rhinoceros hawk beast? Does it have a crystal core?" Tina shook her head, slightly disappointed.
No, it probably just transformed not long ago.
Guanshen, feeling a headache from the sight of the large creature on the ground, asked, "What should we do with it?"
I have no idea how to dismember this exotic beast. You should collect the valuable materials. Hearing this, Tina patted her chest and assured, "You go rest over there, I'll handle
the rest." Guanshen slumped down on the grass nearby, watching Tina busily at work.
That tiny dagger, in just a short while, had dismembered the massive raging lion beast into pieces.
Guanshen couldn't help but smack his lips.
It wasn't that Guanshen was being lazy, he genuinely couldn't help with such troublesome tasks. Rather than go over and cause trouble, he preferred to lie here and admire Tina's long legs and that curvy backside.
After another 10 minutes, Chu Feng and his group finally found their way here. Wow!
Sister Tina, your skinning skills have improved again.
Let me help you, Galanzi exclaimed as she rushed over, shouting.
Chu Feng, Nan Badian, and the others surrounded Guan Chen with looks of surprise.
This raging lion beast was killed by you and Tina? This is too exaggerated. Are two people worth a whole team? Busy dismantling bones, Tina quickly
added upon hearing their voices, you're mistaken, it's not just one raging lion beast, there's also a rhinoceros hawk beast over there.
Everyone followed Tina's gaze and noticed the rhinoceros hawk beast lying not far away.
And let me tell you, these two big guys were both killed by my godfather.
Alone.
Even my life was saved by him. Tina kept calling Guan Chen her godfather, which made him feel a bit uncomfortable.
That big backside. No. This adopted daughter really has a sweet mouth. After hearing Tina's explanation, Ah Fu's expression was the most exaggerated.
This 300-pound dead fat man shook
Guan Chen's arm vigorously and said, wow, Captain Guan is amazing. A hero saving a beauty. Battling two foes single-handedly. Guan Chen.
Why does that sound so
strange?
Nan Gu, who rarely praises anyone in the team, also gave Guan Chen a thumbs up this time.
Good.
Young man, not bad, keep it up. Di Lon, however, coldly snorted
at Guan Chen with an unhappy face. I won't allow anyone to be cooler than me, not even you. Only Chu Feng, watching Guan Chen mingling with everyone, fell into silence. An hour later, everyone finally finished packing all the materials. The entire wild lion beast was broken down into thousands of pieces. They even spared none of its internal organs, all packed into their bags.
At this point, the sun had begun to turn red, and as everyone carried their bags on the road, they chatted back
and forth. Guan Chen, hey, big shot. Can you calculate how much we can gain this time? Di Long waved his fingers and said, just the spiritual meat from the 3 exotic beasts can sell for 2 to 3 million.
The remaining leather, spiritual blood, feathers, and other materials combined can sell for 7 to 8 million. The most valuable are those 2 gold-type crystal cores. I've been in the hunting team for almost 2 years, and it's my first time seeing such well-preserved crystal
cores of the same attribute.
If we find the right buyer, it should start at 30 million.
Guan Chen was taken aback upon hearing this. Is it really that valuable?
The last time I sold a wood-type crystal core with an energy density of 4,700, I had to go through several shops to sell it for 9 million.
As soon as Guan Chen
finished speaking, a chorus of sighs erupted from the team.
You must have been ripped off. Yeah, you definitely sold it at a loss.
Wood-type crystal cores are in high demand. With such a high energy density, it should be at least 12 million or more.
They definitely wouldn't give you a high price since they saw you weren't a member of the hunting team. Guan Chen gritted his teeth in anger after hearing this. He vowed to visit that shop another day and have a good talk with them.
As everyone was chatting happily, Chu Feng, who had hardly spoken, suddenly said, both of these exotic beasts were killed by Guan Chen alone.
And Tina's life was also saved by him.
As for the spoils from this hunt, we won't participate in the distribution. I wonder if you all agree with this proposal.
As soon as Chu Feng's words fell, the originally cheerful atmosphere immediately turned silent. Guan Chen frowned and looked at Chu Feng sideways, saying, why should it be like that? You can't just say we won't divide it.
It's not that Guan Chen wanted to act tough, but he had already sensed something was off with Chu Feng.
Everyone had been chatting
and laughing along the way, but Chu Feng alone had a long face, looking as if his father had died. He didn't speak until now, and when he did, he directly created
opposition. This guy clearly wanted to isolate Guan Chen.
The two stared at each other, a standoff brewing. It doesn't matter if you oppose it, our team has its own distribution method. You have the biggest contribution, so this money should be yours. Guan Chen felt displeased upon hearing Chu Feng's words.
Since we are a team, we should distribute according to the agreed plan. The brothers risked their lives to come out. How can we let it be for nothing? If you, Chu Feng, really feel guilty, you can give up your share. I'll reluctantly accept it. As for the brothers' share, I, Guan Chen, am willing to give. Guan Chen's words left Chu Feng speechless. After he finished speaking, everyone raised their thumbs in approval. Boss is generous. Brother Guan is so cool. Xiao Feng, since Captain Guan has said this, don't make it difficult for him anymore. Chu Feng's face was about to explode with anger. Am I making things difficult for him? He's almost bought you all off. Of course, he wouldn't say such things in front of everyone. Seeing that no one in the group supported him, Chu Feng could only helplessly accept it. By the time everyone returned to the dam, it was already completely dark. At the loot submission point, when Guan Chen and his group entered, there were already about 30 to 40 people waiting there. All these people were waiting to submit their loot. Many of them were familiar faces. The staff at the submission point were counting and identifying the loot. Zhou Hao, Zhou Jun, Tai Chi, your loot is valued at 627,000. You need to submit 60%. Do you choose to submit cash or physical items? The three exchanged glances. And in the end, it was Tai Chi who spoke up. Let's submit cash.
Upon hearing this, the staff took out a receipt and handed it to Tai Chi, indicating for him to
sign it.
Tai Chi took the pen and casually scribbled a couple of strokes before pulling out a stack of 100,000 bills and tossing it on the table.
A few people familiar with Tai Chi teased, "Nice one, old Tai. 3 of you went out and made 60,000. After deducting the submission, each of you can still take home 80,000.
Your income is almost on par with a third-rank official of the court. Look at this pile of 1-star exotic beast materials. Did you guys go hunting?
Rabbits? Ha ha ha. What's wrong with hunting rabbits?
It's safe and efficient, and aside from being a bit tiring on the legs, it's all good."
Hearing the teasing from
those around him, Joe Jun's face turned extremely ugly. He was someone who valued his pride. Although the comments weren't directed at him, he still felt embarrassed. On the other hand, Tai Chi didn't take the teasing to heart at all.
"What can we do? No one takes us in, so we can only do odd jobs."
This was the downside of being
a lone wolf. Without a fixed team, they couldn't hunt those high-level exotic beasts.
They could only do hard labor. Not to mention it was dirty and tiring. The key was
that they didn't earn much money.
Joe Jun looked up and happened to catch sight of Guan Shen, who had just entered. His eyes turned, and he immediately thought of a clever idea to divert everyone's attention.
"Hey, isn't that our runner-up? How did the grand runner-up end up doing someone else's dirty work?" Upon hearing Joe
Jun's words, everyone turned to look at the entrance. When they saw who it was, their reactions varied. Gu Zue looked at Guan Shen with a hint of killing intent.
"Sa."
Yen revealed a meaningful smile.
The others who weren't familiar with Guan Shen wore expressions as if they were watching a show. Only Nya Yunkon walked over enthusiastically and greeted Guan Shen. "What a coincidence, you went hunting today too?
I thought you were recruiting team members. I didn't expect you to have formed a team so quickly." Guan Shen first scanned the room, his gaze briefly sweeping over Joe Jun. Finally, he smiled in reply to Nya Yunkon. "It's a makeshift team, I just
went out to practice." Guan Shen ignored Joe Jun, which made the latter extremely frustrated. "What are you bragging about? Is this your team? This is clearly Chu Feng's team. You're just carrying someone else's bag." Guan Shen didn't understand why this dog always liked to bite at him. However, while dogs could bark wildly, he wouldn't stoop to the level of a dog. He pretended not to hear and instead wrapped an arm around Nya Yunkon, saying, "Who's in your team? Let me see if I know anyone."
Nya Yunkon pointed to the 5 people beside him and introduced them to Guan Shen. "Dongfang Bai, Bianzilian, Chen Erdu, Emoshacho, and the last one you know.
You've crossed paths in the group stage."
Guan Shen looked at the man who was as massive as a mountain and showed a look of realization.
"So it's Hong Shan. I didn't
expect him to be on the same team as Nya Yunkon." On the other side, Joe Jun was completely enraged, his eyes filled with resentment.
After Joe Jun and the others submitted, it was finally Nya Yunkon's team's turn.
The members of the team dumped the materials from their bags onto the counting table and a wave of discussions erupted.
On site. "Wow, it's actually a howling beast. This is a 3-star exotic beast. And there's a pile of materials from 2-star exotic beasts. How many beasts did they kill?"
This time, I estimate they made at least this much. After a careful check, the materials counter finally said to Nya Yunkon, "Team leader Nya, these materials are worth a total of 20 million.
You need to submit 40%. Will it be cash or goods?"
Nya Yunkon waved his hand and took out a stack of cash, placing it on
the counter. "Cash." Guan Shen looked at the cash on the counter and asked Nan Badian beside him, "Why are they all paying in cash?" Nan Badian twirled his mustache and said, "The quotes from the submission office are often quite low.
The same items can fetch 15% more in outside shops, so naturally, no one wants to sell to the
submission office."
The tattooed youth, Di Long, chimed in, "Exactly. Everyone calls this a black treasury.
It really is too greedy." Guan Shen finally understood why no one was willing to submit goods.
Suddenly, he thought of something, and his face changed as he began to pat himself down.
Oh no, he hadn't brought those $1 million bills with him. If it came to their turn, where would he get the money for the submission office?
The others noticed Guan Shen's unusual behavior and began to ask
him what was wrong.
After Guan Shen explained the situation, everyone turned their gaze to Chu Feng.
"This money is usually prepared by the captain. We didn't bring any cash with us."
Chu Feng had just been put in a difficult position, and now he could finally make Guan Shen uncomfortable.
He wouldn't help out. "I'm not the captain right now."
Chu Feng was used to being arrogant, and his thinking was very simple. As long as Guan Shen bowed his head and admitted his mistake, saying a few good words, he would take out the money, saving face for himself while putting Guan Shen down. Unfortunately, his calculations were good, but he misjudged the person.
Guan
Shen wouldn't take this kind of insult. He directly took out the 2 golden crystal cores from his backpack, held them up, and shouted loudly, 2 3-star golden
crystal cores. Perfect quality, full of energy. Anyone interested, come over and make an offer. Guan Shen's shout was like a thunderclap in the clear sky. Everyone rushed over, surrounding him.
The quality is indeed high, but I wonder what the energy value is.
2 golden crystal cores, that's so rare. I'll offer 20 million. No need to test the energy, let's trade now.
You must be dreaming. A golden crystal core of this quality should at least be 25 million.
The submission office is not as greedy as you.
Gu Zue looked at the crystal cores in Guan Chen's hand, his eyes turning green with envy. He happened to be of the golden attribute and had been stuck at the late stage of the master realm for a long time. Things like crystal cores that could increase true energy were already rare.
Once they appeared
on the market, they would be snatched up immediately. To buy a crystal core of the same attribute was purely a matter of luck. With good luck, he might encounter one
in a few days. With bad luck, he might not see one for a year and a half. Gu Zue was the kind of person who didn't have much luck. A year ago, he and Jiang Nan were both at the late stage of the master realm. As a result, Jiang Nan had good luck and advanced to the innate realm early. Meanwhile, he had been struggling for a year and was still stuck in the master realm. How could he accept this, especially since he lost to Jiang Nan? What made it worse was that he had actually been defeated by a newcomer. He couldn't bear it. As soon as the competition ended, he hadn't even healed from his injuries. He couldn't wait to spend money hiring a group of experts to help him hunt down the 4-star golden exotic beast he had been eyeing for a long time. Except for Jiang Nan, he had almost invited all the strongest members of the hunting team. Xiaoyan, Jiade, and Taishu Shang. He paid each of them tens of millions in rewards. Early this morning, he confidently set off with this team. As a result, a huge amount of money was spent, the exotic beasts were killed, and can you believe it, not a single crystal core dropped? A 4-star exotic beast. The probability of dropping a crystal core is over 70%. What a stroke of bad luck, everything is going wrong. So, when Guan Chen took out these 2 gold-type crystal cores, Gu Zue was so excited he almost jumped up. I'll offer 40 million. Here's the deposit right now. As soon as the inventory is done, we'll trade immediately. Everyone was drawn to Gu Zue's voice, showing expressions of surprise. That price is a bit high. Even a 3-star crystal core isn't worth 20 million each. What do you know? Others bid for business, but he's bidding for cultivation. Can they be the same? Guan Chen didn't care who was bidding, as long as you could pay, he would sell. To anyone. Someone has offered 40 million. Is there a higher bid? If not, I'll sell to this strong man. Upon hearing this, Gu Zue immediately widened his eyes and scanned the surroundings. The meaning was clear, whoever dared to bid was going against him. After waiting for 10 seconds, Guan Chen saw no one speak and was about to announce the deal when he heard a weak voice beside him. I'll bid 45 million. Guan Chen turned around in shock, looking at the awkwardly fidgeting Chu Feng, thinking he must have misheard. The onlookers also showed puzzled expressions. Aren't they all on the same team? Why is he auctioning and bidding against himself? Who bid 45 million? Where are you? Guan Chen skeptically asked again, but his eyes were fixed on Chu Feng. Chu Feng sighed and could only repeat, it's me, I'm bidding 45 million. As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of discussion erupted in the crowd. What's going on? If you don't want to sell, just say so. Who raises the price for themselves? Is he unable to afford it? A dignified captain doing this kind of thing. Even the other members of the team looked at Chu Feng with strange expressions. Everyone knew what had just happened. No one expected this old captain to be so petty. The angriest, of course, was Gu Zue. His face turned red with anger as he pointed at Guan Chen's nose and shouted, "Are you messing with me? If you don't want to sell, don't use me to test the waters." At this moment, although Guan Chen was very disappointed in Chu Feng, after hesitating for a moment, he still decided to keep the crystal cores for his own people. Sorry, we didn't communicate well, it's my fault. I'm really sorry. Zhou Jun, who had long been displeased with Guan Chen, quickly chimed in, I told you, he's just a lousy worker. He can't make decisions in the team. Everything still has to be approved by Chu Feng. Look at him pretending for so long, in the end, he just slapped himself in the face. What a clown. Guan Chen forced a smile and quietly said to Chu Feng beside him, if I had known you needed it, I wouldn't have come out to embarrass myself. He had already lowered his stance enough, but unexpectedly, Chu Feng still didn't appreciate it. These 2 crystal cores have nothing to do with the team. They are all Guan Chen's personal spoils. So this auction is Guan Chen's personal action, and I naturally can participate in the bidding. As soon as Chu Feng spoke, everyone was left dumbfounded. Personal spoils. Did this kid kill them all by himself? That's too exaggerated. He's the runner-up in the grand competition, a warrior of the innate realm. Killing a 3-star exotic beast isn't that surprising. What a joke. This is the first time I've heard of such a thing. If whoever kills it gets to keep it, what's the point of forming a team? Hearing Chu Feng say this, Guan Chen's eyes turned icy. Fine. Since you don't care about face, don't blame me for not giving you any either. I am the captain here, and it has nothing to do with the team. I have the final say. These 2 crystal cores are being auctioned in the name of the team. The money from the auction will be distributed to the team members accordingly. Since Mr. Chu doesn't consider himself part of the team, I naturally can't stop him from bidding. Scarface, listen carefully.
From now on, whoever bids higher between you two will take these 2 crystal cores. After saying this, Guan Shen turned to the team members
and asked seriously, brothers and sisters, do you have any objections to how I'm handling this?
As soon as Guan Shen finished speaking, everyone in the team replied
in unison, no. A hint of a smile finally appeared on Guan Shen's icy face.
He turned to Gu Zue and said, Chu Feng bids 45 million, is there anyone else who wants
to bid?
A flash of fierce intent crossed Gu Zue's face as he raised his hand without hesitation and said 50 million. After more than a year of setbacks, he had long realized a truth.
Money can solve all problems, and those are trivial matters.
A bitter smile appeared at the corner of Chu Feng's mouth, although he still felt a twinge of regret. Once the words were spoken, it was like water spilled out, impossible to take back easily.
55 million.
Before his words had even settled, Gu Zue
glared at him and shouted, 80 million.
I'm not afraid to tell you, you can bid as much as you want, I'll accompany you to the end. Although Chu Feng also urgently needed the gold-type crystal cores, he wasn't desperate to the extent of Gu Zue. In the end, the 2 crystal cores were still taken by Gu Zue for 80 million.
Fearing
that Guan Shen would go back on his word, he directly tossed a stack of 100,000 bills over. No need for a deposit, I'll pay you in full.
I'll just stand here and wait for you. Guan Shen looked at the thick stack of cash in his hand and couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. Wealthy people are indeed bold, carrying 80 million in cash without fear of being targeted. The onlookers around, who were there to watch the excitement, were also stunned by Gu Zue's move. Soon,
the teams in front had all submitted their items and it was finally Guan Shen's turn. The 7 members of the team took off their backpacks and placed them on the
counting table. As the staff finished counting, a list was placed in front of Guan Shen. The total value of the loot is 42.3 million. You need to submit 40%. Will you pay in cash or submit items?
As expected of the black market, this quote was indeed the lowest in the entire venue.
Guan Shen pulled out 1,700,000 bills
and slapped them on the table.
Cash. With the settlement completed, Guan Shen signed his name, marking the official end of their first hunt. Gu Zue couldn't wait to
walk up to Guan Shen and take the crystal cores he had been longing for. Guan Shen waved the cash in his hand and smiled at his teammates, saying, let's go to the
conference room to divide the money.
Upon hearing this, everyone cheered excitedly, except for Chu Feng, who left with a forlorn expression.
Guan Shen did not try to persuade him to stay.
The easiest mistake people make is overestimating their position in others' hearts. It was true that this small team was formed by Chu Feng. However, even the longest-serving members had been together for no more than 6 months. People like Di Long and Afu, who joined the team later, had been there for less
than 2 months. Regardless of the duration, everyone initially joined the team for the sake of money, right? No matter how charismatic you are, Chu Feng, it's not enough to make your brothers go against money. If there were no conflicts of interest, everyone would have merely supported Chu Feng like Tina did before, giving the new captain a bit of a hard time. But when Chu Feng took it upon himself to use everyone's interests as leverage to push Guan Shen out, the hearts of the people had already scattered. His subsequent actions only took him further down that path, until not a single member of the team spoke up to persuade him to stay. Can't they see? Certainly not. How could they not notice such a big person leaving? But everyone chose the former over Qian.
In the conference room, Guan Shen pointed at the pile
of materials and asked, how much can these materials sell for outside? Tina answered proactively, between 18 million and 20 million. Guan Shen picked up the computer.
Then we'll let Tina sell these materials. Let's settle on a compromise price of 19 million.
19 million plus the 80 million from the 2 crystal cores, minus the 17 million we have to pay. This time, we'll profit a total of 82 million.
According to the agreed distribution ratio, as the team leader, I'll take 40%, which is 32.8 million.
Each of you will get 8%, which is 6.56 million.
The remaining 10% will go to Chu Feng, and another 10% will
be reserved for equipment wear and procurement. After finishing, Guan Shen looked up at everyone. This distribution is correct, right? Upon hearing that each person would receive over 6 million, everyone nodded like chicks pecking at rice.
Joining the hunting team was profitable, but it wasn't as easy as everyone imagined. Normally, when a small team goes out, it's common for each person to earn around 1 to 200 million.
Occasionally, there might be a big harvest, allowing for a bit more, but at most, it would only be 1 or 2 million. Don't think that's little.
You should know that Nye Tianchang, as a cavalry general, only earns a little
over 8 million a month.
This means that if the hunting team members go out just 10 times a month, their income would steadily exceed that of a cavalry general.
And
things like earning 6 to 7 million in a single day were something the members of their team had never even dared to dream of before.
Of course, Nye Tianchang certainly had more than just that salary.
Holding a high position, he had his own channels for making money and industries.
Guan Shen took out the cash that hadn't even
warmed up yet and settled all the bonuses for everyone. When it came to money, he hated those who dragged things out. Clearly, it was something that had to be paid.
sooner or later, yet they acted as if he were the one avoiding payment. What was the point? After distributing the money, Guan Chen asked Tina, "Do you have any other locations for high-level exotic beasts?" Tina nodded in confirmation, saying she still had 3 locations for high-level exotic beasts. 2 of them were 3-star exotic beasts, and 1 was a 4-star exotic beast. Hearing this, Guan Chen glanced at the time, realizing it was getting late, and said to everyone, "It's quite late. Today, let's meet here tomorrow morning. At that time, Tina can tell us about those exotic beasts and we can see how to proceed next." After saying that, Guan Chen had everyone leave their dormitory phone numbers in case of emergencies, so they could notify everyone as soon as possible. After the meeting, all the exotic beast materials were handed over to Tina for processing. Guan Chen then took the bus back to the camp alone. After a long day, he had experienced quite a lot. In the morning, he had happily come out with Chu Feng, but by evening, they had parted ways. It wasn't that Guan Chen wanted to poach Chu Feng's team members, he simply had no choice. Once he was excluded by Chu Feng, he would have to swallow his pride and leave the team. At that point, he would waste countless time and energy forming a new team. Guan Chen was not Chu Feng, he was determined to become the strongest man in the world. He had no time to waste on such meaningless matters. By the time he returned to the dormitory, it was already evening. Guan Chen quickly grabbed a bite at the cafeteria and then went to the playground to practice the Overlord Spear. The next morning, Guan Chen arrived at the conference room on time. As soon as he entered, he saw the members chatting enthusiastically. "Captain, good morning. Godfather, good morning. Brother Guan, good morning." Guan Chen scanned the room and found that everyone was present except for Chu Feng. He smiled and greeted each one before letting Tina talk about the 3 exotic beasts. The 3 exotic beasts included an adult Aluga beast, an adult Burial Sky Tiger beast, and the last one was remarkable, a 4-star Night Lord. These 3 locations were all quite far from the Tianshui Pass. Recently, there was a 4-star exotic beast. It was over 200 kilometers away, deep in a jungle. However, this Dark Night Lord was far too powerful, and with their current setup, they had basically no hope of defeating it. When Guan Chen heard Tina's account, he felt something was off. He took out a map and asked Tina to mark the locations of 3 exotic beasts. After Tina marked them, Guan Chen stared at the map, lost in thought. The more he looked, the more he felt that the jungle where the Dark Night Lord resided was the same one where he had sought refuge before. However, what puzzled him was that he had lived in that jungle for so long and had never seen this so-called Dark Night Lord. What kind of exotic beast is the Dark Night Lord? The name sounds quite imposing. Guan Chen truly did not understand why a group of refugees had lived there for so long without being attacked by this 4-star beast. He could only learn from Tina what kind of creature the Dark Night Lord was. The Dark Night Lord is a large blood-sucking bat. It hides during the day and comes out at night, living by hunting other exotic beasts. I happened to encounter it once. That time, I was out too late to return, so I found a place to spend the night in that jungle. I was half asleep at night when I suddenly heard the screams of other exotic beasts in the sky. I looked in the direction of the sound and saw it swooping over me, holding a white flame beast in its claws. I was terrified. The white flame beast was so large, it looked like a toy in its grasp. I didn't dare to get too close. I saw it land on a cliff from a distance and then I turned back. Later, I learned through research that the big guy I saw that night was indeed the Dark Night Lord. After listening, Guan Chen showed a thoughtful expression. The place where they had camped was still quite far from the cliff. Moreover, since that creature was nocturnal, it was normal that he had never seen it. Since Tina had studied the information on this exotic beast, she should have some understanding of it. So what is its main attack method? Does it have any weaknesses? Tina thought for a moment and then said to everyone, its strongest attack is sound wave attacks. This type of attack is invisible and colorless, making it hard to defend against. Once hit, even if there are no visible injuries, the brain and internal organs can suffer hidden damage. Without special defensive artifacts, it's very difficult to guard against this move. As for weaknesses, its biggest weaknesses might be its drowsiness and fear of bright light. During the day, it hides in dark places to digest its food. At this time, unless there are particularly loud noises, it's hard to wake it up. After hearing this, Guan Chen felt that this weakness could be exploited. However, with their team's current strength, if they couldn't take the opponent down in one hit, they would likely just be sending themselves to their deaths. Now, tell me about those 2 3-star exotic beasts. The Alugia beast looks like a giant horned lizard covered in tough scales. Its weaknesses are its abdomen and eyes, and its main attack methods are biting and spraying corrosive venom. The Burial Sky Tiger beast is a 3-star exotic beast of the lightning type. It looks like a giant tiger, with over a dozen metallic tentacles on its back that can release 100,000 volts of electricity. It has almost no weaknesses. If I had to find one, it might be that it can't fly. Guan Chen glanced at the map and noticed that the location of the Alugia beast was not too far from the Burial Sky Tiger beast. He pondered for a moment and then said to everyone, let's go kill the Alugia first, and on the way back, we'll detour to the Burial Sky Tiger. This trip might take 2 or 3 days, so everyone should bring enough rations. And each person should remember to carry an extra backpack.
If we encounter any 2-star exotic beasts on the way, just take them down.
If there are no objections, let's go change our gear now. We will set off in half an hour. After giving his orders, everyone went to prepare separately. Guan Shen arrived at the equipment station and requested a set of alloy bows and arrows. This alloy bow was made from B-grade alloy, and the bowstring was crafted from ultra-strong nanomaterials. Guan Shen tried it out. The bow could barely withstand his strength. The bow and arrow set came with 20 arrows, each arrowhead also made from B-grade alloy. It was difficult for ordinary 3-star exotic beasts to resist the penetrating power of these arrows. Just for this set of bows and arrows, he had to pay a deposit of 1 million. Additionally, he requested a pair of special combat boots. The soles of these boots were made from high-strength insulated rubber, providing a certain level of immunity to lightning. Half an hour later, everyone, with their packs on their backs, appeared at the inspection port. After Guan Shen registered his captain's badge with the inspectors, the group followed the passageway away from the dam. At the top of the dam, a pair of familiar eyes silently watched Guan Shen and the others leave. The camera zoomed in. This person was Jiang Nan, who had almost killed Guan Shen during the competition. This kid has ruined your good plans. If I were you, I would have eliminated him by now, said a middle-aged man wearing sunglasses coldly to Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan's expression showed little change upon hearing this, seemingly unconcerned with the man's words. I'll handle my own matters. As for you, how are you doing with what the Elder Council instructed? We don't have much time left. The man in sunglasses slightly furrowed his brow, seemingly displeased with the other party using the Elder Council to pressure him. It's not that easy. The entire Tianshui past martial generals are all Chao Sen's people. If I show even a hint of a flaw, they'll definitely become suspicious. Jiang Nan appeared quite dissatisfied with the man's explanation. If you can't do it, then bribe someone else to do it. The Elder Council went to great lengths to get you in place. If you don't take some risks, how will you repay this favor? The two exchanged fierce glances, sparks flying in the air, but after a moment, the man in sunglasses ultimately conceded. Give me some time, and I'll think of a way. You help me negotiate a bit more with the Elder Council. Jiang Nan snatched the sunglasses off the man's face and threw them to the ground, crushing them underfoot. What a coincidence. What we lack the most right now is time. I don't think I need to remind you of the Elder Council's methods. You better take care of yourself. With that, Jiang Nan turned and left, leaving the middle-aged man grinding his teeth in place. On the palmy grassland, a 3-meter-tall antelope beast was sprinting wildly. 2 figures flanked the antelope, controlling its direction. On the back of the antelope, a fat and a thin figure sat upright, with the fat one occasionally letting out exclamations. Captain, I think I should just get down and run. This is too dangerous. Wow, this is awesome. Afu, don't be scared. With me here, you won't fall to your death. The fat man clung tightly to the antelope's mane, terrified of falling off. Guan Shen, on the other hand, closed his eyes and spread his arms, feeling the fierce wind blowing against him. This crazy idea was, of course, Guan Shen's own. Time rewound to an hour earlier. Guan Shen looked at the out-of-breath Afu, feeling somewhat helpless. The speed of the team had been delayed by this fat guy. Guan Shen glanced at the exotic beasts wandering on the grassland and suddenly came up with a bold idea. Brothers, let me ask you a question. Most of these 1-star exotic beasts are herbivores, aside from being a bit larger. How are they different from the cows and horses at home? Everyone was puzzled by Guan Shen's words. Although these exotic beasts are herbivores, it's still very dangerous if they step on or bump into you. Guan Shen rolled his eyes at this. Even eating has the risk of choking, so what in the world is completely safe? Guan Shen counted on his fingers and organized his thoughts. The reason we ran so far is to hunt the 3-star exotic beasts. And the reason we are walking so cautiously is actually to avoid them. Don't you think that's contradictory? The crowd was momentarily stunned, although it sounded strange. Upon reflection, it did seem a bit contradictory. Then why are we being so careful? We might as well charge in recklessly. Ride my beloved little motorcycle, it will never get stuck in traffic. Wah, Captain, can I get off for a moment? I need to pee. Just pee while sitting. Be careful not to splash me. But it keeps moving around, I can't go. That just means you don't need to go badly enough. If you really had to, you could even pee upside down. Guan Shen, I hate you. The banter between Guan Shen and Afu was like a comedic skit, making everyone burst into laughter. They rode the horned horse beasts at breakneck speed, increasing their pace by dozens of times. These creatures were indeed useful, but their stamina was a bit lacking. They would wear out after about 2 hours. They changed several horned horses along the way. If those animal rights activists saw this, they would surely report Guan Shen for animal cruelty. However, those horned horses didn't die in vain. It was only 3 in the afternoon, and they had already reached the vicinity of their first destination. Oh, horse, you can rest easy now. Revenge for grievances, remember. It was that fat guy who caused your demise. Guan Shen looked at the foaming horned horse beast, muttering endlessly. Not far away, in a patch of grass, a Fu, who had just resolved his physiological needs, protested unhappily. Guan Shen, have some decency, my bladder is about to burst. Tina took out a map and pointed to a mound ahead, saying, that's the hiding place of the Elugia beast. I never expected we would reach here in just half a day. Guan Shen, not giving up, pulled out a dagger and sliced open the horned horse beast's head, reaching in to feel around. Tina looked at Guan Shen with a puzzled expression. What are you doing? Guan Shen replied absent-mindedly. While rummaging, just practicing. What if there's a crystal core? Tina pinched her brow in exasperation. What are you thinking? How could a one-star exotic beast possibly have? Before she could finish her sentence, Guan Shen pulled out a green crystal core with a delighted expression. Found it. So the crystal core was hidden so deep. Next time, I should choose a different spot to cut. Jie Lan, who was squatting on the ground drinking water, exclaimed in surprise, wow, brother Guan, your luck is incredible. You actually found it with a 5% chance. Di Long slapped his forehead in frustration. Is this even possible? The previous few horned horse beasts couldn't have had one too, right? I feel like I missed out on a fortune. Guan Shen smugly wiped the blood from his hands on the fur of the horned horse beast. This is the first crystal core I've ever dug up in my life. No one is allowed to take it from me. Nan Badian adjusted his sunglasses and rationally analyzed. Just by looking at the quality, it's not that great. At most, it'll sell for a few thousand. Guan Shen treated the crystal core like a treasure, casually replying, I'm not selling it. Can't I just keep it for myself? After putting away the crystal core, Guan Shen called everyone over to discuss the battle plan. As usual, Tina was responsible for luring the big lizard over, while Di Long would find a spot to set up traps. The others each took on their roles and prepared for battle. Di Long set up a large number of iron stakes in the trap area. Since lizards usually walked close to the ground, he also buried 7 or 8 spring blades in the trap area. As long as a heavy object pressed down, the sharp spring blades would instantly spring up, slicing long gashes into the soft belly of the unicorn lizard. Not long after, a giant lizard over 10 meters long came running from behind the dirt slope. Don't be fooled by the bulky size of this big gecko, it was surprisingly fast. In the blink of an eye, Tina led it into view of the crowd. Watch out for its venom spray. Tina darted over the trap area, loudly warning the ambushed group. She ran with such agility that she didn't trigger any hidden mechanisms. But the giant lizard wasn't so lucky. As soon as it stepped into the trap area, it triggered the concealed spring blades. The sharp blades instantly sprang up, slicing long gashes into the pure white belly of the horned lizard. Its innards spilled out from the cuts, and dark blue blood flowed everywhere. In pain, the horned lizard turned to flee. However, its front and back feet were caught on iron spikes, trapping its paws tightly. Just as Nan Badian and Galen were about to rush out, they heard Guan Shen shout loudly, "Don't go out. It's already been gutted. What are you in such a hurry for? In its current state, we don't need to risk our lives." Their actions were abruptly interrupted by Guan Shen's roar. As the two hesitated, they saw the enraged horned lizard suddenly stand upright and spray venom in large bursts towards the surrounding bushes. The venom resembled fiery red lava, not only extremely toxic but also highly corrosive. Whether it was grass or shrubs, anything that touched it immediately turned into a puddle of pus. Even the trap mechanisms beneath its feet were corroded into a pool of molten metal. This made Di Long, who was hiding at a distance, feel heartbroken. Since the ambush position was nearly 100 meters away from the trap area, everyone managed to avoid this wave of magical attack. Nan Badian and Galen looked at Guan Shen with cold sweat, their eyes filled with gratitude. If Guan Shen hadn't stopped them in time, they might have already become puddles of pus on the ground. After venting its fury, the horned lizard tiredly lowered its body and slowly ran back to its lair. Beneath it, its colorful intestines and liver dragged on the ground. They were covered in dust and weeds, and in some places they had been corroded away by its own expelled venom. The group looked back at Guan Shen, asking whether they should stop it. Guan Shen was somewhat speechless. Are you also bored that you're looking for trouble? Why stop it? If it wants to go back to its nest to die, let it. Don't chase a desperate enemy. Haven't you heard that before? The group watched helplessly as the horned lizard ran towards the dirt slope, but Tina still followed after it, not feeling reassured. Only Guan Shen ran to the spot where the horned lizard had gone berserk, carefully studying the residual venom. He took out a dagger and cautiously dipped it in a bit. He had no idea what the composition of this venom was. This A-grade alloy dagger, capable of piercing through a 3-star beast, was actually pitted and corroded by the venom. It seems that metal objects can't withstand its corrosiveness, Guan Shen muttered to himself as he took out an empty glass bottle from his bag. He threw the bottle onto the venom and stood aside, silently timing. 5 minutes passed and the glass bottle showed no signs of change. Guan Shen picked up the glass bottle with great joy, a bold plan forming in his mind. Just then, he heard Tina's voice calling from a distance. "Captain, the horned lizard is dead. It died in its lair." The horned lizard's lair was much cleaner than expected.
At least it didn't smell as foul as the cave of the raging lion beast.
Tina and Galen were dismembering the horned lizard, while Guanchen
stood by, repeatedly reminding them, "Help me find the venom sac where the horned lizard stores its venom. I have great use for it."
Galen couldn't understand. "Brother Guan, what do you want that for? If by any chance the venom spills out, it could cost lives."
Guanchen didn't want to explain too much, just repeatedly urged the
two to make sure to save some for him.
After a while, Galanzi came over holding a large venom pouch and said to Guanchen, "Here it is.
Although most of the venom
has been sprayed out, there's still quite a bit left inside."
Guanchen put on gloves, his face filled with excitement as he took it.
He took out several wide-mouth glass bottles specifically for collecting spirit blood and carefully poured the venom from the pouch into the bottles. The large glass bottles with a capacity of 10 liters were filled to the brim with 3 bottles.
Guanchen looked at the fiery red venom in the bottles as if he were gazing at a stunning beauty. Galanzi picked up
the venom pouch from the ground with a pained expression.
"Brother Guan, this venom pouch is made of top-quality material. It's worth quite a bit of money." "Money, money, money. All you think about is money.
You're the one who doesn't recognize the value." Guanchen couldn't be bothered to argue with her and carefully sealed the wide-mouth bottles, putting them away like treasures.
"All right, you two keep busy. I'm going outside to wait." Guanchen leisurely walked out of the cave, snatched the cigar from Nan Baishan's mouth and took a couple of hard puffs.
Nan Badian shot him a disdainful glance, then turned and pulled out another one from his pocket.
"Brother Nan, how far is it to Xing Tianhu? Can we make it there today?" Nan Badian looked up at the setting sun on the horizon, shaking his head as he said, "It's too late.
Your antelope brothers need to sleep at night."
Guanchen felt a bit regretful. With so many exotic beasts on the grassland, it's all wasted. If only we could tame them like we do with cattle and horses, that would be great. Nan Badian exhaled a puff of smoke and said sarcastically, "Who told you that exotic beasts can't be tamed?
It's just that the conditions are quite harsh."
Guanchen's eyes lit up. "There's such a thing?" Nan Badian continued, "First of all, these exotic beasts need to
be kept close to their owner from a young age, allowing them to overcome their fear of humans and get used to human society.
Secondly, they need to undergo physical castration and be injected with a certain drug regularly.
This way, the secretion of hormones in their bodies can be slowed down, controlling their violent temper. Many noble families in the Purple Gold Empire raise exotic beasts this way.
However, this means that the exotic beasts lose their ability to reproduce, and their original combat power will also be greatly reduced." "Physical castration? Why does that sound like raising pigs?" Guanchen asked in confusion. "Isn't it possible to not castrate them? If they can't reproduce on their own, where will we find so many exotic beast cubs?"
Nan Badian slowly shook his head.
"Since the day exotic beasts invaded the continent, humanity has made countless attempts.
There are many people in the world smarter than us, but so far, this is the only method of taming.
Moreover,"
Nan Badian paused deliberately at this point, took a puff of his cigar, and continued, "Moreover, not all exotic beasts can be tamed.
Generally speaking,
herbivorous exotic beasts usually have lower hormone secretion and are easier to tame. As for carnivorous exotic beasts, it depends on the type and grade.
Below the
king beasts, as long as they are not extremely fierce species, there is a chance for them to be tamed by humans.
As for the offspring of king beasts, there is absolutely no possibility.
King beasts are actually a general term for those above the king-level exotic beasts.
The offspring of king beasts do not possess the strength
of king beasts at birth.
In fact, some offspring of king beasts are even weaker than certain second or third-tier exotic beasts. However, their terrifying aspect
lies in the fact that other exotic beasts face countless barriers and thresholds to achieve transformation and evolution.
In contrast, the offspring of king beasts have
no such barriers from the moment they are born.
As long as they devour enough energy, they can evolve smoothly all the way, ultimately surpassing their predecessors.
Fortunately, king beasts are extremely difficult to reproduce.
Moreover, once the king beast gives birth to the next generation, it will completely lose its ability to evolve, and its realm will be locked at the current level.
Otherwise, in the past 100 years, the human world would have long been taken over by the alien beasts,
and there wouldn't be the current situation."
Guanchen and Nan Badian chatted for a long time, while Galen and Tina cleaned up the unicorn lizard.
Tina took out a blue crystal core and excitedly showed it to everyone. This crystal core was extracted from the unicorn lizard and belongs to the common water-type crystal core. Guanchen
instructed De Long to clean up the filthy blood in the cave, and they would make do with this cave for the night. In the evening, the group lit a pile of firewood in the cave. They sat around the fire, eating roasted lizard. The meat of the unicorn lizard didn't taste bad. It was crispy, with a texture somewhat like frog meat. Skewering the lizard meat on branches and sprinkling a bit of salt and pepper made for a ready-to-eat dish.
Guanchen ate dozens of skewers by himself, chatted with everyone for a while, and then sat down in a corner of the cave.
He took out the crystal core he had dug up during the day and fiddled with it in his palm.
To be honest,
Since coming to this world, Guan Shen had never tested what type of physique he actually had. Previously, it was because he was poor and couldn't bear to absorb crystal cores. Now that he had enough money, he wanted to try and see what the experience of absorbing a crystal core was like. On the panel of Heaven's reward for hard work, no matter how much he upgraded, his physique column always displayed no attribute. This left him a bit confused about what no attribute really meant. He had never heard of a crystal core without attributes in the world. So, tonight he planned to boldly try it out. He wanted to see if he could absorb the wood-type crystal core in his hand. Just in case, he had also informed a Fu in advance. If anything happened on his side, a Fu would be able to treat him immediately. After making all the preparations, Guan Shen took a deep breath, held the crystal core in his palm, and began to circulate his diamond skill. As the technique operated, a warm energy flowed from his palm into his meridians. After circulating through his meridians for a round, this energy, along with his internal true qi, sank into his dantian. When Guan Shen opened his eyes again, the crystal core in his palm had turned into a handful of powder. I can actually absorb it. Could it be that my physique is wood-type? Guan Shen quickly called up the Heaven's Reward for Hard Work panel, carefully checking the true qi value on the panel, but because the base number was too large, the little bit of true qi he had just added couldn't be displayed at all. This is bad. Should I try swapping for a higher level crystal core? As soon as this thought emerged, it spread wildly in Guan Shen's mind. He glanced at the sleeping Tina and quietly crept over. Guan Shen stealthily climbed next to Tina, hesitated for a moment, and finally gently nudged her twice. Tina was not actually asleep, she had felt him coming over. When Guan Shen hesitated, her heart was already in a mess. In that instant, countless thoughts flashed through her mind. From their first meeting to later when she lost a bet and had to call him daddy. As a girl, she understood how ambiguous the term daddy could be. Privately, she had wondered if he had feelings for her. Guan Shen was too young, and being together made her feel a sense of guilt, like an old cow eating tender grass. So, since he didn't bring it up, Tina had to pretend to be confused. However, only she knew the ambiguity behind those repeated calls of daddy. When Guan Shen placed his hand on her back, goosebumps rose all over her body. Ah, has this damned love finally arrived? Tina's eyes sparkled with spring, and she shyly glanced at Guan Shen. She placed her finger to her lips, signaling for silence. Then she quietly got up and walked towards the cave entrance. Arriving at the cave entrance, seeing Guan Shen still frozen in place, she almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha! This relentless charmer. So young, so simple. Guan Shen was stunned. The series of bold moves from the other party caught him completely off guard. Watching the figure disappear into the cave, Guan Shen instinctively felt that there must be a misunderstanding. However, since the call had been made, he couldn't back down. Outside the cave, the moonlight flowed like mercury over the vast grassland. Tina stood with her back to him, her tall figure appearing so pitiful under the cold moonlight. Something was off, too off. This damned atmosphere. And this guilty feeling. What on earth was going on? Guan Shen swallowed hard and approached Tina from behind. Before he could speak, Tina softly leaned into his embrace. Seeing you is like gathering a handful of fragmented sunlight. Everywhere is a sunny day. Thinking of you is like scooping a bowl of thick night, sweet, even in dreams. Mountain, I wish to be a tree on your body, accompanying you through every day and night. Guan Shen looked at Tina's lips drawing closer, his eyes widening in shock. If I dodged this, would it be very rude? Time was tight, and the thought was abrupt. But in the end, reason triumphed over politeness. Wait a minute. I think we must have misunderstood each other. 5 minutes later, Tina returned to the cave with tears in her eyes, fuming. She pulled out a blue crystal core from her bag and threw it directly at Guan Shen. Guan Shen, feeling wronged, covered his face. The red handprint on his cheek still throbbed painfully. Guan Shen felt like cursing. Damn it. You slapped me, and you still feel wronged? If it weren't for the fact that you have a crush on me, I would definitely hit you back. Impulsiveness is the devil. Guan Shen sighed while holding the crystal core, helplessly returning to the corner. Forget it, why bother arguing with a woman? He sat cross-legged for a while, calming his mind, and began to circulate his energy with the crystal core. As the energy flowed, it entered his body's meridians through his palms once again. This time, the energy was hundreds of times larger than before. Moreover, it lacked the warmth of the previous experience, instead giving off a cold, watery sensation. This energy was overwhelmingly vast, causing a faint throbbing pain in the meridians as it passed. Fortunately, Guan Shen's foundation was solid, and his meridians were much broader than those of ordinary people. Eventually, after circulating the energy through his meridians once, it sank into his dantian along with his true qi. This time, Guan Shen did not rush to stop but circulated the technique several more times. He only stopped when he could no longer feel that icy energy. Guan Shen opened his eyes and looked at the crystal core in his hand. The sky blue crystal core had now turned into a handful of powder. Guan Shen quickly summoned the panel and looked at the true qi section. It was a good thing he looked, otherwise he might have jumped up in joy.
The original true chi value had skyrocketed by more than a year after absorbing the crystal core.
At this moment, a bold idea emerged in Guan Chen's mind.
His attribute-less physique might be something extraordinary. It could allow him to ignore attributes and absorb energy of any kind. Thinking about it, this thing was simply against the heavens.
While others were eagerly searching for crystal cores that matched their attributes, he could absorb anything at will, taking whatever was cheap.
Not picky, and no conflicts. If he thought about it
carefully, his potential was even more terrifying than that of the royal beast offspring. The royal beast offspring had to be selective when absorbing energy. He, on the other hand, welcomed all comers, young and old alike.
Coming to this conclusion, Guan Chen was completely awake, excitement replacing his drowsiness. No,
this secret
must not be known to others. If people found out, they would treat him like a monster.
Guan Chen suppressed the excitement in his heart and carefully scanned the cave. The campfire in the cave crackled, the flickering flames casting shadows that danced across the walls. Aside from Tina, who was tossing and turning, everyone else was breathing evenly. As long as he was careful with Tina, the others shouldn't know this secret. With that thought, Guan Chen continued to meditate with his eyes
closed. Early the next morning, everyone woke up early. Guan Chen keenly sensed that the atmosphere in the group was quite off.
There was no need to mention Tina. After such a big blunder last night, it was understandable for a young girl to be emotionally distressed.
But what was with the strange looks from the others? Did they discover something last night?
As this thought crossed his mind, Guan Chen couldn't help but feel a tightening in his chest. If they really found out, he might have to
silence them. To be safe, Guan Chen deliberately walked over to Afu and tentatively asked, "Afu, did you sleep well last night?" Upon hearing Guan Chen's question, Afu's expression clearly tensed up.
Yeah, I slept pretty well. I need to go pee, so I won't talk to you for now."
Guan Chen narrowed his eyes as he watched Afu
flee in a panic, feeling a jolt in his heart. Afu was usually the most honest and least scheming one.
His reaction clearly indicated he was hiding something. Could it be that they really discovered something? Guan Chen's expression grew serious as he looked at Galen.
The moment Galen met Guan Chen's gaze, her eyes instantly darted
away.
Then she stiffly turned back and started awkward small talk with Tina beside her. Something was off with this girl. At that moment, Guan Chen's nerves were
stretched to the limit.
He then shifted his gaze to Nan Badian. Nan Badian was squatting in a corner smoking, and when he saw Guan Chen, he rolled his eyes.
Guan Chen forced a smile and walked over to him, saying, "Brother Nan, how about a cigar?" Nan Badian replied irritably, "No. Don't keep nagging every day, my cigars don't come for free, you know?"
Guan Chen felt a sense of relief. It seemed that Brother Nan was unaware of anything.
"Don't be so stingy. I woke up with a stiff neck last night." Sigh. "How did you all sleep so soundly?" Nan Badian sneered and directly mocked Guan Chen. "Stop testing the waters. With that much noise, as long as you're not dead, everyone knows."
Guan Chen's smile froze on his face, and his heart sank into despair. But before he could react, Nan Badian's next words left him stunned.
"You and Tina, is it really necessary to hide that? As if no one has ever been in a relationship before." Guan Chen's brain was spinning at a speed of 50,000 revolutions per minute. "Me? With Tina? In a relationship? Do I even know about this?"
Nan Badian, like a detective who saw through everything, gently pushed up his sunglasses and said with certainty, "No need to pretend.
I was timing you last night. 5 minutes and 30 seconds, not a second more."
After saying that, he gave Guan
Chen a disdainful look with the unique gaze shared among men. "Kid, to be honest, you're pretty average. Back in my day, at your age, one day. Nan Badian's
shocking statement was heard by the entire team.
De Long couldn't help but burst out laughing like a dog. Galen also covered her mouth and looked over. Even Afu, who
was squatting in the bushes, laughed so hard he let out a foul smell.
Tina's face turned crimson with embarrassment as she kicked a small stone on the ground fiercely at Nan Badian.
Nan Badian laughed and dodged the stone, quickly raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. At that moment, Guan Chen's feelings were a whirlwind. Initially, when he heard that Nan Badian had misunderstood him, he felt a bit pleased. He thought he had managed to keep the secret of absorbing the crystal core safe. But when he heard those last few words, combined with Nan Badian's contemptuous gaze, Guan Chen truly couldn't hold back anymore.
"Old bastard, give me your life." De Long quickly hugged the raging Guan Chen.
He kept comforting him by his ear. "Calm down, this old man really went too far. Everyone has their first time, mine was
only 10 minutes long. It's nothing, it's quite normal. But 5.5 minutes is indeed a bit short."
Guan Chen was on the verge of tears.
"So even you are here to bully me, huh? Is this really just a matter of a few minutes?"
This is simply not the case. Just as Guan Chen was about to explain further, Tina suddenly
interrupted. "All right, stop talking. Let's just leave it at that. I won't hold you responsible." "Guan Chen, you all teamed up to play with me, didn't you?" Tina and
Guan Chen exchanged glances, their eyes filled with guilt and evasion. It seemed to say, "Buddy, sorry for the trouble, you take the blame for now." The others looked at the dejected Tina as she walked away, then turned to Guan Chen. Their eyes clearly spelled out two words: scumbag. In the end, the only one hurt in this farce was Guan Chen. On the way to the Tomb Tiger's lair, Guan Chen couldn't figure out how things had escalated to this point. He gained nothing for himself and ended up with a mess. If he had known last night, he should have just taken care of it then. Sigh. What's the use of saying this now? The atmosphere grew much heavier along the way. Everyone was more or less affected by Tina's mood. When they reached the vicinity of their destination, Tina didn't even greet them and ran off to find her target. Guan Chen helped Di Long set up traps on the ground. After these few collaborations, Guan Chen had learned a bit. What kind of positions are suitable for ambushes? How much space to leave between each mechanism, and how to make the traps appear flawless. Di Long had explained all this to him. Today was also his first hands-on practice. Tina is a good girl. Don't be fooled by her usually outgoing demeanor. She's actually quite delicate inside. She said she wouldn't hold you responsible, but you can't really act like a beast. Even if it's only 5 minutes, you still have to make up for it. Di Long kept chattering in Guan Chen's ear, causing the veins on Guan Chen's forehead to bulge. If you slack off during work, it's a 500 yuan fine, deducted from your salary. Guan Chen decided to take on a leadership role to intimidate this punk. As a result, Di Long let out a cold laugh and retorted, "Then how should we calculate the fine for sleeping with a female subordinate during a business trip? Fine, you all have your own skills. I can't afford to provoke you, can I?" After setting up the traps, Guan Chen took his bow and arrow and hid in the nearby bushes, waiting for the prey to appear. After a while, he saw Tina rushing from a distance. As she ran, she shouted in terror to everyone, "Run! It's about to evolve." Behind her was a giant tiger over 10 meters tall, covered in armor, with dozens of metallic tentacles sprouting from its back. The Tomb Tiger, Qian Shan, was stunned at the first sight of this behemoth. Is this a strange beast? This is clearly a mechanical monster. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't seem like a living creature at all. But before he could think more, the creature had already stepped into the trap area. The alloy mechanisms buried in the dirt barely pierced the metal shell on the Tomb Tiger's claws. However, its massive metal forepaw, aside from a flash of electric light, didn't shed a single drop of blood. The attacked Tomb Tiger let out an angry roar. The metallic tentacles lying in wait on its back began to writhe menacingly. The tips of those long tentacles sparkled with eerie blue electric sparks, making one's hair stand on end. Is this the Burial Sky Tiger? How do we kill this thing? Guan Chen was struggling to articulate his thoughts. The other members of the team also displayed expressions of horror. Before setting out, Tina had informed everyone about the size of the Burial Sky Tiger and the power of its abilities, stating it was the strongest among the 3-star beasts. Tina had specifically reminded everyone that aside from not being able to fly, the Burial Sky Tiger had virtually no weaknesses. At the time, everyone had taken it lightly. After all, it was just a string of numbers. Standing in front of the actual creature was an entirely different concept. Guan Chen had killed 2 3-star beasts and felt little fear towards them. But at this moment, standing face to face with it, Guan Chen realized just how wrong he had been. This was not something that could be defeated by human strength. The mad lion beast was nothing compared to it. Didn't you see that those traps had no effect at all in front of it? It was unclear who shouted first, "Run!" The people around him scrambled to escape. Guan Chen hesitated when he saw a frail figure charging towards the Burial Sky Tiger with a large shield. It was Nan Badian. The 2-meter-tall alloy shield was taller than him by 2 heads. The entire shield weighed a ton, covered in countless scratches, each a testament to his achievements. The Burial Sky Tiger looked at the tiny human charging at it, and its massive front paw came crashing down. Smack! Nan Badian, along with the shield, was sent flying by the Burial Sky Tiger's strike. While still in midair, he shouted loudly at Guan Chen, "What are you standing there for? Attack its head. There's no armor there." Guan Chen was filled with confusion. Everyone else had run away. Why was he fighting so hard? But Nan Badian's next words instantly revealed a determined look in his eyes. "Only the 2 of us can hold the rear. If we run, the others will die." After swatting Nan Badian away, the Burial Sky Tiger did not stop but lunged towards Guan Chen. Without a moment's hesitation, Guan Chen drew 3 alloy arrows from his back and knocked them onto the bowstring. At that moment, the detection technique activated, slowing everything within a kilometer. Guan Chen opened his eyes and exhaled. Hit! The 3 arrows broke the sound barrier, leaving long trails in the air. In just 100 meters, the arrows almost instantly struck their target. 2 bursts of blood mist erupted simultaneously. The left eye of the Burial Sky Tiger, along with a hole in its brow, was pierced with 3 thumb-sized holes. A large amount of golden liquid flowed from the wounds. The force of the arrows was terrifying, even more so than a Barrett. Unfortunately, the creature was too large. Its massive head was almost the size of a car. Even if the arrows penetrated its brain, it wouldn't die immediately. The Burial Sky Tiger let out a painful roar. It immediately ceased its pursuit of Nan Badian and turned to pounce on Guan Chen.
A monster the height of a 4-story building was charging
straight at him, and the sense of pressure was terrifying.
Guan Chen slung the bow behind him and turned to run. Without looking back, he could feel the tremors of the
earth and the gusts of wind rushing behind him. Whether it was due to psychological pressure or something else, Guan Chen could never create distance from the burial sky tiger.
He was desperately dodging the tiger's pounces.
Earlier, seeing Tina easily evade the burial sky tiger, Guan Chen had assumed he could do the same.
But once he was in the fray, he realized that aside from running in a straight line, he was no match for Tina. In actual combat, he was utterly useless. How could he fight like this?
He lacked strength, and his speed was inferior as well. This was the first time Guan Chen encountered an opponent that completely suppressed him.
Finally,
after running for over 10 kilometers, Guan Chen was struck and sent flying by a paw of the burial sky tiger. The enormous metal claw struck him, and Guan Chen experienced firsthand the absolute disparity in power. He felt as if he had been hit by a train, his body spinning and rolling uncontrollably.
This blow must have had at least a dozen tons of force.
Guan Chen was sent flying over 100 meters, plowing a long trench through the grass below.
It hurt. There wasn't a single part of him that didn't ache.
The entire world continued to spin in his eyes, making him dizzy and nauseous. In his mind, a voice was frantically shouting at him,
"Run! You can't just lie there and wait to die."
He struggled several times to get up, but without his sense of balance, he kept falling back to the ground.
The burial heaven tiger approached Guan Chen with graceful steps. Each step landed heavily on his heart. It was like a big cat toying with a dying mouse. While killing the opponent, it also aimed to completely crush their will. Guan Chen reached behind him, wanting to grab his bow and arrows to fight back.
But the bow and arrows he had been carrying were long gone, lost in the rolling. This damned big cat leaned in close to Guan Chen, sniffing him lightly. Its massive head, amber eyes, and whiskers as thick as steel cables. Even every single hair was vividly clear in Guan Chen's eyes. The burial heaven tiger sneezed lightly, seemingly disgusted by the smell coming from Guan Chen. Caught off guard, another paw struck him hard, sending him flying again. This time, Guan Chen was completely broken. He flew another 100 meters, his entire chest caved in from the impact. Guan Chen coughed up blood, his throat making a sound like a broken windmill. Watching the burial heaven tiger sauntering back towards him, Guan
Chen finally couldn't help but curse. Damn it, what a young brat. Smack! Another heavy paw greeted him. With this blow, even speaking became a struggle. He could no longer feel any pain in his body.
Aside from his eyeballs, which could still move, the rest of him was completely immobilized.
At this moment, Guan Chen couldn't even hear his own voice. All he could think about was one thing. What a pity for my newlywed wife. I wonder who that bastard will take advantage of now. After a while, the burial heaven tiger finally grew bored.
Perhaps it was disgusted by Guan Chen's smell, or maybe such a small prey wasn't even worth its time.
In any case, the
burial heaven tiger left Guan Chen, who lay there like a rag, and walked away. Although Guan Chen had not yet breathed his last, he was not far from it. This area, spanning hundreds of miles, was all the territory of the burial heaven tiger. Because of this, no other strange beasts roamed nearby.
Guan Chen lay motionless on the ground. Under his eyelids, a busy group of ants was scurrying back and forth, transporting food.
Guan Chen had never felt so calm as he did at this moment.
Even when he
was bitten to death by a mother bear in his past life, it was cleaner and more straightforward than this.
Sigh. I was still thinking about conquering the world and gathering all the heroes. I didn't expect to be taken down by a little kitty halfway through. Guan Chen pondered aimlessly while watching the ants move. This group of ants came and went, clearing away all the food visible in his line of sight. The shadows of the grass grew long and short, then short and long again. It wasn't until the afternoon that someone finally found this place.
Nan Badian looked at Guan Chen, twisted like a pretzel, with a look of disdain.
He reached out and poked Guan Chen's nose for a moment, then shook his head and sighed. You're still alive? Should I say you have a big life, or that the king of hell is disgusted with you? So disgusting, your intestines are out, and your filth is flowing everywhere. Wait, let me grab some dirt to wipe you off, otherwise, I can't bear to touch you. Nan
Badian had his fun tormenting Guan Chen before finally placing him on that large shield. He dragged his shield towards the distance, blowing a low whistle as he walked. Half an hour later, the team gathered around the shield, examining Guan Chen's new appearance. By this time, the combat suit on Guan Chen had long since turned to tatters. He resembled a naked exhibit, allowing everyone to gaze at him.
Delancey looked at Guan Chen's massive root and whispered something to Tina with a smile. Tina's face instantly turned crimson. The big fat guy, Afu, squatted beside Guan Chen, busy and flustered. At his feet lay an array of bottles and jars, and no one knew what they contained. Dilong stood nearby, hands on his hips, unable to resist asking Afu, can he be saved? Afu was too busy to respond, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. He first checked Guan Chen's pulse and found that despite the severe injuries, the pulse remained strong. It was the first time Afu had seen a human with such Vitality.
Afyu's hands emitted a green glow as he began to repair Guan Chen's damaged organs. Then he called for Nan Baishan's help to realign Guan Chen's dislocated
bones.
After finishing all this, he started cleaning the dirt from the wounds.
When he saw the dirt and grass stuck in Guan Chen's intestines, he couldn't help but ask, in confusion, strange, how did this dirt get into his large intestine?
Nan Badian glanced at Guan Chen nervously and stammered, when I moved him, I might have
accidentally brushed against it.
That evening, everyone sat around the campfire. Guan Chen was wrapped in bandages like a zongzi, lying behind the group.
Afyu slumped
beside the fire, reporting the results of the afternoon's treatment to everyone.
The captain is basically out of danger now.
As for how well he recovers and whether he will have any lingering injuries, we still need to observe.
But to be honest, it's the first time I've seen someone with such strong vitality. You can't even
call him human. He's tougher than livestock and stronger than exotic beasts. You see, when we first dragged him back, his breathing was very weak, and now he's
sleeping soundly.
Afyu's words left everyone momentarily speechless. Nan Badian, with a cigar in his mouth, exhaled a puff of smoke and said, "Let's discuss what our
next move should be."
As the main tank of the team, he had earned everyone's respect by daring to put himself on the line during critical moments. Plus, with the captain
injured and being the oldest, he had become the backbone of everyone. Tina, can you tell us the situation with the burial tiger?
Upon hearing this, Tina quickly spoke up. This afternoon, I sneaked into the burial tiger's lair to scout again. It was hit by the captain's 3 arrows, and its condition is also very poor.
However, it could undergo metamorphosis at any moment.
Once it successfully transforms, not only will all its injuries be healed, but its strength will also undergo a
tremendous change. Nan Badian roughly understood Tina's meaning.
In other words, if they didn't take the opportunity to eliminate that big cat now, they would never
have another chance. However, that big cat was so fierce that it wouldn't be easy to take it down. Lanzi, you saw that guy today too. Do you have any ideas on how to take it down?
Galanzi squatted by the fire, hugging her knees and staring blankly. Upon hearing Nan Baishan's question, she shook her head and sighed, my bone-corroding
blade can't harm that mechanical big cat at all. Right now, apart from the captain, I doubt anyone can pose a threat to that big cat. Galanzi was nearly unbeatable.
In close combat, as long as you were flesh and blood, she had a way to deal with you. But when faced with a mechanical monster like the burial tiger, she was completely
at a loss. Nan Badian then turned his gaze to Dilong.
This guy usually had the most clever ideas, and his traps were full of tricks.
If even he had no solutions, then they could only retreat. Xiaolong, what about you? Do you have any ideas?
Dilong frowned and pondered for a long time before finally speaking up. There is a method, but I can't be sure if it will actually kill this guy. Upon hearing this, everyone became interested and turned their gazes toward him. Dilong leaned closer
to the campfire and laid out his plan.
After listening, everyone exchanged glances for a long time, but no one spoke.
Dilong's plan was as follows. He had a small device called a shockwave bomb. When this thing explodes, it can emit a powerful pulse wave. Although this pulse wave is harmless to the human body, it can disrupt circuits and electrical energy. If the Zhang Tianhu, as he suspected, is powered by electricity in its body and limbs, then this shockwave bomb could temporarily paralyze it.
However, he only had one shockwave bomb in his possession, and its effective range after the explosion was very small.
He wasn't sure if it could paralyze the Zhang Tianhu completely.
Moreover, this shockwave bomb could only be detonated manually, so someone would need to hold it and get close to the Zhang Tianhu to use it.
The question then became who would do that.
In the entire team, it seemed that only Tina had a chance to approach the target. The others wouldn't even be able to
escape if they encountered the Zhang Tianhu.
After hesitating for a long time, Tina finally asked the key question. Even if I successfully approach the Zhang Tianhu and detonate the shockwave bomb, how am I supposed to kill it? Dilong grinned and took out 2 bottles of bright red liquid.
I found this in the captain's bag. I don't need to explain what's inside, do I?
When the time comes, as long as I sprinkle the poison from the bottles onto the Zhang Tianhu, it won't take long before its body
turns into a puddle of molten iron.
Upon hearing this, everyone showed expressions of astonishment. No one had expected that the poison collected by Guan Chen at that time would have such a significant effect. If everything went smoothly, there might really be a chance to take down the Zhang Tianhu.
Tina hesitated for just a few seconds before agreeing.
However, she didn't wait until the next day. Instead, she decided to act that very night.
When night fell, the Zhang Tianhu's sensitivity would be greatly reduced.
This was the best time to strike. To facilitate her approach, Tina also applied the juice extracted from thatch roots on herself in advance. This juice had a strong odor that could effectively mask her own scent. Once she was fully prepared, she set off with the shockwave bomb and the poison.
At a certain
rocky outcrop, the Zhang Tianhu was lying on the ground, taking a nap. Suddenly, a dazzling light illuminated its body, and a deafening explosion echoed across the hillside. At the same time, countless sparks erupted from the Zhang Tianhu's mechanical body. It woke up with a start, letting out an angry roar. A strange scene unfolded.
No matter how the Zhang Tianhu roared, its body remained completely still.
At this moment, Tina, hidden in the shadows, quickly leaped onto the Zhang Tianhu's body. She took out the large bottle of poison from her pack, opened the cap, and poured it over its body. Instantly, a strong burnt smell wafted from the Zhang Tianhu. Tina didn't have time to observe. She took out another bottle and, using the same method, poured it over its lower body. At this point, the Zhang Tianhu clearly sensed the danger. Its massive head twisted wildly, trying to bite the bug off its body. But this necklace creature couldn't reach it. The effect of the shockwave bomb was quick to come and quick to go. Just as Tina finished pouring the poison, the Zhang Tianhu's body began to regain its power. At this moment, Tina didn't bother to check the results and took off running into the distance. Less than a few seconds after she left, the Zhang Tianhu stood back up again. At this moment, the metal armor on its body had been corroded to the point of near disappearance, revealing a structure of flesh and metal mixed within. The bones of the burial sky tiger had all evolved into a metallic state. Even the nerves that drove its body had transformed into transparent optical fibers. Aside from a portion of flesh still retained between the bones, the vast majority had completed the metamorphosis from organic to inorganic. If this transformation continued, the burial sky tiger would one day completely evolve into a special life form composed entirely of inorganic materials. This special life form would not only gain a stronger physique but could even achieve immortality. However, all of this ambition was now utterly shattered by the corrosive venom. Tina turned back under the moonlight and saw a scene that would haunt her for a lifetime. The massive body of the burial sky tiger was gradually dissolving and collapsing as it ran. By the end, only a solitary large head and a few withered bones remained. By the time everyone arrived, the burial sky tiger was already lying on the ground, unable to move. Its enormous body had been corroded to the point of near extinction, leaving only the solitary large head. Without a body, the burial sky tiger had become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. It was quickly taken down by the group. Tina cut open its jaw and extracted a fist-sized crystal core from within. The crystal core was transparent, with faint flashes of lightning inside. The group looked at the crystal core in disbelief, unable to contain their exclamations. I've never seen such a large 3-star crystal core. Could this be a 4-star crystal core? Have you ever seen a 4-star crystal core? I haven't. What a joke, as if anyone has seen one. A few of them debated back and forth, their eyes filled with excitement. If this were truly a 4-star crystal core, it would start at a price of over 100 million. However, none of those present had ever seen a 4-star crystal core. Everything was just speculation. Nan Badian left the bustling crowd and approached the few remaining bones. He reached out to touch them. They felt warm and smooth as jade, yet incredibly hard. These bones seemed neither metal nor wood, and it was unclear what material they were made of. The fact that they had survived such extreme corrosion indicated that these few bones were extraordinary. Nan Badian took out an A-grade alloy dagger and forcefully scratched the surface of the bone a few times. However, he was astonished to find that not a single scratch was left on it. Metal harder than A-grade alloy? Nan Badian was dumbfounded. It should be noted that this small A-grade alloy dagger had cost him over $1 million to acquire. How much material could a palm-sized dagger be made from? Just look at those bones that were taller than 2 people. How many daggers could be forged from them? This was no ordinary bone. These were clearly bars of gold. Excited, Nan Badian took out his backpack, ready to run over and collect the bones. But as soon as he touched one, his expression changed dramatically. Heavy. Too heavy. He exerted all his strength just to barely lift one of them. It should be known that Nan Badian possessed a strength of 10,000 pounds, and just the shield in his hand weighed a ton. Yet this unknown bone could force him to use all his strength. It was simply unbelievable. The commotion from Nan Badian quickly attracted the attention of others. Curious, they gathered around and asked in confusion, "Brother Nan, why are you hugging a broken bone?" Nan Badian shot a glare at Dilong. "Broken bone? Humph. Why? Don't you try hugging one if you have nothing to do? If you can lift it, I'll call you Godfather from now on." Dilong, not believing in evil, found a bone to try. As a result, his face turned bright red. The bone didn't budge an inch. Dilong shrugged his shoulders and stubbornly said, "At your age, I wouldn't want to be your godfather anyway." Galanzi showcased her feather-picking personality, pulling out all the hard whiskers from the burial sky tiger's mouth. She even knocked out each tooth from the tiger's mouth, her skilled technique making onlookers' scalps tingle. After finishing all this, everyone finally returned to the campsite from the night before. Afu anxiously waited by the fire, glancing into the distance from time to time. They've been gone for so long, why haven't they come back yet? This time, he was the only one left behind to take care of the injured captain. To be honest, being alone in the wilderness at night made him a bit scared. The more he feared, the more uncontrollable his thoughts wandered to those bizarre and eerie legends of the wild. He always felt as if a pair of eyes was secretly watching him in the darkness. Just as Afu was like a startled bird, a figure wrapped in white bandages suddenly sat up behind him. "Water, water," the hoarse voice sounded like a wail from the depths of the underworld. Upon hearing this voice behind him, Athu's hair stood on end. He forced himself to suppress his fear and trembled as he turned around. He just happened to lock eyes with the bandaged Guan Shen. Gah! Athu couldn't catch his breath and fell straight back down. Guan Shen was also confused. He only remembered being saved by Nan Badian, but he had completely forgotten what happened afterward. To him, it felt like a long dream. In the dream, he fell into an ant nest, and everywhere he looked, there were ants. These ants not only crawled all over his body but also kept scurrying around. The sensation was unbearable, an intense itch that felt both heavenly and torturous. He wanted to scratch but found his hands and feet bound. He was frantic. It drove him crazy. He felt smoke coming out of his mouth and his stomach felt like it was on fire. Just like that, he didn't know how long it had been when he finally woke up from thirst, which led to the scene just now. When everyone returned, they found Athu lying on the ground, fast asleep. Beside him, a bundle wrapped like a maggot was continuously tearing at its bandages. The first to react was still Tina. She hurried over to Guan Shen, helping him up. She kept complaining, "This Athu is so unreliable. How can he fall asleep while watching over an injured person?" Seeing that help had finally arrived, Guan Shen hoarsely called out to Tina, "Water! Water!" Tina took out her water bottle and carefully brought it to Guan Shen's lips. The moment Guan Shen saw the water, he became as excited as a child seeing a pacifier. "Drink slowly, don't choke." No way he could slow down. Guan Shen gulped it down until the bottle was empty, finally feeling a bit better. At that moment, the other members of the team all gathered around, looking at the captain in shock. De Long shouted the loudest. "This is too exaggerated, right? You were almost out of breath this afternoon, and now you're fine? Our little Chang isn't as tough as you." Galen continued his usual flamboyant style. "Wow, Captain Brother is amazing. Are you a cat? They say cats have 9 lives, I think Captain Brother is even tougher than a cat." Nan Badian, on the other hand, looked a bit guilty. "It's good that you're awake, good that you're awake. So, Xiao Guan, do you remember who saved you back then?" Guan Shen shot him a cold glance and said to Tina, "Get me a knife to cut these bandages off, they're suffocating me." Tina hesitated a bit. "But Athu said we can't remove the bandages, he's worried about infection. You still have a splint on your joint, if we take it off and your bones get misaligned, it would be a problem." Guan Shen shook his head, he knew his own condition best. He could sense whether he was injured with just a slight feeling. "It's fine. Take them off. Besides being a bit weak, my body has already healed." Seeing the other party's insistence, Tina could only take out a dagger and cut the bandages off Guan Shen's body. When all the bandages were cut away, the large Zhang Fei was right in front of Tina's face. Tina's face instantly flushed red with embarrassment. The next morning, everyone packed their things early and hurried towards the Tianshui Pass. Originally, Guan Shen wanted to take a look at the nearby forest, but seeing his current state, he decided against it. On the way back, Nan Badian kept avoiding Guan Shen. No one understood what had happened, but only the parties involved knew how excessive this old man had been. Guan Shen didn't go to settle the score with him, not because he didn't want to, but because he couldn't win right now. Once he regained some strength, he would definitely let this old man know why the flowers were so red. By the time everyone arrived at Tianshui Pass, it was already afternoon. At the submission point, only 3 or 4 teams were lined up in front. To Guan Shen's surprise, he saw Chu Feng among one of the teams. The captain of this team was Ouyang Chang. Although Guan Shen had never fought him, he had seen him in the arena. However, it seemed that their harvest this time was quite good. "Didn't you see Ouyang Chang's face blooming with a smile?" "Ouyang Chang, your team's loot is valued at 23 million and you need to submit 40% of the spoils. Do you want to pay in cash or in kind?" Ouyang Chang proudly pulled out a stack of cash and slapped it on the counter, deliberately speaking towards Guan Shen. "Cash. With an extra fierce general this time, the harvest is naturally abundant. I, Ouyang Chang, am not like some people who do things like killing the donkey after the grind. Whoever follows me will enjoy the best." Guan Shen couldn't help but want to laugh, and a hint of embarrassment appeared on Chu Feng's face as well. Guan Shen first exclaimed, "Good," and then clapped his hands, saying, "Brother Ouyang is indeed quite knowledgeable. The phrase killing the donkey after the grind is used perfectly. But with you praising it so much, did that donkey agree?" As soon as Guan Shen finished speaking, a few light laughs echoed in the room. Ouyang Chang was just a big rough guy who hadn't been to school for long, so he couldn't understand that Guan Shen was mocking him. He thought Guan Shen was complimenting his culture. However, when he heard laughter, he knew that Guan Shen was definitely not saying anything good. "What do I care if the donkey agrees or not? Don't talk nonsense with me, Guan Xiaoshan. Don't think you're so impressive. I, Ouyang Chang, won't spoil you. Although you got 2nd place in the competition and I got 6th, we both lost to Jiang Nan, so, in my eyes, you're not that strong." Guan Shen didn't expect Ouyang Chang to have such twisted reasoning. He quickly waved his hand and said, No, how could I compare to you? Let me see, this 2nd place should be awarded to you." Upon hearing this, Ouyang Chang thought the other party had submitted and he felt quite pleased. "Alright, I'll give you credit for your insight. So, how was this harvest? Let me tell you, it's normal for rookie captains to have less loot. You shouldn't compare yourself to us old captains. Guan Chen was amused by this big rough guy. We're just casually scraping by for a meal. We definitely wouldn't dare to compare with you. Old captains. After hearing this, Ouyang Chang felt elated and couldn't help but think, this Chu Feng, always talking bad about others, but this little Guan seems pretty good upon meeting him today. With that thought, Ouyang Chang wanted to chat more with Guan Chen. However, their team had already finished submitting, so he stood aside and started bragging. Don't be too modest, everyone comes from being a rookie. We old captains should definitely help out you newcomers. Guan Chen was completely speechless. Give you a little sunshine, and you really start to shine? Just wait, I'll make you unable to smile. Soon, it was Guan Chen's team's turn to step forward. Regarding the 3-star water system crystal core, Guan Chen had already explained it clearly to everyone on the way back. Even if he bought the crystal core himself, the price would be calculated at market value. When it comes time to split the earnings, the money will be distributed to everyone. Therefore, this crystal core won't be reported to the tax office, saving that 40% tax. On this trip, they hunted a total of 3 2-star exotic beasts and 2 3-star exotic beasts. As for the 1-star exotic beasts, they couldn't be bothered to count. The main profits would definitely come from the materials of the unicorn lizard beast and the burial sky tiger beast. When Nan Badian took out the crystal core of the burial sky tiger, everyone in the room, including the staff, gasped in astonishment. 4-star crystal core. Wow! I finally saw the legendary 4-star crystal core. This is so beautiful. Wait, I've seen in the materials that the 4-star crystal core should be a bit larger, about the size of a bowl. This one seems a bit small. But I've never seen a 3-star crystal core this big. Has anyone seen a 3-star crystal core this large? Everyone shook their heads. The staff, unsure at this point, could only call in a senior expert on exotic beasts. This expert was in his 60s or 70s with a head full of white hair. He was a specialist hired by Haiku from the Imperial capital with profound research and insights into various exotic beast materials. The old expert's eyes were immediately drawn to the crystal core the moment he saw it. He carefully held the crystal core in his hands, examining it like a piece of art. As he observed, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, metamorphic crystal core. 40 years, it's been 40 years. Finally, I see a metamorphic crystal core again. Everyone heard the old expert's murmurs, but they all wore blank expressions. Metamorphic crystal core? What was that? They had never even heard of. It's. A staff member nearby couldn't help but interrupt. Master Bai, what exactly is this metamorphic crystal core? Does it belong to the 3-star crystal core or the 4-star crystal core? How should its price be determined? Master Bai finally came to his senses and explained to the staff with admiration. The metamorphic crystal core is a very rare type of crystal core. It only appears when an exotic beast is about to undergo metamorphosis or is already in the process of metamorphosis. Therefore, its level is neither a 3-star crystal core nor a 4-star crystal core, but rather something in between. This crystal core is of great significance for our research on the metamorphosis process of exotic beasts. The last time I saw one was in the hands of my mentor. I had seen such a crystal core. Unfortunately, that crystal core was not well preserved and was partially damaged in battle. Thus, its research value was greatly diminished. But this one here is almost completely undamaged, perfectly preserving the metamorphosis process of the crystal core. So, this crystal core cannot be measured in monetary terms. If I had to make an offer, I would be willing to pay 200 million to buy this crystal core. As soon as Professor Bai's words fell, the crowd gasped in shock. 200 million? Are you crazy? This is insane. How could they stumble upon such good fortune? They must have hit the jackpot. Could it be that they encountered a failed metamorphosis of an exotic beast and got it for free? You speak without thinking. The metamorphosis of an exotic beast is when it is at its strongest. If you're so good at talking, why don't you go catch one? Are they your father? Why are you defending them so much? I just can't stand you sour dogs. Is that a problem? In the room, the one with the most interesting expression was Ouyang Chang. His face turned from green to white, feeling worse than if his father had died. He had just finished boasting, and now he was slapped in the face. He certainly couldn't save face. At this moment, he could only force a magnanimous smile and said to Guan Chen, "Congratulations, little brother, you have good luck." Guan Chen nodded perfunctorily with a smile and turned to discuss with his team. What do you think? Are we selling it for 200 million? Everyone was already overjoyed. Selling it for 200 million exceeded their expectations, so there was no reason not to sell. Seeing that everyone was in agreement, Guan Chen turned to the old man and said, "Professor Bai, the price of 200 million is indeed a bit low." However, Professor Bai looked anxious and quickly interjected, "I know this price is a bit difficult, but how about this? I will pay you 200 million first. I will cover the taxes, and later when I borrow the money, I will give you an additional 60 million. This is already the limit I can bear. If you still don't agree, I can only say that I am fated to be without this item." Guan Shen initially wanted to sell it as a personal favor to Professor Bai, but he didn't expect the old man to be so impatient and immediately raised the price again. This was completely an unexpected delight. Bai Qianshan calculated that according to the old man's words, this time the price increase was not just 100 million. Just the 40% tax would start at 80 million, plus the 60 million he would pay later. This meant the old man had raised the price by 140 million in one go. Having figured this out, Guan Shen immediately patted his chest and said, Professor Bai, since you have said so, I must sell this crystal core to you no matter what. I will consider it as supporting the Empire's scientific research. As for the 60 million balance, there's no rush. I trust your character, you can pay me back slowly. Professor Bai excitedly ran in front of Guan Shen, grasping his hand and repeatedly thanking him. In the end, Guan Shen felt a bit embarrassed, and only then did he let go of his hand. The staff saw that the two had reached an agreement and said to Guan Shen, then, this crystal core doesn't need to be appraised. Professor Bai is a specially appointed commissioner of Tianshui Pass and has tax-exempt purchasing rights. Therefore, your private transaction will not involve the tax office. Guan Shen was taken aback. Goodness, he thought Professor Bai was a real sucker. He didn't expect the man to be so shrewd, knowing he had tax-exempt purchasing rights, which was why he mentioned paying the taxes on Guan Shen's behalf. Professor Bai's face turned red. He was afraid Guan Shen would go back on his word, so he hurriedly took out 2 stacks of 100,000 bills and handed them to the other party. While handing over the money, he explained to Guan Shen, you see, I got a bit muddled. I forgot about the tax exemption. Young man, don't worry, I will quickly gather the remaining 60 million and give it to you. Guan Shen took the 2 stacks of 100,000 bills and firmly grasped Professor Bai's hand, saying, Professor Bai, my name is Guan Shen, not young man. When you pay me back, remember not to mistake me for someone else. Professor Bai's expression was somewhat unnatural, but he still maintained a smile on his face. Guan Shen shifted the topic and continued, there's another matter. I have some materials that I need your help to take a look at. Upon hearing about the exotic beast materials, Professor Bai immediately became interested. Oh, you have other good things? Show them to me. Guan Shen gave Nan Tianba a glance, and Nan Tianba took out a large metallic bone from his backpack and placed it on the ground. Professor Bai carefully stored the crystal core, took out a pair of glasses, and squatted beside the bone to examine it closely. The more he examined, the more surprised he became. After a moment, Professor Bai asked Guan Shen seriously, Are you sure this is material from an exotic beast? Guan Shen nodded. Strictly speaking, this bone indeed comes from a Zhongtian tiger. I just don't know why its skeleton has turned into this shape. Upon hearing this, Professor Bai immediately called for testing equipment and sampling tools. He picked up a sampling tool that looked like a scalpel and tried to cut into the bone. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't cut off even a tiny piece from the bone. At this point, Professor Bai's expression completely changed. It should be noted that the inconspicuous scalpel in his hand was made of superalloy material. Such a small item, if put on the market, would start at least at 10 million. However, even with such a sharp tool, it still couldn't cut through the bone at all. This left him astonished. What kind of material was this bone made of? You say it's the bone from the Zhongtian Hu? Do you have any evidence? Evidence? Guan Shen chuckled. If it wasn't from the Zhongtian Hu, could it be from you? It seemed that the old professor couldn't figure out what material this bone was. Professor Bai, what you said is quite something. We personally extracted it from the Zhongtian Hu. How could it possibly be fake? Seeing that Guan Shen didn't seem to be lying, Professor Bai let out a heavy sigh and said, It's not that I doubt you, but we have been studying exotic beasts for so many years and have never discovered such a mutation in the Zhongtian Hu. This bone does resemble a type of material from a legendary exotic beast. It's just that. Guan Shen noticed the implication in Professor Bai's words, making it feel like a riddle, and couldn't help but ask, just what? Professor Bai pondered for a moment, staring into Guan Shen's eyes and said, It's just that I don't think you have the strength to kill such an existence. At this point, Guan Shen was completely confused. What existence? Professor Bai, why do you speak as if you're playing charades? Don't we know if we killed it ourselves? Just tell me, what exactly is it? Professor Bai fixed his gaze on Guan Shen, speaking each word clearly. If I'm not mistaken, this bone should be the king molt from the body of a Wang Shouzi. In other words, what you killed was not a Zhongtianhu beast but a Wang Shouzi. As soon as Professor Bai finished speaking, Guan Shen felt a chill run down his spine. Everyone in the room erupted into a heated discussion. Guan Shen immediately turned his gaze to Tina. That look was filled with both doubt and shock. Damn it! I asked you to find a 3-star exotic beast and you brought me a Wang Shouzi. How can you be so unreliable? No wonder I thought a 3-star exotic beast was so hard to kill. Turns out it wasn't one at all. Tina panicked upon hearing Professor Bai's words. Blushing, she argued, I checked the information. It looks like a tiger, with tentacles on its back. How can it not be a Zhongtianhu? Professor Bai did not refute Tina's statement but added, "That's right, the characteristics of the Zhang Tian who are exactly as you described. But the one you encountered is clearly not."
Guan Chen described
the large tiger they encountered, and after listening, Professor Bai said with even more certainty, "Just because it looks similar doesn't mean it is.
Wang Shouzi is just a general term.
Their appearance is closely related to their parents' genes. The Zhang Tian who you encountered may have had a parent that transformed from a Zhang Tian who into a Wang Shou, which is why it inherited its parents' characteristics. But I can tell you clearly, even a 4-star Zhang Tian who cannot have metallic
armor on its body.
So, eliminating all impossibilities, there is only one explanation. You killed a descendant of a Zhang Tian who Wang Shou. Well, the case is solved."
Guan Chen helplessly glanced at Tina.
Truly impressive, 2 pieces of information, both wrong. You really have a talent for this.
Guan Chen didn't care what breed the tiger he killed was, he only cared about the value of this bone.
Alright, Professor Bai, whether it's a Wang Shouzi or not is no longer important.
Just tell me, how much are these bones worth?
Professor Bai struggled for a long time, and finally shook his head and sighed. The king molt is sold by the gram, usually around
$100 per gram.
This large piece, I've never seen before.
Guan Chen hurriedly interrupted.
Professor Bai, I think you misunderstood.
It's not just one
big piece, but a total of 4 pieces. As he spoke, Wang Chen exchanged a glance with Nan Badian, who then pulled out 3 similarly sized bones from his bag. This time, not only was Professor Bai stunned, but the entire room of onlookers was also left in shock. One was already frightening enough, and now there were 4 all
at once. How much would that cost? Ouyang Cheng's face turned green.
He had spent 2 years in the hunting team, and the money he earned in that time didn't even compare to what these people made in one outing.
Who the hell was the newcomer here? Guan Chen was calculating furiously in his mind. $100 per gram, and each bone weighed 5 tons.
4 of them added up to 20 tons.
20 tons, 20 million grams. 2 billion. It wasn't a big deal until he calculated it, and Guan Chen almost wet himself. He was ready to take off.
Guan Chen had already thought it through. As long as the tax office priced it at $100 per gram, he would
pay in kind.
After all, he couldn't come up with that much cash, so he might as well sell it to the tax office. But he clearly overestimated the authority of the
tax office.
After hearing Professor Bai's quote, the clerk immediately called over her superior, the minister of the Exotic Beast Hunting Coordination Department.
It was Guan Chen's first time meeting Minister Haiku.
The man was in his 40s, with a round face and big ears, dressed in a crisply ironed high-ranking civil servant
uniform.
As soon as he arrived, he pulled Professor Bai into his office. 10 minutes later, the minister walked up to Guan Chen with a beaming smile.
"Young brother, you have made a great contribution this time. As the minister of the coordination department, I have decided to reward you handsomely." Upon hearing this, Guan Chen had a bad premonition. He quickly waved his hand and said, "This is the merit of our team. I can't take this reward. The coordination department seems to belong to the logistics department, right? Even if there is a commendation, it should come from the operations department, right?" The middle-aged man hit a snag and immediately realized that Guan Chen was not easy to deal with.
He laughed awkwardly to cover his embarrassment and changed his tone, saying, "Whether it's the logistics department or the operations department, we are all soldiers of Tianshui Pass, all soldiers of the Empire. Young brother, let me be straightforward. Your spoils this time are very important for the scientific research on exotic beasts. I hope you can leave the materials behind and submit them to the Empire for scientific research."
The
minister observed Guan Chen's expression and, seeing that he was unmoved, quickly added, "Of course, we won't let you suffer a loss.
We are willing to buy back the Wang 2A at market price." Guan Chen's expression relaxed upon hearing this.
Why bother with all that unnecessary talk? Just say you'll pay, and that's it.
To be honest, Guan Chen didn't have the strength to take the Wang 2A away from the tax office.
He had less than 300 million in cash, and 200 million of that was just given to him by Professor Bai. To take the Wang 2A away, he would have to pay at least 40% in taxes. Where would he get that much cash?
"Minister, you are too kind.
I'm just an ordinary soldier. I don't understand all this national business. Just tell me directly, how much are you willing to pay for these Wang 2A?
The
minister knew that the soldier in front of him was not easy to fool, so he simply quoted, "We will buy it at 100 yuan per gram, and you can offset the tax with the actual goods." Guan Chen turned to discuss with the others for a while, and everyone felt it was better to sell to the black market. One reason was that they couldn't come up with that much cash for taxes. The second was that they might not find knowledgeable buyers outside.
After discussing, they signed an agreement with the tax office to sell the 4 Wang 2A at a price of 100 yuan per gram. After weighing, the total for the 4 Wang 2A came to 1,987,000,000, plus other spoils. Their total spoils were valued at over 2 billion, breaking the highest record since the establishment of the Tianshui Pass hunting team. Everyone stared at the suitcase full of cash that the staff brought over, their eyes wide with disbelief. Most of the people here had probably never seen So much money in their lives.
As they watched Guan Chen stuff bundles of cash into his backpack, envy turned their eyes red.
Ouyang Chang was even more pathetic, drooling unconsciously.
Only Chu Feng left the room with a bitter expression. Whether he regretted it or not, only he knew.
Just as Guan Chen and his team were leaving the
payment area, Professor Bai rushed out of the room.
Wait a moment.
Everyone's hearts skipped a beat, thinking the old man had changed his mind.
Little did they know, he
approached Guan Chen with a serious expression and said, "Guan Chen, I sincerely thank you for handing over such important materials to me this time.
There's something I must remind you.
I know you may have heard about the terrifying aspects of the king beast from others, but I must tell you, what you know barely scratches the
surface.
The king beast only chooses to give birth to the next generation when it sees no hope of advancement.
Killing the king beast offspring is even more
serious than killing the king beast itself.
Its parent will definitely not let you off.
It will do everything in its power to kill you, avenging its offspring.
So, during this time, if you can avoid going out, please do.
If you encounter a king beast in the wild, you won't even have a chance to escape.
I've said all I can, you
should take care of yourselves." After Professor Bai finished speaking, he patted Guan Chen on the shoulder and turned to leave, leaving the team members exchanging
glances.
With 2 billion in spoils, after deducting 40% for taxes, they were left with 1.2 billion.
Adding the crystal core sold to Professor Bai, the final profit was 14 billion.
Due to Chu Feng's departure, the 10% that should have belonged to him naturally vanished. Moreover, this time, the kill of the unicorn
lizard relied on De Long's traps, while the kill of the burial sky tiger was largely due to Tina's efforts.
Other than shooting those 3 arrows, Guan Chen had hardly
done anything. So, after some consideration, Guan Chen decided to take out Chu Feng's 10% and distribute it among everyone. Upon hearing Guan Chen's decision, the team
members applauded in praise. They all admired their captain's selflessness, further solidifying their determination to follow Guan Chen.
After the distribution, Guan Chen took home 560 million.
Each team member received 140 million. The remaining 140 million continued to be counted as the team's emergency fund.
A Fu held a large stack of million-dollar bills, grinning from ear to ear.
Coming from a poor background, his life began to change slowly after gaining his abilities.
This money was
enough for his family to live without worry for a lifetime. He was naturally extremely grateful to Guan Chen. De Long, on the other hand, had high expenses, not only keeping a bunch of women but also frequently gambling. This large sum of money would allow him to indulge for a long time. He was already itching to go out and gamble a bit. Although Nan Batian came from a modest background, he had little spending. Aside from smoking a bit and drinking occasionally, he had no other expenses. So over the years, he had saved quite a bit of money himself. Of course, he was also very grateful to Guan Chen. In his words, with this money, he could retire early.
As for Galen and Tina, both came from affluent families.
Although this money was not a small amount for them, it was not enough to make them feel deeply indebted to Guan Chen.
After the money was distributed, Guan Chen had a lot more to say.
However, seeing that everyone was in high spirits, he swallowed some of his words.
He told everyone to go back and rest for a few days. Tina also took this opportunity to gather information on high-level exotic beasts from other teams. However, this time, Guan Chen repeatedly reminded her,
"Make sure to investigate thoroughly and absolutely do not let it turn into a big blunder like last time."
Guan Chen was truly frightened by
her, worried that next time Tina would directly lead him to the lair of the Beast King. On the way back, Guan Chen repeatedly pondered over what Professor Bai had said. He felt that Professor Bai's words were very reasonable and served as a wake-up call for him. In this chaotic world, life is the most important thing.
If one loses their life, no amount of money is of any use.
Therefore, during this period, Guan Chen decided to take some time to settle down. He planned to practice his archery skills diligently, aiming to upgrade his basic archery to level 6.
Guan Chen did not return to the camp but went directly to the living area.
As a member of the hunting team, he could freely enter and exit the military zone at any time with his captain's badge. It had been several days since he last went home. He wondered if Meng Yang
missed him.
On the palmy grassland, at the rocky hill where the Tianhu was buried, a man enveloped in lightning suddenly appeared here. This man was over 2 meters tall, with long gray-white hair. His expression was cold and grim. He wore armor covered in golden cloud patterns, and a golden lightning bolt flickered faintly on his forehead.
Beast Emperor Jie.
The man gazed at the remains of the Tianhu beneath him, his killing intent rising like flames.
Damn humans, no matter where you hide, Jie will personally drag you out, skin you alive, and tear your body to pieces. With this furious roar, the entire rocky hill was instantly engulfed by a sea of thunder. At the same time, thousands of miles away at the top of the Tianshui Pass Dam, Chao Kun was discussing military affairs with several trusted generals. Suddenly, Chao Kun seemed to sense something and vanished from the conference room in a flash. When he reappeared, he was already 10,000 meters in the air. Chao Kun looked towards the distant palmy grassland, where dark clouds were rolling in. It seemed as if an unparalleled great demon was stirring up trouble there. Chao Kun stared at the swirling, ominous clouds, trying to discern the truth behind the scenes. In the end, he helplessly realized that he could only see a corner of the Wushan. After a long while, Chao Sun seemed to be speaking to himself, or perhaps asking the heavens, is the storm finally coming? That night, it rained heavily all night long. Guan Shen was as restless as the weather outside, going wild for the entire night. Mei Yang lay obediently in her husband's arms, like a pear blossom after the rain. My lord, why are you sweating so much? Are you exhausted? Guan Chen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and vehemently denied it. He couldn't possibly tell his little wife that he had been beaten up by a beast and was feeling weak. Mei Yang, do you think this place is safe? Have you thought about settling inside the empire? Mei Yang, with her meticulous mind, shook her head vigorously at the mention of this. Wherever my lord is, that's where I will be. As long as you are here, it's safe anywhere. Guan Chen smiled helplessly. The key was that he himself didn't feel this place was very safe. For some reason, ever since he returned, he had been feeling a vague sense of unease. He couldn't quite pinpoint where this unease was coming from, but he always felt that something big was about to happen. I hope I'm just overthinking it. At dawn, Guan Chen left the community early and went out onto the street. Although the heavy rain from last night had lessened, the sky was still overcast with dark clouds. The streets were littered with broken branches. Even the waters of the new river had risen significantly. Guan Chen remembered seeing a storage spiritual treasure called Qiankuan bag in a shop before. The shopkeeper had quoted him a price of 10 million. At that time, he had no money on him, so he just inquired and moved on to the next shop. Now that he had money, he had to get one of these convenient and spacious storage treasures. After searching through 2 shops, Guan Chen finally found that store. After haggling with the shopkeeper a few times, he bought the Qiankuan bag for 8 million. This Qiankuan bag is only the size of a palm, making it very convenient to carry. Guan Chen tried the incantation taught by the shopkeeper a few times and then happily settled the bill. After leaving the shop, Guan Chen took a vehicle straight back to the camp. He decided not to go anywhere for the next few days and focused on training in the camp until his body fully recovered. Guan Chen's retreat lasted a whole week. During this time, Tina and Dylan came to find him once. Both were there to invite him to come out and hunt exotic beasts. However, in the end, he declined, citing that his body had not yet recovered. In fact, Guan Chen's body had long since healed. He was just at a critical moment in practicing basic archery and exploration techniques. Both skills were just a few hundred points away from leveling up. No matter what, Guan Chen wanted to wait until the skills upgraded before deciding whether to come out. On the playground of the 5th Brigade, a sharp whistle sounded every half second. The whistling continued, one wave after another. It was so noisy that people's eyes were dizzy and their scalps tingled. Many people cursed as they arrived at the playground, but their view was blocked by the dense crowd in front of them. What's going on? It's so noisy. What are you all gathered here to watch? A newcomer pushed through the crowd and saw a young man standing at one end of the playground holding a bow and arrow. As the man casually flicked his fingers, a whoosh sound echoed. The crowd could only see a white streak lingering in the air above the playground, but they couldn't catch the trajectory of the arrow at all. At the other end of the playground, on a leather target, there was only a small hole pierced through the center, while the rest of the target remained intact. Good. The crowd occasionally erupted in cheers. The young man shooting arrows seemed to be oblivious, mechanically repeating the action of shooting. This young archer was none other than Guan Chen himself. He had been practicing here for 8 days, and at this moment he was just one arrow away from reaching the required 1,600 proficiency points for basic archery. As he released the last arrow from his hand, a surge of white energy instantly coursed through his body. Guan Chen felt every pore in his body open up, as if every cell within him had been reborn. After a long time, the reconstruction of his physique finally came to an end. Guan Chen opened his eyes and carefully examined the light screen in front of him. Host, Guan Chen Realm, Early Innate Realm Strength, 10,950 Gene True Essence, 3 points, 1 cycle of True Qi can be converted into 1 point of True Essence. Physique, Undying Underworld King Body, Special Physique of Martial Emperor Level, Severed Limbs can regenerate, Foundations can be reshaped, as long as the heart pulse remains intact, even if shattered, one can be restored. External skills, Great Strength Diamond Palm LV5, 272/1600, Wind God Leg LV4, 778 for 800. Overlord Spear LV4, 328/800, Internal Skills, Diamond Skill LV6, 1560/3200, Overbearing True Scripture, 22 out of 100, Skills, Basic Archery LV6, Exploration Technique LV6. Exploration Technique, LV6, Peak Mastery, Current Proficiency, 3178/3200 Exploration Technique, Peak Mastery LV6 300 meters around, every movement of the wind and grass is under control. Basic Archery Level, LV6, Peak Mastery. Current Proficiency, 1/3200 Basic Archery, Peak Mastery LV6 increases strength by 2000.
Jean, hitting the target 100 times out of 100 within a kilometer, able to shoot 10 arrows in an instant.
The improvement in basic archery finally allowed Guan Chen's physique to evolve once again.
From the original Martial King level Undying God King body, it evolved to the current Martial Emperor level Undying Underworld
King body.
If the description of the Undying Underworld King body is true, then Guan Chen's ability to survive in the future will undoubtedly be greatly enhanced.
Guan Chen put away his bow and arrow and walked to the opposite side of the playground.
Behind the target, there was a large pile of fine sand.
3 new recruits
in training uniforms were digging through the sand pile, searching for the arrows hidden inside.
Boss Guan, all 20 arrows have been found. One of the new recruits,
seeing Guan Chen approach, hurriedly handed over the collected arrows, his eyes filled with admiration for Guan Chen. My bow training might come to a pause. You've all worked hard this past week, here's your pay. If I need you in the future, I'll get in touch. Guan Chen pulled out several thousand yuan bills and handed them
to the 3.
If it weren't for these 3 brothers helping him collect arrows over the past few days, his training efficiency would have taken a significant hit. The 3, taken aback by the generosity, accepted the pay with the reverence of soldiers receiving a general's inspection, saluting Guan Chen with the utmost respect.
Their demeanor was no different from that of starstruck fans.
With his level 6 basic archery achieved, he now only needed to master the exploration technique. With a proficiency of 22 points, he estimated that just one night would be enough for him to level up.
Satisfied, Guan Chen left the training ground and headed towards the dormitory.
Along the way, the onlookers pointed and whispered about him.
Have you heard? The combat department's commendation has come through. Guan Chen performed excellently in the hunting team and has been promoted to a lieutenant. What? That's too fast, right? How long has he been in the hunting team? And he's already an officer? What's so strange about it?
He goes out once and it's worth a lifetime of work in the hunting team. You guys are outdated with your news. I heard they're holding a ceremony to award him next week and even the general will be there. This is truly a golden phoenix flying out of a chicken coop, so rare.
We all escaped from 9 Dragon City.
Just look at him, then look at yourself, sigh.
People really can't be compared. Then why don't you try to get in good with him? Just a little favor from him would be enough for you to eat well.
There are at least 8,000 refugees in 9 Dragon City. How can I get close to him?
That's true.
As Guan Chen passed by them, the crowd quickly stopped their chatter, eager to nod and greet him.
At this moment, he was no longer the nameless little
soldier but had become the true face of the 5th Squad. Upon arriving at the front yard, he spotted 2 figures waiting at the dormitory entrance from a distance. One was a tall, striking woman with slightly dark skin.
The other was a delinquent youth covered in dragon and phoenix tattoos. Guan Chen felt a headache coming on and waved to the 2 from afar. Why are you 2 here again? Did you come together to team up? The newcomers were none other than Tina and Dylan. As soon as Tina saw
Guan Chen, she rushed over eagerly and said, Godfather, if we don't go out soon, that nest of 6-tailed foxes will be snatched away by someone else.
The 6-tailed foxes Tina mentioned were what she had learned about from others a few days ago. This nest contained 1 male and 1 female 3-star exotic beast, and it just so
happened to be the breeding season for the foxes, with a litter of kits. The foxes had initially been discovered by a casual player from the hunting team.
Unfortunately, he lacked the strength to deal with the 2 foxes at all.
In desperation, he sought help, hoping to invite some strong players to help him capture the nest.
But where in the world is there such a thing as a free lunch?
The renowned strong players in the hunting team all had their own teams.
Who would be willing to run an errand for such a meager external assistance fee?
As time passed, not only did he fail to find any help, but he also leaked the location of the foxes. This was how Tina got wind of the news and rushed to find the captain to take action.
Are the materials from the 6-tailed fox really valuable? Upon hearing Guan Chen's question,
before Tina could respond, Dylan quickly explained, the materials from the 6-tailed fox aren't the most valuable, it's the kits it produces that are the real treasures.
Seeing Guan Chen's puzzled expression, Dylan continued to elaborate. Didn't you ask about taming exotic beasts last time? This fox demon cub is quite popular in the wealthy circles.
Over in the Imperial City, a regular 2-star fox demon cub can sell for over 10 million each.
This 6-tailed fox demon cub can easily
fetch several tens of millions.
Guan Chen still didn't quite understand.
But the combat power of these fox demons isn't strong, and they're not good at running.
What use is there in raising one?
De Long said anxiously, this thing can use illusions and hypnosis. Seeing that Guan Chen still didn't get it, De Long gave him a
look that only a man would understand and said, think about it.
If you train it well, you can play with whoever you want in the future, change positions however you
like.
You won't have to worry about aging, losing your vigor, or about causing a death and being pursued by the law.
What in the world could be more carefree than this? After hearing De Long's explanation, Guan Chen was indeed a bit speechless. The preferences of the wealthy are truly hard to describe.
Tina, on the other hand, was
unimpressed.
As a member of a prominent family, she had long been accustomed to such trivial matters.
So, what do you think? That nest isn't too far from here, it only takes a day to get there. Guan Shen looked at the eager expressions of the two and felt a bit embarrassed to refuse. However, he couldn't help but ask, didn't we just make a huge sum of money? Why are you still pushing so hard? In response to Guan Shen's question, Tina was very candid. A huge sum of money? That amount isn't even enough for me to buy 10 crystal cores.
I'm determined to become a female martial emperor. There's no way I can easily stop.
Guan Shen couldn't help but laugh. A female martial emperor? You really dare to say that? It's uncertain if there's even one female martial emperor in the entire Zijin Empire. What about you, Di Long?
Wasn't as straightforward as Tina. He stammered for a long time before Guan Shen finally understood what he meant.
Did you lose over 100 million? Is your family in the mining business or the herbal business? With that kind of spending, no amount of earnings would be enough for you. Seeing Guan Shen getting worked up, Di Long hurriedly explained, no.
I only lost over 20 million. The rest of the more than 100 million was all repaid to loan sharks.
Is 20 million a small amount? You only lost over 20 million. Forget it, it's not my money you're losing, so why should I be angry? In the end, Guan Shen couldn't resist the two's desperate
pleas and agreed to meet in the conference room early the next morning. The two left joyfully, hurrying to inform the other members of the team.
After sending them
off, Guan Shen returned to his dormitory to meditate and practice his probing technique. He practiced until dark, and finally, his probing technique reached a proficiency
of 22 points.
With a flash of light, a mysterious feeling rose from his heart. It was as if he had received enlightenment, and blessings filled his heart. Guan Shen felt as if he had cleared away the clouds to see the bright moon, and the world around him instantly became vibrant and fresh. Before he could figure out what was happening, a voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations! Your probing technique has surpassed its limits and transformed into a new skill, Domain of Slaughter. Immediately after, a light screen flashed before Guan Shen's eyes.
Domain of Slaughter, LV1, Initial Understanding, Current Proficiency, 0/100 Domain of Slaughter.
Initial Understanding LV1. Activating this skill will create a domain of slaughter within 100 meters around you.
The host can control the flow of time within this domain and can freely traverse within its space.
Note, the current time flow can only be adjusted by plus or minus 5 times, and the domain can be maintained for 360 seconds. Note, as a host in the early stage of innate realm, you can activate the domain a maximum of 2 times a day.
Exceeding this limit may lightly harm your foundation,
or, in severe cases, lead to death.
Strong. So strong.
Although Guan Shen had speculated before whether a new change would occur when a skill reached its limit, he was still taken aback when the result was laid out before him. There's no need to elaborate on how powerful the domain of slaughter is. The key is that this skill can continue to upgrade and evolve like the probing technique. That's the most outrageous part. After this, there's no need to learn various techniques everywhere. You can just infinitely evolve one skill. However, after evolving the realm of slaughter, the daily usage limit is only twice. This means that to upgrade the realm, it will take at least 50 days. Alright then, 50 days it is. Such a powerful skill is worth the wait. I wonder if, after the realm improves, I can use it more times. Each day, Guan Shen suddenly thought of the diamond skill. Since the probing technique is so outrageous after upgrading, wouldn't the diamond skill be even more powerful? Thinking of this, Guan Shen couldn't care less about eating and hurriedly sat down to continue practicing the diamond skill. He still needed 1,640 points of proficiency. If he worked quickly, about half a month would be enough. The next morning, Guan Shen arrived at the Black Warehouse conference room as promised. As soon as he entered, he saw the team members already waiting there. Tina shared the intelligence she had gathered, as well as the characteristics of the six-tailed fox. The lair of the six-tailed fox was located in a cave somewhere in the Tan Yuan mountain range. After leaving the Tan Yuan canyon, they only needed to head north for about a day to reach there. As for the six-tailed fox, its combat power was not particularly strong. The only formidable aspect was that this creature was especially cunning and skilled in hypnosis and illusions. However, both illusions and hypnosis require a medium. They cannot just strike out of thin air. The six-tailed fox ensnares its targets by spreading sense and making eye contact. As long as you can hold your breath and avoid eye contact with the six-tailed fox, you won't fall into the illusion. After Tina finished her introduction, everyone prepared to set off. Just before departing, Guan Shen voiced his concerns. To be honest, my physical condition actually recovered 4 days ago, but I've had a nagging bad feeling during this time. I can't say how accurate this feeling is, but everyone should still be cautious. After Guan Shen finished speaking, no one in the team believed him. Nan Tianba laughed, saying he was scared out of his wits by the buried heaven tiger. Galen Z countered Guan Shen's premonition from a purely logical perspective. Captain, look, if your premonition is true, then no matter what, you can't escape it. If you could escape, wouldn't that make the premonition false? So, since you can't escape, why torture yourself, Captain? Guan Shen was at a loss for words. Fine, girl, you understand logic. Unfortunately, you don't know how precious my life is. After leaving the Tianshui Dam, the group was blocked by a crowd of panicked refugees.
Guan Chen found the soldiers guarding the gate and asked what had happened. The soldiers told him that in the past few days, dozens of refugees had died mysteriously at night. The deaths were very strange, as if they had been burned. Some even spread rumors among the refugees that someone had angered the Demon King, and the Demon King had come to claim lives. The guards had also investigated for a long time but had not found any clues about the murderer. For some reason, when Guan Chen heard the words, Demon King, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Could it be that the King Beast is coming for us? But that doesn't seem right. If the King Beast wanted to kill, with a wave of its hand, none of these refugees would survive. Just as Guan Chen was pondering this, the escort team had already helped disperse the crowd of refugees. Guan Chen walked through the crowd and suddenly felt a sense of awareness. Turning back to look, he always felt someone was watching him, but in this vast sea of people, he couldn't pinpoint who it was. Damn, it really wouldn't be like what Brother Nan said, that I'd been scared into a psychological shadow, would it? Guan Chen chuckled at himself and quickened his pace to catch up with the team. Meanwhile, atop the dam, a pair of narrow eyes silently withdrew their gaze from Guan Chen. The fish is already on the hook, the rest is up to you. I must remind you, if this goes wrong, you might as well jump off the dam yourself. At the new recruit center, a young man with a head full of silver hair was undergoing testing. Name, age, place of origin, do you have any martial skills? Jie, 24 years old, from Yading City. A master-level martial artist. Lieutenant Lu showed an intrigued expression. Wow, is that true? We've encountered a master here. Someone, bring me my big gun. I want to see if you're just bragging. The young man stood tall, his expression stern. Although he wore a tattered long robe, it was hard to hide the noble aura that radiated from him. No need to go through all that trouble, the silver-haired man said, then punched the high platform. With a dull thud, the marble platform instantly shattered into pieces. The tremendous energy caused rocks to tumble down the cliff, and the calm water surface rippled in waves. Lieutenant Lu's ears buzzed from the shock, and he exclaimed in surprise and delight to the silver-haired man, indeed, you possess extraordinary strength. You've opened my eyes. Today, I will grant you the rank of a sergeant. Go report to the combat department and I will inform the general of your abilities. With your skills, it won't be long before you rise to prominence. Your future is limitless. The silver-haired man seemed dissatisfied with this outcome and coldly replied, isn't there a hunting team at Tianshui Pass? Just assign me there. Lieutenant Lu showed a troubled expression. Warrior, you may not know this, but to join the hunting team, you must place in the military competition. Even if you are a royal relative or a general's descendant, you must obey the rules. You don't need to rush. In 2 months, you can sign up for the next competition. With your abilities, you will surely place. The silver-haired man impatiently interrupted, if I can't join the hunting team, then just arrange for me to go to the Black Treasury. I won't go anywhere else. Lieutenant Lu truly couldn't understand why the other party was so fixated on the hunting team. However, out of a sense of valuing talent, he ultimately agreed. At this moment, Guan Chen had already left the dam for over 10 miles. The feeling of frustration in his heart gradually dissipated. Looking at the magnificent rivers and mountains before him, listening to the rushing water by his side, his mood inexplicably improved. Suddenly, a weary figure approached from a distance. The person was thin and haggard, covered in scars and staggering, making him look particularly miserable. Guan Chen recognized him at a glance. It was Ding Qing, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Reuniting with an old friend after a long separation, Guan Chen greeted him with surprise. Brother Ding, long time no see, I hope you've been well. Ding Qing was also surprised to encounter Guan Chen here. The two embraced tightly. Guan Chen pointed at Ding Qing and introduced him to the others. This is Brother Ding, who escaped with me to Tianshui Pass. He's like an old friend. Brother Ding, these are my companions. All members of the hunting team. The team members greeted Ding Qing and tactfully walked away, leaving the two to catch up. Once the others had gone far, Guan Chen asked with concern, Brother Ding, where have you been? How did you end up like this? Guan Chen took out his water bottle and handed it to Ding Qing. Ding Qing gulped down a few mouthfuls and sighed deeply, sigh. It's a long story. Ever since we joined the Tianshui army, I was assigned to the reconnaissance department. Not long after joining the reconnaissance department, an urgent order came down from above to form a special operations team. Because my abilities are quite unique, I was quickly selected by the special operations team and became a member of it. As he spoke, Ding Qing paused for a moment, glancing around before continuing in a low voice, Brother Guan, we are on the same side, so there are some things I won't hide from you. The reason for forming this special task force is to investigate the situation of the 7 city-states of the Fire Worship Alliance being besieged by alien beasts. Upon hearing this, Guan Chen's expression tightened. Since arriving in this world, he had been fleeing, escaping from Jiulong City to Tianshui Pass. As a low-level individual, he only knew that Jiulong City had been breached by alien beasts. He had no channels to learn about news from other places. Hearing that the 7 city-states were under siege by alien beasts, Guan Chen's intuition told him that a grand panorama of this world was beginning to unfold before him. Oh, Tell me more, what happened to the 7 city-states?
Ding Qing shook his head, his eyes filled with fear. 4 of the 7 city-states have already fallen and 2 are still struggling to survive. Although I haven't been to Tianhua City in the far west,
I estimate it will be hard to escape its fate. Fortunately, we didn't choose to head west back then, otherwise.
Ding Qing didn't continue, but Guan Chen understood
what he meant.
It was indeed a bit of luck. If he and Mei Niang had chosen that direction when escaping Jiulong City, they would have likely ended up as prey for the
alien beasts. Guan Chen asked the question he was most concerned about. Brother Ding, tell me the truth. How strong is the alien beast army? Can Tianquan Pass hold them back?
Looking at Guan Chen's eager eyes, Ding Qing's expression was somewhat pessimistic. If you had seen the scene of the alien beast army attacking a city, you
would never ask such a question.
No natural barrier can completely stop them, it's just a matter of how long we can hold out. After saying this, Ding Qing patted
Guan Chen on the shoulder. Although Ding Qing didn't say it outright, the meaning in his words was crystal clear. Brother, I've said everything that needs to be said. And what shouldn't be said. Just keep it in mind, and we'll meet again.
Watching Ding Qing's desolate figure leave, Guan Chen stood frozen in place.
Was he going to flee again? But where should he escape to this time? The palmy grassland was filled with wandering alien beasts.
The Purple Gold Empire was about to become the next
battlefield.
In such a vast world, there was nowhere to go. For a moment, Guan Chen felt lost.
Until the distant call of his teammates broke his thoughts. Captain, what are you daydreaming about?
Godfather, if we don't hurry, it will really be too late.
Guan Chen forced a smile and quickened his pace to catch up. The news Ding Qing brought was something he could never share with anyone.
In matters like this, saying the right thing earns no reward, while saying the wrong thing could cost you
your head.
Even if he did speak up, no one would likely believe him.
Rather than exerting effort for no gain, it was better to carefully plan the next steps. He definitely couldn't stay at Tianquan Pass any longer. How to go and where to go was a headache. Right now, even if he wanted to run, Mei Niang couldn't be brought along. They could only take it one step at a time. Leaving the Tianyuan Canyon, everyone headed north. To speed up, they decided to ride the antelope beasts as they had last time. The poor antelope beasts were leisurely grazing on the grass in the prairie. A few burly men rushed over from who knows where, ready to forcefully take them. The frightened antelope girl turned pale and bolted. Guan Chen thought that riding the horse would get them there in no time, but they worked from morning until evening, before finally catching a glimpse of their destination. Do you have any idea? Didn't you say it was a day's journey? 8 horses have already run to death. Tina's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she stubbornly retorted, I didn't say anything wrong. We're almost there in just one day, right? Guan Chen shot her a glance, too lazy to expose her little tricks. She was really going crazy thinking about money. To trick him into coming here, she had turned a 2-day journey into one. Now that we're here, what else are you hiding from me? Hurry up and confess everything. Tina and DeLong exchanged a glance, and DeLong could only brace himself and say, all we know is that the 6-tailed fox is hiding somewhere in this valley. We still need to search for the exact location. At this point, Guan Chen could no longer hold back. So you just came here based on hearsay, and we ran over like fools? Seeing Guan Chen getting angry, Nan Badian quickly stepped in to mediate. Captain, you can't blame them for this. There aren't many reliable leads waiting for us. Many teams have to rely on luck when they come out. Since the target is within this valley, let's search for it. The valley isn't that big, so it shouldn't be too hard to find. Now that they were here, it was too late to regret. Guan Chen looked helplessly at the valley. The valley was located between 2 ridges and appeared to cover only a few square kilometers from a distance. However, inside the valley, the vegetation was dense, with towering trees reaching hundreds of meters high. As night fell, finding the fox's den in the woods would not be easy. Let's find a place to set up camp. It's pitch dark now, so we'll have to wait until morning to act. Anger aside, Guan Chen didn't want to joke with the lives of his team members. With the scouting technique completely gone, he had also lost the ability to see in the dark. Coupled with the 6-tailed fox's elusive illusions, he didn't want to recklessly charge in without proper preparation. The group found an open area at the mouth of the valley to set up camp. The visibility was decent here, and with just one person on night watch, they could spot any approaching threats early. Nan Badian gathered a lot of branches and started a fire on the grass. Dilong set traps and mechanisms around the camp. If any beasts came by at night, these traps would be enough to deal with them. Galen took out a packet of white powder and sprinkled it around the camp. This powder could repel mosquitoes and even deter poisonous snakes and scorpions. Only Afu lay on the ground, groaning. He had been riding all day, and his backside was sore. If it weren't for the healing spell, he probably wouldn't have made it to their destination. On top of a ridge, in the branches of a large tree, 7 or 8 pairs of eyes were watching the distant flames. A man with a grotesque scar on his face coldly asked, "Did you see clearly? Is it them?" A man hidden in the shadows slowly nodded. The scarred man grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. "Very good. Guan Chen, if it weren't for your 2 crystal cores, I wouldn't have easily advanced to the innate level. As repayment, I'll make sure you die a quick death. Let's go. You all prepare first. At 2 in the morning, we'll catch them off guard. That's right, the scarred man was Gu Zue. Beside him stood 7 figures, all dressed in black, with their mouths and noses covered by black cloth. Next to Gu Zue, a tall man hesitated slightly. Are we attacking tonight? I think it would be better to strike when they're dealing with the 6-tailed fox. Gu Zue shot him a cold glare, clearly displeased with the man's doubt. Humph, Duanmu Jia, you don't get to dictate to me. They've been running all day and are already exhausted. If we strike, when they're unprepared, they won't even have time to react. Besides, with those few weaklings in his team, how could they possibly withstand our ambush? Leave Guan Chen to me, the rest will be up to you. I want to personally take him down to wash away my shame. Duanmu Jia wanted to say more, but when he saw the murderous intent in Gu Zue's eyes, he swallowed his words. This ancient sinner, arrogant and self-important, would never listen to others' advice. This time, the ambush against Guan Chen was merely a task assigned to Duanmu Jia. As for why they needed to kill Guan Chen, Duanmu Jia had a vague understanding that it seemed to be related to a quota. Anything deeper than that was beyond someone of his rank to grasp. Soon, midnight arrived. Since they had to act the next day, the other members of the team needed to rest well. Nan Badian specifically arranged for the big guy Afu to keep watch. Guan Chen, troubled by his thoughts, couldn't sleep and sat nearby meditating. The night was exceptionally dark, with not a single star visible in the sky. Afu, being a coward afraid of the dark, kept making small talk, which annoyed Guan Chen to no end. Guan Ge, you're still not asleep? Let's chat for a bit. Get lost. Guan Ge, do you think that 9-tailed fox will suddenly come out at night? Get lost. Guan Ge, I need to pee. Can you come with me? Get lost. Guan Ge, I feel like there are a few pairs of eyes watching me from afar. Are we being targeted by mountain spirits? Get lost. Guan Ge, listen. Is there something moving? It seems like something is coming towards us. Get lost, huh? Whoosh. Guan Chen suddenly opened his eyes, and before he could react, a sharp arrow shot violently into his chest. The sudden turn of events scared Afu into a pig-like wail. Although Guan Chen was hit, his mind was exceptionally clear. His first reaction was not to pull out the arrow but to grab the blanket beside him and cover the fire pit on the ground. In that instant, blocking the flames, Guan Chen fished out his bow and arrows from his backpack while shouting angrily at Afu, quick, pour water on the blanket. In such a pitch-black night, the fire pit on the ground became a guiding light. Anyone standing next to the fire pit became a living target. Afu fumbled to take out the water bottle and pour it on the blanket. The rising thick smoke, along with the earlier commotion, finally woke the others from their slumber. Tina, true to her assassin background, instinctively reached for her weapon as soon as she woke up. Although Nan Badian and Di Long didn't know what was happening, they lay flat on the ground, not daring to move. Only the carefree Galen Z rubbed her eyes and sat up, mumbling, "Why is it so smoky?" With a whoosh, an arrow whizzed past Galen Z's ear. Guan Chen quickly pushed her down to the ground and whispered, "We've been ambushed. Try not to make a sound." The sudden attack caught everyone off guard. Every half-second, a whoosh would sound overhead, constantly reminding everyone that they were in the midst of a war. Nan Badian immediately took out his shield and positioned it in front of everyone. Guan Chen yanked Afu over and pointed to his chest, saying, "Quick, get the arrow out for me." The archer on the opposite side had good aim but lacked power. The arrow lodged in Guan Chen's chest was only an inch deep and hadn't hit any organs. However, the tingling sensation at the wound made Guan Chen's heart sink. The arrowhead is poisoned. Di Long and Galen Z still couldn't believe someone was trying to kill them. Who are they? We haven't provoked anyone, why do they want to kill us? Guan Chen was truly speechless. Even at this moment, there was still time to ponder this. He shouted furiously at the two, "Shut up! Who they are and why they want to kill us is no longer important. You just need to know that they are here to take our lives. Remember, it's either them or us. There's no third option. Nan Ge, you protect Afu and Di Long. Tina, Lan Zi, you two spread out and look for an opportunity to strike." As Guan Chen spoke, footsteps could be heard not far away. He signaled for everyone to be quiet, straining to discern the enemy's position. The surroundings were pitch black, with only the outlines of distant ridges and trees visible. Guan Chen could only rely on sound to shoot blindly into the distance. Buzz, 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 ah! With his 3 arrows released, a scream echoed from 100 meters away. Immediately, the footsteps halted, and the area fell into a deathly silence once more. Gu Zue looked at his fallen companion, feeling a mix of shock and anger. How could the enemy manage this on such a dark night? Seeing others hesitate, Gu Zue knew that if this dragged on, it would become troublesome. At this moment, he had to take the lead and charge forward, otherwise, everyone would back down. With that thought, he activated his pure star body, and Gu Zue's figure instantly expanded, tiny stars shimmering on his skin. He decided not to hide anymore, grabbing his giant axe and charging forward, shouting, "Whoever dares to retreat, I'll chop them up." Guan Chen, your grandpa Gu is here to take your life. Gu Zue's roar sounded like thunder on a clear day. The members of Guan Chen's team all looked at Gu Zue in shock. No one had expected that the ambushers would be him. Although no one spoke, everyone couldn't help but speculate. Could it be that Gu Zue is after Guan Chen? As this thought emerged, the way everyone looked at Guan Chen changed subtly. Guan Chen glanced at the blue dots on Gu Zue, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. It was like a firefly, it would be hard to miss. Guan Chen held his breath, focusing as he pulled the alloy bow to its maximum. Buzz, buzz, buzz. He released 3 arrows in quick succession. The first arrow broke through layers of sound barriers, shooting fiercely towards Gu Zue's eyes. Gu Zue wasn't foolish, he dared not take the arrow to the face. He ran while shielding his face with the giant axe. Bang! A massive impact sounded. Gu Zue's giant axe was nearly knocked away by the arrow, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. But before he could catch his breath, the second arrow was already on its way. This arrow cleverly avoided the gaps in the axe and struck hard against Gu Zue's neck. Although this area wasn't as vulnerable as the eyes, it was still a difficult spot to train in body refinement techniques. Guan Chen had already killed Wang Manzi with this arrow while fleeing. Unfortunately, Guan Chen had underestimated Gu Zue. The arrow only penetrated half an inch into his neck before getting stuck between bone and flesh. The third arrow slammed into Gu Zue's forehead. The B-grade alloy arrow shattered upon impact. The consecutive arrows left Gu Zue seeing stars. He viciously pulled the arrow from his neck and shouted towards Guan Chen. I only want Guan Chen's dog life. You others stay put and I'll let you go later. Guan Chen helplessly put away his bow and arrows, taking out a spear instead. There was no choice. That bow couldn't withstand his full power strike. He also couldn't attach his true essence to the arrows. Otherwise, those 3 arrows would have taken Gu Zue's life long ago, and there wouldn't be so much trouble. Guan Chen hadn't expected that Gu Zue would also understand psychological tactics. Such a low-level method of sowing discord was truly beneath him. He believed that as long as one wasn't a fool, they wouldn't be deceived by his nonsense. However, when Guan Chen saw Di Long and Afu's panicked expressions, he couldn't help but remind them, don't lose your composure. You've fallen for his divide and conquer strategy. He never intended to leave any survivors, otherwise, he wouldn't have poisoned the arrows. Although Di Long didn't say anything, his heart was already wavering. We're just in a cooperative relationship. Is it worth taking such a big risk for you? As for Afu, he was completely thrown into disarray. The moment he heard Gu Zue's shout, he immediately stood up. Guan Chen didn't have time to pull him back, he dashed out. Afu waved his hands while shouting at the other side, don't kill me. I'm not with Guan Chen, let me go, Before Afu could finish his sentence, a cold arrow flew from a distance and exploded his head. Watching Afu fall stiffly to the ground, Guan Chen was both shocked and furious. He hated that this fool Afu had been easily deceived by a few words. He was angry that the other side had gone back on their word and shot Afu right in front of him. Di Long looked at Afu's body on the ground and instead let out a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had held back just now. Otherwise, there would be more than one corpse on the ground now. Guan Chen slammed his fist into the ground, and beside him, Nan Badian couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Nothing is more heartbreaking and helpless than witnessing a comrade die right before your eyes. Everyone knew Afu, apart from being timid, he had little cunning. Guan Chen didn't even feel that Afu running out was a betrayal. He was just too cowardly. After all, he had a whole family waiting for him to support them. One could only say that this was all fate. Just as Guan Chen was about to stand up, a slight dizziness hit his brain. Due to his earlier excitement, the blood flow had quickened, causing the toxins in his chest to spread. At this moment, Galen and Tina had already circled around to the distance and engaged with the attackers. The sounds of shouting and clashing weapons intertwined in the night. Guan Chen couldn't afford to delay any longer. He feared that if the toxins acted up, he would completely lose his fighting ability. He patted Nan Baishan's shoulder, signaling him to hold the position. He alone charged out with his spear. Just as Guan Chen ran out a few steps, an arrow shot towards him. He accelerated to dodge it and directly activated his killing domain. In an instant, a red mist enveloped a 100-meter radius around Guan Chen. Guan Chen seemed to be the ruler of this domain. Everything within the domain, including time and space, was under his control. This unparalleled sense of control made Guan Chen tremble all over. At this moment, even if the king beast came, he would dare to fight it. Under a large tree in the distance, Moon Yen held a bow, an arrow, calmly shooting at his target. He was one of the participants in this ambush and was responsible for sniping from afar. Moon Yen had no grievances with Guan Chen. Although he lost to Guan Chen in the grand competition, it was due to his own lack of strength. The reason he came to participate in this ambush was entirely because he received orders from his family. The messenger was none other than Zhang Nan, the top expert of the hunting team. Although Moon Yen didn't understand why Zhang Nan was involved with his family, as a collateral branch, he dared not disobey the family's orders.
The sudden appearance of the red mist interrupted Moon Yen's thoughts and caused him to stop his bow and arrow. What is this? The appearance of this red mist was so abrupt as if it had sprung up out of nowhere. Although Mu Nien was startled, he still raised his hand and shot an arrow towards the center of the red mist. The moment the arrow entered the red mist, Guan Chen opened his eyes from his daze. As his mind moved, everything around him instantly slowed down. The arrow, which had originally been as fast as a meteor, now moved slowly towards Guan Chen, like an old lady with bound feet. Guan Chen extended 2 fingers and gently pinched the arrow, stopping steadily in front of his eyes. In the next second, with a thought, Guan Chen's body appeared 100 meters away as if he had teleported. The red mist formed by the killing domain followed him as he flashed. This bizarre scene made Moon Yen, who was hiding behind the tree, feel a jolt in his heart. Oh no! It's coming for me! But before he could react, the red mist flashed again and enveloped him. In this chapter, I have made significant revisions. For those who have read it, to avoid affecting your understanding of the plot, please take a moment to read it again. Thank you. Within the red mist, Guan Chen grabbed Moon Yen's neck with one hand and lifted him gently above his head. Moon Yen's feet left the ground. His cheeks flushed purple and he stared in terror at the figure before him. He hadn't even seen how the other person had approached. He didn't have the slightest chance to resist, as he was seized like a chick. The other's gaze was filled with brutality, slaughter, and indifference. He was a completely different person from the Guan Chen he had seen last time. Tell me, who sent you here? The cold voice echoed in Moon Yen's ears. He mustered all his strength to squeeze out 3 words through clenched teeth. No one. Guan Chen's lips curled into a slight arc as he raised his spear to press against Moon Yen's chin, then began to exert force slowly. The sharp tip of the ha, little girl. Why aren't you being arrogant anymore? Show me some more arrogance. Galen was restrained by someone and spat heavily on the ground. With just your 2 pigs, you think you can humiliate me? Maybe in your next life. Without hesitation, Galen reversed her dagger and aimed it at her own heart. Little did she know, the man with the knife had been watching her closely and swiftly cut her tendons before she could act. The bone-cutting knife flew away like a streak of light, landing more than 5 meters away, and Galen's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. The man with the sword let out a cold laugh and casually asked, "Brother Chen, what do you say? Do you go first or should I?" The man with the knife, however, remained exceptionally calm. "First, cut her hand and foot tendons, tie her up, and throw her into the woods. Once the battle over there is finished, we can come back and enjoy ourselves slowly." The man with the sword cast a lewd glance at Galen and pretended to say to her, "Sister, don't blame your brother for being ruthless." Ha ha ha. The sword in his hand turned into a cold gleam as he aimed for Galen's foot tendons. Just at that critical moment, a red mist suddenly appeared around them, followed by a cold snort ringing in the ears of the 3. "Humph. If you like to destroy flowers so much, let me show you what it feels like to be destroyed." As the voice echoed, the long sword in the man's hand was knocked away. Galen saw a tall figure appear in midair, firmly shielding her behind. "Captain Brother? Who are you?" The 2 men in black looked at the suddenly appearing figure and stepped back in fright. Although they couldn't see the person's face clearly in the dark, there was a terrifying smell of blood emanating from him. Guan Chen had already killed 4 people by this time. There was only half the time left until the slaughtering field ended. He had no mood to chat with the 2 in front of him. His figure blurred, and he reappeared behind the 2. The spear in his hand seemed ghostly, and in a breath he fired 8 shots, directly smashing their wrists and ankles into a bloody mess. The shrill screams rang out, and the 2 collapsed to the ground like human puppets. Guan Chen flicked his spear, sending their weapons flying 100 meters away. After doing all this, he gently nodded to Galen and signaled, "I'll leave these 2 to you. Make sure they experience what it means to be ruthlessly destroyed." Galen nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice, her eyes filled with admiration for Guan Chen. Without a word, Guan Chen vanished again, teleporting to where they had set up camp. Beside the camp, Nan Badian had blood at the corner of his mouth, his large shield firmly blocking in front of him. Gu Zue was like a mad bull, fiercely chopping at the shield with his giant axe. Di Long had already disappeared, leaving Nan Badian to struggle alone. "Speak! Where did that brat Guan Chen hide? If you don't tell me, I'll chop you into minced meat to feed the dogs." Nan Badian spat the blood foam from his mouth onto the ground. He mocked Gu Zue with a sneer, "Big bear, don't think just because you dress like a smurf, I'm afraid of you. I've seen you at the French Olympics, I'm immune to magical attacks." Gu Zue was furious, raising his giant axe to chop at Nan Badian. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind him. 150 seconds. I have 150 seconds to play with you. The giant axe that Gu Zue had raised froze in midair, and before he could turn around, he was knocked away by a spear. Immediately after, the figure in the air flickered. Guan Chen transformed into countless afterimages, stabbing at Gu Zue with his spear. "Ah, you're not following the martial ethics, you're stabbing my eyes. Ah, despicable villain. Don't stab my Zhang Fei. Ah, my little flower. Ugh ugh ugh." In an instant, countless spear shadows
crisscrossed, stabbing towards Gu Zue's vital points. Gu Zue was suspended in the air like a large rubber ball. Blood rained down, and filth ran rampant. Nan Badian could no longer care about his injuries, screaming as he hid far away. 2 minutes later, Gu Zue's limbs were all broken, blood flowing from his 7 orifices, thrown to the ground like a human puppet.
Guan Shen retracted his domain, his figure swaying, nearly collapsing to the ground. The first time activating the domain, frequently using spatial shuttling had placed a tremendous burden on Guan Shen's body. Coupled with the toxins within him beginning to erupt, he was already on the verge of fainting. Nan Badian smashed his shield onto Gu Zue. Seeing that the other still had breath, he spat fiercely and said, "This guy really has a hard life, even in this state. He's still not dead, almost catching up to you."
Guan Chen propped himself up with his spear and asked Nan Badian, "What about Tina and Dilong? Have you seen them?" Nan Badian glanced at the distant grassland, shaking his head and said, "Just now when Gu Zue charged over, Dilong disappeared without a trace. As for Tina, I haven't seen her either. Where is Lanzi?" Guan Shen shook his head and said, "I can't, I'm feeling very dizzy. It must be the toxins acting up. I need to find a place to circulate my energy and expel the toxins." Nan Badian hurriedly helped Guan Shen to a flat area and took out some bottles and jars from a foos bag. He didn't know which were the detoxifying medicines, so he just dumped them all in front of Guan Shen. "That fool of Fu, not even a label on the medicine, I don't know which one is for detoxification." Guan Shen slowly shook his head, indicating he didn't need the medicine. "Lanzi is fine, I just searched the entire valley, but I didn't see Tina. You should go look on the grassland, I'm worried."
Nan Badian looked at Guan Shen's pale face, interrupting with concern, "Don't worry about others, even if Tina can't
win, she can still escape. But you, I feel like you're about to collapse."
At this moment, Guan Shen's head was buzzing, feeling dizzy, nauseous, wanting to vomit, and even his vision began to blur. This was clearly due to overexerting his abilities, leading to physical overload. While Nan Badian was still talking to him, he directly collapsed to the ground and fainted. Nan Badian was startled and flustered. He pinched Guan Shen's acupoint and poured water on him. After a long struggle, when Nan Badian leaned down to listen to Guan Shen's strong heartbeat, he finally felt relieved.
Sigh. Being young is great, just fall asleep. On the grassland, 2 figures,
one black and one red, were rapidly chasing each other. The red-clad woman in front moved like a ghost, elusive and unpredictable. This person was none other than
Tina. Behind her, the figure in black, holding a feather duster, walked on the grass. This was Duan Mujia, one of the ambushers. At the start of the ambush, the two
were at the forefront and met first.
Without any unnecessary dialogue, Tina charged forward with a dagger.
Duan Mujia also engaged in battle with his yellow dragon.
18 touches. Duan Mujia's strength was unquestionable. After just a few exchanges, he injured Tina with a palm strike.
Seeing the situation was not good, Tina
turned and ran.
Duan Mujia initially thought that with her injury he would quickly subdue her, but unexpectedly, the chase had continued until now.
Now that he wanted
to retreat, he felt a bit unwilling. Chasing but unable to catch up was truly frustrating.
"Hey, little girl in front, stop running, let's have a good talk." Tina
ignored him and continued to run wildly. Duan Mujia, panting heavily, could only helplessly stop and stand in place, gasping for breath.
To his surprise, as soon as he stopped, the little girl in front also halted. "You can go, I won't chase you anymore. I really can't catch up." "Humph, what do you take me for? You can chase if you want and leave if you want?" Tina scoffed and immediately launched a series of hidden weapons. Duan Mujia waved his dust whisk, sweeping all the projectiles away,
gritting his teeth and chasing after her again. However, every time he pursued, Tina would run away, and when he stopped, she would come back to harass him. This truly drove Duan Mujia mad. Eventually, the situation completely reversed, with Duan Mujia now running and Tina in pursuit. Duan Mujia was at a loss for words. In this open area, there wasn't even a single cover. He had no place to hide. He feared that before he could run back to the valley, he would be intercepted by her. He could see that the little girl behind him was becoming increasingly aggressive. Gritting his teeth, Duan Mujia decided not to run towards the valley anymore and directly changed direction, heading towards the Tianshui Pass. As he ran, he shouted back at Tina, "If you have the guts, let's drag this out. If you don't go back now, your teammates will be killed by Gu Zue. When that happens, you can go collect their bodies." Duan Mujia's words clearly struck a nerve with Tina. This ambush had evidently been anticipated by Gu Zue, who had set up the trap early on. Considering everything that had happened before, if Tina still couldn't figure out that she had been used by someone, she would truly be foolish. As the intelligence gatherer of the team, she bore an undeniable responsibility for not verifying the reliability of the information, and lacking any sense of precaution. If others were to die because of her negligence in this ambush, Tina would never forgive herself for the rest of her life. Realizing this, Tina decisively abandoned the chase and turned back towards the valley. Inside the valley, in a certain grove, the heart-wrenching cries of 2 men echoed. "Ah, please, kill me, just kill me. Ah, I was wrong."
Please, give me a quick death.
The two men were tied up, their pants stripped off, hanging in a bizarre position from a tree branch.
Galen Z held a wooden stick, looking at the two men hanging from the tree with disdain.
The thick wooden stick had one end sharpened, and the rough bark was smeared with feces and blood.
A nauseating smell filled the air.
Galen Z pinched her nose with one hand and held the stick with the other, saying,
"Aren't you too fond of ruining beautiful things?
Today, I'll let you experience what it's like to be pressured."
With that, Galen Z raised the stick again and
thrust it fiercely at the figures in mid-air. The piercing screams rang out once more, echoing in the vast and quiet valley, sending chills down the spine and causing
one to tremble all over.
When Guan Chen woke up, the sky had already brightened. Surrounding him was thick fog, and as far as the eye could see, everything was a hazy white. He shook his groggy head, feeling the condition of his body. As expected of the undying underworld king body, only 5 or 6 hours had passed, and not only had the wound on his chest disappeared, but the toxins in his body had also been completely expelled. Guan Chen sat up and saw 3 people gathered around the campfire,
whispering to each other. "Captain, you're awake. Godfather, are you okay?" Guan Chen got up and moved his body a bit before responding to the 3. "I'm fine. Is it just you 3? Where's Di Long?"
The 3 shook their heads, indicating they hadn't seen him.
Guan Chen sighed and walked over to sit by the fire. Di Long still
hadn't returned. He had either encountered misfortune or had escaped alone. Regardless of which situation it was not what Guan Chen wanted to see.
"What about Gu Zue? Is he dead?" Galen Z obediently handed Guan Chen a cup of hot water and said softly, "That guy is as tough as a turtle shell. He's not that easy to kill. I
buried him and those 2 losers in the ground."
Guan Chen broke out in a cold sweat. "You buried them alive?"
Galen Z shook her head, grinning slyly. "I planted them
like saplings in the ground."
Hearing this, Guan Chen felt relieved. As long as they weren't completely dead, that was good enough.
He also wanted to find out from a few people who was behind the scenes.
Nan Badian picked up the conversation and said to Guan Chen, "I've already interrogated them. Those 2 kids were scared out of their wits by Lanzi. Whatever you ask, they just spill it all. Even where their grandmother lives and how many relatives they have, they blurted it all out."
Guan Chen couldn't help but look at Galanzi with a bit more respect.
"Alright, she has some skills.
What did they say? Who sent them? Why did they ambush us?" Nan Badian lit a
cigar, took a deep drag, and then slowly said, "The strange thing is, they don't even know who the mastermind is.
Even before they left the pass, they didn't know what
the target of this mission was.
They were all given orders from their families to cooperate with an intermediary to complete a task. And that intermediary is Gu Zue." Guan Chen frowned tightly at this. "Family orders? Aren't they coming for me?"
"I have no connection with their family. I haven't even been to the Zijin Empire."
Nan Badian was equally puzzled. "The secret in this, I'm afraid only Gu Zue knows." Guan Chen raised an eyebrow. "So what's become of Gu Zue now?" Nan Badian stared at Guan Chen and retorted, "What do you think has become of him?"
"You smashed his ears, nose, and tongue to bits. He can't hear or speak now. Being alive is no different
from being dead." Guan Chen smiled wryly. It felt good to act at the time, but who thought about the consequences? Now that the boomerang has come back, it's still himself who suffers. "Lanzi, did you find out how many people came this time? Do you know all of them?"
Galanzi counted on her fingers and said, "A total of 8 people
came, with Gu Zue as the leader.
The 2 I castrated are the Chen family brothers. Lying in the valley is one named Mun Yen and the other is Chung Qian. The other 2 whose heads you smashed, I really can't identify. One got away and I don't know who it is."
Upon hearing that someone had escaped, Guan Chen immediately became alert. "What? You said someone got away. Which direction did they run?"
At this point, Tina quickly spoke up. "That person escaped from my hands.
I encountered
that man in black first, but his strength was just too overwhelming. After only a dozen exchanges, I was injured by him.
In desperation, I could only lead him away."
Tina recounted the events, finally lifting her shirt to reveal a wound on her waist. There was a charred palm print on her waist. That man in black wielded a whisk, and his palm technique was very powerful.
When he struck, there was lightning
flashing in his palm. I don't know if it's due to his technique or if he has some special ability.
Hearing Tina's description, Guan Chen immediately thought of someone. He remembered encountering a formidable guy with lightning in his palm during the grand competition.
If he recalled correctly, that person's name seemed to be Duan Mujie. He had seen this person in Gu Zue's team last time.
Could it be that the one who escaped was him?
As Guan Chen pondered this, Tina finally mustered the courage to lower her head in shame and said, "Captain, this time it's my fault for not verifying the authenticity of the information and falling into the enemy's trap. It led to Ah Fu's death and the current situation.
I'm sorry. Everything is my fault.
As Tina apologized, she began to sob softly. Perhaps because of Ah Fu's death, Tina cried harder and harder. By the end, she was in tears, unable to speak.
Galanzi hurried over to comfort her.
Nan Badian said nothing, just lowered his head and smoked silently. Guan Chen originally planned to wait until this matter was over before bringing it up with her.
Seeing her
take the initiative to bring it up. He could only let out a long sigh and say, "You don't need to rush to apologize before this matter is resolved. Whose responsibility it is doesn't really matter. If there is to be an apology, it should be to the others in the team, to the deceased Afu. Once this matter is over, I think I should reflect on whether something went wrong on my part." Nan Badian sensed the underlying meaning in Guan Chen's words and stared at him seriously, asking, "Are you saying that this matter is far from over?" Guan Chen furrowed his brows tightly, nodding gravely as he said, "Over? I'm afraid this is just the beginning. The person behind this has such great power and has arranged everything so meticulously, how could they easily back down? What I'm most worried about now is that guy who ran away. If he brings back news of our failure, who knows how many people will be waiting for us on our way back." After Guan Shen finished speaking, everyone looked at him with tense expressions. Even Tina, who had been sobbing, stopped crying. Clearly, the situation was more serious than they had imagined. Galanzi asked uncertainly, could it be that they still dare to act within the fortress? Guan Shen shook his head gently. He wasn't sure just how powerful the enemy was. "I don't know if they dare to act within the fortress, but I'm afraid we might not even have the chance to return to it, to involve the families of the participants." In this matter, it was clear that this was not something an ordinary force could accomplish. Guan Shen had no idea what kind of bloody storm awaited him ahead, nor did he understand how he had been swept into this tempest. The only thing he could do now was to keep getting stronger. Before the storm arrived, he needed to create a haven for himself and for the ones he loved. After hearing Guan Shen's words, everyone was silent for a long time. After a while, Nan Badian finally spoke up, asking, "What should we do next? Should we return to Tianshui Fortress immediately?" Guan Shen picked up a spear from the side and said decisively, "No. If we rush back now, we might just stumble right into their ambush. Since we've come out, we might as well stay a little longer. Let's set up camp in this valley. If the enemy grows impatient, they will come looking for us. At that time, whether to fight or retreat will be up to us." At that moment, Guan Shen also realized that as long as he could grow stronger, it wouldn't matter whether he returned to the fortress or not. Rather than diving headfirst into the enemy's territory, it was better to carve out a new battlefield for himself. With this understanding, Guan Shen felt a sense of clarity within. What he lacked most now was time. As long as he was given enough time, his basic archery skills could quickly advance to a new level. As long as he had enough time, his diamond skill could also reach its maximum level soon. By then, with the enhancement of the diamond skill and the transformed basic archery, even when facing the strongest enemies, he would still have the strength to fight back. Thinking back to when he had brought Ming Yang into the fortress, he realized he had taken a long detour. Wouldn't it have been better to hide in that grove and practice secretly? Once his skills were perfected, he could go wherever he wanted. The world is vast, who could stop his steps? How could it be like now, where he was constrained at every turn, unable to move without being hindered? Of course, this was just his inner complaint. No one had the ability to foresee the future. If he had truly stayed in that grove, he wouldn't have the opportunities he had now. Perhaps he would have been devoured by that Dark Knight Lord long ago. Where are those three planted? Galanzi, seeing Guan Chen's murderous intent, excitedly led him into the thick fog. At this moment, the fog was so dense that it was hard to open one's eyes. Even at a distance of 2 meters, one couldn't see the appearance of the other side. The two of them groped their way forward for dozens of steps, and in front of a patch of grass, they saw 3 small heads poking out from the ground. Guan Chen raised the spear in his hand, signaling Garanzi to turn around. However, the little girl stubbornly refused, insisting on witnessing this violent scene with her own eyes. Guan Chen couldn't be bothered with her, picking up the spear and thrusting it at 3 radishes. The first 2 small radishes were instantly pierced and exploded. Red and white juices sprayed everywhere. When he got to the 3rd large radish, the spearhead got stuck in the middle of it. This bastard was really damn tough. No wonder Garanzi called him a hard shell. Guan Chen channeled his true essence, using the most powerful move from the Overlord spear, and with one thrust he completely burst the large radish. After finishing all this, he didn't even look back and instructed, "Garanzi, you love to watch the excitement, right? Go, grab a shovel and cover up those bits of meat, or you might attract the demon fox and get taken away with you." Garanzi waved her little fists at Guan Shen in defiance, but in the end, she gritted her teeth and picked up a shovel to bury it. Guan Shen returned to the campfire, where Tina and Nan Badian seemed to still be in a dilemma. Guan Shen didn't actively persuade them, instead finding a spot to sit down and cultivate. As the saying goes, a forced melon is not sweet. If they wanted to leave, Guan Shen wouldn't stop them. It was better for everyone to part on good terms. Guan Shen wouldn't die without them. However, from that moment on, they would each accept their fate, and Guan Shen would never help them again. Whether they lived or died would depend on their own fortune. At such times, everyone's true character quickly emerged. Nan Badian, as a man, naturally approached problems more rationally. He was the first to come to a conclusion. Rather than betting on the opponent's mistakes, it was better to rely on oneself. If the other side really intended to kill and silence them. It was clear that waiting here in a position of strength was much better than actively walking into a trap.
Tina, on the other hand,
clung to a glimmer of hope, thinking that things might not be as serious as Guan Shen said. It was this kind of wishful thinking that led her to make mistake after mistake.
However, seeing
that Nan Badian and the captain seemed to have made up their minds, she didn't dare to say much more.
As for Garanzi, she hadn't considered any of this at all.
In her words, Captain,
brother is so amazing, so just listen to him.
Such a brain-intensive matter was not something she would waste her precious brain cells on. Thus, the four of them temporarily reached
a brief consensus.
They would set up camp in the valley. They would do their best to turn the valley into a new battlefield, using everything they could to turn this place into the enemy's grave. On the palmy grassland, at the foot of the Tan Yuan mountain range, De Long stumbled as he ran towards the south.
He had been running all night. Ever since witnessing Fu's death, De Long had been completely terrified.
In the past, when hunting exotic beasts, he was only responsible for traps and mechanisms. When it came to actual combat, he would have
long hidden far away. This was his first time facing someone in a fight like this.
In De Long's heart, the so-called bond of brotherhood was just empty talk.
Everyone came together for their own interests.
Whether it was the former Chu Feng or the current Guan Shen, it was all the same to him. Whoever paid more was who he would follow. There was nothing to discuss. But to risk his life for Guan Shen was absolutely impossible. So, when De Long saw Nan Badian blocking Gu Zue for him, he didn't hesitate at all and took off running.
That silly little mustache, risking his life for such a small amount of money, what's the point?
The so-called loyalty of Nan Badian was a joke in De Long's eyes.
De Long ran until his mouth was dry.
But he didn't dare to stop and rest. He had run so hurriedly last night that he forgot to grab his pack.
Food, water bottle, traps, and mechanisms were all left in the pack. De Long felt
a bit regretful, not because he forgot the water bottle but because he regretted the lost traps and mechanisms. Those things were his means of making a living and were worth quite
a bit. However, compared to one's own life, what is money? It counts for nothing.
De Long applauded his own wisdom while trying to discern the direction.
The fog was too thick, enough that he couldn't even see the road beneath his feet.
Walking in such dreadful weather, with every step forward came the fear of stepping into an abyss.
De Long had to slow his pace, feeling his way forward. As he walked, a shadow suddenly appeared ahead.
The shadow stood still, and he could barely make out a hint of color.
The fog was truly overwhelming. De
Long strained to see for a long time but couldn't figure out what the shadow was. He could only muster his courage and shouted loudly at the shadow, "Who's there?"
Still, there was no response. Could it be a tree stump?
Just as De Long thought to approach and take a look, the shadow suddenly moved and vanished. This nearly scared him to death. He was about to turn and run when he heard a chilling voice behind him.
"Ha!
I didn't expect to run into a living person here."
A trap master encountering a master like Duanmu Jia, how could he escape? Online. Urgent. Duanmu Jia looked at De Long as if he were a naked girl. Tattoo, huh? A member of the Black Society? Duanmu Jia recognized him at a glance.
Mainly because the tattoos were
too eye-catching. The entire hunting team couldn't find another person like him. A trap master from Team Guanshen. Hee, what brings you here on such a foggy day? At this moment,
De Long saw the black-clad figure and felt an ominous premonition, but he still said with a hint of hope, "I got separated from my team.
They were just here, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished. What's your name, brother?" Duanmu Jie circled around De Long, his face expressionless, but inside he was sneering. "This brat thinks he can scare me? Oh really? I was
wondering why I saw Guanshen looking for you just now. Turns out you got lost." After saying this, Duanmu Jie fixed his gaze on De Long's eyes.
Hearing that Guanshen was looking for him, De Long excitedly grabbed Duanmu Jie's hand and asked, "Where's the captain? Take me to him."
Duanmu Jie revealed a slight cold smile.
"He's buried in that valley. Didn't you just run out of there?" The smile on De Long's face froze instantly, and his heart sank into the abyss. "Please spare me. I didn't see anything in the valley. Please don't kill me. I have money at home. I can give you as much as you want." De Long knelt before Duanmu Jie, clinging to his leg and pleading. Duanmu Jie couldn't help but laugh. Kids raised by ordinary folks were simply laughably naive. They always held on to some unrealistic fantasies. His sect had taught Duanmu Jie early on about the dangers of the martial world. Never expect your enemies to show mercy. This is the first rule to remember when navigating the martial world. Duanmu Jie took a pill from his pocket and placed it in his palm, smiling kindly at De Long. "Don't be afraid, take this, and I'll send you back." De Long stared blankly at the pill offered to him, fearfully looking at Duanmu Jie. The smile on Duanmu Jie's face gradually faded, and he asked darkly, "You don't trust me?" At that moment, De Long's inner gambler resurfaced. He was like a gambler who had reached a dead end, placing all his hopes on the man in front of him. "I trust you. I'll take it right now." De Long trembled as he picked up the black pill and swallowed it whole. Seeing this, Duanmu Jie laughed until his face contorted, laughing so hard he nearly fell over. "Ha ha ha, you didn't even ask what it is and you dared to swallow it whole?
Long, like a frightened dog, stammered, I trust you.
You won't hurt me. Duan Muji's laughter instantly stopped.
He stared into Long's eyes and said word by word, what you just ate is called heart-eating pill. It is a unique poison.
Made by our Duanmu family.
Once ingested, if there is no antidote to suppress it within 24 hours, your intestines will rot and your organs will turn to mush.
From now on, you are a dog I keep.
Even if I make you eat shit, if you hesitate for even half a second, I will make you wish you were dead. Ha! Long collapsed to the ground in despair.
The echo of Duan Muji's devilish laughter ringing in his ears.
A day later, at the Beast Hunting Coordination Department of Tianshui Pass, Long nervously knocked on the door of
the Coordination Department office.
What? You say Guan Chen had the intention to kill and set a trap for several members of the hunting team.
Did you see this with your own eyes, or did you hear it from someone else? Alright, I understand. I will send someone to investigate. Don't wander around, stay in the dormitory and wait for news. There will be dedicated investigators to take your statement later. Long walked out of the office door, his back completely soaked.
Not far from the office door, in a corner, 3 figures were coldly
watching him. One of them was Duan Muji,
who had just returned. The other 2 were a high-ranking officer in military uniform wearing sunglasses, and the other was completely shrouded in shadows, making it impossible to see their face. Duan Muji waved at Long, who hurriedly ran over. Repeat the conversation from just now word for word. If there's even one word wrong,
I'll skin you alive. Long recounted the conversation from the office in detail. Duan Muji waved him away like shooing a fly.
This approach is still not very safe.
Jing Tian, send
a few more experts over to take a look. They must not come back alive.
The high-ranking officer nodded in agreement.
Duan Muji, you should go along too, and take that dog with you. Keeping it will eventually become a hidden danger.
Duan Muji showed a hint of hesitation upon hearing this.
Young master, what if we take action ourselves and get discovered by the
inspection team? No problem. As long as they're dead, there will be no witnesses. Remember, if even one of them comes back alive, it will be the end for both of you. Do you understand?
Yes. The man hidden in the shadows turned and disappeared around the corner, leaving Duan Muji and the officer staring at each other.
Don't look for those useless people from
the hunting team anymore. They are no match for Guan Chen. If we're going to look, we need to find at least those above the innate realm.
Otherwise, it's just a waste.
Listening to Duan Muji's complaints, the middle-aged officer remained silent for a long time. After a while, he couldn't help but sigh. Then we can only look for those few.
They have been lurking for so long, finally managing to blend in, and now to expose themselves is truly not worth the loss. Sigh. Duan Muji, however, did not agree.
Their exposure is still better than us
losing our lives.
If I hadn't picked up a dog this time, I'm afraid my fate wouldn't be much better. After saying this, Duan Muji adjusted his hat and walked towards the corner,
leaving the middle-aged officer standing in place, silent for a long time.
Half a day later, news spread throughout the military camp. It was said that the rookie king of the hunting team this year, Guan Chen, had developed a greed for wealth and ambushed 7 members of the hunting team outside Tianshui Pass. Not only that, in a fit of rage, he even killed members of his
own team to cover up his crimes.
Out of his 5 teammates, only 1 managed to escape from his poisonous hands. It was said that the inspection team had already formed a special investigation group to pursue and capture the escaped Guan Chen. As soon as this news broke, it instantly ignited the entire military camp. From the division headquarters to the regiment headquarters, and down to each team and class, everyone was discussing the matter concerning Guan Chen. Even the few people in Guan Chen's dormitory had heard the news. In Guan Chen's dormitory, He Guangji kicked a stool to pieces. Damn! Someone must be framing our class leader. Let's go! You guys come with me to the division headquarters, we need to confront them. Right, we can't just sit back and watch, let's go find the leaders and reason with them. The 4 of them, filled with righteous indignation, rolled up their sleeves and headed for the door. Before they could reach the entrance, a cold snort sounded in their ears.
Where do you think you're going? Don't you think it's chaotic enough already?
At the Tianshui division headquarters, in the operations command room, Chao-Kun threw the report in his hand to Nie Tiancheng.
What do you think about this matter? Nie Tiancheng took a glance at the report and coldly snorted, these people are simply lawless. I think we should drag them all out and execute them one by one.
Chao-Kun took a sip from his teacup and said in a calm tone, they do deserve to die, but now is not the time to act. The beasts on the palmy grassland are still watching us closely. Acting now would disregard the fate of the empire.
I've already communicated with Zhuguo. Since we can't kill them, we should pacify them. Aren't they vying for power? Then let's give them military authority. In a few days, His Majesty the Emperor will announce to the world the re-establishment of the Fuyuan designation and the formation of a new army to serve as the main force against the beasts. At that time, the commander of the new Fuyuan army and the 3 major generals will be selected from the various sections. I want to see if they can remain united in the face of real interests. After hearing this, Nie Tiancheng excitedly slammed his hand on the table. Wonderful!
This way, we not only weaken the power of the sects and families but also divide them.
It's simply a win-win. However, he furrowed his brow and hesitated. So, are we just going to let them be?
Chao Kun narrowed his eyes, a murderous intent flashing within.
In my territory, how can I allow others to act recklessly?
You go arrange for a few capable hands to join the investigation team. Remember, only those with clean backgrounds.
If they don't act, fine, but if they
dare to, then chop off their claws. A flash of fierce determination crossed Nye Tiancheng's face as he immediately took his leave. Chao Kun sat in the general's chair, a strange smile
creeping onto his lips. What are you really looking for by sneaking in at this time?
In the black warehouse, the submission office,
3 staff members leisurely cracked sunflower
seeds, quietly discussing the new guy in the corner.
Is this guy sick?
He keeps staring at others every day. If you didn't know better, you'd think a new leader had arrived.
Keep your
voice down. That guy seems to be called Jie. I heard he got in through connections. Apparently, he's a relative of some leader. I can't stand these backdoor types, acting like everyone
owes them something. Look, he's staring at someone again. Ha! Why is he following them this time? In the corridor,
a man wearing sunglasses and a mask, fully armed, cautiously
surveyed his surroundings.
Just as he was about to head towards the inspection point, someone grabbed him from behind.
The man turned to see a silver-haired youth he didn't recognize, and asked in confusion, "Who are you? Why are you grabbing me?"
Jie didn't answer but leaned closer to the man, taking a deep sniff. Such bizarre behavior made the man think he had encountered a madman.
Are you sick? Let go of me.
Jie stared intensely at the person in front of him, his eyes filled with a palpable killing intent.
You killed my child. I will always remember the scent on you.
This nonsensical statement only convinced the man further that the silver-haired youth was indeed a madman.
Let go. You better let go. If you don't release me, I swear I'll fight back.
Jie remained unmoved, coldly staring into the man's eyes as he asked, "Where are your accomplices? Tell me, and I'll make it quick for you."
Upon
hearing the word accomplices, the man clearly panicked. He struggled fiercely, trying to pry the young man's hand open, but the young man's palm was as unyielding as if it were welded with rebar. No matter how hard he tried, it wouldn't budge.
What accomplices? What are you talking about? I don't understand. Jie yanked off the glasses and mask from the man's face, revealing De Lon's flustered expression.
Suddenly, Jie's eyes burst forth with a brilliant blue light and a small silver dragon flew out from his eyes, clawing its way toward
De Lon's forehead. In just a fleeting moment, the little dragon burrowed into De Lon's forehead and vanished completely. After doing all this, Jie didn't look back and turned to disappear into the corridor.
No one in the entire corridor witnessed the scene that had just unfolded, leaving only De Long standing there in a daze, his eyes filled with terror. Over 10 minutes later, Duan Mujia arrived in the corridor with a gloomy expression. As soon as he entered, he spotted the figure standing there in a daze.
That damned bastard. Duan Mujia cursed under his breath, walking towards De Long without showing any emotion.
They had both agreed to meet outside the dam. However, Duan Mujia had waited, but De
Long never showed up.
Doubting that De Long would dare defy his orders, he was about to confront him when he encountered him in the corridor.
Are you tired of living? How dare you make me wait outside?
Duan Mujia approached De Long, gritting his teeth as he squeezed out a few words. But the other party seemed not to hear him at all, remaining unresponsive.
At that moment, Duan Mujia sensed something was off.
He tugged at De Long and saw the sheer terror on his face. Before he could react, he noticed De Long's skin cracking like shattered porcelain.
Blazing light erupted from the cracks, illuminating the entire corridor so brightly that it was blinding. Boom!
Duan Mujia had no time to dodge and was thrown backward by the
sudden explosion.
When he finally managed to get up from the ground, he saw charred pieces of flesh scattered everywhere in the corridor, with no sign of De Long left.
The sudden explosion
alarmed the patrolling inspection team, who happened to catch Duan Mujia right in the act. Now, he was in deep trouble, even if he had no actual mess to clean up. In the valley, where the six-tailed fox resided on the palmy grassland, the thick fog that had lingered all day yesterday finally began to dissipate today.
Guan Chen had been meditating for a whole
day, increasing his proficiency in the diamond skill by 240 points, and his true energy surged 20-fold. He looked at the dense forest in the valley and began assigning tasks to the others. Lanzi, Tina, let's split up and search for the six-tailed fox's den.
Nangu, you stay here to set up traps. Once you two find the den, don't rush to act. Wait until everyone is gathered before moving together.
Nan Batian had no objections and picked up his bag, heading toward the valley entrance.
Guan Chen pointed out the areas each of them would be responsible for.
Jie Lanzi was in charge of searching from the northern ridge to the south, while Tina was responsible for searching from the southern ridge to the north.
As for Guan Chen
himself, he would go with the flow. The valley didn't seem large, but it wouldn't be easy to search it thoroughly in a short time.
If anything happened on either side, Guan Chen would be able to provide timely support.
Thus, the three of them set off in different directions while Guan Chen wandered aimlessly in the valley. Inside the valley, towering water fir trees were visible everywhere, reaching heights of over 100 meters. In addition, there were various low fruit trees.
Guan Chen even found 2 jujube trees in the woods. Excited, he
climbed up and picked a bag full of bright red jujubes.
Unfortunately, these jujubes tasted sour and astringent.
After wandering for over an hour, suddenly, a shout from Tina came from the southern hillside. Guan Chen followed the sound and ran with all his might, quickly finding an opening over 3 meters high. The entrance was hidden behind a large tree, with
shrubs and weeds providing cover.
If one did not search carefully, it would be very difficult to find this place. However, he had been here for quite a while and had yet to see Tina's figure. Tina, Guan Chen called softly, but after a long time, there was still no response. Guan Chen's expression darkened. Oh no, she wouldn't have fallen for the fox spirit's illusion, would she? Thinking this, Guan Chen dared not wait any longer. He left a mark on the trunk opposite the cave entrance, took out his weapon, and dove into the cave.
As soon as he entered the cave, it became dark and damp. The interior space was much larger than it appeared from the outside.
The walls were made of fresh soil, with signs of animal digging.
Guan
Chen walked several dozen meters inside, and the cave began to slope downward. The further he went down, the worse the light became, and after walking several dozen more meters, everything
turned pitch black.
Guan Chen took out his flashlight, but he could only see a few dozen meters ahead. Beyond that, there was only darkness. As he walked, a faint fragrance suddenly
wafted through the air.
Guan Chen was startled and immediately covered his mouth and nose with his hand. He had not forgotten the methods of the six-tailed fox spirit. They used scent
and gaze to cast illusions.
Continuing to sneak down for several hundred meters, he faintly saw a light ahead. Guan Chen turned off his flashlight and quickly ran toward the source of
the light.
The cave finally reached its end as he turned a corner, and suddenly, everything brightened. A magnificent palace appeared before him.
The palace was built atop a water pavilion, surrounded by lush green leaves and countless lotus flowers. An unusual fragrance lingered in the air.
A stone bridge made of white marble wound over the lotus leaves.
Dozens of charming palace maids, holding palace lanterns, walked gracefully along the corridor. At that moment, Guan Chen's mind went blank.
He turned back to look for the way he came, only to find himself standing on a small boat, surrounded by endless lotus flowers, with no way back in sight.
Young master, you've come. 2 palace maids danced gracefully to the front of the small boat, extending their delicate hands toward Guan Chen.
Guan Chen, in a daze, reached out and stepped onto the stone bridge, vaguely remembering that he had come to find someone.
Where is she?
The 2 palace maids covered their faces and giggled, their silver bell-like laughter echoing across the water pavilion. Do not worry, young master, the lady is waiting for you in the palace.
After saying this, the 2 maids fluttered away like dancing butterflies along the stone bridge toward the main hall.
Guan Chen followed behind in a daze, always
feeling as if he had forgotten something.
Upon entering the main hall, he saw that it was resplendent with gold and jade, with intricately carved beams and painted rafters, a sight to behold. On the tables on either side of the hall were spread delicious dishes, fine wines, celestial fruits, and exquisite delicacies. In the center of the hall, hundreds of beautiful women, dressed in alluring attire, danced gracefully to enchanting music.
Guan Chen was pushed into the crowd of beauties, with bodies intertwined and ears brushing against each other.
He felt as if he had fallen into a pool of honey, sinking into infinite indulgence. It was a dry mouth and burning desire.
As he walked, the enchanting women on either side began to tear away his clothes, one by one.
By the time he reached the back, he was completely bare. With only a single thread of obsession in his heart, Guan Chen exerted all his strength to
push aside the 800 enchanting beauties blocking his way.
Only then did he see a brocade screen several meters long standing in the center of the hall.
Behind the screen, on
a jade couch 2 meters long, lay an extraordinarily alluring figure. The flickering candlelight cast her stunning silhouette onto the brocade screen.
Guan Chen stumbled up the jade
steps, gazing at the figure behind the screen. Then, a heavenly voice came from the jade couch.
My lord,
drowning in 3,000, like a fleeting cloud before you, the servant ultimately did not misplace her trust in you.
Guan Chen looked at the jade body sprawled across the jade couch. The last shred of clarity finally shattered. He rushed forward recklessly, tearing everything apart like a flood beast. He acted with the wildness of a storm, as uncontrollable as thunder and fire. He charged forth like 1,000 troops galloping. Ah, there was neither day nor night here, repeating over and over, sinking time and again,
until a basin of ice water was violently splashed onto his face.
Guan Chen slowly awakened. What he saw,
upon opening his eyes, was the indignant expression of Galan.
Slap! A hand struck Guan Chen's face hard, jolting him awake. What happened? What's going on?
Galan's eyes blazed with fury as she pointed at a nearby naked jade body, shouting angrily, How could you be so reckless?
Sister Tina is almost dead because of you. Guan Chen was utterly bewildered, staring around in shock.
All he saw were bare stone walls, and the ground was covered with a blanket made of fur and straw. 9 fluffy little foxes huddled together in terror.
2 enormous white foxes lay motionless not far away.
Bright red blood stained their snowy fur a deep crimson.
Guan Chen looked at himself. Apart from a blanket, he was completely naked. Beside him, Tina lay with wounds all over her body, her crystal and jade skin marred with bruises of various shades. Have I fallen under an illusion? But when exactly did I get caught? Galen ignored Guan Chen. She walked over to Tina with a pained expression, taking a blanket from her bag to wrap around her. At that moment, Tina seemed to have lost her soul, her gaze vacant and unfocused, no matter how much Galen called out to her. Only then did Guan Chen realize, pointing at himself in disbelief. He asked Galen, "You can't possibly think I did this, right?" Galen snorted coldly, indignantly saying, "Besides you, try to find another male in this cave." After saying that, she seemed to feel it was inappropriate and added, "Except for that big fox." Guan Chen was completely stunned. He was innocent. He had rushed in to save Tina. How had it turned out like this? Galen, holding the dazed Tina, walked towards the cave entrance. As she walked, she angrily said to Guan Chen, "Hurry up and find some clothes to wear. Taking advantage and then acting innocent, I've never seen a scumbag like you. The mess in the cave is yours to deal with. I'm going to take care of Sister Tina." With that, Galen disappeared from view, carrying Tina. Guan Chen had been scolded, slapped, and called a scumbag. He felt utterly wronged. However, the faint pain coming from below stirred some memories from the dream. Guan Chen turned on his flashlight and carefully searched the cave for his clothes. Unfortunately, after searching for a long time, apart from some torn scraps of fabric, he found not a single complete piece of clothing. Guan Chen picked up the discarded storage bag from the ground and rummaged through it to find a set of clothes to wear. After doing all this, he approached the two demon foxes, examining them closely. These two demon foxes were about 6 to 7 meters long, and their 6 tails took up half of that length. Their snow-white fur felt exceptionally soft to the touch, and there was not a hint of an unpleasant odor on them. No wonder the wealthy mountain folk liked to raise them. Just their appearance was enough to endear them to anyone. Guan Chen looked at the demon fox lying in a pool of blood, then glanced at the trembling cubs in the corner, deciding not to dismember it in front of them. The 6-tailed demon fox looked quite large, but in reality, its fur accounted for half of its size. Guan Chen moved it slightly. It weighed only about 1 or 2 tons, which was hardly proportional to its size. Guan Chen directly stored the two into his storage bag, which had enough space of over 1,000 cubic units to accommodate them both. After doing all this, he took out a snakeskin pouch from the storage bag and stuffed all 9 cubs from the corner into it. These little creatures were quite precious. If sold in the city, each one would fetch at least tens of millions. With this snakeskin pouch filled with 9, he had at least a few small targets covered. Guan Chen looked around to ensure nothing was left behind, slung the snakeskin pouch over his shoulder, and turned to walk out of the cave. As he gazed at the familiar scene inside the cave, Guan Chen finally figured out how he had fallen into the trap. It turned out that when he was walking down the slope, the glimmer of light he saw was not a source of illumination at all. Instead, it was the pair of enchanting eyes of the 6-tailed. He had foolishly mistaken it for a light source and locked eyes with it, thus falling victim to its illusion. As for how he ended up with Tina, he couldn't quite explain that. Upon leaving the cave, it was already afternoon outside. In a clearing not far from the cave, Tina was gently sobbing while hugging her shoulders, and Galen was softly comforting her nearby. Guan Chen didn't know what to say, so he simply carried the snakeskin pouch and made a snake-like maneuver. When he reached the mouth of the valley, Nan Badian had already prepared a pot of fragrant meat soup. "Why did you take so long? Did you find the 6-tailed?" Guang Qianshan handed over the snakeskin pouch from his shoulder. "Both are dead. These are their cubs, a total of 9. You better take good care of them, don't suffocate them." Nan Badian opened the snakeskin pouch and looked at the 9 fluffy little cuties inside, his eyes nearly melting. Wow! Captured at such a young age. What a pity. Nan Badian carefully released the little creatures from the pouch and cut a few strips of meat to share with them. The little ones, having been hungry all day, immediately rushed over and devoured the food. "Where are Tina and Lanzi?" Upon hearing this, Guan Chen's expression froze and he awkwardly replied, "They're fine, just chatting over there." "Alright, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to the riverbank to process the..." Watching Guan Chen flee in a fluster, Nan Badian felt something was off, but he didn't dwell on it and sat down to play with the little cubs. Guan Chen found a stream in the valley and hung the from the storage bag on a nearby tree trunk. He proceeded with the entire process of extracting crystals, bleeding, skinning, and dismantling bones with fluidity. The fur on the 6-tailed was very valuable, especially those 6 fluffy tails, which were top materials sought after by wealthy ladies. Fortunately, Galen was skilled with the knife, and the entire pelt of the 6-tailed was preserved quite well. Just from these 2 complete pelts, Guan Chen estimated he could sell them for at least 15 million. Additionally, perhaps due to having given birth, the 2 only had 1 crystal core extracted from their bodies. It was a dazzling purple crystal core, radiating a dreamy glow. Guan Chen wasn't sure which series this color of crystal core belonged to, but since it was a 3-star crystal core, it was likely priced no less than 10 million. As for the essence blood of the, Guan Chen didn't waste any of it and collected it all in several large barrels. After finishing the dissection of the 2, aside from some useless internal organs that he discarded, the vast majority was collected as materials.
Once all this was done, the sky had completely darkened.
Guan Chen
ran to the stream to wash the blood off his hands before leisurely heading towards the camp. Upon returning to the camp, the atmosphere was particularly strange.
Tina was in a daze,
holding the fox cubs, while Galen was nestled beside her, whispering something. Only Nan Badian was sitting far away, hiding in the corner and smoking quietly.
When he saw Guan Chen
approaching, Galen immediately shot him a fierce glare.
Tina deliberately pretended not to see him and turned her head to the side.
Only Nan Badian seemed relieved as he stood up and said
to Guan Chen, "I've left your food in the pot. Hurry up and eat it while it's hot.
I can't take it anymore. I'm getting old and I get sleepy as soon as it gets dark."
After saying that,
he ignored Guan Chen's reaction, took out his sleeping bag, found a patch of grass, and lay down. Guan Chen walked over to the fire and finished off the remaining half pot of meat soup
by himself.
After eating his fill, he initially wanted to find a place to practice. However, when he saw the murderous glare from Galen, Guan Chen finally mustered the courage to
walk over to Tina and softly said, "I'm sorry."
After saying that, he didn't look at their faces. He turned around, feeling relieved, and went off to practice on his own.
Galen was so angry that she cursed him for being thick-headed. Was Guan Chen foolish?
In fact, he was as clear as day in his mind.
To put it bluntly, this was just a traffic accident, although he
bore some responsibility. At most it would be a fine, points deducted, or going through insurance.
If he foolishly approached the victim, he might end up with a long-term liability. He was barely getting by himself. How could he take on that responsibility?
So, feel free to curse as much as you want. If it comes to it, I'll accept a beating.
But to make me take full responsibility? Sorry, one main yang is enough.
Of course, it's also possible that Tina had no feelings for him at all. This was just Guan Chen's one-sided thought.
In any case, even
if there was a hint of risk, he would definitely not take the chance. The night was cloudless, with the sky filled with stars and the moon. In the stillness of the night, Tina stole a
glance in Guan Chen's direction under the moonlight.
She saw Guan Chen sitting far away like a wooden man, meditating and practicing. Tina's heart was a mix of emotions. She was angry, resentful, melancholic, and disappointed.
Remembering the past between them since they met, silent tears streamed down her cheeks.
She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Good for you,
heartless Guan Dalong.
Inside the patrol team, Duan Mujia had already been interrogated no less than 10 times. I've said it countless times, this guy's death has nothing to do with me.
Why don't you believe me?
Opposite him, a middle-aged forensic doctor who looked strikingly like Wang Qingwen placed a chemical analysis report in front of Duan Mujia and said, "Is
that so? But why did we extract a type of poison from his body?
This poison is identical in composition to your Duanmu family's heart-eating pill.
How do you explain that?" Duan Mujia
slapped himself hard across the face several times. At that moment he hated Di Long, and even more so, he hated his own impulsiveness. If he had known it would come to this, why did
he have to come back to find him?
Now not only was he injured, but he was also suspected by the patrol team. The key was, this matter was utterly incomprehensible.
No, Song Wuzhua, I just want to ask you one thing, does the poison have anything to do with Dilong's death?
The forensic doctor surnamed Song stroked his beard and smiled. That's hard to say.
Who knows whether the poison acted first or if he was blown up first?
In any case, if you can't explain why the poison was in his body, you can't escape responsibility.
Duan Mujia forced a smile and tentatively asked, "If I say this poison isn't mine, would you believe me?" Song Wuzhua revealed a meaningful smile. "What do you think?"
At the top of the Tianshui Dam, in a desolate corner, Zhao Qingtian was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, waiting for the contact person to arrive. Everything had been arranged perfectly, but no one expected that the dog
would suddenly die in front of everyone. Moreover, it died so inexplicably, dragging Duan Mujia into the mix.
This disrupted all the plans.
Moreover, Zhao Qingtian was truly afraid that the inspection team would follow this lead and trace it back to him.
He had spent half his life building his current status and position. He didn't want to ruin his future over such a
trivial matter. After a long while, the contact person, shrouded in black clothing, finally arrived as promised.
After listening to Zhao Qingtian's report, he remained silent for a long
time. Finally, he instructed him, "Duan Mujia won't expose you. I will send someone to deliver a message to Duan Mujia. If necessary, sacrifices must be made. Additionally, you need
to continue arranging for the people to be placed in the investigation team.
They must not be allowed to leave Tian Shugwen alive. Do you understand?" Zhao Qingtian wanted to say
something more, but the man in black didn't give him the chance to speak and turned to disappear from view. At the headquarters of the inspection team, in Nia Tianchang's office,
Nia
Tianchang looked at the 3 upright figures before him and said with a serious expression, "Now, I have an important task that needs to be assigned to real soldiers.
I want to know, can I still trust you 3?
The 3 immediately raised their hands and saluted, shouting in unison, "Loyal to the empire,
loyal to the people." Upon hearing this, Nia Tianchang
revealed a satisfied smile.
"Good.
Our inspection team will temporarily establish an investigation team to look into the incident of Guan Chen killing his comrades.
I have only one requirement of you, which is to act according to the law and be pragmatic. No external forces are allowed to infiltrate this investigation. If anyone dares to operate outside the rules, you can take decisive action without reporting first. Huang Fuyu, I fully appoint you as the leader of this investigation team. Is there any problem? As soon as Nie Tiancheng finished speaking, Huang Fuyu immediately stepped forward and saluted loudly. I guarantee to complete the task. At the same time, in the General Affairs Office of the Logistics Department, Hojin casually opened the tea box on the table, took a glance, and immediately closed it without a word. General Zhao, how did you know I like to drink tea? Such precious tea leaves, they won't burn my mouth, will they? Zhao Qingtian hurriedly complimented in a low voice. General Ho, you are joking. No matter how good the tea is, it doesn't match your status. Usually, it's the young generals who are negligent and didn't know you love tea. In the future, I will often bring you some tea as long as you don't mind. Zhao Qingtian's flattery was well received by Hojin. He waved his hand and said, what you said, General Zhao, I would actually love for you to come every day. How could I be bothered? Alas, it seems that General Chao doesn't like his subordinates getting too close to me. Ah ha ha ha. Hearing Hojin mention his superior, Zhao Qingtian dared not respond and could only awkwardly smile. After a while, Hojin finally asked about Zhao Qingtian's purpose for coming. General Zhao, you don't come here without a reason. So, what brings you to see me this time? Seeing that Hojin finally got to the point, Zhao Qingtian quickly spoke up. General Ho, the Beast Hunting Coordination Department belongs to the Logistics Department. This time, the hunting team ran into trouble and the inspection team suddenly intervened to establish some investigation group. This is clearly looking down on the Logistics Department and you, General Ho. Even if it's just for appearances, the Logistics Department should send a few people to participate. Otherwise, outsiders will think that Nie Tiancheng can stand on equal footing with you. As Zhao Qingtian spoke, he observed Hojin's expression. Seeing his face gradually darken, he quickly added, General Ho, I truly can't stand Nie Tiancheng's arrogant demeanor. It's one thing to look down on his colleagues, but he even dares to openly confront you. If I were you, I would never tolerate him. Hojin naturally wouldn't believe that Zhao Qingtian was so kind as to stand up for him. However, it is a fact that Nie Tiancheng is going against me. I have long found him displeasing. With this thought, Hojin's eyes turned, and he deliberately put on an angry expression, slamming the table as he said, this Nie Tiancheng, disrespectful to his elders, acting recklessly. If it weren't for the general protecting him, I would have dealt with him long ago. However, Hojin's tone shifted, feigning a troubled look. However, it seems this matter was decided by the general, and I can't go against the general's wishes. General Zhao, you also know that our logistics department is mostly made up of civil officials. Asking them to walk 1,000 miles to investigate outside is indeed a bit difficult for my subordinates. Alas, even if I want to send someone to participate, I have no soldiers under me, no one to use. Zhao Qingtian was waiting for this sentence. He suppressed the joy in his heart and put on a worried expression for the sake of the king, saying to Hojin, leave this matter to me, Commander Ho. I happen to have a few capable and clever young men under me. At that time, you can let them participate in the investigation under the name of the logistics department. This way, it not only saves your face but also gets the job done. Isn't it a win-win? Hojin stood up in surprise, holding Zhao Qingtian's hand with a moved expression and said, General Zhao, you have really helped me a lot. Ha ha ha. Moments later, Hojin sent off the self-satisfied Zhao Qingtian, looking at the box of tea leaves on the table with a cold smile. A clown really thinks of us as fools. Someone take this box of tea leaves to the general's desk and say it's a tribute from Zhao Qingtian. In the cave of the six-tailed fox, Guanshan marked the area around the tunnel and continued deeper inside. That day, Galanzi was able to save him and Tina, which was indeed a stroke of luck. This fox cave is simply too vast and too complex. They say a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, but this fox's cave is far more impressive than a rabbit's den. The entire valley below is almost completely dug through by it. Guanshan has discovered no less than 70 or 80 tunnels so far. These tunnels crisscross and connect in all directions, with no less than 10 concealed exits. Guanshan even followed one of the tunnels and ended up on the grassland outside the valley. Inside the cave, there are not only 7 or 8 storage chambers for food, but it also connects to an underground river. The six-tailed fox doesn't even need to go outside. It can eat, drink, and relieve itself all within the cave. The more Guanshan explored, the more he liked this place. If he had known there was such a good spot, why would he have gone to Tianshui Pass? This place is much more comfortable than Tianshui Pass. When the time comes, if he takes Meng Yang into the tunnel, even if a billion exotic beasts come, he wouldn't be afraid. Of course, saying all this is just hindsight. No one has foresight. After marking the last storage chamber, Guanshan found the nearest exit and crawled out. As soon as he exited the cave, he saw Galanzi and Tina playing and bathing in the stream. Girls, after all, like to be clean. Guanshan could understand that. But in broad daylight, the two of them were completely naked, running into the water, which Guanshan really couldn't comprehend. At least wear a pair of socks. Guan Chen silently pondered for a while, one pineapple, one grapefruit. Truly hard to distinguish which is better. Just as he was struggling with which was bigger, the two in the water finally noticed Guan Chen behind the tree. In an instant, the entire valley echoed with screams. Guan Chen awkwardly fled back to the camp. Upon returning to the camp, Nan Badian complained to him irritably. You really live a carefree life every day, while I'm like an old ox digging traps and setting mechanisms all day. I'm almost dead tired. Guan Chen had no intention of being lazy at all. He picked up the water bottle and took a sip, saying, let's dig out all those mechanisms, we need to rearrange them. As soon as Nan Badian heard they were going to dig them out and bury them again, he immediately exploded. Why should we? You said to bury them, and now you say to dig them out. Do you take me for a fool? Guan Chen explained to him in a calm manner. The reason I asked you to dig traps and set mechanisms at the valley entrance before was because we hadn't found a better ambush location. Now it's different, we have a better place. Why should we stay here? Nan Badian paused, uncertainly asking, a better place? Yes, a much better place. 100 times better than here. Guan Chen shared the situation he had discovered with Nan Badian, and surprise immediately appeared on Nan Batian's face. You mean, you want to set the traps inside the fox demon's cave? Exactly. Is there a problem? Nan Badian pondered for a long time, analyzing as he spoke. If we set the traps inside the cave, the chances of the enemy falling into them will increase dozens of times as soon as they chase in. After all, the space inside the cave is limited, and without light, many details can't be noticed unless looked at closely. But that means we have to lure the enemy inside. If they refuse to come in, won't all our preparations be in vain? Hearing Nan Batian's analysis, Guan Chen shook his head. What you said is as good as saying nothing. Let me ask you, why did they come here? Isn't it to hunt us down? If they can really hold their ground and not come in, then we can just wait it out. The longer we drag it out, the more attention it will draw from the higher-ups, which will be more disadvantageous for them. If the fish aren't in a hurry, why should the fishermen be? Nan Badian wanted to refute but couldn't find a counterargument for a moment. Thinking it over, it seemed to make sense. Now their roles had reversed. They had become the fishermen, while those assassins had turned into the fish waiting to be hooked. It was a matter of who could be more patient. Although Nan Badian was stubborn, as long as you could persuade him, he would be more proactive than anyone else. Without needing Guan Chen to prompt him, Nan Badian picked up a shovel and started working on his own. Hey, don't rush. The tunnel is so long, do you know the way? Don't get lost inside. Guan Chen looked at Nan Batian's frantic demeanor and felt a bit of a headache. Aren't you coming with me? Guan Chen took out a shovel and pointed at the 3 corpses buried in the ground, saying, if we don't burn them soon, they'll be crawling with maggots. You go ahead, I've marked every fork in the road, so just pay attention and you won't get lost. Nan Badian had no interest in burning the bodies and walked off with the shovel. Once Nan Badian left, Guan Chen went to the spot where the bodies were and dug them out. The Qin brothers' bodies were so bloated that they were unrecognizable. Gu Zui was indeed a tough nut. Even after several days of death, his body hadn't changed much. Guan Chen first dug a large pit and then threw all 3 bodies into it. During the process of moving the bodies, a fragrant pouch unexpectedly fell out from Gu Zui's arms. Seeing the pouch made Guan Chen shiver involuntarily. This guy, with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, couldn't possibly be a rabbit brother, could he? What kind of man carries a pouch like that? He initially wanted to toss the pouch into the pit, but his curiosity got the better of him, and he couldn't resist opening it for a look. It was a good thing he did. He almost got scared out of his wits. Wow, good thing he didn't throw it away. This pouch turned out to be a storage bag. Inside the pouch were all sorts of treasures, materials, weapons, and equipment. Guan Chen even found 2 manuals for martial arts techniques, 7 or 8 bundles of cash worth millions, and 2 3-star crystal cores. This was a complete windfall. It was like finding money on the street. If he hadn't taken a last look, he might have mistaken it for trash and burned it. Guan Chen cautiously glanced around, ensuring no one was nearby, and then carefully tucked the pouch into his pocket. With this unexpected surprise, Guan Chen gained a new experience. Next time I kill someone, I must search them first. You never know what treasures you might find. Guan Chen suppressed his disgust and rummaged through the Chen brothers' bodies again. The 2 brothers had been so thoroughly abused by Galen that they were almost unrecognizable. After searching for a long time, he found nothing useful. Guan Chen tossed the 3 of them into a pit and took out the bottle of poison left over from last time, pouring it directly over the 3. Smoke swirled around as a pungent odor wafted up. In just a short while, the 3 corpses turned to a pile of ashes. Dust to dust, earth to earth. May you 3 brothers travel well. Next time you harm others, be more careful. Don't fall into the hands of your Uncle Guan again. Guan Chen muttered as he shoveled dirt into the pit to bury them. Destroying the corpses and erasing traces, he finished the dirty work and found a secluded spot to start examining the 2 manuals. One manual was titled Star Body Forging Technique. The other was a health manual called Turtle Breathing and Nurturing Technique.
The star body forging technique was well known. It was the very technique that Gu Zue practiced.
This should be the inherited technique of their family or sect.
Guan Shen examined it closely. Not only did it contain the cultivation methods for the star body forging technique, but also various applications in real combat, along with the experiences and insights of predecessors. These experiences, while certainly easier to grasp than hands-on teaching, were still much more complete than the Great Strength Diamond Palm and the War God technique. Body forging techniques differ from internal cultivation. Internal cultivation corresponds to the 12 meridians and 8 extraordinary vessels of the human body. In contrast, body forging techniques belong to another system corresponding to the 830 acupoints
of the human body.
The more advanced the body forging technique, the more acupoints it can develop.
For example, the legendary 8-9 profound art not only encompasses all acupoints,
but can even nourish the divine court. It is said that when the 8-9 profound art is cultivated to the supreme realm, one can become a world unto themselves,
flawless and
eternal, undying and indestructible. While heaven and earth decay, I remain immortal. While the sun and moon collapse, I endure. Although the star body forging technique in Guan Shen's hands only recorded the cultivation methods for 320 acupoints, it was still a considerable distance from the supreme technique.
However, when cultivated to the extreme,
the physical body could rival the true spirit, and with a single punch, the 5 mountains could crumble.
The star technique recorded that its founder, the true monarch of Taiyue, had
cultivated this technique to its utmost limit, dominating the Tan Yuan Empire for over 100 years without encountering a single enemy.
Unfortunately, no one in later generations
could reach his height, leaving this star technique covered in dust. As Guan Shen read the records in the technique, he couldn't help but feel a surge of longing.
The name Tan Yuan
Empire also stirred something within him.
Guan Shen knew that the mountain range at the end of the palmy grassland was called the Tan Yuan Mountain Range. So where was this Tan Yuan Empire located?
The name of this empire appeared in a technique from hundreds of years ago.
After so much time, does this empire still exist? The original owner of Guan Shen's body only knew of the Fire Alliance and Jiulong City. He didn't even know about the Zijin Empire.
Among all the people Guan Shen had encountered, no one had mentioned places beyond the Zijin
Empire.
This made him doubt whether the world he was in was even comparable to the original Earth. The appearance of the name Tan Yuan Empire undoubtedly opened a window to a new world
for Guan Shen.
After finishing the star body forging technique, Guan Shen picked up the other manual, turtle breathing and nurturing technique.
This turtle breathing and nurturing technique looked extremely ancient.
The book, made from tan sheepskin, had only a few thin pages.
Guan Shen was surprised to find that this sheepskin book was recorded in ancient pictographs.
It should be noted that the writing in this world, like that of the Huagua on Earth, was almost entirely in simplified Chinese characters. He had never even seen traditional characters, let alone such pictographs. It is estimated that Gu Zue also regarded this ancient health manual written on the sheepskin scroll as a treasure because he couldn't understand
the words on it.
Fortunately, Guan Shen had specifically studied ancient pictographs during his university years. Therefore, he could roughly understand the content of this sheepskin scroll. After looking at it for a long time, Guan Shen discovered that it was a manual teaching everyone how to use breathing techniques to achieve longevity. The breathing methods recorded on it were very simple and easy to learn. The main approach was to combine body adjustment, breath adjustment, and mind adjustment to reach a state of unity between heaven and
man.
Guan Shen tried it a couple of times and immediately grasped the correct breathing method. He stood in a horse stance, his abdomen rising, calming his mind, and using his breath to drive his breathing, practicing the technique 10 times.
That pleasant sound finally rang in Guan Shen's ears again.
Congratulations to the host for successfully mastering basic
turtle breathing technique.
Current level of basic turtle breathing technique, level 1, initial understanding. Immediately after, a light curtain flashed before Guan Shen's eyes. Basic turtle breathing technique, LV1, initial understanding, current proficiency, 1/100. Basic turtle breathing technique, initial understanding. LV1. Practicing the basic turtle breathing technique daily can strengthen the body and prolong life.
Guan Shen's initially excited heart sank to the bottom in an instant.
Since awakening the heavenly Tao rewards hard work system, the total number of basic skills he had learned, including this one, was only 3. There was no need to mention basic archery. That was the key skill for Guan Shen's rise. Basic exploration technique also needed no introduction. Everyone had witnessed how perverse the killing field was.
But what on earth was this basic turtle breathing technique? Strengthening the body and prolonging life? Are you kidding me? Even if I do a sit-up, it can strengthen the body and prolong life. Do I really need you to take up one of my skills? However, the good thing is that this turtle breathing technique can be upgraded. Maybe after it upgrades, it will show its true kingly form. Guan Shen could only comfort himself this way. As for that star body refining technique, he couldn't practice it for now, because this technique could only be cultivated at night. The sun's true fire was too strong during the day, making it impossible to practice.
Seeing that it was still early, Guan Shen put away the manual and headed towards the Fox Demon Cave. He had decided to seize a premier room as his own private space. This way, they wouldn't disturb his cultivation at night anymore. Tianshui Pass, Inspection Brigade. Huang Fuyu examined the members of the investigation team before him and calmly introduced himself. My name is Huang Fuyu, and I am the captain of the 5th team of the 1st Battalion of the Operations Department. I have been entrusted by General Tiancheng of the Inspection Brigade to lead this investigation team. I know a few of you, and there are also some new faces. Since we are all in the same team, let's introduce ourselves to each other. With that, Huang Fuyu pointed to the person at the front of the line, signaling him to start. I am Gu Su Shui, the captain of the 8th team of the 4th Battalion of the 5th Division. Greetings to everyone. Luo Yuqing, captain of the 4th team of the 1st Battalion of the 3rd Division. The people in front were basically the elite forces of the Operations Department and the Inspection Brigade itself. But when it came to the last four, the atmosphere suddenly changed. I am Kong Guoqian, just a small clerk from the Logistics Department. I hope everyone will take care of me during this investigation. Park Guochang, like him, please take care of me. Ha ha ha. Bao Guoyan from the Logistics Department's Transport Division. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. Shou Guoshan, Minister Chen's personal secretary. I'm just here to make up the numbers. Huang Fuyu felt a black line on his forehead. Were these four guys really not here to be funny? But thinking of what General Tiancheng had told him in private, Huang Fuyu still held back. I won't waste words on unnecessary chatter. This time, during the investigation, all actions must follow my command. Anyone who dares to violate the rules or abuse their power will not be spared. Alright, everyone go back and prepare tonight. Tomorrow morning, we will gather at the inspection point. Once the team left, Huang Fuyu silently marked the list of team members in his hand. This investigation involved a total of 9 people, including him. 2 of them were individuals he knew well and could trust unconditionally. The remaining members included those placed by the Logistics Department and those selected from the inspection team. These 6 were definitely from the inspection team and were somewhat more trustworthy. However, Huang Fuyu always felt that things were not that simple. He quietly put away the list and took out a palm-sized mini bow and arrow from his pocket. Guan Chen, oh Guan Chen, you better not die on me. If you do, who am I going to ask for the bow money? In the Yao Fox Valley, on top of a giant rock, Guan Chen, completely naked, couldn't help but sneeze. Achoo! As a master of the innate realm, I shouldn't be catching a cold, right? Or is it someone missing me? Guan Chen rubbed his nose and continued to strike a series of strange poses. It was already autumn, and the weather had turned cooler with the sun setting earlier. At this moment, Guan Chen was following the records in the star body refining technique, using the power of the stars to draw starlight into his body, opening the 3 major acupoints and embarking on the path of body refinement. This step was crucial for practicing the star body refining technique. He took off his clothes to better draw the starlight into his body. Standing on the giant rock was because the area was open and elevated. Everything was in place, just waiting for the sun to set and the moon to rise to begin the acupoint opening ritual. As the sun sank behind the western mountains, the moon rose into the branches. Guan Chen stepped into the 7 star steps, chanting, Heaven and earth unite with me. I unite with heaven and earth. Divine beings come to me. I go to divine beings. Essence and energy unite. Spirit and energy gather. In the vastness of the void, heaven and earth assist the master, the Big Dipper. Guan Chen's speed of speech increased, and his steps quickened. Moments later, the stars in the sky connected into a piece, beams of starlight falling from the 9 heavens. Guan Chen immediately focused his mind, holding his breath and sitting cross-legged on the giant rock. He saw the starlight gathering at the Taichung, Higu, and Feng Qi acupoints. Guan Chen felt as if thousands of sharp blades were piercing into the 3 acupoints, causing his face to turn pale and beads of cold sweat to cover his forehead. He knew he had entered a critical juncture for opening the acupoints. If he failed, it would not only harm the acupoints but also make future openings exceptionally difficult. Thinking of this, Guan Chen gritted his teeth and persevered, his teeth clattering as blood oozed from the gaps. After a long while, 3 crisp sounds rang out. The 3 major acupoints were finally completely opened. Guan Chen felt a cool stream rushing into his body. The original intense pain not only disappeared but his whole body also became light. He exhaled a long breath of turbid air, feeling the changes in his body. The 3 major acupoints could be said to be the foundation of the body. Any body refining technique could not bypass them. As long as the 3 major acupoints were successfully opened, Guan Chen would no longer need to perform such complex rituals. He could simply sit and cultivate at night. Guan Chen felt his strength surging, and with one punch, it seemed he could shatter mountains. He couldn't wait to open the panel and check the status of the star body refining technique. Host, Guan Chen Realm, Early Innate Realm Strength, 14,550 Gene True Essence, 4 points, 1 cycle of true energy can be converted into 1 point of true essence. Physique, Undying Underworld King Body, Special Physique of Martial Emperor level, severed limbs can regenerate, foundation can be reshaped. As long as the heart pulse remains, even if shattered, it can be restored. External skills, Great Strength Diamond Palm LV5, 272/1600, Wind God Leg LV4, 778 for 800, Overlord Spear LV4, 328/800, Starry Body Refinement Technique LV1, 1 out of 100, Internal Skills, Diamond Skill LV6, 2024/3200, Overbearing True Classic LV1, 22 out of 100, Skills, Basic Archery LV6, Killing Domain LV1, Basic Turtle Breathing Technique LV1, Starry Body Refinement Technique LV1, Initial Insight, Current Proficiency, 1 out of 100, Starry Body Refinement Technique, Initial Insight LV1. After circulating energy for a week, 2 points of star power can be accumulated. The next acupoint requires 100 points of star power. Currently, 3 acupoints have been opened, increasing physical strength by 3 points. Note, there are 830 acupoints in total. Each open acupoint strengthens the body by 1 point. 30 acupoints make 1 level, and each level requires a massive amount of star power to break through the bottleneck. After breaking through a level, the star power required for the acupoints doubles. Huan Chen looked at the panel, somewhat pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect that just by opening 3 major acupoints, his physical strength would increase by a full 30%. Moreover, from now on, every time he opens an acupoint, his physical strength will increase by an additional 10% based on this foundation. Huan Chen couldn't imagine how powerful he would become once all 830 acupoints were opened. At that time, it would probably be easy to punch through the earth. However, upon reflection, the Starry Body Refinement Technique only recorded the cultivation methods for 360 acupoints. Even if he cultivated to the limit, he would still be far from the 830 acupoints. Anyway, it's all free gains. I'll take it one step at a time. Why overthink it? Huan Chen chuckled self-deprecatingly, comforting himself. There were simply too many skills and techniques to practice now, and Huan Chen didn't know which one to start with. In terms of practicality, the Starry Body Refinement Technique definitely had the highest priority, followed by the Diamond Skill. After all, in this world where strength reigns supreme, sometimes power represents everything. However, his proficiency in the Diamond Skill had already reached over 2,000 points, and Huan Chen was very much looking forward to what kind of transformation the Diamond Skill would undergo once it reached maximum proficiency. Additionally, the 2 internal skills he currently mastered, whether the Diamond Skill or the Overbearing True Classic, only had cultivation methods up to the innate realm. As for how to cultivate to the Martial King realm, Huan Chen was still in the dark. He wasn't a martial arts genius, nor could he create his own techniques. In this era where advanced techniques were monopolized by noble families and royal clans, it was also very difficult for Huan Chen to completely break free from these forces and stand alone. As the saying goes, being proficient in everything is not as good as being an expert in one. After considering for a moment, Huan Chen decided to prioritize cultivating the Diamond Skill to maximum level. He really wanted to see what kind of surprises awaited him after reaching the maximum level of the Diamond Skill. In the Fox Demon Cave, Tina was in the ear room enchanted by the Fox Demon. Galen and Tina were comfortably lying on the fox fur mat, whispering intimate words. Next to them, 9 fluffy little creatures were quietly sleeping. Galen looked at the familiar ear room, and for some reason, her cheeks suddenly turned red. She secretly leaned close to Tina's ear and, blushing, asked softly, "Sister Na, the captain's thing is so big. How did you manage back then?" In the Tan Yuan Gorge, Huang Fuyu was walking ahead, followed closely by 4 combat department soldiers. The camera pulled back further, revealing Kong Guoqiang, Park Guochang, Bao Guoyan, and Shou Guoshang. The 4 talented individuals were like a group on an outing, looking around and chattering non-stop. They didn't resemble a team on a mission at all. Huang Fuyu, walking in front, had already tried to slow his pace, but those 4 still lagged far behind. Unable to bear it any longer, Huang Fuyu shouted at them, "What are you 4 dawdling about? At the rate you're going, when will you reach the Fox Demon Valley?" The 4 saw their leader lose his temper and hurriedly jogged ahead to catch up. It took them over 2 minutes to cover a distance of 500 meters. Huang Fuyu looked on in disbelief. Just as the 4 finally reached him, the portly Shou Guoshang gasped for breath and said, "Leader, please calm down. We are merely civil officials. How can we compare to you martial generals? We hope you can be more understanding. Let's take it a bit slower." Huang Fuyu narrowed his eyes slightly, quietly listening to the breathing patterns of the 4. However, after careful scrutiny, he found no flaws in them at all. This was strange. If these guys were really the undercover agents Zhao Qingtian had planted, how could they lack any foundation? Seeing Huang Fuyu remain silent for a long time, the 4 were too scared to even breathe. Although Huang Fuyu couldn't figure out the trick behind it, he certainly wouldn't play along with the enemy's pace. Slowing down was out of the question. "Since you can't walk fast, I'll help you move quicker. You 4, bear with it a bit, each of you carry one. We'll aim to reach our destination within 2 days. Yes." The 4 soldiers from the operations department, upon hearing this, immediately picked up one each and shot forward like arrows.
Meanwhile, the first group of visitors finally arrived outside the Fox Demon Valley.
4 men dressed in black combat uniforms carefully surveyed the terrain of the valley. Despite their varying heights and builds, they all exuded a chilling aura of killing intent.
Clearly, none of them were easy opponents.
The leader in the middle was a young man with fair skin. His features were sharp, and his narrow eyes suggested a naturally cold disposition.
Behind him stood 2 burly men.
One had dark skin and carried a long spear on his back, while the other had brown hair and wore twin swords at his waist. The two scanned their surroundings
with hawk-like vigilance, subtly protecting the pale-faced man in the center.
The last one was a short, ugly man. He had a stocky build, resembling Shirqian, with large eyes that
occasionally sparkled with intelligence.
As soon as he appeared, he vanished from everyone's sight, only to reappear atop a towering 100-meter tree. The dark-skinned, middle-aged man
looked at the silent valley and asked uncertainly, "Gao Wei, they haven't run away, have they?"
After so many days, if I were them, I would have fled thousands of miles away by now.
The
pale-faced man smiled confidently and replied, "No.
I can sense the presence of living beings here.
They must be hiding in some corner of the valley, waiting for us to walk into their
trap."
The brown-haired man smirked disdainfully.
"I really can't tell if I should praise them for their arrogance or their bravery. Let's not waste time, let's split up and whoever gets there first claims it."
With that, the brown-haired man leaped a few times and disappeared into the valley. The pale-faced man, Gao Wei, smiled sinisterly and said to the black-faced strong man beside him, "Huan Chang's temper is still as explosive as ever. It's a pity he's destined to be just a brave fool."
"Now that the viper has entered the rat's nest, Guiqian, you stay with me to guard the valley entrance and watch the show."
Inside the Fox Valley, Huan Chen was still sitting cross-legged on the giant rock.
After a day and night of cultivation,
his diamond skill had increased by 300 proficiency points, leaving him just over 800 points away from leveling up. Suddenly, Huan Chen opened his eyes wide, sensing
something ahead.
Just moments ago, the alarm device in his hand had been triggered, indicating that someone had intruded.
At this moment, it was evident that anyone who could enter was not a good person.
Huan Chen took out his communication device and sent an alert to the 3 inside the cave before stealthily heading towards the direction of the alarm.
Moments
later, beneath a certain grove, Huang Qianshan finally found the elusive Huan Chang, who was wandering around in a frenzy. Huan Chang had a thick mane of brown curly hair, white skin, blue eyes, and a long, hooked nose. He was the epitome of a Western face. At that moment, he wore an impatient expression as he searched for something in the woods.
Huan Chen quietly took out his bow and arrows, hiding behind a tree as he aimed at his opponent.
Just as Huan Chang was looking around, he suddenly seemed to sense something and turned his gaze towards
Huan Chen.
Huan Chen was taken aback. He hadn't expected his opponent to have such keen perception. Even from hundreds of meters away, he could feel the killing intent directed at him. With no time to think further, Huan Chen swiftly shot 3 arrows in succession.
These arrows flew like lightning, reaching Huan Chang in less than half a second. At such a close distance and with such speed, even Huan Chen himself couldn't dodge them. Just when he thought victory was assured, the scene before him made his jaw drop. Huan Chang moved his hands like lightning, catching all 3 arrows that were supposed to be his certain kill. It's worth noting that the arrows Huan Chen shot were faster than bullets from a sniper rifle. A typical martial artist wouldn't even be able to dodge them, let alone catch them.
The person before him had effortlessly caught his arrows, indicating that his strength was certainly
above Huan Chen's.
Huan Chen, unwilling to accept this, was about to draw his bow again when he saw Huan Chang grip the arrows and fling them back at him with even greater speed.
Huan
Chen's pupils constricted sharply. His body instinctively bent backward. With a sharp crack, the large tree in front of him was pierced by the arrows thrown by Huan Chang, leaving 3 bull-sized holes. The force and speed of the arrows were indeed formidable, but unfortunately, the aim was slightly off.
"Little thief, come and face me." After throwing the arrows,
Huan Chang bellowed, drawing a long spear from his back and leaping towards Huan Chen along the tree trunk.
Huan Chen looked at the large holes in the tree and felt cold sweat trickling down his back. He was too fierce. His opponent was incredibly strong. At that moment, he had only one thought in his mind: he couldn't fight head-on, he had to outsmart him. With that in mind, Huan Chen didn't respond. He turned and ran. As he ran, he didn't forget to provoke his opponent, shouting, "Dog foreign devil. If you have the guts, come chase your grandpa." In Fox Valley, amidst the towering ancient trees, 2 figures darted through the woods like shadows. The 2 moved without touching the ground, lightly pushing off the tree trunks to leap dozens of meters.
In terms of skill and grace, it was clear that the person behind was superior. Huan Chen hadn't expected his opponent to be not only powerful but also much more
skilled in lightness techniques.
He had the advantage of terrain, being far more familiar with the forest than the person behind him, yet he was still being gradually caught up. At this moment, Huan Chen was not flustered. He still had his trump card to play.
Moreover, seeing the long spear in his opponent's hand, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. He had practiced his for so long but had never encountered anyone else who wielded a spear like him. Now that he had finally met someone, he wouldn't let the opportunity slip away easily.
Guan Chen led his pursuer through the forest, heading towards a ridge. On that ridge, there was a cliff that formed a natural platform after a landslide.
Guan Chen wanted to lure this
person there, away from outside interference, to have a good sparring session with him. Moments later, the two of them passed through layers of forest cover.
Suddenly, the view brightened, and a flat stone platform appeared before them.
This stone platform was only about 100 meters in circumference, its surface pockmarked and filled with cracks.
Surrounding the
platform was a vast sea of trees, with endless mountains rising in the distance. Guan Chen leaped onto the stone platform, standing with his hands behind his back, quietly waiting for the person behind him to arrive. Within 2 seconds, Guan Chen emerged from the woods, spear in hand, chasing after him. He scanned the surroundings with suspicion, carefully observing
everything around him.
Guan Chen struck a pose of a reclusive master, coldly saying without turning his head, "You don't need to look anymore, there are no traps here.
The reason I
brought you here is that I, Guan, saw you wielding a spear and felt a sudden itch to spar with you. If you're afraid, you can leave right now, I won't stop you."
Guan Chen observed
for a long time and indeed found no signs of traps.
He looked at Guan Chen's back and sneered, saying proudly, "Just you? Do you know what title others have given me?" Guan Chen raised an eyebrow, slightly intrigued, and asked, "Oh, what nickname?"
Guan Chen proudly twirled his spear.
Guan Chen.
Guan Chen's eyes shifted, and he also took out a spear from his storage bag, twirling it in a flourish.
"Hey, do you know what title others have given me?" Guan Chen squinted, sizing up Guan Chen. "You have a title too?"
Guan Chen thrust his spear forcefully into the ground, his true energy surging out like a wild wind. "In the martial world, I am known as the 13th young master of soul chasing and life stealing, the little overlord of dual pistols. I am but a humble man, the god of spears, the spear among spears, the divine among divines, known as Machine Gun." Guan Chen was momentarily stunned, and, after a long pause, he gritted his teeth and said, "You dare to play me?" With that, Guan Chen kicked the spearhead, and the spear in his hand transformed into a dragon, fiercely lunging
at Guan Chen. Guan Chen, with his back to Guan Chen, turned around and executed a countermove. The two spears collided like meteors, crashing into the earth, sparks flying, and their true energies clashed, causing both to stagger back 5 steps. Guan Chen felt his blood surge. He hadn't expected his opponent to possess such strength. In that brief moment of
confrontation, Guan Chen sensed that the opponent's true energy was not very profound, at most at the early stage of the innate realm.
However, this guy's brute force was overwhelming,
and he was pushed back solely by that strength. Guan Chen himself was considered a prodigy, having 8,000 pounds of physical strength even before reaching the rock-solid realm. But compared to this guy, his strength seemed insignificant. Little did he know, Guan Chen was even more shocked. His strength was 14,000 pounds. Even using true energy, he still couldn't gain the upper hand. The opponent's power was terrifying. After exchanging a spear, both of them regained their composure and began to reassess each other.
Guan Chen's
eyes narrowed, deciding not to rely on brute force anymore, but to use techniques and experience to suppress his opponent. He then lifted his spear, his figure transforming into multiple afterimages as he continuously attacked Guan Chen. The spear in his hand moved so fast that it was almost impossible to see. At first, Guan Chen could fend off a few strikes, but after a while, Guan Chen found openings, and several spear wounds appeared on Guan Chen's body. Although these wounds were not fatal, they had already affected Guan Chen's condition. After all, pain is not something one can simply overcome at will. Seeing this, Guan Chen felt a sense of certainty in his heart.
Is this it?
Still daring to call yourself the god of
spears? You must have given that title to yourself. Guan Chen's attacks became even more ferocious and concealed, each thrust aimed at Guan Chen's vital points. Guan Chen, after a
short while of fending off, was drenched in sweat, and his clothes were stained with blood. Seeing that he could no longer defend himself, Guan Chen made a firm decision.
Since I can't defend, then I won't. Let's exchange our lives.
I want to see whose life is tougher, yours or mine.
It's important to know that when warriors of the same realm spar, the gap is not as vast as ordinary people imagine. Guan Chen had also trained.
Although the Overlord's spear was self-taught, it was still authentic spear technique.
Moreover, Guan Chen's spear technique was also the Overlord's spear.
Both were well aware of each other's moves. Even if there was a difference in experience, it was not insurmountable.
Guan Chen seized the opportunity.
Seeing the opponent thrust a spear towards his chest, he didn't even try to dodge. Instead, he lunged his spear under the opponent's armpit in exchange. This scared the illusion spear. He thought, is this kid crazy? Even if you hit me, won't you be done for too? But as the tip of his spear was about to pierce the opponent's chest, Guan Chen showed no signs of stopping, causing the illusion spear to panic.
Damn! We agreed to spar, not to trade lives.
My life is worth much more than yours, why should I trade it? He transformed his thrust into a sweep,
deflecting the opponent's long spear just in time to avoid Guan Chen's strike. Guan Chen's eyes lit up at this sight. There's a chance.
The opponent is afraid.
That means he has found the right method. Guan Chen's resolve strengthened, and his subsequent moves became even bolder, all focused on a life-for-a-life approach.
As the saying goes, when masters spar, it's
often a battle of mentalities. Whoever can suppress the other's mindset has already won half the battle. Guan Shen had completely let go of himself, all his attention focused on the attack. Just like practicing shooting at a target, he would strike as fast and fiercely as possible. As for whether he lived or died, he no longer cared. This style of fighting undoubtedly aligned more with the essence of the Overlord Spear. Fearless, charging forward, invincible. In contrast, the Illusion Spear was becoming increasingly frustrated. He clearly had much better spear skills than Guan Shen and more combat experience. Yet, after so many fights and having killed so many people, he had never encountered someone so reckless. It was as if he was determined to trade blows, insisting on exchanging lives. If you don't kill me, I'll kill you. How could this fight continue? As the Illusion Spear fought, sweat began to bead on his forehead. At this moment, he was already thinking, this kid must have a serious mental issue. However, the Illusion Spear remained calm. His own realm was evident. He was a late-stage innate martial artist. This kid was at most a preliminary innate stage. If he couldn't defeat him, he might as well drown himself in a chamber pot. Fine, you want to act tough? Then I'll just outlast you. I don't believe I can't outlast you. In the Fox Valley, at the entrance of a certain fox demon cave, a short, ugly man looked at the cave entrance covered by rotten wood, branches, and weeds, and smiled sinisterly. These damn little mice have all hidden in their holes. Let's see how my leg hair uncle pulls you all out. His name was Song Qian, nicknamed Leg Hair. This man was ruthless and lecherous, having committed countless major crimes within the borders of the Purple Gold Empire, making him a notorious flower thief that everyone feared. Later, after ruining the daughter-in-law of the Champion Marquis, he was pursued by the Champion Marquis and had no choice but to hide at Tianshui Pass. Song Qian had repeatedly committed major crimes, and the reason he could evade the government's pursuit was that his lightness skill had already reached an extraordinary level. Not to mention those of the same realm, even martial kings might not be able to surpass him in agility. He came to Tianshui Pass because Zhao Qingtian helped him conceal his identity. Thus, he owed Zhao Qingtian a favor and had a handle in Zhao Qingtian's hands. So when Zhao Qingtian found him this time, he agreed without hesitation. This time, Zhao Qingtian played a clever game of openly repairing the road while secretly moving troops. He openly sought out Hou Jianan to plant spies in the investigation team. In reality, he had already sent people to leave Tianshui Pass in advance to assassinate Guan Shen and others. The 4 individuals he found were all of notable backgrounds. The Illusion Spear, who fought with Guan Shen, was once the top spear master of Double King City. Later, after offending the powerful in Double King City, he could only hide in Tianshui Pass. As for the fair-faced youth guarding the valley entrance, his name was Gao Wei, the vice president of the Bounty Guild in Nine Dragon City, an extraordinary level ability user. The black-faced strong man beside him, nicknamed Ghost Sword, was the top swordsman of the Bounty Guild in Nine Dragon City. The 4 of them joined forces, easily handling several members of the hunting team. As soon as Song Qian entered the Fox Demon's cave, he keenly sensed the traces of traps. It was almost too exaggerated. The freshly turned soil on the ground, along with those 2 light-colored tripwires. Such a low-level trap couldn't even fool a child. Song Qian gently brushed aside the loose dirt, and sure enough, he saw the buried mechanism beneath. The corners of Song Qian's mouth curled up, a look of disdain on his face. The level of these rats in the cave was rapidly declining in his eyes. He lightly lifted his leg to step over the mechanism beneath him, then sidestepped to avoid the 2 light-colored threads. Song Qian moved gracefully through the thicket, untouched by a single leaf. But before he could enjoy his moment, his right foot suddenly stepped into a soft, mushy substance, and his entire right leg sank in. Song Qian's smile froze on his face, a cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Damn! I was careless. I fell for the enemy's trick. These shoddy traps ahead were deliberately set for me to see. Song Qian dared not move recklessly, quietly lowering his body to feel around. His right leg did not transmit any sensations of soreness, numbness, swelling, or pain. Holding his breath, Song Qian reached his hands into the pit where his leg had sunk. As soon as his hand went in, it felt like it had plunged into rotten mud, soft and slippery. What a familiar feeling. What strange material is this? Poison? Or a highly corrosive liquid? But it didn't quite seem like either. Song Qian withdrew his hands from the pit and brought them to his nose for a sniff. Ugh, this is shit. Ugh, that one with nearly sent Song Qian over the edge. His originally small eyes, the size of mung beans, were now wide open like copper bells. His hands trembled uncontrollably, gagging as he instinctively wiped his hands against the earthen wall. Little did he know, as soon as his palm touched the wall, a sharp stinging sensation jolted him back. Inside the earthen wall, several sharp poison needles were embedded. In the dim light of the cave, he could clearly see the eerie blue glow emanating from the needle tips. This is still a chain trap. Damn it! Ugh! At this point, Song Qian no longer dared to move recklessly. Who knew what other sinister traps awaited him, devised by someone capable of such a vicious scheme? Song Qian didn't want to stay here for another second. He retraced his steps, one by one, back to where he came from.
The feces on his hands and legs made him tear up from the stench. After finally reaching the cave entrance, as Song Qian poked half his head out, a shield came flying at him and slammed into his face. The impact of the shield flattened Song Qian's face. He felt as if a train had run over him. His vision went black, and his body fell straight back. The next second, Nan Badian squeezed his nose and crawled into the cave from outside. He looked at Song Qian's unfortunate state and smelled the foul odor wafting from the cave, spitting on the ground in disgust. Guan Chen, you despicable piece of work. Is this something a person could come up with? On the other side, Guan Chen, who was engaged in a duel with the phantom spear, sneezed violently. He thought to himself, that annoying woman, nagging me without considering the timing. Doesn't she know I'm fighting for my life? While Guan Chen grumbled in his heart, his offensive moves did not slow down in the slightest. The phantom spear had been in his hands for a full half hour. Although he was in a dire situation due to Guan Chen's life-for-life tactics, he had sustained no serious injuries. On the contrary, Guan Chen was on the verge of exhausting the little true essence left in his body. Truly, the spear technique master of Double King City was impressive. Relying solely on experience and skill, he had withstood Guan Chen's relentless bombardment for half an hour. Guan Chen was also at a loss. He had used almost all the tricks he could employ, yet he still found himself unable to do anything to his opponent. Could it be that I really have to force myself to unleash the domain of slaughter? At this moment, Guan Chang also felt that the more he fought this opponent, the less strength he had left. He was now 90% sure that he could slay his opponent under his gun. Guan Chang's mouth curled into a smile again as he defended himself while continuously spouting trash talk, trying to provoke Guan Chen. Is this what they call a machine gun? I think you should change your name to a squirt gun. Who taught you your shooting skills? So soft and weak. Have you not eaten? This is better, at least it has some momentum. Too bad, the timing is a bit off. If it had been half a second earlier, I definitely wouldn't have dodged. The more he spoke, the more irritated Guan Chen became, and the techniques in his hands started to falter. Seeing this, Guan Chang's smile grew even wider. Just then, a shadow suddenly flew towards this mountain peak, stepping on the treetops. Before the person arrived, the mocking voice had already sounded. Guan Chang, it takes you so long to kill a little brat. You're really becoming less and less useful. The moment Guan Chang heard the voice, the smile on his face instantly turned cold. Humph, Gue Jian, do you have nothing better to do? Coming over here to talk nonsense. The newcomer landed steadily on the top of a large tree. The person had dark skin and was carrying 2 double swords at his waist. Do you think I want to come? Gao Wei sent me to help you. Reinforcements have arrived outside the valley. They were blocked outside by his barrier. If we don't speed up, we might end up killing all the members of the investigation team. 2. Outside Fox Valley, Huang Fuyu looked at the barrier rising before him, his brows tightly furrowed. Along the way, those 4 talented scholars from Jiangnan had been causing all sorts of trouble. One moment they needed to take a dump, the next they needed to pee. They were just finding all kinds of excuses to slow down the investigation team's pace. Huang Fu, you quickly sensed something was off. These people had no martial arts skills, and even if they reached Fox Valley, it would be hard for them to pose any substantial threat to Guan Chen and the others, unless their goal was never to kill Guan Chen. Realizing this, Huang Fuyu instantly understood their sinister plan. He immediately ordered 2 soldiers to accompany the 4 of them and drag things out. He then took his 2 most trusted aides and rushed towards Fox Valley at full speed. All 3 of them were at the late stage of the innate realm, and after a half day of sprinting, they arrived at Fox Valley. However, the moment they arrived, a barrier suddenly descended from above Fox Valley, completely isolating the 3 of them. Outside, Kusishue, go check around and see how big this barrier is and if there are any weak points. Luo Yuqing, let's combine our strength and see if we can break this barrier. As soon as Huang Fuyu finished speaking, Kusishue disappeared from sight with a few leaps. Luo Yuqing then pulled out a Feng Tianhua Ji from his bag. As for Huang Fuyu, he reached into his bosom and produced a pair of gleaming mini hammers in his palm. He threw the hammers into the air with force. The pair of hammers, about the size of soybeans, expanded in the wind. In the blink of an eye, the small hammers transformed into 2 large drum-sized golden hammers. Huang Fuyu reached out and firmly grasped the thousands of pounds of golden hammers in his palm. He gently nodded to Luo Yuqing as a signal. I'll count to 3, unleash your strongest strike and let's shatter this barrier together. Once Luo Yuqing nodded in agreement, Huang Fuyu began to count silently. 3, 2, 1. Huang Fuyu shouted loudly, holding the hammers, leaping into the air and smashing down hard towards the barrier. At the same time, Luo Yuqing bent the Feng Tianhua Ji into a large bow, then, using the elasticity, combined man and spear into a soaring golden dragon, also crashing towards the barrier. There was a muffled buzz sound. The ground within a radius of several kilometers shook violently. Dust was instantly sent flying into the air. When the dust settled, the 2 looked up at the barrier. A huge inward dent appeared in the purple barrier, but over time, it slowly returned to its original shape. Huang Fuyu looked at the barrier as it gradually restored. itself, and his expression suddenly became serious. Inside the barrier, Gao Wei watched the recovering barrier and let out a long sigh of relief. He stood directly opposite the two, clearly seeing every move outside the barrier. Just moments ago, he had looked at the two with disdain, but when he saw the deformed barrier, his jaw nearly dropped in shock. At that moment, his heart almost stopped beating. It was known that only a martial king level expert could break his barrier. If the two really managed to break it, there would be no need to resist. They could just wait to die. This was the first time Gao Wei had seen someone capable of deforming a barrier. These two were simply humanoid monsters. Gao Wei looked seriously into the valley. He had to speed up. If these two continued their antics outside, who knew what kind of results would come of it? If these two monsters broke in, escaping would not be so easy. Gao Wei casually pointed, and immediately, transparent purple squares appeared in the air. He stepped onto these squares, ascending into the sky like climbing stairs. At the same time, at the mountain peak, Wan Chen was engaged in a battle with the illusion spear while being wary of the person in the treetops. Suddenly, the ground shook violently with a loud boom. The three of them changed their expressions simultaneously and looked towards the valley outside in unison. Clearly, something was happening outside that they were unaware of. The Ghost Sword's expression changed. He knew he could no longer delay. Even if the illusion spear was angry, he had to intervene in the battle between the two. Before the Ghost Sword could reach for the twin swords at his waist, a thin layer of red mist suddenly appeared at the mountain peak. This red mist came in such a strange manner, with no warning just a second before. The next moment, it enveloped everyone. At that moment, a cold voice suddenly echoed within the red mist. "Alright, I've had my fun, you two can come at me together." The illusion spear was startled, and when he turned back, Wan Chen had already vanished. From the treetop not far away, the sound of weapons clashing suddenly erupted. Then came a scream, followed by a deathly silence. For some reason, the illusion spear felt a chilling sense of foreboding. He always felt as if he was being targeted by an unparalleled beast. But looking around, apart from the hazy red mist, he couldn't see a single figure. Who is playing tricks? Show yourself. As soon as the illusion spear's words fell, a light laugh came from behind him. "Hey, what are you panicking about?" Immediately, a human skull was tossed in front of the illusion spear. He glanced at the skull and was instantly terrified, his body trembling uncontrollably. The skull belonged to none other than the Ghost Sword. Even in death, the Ghost Sword's eyes were wide open. It seemed he couldn't believe that someone could defeat him so quickly. The illusion spear's face twisted in fear. He let out a desperate scream, and the spear in his hand transformed into countless flying shadows, stabbing towards his surroundings. Unfortunately, such a speed of attack was as slow as a snail in Wan Chen's domain. Wan Chen even leisurely observed the flaws in the illusion spear's moves. However, at this speed, the opponent was full of flaws and utterly defenseless. Suddenly, Wan Chen seemed to sense something and glanced at the sky. He immediately stopped toying with the opponent, teleporting above the illusion spear, and struck down hard with his spear onto the opponent's crown. The illusion spear never even touched the hem of Guan Chen's clothes before collapsing to the ground, eyes wide open in death. The next moment, Guan Chen teleported away from the spot, reappearing 100 meters away. For some reason, ever since the three members of the investigation team appeared, Gao Wei had an ominous premonition. He always felt that something big was about to happen. What was supposed to be a sure assassination, merely to repay Zhao Qingtian a favor, was not worth risking his own life over. Gao Wei stepped on the spatial barrier, strolling through the sky, looking down for the whereabouts of Guijian and the others. What the hell is wrong with these useless fools? It takes them this long to kill a few small fries. Gao Wei couldn't help but curse loudly. Just as he looked up, a large mass of red mist suddenly appeared in front of his line of sight. He was momentarily stunned, and before he could react, the red mist surged toward him as if it had teleported. At that moment, his instincts as a master sensed that something was off. He spread his hands and shouted loudly toward the direction of the red mist, and a small barrier suddenly appeared, sealing the red mist completely. Guan Chen gently touched the barrier before him, his eyes filled with interest. Interesting. This was the first time he had encountered such a superhuman. This should belong to the spatial ability, right? Unfortunately, this barrier could trap others, but it couldn't trap him. With a flicker, he had already appeared outside the barrier. Just as Gao Wei was about to relax, he saw that the red mist, which had been trapped, was now charging toward him again, ignoring the barrier. Now he was completely unable to sit still. Gao Wei's eyes widened in anger as he shouted toward the red mist. Countless dense fragments of space filled the area between him and the mist. The next second, these space fragments shot toward the red mist like countless meteors. Whoosh! Gao Wei, who was already drenched in cold sweat, revealed a slight smile. This was his trump card, Void Severance. These space fragments were not ordinary metal. They had almost no thickness and were incredibly hard. They were essentially countless sharp blades. Gao Wei could confidently say that below the martial king realm, no one could withstand such an attack. No matter what was in that red mist, it could never escape such a dense barrage of fragments.
However, he still underestimated Guan Chen's strength. Just as he let out a sigh of relief, the red mist enveloped him in an instant. Ah! A scream rang out. The once glorious vice president of the Jiulong City Bounty Guild fell in this valley. At the entrance of Fox Valley, Huang Fuyu and Luo Yuqing were desperately attacking the barrier before them. But the next second, the barrier vanished without warning before their eyes. As the barrier disappeared, everything in the valley finally revealed itself to the two. They exchanged glances and quickly sheathed their weapons, rushing into the valley. At the same time, Gu Su Shui, who had taken a detour around the ridge, also noticed the disappearing barrier. His eyes lit up with joy, and without thinking much, he dashed into the valley. However, before he could get far, he saw a mass of red mist rapidly teleporting toward him. Unable to discern the truth, Gu Su Shui could only draw a long sword and charge toward the red mist. The distance between them rapidly closed, and the next second they collided with a loud crash. A series of dense ping-pong sounds echoed, and soon the red mist fell silent. Guan Chen gripped the intruder's neck, examining him with a scrutinizing gaze. The intruder was not wearing a black Special Forces uniform but rather the uniform of the inspection team. He initially wanted to squeeze the life out of the other, but Guan Chen suppressed his urge to kill and asked, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Gu Su Shui was on the verge of fainting, his cheeks turning purple, his tongue stuck in his throat. He squeezed out a few words with all his might. "Investigation, team, Guan, Zhenshan." Guan Chen's tightly clenched hand gently released, and the other fell from the sky like a dead dog. Fortunately, it was only 100 meters high. This height was not enough to kill a martial artist at the innate level. Guan Chen teleported and appeared in front of Gu Su Shui. She was gasping for breath, looking at Guan Chen with a face full of fear. At that moment, Guan Chen felt like a cold, indifferent deity. There was not a trace of human warmth in his eyes. "Name, who did you come with? How many people are there? I can hear your heartbeat. If you dare to lie even half a word, you will die." Gu Su Shui swallowed hard, trembling as she said, "My name is Gu Su Shui. I was entrusted by General Nye Tiancheng of the patrol team to investigate what happened here. We came with a total of 9 people, and the leader is Huang Fuyu." Upon hearing the names Nye Tiancheng and Huang Fuyu, Guan Chen's expression visibly softened. At this moment, he confirmed that this person in front of him was at least not here to kill him. Just as Guan Chen was about to continue questioning, his body suddenly weakened, and he stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. Lying on the ground, Gu Su Shui's eyes sparkled with determination. She decisively pulled out a dagger and pressed it against Guan Chen's throat. "Now I will ask, and you will answer. You are Guan Chen, right? Where are your team members? Why are you the only one here?" At this moment, Guan Chen's domain time had ended, and his body was at its weakest. Of course, he wasn't completely without means of counteraction. It was just unnecessary. The other party was clearly not here to kill him. "That's right. I am Guan Chen. One of my team members is missing, and another was assassinated by a killer. The remaining 3 are all hiding in a fox den. Where is Huang Fuyu? Take me to see him. I won't believe you until I see him." Hearing this, Gu Su Shui kept the dagger at Guan Chen's neck and walked toward the valley entrance. After a moment, the two finally met up with the arriving Huang Fuyu. Seeing that Guan Chen was safe, Huang Fuyu let out a huge sigh of relief. He first signaled Gu Su Shui to put away her weapon, then smiled and patted Guan Chen on the shoulder, saying, "It's good that you're fine. I thought you had been taken out by a killer." Guan Chen had a very good impression of this captain and replied with a smile, "It was a close call, but you guys arrived too late." Huang Fuyu hinted, "If someone is looking for trouble with you, naturally, someone is looking for trouble with us. In any case, it's good that nothing happened. By the way, who caused that huge barrier just now?" Guan Chen shook his head and pointed to the woods behind him, saying, "I don't know those guys. I killed them all, and their bodies are over there." Huang Fuyu gave Gu Su Shui a look, and she nodded, heading in that direction. "Let's go. Take me to meet your teammates. There are some things we need to understand." Guan Chen didn't say much. Moments later, Tina, Galen, Nan Badian, Guan Chen, Huang Fuyu, Gu Su Shui, Luo Yuqing, and others gathered in one place. Even the unconscious Song Qian was tied up in a corner. Huang Fuyu took out a DV and called Guan Chen's team members aside, questioning them one by one about everything that had happened in the past few days. This included why they had come to Fox Valley, how they had clashed with Gu Zue and others, and how they had dealt with the aftermath. Everyone spoke without any concealment, recounting everything in detail. After the recording and testimonies were completed, Gu Su Shui and Luo Yuqing went to various battle sites to collect physical evidence. Guan Chen led Huang Fuyu to the large pit where the bodies had been burned and buried. Huang Fuyu stared at the remaining ashes in the pit, speechless for a long time. "So, you mean to say that when you killed Gu Zue and the Chen brothers, they had already lost the ability to resist?" As soon as Guan Chen heard this tone, he knew it was definitely not a good sign. "We were uncertain about our own lives and deaths at that moment. Do you expect us to welcome the upcoming assassins with 3 captives?" Huang Fuyu gestured for Guan Chen to calm down. He understood Guan Chen's actions very well. If it were him, he would likely have done the same.
However, military law is military law, and there is no room for negligence.
Just answer me. Directly, had they lost their ability to resist at that time?
Guan Shen looked into the other person's eyes, and after a long silence, he finally nodded and said, "That's right, they indeed had no ability to resist at that time." In a corner of the valley, Gu Sishui and Luo Yuqing handed the collected evidence to Huang Fuyu. Luo Yuqing exclaimed, "Captain, you really
recruited a good soldier. This Guan Shen is remarkable. He single-handedly took down 2 late-stage innate experts and even killed that extraordinary level ability user along the way.
Even if the 3 of us faced them, we might not have gained the upper hand." Gu Sishui, still feeling apprehensive, said, "When I first met him, he knocked me down with just one
encounter. I still can't forget the look in his eyes at that time." Huang Fuyu remained silent, but the worry in his eyes was evident. "Captain, that Song Qian has confessed everything."
It was Zhao Qingtian who found them and sent them to kill in silence. Gu Sishui spat in disgust that Zhao Qingtian is truly despicable.
The general once helped him, and he actually
betrayed him behind his back.
Huang Fuyu quickly interrupted Gu Sishui.
"The matters above us are not for us to discuss.
We just need to hand over the evidence to General Nya, and
naturally, someone will settle the score with him."
Gu Sishui realized she had said too much and awkwardly asked, "It's still early, should we head back now?" Huang Fuyu pondered for a
long time before slowly shaking his head. "Let's set up camp and rest for the night.
Everything can wait until tomorrow."
At night, everyone lit a fire and sat around it, eating roasted
meat and chatting.
Huang Fuyu hadn't camped in the wild like this for a long time. The last time he sat by a fire like this was 3 years ago. Back then, he was also a member of the
hunting team, racing across the vast grasslands with his comrades, chasing the traces of exotic beasts.
There were far fewer exotic beasts back then. Sometimes the team would search for over 10 days just to find a suitable beast. He remembered feeling happiest when they lit a bonfire at night and lay beside it chatting with his teammates. Unfortunately, those days were gone forever. He and his comrades were now worlds apart. After thinking for a long time, Huang Fuyu finally spoke to Guan Shen. "I don't want to hide this from you.
If the final investigation results are indeed as you said, I think you might be sentenced."
Although Huang Fuyu's voice was low, everyone heard him.
The atmosphere instantly fell silent, with only the crackling of burning wood breaking the stillness. Before Guan Shen could respond, Nan Badian angrily exclaimed, "Why? On what grounds? Is there any justice in this? Are we just supposed to wait to be killed without being able to fight back?" Galen Z pouted, looking defiant. "Exactly. If there's an investigation, include me. I did my part anyway." Tina, who hadn't spoken to Guan Shen for several days, couldn't help but say, "Count me in. There's no reason to just sit back and wait for death." Seeing the group agitated, Guan Shen sighed and tried to calm them down. "You all don't need to be so worked up. The inspection team won't pursue you, only me for killing those 3. Nan Badian was even more furious at this. "So, what if you killed them? Those 3 deserve to die. If it weren't for your intervention, Garland would have been ruined by those 2 scoundrels long ago. None of us would have survived." Mentioning those 2 scoundrels, Garland's eyes still blazed with anger. "Yes, they deserve to die." Huang Fuyu could understand everyone's feelings, but he still patiently explained. "They do deserve to die. But it shouldn't be you who judges them. It should be handed over to the patrol team, to the court. If everyone in the army were like you, privately judging and executing others, just think about how chaotic it would become." Everyone wasn't illiterate, so they naturally understood what Huang Fuyu was saying, including Guan Shen himself. As a modern person, he understood the legal definitions better than others. "Captain, don't say any more, I understand. I just want to ask, what kind of punishment will I face when I return?" Huang Fuyu pondered for a moment and slowly replied, "According to Imperial law, those who use extrajudicial punishment to execute criminals will be exiled to the border for 10 years. In particularly severe cases, involving 2 or more people, the maximum penalty can be death. You have military status and an officer's rank, so your punishment will be reduced. Although it's a death penalty, you can be spared, but you can't escape the hard labor. I'm afraid you won't be able to avoid the suffering of labor." After Huang Fuyu finished speaking, everyone fell into a deathly silence. Guan Shen narrowed his eyes and asked Huang Fuyu word by word, "What if I don't go back?" As soon as Guan Shen's words fell, Luo Yucheng and Gu Sishui beside him instantly drew their weapons with a wary expression. Meanwhile, Guan Shen's team members, Nan Badian, Tina, and Garland, also unhesitatingly drew their weapons to confront them. The scene suddenly became tense, on the verge of conflict. Huang Fuyu signaled the 2 behind him to put away their weapons and said with a serious expression, "If you don't go back, you will forever become a wanted criminal of the Purple Gold Empire, never to enter the country again." A hint of bitterness appeared at the corner of Guan Shen's mouth. He didn't care much about going back or not, but Mei Yang was still in Guan's hands. "If I go back, I'll go to jail. If I don't go back, I'll be a wanderer." "Brother Huangfu, what do you suggest I do?" Huang Fuyu did not answer him directly but instead asked him a question. "Do you know why these people want to kill you?" This question had always puzzled Guan Chun.
He didn't understand why, apart from having some grievances with Gu Zue in the arena, he had never offended anyone. Why would these people send others to eliminate him one after another? This was something Guan Chen had always wanted to clarify. Why? Huang Fuyu did not speak but stood up and walked away. Seeing this, Guan Chen gave the team members a reassuring look and followed him. Huang Fuyu walked out of the valley and quietly waited on a mound. Soon, Guan Chen followed him, and Huang Fuyu slowly began to speak. Actually, when you return to the team, you will naturally know. Unfortunately, it is clear that some people do not want you to return. Guan Chen didn't want to guess riddles. He frowned and asked directly, what do they want? Huang Fuyu turned his head and looked into Guan Chen's eyes, saying, for a quota. A quota to enter the Royal Martial Academy to accompany the Crown Prince. A quota to stay by the Crown Prince's side and go to the Tan Yuan dynasty as a hostage. Royal Martial Academy accompanying the Crown Prince Tan Yuan dynasty hostage? Guan Chen was completely confused. He didn't understand what Huang Fuyu was talking about. Huang Fuyu stared blankly at the horizon and slowly said, some things shouldn't be told to you in too much detail. Do you know the surname of the royal family of my Purple Gold Empire? Guan Chen naturally knew the surname of the Purple Gold Empire's royal family, and he answered without hesitation. It's Wei Qi. Huang Fuyu asked again, do you know what the relationship is between our general of Tianshui Pass and the current emperor? Guan Chen listened in confusion. Weren't they discussing why the assassin wanted to kill him? How did it suddenly involve the general and the emperor? How would I know? Huang Fuyu said slowly, the emperor's biological mother and the general's biological mother are sisters. When the emperor was a prince, he was sent as a hostage to the Tan Yuan dynasty for 7 years. At that time, it was General Chao who accompanied the prince and went to the Tan Yuan dynasty together. It wasn't until the late king passed away that the prince returned to the capital and ascended the throne under the general's escort. Thus, the general not only has the merit of assisting the dragon but also holds the recommendation for the prince's tutor. Unfortunately, the general has spent his life on the battlefield and has no offspring. Therefore, he has never utilized this recommendation for the prince's tutor. 2 months ago, news suddenly spread in the capital. Several of the prince's tutors died mysteriously one after another. Seeing that the current prince was also reaching the age to be sent to the Tan Yuan dynasty as a hostage, the emperor, in a hurry, wrote a secret order to the general. He instructed him to select a suitable tutor within 3 months to report to the Royal Martial Academy. Huang Fu. You paused here and continued. Who would have thought that the originally confidential order was leaked for some unknown reason? Not only did everyone in the capital know, but it also spread like wildfire in the martial world. You must understand, being a tutor to the prince not only means a heavy responsibility but also a bright future. It's not just any random person who gets the chance to be by the prince's side. Such a good opportunity, which faction wouldn't want to get involved? So when the news broke, the general was troubled by various factions. The general originally decided to select a talented young person during the upper realm competition as a candidate for the tutor. If nothing unexpected happened, this position would likely fall to Jiang Nan. Unfortunately, he made a grave mistake in the finals against you, raising the general's suspicions. Thus, the position ultimately fell to you. After saying this, Huang Fuyu smiled at Guan Chen. Now, do you understand why someone would want to kill you? After hearing Huang Fuyu's explanation, Guan Chen instantly understood the whole situation. No wonder someone had been keeping an eye on him. It turned out he had encroached on someone else's cake. However, there was one question that Guan Chen still couldn't figure out. Why choose me? There are so many excellent young people in the Tianshui Pass military camp. How could such a good opportunity fall to me? Huang Fuyu seemed unsure about this question as well. He said with a dazed expression, you are neither from a noble family nor a royal relative, and you have no ties to any faction. You aren't even from the Zijin Empire. Perhaps that's why the general chose you. Guan Chen curled his lips, thinking to himself, this standard is too casual. Then, the image of Jiang Nan's eyes filled with killing intent on the arena resurfaced in Guan Chen's mind. It must be him. He sent the assassin. If successful, needless to say, I would lose my chance to compete with him. Even if he failed, I would have a criminal record and would no longer be suitable as a tutor candidate. Jiang Nan's thoughts are so meticulous, and his schemes so vicious. With this in mind, Guan Chen asked Huang Fuyu, then I've committed a crime now. This position will probably still fall to Jiang Nan. Huang Fuyu sneered and said, you are gravely mistaken. Jiang Nan doesn't understand the general at all. The more he does this, the more the general will dislike him. The emperor trusts the general so much. How could the general send a treacherous person to be by the prince's side? It can only be said that his clever schemes have backfired and cost him his life. Guan Chen had no comment on this. He smiled at Huang Fuyu and said, what's wrong? Don't you want to be that prince's tutor? Huang Fuyu did not hide his thoughts and openly admitted, as long as one has the ambition to improve, it's impossible not to want it. I only regret being born 10 years too early, past the age of being a tutor. Otherwise, without the general's recommendation, I would have my own ways to secure a spot. Guan Chen looked at the confidence in Huang Fuyu's eyes, which did not seem like mere boasting. It seemed that this captain had an incredibly strong background, otherwise he would never have said such things. At this moment, Huang Fuyu suddenly thought of something and pulled out a palm-sized mini bow from his pocket. I almost forgot, the spiritual treasure you asked me to customize last time has already been delivered. I'll teach you the incantation now. First, you need to refine it with your true essence. Once refined, as long as you silently recite the incantation, it can change to any size you desire. Come on, give it a try. If it doesn't feel right, I'll have someone make adjustments. This was the first time Guan Shen had personally touched a spiritual treasure. He played with it for a long time, growing fonder of it with each passing moment. What is it called? Seeing that Guan Shen liked it, Huang Fu, you smiled and said, the craftsman named it Chasing the Moon. You can also rename it if you wish. Guan Shen stroked the bow's body, murmuring to himself, Chasing the Moon, nice name. Let's call it that. No need to change it. Following Huang Fuyu's guidance, Guan Shen completely refined the precious bow. As he silently recited the incantation, the Chasing the Moon in his hand gradually grew larger, eventually radiating a hazy glow like a crescent moon. The bowstring of Chasing the Moon was as slender as a strand of silk, yet it had excellent resilience. When he placed his fingers on it, he felt no sharpness. Instead, it felt soft to the touch. As long as Guan Shen infused true essence into the bowstring, it would automatically conjure arrows. Holding the bow in one hand, Guan Shen lightly rested his right hand on the bowstring, aiming at a massive rock on the ridge 1,000 meters away. As his true essence slowly flowed in, the conjured arrow became increasingly brilliant. Guan Shen wanted to test the limits of infusing true essence. He continuously poured in true essence, but the Chasing the Moon before him seemed to have no limits, continuously accepting the essence he infused. Guan Shen's true essence was nearly depleted, yet the Chasing the Moon showed no signs of stopping. His face turned pale as he realized his true essence was running out, and he could only release his fingers, shooting the arrow out. A flash of white light streaked across the sky like lightning. With a loud boom, the massive rock, dozens of meters high, was reduced to powder by a single arrow. What a great bow! Guan Shen exclaimed sincerely. Huang Fuyu was astonished by the power of the shot. When Su Shui said you defeated him in one move, I was a bit skeptical, but it seems to be true. Guan Shen waved his hand and smiled. Humbly, it was just luck. Brother Su was just flattering you. Huang Fuyu was momentarily taken aback. He praised you for being strong. How does that become flattering me? Guan Shen counted on his fingers and explained, look, am I not your soldier? Praising my strength is equivalent to praising your leadership. This made Huang Fuyu burst into laughter. Ha ha. Alright, just for that, I'll point you in the right direction. If you trust me, just go back. You will definitely be confined. It's both to protect you and to show others a facade. In a few days, when the big news from the Imperial City arrives, other forces probably won't have time to pay attention to you. By then, the general will surely release you. As for that matter of being the prince's tutor, just leave it to fate. Huang Fuyu spoke lightly, but Guan Shen listened very carefully. It didn't sound like a lie. What big news? Huang Fuyu glanced at him but did not answer, walking towards the valley on his own. I can't tell you that, it's a state secret. If I do, it could cost me my head. Guan Shen turned back to glance at the vast, pitch-black grassland, and finally seemed to have made a certain decision as he chased after Huang Fuyu. Early the next morning, everyone got up early to pack their things, preparing to return to Tianshui Pass. Galanzi carefully counted the heads and was astonished to find that 2 people were missing. Captain, that guy with the hairy legs is gone. Guan Shen had noticed this last night, so he was naturally not surprised. Huang Fuyu smiled at Galanzi and said, such an important witness can't die on the way. I had someone send him away overnight. I guess he's almost at the canyon by now. After hearing this, everyone couldn't help but admire Huang Fuyu's meticulous planning. Soon, everyone finished packing and set off back to Tianshui Pass. Tianshui Pass, 4th Division Headquarters. Zhao Qingtian's face was gloomy, like an ant on a hot pan, restless and uneasy. He had already sent out all the personnel he could. If they couldn't intercept those few people outside, he would have to mobilize the regular army. Just then, there was a sudden knock at the door. 2 messengers pushed the door open and walked in. General Zhao, the Grand General requests you to go to the operations department immediately. There is urgent military intelligence to discuss. Zhao Qingtian's heart sank, but he quickly adjusted. Okay, I understand, I'll go right away, you can leave first. After Zhao Qingtian finished speaking, the 2 messengers stood there, motionless, their eyes fixed on Zhao Qingtian. The Grand General said you must leave immediately. This is an order. If you don't go, we can't go anywhere. The smile on Zhao Qingtian's face froze and his heart slowly sank to the bottom. He understood better than anyone that the Grand General's orders at Tianshui Pass were like a royal decree. No one could defy them. Any struggle or resistance would be futile. Zhao Qingtian adjusted his military uniform and silently pushed the door open to leave. At the same time, all officers above the rank of general at Tianshui Pass were summoned to the operations command center.
All civil officials of the 4th rank and above were also present. The entire operations command center was tightly sealed off by fully armed patrol teams. Without the Grand General's orders, no one was allowed to leave privately. Zhao Qingtian looked at the crowded command room and let out a long breath. On the way here, he had already thought about how to confess. Unexpectedly, there was a twist in the situation and there might still be a chance. Zhao Qingtian glanced around the room. The entire command room was clearly divided between civil and military officials. Everyone gathered around their own people, whispering to each other. He scanned the room but did not see Nye Tiancheng's shadow, which left him slightly disappointed as he had originally wanted to gather some information. Hojin was still sitting calmly in the front row. Among the civil officials, others could only flatter him. No one was worthy of sitting with him. And among the military officials, apart from him, no one would openly associate with Hojin in public. Zhao Qingtian hesitated for a moment and walked straight towards Hojin. Hojin, with his legs crossed and sipping tea, didn't even lift his eyelids as Zhao Qingtian sat down beside him with a flattering smile. Lord Ho, with such a big commotion today, do you have any insider information? Hojin's lips curled slightly, his tone sarcastic. As he replied, you come to ask me about the operations department's matters? Isn't that like looking for milk from the wrong mother? If I don't know, I don't want to know either. Zhao Qingtian detected the unfriendly tone in Hojin's voice and didn't understand when he had offended him. General Ho, you are the esteemed elder of Tianshui Pass, what could possibly escape your keen eyes? If it were in the past, Hojin would have exchanged pleasantries with him, but today he had no mood for that at all. Humph, don't try to flatter me. You all have done plenty of dirty deeds. If I were to manage everything, I wouldn't have to do anything else, I'd just spend my days playing with you. Hojin's words were clearly loaded, and Zhao Qingtian couldn't help but mutter to himself, had he discovered something about the investigation team? Seeing that Hojin obviously didn't welcome him, Zhao Qingtian could only awkwardly change his seat. As soon as Zhao Qingtian left, Hojin sneered and muttered to himself, facing death and still unaware, truly the ignorant are fearless. A large room, full of people sat from morning until afternoon. Even lunch was delivered by the inspection team. Even the dullest person could tell that something significant was about to happen. The entire command room was eerily quiet, no one had the mood to chat or joke, all heads were bowed, lost in thought. At this moment, Hojin had already fallen asleep against his chair. Crystal clear drool dripped from the corner of his mouth onto the floor. Everyone was astonished by Hojin's calmness. When did this Guanglu Wadafu become so carefree? If he didn't know something, no one would believe it even if they were beaten to death. As the sky darkened, Chao finally arrived late, draped in a coat. Nye Tiancheng followed closely behind, holding something in his hand. As soon as Chao entered, the dozens of high-ranking officials present felt a chill in their hearts. They all sat up straight, solemnly paying their respects. Chao walked straight to the podium without saying a word, scanned the room, and then coldly said, Tiancheng, please briefly explain the situation to everyone here. Everyone has been waiting all day and is tired. Let's skip the formalities and pleasantries. Nye Tiancheng respectfully saluted, holding up a box of videotapes, and addressed the crowd. A senior military officer has privately raised death warriors, secretly colluding with local forces and unilaterally mobilizing military arms. He has carried out assassination and silencing activities against several active officers in our Tianshui army. Such behavior is no longer just a violation of law and discipline, it poses a serious threat to the safety of the empire. As soon as Nye Tiancheng finished speaking, the scene erupted in a clamor. Even the sleeping Hojin was startled awake by the uproar. Meanwhile, Zhao Qingtian looked pale, as if all his strength had been drained, collapsing directly to the ground from his seat. When Guan Chen and the others arrived at Tianshui Pass, it was already late at night. To prevent encountering assassins again, they had rushed the entire way. Even when they met the four great talents on the way, Huangfu Yu didn't let the team stop. Zhao Gang, Xiancheng, you too. Take these four colleagues from the logistics department and head back slowly. We have urgent matters to attend to, so we won't wait for you. Huangfu Yu left with just a sentence, turning around and walking away without acknowledging the four officials. Kang Guoqian couldn't help but complain, what's going on here? We haven't even reached our destination, and they're already leaving. How are we supposed to report back to Lord Ho? Shou Guoshang, as a private secretary to a certain department leader, clearly understood more. He waved his hand dismissively and said, we were originally just assisting them. Since things are progressing so smoothly, isn't that better? It saves us from the trouble of running around. Brother Zhao, Brother Qian, you two have worked hard these past few days. Can we take it a bit slower on the way back? I haven't taken many photos, and I haven't had enough barbecues. This trip feels wasted. Park Guochang chimed in, exactly. My ankle is swollen, and you two keep pushing us every day. We're on a business trip, not being exiled. The two brothers from the operations department, listening to the incessant chatter of the four great talents, felt like they could strangle them. This trip was supposed to be a rare opportunity for merit. Instead, these four were treating them like babysitters who wouldn't be angry. Anger aside, since the team leader had spoken, what else could they do? Just endure it. Back to Guan Chen's side. As soon as they entered the pass, 2 military police came over and took Guan Chen away. Guan Chen was already prepared for this, said nothing, and obediently followed them. Soon, the gendarmerie took Guan Chen down in an emergency elevator. This emergency elevator was usually not open to the public. It could only be used in particularly urgent situations or during wartime by combat personnel. Guan Chen spent about 2 minutes in the elevator. Normally, at this time, the elevator should have reached the bottom, but it showed no signs of stopping. After more than a minute, with a ding, the elevator finally came to a halt. Guan Chen followed the gendarmerie out of the elevator into a dimly lit corridor. The dim lights paired with the concrete walls gave the entire corridor an atmosphere of grimness. Every 20 meters, there was a fully armed gendarme on guard. Guan Chen couldn't help but speculate that this must be a secret prison beneath the dam. He followed the gendarmerie to the end of the corridor, then took another elevator down for more than a minute. Finally, arriving at the destination of this trip, a secret base located 1,000 meters deep underground at the Tianshui Dam. As soon as the elevator doors opened, Guan Chen was stunned by the sight before him. The hall, covering over 10,000 square meters, was brightly lit and crowded with people. The hall was filled with various precision equipment and several projection screens on the walls and ceiling were displaying strange images. Everywhere in the hall, staff members in white lab coats were walking back and forth. Hundreds of armed gendarmes were on alert around the area. At that moment, Guan Chen felt a strange illusion, a sense of returning to Earth. It felt as if he had suddenly taken a plane from the deep mountains and appeared at Daxing Airport. It was like stepping into a different world. A bald uncle wearing glasses frowned and approached the gendarmes as they exited the elevator. The 2 gendarmes didn't waste any words and directly handed over several documents. This bald uncle seemed to be the person in charge here. He looked at Guan Chen's documents for a long time and complained to the gendarmes with a dissatisfied expression, "What do you take this place for? This isn't a prison. Why are you sending prisoners here?" The 2 gendarmes didn't say much and directly pulled out a general's order, which made the person in charge obediently fall silent. Soon, the gendarmerie led Guan Chen through the entire hall and down 2 more flights of stairs, finally stopping in front of a metal door. "Hand over all your belongings, we will keep them for you." Guan Chen hesitated for a moment, but feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from the 2, he ultimately complied and handed over his items. In fact, there wasn't much, just 2 storage bags, one he had bought and the other confiscated from Guzue. The 2 didn't even glance at them and placed the storage bags into a metal box. Then one of them moved the general's order near a scanner beside the metal door. Only then did the metal door slowly open to both sides. As the door opened, a series of roars echoed from within. Inside were rows of closed metal cells. Each metal cell contained various bizarre creatures. Some were enormous, over 10 meters tall, their heavy bodies firmly locked inside the cells. Others were small, about the size of a human, trembling and curled up in a corner of their cells. There were even more creatures that Guan Chen had never seen before. He suddenly had a bad premonition. He wouldn't be locked in one of these cages, would he? That would be the end. The noise from these beasts would drive him insane. Fortunately, the worst thing he feared did not happen. The 2 gendarmes led him through countless iron cages to a separate cell. As the lights in the cell turned on, the glass cover outside slowly opened, and the 2 gendarmes pointed to the room and said to Guan Chen, "Deputy Officer Guan Chen, you are being confined here for violating military discipline, awaiting trial by the military court. You can appeal after you leave the confinement room and bring it up in court. Now please cooperate and go inside." Guan Chen looked at the cell in front of him, speechless. Is this a joke? If this is a confinement room, I'll live stream myself eating shit. Who brings a confinement room all the way down here? Besides, what's up with that group of beasts outside? Are they also in confinement? At this moment, Guan Chen had no other choice but to obediently nod and walk into the confinement room. As soon as he stepped inside, the thick glass cover outside immediately closed. Instantly, all the howls of rage were cut off from the outside. 2 guards also turned and walked away. Guan Chen surveyed the confinement room before him. It contained only a mattress, a wash basin, a clock, and a bathroom. The bathroom was clean, equipped with a toilet and a shower facility. Guan Chen lay down on the mattress in despair, unable to suppress a sigh. For the time being, he could only stay here obediently. From what he had seen and experienced since returning to Tianshui Pass, Wang Fu Yu should not have been lying to him. After all, if the general wanted him dead, he wouldn't go through all this trouble. He could simply lock him up in any cell, and that would be the end of it. There was no need for such elaborate measures. Being confined here actually felt more like a form of protection. Since he was here, he might as well make himself comfortable. Since he couldn't get out, thinking too much was pointless. Guan Chen decided to use this time to make up the 700 proficiency points he was missing for the diamond skill. With that thought, he wasted no time, got up, and began to meditate and practice. Time passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, Guan Chen had spent 3 days in this secret room. One day, while meditating, Guan Chen suddenly opened his eyes. I finally leveled up. A flash of brilliance flickered in his eyes. I finally leveled up. After 3 days of practice, he had finally gathered the more than 700 proficiency points required for the diamond skill. However, what disappointed Guan Shen was that the diamond skill did not undergo a transformation like the basic archery. Instead, it reached an entirely new realm. Guan Shen looked at the light screen in front of him, frowning in contemplation. Host, Guan Shen Realm, Early Innate Realm Strength 14,550 Gene True Essence 5 points. 1 cycle of True Chi can be converted into 1 point of True Essence. Constitution, Undying Underworld King Body, Special Physique of Martial Emperor level, Severed limbs can regenerate, Foundation can be reshaped, as long as the heart pulse remains intact, even if shattered, it can be restored. External skills, Great Strength Diamond Palm LV5 272/1600, Wind God Leg LV4 778/800, Overlord Spear LV4 328/800, Starry Body Refining Technique LV1 34 out of 100, Internal skills, Diamond Skill LV7 Max Level, Overbearing True Scripture LV1 22 out of 100, Skills, Basic Archery LV6 Killing Domain LV1 Basic, Turtle Breathing Technique LV1 Diamond Skill, LV7, Return to Simplicity, Current Proficiency Full Diamond Skill, LV7, Return to Simplicity after circulating for a week, one can obtain 72 days of True Chi. Current technique has been strengthened to its limit, cannot be further enhanced. Yes, you read that right, the Diamond Skill is maxed out. It cannot be upgraded or enhanced any further. Guan Shen looked at the description of the Diamond Skill, frowning slightly. This meant that the techniques he had collected also had a limit. They were not like the basic skills he comprehended, which could evolve infinitely. It's not hard to understand if you think about it. For example, everyone would get it if I explained it. A bicycle, no matter how much you modify it, can never become a motorcycle, because a bicycle was designed to be pedaled by a person. If you put an engine on it and install a fuel tank, it's no longer a bicycle. The diamond skill is the same. After all, it is just an elite level technique, not even reaching the rare level. The person who created this martial art had a predetermined goal from the very beginning. All the pathways of energy manipulation, including the cultivation of meridians, were directed towards this goal. Even if you cultivate this martial art to its limits, it will only reach the expectations of its designer at most. However, the foundational skills you comprehend on your own are different. The grade of foundational skills will continuously break through with the accumulation of your experience and insights. Theoretically, this kind of breakthrough has no upper limit. This is also the fundamental reason why foundational skills can evolve infinitely. Once this basic logic is understood, Guan Shen must adjust his future plans accordingly. If the diamond skill could evolve infinitely like the foundational archery, he wouldn't need to get involved in any power struggles. But that is not the case now. He needs to find a form of internal power that can replace the diamond skill. Until he acquires a more powerful internal cultivation method, he can only cultivate true energy through the diamond skill. Although the upper limit of the overbearing scripture is much higher than that of the diamond skill, all subsequent techniques are controlled by the royal family. Without the royal family's recognition, wanting to obtain the subsequent techniques is basically a pipe dream. Therefore, finding a more powerful technique has become Guan Shen's urgent priority. Besides that, he also needs to adjust his future cultivation focus. The foundational archery and the star body forging technique must be prioritized. Currently, being locked in this room, he cannot practice foundational archery. He can only wait until the evening to practice the star body forging technique. As for during the day, with nothing to do, aside from cultivating the overbearing scripture, he is left with only a basic turtle breathing technique. To be honest, Guan Shen still doesn't understand what this turtle breathing technique is for. Since it is classified as a foundational skill, he might as well practice it slowly. Who knows, one day he might surprise himself while practicing. With this thought, Guan Shen looked up at the time. It was 10 in the morning. There were still 2 hours until meal delivery. Adhering to the principle of not wasting a single second, Guan Shen began to rise and practice the turtle breathing technique. At the same time, 1,000 meters above Guan Shen, a grand welcoming ceremony was taking place. The entire Tianshui army, with thousands of civil and military officials, stood respectfully on both sides of the road, welcoming the arrival of the imperial censor. Zhao Kan and Hozhen stood at the front of the line, watching the golden carriage appear at the end of the road, and they quickly signaled to the people behind them. The once noisy welcoming crowd instantly fell silent, as if a pin could be heard dropping. As the crisp sound of hooves grew clearer, everyone's heads bowed lower and lower. Creak! The noble royal carriage came to a stop, and a middle-aged man dressed in a bright red official robe stepped down from the carriage. This man wore a double phoenix crown hat and had a jade belt tied around his waist, clearly a third-rank imperial censor. He appeared to be over 50 years old, with a full forehead and a square jaw. His eyes, sharp yet restrained, held an unspoken authority, and he sported a meticulously groomed beard about a foot long. In his hand, he held a bright, shimmering scroll. As soon as he got off the carriage, he opened the scroll and proclaimed loudly, "By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees
As soon as these 8 words were spoken, the civil and military officials on the ground immediately knelt, filling the area. Only General Tan Yuan, Chao Can, remained standing with a bow. Since the Xiande era, General Chao Can has repeatedly achieved military merits, alleviating my worries. After a lengthy recitation, the group of officials kneeling on the ground collectively shouted, "Long live our emperor," and bowed their heads to the ground. After reading the decree, the middle-aged censor immediately put on a smile, collected the imperial edict in his hand, and quickly walked to Chao Can, helping him up. "Duke Chao, please rise quickly. It has been years since we last met, and your grace remains as impressive as ever." Chao Can straightened up upon hearing this, smiling as he replied, "Dr. Wu, you are too polite. This journey has been tiring, and you have worked hard, my lord. Please, let us return to the camp quickly. I have prepared a modest wine to entertain you." With that, Chao Can warmly took the middle-aged man's hand and walked towards the nearby tent. The military censor seemed to understand Chao Can's temperament well and did not hesitate to follow. The two walked side by side, engaging in quiet, cheerful conversation. It wasn't until they had walked quite a distance that the officials dared to speak. Throughout the entire exchange, Hojin felt like a transparent person. No one acknowledged him, and he did not dare to initiate a conversation. It was important to note that although he was only half a rank below the censor, the latter represented the emperor, and it was not his place to overstep. The position of military supervisor was thus quite awkward. Regardless of the dynasty or situation, the military supervisor was a thankless role. If the generals were disloyal to the emperor and harbored rebellious thoughts, the first to be eliminated would certainly be the military supervisor. If the generals and the emperor were on good terms, the military supervisor could only play the role of a petty person caught in the middle. Hojin's situation was relatively better. The emperor knew that the Grand General had no rebellious intentions, which was why he sent Hojin, a minor official of the 3rd rank, to keep an eye on Chao Can. Otherwise, in terms of rank, Hojin was worlds apart from Duke Chao. When they met in the court, Hojin did not even have the qualification to speak with Chao Can. It was only in a border stronghold like Tianshui Pass that Chao Can regarded Hojin as a person. After so many years in the court, Hojin had long seen through such trivial matters. Seeing that this welcoming banquet had nothing to do with him, he was just about to return for a nap when he was stopped by the Grand General's personal guard. "Lord Ho, the Grand General requests your presence." Upon hearing this, Hojin's eyebrows shot up. His momentary disappointment vanished in an instant. He quickly adjusted his official attire and said with a beaming smile, "Quick, lead the way." In the banquet hall, the Grand General, the censor, and the main guests were seated separately. Hojin sat in the position of the main companion, with Nya Tianchang as the deputy companion. The table was filled with fine wine and dishes, with no one else present besides these 4. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of dishes, the military censor set down his cup and began to discuss the main topic. "Duke Chao, besides the matter of rewards, His Majesty has 2 other things for me to convey to you." The military censor paused deliberately, casting a glance at Hojin and Nya Tianchang. Hojin, being quite clever, found an excuse to step out. However, Nya Tianchang acted as if he were deaf, not even lifting his eyelids. Chao Can gestured for Hojin to sit down and smiled at the censor, saying, "Everyone here is loyal subjects of His Majesty. Dr. Wu, please feel free to speak." With Chao Can's words, Hojin immediately felt honored, sitting up straighter. Seeing that Duke Chao had said this, the military censor did not hesitate. Further and continued, "The first matter is regarding the new army, which has been confirmed. His Majesty will announce this in the court in 2 days. I ask Duke Chao to prepare in advance. After all, the logistics for 100,000 troops is a significant issue that cannot be taken lightly." In fact, Chao Can had known about this for a long time, as it was something he and the Prime Minister had worked on together, and he had already prepared his thoughts. "I have already thought about the location. The outer area of that village can be dismantled for the new army. However, I won't be able to assist with the logistics. You will have to consult Lord Ho for that." Upon hearing this, the military censor looked towards Ho Shin. Hojin was taken aback, finally realizing, no wonder they had invited me over. It turns out the pit had already been dug for me. "Lord Ho, do you have any difficulties?" Hearing the censor's question, a hint of difficulty appeared on Hojin's face. This village area was indeed a long-standing problem. The high-ranking officials of the Tianshui army had long considered the idea of demolition, but it had yet to be implemented. The disarray and filth there were just one aspect. More importantly, these 1 million refugees were like a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at any moment. "Your Excellency, I must be honest, I do have a few difficult issues here. If these issues are not resolved, I fear we truly cannot proceed with the demolition of this settlement area." The convoy of the military censor had come from the settlement area. The various dilapidated buildings and groups of refugees left a deep impression on him. He knew without thinking that trying to demolish that place would be fraught with difficulties. However, with the beast army eyeing Tianshui Pass, no matter how hard it was, this matter had to be dealt with. If it's a matter of finances, Lord Ho need not worry.
The court has allocated specific construction funds for the new army. You just need to submit an application to draw from it directly. Lord Ho showed a troubled expression and said with a bitter smile, money is indeed a minor issue. The main concern is how to resettle those refugees. Lord Wu, you must be aware that since the establishment of Tianshui Pass, countless border residents have chosen to ally with us. Over the years, the number of refugees fleeing from the Fire Worship Alliance has accumulated to over 1 million. These people have no identity and are all crammed into the settlement area. If we do not properly arrange for their resettlement, we absolutely cannot proceed with the demolition. After listening, Military Censor Wu pondered for a moment and said, I will report to His Majesty as soon as possible to ensure the proper resettlement of these refugees. Lord Ho can arrange for equipment and materials to enter the site in advance. This matter concerns the rise and fall of the empire and must not be delayed or neglected. Lord Ho understood that this matter could not be postponed, and seeing that the censor agreed to address the refugee issue, he fell silent. This first matter was settled for the time being. Military Censor Wu continued, Duke Chao, the second matter concerns the selection of the Crown Prince's tutor. After the Autumn Festival, the Crown Prince will set off for Lidu. Shouldn't the candidate you recommend be decided soon? In the living area, at the entrance of the community where Meng Yang lived, a military green SUV came to a steady stop at the gate. The car door opened and a striking figure stepped out. With a long ponytail, a proud posture, and slightly tan skin. This person was Tina, who had just returned from outside the pass. Before entering the pass, Guan Shen had calculated that he might be arrested as soon as he stepped in. To avoid worrying Meng Yang, he could only ask Tina to bring her a message of safety. Tina initially wanted to refuse, but thinking of their various encounters, she inexplicably agreed. Entering the community, she followed the address left by Guan Shen and arrived at a certain building. She stood at the door, hesitating for a while before finally ringing the doorbell. After 2 rings, hurried footsteps could be heard from inside. When the door opened, Meng Yang looked at the fashionable girl in front of her, and a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. Who are you looking for? Tina took off her sunglasses and carefully examined the woman before her. With fair skin, beauty, and a seductive charm, her eyes sparkled with countless emotions. In an instant, Tina felt a strong sense of defeat rising in her heart. You must be Meng Yang, right? I'm Guan Shen's colleague. He asked me to come and see you. Meng Yang was momentarily stunned, but once she realized, she quickly opened the door and let Tina in. Hello, please come in. The place is a bit small, I hope you don't mind. Tina walked into the room and looked at the impeccably tidy furniture and appliances, secretly marveling at how much of a virtuous wife and mother she truly was. What happened to Xiao Shan? Did something happen to him? Why did he send you to see me? Meng Yang brought a cup of warm water and fired off several questions in quick succession. Tina recounted the prepared explanation to Mei Yang. You mean he's getting promoted to an officer? That's wonderful. I knew Xiao Shan would make something of himself. In the interrogation room of the patrol team, Nya Tiancheng looked at Zhao Qingtian, who was being tortured to the brink of death, and a hint of pity flashed in his eyes. Whether in the court or in the military, once a person's position is compromised, their fate is already sealed. Although Zhao Qingtian refused to disclose the forces behind him, it didn't matter. The general never intended to capture all those people. Killing Zhao Qingtian was merely to send a warning. Alright, let's take a break for today. Ensure the security work is tight, and no external personnel are allowed to contact him. After Nya Tiancheng finished his instructions, he hurriedly left the interrogation room. Soon, several medical staff in white coats entered to treat Zhao Qingtian's wounds. With them around, it would be difficult for Zhao Qingtian to die even if he wanted to. In the Black Warehouse, in conference room number 7. After 5 days, Nan Badian, Galanzi, and Tina finally gathered again. As soon as Galanzi saw them, she exclaimed, It's only been 5 days since we returned, but why does it feel like a month has passed? Sister Na, did you find out anything? How is the captain? Tina shook her head gently, letting out a long sigh. No news at all, and I don't even know where he's being held. Nan Badian knew a bit about the issues between Tina and Guan Chen. Hearing this, he comforted her. No news is the best news. If they really wanted to deal with him, it would have been all over the place by now. Don't worry, someone up top is protecting him. Galanzi pouted and asked Nan Badian, so are we just sitting here doing nothing? How about we recruit a few more people to try? Nan Badian was indifferent to this. While Tina rolled her eyes and said, I'm good at gathering intelligence, but recruiting new members depends on you, brother Nan. Nan Badian put down the newspaper, made an okay gesture, and casually picked up a cigar from the table to light it. 10 minutes later, Tina and Galanzi walked out of the conference room hand in hand. The two of them giggled as they walked out of the Black Warehouse. At that moment, a young man quietly followed them from behind. He had a manic expression, blood-red eyes, and seemed to carry some deep-seated hatred. He had been secretly trailing the two until they reached a secluded corridor. Seeing that there was no one around, he was about to rush forward when suddenly someone pressed down on his shoulder. Hey, kid, following two girls in broad daylight? You must be a pervert, right?
The young man silently turned around, revealing a twisted face and a head full of silver hair. Behind him, Nan Badian, with a cigar in his mouth, looked at the stranger with disdain.
What are you looking at? You freak! Get lost before I make a move.
The silver-haired man closed his eyes and took a deep breath of the air. Trembling, he said, "That's right, it's this scent. You are one of the participants."
Nan Badian had already sensed something was off with the other party.
Just as he was about to reach into his pocket, the silver-haired man was a step ahead, forcefully grabbing his head. Suddenly, a silver light burst from the silver-haired man's eyes, and a small dragon, claws bared, shot out from his eyes, heading straight for Nan Badian's forehead. At that moment, a patrol team suddenly turned the corner.
Seeing the two entangled, they immediately shouted, "What are you doing? Fighting is prohibited here."
The silver-haired man swiftly vanished into the depths of the corridor, and by the time the
patrolling soldiers arrived, the man had already disappeared without a trace.
At this moment, Nan Badian's eyes were wide with fear, as if his soul had been sucked away.
The soldiers who came over quickly surrounded him and asked, "Are you all right? Who was that person you were fighting with? Did you see clearly?"
No matter how the soldiers inquired, Nan Badian showed
no reaction at all. Finally, someone couldn't help but poke him.
The skin on Nan Badian's body cracked like porcelain, and a blazing light burst forth from countless fissures.
Boom!
Tina and Galen, who had not yet left the building, were startled by the tremendous sound. The two looked towards the source of the noise, unsure of what had happened.
"Sister Na, it
sounds like it's coming from upstairs," Tina said, feeling an inexplicable pain in her chest a moment ago, a wave of irritation flooding her body.
"Let's not get involved in this commotion, we have things to do," Tina said, pulling Galen down the stairs.
Shortly after they left, the silver-haired man reappeared. This time, however, he was clad in armor, and even his silver hair was tucked under a cap. He sniffed the air in the corridor like a hunting dog, a mad smile creeping across his lips.
"Run, you can't escape. Ha ha ha." In the underground confinement room, Guan Shen exhaled a breath of turbid air, concluding today's training.
He had been in the confinement room for 5 days.
During these days, he had spent every day
either training or meditating. This had led to remarkable progress in his body tempering technique and turtle breathing technique.
After 2 days of cultivation, the star body tempering technique had risen 2 levels, reaching LV3 with a slight achievement.
At the same time, Guan Shen utilized the accumulated star power to open 4 new acupoints, enhancing his physical
strength to an unprecedented level.
Star body tempering technique, LV3, slight achievement, current proficiency, 7 of 400. Star body tempering technique, slight achievement LV3 after circulating energy for a week, can accumulate 8 points of star power. Currently, 6 acupoints are opened. The next acupoint requires 100 points of star power. Note, there are 830 acupoints in total. Each open acupoint strengthens the body by 1 point. 30 acupoints make 1 level, and each level requires a massive amount of star power to break through the bottleneck. After breaking through a level, the star power required for the acupoints doubles. At the same time, his turtle breathing technique had also reached level 3. The upgraded turtle breathing technique did not unlock any new functions. The notes still only described its benefits for strengthening the body and prolonging life. Whether it was a psychological effect or not, Guan Shen felt that since practicing the turtle breathing technique, his body had become lighter, his spirit better, and even his appetite had increased compared to before. If it weren't for the fact that his panel did not display his lifespan, Guan Shen would even suspect that his life had been extended. Just keep practicing. After all, I have nothing else to do. What if I really can achieve immortality? Just as Guan Shen was about to lie down and rest for a while, the glass cover suddenly opened from the outside. "Guan Shen, put on this outfit and cover your head, someone wants to see you." Guan Shen looked at the outfit in front of him, feeling a chill run down his back, cold sweat breaking out. No way, they can't be taking me to execution, right? As soon as this thought crossed his mind, Guan Shen immediately shook his head to dismiss it. Impossible. If they wanted to kill me, they would have done it long ago. Why wait until now? Stay calm, stay calm. While giving himself a psychological pep talk, Guan Shen put on the outfit handed to him. It was a scholar's robe. Hey, to his surprise, it fit him quite well. A dark blue long robe paired with black boots, topped off with a square scarf on his head. A dark jade belt was tied around his waist, giving him a scholarly yet heroic appearance. Before Guan Shen could admire himself, the military police placed a special helmet over his head. Inside the helmet was pitch black. He could see no light and hear no sound. He was escorted out of the confinement room by 2 military police officers. Guan Shen had no idea how far he had walked while being led by the two, until he was finally brought into a carriage. The feeling of being kept in the dark was unbearable, especially when the car started. Guan Shen almost thought he was heading to the execution ground. When the car stopped shaking, Guan Shen was once again escorted out of the cabin by 2 men. This time, after only a few steps, the helmet on his head was finally removed. Guan Shen squinted for a while to adapt before he could see the surroundings clearly. It seemed to be some kind of military camp, looking quite upscale.
It was already night and the sky was filled with stars. He was brought to the front of a small building where someone went inside to report. Guan Chen had been holding back his questions all the way and could no longer contain himself. Seeing that there was no one around, he turned to the two military police beside him and asked, "Hey, who am I here to see? What should I say when I go in?" The two military police glared at him fiercely. One of them took out a metal box and handed it to him, speaking in a stiff tone, "Just say what you're asked. Here, this is your stuff, check it yourself, and if anything is missing, don't come looking for us." Guan Chen opened the iron box and saw his two storage bags intact inside. He hurriedly took the storage bags out and hung them on himself, the little fear in his heart dissipating. They had returned his belongings, so he was definitely in the clear. Just as he was pondering how to pamper Mei Yang when he got back, someone finally walked out from inside. The newcomer was a middle-aged official dressed in green military attire. He glanced carefully at the three of them and pointed at Guan Chen, saying, "You, come with me." Guan Chen didn't dare to ask more questions and followed the middle-aged man into the small building. The interior of the small building was decorated very elegantly, with several grand pieces of furniture, various exquisite ornaments, and a circle of bookshelves filled with ancient scrolls, all exuding a strong scent of books. The middle-aged scholar led Guan Chen through the living room and into a study. As soon as he entered, he saw two middle-aged men sitting at a desk, smiling as they scrutinized him. Guan Chen didn't recognize the others, but he was very familiar with the one sitting on the right. It was General Chao Can, the Duke of Chao, who had saved his life in the arena last time. Guan Chen didn't dare to be negligent and quickly bowed, saying, "I am Guan Chen, paying my respects to the general." Chao Can spoke to Guan Chen in a gentle tone, "Get up, let's just chat casually, don't be so formal." Hearing this, Guan Chen quickly stood to the side with his hands clasped. At this moment, the censor on the left, seeing Chao Can nod, finally spoke to Guan Chen. "Guan Chen, where are you from? Where are your parents?" "I am from Jiulong City, where I grew up. Later, due to a beast attack, the city fell and my family was lost, and since then I have been separated from my parents." The censor stroked his beard and continued to ask, "Do you have any connections with the Guan family of Scorpion Fortress?" Guan Chen thought for a moment. He had never heard his parents mention this place, so he answered honestly, "My parents never mentioned this place, and I have never been there. As for whether there is any connection, only my parents and elders would know." The censor seemed quite satisfied with Guan Chen's answer and continued to ask, "So after you came to Tianshui Pass, how do you find it compared to Jiulong City?" Guan Chen was taken aback. What was this, a political review? After a brief thought, he replied, "The two places are like heaven and earth. Jiulong City, in terms of technology, culture, environment, and public safety, cannot compare to here." He was speaking the truth, without any exaggeration. "If Jiulong City were still standing, would you still move here?" Guan Chen shook his head without thinking. The censor was taken aback and curiously asked, "Why is that? Didn't you say this place is better than Jiulong City? Why don't you want to move here?" Guan Chen felt a cold laugh in his heart. There are many good places in the world. Should I go everywhere? Of course, he wouldn't say such confrontational words. No matter how bad Jiulong City is, it is still my homeland. As long as my homeland doesn't starve me to death, how could I bear to leave? Guan Chen thought this guy would be angry after hearing it, but unexpectedly, the Grand Inspector looked at him with newfound respect. "Indeed, you have backbone, you're a real man," the Grand Inspector said, then turned to Chao Can with a smile. "Duke Chao, I've finished my questions, it's your turn now." Chao Can gazed into Guan Chen's eyes and asked, "Guan Chen, I have a task for you. I wonder if you are willing to accept it." Upon hearing this, Guan Chen knew the serious matter had arrived. The great general saved my life. I will not refuse any orders, no matter the cost. Chao Can nodded slowly and continued, "I want to send you to protect someone, a person of immense status. You will stay by their side, a nameless shadow. Even if you die, you must not let this person come to any harm. This task is not only dangerous but also time-consuming. It could last 3 years, or even 5. You cannot back out midway, nor can you be a deserter. As long as this person does not return to the capital, the task is not considered complete. Guan Chen, I will give you 15 minutes to consider. If you leave this study after 15 minutes, we will act as if we have never met tonight. If you stay, I will take it as your acceptance of this matter. I have already prepared a swift horse for you outside, and someone will guide you to the capital overnight. Guan Chen, you should weigh this carefully." With that, Chao Can stood up and walked towards the door of the study. The Grand Inspector watched Chao Can's departing figure, sighed with a bitter smile, and then turned to leave as well. Only Guan Chen remained in the study, frozen in place. Departing tonight? This is too sudden. To be honest, Guan Chen felt a bit hesitant at that moment. After all, he was going to an unfamiliar place, leaving at night without being able to say goodbye to his family. He couldn't bear to imagine how sad Mei Yang would be if she found out he had secretly left her behind. But then he thought, a man who wants to achieve great things cannot spend his whole life in a comfortable nest. Moreover, even without this task, Tianshui Pass was certainly not a place to linger. The beast army outside was eyeing them covetously. Who knows when this place might be breached by the beasts? By then, he wouldn't even be able to leave if he wanted to. Besides, wasn't he already worrying about advanced internal martial arts? Now was the best opportunity to ally with the crown prince. With this thought, Guan Chen had made up his mind. He decided to have a good talk with the great general later to see if he could arrange for Mei Nyang to be settled safely. Only then could he leave with peace of mind. Time flew by, and soon the 15 minutes were up. Zhao Kun saw Guan Chen in the study and smiled, saying, "Good, I didn't misjudge you." Seizing the opportunity, Guan Chen hurriedly bowed and said, "General, I have a request." "Speak." "I have a family member who relies on me, currently residing in the family quarters. I earnestly request the great general to grant her household registration and ensure she is well settled in the heart of the empire. In this way, even if I die, I can die with a smile." The moon was bright and the stars few, the sky a clear blue. The three riders galloped under the moonlight, leaving only the fading sound of hooves. In a dormitory on the second floor of a certain military camp, Jie Lanzi was, as usual, animatedly telling ghost stories. "That cockroach spirit loves to eat girls' brains. As soon as you fall asleep, it will sneak out from under the cabinet. It will stick its long tongue into your ear and eat your brain while you are dreaming. Wow, that's so scary. Sister Lanzi, please stop. When the lights go out, I won't be able to sleep. So annoying. I'm scared half to death every day because of you." Jie Lanzi proudly placed her hands on her hips, surveying everyone with an air of dominance. "You really are a bunch of timid mice. Don't worry, with this young lady here, no monsters or ghosts would dare come to our dorm. Ding ding, it's time to turn off the lights. Lanzi, can you accompany me to the bathroom? I'm scared." "Ah, this young lady really has no choice with you all. Is there anyone else who needs to go? Let's go together. It saves me from making multiple trips." "I will." "Me too." A group of people chattered as they left the dorm, rushing towards the bathroom by the corridor. Soon, with all the lights in the camp turned off, the once lively dorm fell silent in an instant. On the roof of the dormitory, a figure lurked in the night. His silver hair fluttered in the wind and his cold gaze glimmered with a hint of murderous intent. This person was none other than Jie, who had followed them here all the way. As the night deepened, Jie leaped from the rooftop, floating down the corridor of the second floor like a great rock. He peered through the window, watching the sleeping figures in the dorm, his eyes filled with malice. He gently pushed open the wooden door of the dorm and slowly walked to Galen's bedside, murmuring to himself, "To let you die in your dreams is truly too easy for you." With that, he leaned over the bed, his eyes shining with silver light. A small silver dragon flew out from his eyes, clawing and flapping towards the sleeping Galen. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the dorm. "Ah! Cockroach spirit!" Jie was startled by the scream, his whole body shivering. Even the little dragon in midair paused for a moment. Galen suddenly opened her eyes wide and rolled to the side, dodging the small dragon that was flying towards her. With a loud boom, the silver dragon crashed violently into the pillow, shattering the bedboard and the floor beneath into powder. A blinding light erupted, illuminating the entire dormitory like daylight. Galen gasped, quickly using a sidekick to propel herself into a corner of the dorm. By the time she got up, she was already holding two gleaming short daggers. "Who are you?" Jie looked at the girl still screaming in the corner and pointed at her, turning her into ashes. He rubbed his ears, looking disgusted as he said, "Really? It's so noisy." Galen gasped again. At the moment the man attacked, an unmatched energy shot out from his fingertips. With just a light strike, her roommate had turned to ashes. She couldn't imagine what kind of power could achieve such a feat. Seeing the man turn to look at her, Galen didn't hesitate at all and directly crashed through the window to escape outside. Jie watched Galen's fleeing figure, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. With such a commotion, nearly everyone in the camp was awakened. The other girls in the dorm sat up groggily, and before they could understand the situation, Jie pointed at each of them, killing them instantly. "Run, run for your life. Only fleeing prey can pique my interest." Jie leisurely walked out of the room, watching the direction Galen fled, a cruel smile appearing on his lips. This night was destined to be sleepless, and who knows how many innocent people would die in this chase. At this moment, Guan Chen and his two companions had already crossed the dilapidated and crowded village area, riding towards the end of the Tan Yuan Canyon. The steed he rode was no ordinary horse, it was a fine horse bred from the genes of exotic beasts. Not only was it several times larger than an ordinary horse, but its explosive power and endurance were also several times stronger. It could traverse mountains and hills as if walking on flat ground, and its full-speed running speed was not inferior to Guan Chen's. Such a fine horse was only possessed by high-ranking officials and royal offspring. Ordinary wealthy tycoons couldn't even buy one with money. This time, the magistrate, in order to avoid trouble and let Guan Chen reach the capital as soon as possible, had gifted him these 3 fine horses. After leaving the village area, continuing forward for another 5 kilometers was the last checkpoint of Tan Yuan Canyon. Although there are no grand defensive works like the Tianshui Pass Dam here, there is still a city wall several hundred meters high. Beyond the wall lies the jurisdiction of the 7th heavy town of the Zijin Empire, the Twin Kings City.
This city wall is not under the control of the Tianshui army, but
rather governed by the Twin Kings city. Its original purpose was merely to block these refugees.
The three rode their horses to the wall, and the heavy machine guns on the wall immediately turned their barrels, aiming at them.
Several soldiers in brown armor approached the three, signaling them to show their identification. The two accompanying Guan Chen were all royal
guards. One was tall and thin, with a hooked nose, deep-set eyes, and a hint of murderous intent between his brows. The other looked more like a wealthy young master, always wearing
a slight smile. Guan Chen initially intended to dismount for inspection.
However, the tall guard directly picked up the whip and struck the soldier's face hard.
Open your dog eyes and take a good look at what this is. Hurry up and open the gate. If you delay any further, I'll skin you alive.
The soldier who was struck, looking at the gold medal in the guard's hand, suppressed his anger and shouted to those behind him, "Open the gate." The massive steel gate slowly rose. A deep tunnel several dozen meters long appeared before them.
The guard didn't even glance at the soldier on the ground and rode his horse into the tunnel. Guan Chen watched this scene in amazement. Goodness, is a guard really this domineering? When they
reach the capital and encounter those from the royal family, who knows how wild they will become.
For the first time, Guan Chen wavered in his choice. Hopefully, he wouldn't run into a
prince who bullied the weak and disregarded human life. Otherwise, he truly worried he might not be able to resist eliminating the harm to the people.
Guan Chen spurred his horse to catch up and soon rode out of the tunnel.
Passing this checkpoint, he had truly entered the territory of the Zijin Empire. From this moment on, Guan Chen had completely left Tianshui Pass behind. As the steel gate slowly descended behind him, Guan Chen took one last look at the wall before spurring his horse forward. After continuing for a short while, a series of rumbling sounds suddenly reached his ears. The sound resembled rushing water, growing louder as they moved forward. Soon, as the cliffs on both sides of the riverbank became lower, Guan Chen
and his group finally arrived at the exit of the Tan Yuan Gorge.
Guan Chen stood on his horse at the exit, gazing at the brilliantly lit city before him, listening to the roar of the waterfall, as if he had entered another world. In the capital of the Zijin Empire, within the residence of the Grand Prince, with a loud crash, a beautifully crafted vase was violently
thrown to the ground.
Useless. All of you are useless. Each of you usually boasts about how strong your abilities are and how deep your sex foundation is.
You can't even handle such a trivial matter. What use do I have for you, useless lot?
A young man in a purple cloud-patterned robe shouted hysterically. Before him, the dark lines of the three major sects knelt on the ground, glancing at each other, none daring to provoke the Grand Prince at this moment. After a while, the Grand Prince finally finished venting, his voice hoarse as he said,
"Speak, how should we wrap this up now?
I've already killed the person, and none of you managed to seize the quota.
Ha!
If the second prince finds out, he'll probably laugh his head
off."
One person kneeling in the middle, in his 40s with a goatee, was the envoy of the Lingjian sect and a staunch supporter of the former crown prince. This assassination of Guan Chen was indeed orchestrated by their Lingjian sect. However, despite all their calculations, he had not anticipated that Guan Chen would be so strong. What was supposed to be a dead end was unexpectedly evaded by him.
Your Highness, I actually think this may not be a bad thing.
This time, 5 of the crown prince's attendants died mysteriously in the capital.
And the emperor has already suspected you. How could he possibly allow us to obtain the attendant quota?
As far as I know, the 5 new recommended slots, the ones for the Grand Minister and the Grand Tutor, no outsider has managed to get involved.
The Prime Minister's slot is reserved for his own descendants.
Only the slots for Prince Ning and Duke Chao have room for competition. Prince Ning goes without saying, he is the maternal uncle of the second prince, and the slot in his hands is essentially in the second prince's control. As for the slot held by Duke Chao, he has no sons or daughters and never forms cliques for personal gain. His slot will most likely go to one of his subordinate generals.
The Crown Prince impatiently interrupted the envoy.
Enough with this useless talk. Just tell me directly, how is not being able to secure a slot turned into a good thing?
The envoy from the Lingjian
sect quickly bowed and said softly, Your Highness, your goal is the same as the second prince's.
Neither of you wants the Crown Prince to return alive from the Great Yuan. In fact,
it would be better if the slot fell into the hands of the second prince. This way, you can use him to eliminate the Crown Prince.
I can even assert that from now on, the second prince will likely seek your cooperation.
Thus, even if one day the Crown Prince dies unexpectedly in another country, it will be hard for His Majesty to suspect you.
Upon hearing this,
the Crown Prince's eyes flickered, feeling there was some truth to it.
However, he still angrily waved his sleeve and said, Make sure to find out when Dr. Wu's convoy will return. I want you to make contact with the candidate recommended by Duke Chao at the first opportunity. No matter the cost, I want to win him over. Do you understand? After the Crown Prince
finished speaking, the 3 below quickly bowed respectfully. On the other side, in the second prince's residence, a similar scene was unfolding. However, the people he was dealing with were not sect disciples but military officers from the academy. I've already arranged for someone to communicate with my uncle. He will recommend you to His Majesty.
Zhang Wei, this matter relies on you, you must not let me down. Kneeling at the feet of the second prince was a young man with an honest appearance. He looked simple and honest, with a sturdy demeanor, but from an angle unseen by others, ambition sparkled in his eyes. Your Highness, rest assured, Zhang Wei would never dare to betray your trust. The second prince, with his gentle demeanor and a faint smile always playing at the corners of his mouth, replied, "Oh, then tell me, what trust do I have in you?" Zhang Wei's pupils constricted, realizing he had
misspoken, and quickly corrected himself. The second prince is devoted to the country. Recommending a lowly person is entirely for the sake of the crown prince.
I will certainly not
betray your trust and will protect the crown prince's safety. The second prince sneered upon hearing this. Not too foolish after all.
You can rest easy. I will take good care of your family, including your 7-year-old sister. Someone will take you out through the back door shortly. Remember, once you leave this room, no matter who asks, we have never met, understood? Zhang Wei quickly lowered his head to the ground and replied respectfully, "Yes, I understand." Once Zhang Wei left, an old man with white hair hurriedly walked in from outside and whispered to the second prince, "Your Highness, I just received news that the crown prince seems to have failed." The second prince couldn't help but coldly mock, "Hoof. How can you expect much from someone who can't even protect his own position as crown prince? Forget about him.
Tell me how the preparations for the new army are going."
I heard that all 7 major sects have been alerted. Even many reclusive families have sent people to the capital. The white-haired old man nodded slowly. That's right. Not only have all the people from the 7 major sects arrived, but even the powerful from various city-states have sent representatives. The entire capital is now a place of hidden talents. Just polling. Someone off the street could reveal a master from a reclusive family.
The old man, upon hearing this, asked with some confusion, "Your Highness, why don't you make contact with those
sects? Their power should not be underestimated."
I heard that the first prince has already managed to win over 3 of the 7 major sections. If they were to join forces,
the old
man's words trailed off, but the implication was very clear.
The second prince picked up a nearby teacup and took a sip, smiling disdainfully as he said, "If he weren't so intent on self-destruction, how could he have lost the throne?"
The greatest worry of father throughout his life has been his inability to eliminate these sections.
If he knew that his son was secretly colluding with the people from the 7 major sects, what do you think the old man would think? The old man seemed to disagree with the second prince's viewpoint. But sooner or later, his majesty will abdicate. If these sects truly fall into the hands of the first prince, wouldn't our situation become even more difficult? The second prince stood up and walked to the courtyard, looking at the dense dark clouds in the sky as he said, "You don't understand father at all. Once he sets his mind on something, no matter how difficult it is, he will find a way to achieve it. To reach his goals, let alone his sons, even the entire world could be sacrificed. Just wait, a storm of blood and carnage is coming soon. Only those who survive will have the right to compete for the throne." Since entering the heart of the Zijin Empire, Guan Chen's astonishment had not ceased. This place was so much like Earth. Not to mention the clusters of tall buildings, there were also the crisscrossing roads, elevated bridges spanning fields, and the roaring railway lines day and night. Aside from the abundance of horse-drawn carriages, everything else was almost identical to Earth. Guan Chen had once asked the guard beside him why, with cars already available, so many people still used horse-drawn carriages. The guard told Guan Chen that not just anyone could drive a car. Although the Zijin Empire was rich in mineral resources, there were hardly any decent oil fields within its borders. Ever since the arrival of the beasts 100 years ago, oil, as a strategic resource, had been classified as a controlled item. Aside from local governments being able to apply for limited gasoline, only the military could use it freely. So, despite the many roads built in the Zijin Empire, ordinary people could only travel by horse-drawn carriage. Moreover, the use of electricity was also restricted here. Over 70% of the country's electricity was supplied to the capital and several major cities. The remaining electricity allocated to various city-states was minimal. Therefore, at night, aside from maintaining basic living electricity, the entire city lacked decent night lighting. As for household appliances, like air conditioners and televisions, ordinary people could only dream of them. Appliances might not be expensive, but the electricity bills were absolutely unaffordable. The rich, however, were a different story. As long as they were willing to spend money, there was nothing in this world that couldn't be managed. After hearing this, Guan Chen gained a more comprehensive understanding of the Zijin Empire. Setting aside the system and ruling methods, the Zijin Empire was somewhat similar to the Northern Dynasty, but a bit more enlightened. It was understandable, after all, in a chaotic world, maintaining the livelihood of the common people was already quite difficult. As for entertainment and consumption, that would have to wait. Guan Chen and his group traveled for 3 days, crossing half of the Zijin Empire's heart, before arriving at the central city of Baiyujing. The entire capital was surrounded by water on 3 sides, with a total population exceeding 30 million, covering an area of over 20,000 square kilometers. It was the most populous city in the entire empire.
Bayou Jing could roughly be divided into 3 parts. The central core area was naturally the imperial city where the emperor resided. This included the imperial palace, the residences of the 3 dukes and 9 ministers, as well as the residences of the princes and princesses and the crown prince's east palace, all of which were located within the imperial city. This part of the area may seem sparsely populated, but it occupies a full quarter of the entire Bayou capital.
Beyond this is the inner city.
Here lie the residences of high officials, the 6 major government offices, the administrative buildings of various departments, the Royal Martial Academy, and numerous universities, all situated in this region. There are also many offices of large companies, headquarters of major trading firms, liaison offices of various city-states, and foreign guest reception centers, among many other institutions that have established their offices here.
The people living in the inner city are either wealthy or noble. Just one house here can cost more than you can imagine. Being able to reside here is a symbol of status and identity.
The entire inner city together occupies nearly a third of the area of Bayou capital. It forms a ring that encircles the imperial city.
The remaining area is naturally the outer city. The outer city, also known as the urban circle, is primarily inhabited by common folk. Don't be fooled by the tall buildings everywhere in the outer city. They are all meant for the common people. Those with real power and influence would never squeeze into these high-rise apartments. Only young people from out of town, striving
to make a living, are infatuated with these concrete tubes.
The outer city is neatly divided from the inner city by the New River.
Several bridges leading into the central city are all controlled by the capital's imperial guards. Ordinary people wishing to enter the central city must not only present identification but also apply in advance to local authorities. Without a valid excuse, it is generally very difficult to sneak in. With 2 imperial guards leading the way, naturally, no one dared to stop Guan Chen.
Guan Chen didn't even dismount. He was quickly let in.
Once inside the inner city, it was evident that the 2 guards had become much more restrained.
They no longer dared to gallop down the street, and even their
voices were much quieter. The 2 led Guan Chen, turning east and west, until they finally stopped in front of an academy.
Dismount. This is the Royal Martial Academy. Unless it's a close relative of His Majesty, everyone must dismount and walk.
Guan Chen had been riding for 3 days, and his backside was already sore. He jumped down from the tall horse and stretched,
looking around.
Before him stood a magnificent stone gate flanked by 2 stone pillars carved with dragons and phoenixes.
On the left pillar, a series of cursive characters danced in the air. Guan Chen looked closely and couldn't help but read aloud.
Blood and fire, hatred soaring to the sky, together safeguarding the country, even when facing strong enemies.
We dare to fight.
After finishing, he turned to the right pillar. Tears and shadows, enmity fills the ground, together guarding the homeland. When encountering stubborn foes, we must
strive harder.
It's unclear who wrote this couplet, but after reading it, Guan Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of blood and nodded secretly.
No wonder it's the Royal Martial
Academy, a place dedicated to training high-ranking officers. At the very least, there is still some spirit of bravery. It's just that he wonders if the students here truly embody the words of the couplet, daring to fight, to battle, and to strive. Next to the main gate, many passing students noticed Guan Chen. They saw his travel-worn appearance and the cheap robe he wore, and couldn't help but point and gossip. Another country bumpkin has arrived. Look at his cluelessness, he probably crawled out from some corner.
Isn't it still a bit early for the school season? Why did he come so early? Could it be that he's trying to use connections to get in? That's about right.
This kid looks so shabby, who knows whose influence he borrowed to get into the academy.
Not necessarily, he might have been recommended from Tianshui Pass or Sword Pavilion. After all, those 2 legions recommend quite a few soldiers here every year. Those rookies, aside from being a bit tough in fights, are practically useless. Just look at his dazed expression, he looks like a fool.
Guan Chen naturally heard the discussions around him. As a dignified and 8-level expert, how could he possibly stoop to the level of these young brats? The royal guard beside them saw more and more people gathering, and hurriedly urged Guan Chen, "Stop looking, hurry up and come with us. My brother and I will take you to your destination, and then we can go back to report." Hearing this, Guan Chen led his horse and followed the 2 men into the academy's main gate. The entire Royal Martial Academy was much larger than Guan Chen had imagined. The 3 of them walked for over half an hour before finally tying up their horses in front of a pavilion. "We've arrived, this is it." Inside the pavilion, an old man with a white beard stood opposite Guan Chen, fuming with anger. "You haven't even read Spring and Autumn, you haven't looked at the doctrine of the mean, and you know nothing about strategies. How can someone like you be a tutor to the Crown Prince?" Guan Chen shrugged his hands and replied to the old man with a puzzled expression, "Then you should ask Duke Chao. He chose me. I didn't know that being a tutor to the Crown Prince required memorizing texts." "You." The old man opened his mouth for a long time, but was so infuriated by Guan Chen that he couldn't find the words. You wait. For me. I must report you to His Majesty. Someone like you being beside the Crown Prince is simply a disgrace to culture."
Hearing this, Guan Chen felt even more it was unreasonable. What use is culture? Can it kill enemies? Or save the country? I'm just a rough man. The Grand General sent me here just to protect the Crown Prince. As for pretending to be cultured, that's better left to those corrupt scholars. The old man's eyes went dark, nearly fainting. You, who are you calling a corrupt scholar? You little brat, you disrespect your elders. You're infuriating me. Guan Chen quickly stepped back, pointing at the two guards and shouting, you two bear witness, I didn't touch him. Don't try to frame me. Is this old man hard of hearing? I never said he was a corrupt scholar, so why is he taking it personally? Behind Guan Chen, the two royal guards exchanged glances, too scared to breathe. They never expected that the seemingly honest young man would be so intimidating when he spoke. The old man in front of them was the Crown Prince's grand tutor, the head of the Royal Martial Academy, the renowned Jiang Fuji. Guan Chen kept calling him an old man and a corrupt scholar. If either of the guards had a weak heart, they might have died from fright. As the situation escalated, the two guards steeled themselves to interrupt. Grand Tutor, please calm down. This person, I will leave him here for you. We still need to return to the palace to report. You see. The old man was still furious and angrily waved his sleeve, saying, take him away. I can't teach a student like this. Whoever has the ability, let them teach him. The once arrogant royal guards now had no temper left, staring at each other, both at a loss. Just then, a hearty laugh suddenly came from downstairs. Haha, teacher usually teaches us that harmony is precious, kindness is fundamental, and sincerity comes first. Why are you so angry today? As the voice fell, two figures walked up from downstairs, one after the other. The person in front was handsome and graceful, warm as jade. His face was like a crown of jade, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, autumn waters for spirit, and jade for bones. He stood like a fragrant orchid in a jade tree, smiling like a bright moon in embrace. What a celestial youth. As soon as the Crown Prince appeared, the two guards were so frightened that they quickly knelt down, and even the old man bowed and saluted. I pay my respects to His Royal Highness. The young man walked straight to the old man's side and gently placed his hands on him, saying, Teacher, there's no need for such formalities. Following the young man was another young man in fine clothes. This person was also quite handsome, with a dignified demeanor, but he had a slightly more delicate appearance, lacking a bit of masculinity. Seeing Guan Chen not kneeling, he immediately drew his sword and shouted, You bold one, why don't you kneel when you see the Crown Prince? Guan Chen showed no fear, staring into the other's eyes and said, I don't kneel because I don't recognize the true face of the Emperor. Why shouldn't you bow? The effeminate young man squinted his eyes slightly, exchanging glances with Guan Chen, sparks of confrontation flickering between them. No harm done, ignorance is no crime. The prince waved his hand lightly at the effeminate young man, who then sheathed his sword. The prince, with great interest, walked in front of Guan Chen, scrutinizing him carefully, and asked with a smile, Are you the one recommended by the Duke? Seeing the prince's inquiry, Guan Chen did not dare to be arrogant and quickly bowed, saying, Lieutenant Guan Chen pays his respects to your highness. The prince couldn't help but nod secretly, casually praising, as expected of a warrior of our empire, you carry a spirit of bravery. You may rise. After saying this, the prince turned to look at the old man. Master, I see this person is straightforward and honest, not a villain. If he has done wrong, I will apologize on his behalf. The old man, seeing the prince raise his hand to bow, quickly reached out to stop him. Your highness is kind-hearted. What wrong is there? Well, it was my confusion earlier. I shouldn't have debated with a martial artist. As the saying goes, when a scholar meets a soldier, reason cannot be made clear. Alas, I am just asking for trouble. Hearing this, the prince laughed heartily and said to the effeminate young man behind him, Shangguan, take him to complete the admission procedures. You two return to report to Father Emperor. Just say I have accepted him. The two guards, upon hearing this, bowed in gratitude and left as if pardoned. The effeminate young man named Shangguan seemed reluctant, not even glancing at Guan Chen, and walked downstairs without looking back. It seemed he still held a grudge against Guan Chen for his earlier retort. Guan Chen didn't care about his mood, smilingly greeted the prince, and followed him downstairs. Once they left, only the prince and the grand tutor remained in the building. The prince, seeing no one around, quietly asked, Master, what do you think of this person? The old man had already changed his expression, no longer showing the earlier impatience, his eyes deep and contemplative. Proud and hard to tame, straightforward and fearless, with no background. The Duke of Chao really picked a good candidate for you. If you can subdue him, it will be an extra life-saving talisman for your journey to Tan Yuan. The prince must remember, a gentleman shows kindness, while a villain shows power. Different people require different methods of treatment. Do not simply seek to please. The prince, upon hearing this, looked enlightened. Meanwhile, the effeminate young man led Guan Chen to the management office of the Martial Arts Academy. Guan Chen spent an hour completing various procedures, receiving his newly assigned student jade pendant, academy uniform, and dormitory key before leaving the management office. As soon as he stepped outside, the pretty boy waiting outside turned and walked away angrily. Seeing this, Guan Chen couldn't help but tease, Hey, You there, the little guy in front. What's your name, Shangguan? Why are you so petty?
As soon as Guanchen finished speaking, the pretty boy immediately stopped in his tracks, glaring angrily. If it weren't for the fact
that we are both under the prince, I would have already cut you down with a sword. Let me tell you, remember this well. I am Shangguan Hongyan, the legitimate son of King Wuliang. Shangguan Haoyu.
I suppose a rough martial artist like you wouldn't even recognize my father's reputation.
Guanchen looked bewildered. Oh, so you got in through connections. No wonder you're so arrogant.
And you listen well, I am Guanchen, my father is Guan Shanyue, just an ordinary commoner. Guanchen wasn't intentionally looking for trouble, he just
wanted to test Shangguan Hongyan's skills. Who knew this guy would be so stubborn?
Guanchen provoked him for a long time without seeing him make a move.
Following behind him, Guanchen couldn't help but feel pleased. Alright, if you can take the insults, then it will be easier. This is the effect I wanted. This is often how people interact. It's either the east wind overpowering the west wind or the west wind overpowering the east wind. It's like when you join a new workplace. The more considerate you are, the less others feel the need to be considerate. The more you indulge, the more others will take advantage. So never give people the impression that you are easy to manipulate. Once you are labeled as such, you will never shake it off for the rest of your life. Life, after all, is a struggle. Fighting against others, fighting against fate, is endlessly enjoyable. Back to the point. Shangguan Hongyan
brought Guanchen to the front of an apartment and pointed at the door, saying, "This is where you will be staying temporarily.
Don't wander around. If the prince is looking for you, I will come here to find you."
After saying that, Shangguan turned to leave but was stopped by Guanchen.
Wait, where is the hidden skill pavilion?
In such a large martial arts academy,
there can't be no advanced internal skills, right? Shangguan couldn't help but mock Guanchen. You ignorant and uncouth martial artist, do you think this is some sect or gang? Hidden skill pavilion. The library is over there. Let me tell you.
Before Shangguan could finish, Guanchen turned and dashed towards the direction Shangguan Hongyan pointed.
Hey, didn't I tell you not to run around? Where will I find you if something happens? Shangguan Hongyan wanted to chase after him, but remembering that the prince was still waiting for him in the dean's office, he could only angrily shake his sleeve and leave.
The campus of the Royal Martial Arts Academy was simply too vast.
Guanchen ran in that direction for a good 10 minutes,
before finally finding the library that Shangguan Hongyan mentioned. It was a magnificent building made of giant stones. The entire structure resembled the Parthenon of ancient Greece. Huge granite columns surrounded the building, supporting its dome. Each of these columns stood 70 to 80 meters tall, making one feel incredibly small in front of them. At the entrance of the hall stood a massive statue made of white marble depicting a powerful middle-aged man in armor holding a spear, sitting majestically on a warhorse. The base of the statue was engraved with the words "Great Ancestor War God." Guanchen glanced at the statue, unsure if this man was the founding emperor of the Purple Gold Empire. Upon entering the building, he saw that the vast and empty hall was filled with rows of bookshelves. The entire hall had 6 levels, all with a corridor-style structure. On each level, many people quietly wandered between the bookshelves. Guanchen handed his newly issued Academy Jade pendant to the library administrator and asked, "I want to know where to find books on martial arts techniques." Without looking up, the administrator pointed behind him and said, "Third floor, at the back. You can only make copies, the originals cannot be taken." Guanchen took back the jade pendant and headed upstairs. Damn it, he still didn't know when he would suddenly go abroad. It was crucial to get the subsequent internal skill methods as soon as possible. Arriving at the corner of the 3rd floor, Guanchen casually picked up a book to read. Little Sunflower Acupoint Pressing Hand, Master Level Technique? With this skill, one could cultivate to the Master Realm at most. Once mastered, one could press acupoints from a distance, incapacitating enemies below the Master Realm with a single strike? What a load of nonsense. Guanchen threw the book back onto the shelf with a blank expression and randomly picked up another one. Toad Skill, Master Level Technique. This skill could also be cultivated to the Master Realm. What the hell would I do with the highest Master Realm? Guanchen flipped through dozens of books in succession, most of which were Master Level techniques, with only a few reaching the innate level. As for techniques above the innate level, he didn't see a single one. Guanchen was completely dumbfounded. There's no way such a large royal martial arts academy can't even produce a basic martial king level technique, right? Not believing in evil, Guanchen continued to browse several rows of bookshelves, but the results were largely the same. Just as he was about to despair, he suddenly noticed a small sign above the terminal in the corner. Guanchen leaned in closely to read it, and saw several lines of large text. Notice to all students, due to severe theft in this library, advanced internal skill methods will no longer be displayed in paper format. Students in need, please check the information at the terminal by yourself. If you need to print, just print it directly. P.S. To those foolish kids who steal books, all the books you took are copies. Stop doing such stupid things. Guanchen was also speechless. Clearly, they could print, so why did those fools still steal books?
Did they really think they could understand everything just by getting their hands on an original?
They would still end up failing regardless. Guan Chen opened the terminal list, looking at the names and related descriptions of more than a dozen martial arts techniques, and began to select carefully. The more he looked, the more he couldn't help but sigh. Too few. Compared to the thousands of master-level techniques, the number of martial
king-level techniques was simply too small.
So few that the entire library only contained a total of 14 martial king-level techniques. This was collected with the strength of the
entire nation. If it were to be placed in the hands of ordinary people, they wouldn't even dare to think about it. Moreover, these 14 martial king-level techniques were almost all
lost to history. There were no cultivation insights at all, and practitioners could only rely on their own comprehension. It was obvious that these were the remnants of the Yuchi family, after they had plundered others' heritage. After carefully reviewing these 14 techniques, Guan Chen surprisingly found no trace of the latter half of the War God technique. This indicated that the grade of the War God technique was above the martial king level, and the royal family was unwilling to easily pass it on. It seemed he would have to put in more
effort with the prince to obtain the latter half of the War God technique. After much hesitation, Guan Chen finally chose a technique called Limitless Divine Skill. He selected this
technique because it provided detailed introductions and steps on how innate martial artists could advance to the martial king realm.
Even if Guan Chen did not cultivate it, it would
greatly help his future martial arts path. As for the remaining techniques, their grades were too low, and there was no need to cultivate them.
In the management office of the Martial Academy, in the principal's office, the prince looked at the recently returned Shangguan Hongyan and asked, "Why did it take you so long to come back?" Shangguan Hongyan hurriedly reported everything that had happened on the way to the prince, embellishing the details. When the prince heard that Guan Chen had gone straight to the library without even entering his apartment, he couldn't help but chuckle. "Oh, I really thought he was indifferent to desires." Shangguan Hongyan stood by, sarcastically saying, "He's just a country bumpkin, how could he have seen any advanced techniques?
He must be overwhelmed with choices right now." The principal, sitting in the Grandmaster's chair, couldn't help but cough lightly to remind her.
"Shangguan, since you will be serving under the prince in the future, how can you speak ill of others behind their backs?" Although Shangguan Hongyan felt very unconvinced, since the
Grand Tutor had spoken, she had no choice but to lower her head and admit her mistake.
"Yes, I was foolish."
The prince, Yuchi, took out a technique from his bosom and handed it to
Shangguan, saying, "Shangguan, take this to Guan Chen. Since he needs a technique, why not give it to him?
Tell him that this technique is a royal secret and must not be passed on
lightly without permission."
Shangguan Hongyan glanced at the technique in the prince's hand, the War God technique, and felt as if she had swallowed a fly.
"Your Highness, this Guan Chen has just arrived in the capital, and you haven't even assessed him. How can you give such a valuable item to him?"
Yuchi was unconcerned, saying, "It doesn't matter, I naturally
won't doubt someone recommended by Duke Chao.
The War God technique is abundant. Using it to exchange for the loyalty of my subordinates seems very worthwhile.
Now, hurry up and go.
Tonight, you will accompany me to the Prime Minister's residence. Before we leave, I have some matters to discuss with Prime Minister Li." Seeing that the prince had made up his mind,
Shangguan Hongyan could only leave reluctantly.
On the other side, Guan Chen had just returned from the library when he encountered Shangguan Hongyan, who had come looking for him
near the apartment.
As soon as they met, Shangguan Hongyan complained irritably, "I told you not to wander around, but you insisted on doing so. What if His Highness the Prince has urgent
matters and can't find you?" Guan Chen sneered, "With a lickspit like you around, how could I possibly take the lead? Alright, if you have something to say, say it quickly. If not, get lost. I've been running for days and I'm exhausted. I just want to lie in bed and get a good sleep." After saying that, he stretched lazily, which made Shangguan Hongyan grit his teeth in anger. "This is what His Highness entrusted me to deliver to you. Let me tell you, this God of War manual is a royal secret. Only those who have made great contributions to the Empire have the chance to obtain it. You've really struck gold. If I were the Crown Prince, I would never easily hand over such an important technique to a petty person like you. Just hand it over." Guan Chen snatched the God of War manual and began to flip through it with delight. "Be careful. Why are you so clumsy? If you damage a treasure bestowed by the Crown Prince, you'll be guilty of great disrespect."
Guan Chen completely ignored him, kicking open the apartment's courtyard gate and walking in without looking back.
Behind him,
Shangguan Hongyan shouted in exasperation, "This technique can only be cultivated by you alone and must not be passed on. If it spreads, it would be a crime punishable by extermination."
Of 9 clans, Guan Chen took out his keys to unlock the door, waving his hand without turning back. "Relax, relax. You're so naggy." Shangguan Hongyan's face turned pale with anger. He
had always been the center of attention wherever he went, and this was the first time he had been so blatantly ignored. If it weren't for his concern about the Crown Prince's opinion of him, he would have really wanted to slay this good-for-nothing with a single sword strike.
Once Guan Chen entered the apartment, he began to look around. The apartment was large, a multi-level villa. It had 2 floors and a basement.
The first floor consisted of the living room, kitchen, and activity room. The second floor had the bedroom, study, and a large
balcony. The basement was a quiet room for cultivation.
The house was fully furnished with all kinds of furniture and appliances.
Even the bedding on the bed was brand new. Compared to
the environment at Tianshui Pass, this place was like heaven and earth. If it weren't for the task at hand, Guan Shen would have really wanted to stay here indefinitely.
After taking a
tour, Guan Shen went straight to the underground secret room, closed the heavy steel door, and eagerly took out the God of War manual to read.
The God of War manual was indeed the foundation
of the Purple Gold Empire. It detailed the breakthrough steps and cultivation insights from the bodybuilding realm to the true martial realm. It was truly a genuine martial arts technique, especially the complete version of the overbearing scripture. No, it could no longer be called the overbearing scripture. Its true full name was the Jade Emperor Scripture. The Jade Emperor Scripture not only opened all 12 meridians but also connected the Ren and Du meridians from the 8 extraordinary vessels into one.
Guan Shen sat cross-legged,
focusing his mind, and began to slowly circulate the true essence within his body according to the meridian opening route in the Jade Emperor Scripture. With the vast true essence in his body as support, and having already mastered the upper half of the scripture, Guan Shen only took an afternoon to open all 12 regular meridians and the Ren and Du meridians. At the moment the Ren and Du meridians were open, Guan Shen felt a tremendous force surge throughout his body. The true essence within him began to circulate at an incredible speed, requiring no control from Guan Shen. It started to operate spontaneously. As Guan Shen opened his eyes, a violent stream of true energy shot out from his body, blowing the heavy steel door
of the secret room away.
Guan Shen was overjoyed as he felt the changes in his body, sensing that there seemed to be endless power brewing within him. At the same time, the overbearing scripture in the panel had been completely replaced by the Jade Emperor Scripture. Host, Guan Shen Realm, Early Innate Realm Strength, 18,760 Gene True Essence, 5 points, 1 cycle of true energy can be converted into 1 point of true essence. Physique, Undying Underworld King Body, Martial Emperor Level Special Physique, Severed Limbs can regenerate, Foundations can be reshaped, as long as the heart pulse remains intact, even if shattered, it can be restored. External skills, Great Strength Diamond Palm LV5, 272/1600, Master Level, Wind God. Leg LV4, 778/808 level, Overlord Spear LV4, 328/808 level, Starry Body Refining Technique LV3, 7 out of 400 True Martial level, Internal skills, Diamond Skill LV7, Master level. Max, Jade Emperor Scripture LV1, 1/100 True Martial level, Skills, Basic Archery LV6, Slaughter Domain LV1, Basic Turtle Breathing Technique LV3 Jade Emperor Scripture LV1, Initial Understanding, Current Proficiency, 1/100 Jade Emperor Scripture, Initial Understanding LV1 Each time the true energy runs through a cycle, it can increase 10 days of true energy. The Jade Emperor Scripture does not require cultivation, it automatically runs a cycle every 10 minutes. This is incredible. Guan Shen looked at the introduction of the Jade Emperor Scripture, unable to contain his overwhelming joy. Just the fact that it operates automatically without cultivation is 1,000 times stronger than the Diamond Skill. Truly a true martial level technique. It feels like cheating. The Jade Emperor Scripture is only at level 1 and it can increase 10 days of true energy with each cycle. When it reaches level 7, won't Guan Shen's true energy increase by 720 days every 10 minutes? That means the true energy Guan Shen gains in 10 minutes is equivalent to 2 years' worth of true energy. This is too exaggerated. Just a moment ago, he was worried about how to increase the proficiency of the Jade Emperor Scripture, and now he no longer has to worry at all. 1 point of proficiency every 10 minutes, 6 points in an hour, 144 points in a day. With just a month, his Jade Emperor Scripture could reach level 7. The key is that he no longer has to suffer through tedious meditation. After closing his personal panel, Guan Shen continued to look into the detailed divisions between realms in the War God technique. Previously, Guan Shen only had a vague concept. He knew that each realm is roughly divided into 3 stages, early, middle, and late. As for how these 3 stages are specifically divided, especially the 3 stages of the innate realm, he had no clue at all. Now, after looking at the War God technique, he finally understood the distinctions. The division of the early, middle, and late stages of the innate realm is still based on the amount of true essence within the body. If the true essence is below 10 points, it is considered the early stage of the innate realm. If the true essence is between 11 and 30 points, it is the middle stage of the innate realm. If the true essence exceeds 30 points, it is the late stage of the innate realm. Therefore, the gap between the 3 stages of the innate realm is quite significant. Once a martial artist's true essence exceeds 30 points, they can prepare to advance to the Martial King realm. Of course, the vast majority of martial artists will try to accumulate as much true essence as possible before advancing to the Martial King realm. Because the more true essence one has, the higher the chance of successfully advancing to the Martial King realm, and the higher the grade of their destined star after the advancement. Advancing to the Martial King realm is a life and death trial for every martial artist.
They need to infinitely compress the true essence within their body, collapsing all true essence into a single point. Only then will the true essence transform from liquid to solid state. Until all true essence is completely transformed, and the martial artist's sea of energy gives birth to their destined star, can they be considered to have successfully advanced. This process is extremely dangerous. If one is not careful, the true essence within the body can become chaotic, leading to a catastrophic explosion in death. However, once the advancement is successful, they will completely transcend the realm of mortals and become an existence beyond the mundane world. Martial King realm experts not only have 3 times the lifespan of ordinary people, but they can also traverse the skies. There is no mountain in the world that can obstruct their steps. There is no river that can hinder their path. From this point on, they have transcended beyond mortals. It is said that for every martial king born in this world, a destined star appears in the starry sky. The destined stars in the starry sky resonate with the martial artist's destined star within their body. The stronger the martial artist, the higher their realm, the more dazzling the destined star in the starry sky becomes. When a martial arts expert reaches the end of their life, the destined star in the sky will also fall as a shooting star. It is said that on the day the founding emperor of the Zijin Empire, Weiqi Changtian, passed away, the fallen fragments of the Star of Fate occupied half the sky. Of course, this is merely a record in the War God Manual. Whether the Weiqi family is just boasting about their ancestor is something Guan Chen cannot ascertain. This illustrates how important a warrior's Star of Fate is to them. It is the foundation of a warrior and the key to how far they can go on the path of martial arts. The higher the grade of the Star of Fate, the greater the achievements one can attain. Conversely, the lower the grade, the smaller the achievements. The Stars of Fate for martial kings are divided into 5 grades: ordinary, intermediate, superior, supreme, and flawless. An ordinary Star of Fate is likely to result in a lifetime stagnation at the martial king level. Unless one is blessed by fortune and possesses rare treasures to defy fate, they are destined to be unrelated to the martial emperor realm. An intermediate Star of Fate has a small chance of advancing to the martial emperor realm, but there is almost no hope of stepping into the true martial realm. The saying still holds: those favored by fortune, the darlings of heaven's will, the ones with cheat codes, are not included in this category. A superior Star of Fate, as long as it does not fall midway, almost guarantees becoming a martial emperor. Even for the true martial realm, there is a 3-part chance to fight for it. As for a supreme Star of Fate, it goes without saying, entering the martial emperor realm is as easy as drinking water, and with a little effort, one can advance to the true martial realm. It is said that Weiqi Changtian possessed a supreme Star of Fate within him. As for a flawless Star of Fate, it is merely a legendary existence. After searching through over 400 years of history books of the Zijin Empire, not a single case has been found. After reading the records in the War God Manual, Guan Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. With the assistance of the Heavenly Tao rewarding diligence system and the Star Body refinement technique, he knows that the key to condensing a Star of Fate, besides a vast amount of true essence, requires a powerful physique. It's like comparing someone using a plastic bag to compress true essence with those using a pressure cooker. Can they achieve the same results? Guan Chen is absolutely confident that he can at least condense a supreme grade Star of Fate. As for the flawless grade, whether it truly exists is still uncertain. After finishing the section on the Jade Emperor scripture, Guan Chen began to look up the latter half of the techniques for the Overlord Spear and Wind God Leg. The complete version of the Overlord Spear has transformed from the original 9 techniques into 18. However, the latter 9 techniques can only be executed after reaching the martial king realm. Therefore, Guan Chen just took a cursory glance and did not rush to learn them. As for the Wind God Leg, the complete version not only greatly increases speed but also adds many combat steps. It can unleash even greater power when combined with the Overlord Spear. Seeing this, Guan Chen quickly got up and began practicing the latter half of the Wind God Leg. For a moment, the nearly 100 square meter basement was filled with Guan Chen's shadow. After practicing for a while, Guan Chen finally mastered the complete version of the Wind God Leg. Wind God Leg, LV4, Comprehensive Mastery, True Martial Level, Current Proficiency, 778/800 Wind God Leg, Comprehensive Mastery LV4 Fast as lightning, moves like a ghost, appears and disappears without a trace, feet leaving no mark, enhances body flexibility, increases strength by 3,200 pounds. At full speed, can travel 240 miles in a quarter of an hour. The complete version of the Wind God Leg inherits the proficiency of the original Wind God Leg, but its grade has changed from innate to true martial. Not only that, the original level 4 Wind God Leg only increased Guan Chen's strength by 1,600 pounds. Now, at the same level, the Wind God Leg's strength increase has doubled to 3,200 pounds. As a result, Guan Chen's physical strength surged again, exceeding 20,000 pounds. In terms of speed, in a quarter of an hour, he can cover 240 miles. That averages out to 8 kilometers per minute or 134 meters per second, which is already close to half the speed of sound. It is no exaggeration to say that in the blink of an eye, Guan Chen can disappear from your sight.
Leaving the basement and heading upstairs, Wan Shen saw that it was already dark outside, and the sky was filled with stars. Looking at the starry sky, Wan Shen couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. No one knows how many stars fill the sky, how many are the faithful stars of the strong. At Tianshui Pass, inside the command center, General Chao Can, in a fit of rage, smashed the teacup in his hand into pieces.
4 against 1, and yet they managed to escape. What face? Do you have to show our soldiers? Tian Chang. Report the casualty situation from the team.
Nya Tiancheng stood up, his face flushed, and read from a list, a total of 138 soldiers sacrificed, 12 officers killed. The injured, 720. Chao Can's face darkened to the point of almost dripping water.
Speak. What is the opponent's background? What is their strength? Why couldn't you stop them?
The 4 generals under Chao Can all lowered their heads in silence, and finally, it was Nya Tiancheng who stammered. I only know that the opponent's strength is above the 4 of us. Even when we teamed up, we couldn't stop them.
General, I feel that the opponent is at least a martial emperor level expert.
Upon hearing this, Chao Can couldn't help but furrow his brows. That day, Jie chased after Galan Zi, alarming countless soldiers. Everyone was unaware of Jie's true strength and rushed forward to intercept, resulting in the deaths of many innocent soldiers. In the end, not only did they fail to stop Jie from killing, but they also lost their own lives. The 4 generals who rushed over upon receiving the news couldn't stop the opponent even when they joined forces. Unfortunately, Chao Can was meeting with the censor that day, and by the time he received the news, Jie had already left. Chao Can asked suspiciously, where did this martial emperor level expert come from? Described their appearance.
Nya Tiancheng
recalled and slowly said, they looked young, had very fair skin, and especially that head of silver hair, which was very eye-catching.
At the royal post house in Julu City, the
censor's convoy stopped in front of the post house.
There were dozens of carriages in the convoy. Royal guards in golden armor stood neatly on either side of the carriages. The carriage
at the front looked particularly luxurious. This was the carriage that the martial censor was riding in. A middle-aged man dressed in a bright red robe stepped down from the carriage. This man was none other than the censor who had just left Tianshui Pass. After getting off the carriage, the censor scanned the surroundings and said to the guards beside him, all right, we will stay here for the night and continue our journey to the capital tomorrow. Yes. At the back of the convoy, a carriage contained Mei Yang, who sat inside in a gloomy mood. She was carefully organizing the bundle in front of her. Why was she here?
This story began 2 days ago.
2 days ago, Mei Yang was cooking at home. Suddenly, a group of soldiers arrived at her house, telling her to quickly pack her things and follow the censor back to the capital. Mei Yang was stunned at the time. She didn't know any censors, so why should she go to the capital with him? Later, after the soldiers explained, Mei Yang finally understood. It turned out that her husband, Wan Shen, had suddenly received a mission and was transferred to the capital. He couldn't come back to pick her up and could only ask the censor to take her back. At first, Mei Yang was unwilling to believe it, but when the other party presented a token, she finally believed it was true. Since they were in a hurry to leave, Mei Yang didn't even have time to sell her furniture and only took some valuable items with her before being hurriedly taken away by the carriage. For the next 2 days, she hadn't gotten off the carriage and spent all her time inside. To be honest, she had just managed to have a home, and suddenly being taken away made her feel quite reluctant. But thinking of her little husband waiting for her in the capital, she had no choice but to follow along. After sitting in the carriage for 2 days, her body had already become sore from the bumps, and just as Mei Yang was wondering when she could get off to take a look, the convoy suddenly came to a stop. As soon as she lifted the curtain, she saw 2 guards riding past her window, loudly shouting, "Everyone get off the carriage, we will be staying at the inn tonight. Everyone, get off the carriage, we will be staying at the inn tonight." Mei Yang cautiously placed her bundle into her backpack, slung it over her shoulder, and squeezed out of the carriage. Once outside, she was immediately stunned by the bustling scene before her. All she could see was a sea of lush flowers. Beautiful buildings were scattered among the flowers. Beyond the woods in the distance, tall skyscrapers rose up like a row of steel forests encircling this beautiful area in the middle. Just as she was lost in thought, a maid rushed up to her and interrupted, bowing and saying, "Madame Guan, our master requests your presence." Mei Yang, a bit confused, asked, "Who is your master?" The maid replied, "The Imperial Censor, Dr. Wu." Mei Yang had no idea how high the rank of the censor was, nor did she understand why he was looking for her. She could only anxiously follow the maid. Inside a luxurious villa at the royal inn, Dr. Wu Yuguan was slowly savoring his tea. Suddenly, a maid led a beautiful young girl into his sight. The girl had bright eyes and white teeth, with a graceful figure. Every frown and gesture revealed countless charms. Wu Yuguan couldn't help but sigh inwardly, "What a beautiful lady." "Sir, Madame Guan has arrived." Wu Yuguan quickly stood up to greet her. "Madame Guan, thank you for your hard journey." Su Weiping, quickly bring a chair for Madame Guan. "Yes." Mei Yang returned a nervous bow and quietly said, "Thank you, sir, for your care along the way. May I ask what you need from me today?" Wu Yuguan pondered for a moment before speaking. Madam Guan, there is something I didn't have the chance to explain to you before you left. Your husband is on a mission that concerns the survival of the nation. As his wife, the court will ensure your clothing, food, and shelter. However, I'm afraid you two will not be able to meet for a while. Upon hearing this, Meng Yang's face turned pale. She suddenly stood up and questioned sternly, my husband serves the country. Why can't I see him? What are your true intentions? Wu Yuguang sighed softly. He could naturally understand her feelings at this moment. After all, being so young and having to live alone, it was inevitable to feel resentment. However, there were many things he couldn't say directly, so he could only advise her gently. Madam, please don't be anxious. Your husband, Guan Chen, is not currently in the capital. He has already set off for the Tan Yuan dynasty. The reason for bringing you to the capital was his request before he left. His mission is very significant, and he certainly cannot return until it is successfully completed. So, I ask you to be patient. It will be no more than 3 years. Before Wu Yuguan could finish, Meng Yang interrupted in disbelief. What? 3 years? Wu Yuguan gave a bitter smile. He was actually being conservative with that estimate. It's possible he might never return. Of course, he couldn't say this to Meng Yang directly, or she might burst into tears right there. Madam Guan, I know this is unfair to you, but in times of national crisis, every citizen has a responsibility. Your husband sacrifices his own comfort for the greater good, a spirit I greatly admire. How about this? If you truly miss him, you can write a few letters and give them to me. I can help convey them. After hearing this, Meng Yang slumped into the chair, speechless for a long time. After a moment, she silently stood up and left, ignoring the maid's calls behind her, not stopping even once. Wu Yuguang sighed deeply and instructed the maid, take good care of Madame Guan tonight. Look at her lost and desolate appearance. If something happens, I won't be able to report back to the country. Yes, the maid replied and hurriedly ran out. Meng Yang left the inn, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Since she could remember, she had never been apart from Xiaoshan. In her heart, Xiaoshan was both her man and like a brother to her. Now, suddenly learning that she could not see him for 3 years, she was naturally heartbroken and unable to accept it. However, as a weak woman, no matter how unwilling she was, the vast world was beyond her reach to find her husband. Meng Yang hid alone in a corner and sobbed for a long time before the maid led her back to the inn. Tianshui Pass, in an abandoned warehouse. Tina was hanging from the beam, her body covered in wounds, her breath faint, clearly on the brink of death. Beneath her, a silver-haired Jie lifted a severed head and said, look who this is? Tina struggled to lift her head. For just a glance, tears streaming down her face. Lan Zi wow. Jie casually tossed the head of Jie Lan Zi to the ground like trash. Since you killed someone else's child and destroyed someone else's hope, you must be prepared for revenge. Tell me, where is your last companion? As long as you tell me, I won't torture you anymore and will give you a quick end. Otherwise, I will ravage you day and night, making you live forever in fear and pain. Tina, wanting to cry but with no tears left, hoarsely said, I don't know where he is. I really don't know. Wow. As soon as we returned, he was taken away by the gendarmes. Please, kill me, I beg you. Jie seemed dissatisfied with this answer. He picked up a thick wooden stick and said fiercely, even if you don't say, I can track him by scent. At worst, it will just take a bit more effort. But you will suffer next. Tina looked at Jie, who was getting closer, her face pale with fear. Don't come closer, don't come closer. Ah! The abandoned warehouse echoed with cries of agony, and after half an hour, the sounds grew weaker, until they finally ceased. Jie, filled with murderous intent, appeared outside the warehouse. He took out a portrait from his pocket, looking at it while murmuring, the scent is getting fainter. If I don't chase after it now, I fear I will never find him again. Guan Chen, no matter where you escape to, Jie will definitely find you. As the words fell, Jie vanished in a flash from the rooftop of the warehouse. The abandoned warehouse returned to its former tranquility. It was unknown how long it would take before someone discovered this place, finding a dead body hanging inside the abandoned warehouse. In the capital city, at the Royal Martial Academy, Guan Chen held the invitation in his hand, unable to suppress a sigh. Tonight was the Mid-Autumn Festival, and the Crown Prince had invited him to the Crown Prince's residence to admire the moon. Unknowingly, he had been in this world for a full 100 days. He was about to spend his first Mid-Autumn Festival here. In the past half-month, perhaps due to the approaching Autumn Festival, there were too many things to be busy with. The Crown Prince had hardly sought out Guan Chen. He had been alone, practicing at the Royal Martial Academy. During the day, he practiced archery at the training ground, and at night, he cultivated the star body forging technique on the balcony. Life had been exceptionally fulfilling. In this half-month, Guan Chen's cultivation had also made remarkable progress. The amount of true essence within him had finally broken through 10 points, reaching the mid-stage of the innate realm. The level of the Jade Emperor scripture had also risen to level 5, reaching the realm of mastery. Additionally, the star body forging technique, under his tireless cultivation, had also reached level 5. The upgraded level 5 star body forging technique could increase 32 points of star power with just one cycle. He had already opened 30 acupoints within his body, preparing to break through the first barrier. Meanwhile, his physical strength had surged threefold, reaching over 40,000 pounds. However, it seemed that the physical strength enhanced by the starry body refinement technique could not elevate his physical constitution level. Guan Chen's current physique remained at the indestructible Nether King body of the martial emperor level. What delighted Guan Chen the most was that after more than half a month of practice, his proficiency in basic archery was nearing perfection. He was just a few points away from a breakthrough in his basic archery skills. Guan Chen was very much looking forward to the surprises that the breakthrough in basic archery would bring him. Jade Emperor Scripture LV5 Mastery True Martial Level Current Proficiency 660 of 1600. Jade Emperor Scripture Mastery LV5. Each time the true energy circulates a complete cycle, it can increase 160 points of true energy. The Jade Emperor Scripture does not require cultivation, it automatically runs a cycle every 10 minutes. Starry Body Refinement Technique LV5 Mastery True Martial Level Current Proficiency 58 of 1600. Starry Body Refinement Technique Mastery LV5. Running a cycle can accumulate 32 points of starry power. The next barrier requires 2000 points of starry power. Currently, 30 acupoints have been opened, increasing physical strength by 3 times. Note, there are 830 acupoints in total. Each open acupoint strengthens the body by 1 point. 30 acupoints constitute one barrier, and each barrier requires a massive amount of starry power to break through the bottleneck. After breaking through a barrier, the starry power required for the acupoints doubles. Guan Chen tidied up briefly, changed into the academy uniform, and then set out. Outside the martial academy, a carriage was already waiting. It was sent by the crown prince, specifically to wait for Guan Chen. As soon as Guan Chen stepped out of the academy gate, the coachman hurriedly ran up to him, bowed, and said, "Guan Xiaowei, I am a servant of the crown prince's residence. His Highness has instructed me to wait for you to board the carriage. This way, please." Guan Chen boarded the carriage, and the coachman immediately drove it out of the academy. An hour later, the carriage had not yet approached the crown prince's east palace, and the road was already congested. After all, he was the current heir to the Purple Gold Empire, the future emperor. From high-ranking ministers and royal relatives to wealthy merchants and local heroes, anyone with a bit of status was eager to curry favor with the crown prince. Moreover, with the autumn festival approaching, the crown prince was about to set off for the Tan Yuan dynasty. By the time the crown prince returned, it was uncertain when that would be. Furthermore, by then, he would no longer be just a prince but the ruler of a nation. When that time comes, trying to ingratiate oneself would be futile, especially for those officials in the court. If they came, the crown prince might not remember them. If they didn't come, their names would surely be noted in the crown prince's little book. Being remembered with resentment by the future emperor was something that didn't need further explanation on how terrifying it could be. Therefore, this year, the number of visitors to the crown prince's east palace was greater than in previous years. Seeing that the carriage had not moved even half a meter for a long time, Guan Chen simply jumped down and walked towards the East Palace Gate. After navigating through hundreds of carriages and squeezing through countless crowds, Guan Chen finally arrived at the East Palace Gate. In front of the East Palace Gate, dozens of royal guards were busy maintaining order. An elderly eunuch with a head full of white hair, dressed in a red and blue imperial uniform, stood arrogantly in front of the gate. Beside him, 2 young eunuchs were diligently writing down the information of the visitors on a golden Nanmu table. Behind the steward, dozens of maidservants were busy transporting mountains of gifts. In front of the gate, visitors had already formed a long queue. The lengthy line stretched from the gate all the way out, 400s of meters. The head eunuch looked at the long line of people and said slowly, "Today, there are many visitors. Unless they are important figures, His Highness will not meet anyone. Those who come should report their names, positions, and gift lists, and then they can leave." Guan Chen looked at the long line in front of him and couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Goodness! There are so many people. Seeing the line getting longer, Guan Chen quickly found a spot and joined in. In front of him stood a middle-aged man with a round face and big ears, holding several gift boxes of various sizes. As soon as Guan Chen settled in, the man turned around with a smile and asked, "Hello there, young man, where do you come from?" "I am Su Feng, the president of the Chuzhou Chamber of Commerce." The fat man tried hard to extend a hand to shake hands with Guan Chen, nearly tipping over the gift boxes in his arms, which startled him into retracting his hand quickly. My apologies, my apologies." Guan Chen shook his head, but seeing the man's enthusiasm, he smiled and replied, "My name is Guan Chen, just a student, not yet an official, so I can't claim any high status." Upon hearing this, Su Feng's expression showed a hint of disappointment, but then he quickly changed the subject, continuing to smile and ask, "A student, huh? Which academy are you attending?" "There are several good academies in the capital, like the Moon Spirit Academy, the Clear Wind Academy, the Heavenly Gang Martial Academy, and the Heavy Cloud Martial Pavilion. These academies have produced quite a few high-ranking officials." Su Feng mentioned all
these schools but conveniently left out the Royal Martial Academy. It wasn't that he didn't know about the Royal Martial Academy, rather, he was too aware of its prestige to dare to mention it.
After all, it was the cradle for training senior military officers for the entire Purple Gold Empire.
The Royal Martial Academy, being a royal institution, was simply not something ordinary people could aspire to.
None of those. I am at the Royal Martial Academy.
Su Feng's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing this.
The way he looked at Guan Chen changed.
Instantly. My apologies. My apologies.
Seeing Su Feng reaching out again, Guan Chen hurriedly stopped him. President Su, please don't be so polite, be careful not to drop your treasures. Su Feng smiled awkwardly, his eyes scanning Guan Chen's empty hands, and he frowned, asking, I say, young brother, how can you come empty-handed on such a festive occasion?
Luckily you ran into me, otherwise, you'd be embarrassed later.
Come, take a few gift boxes from me. If you go up empty-handed later, your name will surely spread throughout the capital.
By tomorrow.
Guan Chen looked at the gift boxes being shoved towards him, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. He didn't want them, but the man insisted on giving them to him. With no other choice, he had to tell the truth.
President Su, you are being too kind.
I am an alumnus of the Crown Prince. I just came to take a look, no need to bring any gifts.
Su
Feng, seeing that Guan Chen still didn't get it, stomped his foot in frustration.
Brother, are you foolish?
Such a good relationship, others are crying, begging, and searching high and low for it, and here you are, with the heavens serving it right to you, and you don't even know how to cherish it.
Who is the Crown Prince?
He is the future emperor.
Do you think being his classmate is something special? The Crown Prince has many classmates, why should he pay attention to you?
The path is walked by oneself. Even close brothers can turn against
each other, right?
If you don't know how to strive, then no matter how good the relationship is, it's useless. As Su Feng spoke, he picked up a gift box and shoved it into Guan Chen's hands, drawing the attention of those around them. To avoid attracting more attention, Guan Chen could only pretend to accept the gift box. Seeing this, Su Feng finally smiled in
satisfaction and said, that's more like it.
Brother, I'm a few years older than you. If you don't mind, just call me Brother Su. Your brother Su may not have much, but I do have a
pile of money.
These gifts aren't worth much, but if they help my brother smooth out some relationships, then the money is well spent.
Take it. When it comes to emotional intelligence, Su Feng was definitely top-notch.
In conversation, he managed to make you feel genuine while also showcasing his enthusiastic side to the fullest.
No wonder he was so successful in business.
As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Although Guan Chen didn't need it, he was still somewhat affected by the other party's enthusiasm.
When he spoke again,
his tone naturally became much more polite. Since President Su has said so, I will call you Brother Su. Brother Su, who are these people?
Do so many come to pay their respects to the Crown Prince every year? Upon hearing Guan Chen's question, Su Feng immediately transformed into an expert.
These people are quite significant.
Just pick one at random, and they would be a local power wherever they go. Did you see the one in the brocade robe in front? He is the eldest son of Wang Shaoqian, the Lord of Yuang City.
This time, he is here specifically to pay his respects to His Royal Highness on behalf of his father. And that one, with a red flower in his hair, he is Qin Dong's son, the emperor of the martial world, Chen
Long. And over there, the one wearing the official hat, that's Tan Yuan from Manhwa Pavilion, a third-rank minister.
Everyone from the court is here, except for those entrusted ministers,
who accompany the emperor to enjoy the moon.
Those who can come, have come. Last year at this time, the number of visitors was less than half of this year's.
At this point, Su Feng deliberately leaned closer to Guan Chen's ear and whispered, isn't it because His Royal Highness is about to go abroad? If they don't come now, there won't be another chance. After saying this, Su Feng even winked at Guan Chen.
During their conversation, a long line had formed behind Guan Chen. Many people were not only queuing themselves but also bringing
servants carrying gifts. Guan Chen really couldn't understand why they didn't just use a storage bag to put the gifts away. Why carry so many bags in their hands? Hearing Guan Chen's question, Su Feng had a look that said he didn't understand. Brother Guan, you don't get it. Just because there are so many people in line, how many do you think can actually enter the East Palace? This is the East Palace. Do you think just 10 people can get in?
According to past rules, officials below the third rank and governors below the provincial level, the
Crown Prince does not meet.
The vast majority of people come over just to go through the motions. In the end, they still have to obediently leave their gifts and return from where
they came.
So, the gifts in hand are not for the Crown Prince to see, but for the fellow attendees to see. The more gifts one has, and the more precious they are, the deeper their
background is.
When the time comes to meet someone they want to befriend, a simple greeting would be quite impressive. It was only after Su Feng finished explaining that Guan Chen
showed a look of realization.
Goodness, these people really had social etiquette down to a fine art.
Guan Chen followed Su Feng in line for about half an hour before finally arriving
slowly at the East Palace gate. He looked up and saw a young noble dressed in the most extravagant attire at the front, accompanied by 7 or 8 servants. Those servants were holding various sizes of gift boxes, placing them one by one on the platform at the gate.
With each placement, a young eunuch would loudly announce something, just like the waiters in a restaurant,
announcing each dish as it was served. Guo Baokai, son of the governor of Fenyang County, has come to pay his respects to His Royal Highness.
The list of gifts brought by Guo Baokai is as follows: 1 emerald cabbage, 1 4th-rank crystal core, 1 mine of 10,000 acres. With each announcement from the young eunuch, gasps of surprise erupted from the crowd. Is Fenyang County really that wealthy? These gifts are too extravagant. Indeed, I heard that the governor of Fenyang County hasn't been promoted in 5 years. He must be anxious. This, a small county, yet spending more lavishly than a provincial governor. Isn't he afraid of being envied? He has backing, you know. I heard the newly promoted noble consort in the palace is Guo Baocai's aunt, so he doesn't fear any of this. The young noble seemed oblivious to the discussions behind him, instead wearing a proud expression. In his eyes, everyone was just a bunch of insignificant characters. The little eunuch sang the ceremonial list for over 2 minutes. After finally finishing the list, the middle-aged steward walked up to Guo Baokai with a smile and said, "Young Master Guo, I have received the gifts and I will relay your regards to His Highness the Crown Prince later. Today, the Eastern Palace is busy with affairs, so I won't keep you any longer. Please return." This steward was only being polite to Guo Baokai because of the pile of gifts. If it had been someone else, he would have sent them away with a single word. However, he did not expect that this young master would not appreciate it but instead show a face full of anger. In front of everyone, he loudly scolded the old eunuch, "You dog slave. What a great show of power you have. Do you know who I am? I am Gui Yukai, the nephew of the current imperial concubine. You dare to offend me? I see you don't want to live anymore." As soon as Gui Yukai finished scolding, the crowd erupted. Even the old eunuch did not expect that someone would dare to cause trouble in the crown prince's eastern palace. This was truly an eye-opener. Wan Chen was also dumbfounded. Yu Gui Yukai, truly talented indeed. No matter how powerful the imperial concubine is, she is just one among many concubines of the emperor. Until she becomes empress, she might have a chance to wrestle with the crown prince. But right now, let alone Yu Gui Yukai, even if the imperial concubine herself were here, she would not dare to act recklessly. The old eunuch was not someone to be trifled with. Seeing Gui Yukai scold him, he immediately sneered and said to the guards beside him, "Where did this rabid dog come from to bark here? Take him down. Anyone who dares to resist will be charged with treason and executed without mercy." Yes. Clang. Several royal guards immediately drew their swords and held them to Gui Yucai's neck. If he dared to move an inch, they would chop him down on the spot. It was only when the weapons were at his throat that Gui Yukai finally felt fear. Although his hands obediently went up, he still stubbornly said, You filthy slave, wait. For me. My aunt will definitely not let you go. Just wait." The old eunuch couldn't help but sneer at this. If your aunt were really that effective, would your father go through so much trouble to please the crown prince? Others might not understand the current emperor, but Wang Jin knew him best. The emperor never allowed the harem to interfere in politics. The last concubine who dared to slander in front of the emperor is now just a pile of dust. If your aunt were to behave herself, it would be fine, but if she doesn't, truly, the ignorant are fearless. At this moment, a young master at the front of the line couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. He seemed to have anticipated that Gui Yukai would end up like this. In his eyes, apart from a hint of sympathy, there was nothing but schadenfreude. Guan Chen glanced at this young master and asked Su Feng, "Who is this person?" Before Su Feng could respond, the old eunuch called out to everyone, "Next." After the old eunuch finished speaking, the young master in front waved his fan and stepped forward. He took out a cloth bag and a list from his bosom. He placed the bag and the list on the table and cupped his hands to the old eunuch, saying, "Steward Wang, please inform His Highness that I, Bianziyu, the son of Governor Bian Quanfeng of Wui Prefecture, have come all the way from thousands of miles away to pay my respects to the crown prince." Upon hearing the name Bian Quanfeng, the middle-aged eunuch immediately put on a smiling face and said, "So it's the son of Governor Bian, no wonder you are so talented. Young Master Bian, you must have had a hard journey. Come, please let young Master Bian in." Guan Chen was taken aback and couldn't help but ask Su Feng, "Did you not say that guests hold their gifts in hand? Why didn't he? Also, why did that little eunuch not even read his list?" Su Feng said with envy, "Those who can enter naturally disdain to socialize outside the courtyard. How could those big shots openly share their list of gifts with you? What if someone with ulterior motives overhears and reports it to His Majesty? Wouldn't the crown prince then be suspected of colluding with ministers?" Guan Chen was stunned upon hearing this. It turns out that all these elaborate rules in the world are set for the weak. Any rule will yield to you as long as your strength reaches a certain level. That young Master Bian, fanning himself with a paper fan, leisurely walked through the East Palace gate. Just a door apart, it felt like two different worlds. Once young Master Bian left, it was finally Su Feng's turn. Su Feng rolled his eyes, placed the large and small boxes of gifts on the table, then grabbed Guan Chen's hand and pulled him to the front, bowing. to the chief eunuch and saying, Royal Martial Academy's Guan Chen here to pay my respects to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Guan Chen was taken aback and quickly grabbed Su Feng's sleeve, asking, Su Ge, what are you doing?
Su Feng winked at Guan Chen and whispered, brother came here just to make up the numbers.
Rather than waste these gifts on me, it's better to let my reputation go to my little brother. Don't move around or you'll give it away.
If my little brother gains power one day, don't forget that your Su Gu is here.
After
saying that, he pulled Guan Chen and was about to bow to the eunuch.
Guan Chen felt both touched and amused. If he wanted to go in, he didn't need any gifts. Sending these gifts from his hands would be like throwing a meat bun to a dog. Wrong. It would be like pulling down his pants to fart, an unnecessary move. Guan Chen broke free from Su Feng's hand and spoke.
To stop him, you've got it wrong. This isn't from me.
This is from my brother, Su Feng, the president of the Chuzhou Chamber of Commerce. Su, as in the double person Su. Feng, as in mountain peak. Don't get it wrong. Su Feng was in a panic, wanting to stop Guan Chen from babbling nonsense. As a fat man who couldn't fight, how could he possibly stop Guan Chen?
The old eunuch in charge showed impatience as he saw the two tugging at each other on the steps.
What a ruckus! What kind of decorum is this? Do you think this is just any place? How dare you be so reckless?
Saying this, he was about to call the guards to drive them away. Seeing things escalate to this point, Su Feng felt like he could die.
He had meant well, but this little brother didn't appreciate it.
Now, not only had he failed to accomplish his own task, but he had also ruined his good fortune.
What was he to do?
At this moment, Guan Chen calmly walked up the steps, gently took out an invitation from his pocket, and said, make sure to note down the list of gifts for my brother. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince invited me to enjoy the moon tonight. This is my invitation. After saying that, Guan Chen handed the invitation to the old eunuch amidst the astonished gazes of everyone. The old eunuch was first taken aback, then carefully examined the invitation, immediately replacing his expression with one of respect as he bowed and apologized. So it's a distinguished guest.
I was rude just now. Quickly, someone welcome the distinguished guest into the East Palace.
The old eunuch recognized the invitation sent out by his own household. This time, the Crown Prince had sent out a total of 60 invitations, almost all to well-known figures. Each invitation corresponded to a specific number and table already reserved in advance.
Even someone as
esteemed as the son of a governor did not receive such treatment. This shows that the identity of this young man before them was not ordinary.
The crowd couldn't help but buzz with
discussion, carefully sizing up the boy on the steps, wanting to imprint his appearance in their minds.
Whose young master is this? He seems too young. I think I just heard that fat guy mention his name, Guan Chen. Seems like he's a student from the Royal Martial Academy. Either a royal relative or the offspring of some big shot. This Su fat guy really hit the jackpot, managing to latch onto such a big leg. The Chuzhou Chamber of Commerce is going to thrive now. I doubt it. Just now, Fat Su insisted on giving the young man a gift box, which had already displeased the young guy. It seems he has misjudged the situation. Really? Then we'll have to see his performance. At this moment, Su Feng was completely bewildered. He had
just seen Guan Chen go up to argue with the chief eunuch, thinking that the other party wanted to take the matter into their own hands.
He was scratching his head, desperately trying to figure out how to secure this kid's future.
Little did he know, the young man casually took out an invitation from his pocket, and the chief eunuch's attitude immediately did a
complete 180.
This was the first time Su Feng had seen an invitation from the Eastern Palace.
His first reaction was, it's not even gilded? This thought might seem silly, but it was
his genuine feeling at that moment. Now, seeing Guan Chen smiling at him, Su Feng didn't know how to respond.
Su Ge, do you want to come in and take a look with me? Upon hearing Guan Chen's invitation, Su Feng hesitated for just a second before decisively refusing.
I won't go in, you hurry inside, don't keep His Highness the Crown Prince waiting.
Su Feng understood a very simple truth.
He wasn't part of that circle, and even if he went in, it would only be self-humiliation. No one would pay him any attention. Seeing him say this, Guan Chen
didn't insist, waved his hand, and walked towards the courtyard.
Following the palace maid, Guan Chen passed through winding corridors and a large garden, and the Eastern Palace Hall appeared before him. Upon entering the hall, he saw Crown Prince Wei Qi sitting in the center of the high platform. Beside the Crown Prince sat the first Prince Wei Qi Quan, the second Prince Wei Qi Rui, and the young Prince Wei Qi Ping. Below the high platform and on both sides of the hall, there were 4 rows of tables. Each table was filled with various fruits, fine wines, pastries, mooncakes, and delicious dishes. When Guan Chen entered, the tables in the hall were already filled with people. The moment he stepped into the hall, everyone immediately turned their gaze towards him. Guan Chen, seeing this, felt no fear and scanned the crowd with a calm demeanor. He slowly walked to the center of the hall, bowed to the Crown Prince on the high platform, and said, Ranyang Xiaowei Guan Chen pays respects to His Highness the Crown Prince. For some reason, the Crown Prince Wei Qi seemed a bit displeased. However, upon seeing Guan Chen approach, he still managed to force a smile and said, General Guan has arrived.
Tonight is a fine evening, let's enjoy the moon together.
Someone, quickly bring General Guan to his seat. Hearing this, Guan Shen thanked him again, and a palace maid hurriedly ran up to the hall, just about to lead Guan Shen to his seat when a voice interrupted, "Wait." Everyone turned to look at the source of the voice, only to see the first Prince Wei Chi Quan holding a wine cup, looking at Guan Shen with a half-smile.
"You are Guan Shen? You have quite the audacity. Why do you only bow to the crown prince and not to the princes? Even if I don't hold it against you, what do my second and fourth brothers think of this?"
After the first prince finished speaking, he slammed the wine cup down on the table with a loud bang, clearly indicating that he wouldn't let Guan Shen explain himself. The smile on the crown prince's face visibly stiffened. At this moment, he couldn't take the initiative to speak for Guan Shen. After all, Guan Shen was considered one of his men. The first prince had dragged in the second and fourth princes as well. If he showed too much favoritism, it would likely provoke all the princes to unite against him. As for the second prince, he was even less likely to speak up. He would rather see the first prince and the crown prince fight. The bigger the commotion, the better. Only the young prince looked a bit anxious. Being suddenly called out by the first prince made him feel like he was caught in the crossfire. The young prince looked at his third brother, afraid that the crown prince would blame him. It's fine, perhaps he doesn't recognize us. Ignorance is no crime." The young prince's words only served to infuriate the first prince even more. "Doesn't recognize us? Then today, I'll make sure he gets to know us." In the hall, everyone immediately began to watch the unfolding drama with great interest. Who doesn't know that the crown prince and the first prince have always been at odds? Right now, whether the first prince is deliberately causing trouble or just taking advantage of the situation, in any case, this young man is in for a rough time. Guan Shen turned around and immediately realized that the first prince was intentionally looking for a fight. He bowed respectfully and said, "I am Guan Shen, the Captain Renyong, paying my respects to His Highness the First Prince, His Highness the Crown Prince, and His Highness the Fourth Prince. As a newcomer, I have yet to see the true faces of the princes. Today, upon first meeting, I am truly astonished. I find myself momentarily at a loss for words, and I hope the princes can forgive me." Although this response was somewhat perfunctory, it still provided the first prince with a way out. However, the first prince still did not want to let him off the hook, and with a glint in his eye, he continued to press. "Guan Shen, you may not know me, but I have heard of your great name. I have heard that you killed many people at Tianshui Pass, even your own comrades. How did someone as ruthless as you escape the law's punishment? Now that you are close to the crown prince, what are your intentions? Guan Shen, you may not know me, but I have heard of your great name. I have heard that you killed many people at Tianshui Pass, even your own comrades. How did someone as ruthless as you escape the law's punishment? Now that you are close to the crown prince, what are your intentions?" Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed. Regardless of whether the first prince was speaking the truth, his words indicated that he intended to deal a fatal blow to Guan Shen. After all, killing people, especially comrades, evokes fear in people's subconscious, regardless of right or wrong. The first prince did not need to judge Guan Shen, he only needed to plant a seed of doubt in the crown prince's mind, and Guan Shen would eventually find himself in trouble. Sure enough, upon hearing this, the crown prince could not help but turn his gaze toward Guan Shen. "Oh, is that so? Captain Guan, is what my elder brother said true?" Guan Shen narrowed his eyes slightly, coldly, smiling as he stared into the first prince's eyes, then replied to the crown prince without hesitation, "It couldn't be more true. For innate realm masters, 8 grandmaster realm warriors, a total of 12, all killed by me." As soon as Guan Shen finished speaking, a collective gasp echoed through the room. No one expected this young Captain Guan to admit it on the spot. Even more surprising was that such a young person had such a formidable record. It was simply beyond terrifying. Those were 4 innate realm masters. This kind of power could sweep through an entire county's military. People should not underestimate the value of innate realm warriors. Among ordinary citizens, 2 out of every 10 are warriors. Among every 100 warriors, 1 can advance to the rock-solid realm. Among every 10 rock-solid warriors, 1 can advance to the Grandmaster realm. Among every 1,000 Grandmaster realm experts, 1 can advance to the innate realm. It is no exaggeration to say that in a population of 10 million, only 1 can become an innate realm warrior. Therefore, every innate realm warrior is undoubtedly a local powerhouse. Guan Shen single-handedly slaughtered 4 innate and 8 Grandmasters. If this combat power were to be spoken of, no one would believe he wasn't a martial king. As soon as Guan Shen finished speaking, at least a dozen pairs of eyes in the room showed disbelief. Among them were Shangguan Hongyan, the reader recommended by the Minister of War, Yao Guang, the reader recommended by Prince Ning, Zhang Wei, the reader recommended by the Prime Minister, and Dongfang Qinghong, the reader recommended by the Prime Minister. In addition, there were 2 personal guards of the second prince, 2 hired assassins secretly recruited by the first prince, and a top expert sent by the emperor to protect the young prince. All these people looked at Guan Shen with a face full of apprehension, their eyes filled with shock, especially Shangguan Hongyan, who had never regarded Guan Shen highly. He always thought of Guan Chen as just a lucky fellow who came out of the mountains, someone who could never compare to a prodigy like him. If it weren't for the fact that these words came directly from the first prince's mouth, he would never have believed it, even if you beat him to death.
He had fought against innate realm experts before. His family had even
invited an innate realm martial artist to spar with him. Until he came to the capital, he had only managed to reach a draw, and that was only because the other party had deliberately held back.
One person against 4 innate experts?
He wouldn't even dare to dream of such a thing. At this moment, while he felt a sense of admiration for Guan Chen, a hint of worry also arose. It feels good to acknowledge it, but how will he explain this to the Crown Prince? If the Crown Prince develops a grudge against Guan Chen, it could be, at this time. Many shared this thought, eager to hear how Guan Chen would justify himself next. The Crown Prince's elder brother stood up excitedly and said to the Crown Prince, "I told you, third brother, you must be careful of this kind of person. If he truly harbors ill intentions, there may not be anyone around you who can handle him." The Crown Prince did not rush to speak, but silently awaited Guan Chen's next words. Guan Chen sneered and continued, "I did indeed kill them.
However, they were not my comrades.
They were traitors who sold out the interests of the empire, secretly colluding with foreign forces to assassinate our imperial officers.
Such people deserve to be exterminated."
Guan Chen's words were filled with righteous
indignation, resolute and unwavering.
The identities of those he killed were undoubtedly questionable. The elder prince's deep understanding of this matter made it likely that he was
the mastermind behind it all.
Since he had killed them, he would surely use the dirtiest water to splash on those people. He didn't care whether the taste was right. "If you have the
ability, elder prince, then bring out the evidence to prove me wrong."
Sure enough, as soon as Guan Chen finished speaking, the looks directed at him from the crowd changed immediately. Killing comrades and killing traitors are not the same, especially traitors colluding with foreign forces.
No one is more hated than these people.
If Guan Chen killed them, could that be
called cruelty?
That would be called serving the country by eliminating treachery. Everyone wished they could award him a medal to wear. The elder prince never expected that Guan Chen would dare to lie in front of him. Those people were clearly under his secret orders. How did they become foreign forces? Unable to hold back, he slammed the table and glared at Guan Chen. "You're lying. They clearly, how can you prove they colluded with foreign forces?" Guan Chen was waiting for the elder prince to fall into his trap, but unexpectedly, the other party was not foolish and swallowed his words halfway. Seeing the elder prince's furious expression, Guan Chen couldn't help but sneer inwardly.
"You think you can compete with me? I dare to fight a bear. Why would I be afraid of you?"
Guan Chen spread his hands and stared directly at the elder prince, saying, "Proof? The fact that I can stand here is the best proof, isn't it? As for the character of Duke Chao, I believe I don't need to elaborate. Since Duke Chao is willing to recommend me as the Crown Prince's guard, that means he trusts me unconditionally. Since the Duke dares to trust me unconditionally, Guan must serve the country with all my might." At this point, Guan Chen extended his finger, coldly sweeping across
the entire room.
He spoke to everyone present, word by word. "I don't care who you are or who you are working for, as long as someone dares to target the Crown Prince. If one comes, I will kill one. If a pair comes, I will kill a pair." After saying this, Guan Chen lowered his finger and stared directly into the elder prince's eyes. It was as if these words were a
declaration of war directed at the elder prince.
The furious elder prince gritted his teeth, veins bulging. Seeing that Guan Chen had brought up Duke Chao, he knew that continuing this discussion would lead to confusion. He couldn't publicly question Duke Chao's character, nor could he publicly doubt Duke Chao's judgment.
He feared that as soon as he said this, Chao Can would turn around and support the Crown Prince.
Although the elder prince was furious, he had no choice but to move past this topic. The Crown Prince shot a cold, fierce glance at Guan Chen and sneered, "The young brat indeed has a sharp tongue. So I wasn't wrong earlier, your eyes only have the Crown Prince in them, right?"
Guan Chen refused to back down, coldly staring
back. "If the Crown Prince says so, then so be it." In the East Palace, within the Grand Hall, Guan Chen and the Crown Prince faced off, showing no signs of fear. At this moment, the happiest person in the room was undoubtedly the Crown Prince. Ever since Guan Chen finished his earlier remarks, the way the Crown Prince looked at him had changed entirely. Such a subordinate was just too damn likable. Just like Cao Cao's favoritism towards Su Chu, who only had Cao Cao in his eyes, anyone who dared to harm Cao Cao would be cut down by him. Which high-ranking official wouldn't appreciate such a loyal subordinate? Even before going abroad, Guan Chen dared to stand firm against his elder brother. This was no longer just a matter of loyalty, it was a bit foolish. If such a subordinate couldn't be trusted, then who in the world could be trusted? However, despite thinking this, the Crown Prince still had to save face for his elder brother. He raised his cup and stood up, smiling at the Crown Prince. "Elder brother, with such a fine general at my side, you should be happy for me. Come, elder brother, this cup of wine, I toast to you on behalf of Qinshan. Consider it my apology." The Crown Prince had not been provoked like this in a long time. When he was still the Crown Prince, if anyone dared to speak to him like that, he would have drawn his sword and struck them down.
Even now that he was no longer the crown prince, Wei Chi-quan was not someone who could be easily provoked.
Seeing the crown prince trying to smooth things over, the crown prince clearly did not want to accept. At this moment, the younger prince, sensing the awkward atmosphere, quickly raised his cup and chimed in, "Since His Highness the Crown Prince has said so, elder brother, please calm down.
Come, let me toast you as well." The crown prince
shot a cold glare at the younger prince, making him shiver in fear.
Why is he everywhere?
Just as the atmosphere was about to turn cold, the second prince, who had been silent until now, finally raised his cup and spoke, "Come, everyone, let us toast to our elder brother the crown prince.
Such a beautiful time and scenery should not be spoiled by trivial matters."
The second prince's words were directed at all the guests present. Seeing the second prince raise his cup and speak, everyone else followed suit, raising their cups and saying, "To His
Highness the Crown Prince."
No matter how stubborn Wei Chi-quan was, he couldn't refuse the respect of so many people. After all, those who could enter this place represented significant figures. If he offended them all, he might as well give up on his dreams of becoming emperor and just go to sleep. The crown prince raised his cup, first clinking it with the crown prince, then addressing everyone with a distant salute. "Thank you, crown prince, for your kindness, and thank you all for your friendship. Please."
After everyone drank from this cup, with
a glance from the crown prince, the palace maid finally led Guan Chen to his seat.
This matter was finally settled.
It wasn't that the crown prince feared the crown prince. Emotionally and logically, the crown prince was still his elder brother. Moreover, on such a good day, how could he quarrel with his elder brother over an outsider? Therefore, to protect Guan Chen, the crown prince had to lower himself to toast the crown prince. This wasn't a loss of face to outsiders, it even elevated the crown prince's status. After all, it has always been easier to bend than to break. A crown prince who can both yield and stand firm is destined to be underestimated. Next came the time for drinking, dancing, singing, and making connections. Although Guan Chen was not familiar with everyone, after the earlier incident, they had all remembered him. The young talents around his seat all stood up to toast and chat with him. He welcomed everyone, toasting back, and in just a short while he had blended in with those around him. Before long, a large crowd had gathered around him.
Guan Chen sat in the middle of the crowd, his face flushed from drinking, loudly recounting his experiences hunting exotic beasts. The noble lords and ladies listening were taken aback when he spoke of his unexpected encounter with the royal beast and how he nearly faced annihilation. The audience erupted in gasps of astonishment. That big tiger, damn, don't even mention it, it has no weaknesses at all. When it swipes a paw, it can smash a small mountain. The speed? Don't even get me started. I tried with all my might and I couldn't outrun it. I'm not exaggerating, I took 6 or 7 swipes from it, can't remember clearly. In short, all my bones were shattered and my intestines and liver were all over the ground. I didn't make a sound from start to finish. I gritted my teeth and endured. So, what do you think? Impressive, right? Impressive. Brother Guan is indeed impressive. This is just too incredible. There are actually such powerful exotic beasts in the world. No, Brother Guan, keep going. What happened next? You got beaten to a pulp. How did you survive? Guan Chen smiled proudly and said leisurely, "What's the rush? Let me tell you slowly." Just then, a very discordant voice rang out. A young man dressed in a brocade robe and wearing a feathered crown sneered at Guan Chen, saying, "You speak so grandly, who knows if you're just bragging? Dare to show us a bit of your skills right here? Let us see." The young man's words instantly drew everyone's attention. Upon seeing the young man's appearance, someone immediately recognized him. "Isn't that Jiang Chen? He's the top disciple of the Spirit Sword sect and now serves as a guest for the Crown Prince. This guy is a top figure among the younger generation in the sect, known alongside the 7 sons of the sect by Hu Tian, Leng Yuqiu, Zhang Jingyun, Ouyang Luo, Feng Bujing, and Yi Qianyu. Brother Guan, be careful, this kid has some skills." Guan Chen glanced sideways at the other party and casually smiled. "Oh? Show some skills. How do you want to do it?" The feathered crown young man seemed to be prepared, and he coldly replied to Guan Chen, "Today is a festive occasion, and we're in the grand hall. Fighting might spoil the atmosphere. How about this, let's have an arm wrestling match, what do you think?" Upon hearing that Jiang Chen wanted to arm wrestle, the crowd immediately became interested. They began to shout, "Yes, let's see who's stronger. Great. Let's see if the 7 sons of the sect are stronger or our imperial lieutenant." Guan Chen showed no fear, stood up and smiled at the other party. "All right, how do you want to do it?" Jiang Chen took out a large halberd from his storage bag and pointed outside the hall, saying, "This halberd in my hand is also a treasure of the sect. Let's go outside to compete. We'll each hold one end and sit on a bench. Whoever falls off first loses, how about that?" The commotion in the grand hall naturally attracted the attention of the princes on the stage. Jiang Chen, discontent with his master being provoked by Guan Chen, took the initiative to challenge Guan Chen to restore his master's face. The crown prince was unaware of this. Hearing the noise, he immediately looked down at the stage. Although the crown prince had been drinking with a few
brothers, he was always attentive to the happenings in the Grand Hall. Upon hearing that a master under his brother was going to compete in arm wrestling with Guan Shen, he immediately
became interested.
The Crown Prince stepped down from the high platform and smiled at everyone in the arena, saying, "No need to go outside. Someone, clear a space in the Grand Hall, you two can compete here." Soon, a space was cleared in the Grand Hall. The crowd formed a circle, each expressing their opinions. Jiang Chen had the palace maids bring over 2 benches, and he lightly jumped up to stand on one. Grabbing the halberd with one hand, he said to Guan Shen, "Please, you stand on one end of the bench holding the other end of the halberd. The rule is that you cannot let go. Whoever falls first loses." This was not a test of strength but clearly a test of skill. Just the halberd itself weighed several hundred pounds, not to mention the weight of both participants. The bench was so flimsy that any excessive force would instantly turn it to splinters. If the bench broke, both feet would naturally hit the ground. So, what seemed like a test of wrist strength was, in fact, a test of finesse. This was a little game often used by disciples of the sect for competitions. Jiang Chen had played it since childhood and had mastered the techniques involved. The opponent had chosen this method of competition precisely because he knew Guan Shen was not a disciple of the sect. It was truly insidious. Guan Shen saw through the opponent's trick at a glance. He smiled coldly, stood on the bench, and held one end of the halberd with one hand, saying to Jiang Chen, "Schemes and tricks ultimately cannot stand the test. I will let you know that in the face of absolute power, any skill is futile." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen retorted sarcastically, "Oh really? I think not." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chen lightly pushed off the bench with his feet, leaping into the air like a great rock spreading its wings. The entire halberd was instantly lifted upright by him, and he and Guang Qianshan shifted from a horizontal comparison to a vertical confrontation. Jiang Chen suddenly exerted force, bringing himself and the halberd down towards Guan Shen. No matter how strong Guan Shen was, as long as Jiang Chen exerted force, the bench beneath him would surely not withstand it. Once the bench broke, Guan Shen would undoubtedly lose. Seeing that Guan Shen did not respond, Jiang Chen's lips curled into a confident smile. "This round, you are definitely going to lose." The onlookers immediately gasped in surprise. Although everyone could see that Jiang Chen was playing tricks, the rules were such that as long as he did not break them, he could do whatever he wanted. Everyone shook their heads, convinced that Guan Shen would surely lose. Even the Crown Prince showed signs of disappointment in his eyes. The second prince beside him shook his head and chuckled, though brave, it's a pity he lacks strategy. There was no need to elaborate on who he was referring to. Just when everyone thought Guan Shen was certain to lose, his expression remained calm and unruffled. He did not exert force to resist. Instead, he squatted down and placed the halberd on the ground. With a loud bang, the white jade floor was instantly pierced by the halberd, creating a large hole. Along with it, Guan Shen's right hand sank beneath the floor with the halberd's handle. Jiang Chen's expression changed. He did not expect Guan Shen to respond in such a way. The opponent neither let go nor touched the ground. Instead, he was left hanging in midair like a flag. The situation had instantly reversed. Jiang Chen reacted quickly, immediately trying to use his body's sway to bring the halberd down and return to his small bench. But no matter how much force he exerted, the halberd remained as immovable as a stabilizing needle. Guan Shen's lips curled into a sinister smile as his right hand suddenly glowed with golden light, becoming enormous. He tightly gripped half of the halberd with that massive right hand and, using the floor for leverage, exerted force suddenly. Like wielding a chopstick, he slammed it down onto the floor. With a loud boom, the entire hall shook 3 times from the impact of this immense force. The halberd smashed down onto the floor like a club. The sound of bang was the halberd hitting the ground and slamming Jiang Chen down. The sound of wow was Jiang Chen being struck in the chest by the halberd, spitting out blood. Guan Chen looked at Jiang Chen, who was lying on the ground and bleeding, seemingly not quite satisfied. His hand returned to its original size and he couldn't help but mutter softly, "Damn, if I could use both hands, I could definitely take him out with one hit." After saying this, he lightly stepped down from the bench and smiled at Jiang Chen, asking, "Buddy, if you're not convinced, how about we change the way we compete?" Jiang Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looking at Guan Chen's devilish smile, shaking his head in fear. He had almost been taken out by that guy. If it had been a different method, his life might not have been guaranteed. It was only at this moment that everyone in the arena reacted. The scene erupted with thunderous applause and enthusiastic cheers. "Awesome! So cool! Is that your move, the diamond push?" "Wrong! What diamond push? It's clearly the Buddha's hand technique. No wonder he can fight. With Wang Shouzi, with that kind of strength, he could scare someone to death." "Brother Guan, from now on, you are my idol, Lu. Whatever my big brother says, I will do." This must be at the martial king level, right? Isn't the great Yuan dynasty not allowing martial kings to serve as readers? Which eye of yours saw that he is a martial king? Stop talking nonsense." The Crown Prince, with a grim expression, walked up to Jiang Chen and said fiercely, "If you're not dead, then hurry up and get lost. Don't embarrass yourself here." Jiang Chen's face turned red from the scolding and he could no longer bear to stay in the East Palace.
He silently got up from the ground, not even bothering to pick up the large halberd, and left. In a dejected manner, the second prince, with a serious expression, asked the palace experts beside him, "Did you figure it out? What level is he?"
The two palace experts exchanged
glances and whispered, "Invincible below the martial king level."
The second prince took a deep look at Guan Chen and silently returned to his seat.
As for the crown prince, Wei Qi De, he was absolutely delighted. What could be more satisfying than publicly slapping the face of the crown prince?
He walked up to Guan Chen with an appreciative look, patting him on the
shoulder and said, "Good. You truly are the pillar of the nation. Guan Chen, listen well. From this moment on, I appoint you as the leader of the royal guard. You will lead 800 royal guards and be in charge of the East Palace's defense.
Tomorrow, I will ask His Majesty to promote your military rank by 4 levels, granting you the title of Guerrilla
General."
Although the crown prince had limited power, he still managed the royal guard of the East Palace himself. His appointment of Guan Chen as the leader of the guard was not because he expected him to protect the palace, but merely as a pretext to elevate his military rank. Upon hearing this, Guan Chen immediately knelt on one knee and thanked the crown prince,
saying, "Guerrilla General Guan Chen, thank you for the crown prince's reward."
Since that day of moon-gazing in the East Palace, Guan Chen's door had been constantly visited. Those officials and merchants who received the news came flocking like cats drawn to a fishy smell. Guan Chen couldn't understand. He had no real power, so why were these people seeking him? He didn't want any interaction with the officials in the capital, so he sent them all away. However, he did meet Su Feng.
Su Feng brought dozens of subordinates and a huge pile of delicious food and fun things, nearly filling Guan Chen's basement.
Whether the items were expensive or not was beside the point, just the thoughtfulness alone was something Guan Chen
couldn't refuse.
That day, the two were again on the rooftop, enjoying barbecue and drinks.
Guan Chen thought of Mei Niang, who had yet to contact him, and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Su Feng, understanding the situation, asked, "Didn't you get your sister-in-law a number?"
Guan Chen shook his head and sighed. "I did. I got a temporary number at Tianshui
Pass. But I've tried several times and couldn't get through." Su Feng continued to ask, "Then who took Mei Niang away? Didn't you ask?" "I asked.
Duke Chao said he had arranged for someone
to send Mei Niang to the capital.
He told me to focus on my mission, saying that the day I return would be the day we reunite as husband and wife." Su Feng frowned in thought for a moment, then immediately patted his chest and said, "Brother, leave this to your Su Gu. Your Su Gu may not have other skills, but finding someone in the capital is something I can
do. When I find your sister-in-law, I will let you know right away." Guan Chen thought for a moment and felt that this was indeed a solution. In 2 days, the autumn festival would begin. The Eastern Palace had already started preparations for going abroad. The capital of the Tan Yuan dynasty was tens of thousands of miles away from here. Between the two countries lay the Wanyao forest where strange beasts roamed freely. Even if Guan Chen got a phone, it would be useless outside the Zijin Empire. So how to contact Su Feng later was also a problem. "This is simple. I'll leave you my phone number and address. When you arrive in Lidu, just write me a letter," Guan Chen said. After thinking it over, he realized it was the only way. The two of them drank from morning until noon, and it wasn't until someone from the palace came that Su Feng drunkenly left. It turned out that after the crown prince promised to help Guan Chen apply for a promotion to a higher rank, the next day he wrote a memorial to the emperor. In the memorial, the crown prince praised Guan Chen profusely, lauding him for his loyalty and righteousness, his dedication to the country, and his ability to fight against thousands, declaring him unmatched in the world. In short, he wrote a whole bunch of flattering words. The purpose was to get the emperor to grant a promotion to Guan Chen. The emperor naturally understood that the crown prince was trying to secure a title for his subordinate. However, since his son had spoken up, how could he, as a father, refuse? So he waved his hand and directly wrote a decree, sending someone to bestow rewards upon Guan Chen. After the old eunuch read the decree, he handed it over to Guan Chen. Guan Chen happily touched the decree in his hands, grinning from ear to ear. From now on, Guan Chen would also be a general. Reflecting on his journey from a lowly soldier to a guerrilla general, it felt as if he had been on a fast track. In just half a year, he had accomplished what others had not in 20 years. One could only say it was fate and fortune. After sending off the eunuch who announced the decree, Guan Chen went to the training ground to practice archery. His basic archery skill was just a few points away from leveling up. If it weren't for Su Feng's delay these past 2 days, his basic archery would have upgraded long ago. Arriving at the training ground, Guan Chen took out the Zhuiwe Bao and aimed at the alloy target hundreds of meters away. Guan Chen was growing fonder of this Zhuiwe Bao. With it, he no longer needed arrows, and he could control the force and damage with ease. It was no exaggeration to say that now Guan Chen could shoot an apple and leave only a hole without breaking it. Thanks to the assistance of the Zhuiwe Bao, Guan Chen's efficiency in practicing archery had greatly increased. Soon, after shooting dozens of arrows, a flash of white light appeared, and a scorching heat surged through his body. Guan Chen's physical form began to twist violently.
A familiar voice echoed in his heart.
Congratulations!
Your basic archery skill has surpassed its limits and transformed into a new skill, soul-chasing heart archery. Immediately after, a light curtain flashed before Guan Shen's eyes.
Host, Guan Shen Realm, Mid-Stage Innate Realm Strength.
62,730 Gene True Essence. 11 points. 1 cycle of True Chi can be converted into 1 point of True Essence. Physique, True Martial Sacred Body. True Martial Level Physique. Flawless Body, photographic memory of all martial arts, self-taught. Can trigger the Great Annihilation state when near death, allowing for rebirth and fire up to 3 times.
Each rebirth will result in a transformation of strength.
After 3 rebirths, there is a chance to activate the ultimate Tao body. External skills, Great Strength Diamond Palm LV5, 272/1600, Master. Level, Wind God Leg LV4, 778/808 level, Overlord Spear LV4, 328/808 level, Star Body Refining Technique LV5, 103/1600 True Martial level, Internal skills, Diamond Skill. LV7, Master Level Max, Jade Emperor Scripture LV5, 586/1600 True Martial level, Acupoints, 30 Xianguan Acupoints. To break through Xianguan requires 2000 points of stellar power. Currently accumulated 3640 points of stellar power. Skills, Soul Chasing Heart Archery LV1, Slaughter Domain LV1, Basic Turtle Breathing Technique LV3 Soul Chasing Heart Archery.
Level, LV1, Initial Understanding.
Current proficiency, 1/1000 Soul Pursuit Heart Arrow Technique. Initial Insight LV1 increases strength by 5,000 pounds. Within 2,000 meters, the heart arrow locks on, and if it doesn't hit, it won't stop.
The heart arrow technique can glimpse the target's weaknesses. There is a 1% chance to annihilate the soul. Guan Shen looked at the introduction of the Soul Pursuit Heart Arrow Technique and couldn't help but feel ecstatic. The Heart Arrow Technique not only added a target locking feature but also had the characteristic of not stopping until it hits. Moreover, there is a certain chance to directly annihilate the target's soul. One must understand that whether it is a human or a strange beast, the soul is always the most vulnerable thing. No matter if you are a martial king or a martial emperor, even if you are a martial god, once the soul is gone, death is inevitable. Even if a great immortal comes, they cannot save you. Don't underestimate this 1% chance. Once triggered, it is certain death. Furthermore, Guan Shen believes that as the level of the Heart Arrow Technique increases, this chance will continue to rise. At that time, it would be like killing gods and Buddhas alike. However, the only thing that troubled Guan Shen was that the proficiency required to upgrade the Soul Pursuit Heart Arrow Technique had also increased. From the original 100 proficiency points for level 1, it changed to 1000 proficiency points for level 1. The difficulty of upgrading increased tenfold. Well, it's acceptable. After all, with such a powerful skill, a little more proficiency is fine. Another thing that delighted Guan Shen was that his innate physique had finally evolved, benefiting from the 3,000 pounds of basic strength added by the Soul Pursuit Heart Arrow Technique. Guan Shen's initial physical strength finally broke through 20,000 pounds, and 20,000 pounds of physical strength is precisely the threshold for the innate holy body. After this evolution, his innate physique transformed into the true martial holy body. According to Guan Shen's previous memories, this world's true martial level holy body is already the most top-tier innate holy body. With this level of innate holy body, any martial arts can be easily mastered after just one glance. Moreover, they all possess unique special attributes. Although Guan Shen did not understand what Great Annihilation State meant, he was familiar with rebirth from the ashes. Isn't that just resurrection? And it's a state of resurrection with buffs. With this innate holy body, Guan Shen essentially gained 3 extra lives. Guan Shen was intoxicated as he felt the changes in his body. He now felt terrifyingly strong, even without using true essence. A single punch could shatter a small mountain. If he were to fight that big cat again now, Guan Shen was confident he could dismantle it into pieces. In the next 2 days, Guan Shen was summoned to the Crown Prince's East Palace. He needed to get more familiar with the guards and horsemen in the convoy to prepare for the upcoming journey. This time, the court prepared 20 horse-drawn carriages for the Crown Prince to travel to Tan Yuan. In terms of personnel, there were a total of 100 guards, 2 eunuchs, 2 Grand Palace offerings, and 5 Crown Prince's attendants. These 2 Grand Palace offerings were all strong individuals at the Martial King level. They were only responsible for escorting the Crown Prince to Lidu. Afterward, they would return with the guards along the same route. During these 2 days, since he couldn't go anywhere while staying in the East Palace, Guan Shen, feeling bored, simply ran to the Crown Prince's library to look up information about the Tan Yuan dynasty. To his surprise, he found quite a bit of information about the Tan Yuan dynasty and the Tan Yuan continent. According to the historical records of the Zijin Empire, the existence of the Tan Yuan dynasty is no longer traceable. At its peak, the entire Tan Yuan continent was within its territory. Later, due to various reasons, some due to feudal divisions, some due to internal strife, countless small countries split off from the territory of the Tan Yuan dynasty. Although these small countries have become independent, they still acknowledge the Tan Yuan dynasty's suzerain status. This ultimately formed the current pattern of the entire Tan Yuan continent.
Currently, there are more than 30 empires and allied forces on the Tan Yuan continent, almost all of which are vassal states of the Tan Yuan dynasty. Even 100 years ago, when the alien beasts descended and weakened this subordinate relationship, no force dared to challenge the ruling authority of the Tan Yuan dynasty. To put it simply, the relationship between the Zijin Empire and the Tan Yuan dynasty is somewhat akin to that between Vietnam and the Ming dynasty. In name, the crown prince's visit to the Tan Yuan dynasty is for the purpose of study. This rule has been followed for thousands of years. Every empire in force must comply. If any empire fails to send its heir to the Tan Yuan dynasty for cultivation, it is tantamount to rebellion. The consequences of rebellion need not be elaborated upon, they would face the encirclement of the Tan Yuan dynasty. Guan Shan looked at the map of the Tan Yuan continent in the book and couldn't help but marvel at the insignificance of the Zijin Empire. The entire Tan Yuan continent is surrounded by vast oceans. The continent stretches 50,000 miles from east to west and 70,000 miles from north to south. The area of the entire continent is equivalent to half of the Earth. On this map, the Zijin Empire is located in the northwest direction of the continent. Compared to the Tan Yuan dynasty, the Zijin Empire is merely a speck of land. The Tan Yuan dynasty not only occupies the best central position of the entire continent, but its area is also hundreds of times that of the Zijin Empire. Within its territory, there are fertile plains and magnificent mountains everywhere. Countless resources and minerals abound. No wonder the emperor of the Tan Yuan dynasty dares to proclaim, under heaven, all lands are the king's, at the borders of the land, all subjects are the king's ministers. They have the confidence to say that. The more Guan Shan learned about the Tan Yuan dynasty, the more it piqued his interest. He could hardly wait to leave the Zijin Empire and explore the Tan Yuan dynasty. In the blink of an eye, the day of the autumn festival arrived. From the emperor to the ministers, all the royal relatives, including the crown prince and his mentor, the grand tutor, gathered in front of the Qinian hall. They offered this year's newly harvested grains to the heavens, praying for a bountiful harvest and favorable weather in the coming year, so that the common people could be self-sufficient and free from illness and disaster. Guan Shan was also qualified to participate in the offerings. However, the convoy had long been prepared and was just waiting for the ceremony to conclude so that the crown prince could return and they could set off immediately. Therefore, the crown prince simply did not arrange for Guan Shan to go, leaving him with the other 4 attendants to wait for his return. Guan Shan found it hard to connect with those attendants. He simply found a carriage, lay down in the compartment, and began reading a book he had borrowed from the crown prince's East Palace. Soon, at 10 o'clock, the ceremony ended, and the crown prince hurried over, accompanied by 2 palace attendants. The emperor had already held a farewell ceremony for the crown prince before this journey. Thus, apart from a dozen or so ministers who were friendly with the crown prince, there were not many other people present. After chatting briefly with those seeing him off, the crown prince got into the carriage and set off. This journey was intended to be conducted discreetly. Therefore, the entire convoy did not make a grand display, and even the royal guards changed into commoners' clothing. To outsiders, this convoy was no different from those of merchant caravans. The convoy took only half a day to leave the Bayou capital, heading southeast along the road. Within the borders of the Zijin Empire, it was relatively safe. Thus, the convoy did not rest at night but continued on its way. The 4 attendants, eager to perform in front of the crown prince, rode at the front of the convoy. Little did they know that the crown prince had not stepped out of the carriage at all, making their efforts akin to performing a striptease for a blind man, a wasted display. Meanwhile, the 2 palace experts, like Guan Shan, had already crawled into the carriage to sleep soundly. In this way, the convoy traveled for 3 days and 2 nights, finally arriving at another exit from the Zijin Empire to the outside world, Jiangu. Jiangu, like Tianshui Pass, is considered another military stronghold of the Zijin Empire. The terrain here is even more perilous compared to Tianshui Pass. Therefore, all the passes and military facilities are built atop steep mountains. The only passage connecting to the outside world was a stone path carved into the sheer cliff. Although the entire Sword Pavilion was garrisoned by fewer than 50,000 troops, they relied on the natural defenses to withstand any possible invasion. The commander of the Sword Pavilion was General Peng Yu of Huaihua, one of the 4 titled generals of the court. At over 70 years old, Peng Yu had more experience than Chao Can. He had already been a general in the army before the current emperor ascended the throne. This man had guarded the Sword Pavilion for over 40 years without a single mistake, making him one of the most respected old generals in the army. Naturally, such an important message about the crown prince's visit to the Tan Yuan dynasty could not be hidden from him. So, as soon as the convoy arrived at the Sword Pavilion, they saw an old man with white hair and beard, clad in armor, leading a group of generals waiting by the roadside. Shangguan Hongyan, who was at the front of the convoy, quickly signaled for the convoy to stop. He then rode back to the Crown Prince's carriage and respectfully reported, "Your Highness, we have arrived at the Sword Pavilion.
General Pang is already waiting ahead." Upon hearing this, the Crown Prince hurriedly ordered everyone to disembark.
He himself began to adjust his attire.
At the moment the convoy stopped, Wan Chen had already exited the carriage. He looked at the crowd waiting by the roadside in the distance and pulled Shangguan Hongyan, asking, "Who is that ahead? Why did the convoy stop?" Since that
day when Shangguan Hongyan witnessed Guan Chen's skills, he had become noticeably more polite.
He gazed at the old man in the distance with admiration and said, "That is General Pang.
One of the 4 titled generals of our empire. He is a veteran of 2 dynasties. Even our emperor must speak respectfully in his presence."
Guan Chen's expression changed to one of realization.
No wonder there was such a grand reception. It turned out he was a big shot.
Soon, the Crown Prince, supported by 2 eunuchs, stepped out of the carriage. Everyone hurriedly
followed behind him, walking step by step toward the old general. When they reached the old general, before he could speak, the Crown Prince took the lead in bowing and said, "Old
General, thank you for your hard work in guarding the borders for the country.
Please accept a bow from Wei Qidi." Although the old general's hair was completely white, he was still vigorous. Before the Crown Prince could finish his bow, he quickly helped him up, visibly moved, and said, "At my age, I am grateful to His Majesty for not abandoning me and allowing
me to do what I can. How can I deserve such a grand gesture from the Crown Prince? Seeing the Crown Prince so spirited today, I feel as if I am witnessing His Majesty during his studies in Tan Yuan years ago.
At that time, I was also stationed at the Sword Pavilion, watching His Majesty depart with my own eyes.
Alas! In the blink of an eye, 40 years have passed."
As General Pang Yu reminisced about the past, his eyes became moist, filled with nostalgia. The Crown Prince quickly comforted him, "Old General, please do not be sad.
I see
that you are still as strong as ever, your spirit undiminished from those years.
The Empire still relies on you to guard the borders. How can you say you are old?" Upon hearing this,
Peng Yu laughed heartily, taking the Crown Prince's hand and leading him into the Sword Pavilion.
Guan Chen followed behind the crowd, not in a hurry to enter. He slowly walked to the roadside and gazed at the nearby cliff. Below him was an abyss so deep that, with his eyesight, he could not see the bottom. Guan Chen couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement.
At such a height, even a 4-star exotic beast would be smashed to pieces if it fell. No wonder over the years, not a single exotic beast had managed to break into the Sword Pavilion.
The entire Sword Pavilion was built between 2 mountain ridges.
The area inside was much smaller compared to the Tianshui Pass. It was no wonder that only 50,000 soldiers were stationed here. Even if the court wanted to send more troops, there was no place to accommodate them. However, the only advantage was that, apart from professional soldiers, there were basically no civilians to be seen.
The entire area was a military-controlled zone. Guan Chen glanced at the sky and estimated that they wouldn't be able to leave today. The old general
had taken the Crown Prince to the camp to drink. The guards naturally could not sit at the same table as the prince. The old general was thorough, preparing a dozen tables of food and
drink for these bodyguards.
He brought in several senior military officers from the Sword Pavilion to specifically accompany them for drinking and chatting.
Guan Chen and the other
4 prince's scholars, along with 2 court attendants, were specially invited to one table. Several middle-aged men in generals' uniforms kept raising their glasses and toasts, creating
a lively atmosphere.
The 2 court attendants sat silently like mutes, not speaking, just bowing their heads to eat and drink. The remaining 4 prince's scholars were all from
academic backgrounds. They couldn't connect with these border soldiers at all.
Instead, Guan Chen was having a great time chatting with these burly generals.
"Brother Guan, you know General Nya from Tianshui Pass, right? We graduated in the same class."
When he was assigned to Tianshui Pass, I was assigned to the Sword Pavilion.
A couple of years ago at a gathering in
the capital, we even drank together. Guan Chen's eyes widened, and he raised his glass to clink with the other.
"I'm one of the soldiers trained by General Nya. How could we not be familiar? Come on, Brother Wang.
I must toast you." The man across the table, with a full beard, stood up and walked over to Guan Chen, pulling Zhang Wei off his chair and sitting down next
to Guan Chen instead.
"I said, the moment you started talking, it sounded so pleasant. Turns out I met a kindred spirit.
Come on, let's drink."
The 2 of them put their arms around each other's shoulders and downed their drinks in one go, then burst into hearty laughter. Zhang Wei stood frozen in place for a long time, unsure whether to leave or sit.
In the end,
he could only walk over to the opposite table and find an empty seat to sit down.
"Brother Guan, this time you're going to Tian Yuan. It was also recommended by Brother Nya, right?"
"Of course. After all, I'm his soldier. If it weren't for the big guy's recommendation, how could Duke Chao possibly choose me?" Upon hearing this, General Wang gave a thumbs up.
"Brother,
your words show you're someone who knows gratitude and values loyalty.
Come, let me toast you. Once you make it big, you can't forget about your old brother."
"Absolutely. Hey, brother
Wang, tell me more about it. Once we leave the Sword Pavilion and enter the 10,000 Demon Forest, what should we pay attention to on the way?"
Seeing that the drinking had reached
a good point, Guan Chen asked about the issues he was concerned about.
As soon as he asked, everyone at the table perked up their ears. The bearded general patted his chest, sounding like a ping-pong ball, and said proudly, "You've asked the right person. Your brother Wang isn't bragging. Ask them. I have to run into the 10,000 demon forest at least twice a year. I'm very familiar with it." The other officers quickly nodded in agreement. General Wang continued, "The 10,000 demon forest has quite a history. This forest has existed for almost as long as the Tan Yuan continent. The most terrifying thing in the 10,000 demon forest isn't the strange beasts but the demon beasts." Demon beasts? Guan Chen was taken aback. It was the first time he had heard of such a term. Yes, demon beasts. They are different from strange beasts. Strange beasts are extraterrestrial beings that do not exist on this continent. But demon beasts are different. They, like us, are native to this continent. They aren't as large as strange beasts, but their strength is not inferior at all. Moreover, they generally have their own territories and won't leave easily. Once someone intrudes into their territory, they will be attacked fiercely. The reason strange beasts haven't launched large-scale attacks against us is also indirectly due to these demon beasts. Because there are simply too many demon beasts in the 10,000 demon forest, and some powerful demon kings are much stronger than royal beasts. Guan Chen felt a bit dazed. The more he listened, the more he felt these demon beasts resembled the monsters in novels. So Guan Chen couldn't help but ask, "Do these demon beasts use demon magic?" Wang Dehuzi slammed the table and pointed at Guan Chen, saying, "Demon magic? That term is too vivid. These demon beasts can indeed cast spells, just like the superhumans among us humans. Each type of demon beast has its own unique abilities. Some can summon wind and rain, some can spit thunder and lightning, and some can even fly and burrow into the ground. These demon beasts are much smarter than ordinary beasts. If they can't win, they run away. If you provoke them, they will seek revenge. The last time I went to the 10,000 demon forest, I accidentally killed a big monkey, and ever since, every time I go back, a large group of big monkeys ambushes me. Ugh, it's so annoying." After the drinking was over, Guan Chen couldn't fall asleep. He kept recalling everything General Wang had said. If what he said was true, and this world had monsters, then wouldn't there also be immortals? After all, before the great sage equal to heaven became an immortal, he was just a monkey spirit. The 10,000 demon forest had existed for so many years, it would be hard to believe there weren't a few powerful demon kings. But then again, he had never heard of demon kings invading the Purple Gold Empire. Could it be that these monsters were so fond of peace? That night, Guan Chen was wide awake anyway, so he simply got up and began practicing the star body forging technique. The star power he had accumulated was already enough to break through the first barrier. He had tried once before but failed. Tonight, with the night sky full of stars, it was the perfect opportunity to break through the barrier. With that thought, Guan Chen climbed onto the roof, assumed a stance, and began to chant. As the incantation finished, beams of starlight began to connect in the sky. Countless brilliant starlights fell from the heavens, converging towards Guan Chen's body. Guan Chen quickly mobilized the star power within him, using the celestial bodies to charge towards the barrier inside him. This first barrier was even harder to break than he had imagined. After several attempts, there was still no sign of breaking through. Guan Chen focused inward, placing his consciousness within his body. Before him appeared a towering mountain, blocking his path. Behind him, countless specks of light formed a river, held back by the mountain. Guan Chen had a vague feeling that he could harness the power of this river. So he began to command the force within the river, crashing it against the mountain again and again. But no matter how he mobilized it, it was like a mayfly trying to shake a tree, utterly helpless against the towering chasm before him. After countless attempts, Guan Chen's patience was worn thin. As dawn approached, he gritted his teeth and jumped straight into the river, crashing forward with the water. With a loud boom, the earth shook and the heavens trembled. It was as if Gonggong had collided with Mount Wangu, the massive mountain before Guan Chen shattered into pieces. He was instantly buried under the enormous rocks. After a while, as the first rays of sunlight shone on the rooftop, Guan Chen slowly opened his eyes, waking from his stupor. He wasn't sure if what he had just experienced was a dream or if it had really happened. However, as he sat up and felt the immense power within him, a smile crept onto his lips. Star Body Forging Technique LV5, Mastery 143 of 1600 star. Power within, 1670 points. Currently has broken through the first barrier, opening 30 acupoints. To open the next acupoint, 200 points of star power are needed. He had finally broken through the barrier. For at least the next 60 acupoints, there would be no obstacles. Satisfied, Guan Chen stretched lazily and went downstairs to wash his face. In the military camp, waking up early seemed to have become a habit. Not long after Guan Chen came down, the wake-up horn sounded throughout the camp. The soldiers of the Sword Pavilion had prepared a hearty breakfast for them. After everyone had breakfast, the entire convoy began to leave the camp, heading towards the outside of the Sword Pass. In front of the narrow sky, the old General Pine Yu waved goodbye to the prince. He did not personally escort the prince into the 10,000 demon forest but instead sent a small team as guards and guides for the convoy.
Guan Chen looked at the leader of the small team and happily embraced him.
Indeed, the leader of this team was General Wang, who had drunk with Guan Chen the day before. This time, Guan Chen chose not to stay in the carriage but instead requested a warhorse from the guards and rode alongside General Wang at the front of the convoy. The narrow sky before them was
simply magnificent. The peaks shot straight into the clouds, resembling pillars of heaven.
The cliffs were steep and towering, making it difficult for birds to cross.
A passage about
3 to 4 zhang wide was carved along the sheer cliffs. The horseman had to cover the horse's eyes for it to dare to proceed on such a path. Below them was an abyss. A single misstep
would lead to eternal damnation.
Such a perilous situation could still be carved into a passage, which made one admire the resilience and indomitable spirit of the ancestors. The convoy traveled along the sheer cliffs for 2 hours, and a steep slope began to appear ahead. Such a road tested the skills of the drivers. The horses, under the heavy load of the vehicles, were prone to slipping, leading to accidents like losing control. If the vehicle went out of control, it would result in destruction and death.
2 skilled experts from the inner court sat in front and behind the prince's carriage. Regardless of any danger that might arise, they could ensure the prince's safety. Guan Chen and the other experts dismounted and
guarded the carriage on both sides. The empty carts were not a concern, but the 10 carts ahead were filled with treasures for the court. Even if someone fell and died, these treasures
could not suffer even the slightest mishap.
After slowly descending for more than 2 hours, the slope finally began to ease. After turning a corner, the view suddenly brightened, and
the 10,000 demon forest finally appeared before everyone.
If a few words were to describe the 10,000 demon forest, the first that came to Guan Chen's mind was boundless and
shrouded.
Looking directly at it, one could feel the ancient breath of nature. Various gigantic demon birds occasionally flew up from the forest, and the roars of wild beasts echoed
everywhere.
Everyone got back on their horses, and just as Guan Chen was about to remove the black cloth from the horse's eyes, he was stopped by the bearded Wang. "Don't take it off. This horse is particularly sensitive to the scent of beasts. If you remove the blindfold, once we enter the 10,000 demon forest, the horse will either be too scared to walk or will
run wildly in fright. It's safer to keep their eyes covered."
Hearing this, Guan Chen stopped his actions and looked at the vast forest ahead, asking, "How many days will it take to
get out of this demon forest?"
Wang pondered for a moment before answering. "If it weren't for these tributes, it would take about 4 days. But now, I estimate it will take at least
6 or 7 days. Guan Chen was astonished. "So far, do we have to travel day and night?" Wang replied, "How could that be possible? Humans can endure, but horses cannot. Moreover,
in the 10,000 demon forest, demon beasts roam freely, and certain sections are absolutely not to be traversed at night."
Guan Chen said, "If the demon forest is so dangerous, wouldn't it be even more dangerous to stay overnight?"
Wang patted his chest and said, "We have traveled this route for many years, so we naturally know which areas are safe and which
have large demons roaming.
Areas with large demons should be passed through quickly.
Safe areas are suitable for setting up camp at night. In short, just follow me and listen to my
commands, and I will ensure you have a smooth journey."
Guan Chen smiled broadly. "In that case, I will rely on you, Brother Wang."
The convoy slowly made its way through the dense forest, while Guan Chen irritably swatted away the mosquitoes around him.
There were no roads in the 10,000 demon forest.
The small path they were on was merely a dirt road pressed out
by the wheel tracks. The bumps in the road were nothing to mention. On either side, there were shrubs taller than a person.
Swarms of mosquitoes flew back and forth in front of them, and if one paused for even a moment, they would be covered in mosquitoes.
"These mosquitoes are so annoying," Guan Chen couldn't help but complain.
With his physical strength, these mosquitoes biting him felt like they were hitting a steel plate. Although he wasn't worried about being bitten, their constant buzzing in front of him was giving him a headache.
Wang Dahuzi was equally helpless about it.
Here, sunlight couldn't reach throughout the year, and there were puddles everywhere. This environment was perfect for mosquito breeding.
However,
although these mosquitoes were large, they were not poisonous. If they bit the horses, it would only leave a bump at most. They wouldn't take the horses' lives.
These mosquitoes are just child's play.
Wait until nightfall, and you'll know what a sea of insects really is.
Hearing Wang Dahuzi's teasing, Guan Chen couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine.
If this was just child's play, what would it be like at night?
Would he be eaten alive by insects?
Guan Chen turned back to look at the convoy, where the 4 fools were constantly
unleashing their true energy,
killing the mosquitoes in midair. But these mosquitoes seemed endless. For every batch that died, another batch would come flying in. The experienced horsemen had already wrapped themselves in layers of netting. Only their arms were visible as they held the reins. Even the guards that Wang Dahuzi brought had nets on their heads. It was a pity for those royal guards, who were gritting their teeth from the mosquito bites. The group traveled through the dense forest for over 40 miles, and the sky gradually darkened.
Wang Dahuzi signaled the convoy not to stop, and everyone lit torches to continue moving through the night. It was better not to light the torches. Once they did, they became beacons in the darkness. Countless large and small insects surged toward the torches like moths to a flame. The sound of insects bursting into flames by the torches occasionally rang in their ears. Guan Chen finally understood what a sea of insects meant. He was covered in bugs, some large and some small. Some had huge shells, while others had beautiful wings. They seemed to be partying on him, crawling all over, driving him crazy and making his hair stand on end. Guan Chen could only endure for a short while before he couldn't take it anymore. He extinguished the torch in his hand and continuously unleashed his true energy to shatter the insects on his body. He had been laughing at others in the afternoon, and now he could only resort to this clumsy method himself. Wang Dehuzi took the reins from him and kindly said, "Why don't you go into the carriage and hide for a while? I'll call you if there's anything." Guan Chen initially wanted to be stubborn, but he had a phobia of clusters since childhood, and just the thought of insects crawling all over his body was unbearable. After forcing himself for half an hour, he finally obediently ran back into the carriage. Once inside, he immediately sealed the curtains and door tightly. He then killed the insects in the carriage one by one, before finally slumping down in satisfaction. He truly admired someone like Wang Dehuzi. The man traveled to the Wanyao forest 2 or 3 times a month. If it were him, he would have run to resign after just one trip. Sitting in the carriage, the bumps made it nearly impossible to sleep. Guan Chen simply practiced the starry body refinement technique. Unexpectedly, he practiced all night long. Until dawn, Wang Dehuzi didn't come to call him. The first night in the Wanyao forest passed in a daze for Guan Chen. In the morning, the convoy stopped by a small stream. The exhausted horsemen and guards rushed to the stream to wash themselves. Even the prince got out of the carriage to stretch his limbs. Meanwhile, Wang Dehuzi's men were chopping wood, lighting fires, and setting up large pots to prepare breakfast. It seemed that everyone in his crew knew exactly what they were supposed to do without needing Wang Dehuzi to direct them. In just a short while, the entire convoy was filled with the aroma of rice porridge. Guan Chen walked over to Wang Dehuzi and the two engaged in casual conversation. Wang Dehuzi told Guan Chen that the best time in the Wanyao forest was only in the early morning. At this time, all the demon beasts returned to their nests, and the insects were too damp from the dew to fly. Only during this period could both people and horses rest peacefully. Therefore, unless something extremely urgent happened, he and his brothers would not travel in the morning. They needed to be well rested to face the journey ahead. After hearing this, Guan Chen also felt it made perfect sense. Indeed, the forest during this time was incredibly beautiful. There were no annoying mosquitoes, no sweltering air. Even the fierce beasts that hunted all day lay quietly in their dens. It was as if everyone had reached a consensus, putting aside disputes to recuperate. Perhaps this was the truest reflection of the saying in the I Ching, "The great virtue of heaven and earth is called life. The cycle of life is called change." After finishing breakfast, Wang Dehuzi ordered everyone to rest in place. The guards and grooms each found a comfortable spot and lay down to sleep soundly. The four attendants had hidden in the carriage all night. Now that the rain had passed and the wind had stopped, they felt ready to go. One by one, they ran to the prince's side, accusing Wang Dehuzi of being lazy, not knowing to travel on such a fine day. Just as the prince was about to summon General Wang for questioning, he was stopped by Guan Chen, who said, "Your Highness, don't listen to this group of amateurs. They've never even traveled far and only know how to talk big." The four of them were already dissatisfied with Guan Chen, and now that he had retorted, they immediately formed a united front. The first to jump up was Zhang Wei, who had been dragged away by Wang Dehuzi at the banquet 2 days ago. Having been lifted from the table in front of so many people, he had been harboring resentment, and now seizing the opportunity, he couldn't let it go without retaliating. Zhang Wei squinted his eyes and glared at Guan Chen, saying fiercely, "Guan Chen, don't think that just because you've had a couple of drinks with that big bearded man, you're one of us. You should remember who your master is." Zhang Wei's idea was simple. Regardless of right or wrong, he wanted to pin the label of rebellion on Guan Chen. If Guan Chen backed down, that would be fine. If he dared to stand up for Wang Dehuzi, he would take him down too. After Zhang Wei spoke, Dongfang Qinghong chimed in sarcastically, "Exactly. You really think you're in charge? The prince hasn't even spoken. Who are you to shout?" Yao Guang was the most vicious, although his voice was low, his words struck at the core. "If the prince wants to summon someone for questioning, how dare you stop him? That's truly treasonous." Among the four, Shangguan Hanyan was the only one who hesitated a bit. Although he also didn't respect Guan Chen, he still had some conscience and didn't want to add insult to injury. Seeing the three getting more outrageous, he quickly interjected, "We're all on the same side, why create infighting? Just call General Wang over, and we'll know the truth." The prince was quite clever. As soon as the four spoke, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Clearly, Guan Chen was being isolated by them. However, the prince did not speak directly but wanted to see how Guan Chen would respond. To everyone's surprise, Guan Chen didn't waste any words. He directly grabbed the collars of the three and slapped each one across the face. The crisp sound of the slaps echoed throughout the forest, leaving the three stunned. Even the prince didn't expect Guan Chen to act so decisively.
In the distance, two inner palace attendants who were meditating with their eyes closed glanced over and then closed their eyes again to continue meditating.
Wang Dahuzi was highly skilled. How could he possibly miss such a commotion? Don't be fooled by him lying on the ground pretending to be asleep. He is listening to the conversation here. Very clearly. It is certainly touching that Guanchen stands up to speak for him, but he is even more eager to hear the prince's judgment on the matter. Zhang Wei covered his face, incredulously asking Guanchen, You dare to hit me?
Guanchen stared into his eyes and nodded seriously, replying, If you dare to sow discord again, I will hit you.
After saying
this, Guanchen exchanged glances with the three of them, speaking each word clearly. I am here with only one mission, which is to ensure the prince's safety.
If I believe someone threatens the prince's safety,
I will not hesitate to strike them down immediately,
even if it is you as well.
So, before you speak next time, think it over.
After finishing, Guanchen didn't even look at the three of them, bowing to the prince and saying, Your Highness, the guards and the groom have not rested for 2 days and nights. Even if the people can hold on, the horses cannot. Moreover, we are currently in the forest of 10,000 beasts, surrounded by powerful monsters. If the soldiers cannot rest well, when danger truly arrives, being exhausted will inevitably lead to accidents.
As the saying goes, if you doubt someone, do not use them. If you use someone, do not doubt them. General Wang has traveled this
route for many years and knows it best.
We are just newcomers. How can we have an outsider directing an insider?
I only think of the prince's safety.
If in my haste I offend the prince,
I am willing to accept punishment. Guanchen's words were neither servile nor overbearing, resonating with strength.
This deepened the prince's impression of him.
This is a loyal minister.
This was the prince's new evaluation of Guanchen. However, before the prince could speak, Zhang Wei, waking from his daze, drew his sword and shouted at Guanchen, Stop pretending to be loyal. I see you are just a wolf in sheep's clothing.
Guanchen, this slap is a great humiliation to me.
Zhang Wei,
are you two going to let this scoundrel insult us?
Zhang Wei himself was still unsure if he could defeat Guanchen, so he wanted to incite the other two to join him in attacking Guanchen. Yao Guang and Dongfang Qinghong exchanged
glances, clearly tempted.
However, the prince was standing right beside them. If they acted rashly, they would likely have to explain themselves to the prince.
Guanchen remained bent
over, but the corner of his mouth had already curled up slightly. He was waiting for Zhang Wei to make a move. As long as he dared to act, Guanchen could justifiably strike him down.
Right there.
However, the prince clearly realized the seriousness of the situation. He hurriedly scolded Zhang Wei, what are you doing? Put away your sword.
As soon as
the prince said this, two palace guards in the distance immediately turned their gaze toward them. Although the two did not move, the killing intent in their eyes was palpable.
The moment Zhang Wei was locked onto by the two, cold sweat dripped down his forehead.
He had no doubt that if he acted recklessly, the two guards would immediately slay him on the spot.
Guanchen sighed inwardly, blaming these two guards for ruining his good deed.
Now, even if he lent Zhang Wei 10 more guts, he wouldn't dare to act.
Sure enough, as Guanchen had predicted,
the moment the guards looked over, Zhang Wei put away his sword. He knelt down at the prince's feet, pointing at Guanchen and saying, Your Highness, you saw it just now.
Guanchen insulted me for no reason. I cannot swallow this anger. The prince clearly did not want to engage in this topic.
As the saying goes, if you doubt someone, do not use them. If you use
someone, do not doubt them.
General Pang specifically sent this person to escort us. If I doubt him, wouldn't that chill the old general's heart? From now on, all arrangements during
our journey will be directed by General Wang.
Alright, I am tired, I will go back to rest. After saying this, the prince didn't even glance at Zhang Wei, turning around and walking toward the carriage. If it were someone else, the crown prince might have given him a way out.
But this Zhang Wei was specifically recommended by the second prince's own uncle. How could the crown prince offend Guanchen for his sake?
Zhang Wei knelt on the ground, his face turning extremely ugly.
As soon as the crown prince left, Guanchen sneered at Zhang Wei, Since
you can't swallow this anger, I'll give you a chance for revenge.
Do you see that grove over there? I'll be waiting for you there. You wouldn't dare to come, would you? After saying that,
Guanchen glanced at the other two.
You two are the same.
Hurry up, I'll only wait for 5 minutes.
With that, Guanchen stood up and walked towards the distant grove.
Zhang Wei's face flushed red, and he grimaced at Dongfang Qinghong and Yao Guang, saying, Are you two just going to let him humiliate you like this? Yao Guang was the most cunning of the bunch and wouldn't be provoked by such a low-level tactic. He ignored Zhang Wei and turned back to his carriage. However, Dongfang Qinghong's face turned pale for a moment before he sighed and said, Forget it, let him be arrogant for a few days. Once we reach Lidu, we can think of a way to deal with him. Zhang Wei was infuriated by these two cowards, but he was also worried that he couldn't take on Guanchen. He stood there conflicted for 5 minutes before finally punching the ground hard. Guanchen waited in that grove for a full half hour, but in the end, not a single figure appeared. Finally, unable to wait any longer, he cursed and returned to the convoy.
From then on, these four clever ones never dared to provoke Guanchen again. The next 2 days of travel went very smoothly.
Occasionally encountering a couple of ferocious beasts blocking the way, they were easily dealt with by the guards, and there was no need for Guan Shen to take action. That afternoon, the convoy passed by a grove of cypress and pine trees. Suddenly, two bare-chested little men walked out, one in front and one behind. These little men were just over a meter tall, with disheveled hair, flat noses, and broad faces. They were huffing and puffing while carrying a wooden stick. Upon closer inspection, there was actually a little man strung up on the stick. This little man had a beard on his chin and a large hole in his chest, with the stick passing right through it. The two little men carried the middle one as if they were lifting a palanquin. As soon as the little man appeared, the horses neighed as if frightened. Everyone calmed the horses down, and they finally quieted down. The three little men blocked the dirt road, and the middle one, hands on his hips, arrogantly said, "You outsiders, listen well. Today is a grand day for our landlord. He is going to marry his 96th concubine. The landlord sent us to deliver an invitation, asking you to come and drink a toast." With that, the little man pulled out a bright red maple leaf from behind, on which was written a large character for joy. Guan Chen and Wang Dehuzi stood at the front of the convoy. The moment they saw the little men appear, they became cautiously alert. Hearing the little man speak, both sensed a seriousness in each other's eyes. For some reason, Guan Chen felt a chilling sensation the moment the little men appeared. It was an indescribable feeling, as if he had suddenly fallen into a nightmare. Hearing the little man speak now, he found it both absurd and eerie. Just as the two were hesitating, Yao Guang and Dongfang Qinghong, who had been following the convoy, galloped over. They had seen the convoy suddenly stop and rushed over to check the situation. When the two saw what was happening, the usually meticulous Yao Guang did not rush to speak. Instead, it was Dongfang Qinghong who impatiently drew his sword and shouted at the three little men. "Where did these wild men come from, daring to block the crown prince's carriage? If you don't get out of the way, I'll slice you into human sticks with one sword." The little man holding the invitation thought these outsiders had never seen the world and was stunned by the mention of the landlord's name. Who would have thought that this newcomer would be so rude? The angry little man puffed out his cheeks and glared. "I don't care if you're a prince or a nobody. If you come to our Wanyao forest, you must abide by our rules. You have to accept this invitation, whether you like it or not. I don't care if you drink the wedding wine or not, but the contribution money must be left behind." The little man finished speaking, threw the maple leaf to the ground, and extended his dirty little hand, staring intently at everyone. Just as Guan Chen was about to speak, Dongfang Qinghong took a step forward and slashed at the three little men with his sword. The sword energy shot out, blood splattered, and the three little men were cut in half by a single strike. Dongfang Qinghong sheathed his sword and provocatively glanced at Guan Chen. Then he shouted loudly towards the convoy, "Continue to move out." After saying that, Dongfang Qinghong urged his horse back towards the convoy. Yao Guang smiled playfully at Guan Chen and followed behind Dongfang Qinghong. Guan Chen ignored Dongfang Qinghong and instead looked solemnly at the corpses of the three little men. He leaped off his horse and approached the three bodies. The little men's eyes were wide open, as if they couldn't believe until death that someone would dare to act against them. Guan Chen anxiously picked up the maple leaf from the ground. For some reason, at the moment Dongfang Qinghong killed the three little men, Guan Chen felt his eyelids twitching violently. He had a premonition of impending disaster. However, this feeling was so mysterious that he couldn't be sure of it himself. At this moment, Wang Dehuzi also came to Guan Chen's side and looked at the little men on the ground, saying, "Strange. I've walked this road so many times, and it's the first time I've seen these little men." Guan Chen put away the maple leaf and asked Wang Dehuzi, "Have you ever heard of the land deity they mentioned?" Wang Dehuzi shook his head gently. Guan Chen sighed deeply and muttered to himself, "I think we should run quickly. They sent an invitation out of goodwill. How can there be a reason to kill on a day of great joy?" Wang Dehuzi also had a vague sense of foreboding. However, they were deep in the heart of the Wanyao forest, and it wasn't that simple to escape. The two returned to their horses and ordered the convoy to move forward at full speed. After advancing 30 miles, a large tree had fallen ahead, completely blocking the dirt road. The tree was 7 or 8 meters thick, and a dozen young men couldn't wrap their arms around it. If they didn't move this tree, the entire convoy wouldn't be able to advance a single step. Wang Dehuzi frowned at the giant tree before him. They had encountered all sorts of troubles that afternoon. Wang Dehuzi ordered the guards to dismount and move the giant tree. Guan Chen dismounted and approached the base of the tree, staring at the enormous pit and falling into deep thought. This tree had lived for at least 1,000 years, standing hundreds of meters tall. Its root system was developed, and its branches and leaves were lush. How could it have fallen down for no reason? If this were all just a coincidence, Guan Chen wouldn't believe it even if you beat him to death. Just as he was lost in thought, an old voice suddenly rang in his ears. "Young man, you've gotten into big trouble." Guan Chen was startled and immediately drew his weapon. Looking around, he saw an old, frail man sitting on the tree roots, smoking a pipe. The old man was nearly bald, with only a few sparse strands of hair left. His face was covered in wrinkles, and his features were all scrunched together. If he sat still, one wouldn't even recognize him as a person. "Who are you?"
Guan Chen asked warily.
The old man took a puff from his pipe and said leisurely, I've lived my whole life in this Huanyao forest and have never seen anyone dare to provoke the land deity. It's one thing for you outsiders not to understand etiquette, but why must you resort to murder?
Guan Chen scanned the surroundings again and found no ambush, so he tentatively asked, Are you sent by the land deity?
The old man grinned, revealing that he had no teeth left, just bare gums.
I don't listen to him. I'm here just to give you a warning.
Run quickly, don't worry about those people behind.
Guan Chen felt he couldn't see through the old man in front of him, even when
facing the two great inner court offerings in the convoy. He had never felt this way.
It was a fear that only arose in the face of the unknown. Why are you helping me? The old man pointed, and a maple leaf flew out from Guan Chen's embrace. I just think you still understand a bit of etiquette. Guan Chen was suddenly startled, the hairs on his body standing on end. That maple leaf had just been stored in his storage bag. How did it fly out on its own with just a point from the old man?
Just as Guan Chen was about to ask further, he heard a
series of exclamations from a distance. The prince is missing. The prince is gone.
Guan Chen's expression changed completely. He no longer cared about the old man in front of him and
disappeared into the woods in a few leaps. By the time Guan Chen returned to the convoy, it was already in chaos.
The carriages in the line were blown askew, and the horses were frightened and fleeing in all directions.
Guan Chen found Shangguan Hongyan in the crowd and grabbed his sleeve, asking, What happened just now? Where did the prince go? Shangguan Hongyan
was already panicking. He stammered to Guan Chen, I saw the convoy stop, so I went to check with Yao Guang. But just as we reached the big tree, a sudden gust of wind blew up.
The wind was so strong that it nearly blew both people and horses away.
After waiting for the wind to stop, I heard someone shouting from the back of the convoy that the prince was
missing.
By the time I got over, the prince's carriage was already empty.
If the prince is lost, none of us will survive. Slap. Guan Chen slapped Shangguan Hongyan hard across the face, leaving him stunned. What are you panicking for?
The more chaotic it gets, the calmer you need to be.
Where are the two great inner court offerings? Where did General Wang go? After being slapped, Shangguan Hongyan finally steadied his mind.
I heard from the guards that the two offerings were the first to discover the prince was missing.
Someone saw them chasing into the woods. General Wang also took people into the woods to search. So, what should we do? Guan Chen leaped onto the top of the carriage, inhaled a mouthful of true essence, and shouted, Everyone, don't move.
This shout, enhanced by true essence, sounded like rolling thunder, making everyone's ears buzz.
Shangguan Hongyan, you take 20 guards
and bring back the fleeing horses.
No matter what happens, you must return before dark. Can you do it? Shangguan Hongyan quickly nodded in agreement, casually pointing to 20 guards,
who then chased down the dirt road behind.
Yao Guang, Zhang Wei, where are Dongfang Qinghong and the others? Yao Guang and Zhang Wei jumped out from the crowd.
Yao Guang was also a bit flustered at this moment, but compared to Shangguan Hongyan, he was still relatively calm. As for Zhang Wei, for some reason, Guan Chen felt he was hiding a hint of glee in his eyes. Dongfang Qinghong is missing. He was in the same carriage as the prince just now and is likely also abducted.
After hearing Yao Guang's report, Guan Chen immediately ordered, Zhang
Wei, Yao Guang, each of you take 20 men and search along the dirt road. Yao Guang, head south, Zhang Wei, head north.
If you encounter the enemy, use smoke signals as a sign,
and do not act rashly. The remaining guards will stay here, fix the overturned carriages, and count the offerings on the car to see what is missing.
Understood? Everyone quickly nodded. In acknowledgement, Yao Guang and Zhang Wei each took 20 guards and dove into the woods on either side. Guan Chen jumped down from the carriage and approached the prince's carriage. He opened the prince's compartment and saw that everything inside was intact, tables, tea-bowls, bedding, everything was neatly arranged in the carriage, showing no signs of struggle at all. Guan Chen's expression grew even more serious. It should be known that both of the inner palace offerings are strong practitioners at the martial king level. To be able to abduct someone right under their noses, the opposing force must be incredibly terrifying. There's one more thing that puzzled Guan Chen. With so many people in the entire convoy, why were only the crown prince and Dongfang Qinghong taken? Could it really be that the earth god came for revenge? Suddenly, Guan Chen thought of something, and his expression changed as he quickly rushed back to the tree pit from earlier. But when he arrived, there was no old man at the tree roots, only a maple leaf and a few crooked characters. With this invitation, head east for 300 miles to attend the banquet. Guan Chen looked at the crooked characters on the tree trunk, his eyes showing hesitation. There was no doubt that the old man from earlier must have had some connection to the earth god. Even if he wasn't the earth god himself, he should be someone familiar with him. However, with the two offerings having such high cultivation, they couldn't even catch a glimpse of him. Even if he went, could he really rescue the crown prince? Don't be fooled by Guan Chen's words about serving the crown prince. In reality, he didn't take the crown prince seriously at all. The reason he came to Tan Yuan was, first, to obtain the latter half of the war god's art, and second, to broaden his horizons. Now that he had the war god's art in hand, he could go to the Tan Yuan dynasty himself. Guan Shen seemed to have no compelling reason to rescue the crown prince. He could leave at any time. No matter how powerful the Purple Gold Empire was, they couldn't do anything to him. However, just thinking about Main Yang, who was being held as collateral in the capital, Guan Shen still let out a long sigh. He gently took the maple leaf from the tree trunk and returned to the convoy. By the time Guan Shen got back to the convoy, the sky had already begun to darken. He casually grabbed a headguard and asked, "How is it? How's the tribute counting going?" The headguard hurriedly replied, reporting to General Guan, "The tribute has been counted, and nothing is missing." Guan Shen approached a cart of tributes and ordered the soldiers to open all the boxes on the cart. A few guards hesitated for a moment, but then complied and began to unload and open the boxes one by one. Inside the boxes were filled with all sorts of rare treasures. Guan Shen randomly selected a dozen items from the middle and stuffed them into his storage bag. The guards exchanged glances for a while but ultimately did not stop him. "Alright, put these things away. You all camp here for the night. I'll go bring the crown prince back. If I'm not back by this time tomorrow, forget it. If I can't come back, I won't bother worrying about it." After saying that, Guan Shen ignored the astonished looks of the guards and turned to slip into the nearby woods. Once Guan Shen left, several head guards gathered together. The leader, who had been next to Guan Shen earlier, said mysteriously to the others, "General Guan isn't planning to abscond with the treasures, is he?" One of the oldest leaders coldly reprimanded, "Don't talk nonsense. The Lord has instructed us to stay here, so we should just stay put. Until everything is settled, we must not jump to conclusions." The remaining few exchanged glances, and no one spoke. Some things shouldn't be said too clearly. If the crown prince really died here, no one in the escort team would survive. Those guards without families had a simple thought. Rather than foolishly returning to the capital to face execution, it would be better to steal a few treasures and escape. As for the older guards, their own lives no longer mattered. What they cared about most was whether their wives and children would be implicated. Soon, the sky was completely dark. Shangguan Hanyan had already brought back the escaped horses. As soon as he returned, he asked the guards in the camp, "Where is General Guan?" A few of the guard leaders exchanged glances, and finally, the older one spoke up. "General Guan took a few tribute items with him. He said he would bring the crown prince back and asked us to wait here peacefully." Upon hearing this, Shangguan Hanyan furrowed his brows tightly. Before he could speak, a cold snort came from a distance. "Humph, he's quite clever." As soon as he sensed something was off, he took the treasures and tried to escape. "He still wants to leave us here to take the fall. What a shameless little man." Shangguan Hanyan frowned and turned to see Zheng Wei rushing back with his men. "Why didn't you continue searching?" Zheng Wei swatted away the mosquitoes around him, cursing, "It's so dark you can't see anything. Where are we supposed to look? Let's just wait until dawn." Shangguan Hanyan suppressed his anger and said, "Wait until dawn? I can wait, but can His Highness wait?" Zheng Wei shot a sideways glance at Shangguan Hanyan, clearly displeased with his tone. "What good does shouting at me do? If you have the ability, you go find him. You." The two glared at each other, ready to come to blows at any moment. The surrounding guards quickly intervened, saying, "Gentlemen, please, don't argue. With so many people scattered, we should follow General Guan's arrangements and wait patiently here." With Guan Shen and the crown prince absent, Zheng Wei felt completely unrestrained. He sneered at everyone. Still listen to his arrangements? Guan Shen is a traitor, a deserter. You all can wait here foolishly, but come tomorrow morning, I'll go back and report. Shangguan Hanyan could no longer hold back. "What good does it do for you to go back and report? By the time you bring reinforcements, it'll be too late. I see you don't care about the crown prince's life at all. You stop slandering me." Just as the two were about to argue again, a group of figures emerged from the woods. As they got closer, it turned out to be Yao Guang, who had returned empty-handed. Yao Guang had heard the two arguing from the woods. Seeing that they still had the energy to bicker, he couldn't help but mock, "Go ahead, keep arguing. In the end, it'll just lead to death. If something happens to the crown prince, even the king of heaven can't save us." Thinking of the impending outcome, the three fell silent. Meanwhile, Guan Shen was using his wind god leg to leap and run through the treetops. Since that old man told him to head east, he shouldn't be lying. Wang Daha had once said that if a certain area had a particularly powerful demon king, it would be hard to find another nearby. Since this area was under the jurisdiction of the earth god, Guan Shen wasn't worried about being targeted by other demon kings. As the night deepened, a crimson moon rose from the horizon. The scarlet moonlight cast an eerie glow over the entire forest. Guan Shen sprinted forward for several hundred miles when he suddenly heard the sound of drums and music ahead. Soon after, a large walled courtyard appeared before him. This courtyard looked quite grand, with 7 entrances and exits covering no less than 100 acres. It was clearly a wealthy family. At this moment, the courtyard was adorned with lanterns, and everywhere was filled with large red lanterns. On both sides of the white walls and gray tiles of the courtyard, 2 big characters for happiness were posted. A few attendants dressed festively stood at the entrance, warmly welcoming the arriving guests.
Inside and outside the courtyard, people were bustling about, creating a constant clamor.
Guan Chen didn't rush
forward but instead hid at a distance to observe carefully.
How could such a large courtyard suddenly appear in this desolate area?
Moreover, looking at the guests' attire, they all
dressed in bizarre ways, not resembling normal people at all. It was just like something out of strange stories from a Chinese studio. If there wasn't something strange going on, Guan Chen would dare to eat a ton of dung.
Guan Chen muttered to himself, sigh. Now that I'm here, even if it's a den of dragons and tigers, I have to venture in. He then adjusted his attire and forced himself to walk out calmly. Perhaps it was getting late, as most of the guests had already entered. When Guan Xianshan reached the entrance of the courtyard, only
2 young servants remained.
The 2 young servants were taken aback when they saw Guan Chen, then cupped their hands and asked, "This guest seems unfamiliar.
May I ask your esteemed name and the purpose of your visit?"
Upon seeing the appearance of the 2 young servants, Guan Chen knew he had come to the right place. The 2 men were just over a meter tall, with
sallow complexions and flat, broad noses. They looked exactly like the 3 little men who had died.
Guan Chen took out the maple leaves he had in his arms and handed them over, then respectfully said, "I am Guan Chen, newly arrived at your esteemed place.
Invited by your master, I have come to attend the wedding."
As he spoke, Guan Chen took out all the rare treasures from his storage bag. Each gleaming treasure emitted a brilliant light under the moonlight, making the eyes of the 2 young servants widen in astonishment.
A small token of
appreciation, not worthy of respect. The 2 young servants exchanged glances, immediately beaming with smiles and gesturing for him to enter.
"A distinguished guest has arrived, and our humble abode is graced. Please, come inside."
Seeing the door open, Guan Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him.
He was afraid he wouldn't even be allowed in, which would have been a complete disaster.
Once inside the courtyard, he saw tables filled with banquets.
Countless guests were drinking and making merry.
As soon as Guan Chen entered, all eyes turned to him. When the guests saw Guan Chen's appearance, it was as if someone had pressed the pause button. The entire courtyard fell silent, and one could hear a pin drop.
Guan Chen didn't dare
to closely examine the looks of these guests. None of them resembled humans, to begin with. The 2 young servants, holding the rare treasures, ran ahead of Guan Chen, loudly singing, "A distinguished guest has arrived, here to pay respects to the land deity." As their voices faded, the surrounding guests finally shifted their gazes. The sounds of clinking glasses, guessing games, and cheers erupted once more. The courtyard returned to its previous liveliness and clamor.
Guan Chen followed the 2 young servants through layers of courtyards. At each courtyard, the 2 young servants would sing out loudly. Guan Chen felt like a monkey in a circus, surrounded by countless onlookers. By the time they reached the back, he had become more at ease. When others looked at him, he looked back, treating it as if he were at a zoo. Finally, they arrived at the main hall, where only one banquet table was set. A dozen elegantly
dressed guests sat at the table, with a young gentleman in a bright red wedding robe seated in the center. Upon seeing Guan Chen enter, they all turned to look at him in unison. Guan Chen felt his hair stand on end, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. It felt as if he were being stared at by a dozen terrifying beasts ready to devour him. He lowered his head,
not daring to make eye contact with anyone.
He feared that even the slightest misstep could lead to an irreversible fate, never to be reborn. At that moment, the young gentleman seated at the head of the table smiled at the treasures brought by the servants. In a gentle tone, he said to Guan Chen, "Since the guest has arrived, please take a seat. As the saying goes, meeting his fate, there is no need for the guest to be overly formal." Hearing this, Guan Chen feigned a calm expression and found a spot to sit down. As soon as he sat down, the young gentleman at the head of the table said, "Today, everyone is here to honor my esteemed Zhangbo.
Now, let me toast to you all. May everyone carve out a long life in the realm of
wind and moon, and occupy the immortal body of mist and haze." As soon as the young gentleman finished speaking, the other guests at the table raised their glasses and drank heartily.
Guan Chen hesitated for just a second before lifting his glass and downing it in one go. Life and death are but a fleeting moment, what is there to fear? As the wine went down his throat, it felt like a volcanic eruption in his belly, burning through his insides. Then it turned from extreme heat to unbearable cold. After this cycle repeated 3 times, it finally transformed into a gentle spring rain, silently nourishing him. Guan Chen felt every pore slowly open up, from the base of his tail to the tips of his hair. A sense of transparency and comfort enveloped him from head to toe. What astonished Guan Chen even more was that after downing this cup of wine, his true essence had actually surged by 2 points. It was equivalent to gaining 2 decades worth of true qi out of nowhere. Guan Chen couldn't help but widen his eyes and exclaimed, "Good wine!" This sudden shout startled the people at the table, causing them to shudder. Guan Chen looked apologetically at everyone, taking the opportunity to observe their appearances. The guests at this table, if not scrutinized closely, seemed no different from ordinary people. However, upon careful examination, many peculiarities could be discovered. For instance, the red-faced man sitting opposite him, despite having a face that appeared honest and kind, revealed a mouth full of sharp teeth whenever he smiled.
The young man in green beside him was even more terrifying. He looked relatively handsome, but his eyes had no whites, and his fingers were knobby. Sitting next to him felt like leaning against an iceberg, sending chills deep into one's bones. There was also a strikingly beautiful woman at the table. Her skin as pale as a corpse, and her long black hair seemed to move like a living creature, constantly contracting and stretching. It was quite unsettling. Overall, there were hardly any normal-looking individuals at the table. As Guan Shen observed, a few attendants refilled the guests' wine glasses. The young man in red raised his cup again and said, "For this second cup of wine, I wish everyone to break free from their prisons, leap over the dragon gate, and soar into the sky." Everyone raised their cups once more and drank the wine in one go. This time, Guan Shen did not hesitate at all and eagerly lifted his cup to down it in one gulp. The familiar sensation and the familiar formula returned. After the second cup, his true qi increased by another 2 decades. Guan Shen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Just from these 2 cups of wine, this trip was worth it. He had no idea what kind of treasure this wine was, to possess such incredible effects. If he could get a barrel, no, even just a jug would be enough for him to advance to the martial king realm. Thinking of this, Guan Shen couldn't help but glance at the wine jug in the attendant's hand. The crystal-clear jade jug emitted a shimmering green light, clearly a precious item. Although Guan Shen had thieving intentions, he lacked the courage to act on them. If he were to make a move and snatch it, he feared he wouldn't even make it out of this room before being torn to shreds. Seeing the attendant once again pour wine for him, Guan Shen suppressed the fiery urge within and turned his head away from it. The young man in red raised his cup for the third time and continued with the toast, saying, "For this third cup of wine, I wish our demon clan prosperity and endless life. You all are also the overlords of my 10,000 demon forest. So do not be short-sighted and lose sight of the greater principles. We must not let those foreign barbarians laugh at us." Even an outsider like Guan Shen could tell that the young man in red was speaking with ulterior motives. The guests at the table naturally reacted in various ways. Guan Shen was entirely focused on the wine. Before others could raise their cups, he hastily downed his drink. This wine was indeed powerful. Guan Shen usually had a strong tolerance for alcohol. He could handle several jars of white liquor without issue. Yet, today, after just 3 cups, he felt his head spinning. A wave of drowsiness crashed over him like the sea. He forced himself to stay alert and looked at the table. He saw the young man in red smiling at him, as if seeing right through him. After 3 rounds of toasting, everyone began to drink at their own pace. Some raised their cups to toast the host, while others chatted idly. Guan Shen had the attendant refill his glass, pretentiously lifted it, and toasted the icy mountain beside him, saying, "Brother, I'm downing this, you do as you please." After saying that, without waiting for a response, he raised his cup and drank. After the 4th cup, Guan Shen was completely drunk. His mouth involuntarily curled into a smile, and he felt as if he were floating. He grabbed the hand of the young man in green beside him and started to chat him up. The young man in white tried to explode in anger several times but ultimately held back for the sake of the host. "Little brother, let me tell you, those colored contacts of yours are no good. They're too depressing. If you ask me, you should change your route. I guarantee you'll become famous." The young man in blue had a dark expression. His hand twitched a few times but he couldn't pull it back. This scene made the burly man across the table laugh. He slapped the table and mocked the young man in blue. "Tang Shang, when did you get another brother? And a brother with legs? Ha ha ha." Just as his words fell, Guan Shen pointed at his nose and said, "You're no better. Look at those sharp teeth of yours. The plaque on them is an inch thick. It wouldn't cost much to get a dental cleaning at the hospital. How about I cover that for you?" The burly man's smile froze on his face, and this time it was the young man in blue who felt secretly pleased. While they were causing a ruckus, the front was also in an uproar. A bearded man sitting at the front boomed towards the young man in red, "Zhengbo, is this your 96th concubine?" Upon hearing this, the young man in red nodded slightly. "That's right. Ever since I attained enlightenment, I marry a beautiful young girl every 10 years. Now, this is the 96th. The bearded man's eyes twinkled as he calculated with his fingers. 96 concubines means 960 years. Even if our demon clan attains transformation, our lifespan doesn't exceed 3,000 years. So, doesn't that mean your time is running out? The young man in red narrowed his eyes and coldly stared at the bearded man, saying, "Hey Pai, what do you mean by that?" The bearded man quickly covered his mouth and clumsily explained, No, nothing. Just thinking about you dying, and those beautiful little wives of yours becoming widows, makes me feel uneasy. Such a waste. He shouldn't have explained at all, but once he did, the young man in red's face turned green with anger. Guan Shen laughed heartily. This big guy was really amusing. The man wasn't even dead yet, and he was already thinking about other people's wives. If he were Zhang Bo, he would probably be furious too. At that moment, a cold female voice rang out from the table, dripping with sarcasm directed at Hei Pai. "Humph. Blind bear, the one at home can't even handle herself, yet you dare to think about other people's wives? Be careful that tigress doesn't dig out your bear gall and soak it in wine." The crowd burst into laughter. Guan Chen, tipsy and carefree, clinked his chopsticks and cheered, right, right. Let's take that bear whip down and soak it in wine too. Definitely a great tonic. Ha ha ha. His words sparked another round of laughter. Hei Pai was so furious that steam was coming out of his nose and he stood up ready to explode. But when he saw the young man in red glance at him lightly, he immediately sat back down in fear. The young man in red shot a cold glance at Hei Pai and said coldly, if you can't take a joke, don't make fun of others. Hei Pai's eyes darted around, and he could only force a smile. It was clear that Zhang Bo's strength was obviously above Hei Pai's, otherwise the latter wouldn't have backed down so easily. Looking back at Guan Chen, he had completely let loose. He held a small wine pot in one hand and a small cup in the other, staggering away from his seat to toast everyone. Today is a day of great joy. Brothers, we must drink well. They say it takes 100 lifetimes to share a boat, 1,000 years to share a bed. Our brother Zhang can marry so many wives. In the last life, he must have accumulated a lot of blessings. For these 96 wives, let's raise a glass to him. Guan Chen cheered, and everyone raised their cups to look at Zhang Bo. At this moment, Zhang Bo's face was beaming with joy as he raised his cup and downed it in one go. The more he looked at Guan Chen, the more he found him pleasing. This young man, though from a different clan, spoke in such an endearing manner. His little phrases were so charming that they made people feel good inside. Thus, the crowd continued to drink and laugh until midnight, and the guests at the table began to leave one by one. In the end, only Guan Chen remained, drunkenly slumped over the table. According to the customs of the mountains, at this hour, the groom should be returning to the bridal chamber. However, Guan Chen did not leave, and Zhang Bo felt awkward about leaving him alone. A nearby servant, seeing the situation, hurriedly approached to wake Guan Chen. He bowed and said, esteemed guest, the banquet has ended, and the gentleman is to enter the bridal chamber. Guan Chen struggled to sit up from the table, glancing around the empty hall and then at Zhang Bo at the main seat. He then slapped his forehead and said, it's my fault. I've delayed my brother's consummation. With that, he raised his wine cup again and staggered over to Zhang Bo. The servant watching this was gritting his teeth. Just as the servant was about to step forward to stop him, Zhang Bo gave him a look that halted him. Guan Chen exerted himself to reach Zhang Bo, raising his cup and saying, Zhang Ge, today is your joyous day, and I have a small request. I wonder if I may speak it. Zhang Bo seemed to have anticipated this, smiling as he looked at Guan Chen and said, oh, go ahead, I'm listening. Although Guan Chen was feeling dizzy from the drink, he remembered the purpose of his visit. Seeing that the banquet was over, he knew that if he didn't speak up now, he would miss his chance. So, he recounted the whole story to Zhang Bo in detail. This is how it happened. Zhang Ge, the fault is certainly ours. I do not seek your forgiveness, only that you spare the crown prince. I am willing to exchange my life for his. With that, Guan Chen knelt down on the ground. With a thud, his head nearly smashed into the floor. Zhang Bo looked at Guan Chen on the ground, remaining silent for a long time. To be honest, he recognized Guan Chen as soon as he entered. The reason he let him in was to see what trick he was trying to pull. But what he didn't expect was that this Guan Chen not only knew how to advance and retreat but was also quite likable in his speech. Zhang Bo had already thought that if Guan Chen didn't bring this up, he would like to befriend him. But since he did mention it, he naturally couldn't let them off easily. Otherwise, if this matter got out, where would he put his face as the lord of the land? Have you thought it through? You would exchange your life for the crown prince's? At this moment, Guan Chen, lying on the ground, was jolted awake by a cold sweat, and the alcohol cleared from his mind. He knew that at this point, there was no turning back. So, gritting his teeth, he said firmly, I have thought it through. I will use my life to exchange for the crown prince's. Upon hearing this, Zhang Bo burst into laughter, clapping his hands and saying, bring him out. As soon as Zhang Bo finished speaking, several small figures appeared, leading two young men tightly bound from behind the screen. The young man in front looked pale and was anxiously scanning his surroundings. The young man following him was looking at Zhang Bo with a guarded expression. Guan Chen suddenly looked up and locked eyes with the young man in front. The young man was none other than the crown prince. The person bound behind him was Dongfang Qinghong. Your Highness, General Guan. The crown prince immediately burst into tears upon seeing Guan Chen. After recognizing the young man's appearance, Guan Chen also let out a sigh of relief. Zhang Bo looked at the crown prince, who was crying uncontrollably, with a face full of disdain. Guan Chen? Since you call me Zhang Ge, may I offer you a piece of advice? Guan Chen quickly cupped his hands in salute and said, Zhang Ge, please, speak. Zhang Bo pointed at the crown prince and said mockingly, I see you are a clever person. Do you think it's worth risking your life for someone like him? Why not stay by my side? From now on, although we are not of the same clan, I would treat you like a brother. What do you say? Upon hearing this, Guan Chen's brows furrowed tightly. Seeing this, the crown prince hurriedly cried out with a sobbing voice, General Guan, do not listen to the slander of this villain. General Guan, I have treated you well. Guan Chen wished the crown prince would just be quiet. He didn't even consider his current situation, yet he keeps talking about a demon person, truly unaware of the danger.
Sure enough, the prince's words were cut short as Zhang Bo cast a spell to seal his mouth. The reason Guan Chen was conflicted wasn't because he hesitated to save the prince. Rather, he was contemplating how to speak in a way that wouldn't offend Zhang Bo while politely declining his goodwill. If he accidentally angered the other party with a single word, they might all end up dead here. Zhang Ji's good intentions, I appreciate them. As the saying goes, a gentleman's promise is as light as the 5 mountains. I will uphold this promise for a lifetime. Since I have promised the prince to protect him, I will not hesitate, even if it means climbing a mountain of knives or crossing a sea of fire. In this life, I am fated not to follow my brother's side. I can only blame my thin fate. In the next life, I will repay your kindness. Although Zhang Bo felt a bit disappointed upon hearing this, he still regarded Guan Chen with a measure of respect. Throughout history, those who value trust and righteousness, even if they are demons, will earn admiration. Zhang Bo pondered for a moment, sighed deeply, and said, in that case, I will not make it difficult for you. I, Zhang Bo, have always acted fairly. Since you did not kill him, I do not need you to pay with your life. Prince, you can take him away, but I will keep this person. Since he dared to kill my subordinate, he should spend the rest of his life making amends. Guan Chen looked up at Dongfang Qinghong, who stood behind the prince. He saw that upon hearing Zhang Bo's words, the other party turned pale with fear, her pupils unfocused. Dongfang Qinghong rushed towards Guan Chen recklessly, crying out loudly, Guan Chen, save me! Guan Chen, save me! I don't want to die, I don't want to. Guan Chen had no good feelings towards this person. Since Zhang Bo wanted her, he could have her. However, Guan Chen still curiously asked, thank you, Zhang Go, for your kindness today. Since this person has made a mistake, she should accept punishment. I just want to ask, how do you plan to punish her? Zhang Bo turned to glance at Dongfang Qinghong, a hint of wickedness flashing in his eyes. Then let her be punished to become my 97th concubine. In the Wanyao forest, at the campsite of the convoy, the atmosphere was as heavy as death. Wang Dehuzi, Zhang Wei, Yao Guang, and Shengwan Hongyan sat around the campfire, no one speaking. Wang Dehuzi led the sword pavilion guards, searching from dusk until midnight. They scoured an area of several dozen kilometers. Due to the darkness and the overly complex terrain of the Wanyao forest, Wang Dehuzi could only helplessly lead his men back to the convoy. Now, everyone's hopes rested on the 2 imperial attendants. If they couldn't find the prince, there would be little hope left. As for what Guan Chen said before leaving, clearly no one took it seriously. When the sky began to lighten, the 2 imperial attendants finally returned to the convoy. The 4 hurried over, but when everyone saw the 2 return empty-handed, their hearts sank once more. Although some words remained unspoken, the chances of finding the prince alive after such a long time were already very slim. Seeing everyone disheartened, Wang Dehuzi could only encourage them, everyone, don't lose heart. Just yet. When dawn breaks, we can spread out and search further. Perhaps Brother Guan has already found the prince. Upon hearing Wang Dehuzi's words, Zhang Wei sneered, your good brother has probably long since run far away. Relying on him to bring back the prince is no better than hoping His Majesty will have another child. Just as Zhang Wei finished speaking, a mocking voice rang out from a distance. Oh, is that so? If I bring back the prince, will you call me Grandpa, Zhang Wei? Hearing the familiar voice, everyone stood up and looked towards the sound. Zhang Wei cursed fiercely, you stole the tribute and you still dare to come back? From the dense forest, 2 figures emerged, one in front and one behind. The person in front was dressed in a bright, resplendent brocade robe, his steps somewhat unsteady. It was none other than the crown prince. The person behind him was carefully supporting the crown prince, looking at Zhang Wei with a half-smile. The moment the others recognized the crown prince, they all gasped in surprise. Your Highness, Prince, you finally returned. The crown prince, Wei Qide, had a face as dark as thunder, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Zhang Wei's earlier teasing remark had been overheard by him. This Zhang Wei was truly audacious, brazenly irreverent. It was one thing to joke about himself, but to dare joke about the emperor was another matter entirely. If it weren't for the inopportune timing, Wei Qide would have wanted to kill him on the spot. 2 palace attendants hurriedly supported the crown prince on either side, checking for injuries. After a moment, seeing that the crown prince was not seriously hurt, they finally breathed a sigh of relief and knelt on the ground. I am incompetent. I have allowed His Highness to suffer. Please punish me, Your Highness. Seeing the attendants kneel, the others quickly followed suit, all kneeling and pleading for forgiveness from the crown prince. The crown prince wished he could escape from this place. Immediately, he had no mood to indulge them in their theatrics. All right, everyone get up. We will discuss this matter later. General Wang, order the convoy to depart immediately. No one is to stop without my command. Everyone else, attend to your duties and prepare to set off at once. General Guan, come with me back to the carriage. I have matters to discuss with you. With that, the crown prince hurriedly walked towards his carriage, with the 2 palace attendants closely following him. Guan Chen stepped forward to help Wang Dehuzi up, patting him on the shoulder as he said, General Wang, you've worked hard. Rest assured, I will report your merits to His Highness. After saying this, Guan Chen winked at Wang Dahuzi, a knowing expression on his face.
Wang Dahuzi looked at Guan Chen with gratitude, feeling deeply moved. To be honest, even if the crown prince returned safely, the court would
still hold him accountable for this incident.
The emperor wouldn't care about your reasons. The crown prince was the nation's heir.
Even if he lost a hair, someone would have to take the blame.
But if Guan Chen was willing to speak a good word for the crown prince, the situation would be entirely different.
Even if the crown prince knew he was lying, he would never disregard his face. After all, it was his life that was saved by the other party. Whatever he said would be accepted. At this moment, the one with the worst expression was undoubtedly Zhang Wei. He was uncertain whether the crown prince had heard his words. However, seeing Guan Chen gaining the upper hand was more painful than being killed. Yet, it was unwise to think of dealing with Guan Chen now.
A true man knows when to bend and when to stand firm. Preserving himself was the wisest choice at the moment.
With this in mind, Zhang Wei forced a smile
and congratulated Guan Chen. General Guan, you are truly wise and brave.
I, Zhang Wei, am in awe.
I hope General Guan can forgive my previous offenses in the future, Zhang Wei.
Before he could finish his flattery, Guan Chen impatiently interrupted. What did you say? If I saved His Highness, what would you do? My memory isn't very good. Could you remind me?
Zhang Wei looked at Guan Chen's disdainful gaze, his face turning the color of liver.
In the end, he gritted his teeth and said to Guan Chen, Grandpa Guan, I was wrong. Please, have mercy and don't hold it against me.
At this moment, Yao Guang watched Zhang Wei submit, as if he were witnessing his own fate. However, honor did not allow him to lower his head and beg. He could only close his eyes and remain silent.
Meanwhile, on the side, Shangwan Hanyan was not focused on this.
He looked at the dense forest behind Guan Chen and curiously asked, Where is Dongfang?
Qinghong? Why haven't I seen him? Wasn't he with the crown prince?
Hearing this, Guan Chen chuckled lightly. Oh, he's been left behind to be someone's concubine.
After saying this, Guan
Chen ignored the astonished looks from everyone and walked straight towards the crown prince's carriage. As soon as Guan Chen left, the others exchanged glances and silently walked towards
their horses. 5 minutes later, the entire convoy was ready.
Under Wang Dahu's command, all the carriages sped forward. Inside the prince's carriage, Guan Chen leisurely leaned against the leather mat while the prince anxiously looked outside. There was no helping it. After what happened last night, the prince had become a startled bird. He refused to let Guan Chen leave the carriage for any reason, even when Guan Chen said he was exhausted and wanted to rest. The prince would rather let him sleep on his soft couch than allow him to step out of the carriage. With no other choice, Guan Chen had to endure and enjoy the prince's treatment. For the next 4 days, nothing unexpected occurred. During these 4 days, Guan Chen slept during the day and
practiced meditation at night.
Aside from eating and using the restroom, he hardly left the prince's carriage. Perhaps it was because he had saved the prince's life, or perhaps it was because
people tend to want to talk after being frightened.
In any case, during these days, the prince, Wei Qide, shared many things with Guan Chen that he probably shouldn't have.
He talked about
being bullied by the eldest prince as a child and how he lived in constant fear after being crowned as the prince.
He even shared many secrets of the harem with Guan Chen. Guan Chen had no
interest in the royal family's trivial matters, but out of politeness, he had to pretend to be very interested.
The continuous day and night contact quickly turned the two into friends who could talk about anything. At least, that was how the prince saw it.
God knows how annoying it was for Guan Chen to listen to him ramble on like a woman every day. On this day, the convoy finally
exited the Wanyao forest and arrived at a town somewhere on the Quatian Plain.
Entering the Quatian Plain meant stepping into the territory of the Tan Yuan dynasty.
The Quatian Plain is one of the largest plains in the Tan Yuan dynasty.
It is vast, fertile, and rich in resources.
This plain alone is equivalent to the area of 10 Zijin empires. This small town is located on the edge of the Quatian Plain, with a population of only a few thousand. After delivering the prince's convoy here, Wang Dahu was set to return the way he came. At the town's entrance, Guan Chen handed a letter to Wang Dahu. Brother Wang, be careful on the road. This letter was written by the prince. It details your contributions along the way. Take this letter back to General Pang. Once he reads it, everything will be clear. Wang Dahu took the letter, visibly moved, and embraced Guan Chen. Although they had known each other for a short time, Wang Dahu could sense
that the other was a man of loyalty and righteousness.
Brother, I won't say thank you.
We will meet again someday, as mountains and rivers bring people together.
With that, Wang Dahu rode
off with his men, leaving only his silhouette behind. Watching the figure gradually disappear into the vast forest, Guan Chen couldn't help but feel a twinge of melancholy.
Finding a few
like-minded individuals among millions is indeed a stroke of luck.
Unfortunately, life is long, and the river flows eastward. After 4 days of relentless travel, everyone in the convoy was exhausted. They found an inn in the town to rest for the night before continuing their journey the next day. Guan Chen did not return to the guest room but wandered around the town instead. The people in the town were very simple and hospitable.
When they saw outsiders, they would warmly greet them.
Almost all the houses in the town were made of wood. There was no electricity, and the clothing of the people was very plain.
Besides a blacksmith shop, a pharmacy, and a lumberyard, there wasn't even a decent store in the town. The only inn was prepared for traveling merchants. Being here felt like stepping back into ancient times. Guan Chen was curious, weren't they disturbed by the beasts? The villagers in the town told him that there had been beast attacks before. However, for some unknown reason, they all disappeared later. The villagers speculated that they might have been wiped out by the beasts in the 10,000 demon forest. Guan Chen asked them if there were many strange beasts within the Tan Yuan dynasty. These honest villagers had hardly ever left the small town, so they couldn't answer Guan Chen's question. However, they had heard from past merchants that the Tan Yuan dynasty had been quite peaceful in recent years. At least it wasn't like several decades ago when no one dared to venture far. Guan Chen had a rough understanding in his mind. After chatting for a while longer, he returned to the inn. As soon as he entered, he saw everyone dining in the hall. The prince occupied a whole table by himself, and he hadn't touched his chopsticks, instead looking around for something. Upon seeing Guan Chen at the door, the prince enthusiastically waved at him. "General Guan, come, let's eat together." Guan Chen didn't stand on ceremony and sat down directly. In fact, once you got familiar with the prince, you would understand that aside from being a bit chatty, he had a pretty good personality. "I didn't expect this little town could serve such delicious food. I'm even more looking forward to this trip to Tan Yuan now. General Guan, try this. I've never had this kind of vegetable back home. It's sweet and crisp, with an excellent texture. Ah, if only I could have a cup of light brew to go with it, that would be perfect. What a pity. General Guan, is one bowl of rice enough? Please don't hold back, eat as much as you like." Guan Chen thought to himself, "I take back what I just said. It's not just a bit chatty, it's way too chatty." Guan Chen really wanted to ask, "What about your restraint as a prince? What about your status?" At the next table, Yao Guang, Zhang Wei, and Shangguan Hongyan were practically spitting fire from their eyes. "Give me back my prince." Jealousy twisted their faces. The silent scream echoed in the hearts of the three. After finishing the meal, the prince wanted to drag Guan Chen to drink tea, but he was ruthlessly rejected. This clingy little dog was really annoying. Back in his room, Guan Chen checked his personal panel. He couldn't even remember how much he drank at the landlord's place last time. When he checked the panel after returning, he found that his true essence had actually increased by 26 points. This meant he had drunk a total of 13 cups of wine. Those 13 cups had saved him nearly half a year's worth of cultivation time. Coupled with the true energy he had gained from traveling these past few days, Guan Chen's total true essence had already reached over 40 points. Host, Guan Chen Realm, late innate stage strength, 96,800 pounds true essence, 43 points, 1 cycle of true energy can be converted into 1 point of true essence. Constitution, true martial sacred body, true martial level physique, flawless body, photographic memory of all martial arts, self-taught. Can trigger the great annihilation state when near death, can be reborn from fire 3 times. Each rebirth transforms one's strength. After 3 rebirths, there is a chance to activate the ultimate Tao body. External skills, Great Strength Diamond Palm LV5 272/1600, Master Level, Wind God Leg LV5 36/1600 True Martial Level, Overlord Spear LV4 328/808 Level. Star Body Refining Technique LV5 360/1600 True Martial Level. Internal skills, Diamond Skill LV7, Master Level Max, Jade Emperor Scripture LV6, 160/3200 True Martial Level. Acupoints. Zhuangguan 60 acupoints. To break through Zhuangguan requires 4,000 points of stellar power, currently accumulated 660 points of stellar power. Skills, Soul Chasing Heart Arrow Technique. LV1, Slaughter Domain LV1, Basic Turtle Breathing Technique LV3 Complete Wind God Leg, Level, LV5, Mastery Level, True Martial Level, Current Proficiency 36 of 1,600 Complete Wind God Leg. Mastery LV5 Swift as the wind, leaving no trace behind. Increases strength by 6,400 pounds. At full speed, can travel 480 miles in a moment. Jade Emperor Scripture, Level, LV6, Pinnacle. True Martial Level, Current Proficiency, 162/3200 Jade Emperor Scripture, Pinnacle LV6 Each time the true energy circulates a complete cycle, it can increase 320 points of true energy. The Jade Emperor Scripture does not require cultivation, it automatically runs a cycle every 10 minutes. Although Guan Chen has already reached the late stage of the innate realm, his Qi shows no signs of overflowing. According to the records in the Jade Emperor Scripture, if an innate realm martial artist wishes to break through to the martial king realm, it is best to wait until they can no longer absorb true energy. Since Guan Chen is determined to condense the most perfect destiny star, he is not in a hurry to break through his realm. A night passed in silence. The next morning, everyone was well prepared and set off early for Lidu. To travel from this small town to Lidu, they needed to pass through 6 provinces and 13 major towns. Each of these 6 provinces is significantly larger than the Zijin Empire. The 6 provinces are Guanghuan, Qining, Wujian, Jiwan, Luoyang, and Weishu. Each province has a population in the hundreds of millions. Their first stop is the provincial capital of Guangdong Province, Shenmu.
Shinmu City is over 2,000 kilometers away from here, and according to the pace of the convoy's warhorses, it will take at least 2 days to reach. After leaving the Wanyao forest, the prince finally stopped clinging to Guanchen. Guanchen could ride his horse and enjoy the scenery along the way.
This small town is adjacent to the Wanyao forest and is an important timber-producing area in Tan Yuan, Guangdong province.
Therefore, there is a rural road that leads directly to the county town.
The convoy left the small town and galloped along the rural road.
These rural roads are all paved with gravel, and the underlying roadbed has clearly been hardened.
Although it is much worse than a highway, it is 1,000 times better than the dirt roads of the Wanyao forest. Perhaps it had been a long time since they had traveled on such good roads, as the horses immediately took off running as soon as they left the town.
Guanchen, riding on his horse, looked towards the fields on both sides. It was evident that the fields here were very fertile. However, due to the rampant beasts in previous years, many farmlands had been abandoned. Nowadays, the sides of the road are overgrown with weeds, and abandoned farmhouses can be seen everywhere. After traveling over 100 kilometers on the desolate rural road, they finally turned onto the county road. Compared to the rural road, the county road is much wider and smoother.
Here, the population along the road began to increase. The convoy traveled along the county road for over 100 kilometers.
Finally, large patches of farmland began to appear before them.
Now that the autumn harvest was over, the farmers in the fields were busy driving their plows and sowing for next year's spring planting.
They wore tunics
and shorts, their clothes covered in patches.
Each looked emaciated, expressionless, and without a smile.
Compared to the farmers of the Zijin Empire, the people here seemed as if they were
begging for food. Guanchen truly could not understand how such a large dynasty could have its common people living in such poverty. Continuing forward for several dozen kilometers, Piang County finally appeared before them. How to describe this county town? It can only be described as ruined walls and broken walls and dilapidated, collapsed city walls, low houses, and garbage everywhere. It was completely a scene of post-war devastation. This made Guanchen's first impression of the Tan Yuan dynasty do a complete 180-degree turn. Guanchen simply ordered the convoy to take a detour, not even entering the county town, and directly bypass to the provincial road located east of the town. The provincial road is 6 xiang wide, paved with bluestone
slabs, allowing 3 rows of vehicles to pass side by side. Rows of poplar trees are planted along both sides of the road.
The convoy traveled east along the provincial road. Along the
way, they passed through 7 or 8 county towns, and finally, by the evening of the second day, they arrived at their first stop, Shinmu City.
Outside Shinmu City, there are hundreds of indestructible defensive fortifications.
Every few dozen meters, one could see concrete bunkers. These bunkers stood several dozen meters high, and from the dark shooting ports, one could glimpse the silhouettes of cannons and heavy machine guns. Such a dense array of defensive structures could effectively withstand the invasion of beasts. Coupled with the hundreds of kilometers long and several hundred meters high city wall behind them, the entire Shinmu city was fortified like an iron barrel. Clearly, this provincial city had endured over 100 years of beastly assaults without ever falling. Otherwise, the city wall behind would not have remained so intact. Taking advantage of the remaining twilight, the convoy headed towards the city gate
of Shinmu City.
At the city gate, hundreds of horse-drawn carriages were lined up, waiting for inspection.
Hundreds of fully armed soldiers stood before the gate, maintaining order for those entering the city. The prince's convoy also joined the queue.
Yao Guang and Zhang Wei rode their horses to the prince's carriage and gently knocked on the side, saying, "Your Highness, we
have arrived at Shinmu City, and the convoy is undergoing inspection."
Upon hearing this, the prince lifted the curtain and looked outside.
Seeing the densely packed vehicles ahead, he couldn't help but frown and said, "No need to queue, display the imperial flag and charge straight through." Guanchen instinctively felt that this was somewhat inappropriate. However, since the prince had said so, he, as a subordinate, felt it was not his place to speak up. Yao Guang and Zhang Wei, upon hearing this, immediately excitedly took their leave. They ordered all the guards to change into the imperial attire. Then, holding the grand flag of the Purple Gold Empire, they charged towards the city gate. "Get out of the way. All of you, get out of the way. The delegation of the Purple Gold Empire is here. All unrelated personnel, step aside." One of them held a large flag while the other waved his riding whip at the crowd blocking the way. Startled, the passers-by hurriedly moved to the side of the road. The convoy followed closely behind the two and quickly reached the city gate. Guanchen watched from behind, shaking his head in exasperation. When it came to leveraging power, he was no match for these two. They had been arrogant since childhood, and such things were second nature to them. However, now that they were in someone else's territory, it remained to be seen how much trouble they would stir up in the future. Before the city gate, Xia Qingao was, as usual, sipping tea and snacking on sunflower seeds in the gatehouse. He was the chief officer responsible for the Western Gate's defense inspection in Shinmu province. He oversaw more than 300 soldiers. 16 years ago, he
earned this position as the Western Gate Commander due to his meritorious service during a Beast Tide attack. His daily work was from 9 to 5, with no overtime and no danger. After all, since that time when the Beast Tide was repelled, there had been no large-scale invasions. Each day, aside from inspecting the vehicles and personnel passing through, he could also take a little time for himself. Life was carefree and comfortable. Today, he had planned to finish his shift and then head to the leisure district for some fun. However, just as he was about to clock out, a commotion arose at the gate. Xia Qinggao frowned and was about to stand up to check when a soldier rushed in front of him, panicked, and said, "Report, Commander Xia. There are 2 young men outside, riding horses and causing trouble. A few of our brothers tried to stop them, but they were beaten up by those 2. Commander, you should go take a look." Upon hearing this, Xia Qinggao was instantly furious, slamming his palm down and shattering the tea table in front of him. "Damn! Who's the blind fool that dares to cause trouble here? Tell the brothers to bring out their weapons and come with me. I want to see who is so reckless." When Xia Qinggao emerged with his men, he saw 2 young gentlemen in brocade robes, whipping the city guards. "I told you to clear the way, are you deaf? This is the prince's carriage. If you disturb his highness, can you bear the consequences?" Xia Qinggao shivered at this. The prince is coming? But then he thought again, no, that can't be right. His majesty is in the prime of life, there hasn't been a prince. Good heavens, this is simply outrageous. How dare they impersonate the prince and flaunt it? Now I've caught them. An opportunity for promotion and wealth has come. With this thought, Xia Qinggao felt invigorated, immediately leading his men out. "Come, arrest this group of impostors claiming to be the prince. Anyone who dares to resist will be killed without mercy." As soon as Xia Qinggao's words fell, over 100 soldiers immediately surrounded them. Dozens of flares shot from the city walls, illuminating the area within 1,000 meters. Hundreds of heavy machine guns and dozens of cannons were instantly aimed at this spot. The crowd near the city gate, terrified, abandoned their carts and fled, fearing that if they were late, they would suffer an undeserved disaster. Yao Guang and Zhang Wei, seeing this situation, felt their legs weaken. They were indeed innate cultivators. Ordinary bullets couldn't harm them, but with so many machine guns and cannons, their small frames wouldn't stand a chance. Yao Guang reacted quickly, hurriedly explaining, "What are you doing? We are guests, do you understand? Is this how you treat guests in the Tan Yuan dynasty?" Xia Qinggao was in no mood to listen to his explanation. All he could think about was achieving merit and getting promoted. "Who cares about your excuses? Bold ruffians, do not struggle in vain. Dismount and surrender immediately. Otherwise, at my command, you will be turned into a beehive in the blink of an eye." With that, Xia Qinggao gestured to the soldiers beside him. The other side immediately raised a machine gun and fired a burst into the open ground. As the gunfire erupted, 2 inner palace attendants rushed to the front of the prince's carriage, carefully guarding the surroundings. The prince was startled by the noise and hurriedly stepped out of the carriage, asking, "What is that sound? Why are they shooting?" Guan Shen thought it was bad. These 2 fools had indeed caused trouble. He signaled for the prince to retreat back into the carriage and instructed the 2 inner palace attendants to ensure the prince's safety. He himself walked towards the city gate with the pass documents. When he arrived at the front, he saw that Yao Guang and Zhang Wei, those 2 fools, had already been pinned to the ground and tied up. Although Guan Shen didn't want to get involved with these 2 idiots, they represented the Zijin Empire, and he couldn't allow them to be humiliated like this. "Stop! Why are you arresting innocent people?" Seeing Guan Shen emerge, Xia Qinggao was even happier. "Ha, another one has come. What, are you in cahoots with them?" Guan Shen coldly replied, "I am Guan Shen, the guerrilla general of the Zijin Empire. Invited by your emperor, I am escorting our prince here for study. You are unlawfully detaining my delegation members, which violates the agreement between our 2 countries. I demand that you release them immediately." As he spoke, Guan Shen deliberately raised the pass documents in his hand. Xia Qinggao was taken aback upon hearing this. He had heard of the Zijin Empire, a small country in a remote corner. But their prince coming here for study? He truly didn't know about this. After all, the last time a prince studied abroad was 40 years ago, and he was just a child then. How could he remember? If this was just a fabricated story, Xia Qinggao felt embarrassed to be fooled. How could he hold his head high in front of his peers after this? With this in mind, he decided not to care whether what the other party said was true or not and resolved to arrest them first. At worst, he would hand them over to the governor later for verification. "I don't care if you're from the Zijin or the Hongjin, if you come to our Tan Yuan, you must abide by our Tan Yuan's rules. I now command you to surrender and accept detention immediately, otherwise don't blame us for taking action." Guan Shen's eyes turned cold upon hearing this, knowing that the situation would not end well. It was one thing for him to be detained alone, he would naturally be released once the truth was uncovered. But if the crown prince was detained, that would be a huge loss of face. It would be a permanent disgrace for both of them, the kind that would be laughed at for a lifetime. Thinking of this, Guan Shen raised his head to scan the city wall, looking at the densely packed gun muzzles on the battlements, quickly calculating in his mind. A direct assault wouldn't work. No matter how fast he was, it was impossible to destroy all the weapons in an instant.
If even one bullet hit the crown prince, it would be over.
Since a direct attack was not an option, he could only resort to cunning. With this in mind, Guan Chen focused his attention on Xie Qingdao.
Judging by
the other party's stance, it was clear he was the leader here. He hoped his life would be worth something. Guan Chen raised his hand and signaled, "Tell your men to put down their guns, and
I will go with you."
As he spoke, Guan Chen moved forward while secretly gathering his strength. Taking advantage of the moment when the soldiers relaxed their guard, he suddenly leaped forward, landing in front of Xie Qingdao, grabbing his neck with one hand and lifting him up. Guan Chen, with true essence in his mouth, shouted explosively, "Everyone, don't move.
Otherwise, I'll strangle your leader." The booming voice reverberated, shaking the area for hundreds of meters. Even the crown prince in the distant carriage was startled by this shout.
Xie Qingdao's expression changed several times. He was also a martial artist, and his level was not low, being a mid-stage grandmaster. Otherwise, he wouldn't have achieved such great military merit back
in the day.
What he didn't expect was that he didn't even have time to react before being subdued by this young man. The key was that he had exerted all his strength and still couldn't budge the opponent's hand. Clearly, the other party's strength was far above his own. Xie Qingdao quickly waved his hands to his subordinates around him, saying, Don't move.
Young man, let's talk this over. You're still young, and your future is limitless. You absolutely cannot go down the path of crime."
Guan Chen looked at the surrounding soldiers who were restrained, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. It seemed he had made the right bet. This guy's life was indeed worth something. "Don't worry, I won't kill you. I just want to meet your highest commander and clarify the situation. If I let you capture our crown prince, I might as well find a block of tofu to smash my head against."
Seeing that Guan Chen was so serious, Xie
Qingdao felt that this matter was likely true. Achieving merit was important, but compared to his own life, it was nothing at all. Thinking of this, he quickly agreed, "All right, everything
can be discussed.
I'll take you to meet our governor." Guan Chen drew a steel knife from Xie Qingdao's waist and cut the shackles off Yao Guang and Zhang Wei with 2 swift strokes.
"You two, go back and protect the crown prince. No one is to move without my orders."
After saying this, Guan Chen shouted loudly towards the distant crown prince, "Your Highness, please wait a moment.
I will be right back." In Shinmu City, at the governor's office,
Governor Zhong Qingnan closed the pass document in his hand and looked at Guan Chen with great interest.
"How is your majesty, Wei Qi Jing Tian, doing?" Guan Chen was taken aback upon hearing this. He didn't even know the full name of the emperor, yet this governor seemed to know. Without time to think further,
Guan Chen quickly returned the greeting. "His majesty is naturally vigorous and healthy, blessed with longevity."
Zhong Qingnan seemed to be reminiscing, a smile on his lips as he said, "Back
in the day, I studied in Lidu with him. In the blink of an eye, over 40 years have passed.
Time really flies, it passes in the blink of an eye. What is your crown prince's name? What is his rank among the princes? How old is he?"
Guan Chen was unsure of what this middle-aged man was plotting, but he still respectfully replied, "His Highness's full name is Wei Qide. He ranks 3rd among the princes, and he just turned the age of the dance elephant this year." Zhong Qingnan nodded slightly and said in an undeniable tone, "Since it is the son of an old friend visiting, as an elder, I naturally must extend the courtesy of a host. Xie Qingdao, I give you an opportunity to redeem yourself. Go and invite the prince's carriage to my residence.
Remember, do not be rude, understand?"
Xie Qingdao stood by, already drenched in cold sweat. Upon hearing this, he hurriedly knelt and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Governor, for your
forgiveness. I will go at once." Guan Chen frowned, feeling that something was amiss.
After all, he was a provincial governor and a close friend of His Majesty. It was not appropriate for him
to say much.
However, he still wanted to discuss it with the prince first. Thus, Guan Chen thought for a moment and said to Zhong Qingnan, "Governor, I should go personally."
"Without my orders, the convoy will not leave with anyone." Zhong Qingnan looked at Guan Chen with a half-smile.
He gently pressed the customs document under his teacup and said, "Go quickly and return quickly."
Guan Chen glanced at the table and quietly took his leave. Once outside the governor's office, Guan Chen's expression turned extremely grim. Truly, a weak nation has no diplomacy. The other party was just a governor, yet dared to arbitrarily detain the prince's customs document.
If this were in the Zijin Empire, an official of this level would need to send a formal invitation in
advance to meet the prince.
It was indeed a case of having to bow one's head under the eaves. Guan Chen lightly pushed off the ground and jumped onto a building several dozen meters high. Then, stepping on the rooftops, he sprinted towards the city gate with all his might. He needed to see the prince before Xie Qingdao did.
Guan Chen leaped between the buildings like a mountain cat.
At his current level, even without the wind god legs, he could easily leap 100 meters with a gentle jump. If he exerted himself fully, even bullets could not catch up to his pace.
However, in such a densely populated city, it was clearly impossible to sprint at full speed.
Shinshu City was much larger than Guan Chen had imagined.
Judging by the age of the buildings,
the entire Shinshu City had preserved its historical appearance very well.
The core area of Shinshu City was almost entirely composed of ancient wooden structures. The further out, the more modern the architectural style became. Many high-rise buildings were concentrated in this area. However, past a certain boundary, it transformed into another style, low, dilapidated, and densely packed slum-like structures. Guan Chen did not understand why there was such a stark difference within a single city. After leaving the governor's office, Guan Chen ran at high speed for at least several hundred kilometers before arriving at the west gate of Shinshu City. From a rough estimate, Shinshu City was at least 10 times the area of Chongqing and Huadhua. He wondered how such a vast city was built in the first place. By the time Guan Chen found the prince, Xia Qingao had only covered less than half the distance. Guan Chen recounted the events at the governor's office in full to the prince, expressing his concerns as well. The governor detained our customs document and insisted we stay at the governor's office. I worry that there might be some conspiracy behind this. The prince smiled slightly upon hearing this and patted Guan Chen's shoulder, saying, General Guan is overthinking it. Before we left, my father did indeed mention it. This Governor Guanhong was a classmate of my father back in the day, and he specifically asked me to pay him a visit. So General Guan can rest assured he will not do anything to us. After hearing the prince's explanation, Guan Chen felt that perhaps he had been overly cautious and did not dwell on it further. After a while, Xia Qingao finally rushed over, panting. Upon seeing the prince, he quickly dismounted to apologize and sought the prince's forgiveness. The prince, considering the governor's face, did not say much. Xia Qingao ordered the city gates to be opened wide and personally led the escort for the prince's carriage to the governor's office. By the time everyone arrived at the governor's office, it was already 10 o'clock at night. The location of the governor's mansion is right behind the governor's office. It is a residence covering hundreds of acres. Inside, there are more than a dozen side courtyards. The number of rooms exceeds several hundred. Not to mention over 100 people, even 1,000 can be accommodated. The members of the convoy were all settled in a large side courtyard. As for His Highness the Crown Prince, a separate courtyard was arranged for him. For the safety of the Crown Prince, Guan Chen specifically arranged for 2 imperial attendants to stay in the same courtyard as the Crown Prince. Just as he left, the steward of the governor's mansion hurried over. Your Highness, the governor has prepared a welcome banquet for you. He specifically sent me to invite you. The Crown Prince, without much thought, immediately replied happily, the governor is being too polite. My father asked me to prepare some gifts for him, and I can take them over at the same time. Come here. Just as the Crown Prince was halfway through his sentence, he was interrupted by the steward. Your Highness, it's quite late. There's no need to disturb the servants. It would be better to send them tomorrow. Given the relationship between our two families, why bother with such trivial formalities? The Crown Prince Wei Qi vaguely felt something was off, but seeing the steward say this, he didn't press further. He was just about to take the 2 imperial attendants over when he was stopped again by the steward. Your Highness, the banquet prepared by the governor is a family gathering. The governor's wife and the young ladies are all present. I think it would be better not to bring outsiders. Hearing the steward's words, Wei Qi hesitated. With female family members present, it did seem a bit inconvenient to bring 2 attendants along. However, Guan Chen had specifically instructed the attendants that they must be present wherever the Crown Prince went. The 2 attendants, regardless of whether the governor was willing or not, pushed the steward aside and insisted on following. The old steward, seeing this, quickly put on an angry expression and said to the Crown Prince, Your Highness, the governor only wishes to speak with you privately. If you don't trust him so much, then why come to the mansion at all? The Crown Prince was provoked by the steward's words and felt a bit guilty. He turned to the attendants and scolded, How can you two be so rude? Did my father not give a strict order before he left that you must completely obey me? Do you intend to defy the order? The 2 attendants exchanged glances. Despite their reluctance, they could only obediently accept the command. Guan Chen couldn't dare to sleep soundly all night. The side courtyard where he and the guards were located was quite far from the Crown Prince's small courtyard. The key was that outside their courtyard there was a group of house servants guarding them like they were protecting against thieves. When he wanted to go out for a stroll in the middle of the night, he was stopped and brought back. Guan Chen observed the skills of those house servants. Each one was at least at the innate level. He even sensed a hint of danger from a few of them. This sense of danger was something he had felt before from the 2 attendants. He knew it was the aura of experts. Guan Chen couldn't understand why they needed such a large show of force just to keep watch at night. At the same time, he was secretly alarmed at how strong the governor's power was. Just the house servants guarding the place included martial kings. Their forces, even if not on par with the royal family of the Golden Purple Empire, were likely not far behind. Finally, dawn broke and Guan Chen hurriedly rushed out of the side courtyard towards the Crown Prince's small courtyard. Upon entering the small courtyard, he saw the 2 attendants anxiously waiting like ants on a hot pan. Guan Chen's expression changed, and he immediately had a bad premonition. He rushed over and asked, Where is His Highness the Crown Prince? The 2 imperial attendants exchanged glances and detailed the events of the previous night to Guan Chen.
When Guan Chen heard that the crown prince had not returned all night, his expression changed drastically as he said, "Let's go.
Follow me to find the crown prince."
The three of them left the small courtyard and headed straight for the main courtyard of the governor's mansion. However, just as they reached the entrance of the main courtyard, they were stopped by a dozen house servants.
"Why are you all in such a hurry? Where are you going?" Guan Chen's eyelids twitched violently.
The dozen or so guys in front of him were all
tough opponents,
especially the leader in the middle, who gave him an overwhelming sense of pressure.
This pressure was even stronger than that of the two attendants.
Were they specifically
waiting for him? As this thought crossed his mind, Guan Chen coldly said, "Where is His Highness the Prince? We need to see him."
The guy who seemed to be the leader sneered and said, "If you
want to see the prince, why not go to the small courtyard? What are you doing here at the governor's main hall?"
Guan Chen fearlessly locked eyes with him and replied word by word, "Last night, His Highness the Prince was invited into the main hall by the steward here, and he hasn't returned yet. If I don't come here to look for him, where else should I go?"
The other party clearly didn't take Guan Chen seriously.
Upon hearing this, they burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha,
who took the prince away? Go find them. This is the residence of the governor's family. You can't just come in as you please." The two attendants were infuriated by this. They immediately stepped forward, ready to confront him. Guan Chen quickly stopped them. The situation was unclear, and the opponent's strength was far superior to theirs.
If a fight broke out, no one would leave the governor's mansion alive. Thinking of this, Guan Chen devised a plan. He took a deep breath, channeling his true essence, and shouted towards the direction of the governor's main hall, "General Guan Chen of the Zijin Empire, requesting an audience with the governor.
Governor, please come out quickly and return the prince to us."
The booming voice shattered several windows. Not just the main hall, but the entire governor's mansion was likely shaken by this shout. The leader's expression changed, and he immediately glared at Guan Chen, rushing towards him with fiery eyes.
The opponent's hands moved like lightning. Guan Chen only saw fleeting
traces before he was grabbed by the throat.
So fast, so strong.
However, the opponent clearly had no intention to kill him, otherwise, a simple squeeze would have snapped Guan Chen's neck in two. The two attendants, seeing the opponent make a move, wasted no time and attacked from both sides. The leader, realizing the situation, didn't dare to be careless. He quickly sealed Guan Chen's acupoints with a few swift finger strikes and focused on dealing with the attacking attendants. The three of them moved like lightning, as fast as light. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged hundreds of blows. If it weren't for both sides deliberately controlling their strength, the aftermath of their clash would have shattered the surrounding buildings. As the situation escalated, a middle-aged man walked out from the building, coldly reprimanding, "Stop. This is utterly disgraceful." Guan Chen, having his acupoints sealed, could only glance towards the courtyard. The person who came out was none other than the master of this place, Governor Zhong Qingnan. The three in the midst of the fierce battle immediately separated upon hearing his voice. The housekeeper leader's breath was a bit disordered, and the two attendants looked somewhat grim. Clearly, no one had gained the upper hand. Zhong Qingnan walked step by step down the stairs to the courtyard gate, looking coldly at the motionless Guan Chen, and said, "Jingyun, release his acupoints." Without a word, the housekeeper leader pointed three fingers at Guan Chen. From a distance, Guan Chen let out a muffled grunt, rubbed his stiff body, and finally returned to normal. "Governor, where is His Highness?" Zhong Qingnan was waiting for Guan Chen to ask this question. Upon hearing it, he coldly looked at him and said, "In this delegation, besides the prince, are you not the highest ranking?" Guan Chen didn't understand why the other party suddenly asked this. However, since the governor asked, he nodded and said, "You could say that." Seeing this, Zhong Qingnan smirked coldly, turned, and walked into the courtyard. "Then come with me, the rest are not allowed to enter." After saying this, Zhong Qingnan headed towards the main hall without looking back. Guan Chen was puzzled about what the other party was really up to. He exchanged a glance with the two attendants, signaling them to wait here at ease, and then hurried after Zhong Qingnan. Entering the main hall, passing through the central room, he arrived at the backyard. Zhong Qingnan led Guan Chen to a quaint little garden. Next to the garden, several exquisitely crafted wooden pavilions stood. Zhong Qingnan remained silent and walked straight up to the pavilion. As soon as Guan Chen entered the pavilion, he immediately caught a faint, subtle fragrance. He secretly speculated that this scent resembled that of a young lady's perfume. Inside the pavilion, several maidservants stopped in their tracks and bowed upon seeing Zhong Qingnan. However, he waved them off. Just as Guan Chen was puzzled, Zhong Qingnan suddenly stopped in front of a closed door. "You can take a look for yourself." After saying this, Zhong Qingnan stood silently to the side. At this point, Guan Chen had probably guessed the unfolding scenario. Sure enough, when he pushed open the window and glanced inside, he hurriedly closed it again. "Did you see clearly?" Hearing Zhong Qingnan's question, Guan Chen's eyes darted around, and he quietly asked, "My lord, may I ask who resides in this room?" "Humph." Zhong Qingnan merely snorted coldly and turned to head downstairs without looking back. Guan Chen dared not
say more, and quickly followed.
Zong Qingnan retraced his steps back to the main hall, found a grand chair, and sat down.
Several maidservants promptly brought over freshly brewed tea. What do you think we should do about this matter? Guan Chen stood in the empty hall, listening to Zong Qingnan's inquiry, feeling an urge to curse. He wanted to shout, "How the hell should I know what to do? I don't even know who that woman in there is." Although he had only caught a glimpse inside, he had seen the woman's general appearance. She couldn't be very old, her skin was fair and smooth, and getting off track.
In any case, she should be quite young. Since she was sleeping with the crown prince, her identity could only be one of a few possibilities.
First, she could be an attendant from the governor's office.
This would be the easiest to resolve. At worst, it would just take some money.
However, judging by the governor's reaction, that girl's identity was certainly not as simple as that. The second possibility was that she was the governor's concubine.
If the crown prince had indeed slept with someone else's woman, that
would be a serious mess.
But based on what he knew of the crown prince, even if he were reckless, he wouldn't do something like that. If he did, it was likely that even the emperor wouldn't
come to his rescue.
The last possibility, and the most likely one, was that this girl was the governor's daughter. From the similarities in their features, it was evident they bore some
resemblance.
The likelihood of her being the governor's daughter was higher. If it were indeed the last scenario, combined with the strange occurrences from last night, it was hard to say who
had taken the initiative.
However, if he dared to voice that thought, the governor would surely kill him on the spot. So even knowing that the crown prince had been set up, he had to keep that
to himself. Having figured out the key point,
Guan Chen clasped his hands and said, "My lord, the crown prince is young and the son of your old friend.
If he makes a mistake, you should treat
him as your own child and educate him." As soon as Guan Chen said this, Zong Qingnan looked at him with newfound respect. However, he still feigned anger and coldly replied, "I don't have such a reckless child. He is the son of Wei Qi Jingtian. He can educate himself. I won't waste my energy on this."
Guan Chen felt like cursing, taking advantage and then acting innocent. "You old turtle."
"My lord, there's no need to say such angry words.
The crown prince's first visit is to you, so naturally he regards you as a family elder." "What kind of family elder would ignore their own child when they make a mistake?" Zong Qingnan took a gentle sip from his teacup and coldly asked Guan Chen, "Do you really want me to intervene?" Guan Chen nodded hurriedly and said, "Indeed." Zong Qingnan put down his teacup and sneered lightly. "What I fear is that you can't make this decision." Guan Chen had already guessed what he was about to say. However,
there was no way out. The person was in his hands, and he could only save him first. Although my position is low, I can be considered half a confidant of the crown prince.
Some things, Your Excellency, you can just say, and the rest, I will persuade.
This time, Zong Qingnan smiled genuinely.
Talking to smart people is simple.
But as he turned his face, he put away his smile, straightened his face, and said, "Your crown prince barged into my daughter's boudoir and committed such a heinous act. By rights, he should pay with his life for my daughter's honor. As the saying goes, a prince who breaks the law is guilty like a commoner. I don't know about your Zijin Empire, but here in our Tan Yuan dynasty, fornicating and plundering is punishable by
death without mercy."
As Zong Qingnan said this, he deliberately paused, then pretended to sigh and said, "However, considering his youth and that he is the son of an old friend, I will spare
his life. But while he can be spared from death, the living punishment,
I can be understanding, but he must take full responsibility for my daughter's reputation.
I have 6 daughters, which one is not treated like a treasure?
Yuji Day must marry my youngest daughter, Fuli, and it must happen now. Only in this way can I protect my daughter from worldly harm." At this point, Zong Qingnan glanced at Guan Chen.
"Do you understand?" Guan Chen nodded hurriedly. I understand.
But, before Guan Chen could finish, Zong Qingnan's eyes flashed with killing intent as he stared into Guan Chen's eyes, asking each word, "But what?"
Guan Chen's hair stood on end. At that moment, Zong Qingnan had unintentionally revealed a hint of his imposing aura. That overwhelming presence was unfathomable. It was definitely not something a martial king could emit. Guan Chen even suspected that the other party had surpassed
the martial emperor realm and had become a being above all. Guan Chen suppressed his inner fear and hurriedly explained, "I completely agree with your excellency's approach and believe that we
must give your precious daughter an explanation. But such an important matter as a wedding, shouldn't we inform His Majesty? And isn't this timing a bit too rushed?" Zong Qingnan waved his hand and said domineeringly, "You will immediately send someone back to inform Yuji Jingtian. I don't care what method you use, I only give you 3 days. Once the 3 days are up, regardless of whether Yuji Jingtian has received the news, the two must hold the wedding immediately." After saying this, Zong Qingnan no longer drank tea and directly stood up to walk towards the backyard. "You go back, I need to send out invitations and prepare for the wedding." Watching Zong Qingnan's disappearing figure, Guan Chen quickly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The killing intent in Zong Qingnan's eyes was real, not feigned. Zong Qingnan might not want to kill the crown prince, but he would not show any mercy if he did. If Guan Chen had dared to say a single word of refusal just now, he would have been dead on the spot. Guanchen stood in the main hall for several minutes before finally turning away helplessly. This damn crown prince really was a source of worry. Why did he have to encounter all these troublesome matters? Exiting the main courtyard, Guanchen pulled 2 attendants along. The 2 looked at Guanchen in confusion and asked, "Where's the crown prince? Why didn't we see him come out with you?" Guanchen knew it would be hard to explain clearly for a while, so he simply said to the 2, "The crown prince is fine and very safe. However, we have a big problem now. Let's go back first and talk slowly." The 2 attendants had developed a strong trust in Guanchen through their time together. Hearing this, he said nothing and followed Guanchen back to the side courtyard. As soon as they returned, Guanchen immediately called for Shangguan Hongyan, Yao Guang, and Zhang Wei. Together with himself and 2 attendants, they formed a total of 6 people sitting in a closed small room. Guanchen looked at the other 5 and said in a low voice, "What I'm about to say next must not be leaked, otherwise, it will bring about a fatal disaster." The secret room fell into silence. Everyone looked at each other, completely at a loss. The straightforward boy, Shangguan Hongyan, remained silent for a long time before suddenly slapping his thigh and exclaiming, "Oh, I understand now, this is a trap set by the governor for the prince." Halfway through, he scratched his head uncertainly and added, "But how did they get the prince into bed?" Among the 2 attendants, the one with a black mole, let's call him the great attendant, sneered and said, "Humph. What's so difficult about that? Just knock him out and strip him naked, then throw him on the bed." The other attendant nodded in agreement after hearing this. Guanchen, Yao Guang, and Zhang Wei looked at Shangguan and the 2 attendants as if they were fools. Yao Guang, with a speechless expression, said, "Isn't there a possibility that His Highness got drunk and voluntarily went to their bed?" Shangguan Hongyan waved his hand decisively and replied, "Absolutely impossible. His Highness is not that kind of person." Yao Guang rubbed his forehead and shook his head, looking as if he didn't want to talk to fools. Zhang Wei then tried to persuade, "Wait, isn't it normal for men and women to be intimate? Do you think His Highness is like you? He's lived 18 years without experiencing the joys of love." Shangguan Hongyan glared angrily. "You're not allowed to slander the prince." Guanchen, feeling a headache coming on, quickly scolded, "Are you all sick or something? Does it matter whether the prince is willing or not? Right now, I'm the fish on the chopping board, and they're the knife. The prince is still in their hands. Whatever they say, we must comply. The most important thing now is to ensure the prince's life. In half a month, it will be the grand opening ceremony of Tan Yuan Academy. If the prince can't arrive on time, we'll all be in trouble." With a loud shout, Guanchen silenced everyone. Seeing that they couldn't come up with any ideas, he directly arranged, "We must choose someone to go back and report to the emperor. The 2 attendants must stay to protect the prince, and I need to stay here to negotiate with the governor. You 3 decide who will go back." As soon as Guanchen finished speaking, Yao Guang was the first to stand up and say, "I'm not going back. If anyone goes, it should be you 2. Zhang Wei immediately expressed his stance, "Let Shangguan go back. His lightness skill is good, and he runs fast. He might be able to return to the capital in 3 days. Shangguan frowned and thought, but before he could speak, Guanchen interrupted, "Stop pushing each other, let's draw lots to decide. I have 3 bamboo sticks, 2 long and 1 short. Whoever draws the long stick stays, and whoever draws the short stick goes back. How about that? It's the fairest way." After saying this, Guanchen took out the prepared bamboo sticks, wrapped them in a black cloth bag, leaving only one end exposed. Yao Guang, being the most cunning, was the first to approach and said, "Then I'll draw first." Just as he was about to reach out, Guanchen grabbed his arm. "Let's make it clear first, no backing out. If anyone draws the short stick and tries to cheat, they can forget about going back. I'll immediately take action against them." Hearing Guanchen's threat, Yao Guang hesitated for a moment. However, thinking that he would draw first and had a 2/3 chance of getting the long stick, he gritted his teeth and said, "A man's word is his bond. Who would cheat you?" With that, he shook off Guanchen's hand and selected one from the 3 bamboo sticks. As he slowly pulled out the bamboo stick, everyone gathered around. Yao Guang's heart began to race. The bamboo stick was palm-sized and a finger wide. At the end of the stick, a small short character was written in red ink. In an instant, Yao Guang felt as if the sky had collapsed. Zhang Wei, beside him, laughed gleefully. "All right, now we don't need to draw lots anymore. You can just go back. Ha ha ha." Guanchen curled his lips, putting the black bag back into his arms, and said, "Well, there's no helping it. If you gamble, you must accept defeat. The sooner you go, the sooner you return. We'll wait for you in Lidu." Looking at the expression on Guanchen's face, Yao Guang felt something was off. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and reached into Guanchen's arms. "No way. You tricked me." Guanchen grabbed his wrist and coldly laughed. "What's this? You just said your word was as good as gold, and now you're backing out? You chose the bamboo stick yourself, and it's clearly written. So many people are watching." As he spoke, Guanchen applied slight pressure, and a series of cracked sounds echoed. Yao Guang grimaced in pain. Zhang Wei pointed at Yao Guang's nose and mocked, "Yao Guang, if you can't handle it, just say so. I never realized you were this kind of person." Shangguan Hongyan also looked at him with disdain, saying, "It's not like we're sending you to your death. Why throw away your dignity over such a trivial matter?" Yao Guang's face turned a mix of colors. He glared at Guan Chen and said, "You're cheating. Who said that a bamboo stick with the word short is a short stick? Maybe all 3 sticks inside are marked short. Whether it is or not, you just need to take out the bag and show everyone." Guan Chen sneered but inwardly thought how clever. "However, the more you act like this, the less likely I am to let you go. You're a petty person, judging others by your own standards. I have no enmity with you, Yao Guang, so why would I favor them and deliberately target you? Since you want to see, I'll make sure you lose convincingly." With that, Guan Chen pulled out the black bag from his clothes. In front of everyone, he dumped the bamboo sticks onto the table. Inside the bag, 2 slightly longer bamboo sticks lay there. The 2 sticks were the same width as the one in Yao Guang's hand, but just over an inch longer. The bottoms of those 2 sticks were marked with a small long character in red ink. Yao Guang's eyes widened, seemingly unable to accept what he saw. He held all 3 sticks in his hands, comparing them repeatedly, trying to find some clue. Unfortunately, the little trick Guan Chen had prepared in advance was not something he could find a flaw in. Zhang Wei laughed heartily, mocking Yao Guang. Shangguan Hongyan shook her head in silence, but her eyes were filled with disdain for Yao Guang as well. Guan Chen snatched the bamboo sticks back from Yao Guang and coldly said, "You need to pack your things now. I'll go find the governor and have him write a letter to the emperor, which you can take back on your way. In 1 hour, I want you to set off immediately. If you delay important matters, even if I don't take action, the 2 offerings will report your performance truthfully to the emperor. Think carefully." With that, Guan Chen left the secret room without looking back. Yao Guang stood in place, conflicted for a long time before finally gritting his teeth and leaving the room to pack up in his own quarters. At the governor's office, Zhong Qingnan listened to Guan Chen's intentions and immediately took out pen, ink, paper, and inkstone to write a letter on the spot. Finally, he took out a cowhide envelope, folded the letter, and placed it inside. Just as he was about to seal it with wax, Guan Chen interrupted him. "Wait, Governor, I happen to have a letter here that also needs to be delivered to the Emperor. Could I borrow your envelope to include it?" Zhong Qingnan looked at Guan Chen in silence for a long time before finally chuckling lightly. "If you changed your identity, I would really consider marrying my daughter to you." Guan Chen's smile was as bright as a flower, but inside he felt nothing but disdain. "You dare to marry your daughter to me, but I wouldn't dare to marry her. With a scheming father-in-law like you, I could never turn my life around. My lord is joking. How could a rough person like me be worthy of your esteemed daughter?" While flattering, Guan Chen handed 2 sheets of letter paper to Zhong Qingnan. Zhong Qingnan glanced at the back of the letter paper marked General Guan Chen's Memorial and without even looking, stuffed it directly into a cowhide envelope. After doing all this, he sealed the envelope with wax and pressed his official seal onto the wax. Finally, still feeling uneasy, he left a trace of his true energy on the envelope seal. After completing all this, he handed the letter to Guan Chen and issued an order to leave. "You can stay comfortably in my residence. Once the wedding is over, I will immediately send someone to escort you to the capital. You will not miss the opening ceremony." This, Guan Chen was not worried about. After all, this cheap father-in-law was coveting the prince's power, which should also leave him a way out. If the prince were to be ruined, wouldn't he have found himself a living father? Leaving the governor's office, Guan Chen headed straight for the convoy's side courtyard. He found an envelope and letter paper in the prince's carriage and pretended to write a letter. Then he melted some wax to drip on the envelope seal and pressed the prince's seal on it. Satisfied, he picked up the envelope and looked at it again before getting out of the carriage and handing the 2 envelopes to Yao Guang. "This one is from the governor to His Majesty. It carries the governor's aura, and once opened, the envelope will self-destruct. This one is a letter I wrote to His Majesty detailing the recent events. You can take it back with you." Yao Guang took the envelope, stuffed it directly into his bosom, and rode off quickly from the courtyard. Once he left, Shangguan Hongyan and Zhang Wei gathered around to ask, "So what should we do next?" Guan Chen chuckled lightly. "We can't do anything, we can only wait." "Oh, right, I want to stroll around the city. Do you want to come along?" The 2 didn't know what Guan Chen was planning and shook their heads. In refusal, Guan Chen didn't mind, changed into a different outfit, and walked out of the courtyard. Leaving the governor's mansion, Guan Chen began to wander aimlessly. The governor's mansion was located in the very center of Shenmu City, surrounded almost entirely by various government departments. It was spacious and beautiful, but the only downside was the complete lack of any lively atmosphere. The people who could enter here were either government officials or local magnates, and hardly any ordinary people could be seen. After wandering for a while, Guan Chen began to feel bored. He quickened his pace and headed towards the outskirts, and after walking for several miles, the surroundings gradually became lively. Shops and taverns began to appear on both sides of the main road. Behind the street shops were various sizes of courtyard houses. The people coming in and out of these courtyards were all dressed in luxurious
attire, exuding an air of confidence and composure with every gesture.
Guanchen casually walked into a fruit shop. Looking at the dazzling array of fruits on the shelves, he picked up a basket of grapes and asked, "Boss, how much are these grapes?" Inside the shop sat a woman in her 30s. Upon hearing Guanchen's accent, she smiled and asked, "Young man, you must be from out of town, right?" Guan Chen did not deny it and replied with a smile, "You have a good eye, how did you tell?" The middle-aged woman put down her weaving and said proudly, "Here, we all call the shopkeeper Zhangguei. Only those who deal with the second-hand traders are called boss. Let me tell you, these grapes are really sweet, all imported from the Dali Kingdom." Guanchen couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. On the way, he had indeed spread knowledge about this to the prince. The currency exchange rate between the Tan Yuan dynasty and the Zijin Empire is such that 1 unit of their currency can be exchanged for a small coin here. 100 can be exchanged for a large coin, 10,000 for a silver coin, and 1 million for a gold coin. In other words, the small basket of grapes is astonishingly priced at 20,000, which is simply unbelievable. It's worth noting that in Tianshui Pass, the same amount of money could buy 10 baskets of grapes. Even imported ones aren't that expensive, right? Guanchen indeed had several gold coins in his pocket, a reward from the crown prince. But just because he had money didn't mean he was foolish. So expensive? Do you have any local grapes? Upon hearing this, the woman immediately retorted, "Is this considered expensive? Locals can barely afford food. Who has the leisure to grow grapes?" Guanchen, puzzled, asked, "How can there be a food shortage?" The woman was now even more certain that he was not a local, nor even from the same province. "The beast disasters have plagued us for so many years, there are hardly any common folks left outside. Without common people farming, naturally, there's no food." Guanchen had seen many farmers plowing the fields on his way here. How could there be no one farming? "I didn't see many beasts outside the city. When I came, I saw quite a few people busy in the fields." The woman immediately opened up. "The beasts have only calmed down in the past 2 years. The common folks have gradually moved out of the provincial capital to various counties, and only now are people starting to grow food. Before, we relied on aid from other provinces to get by. We used to be very prosperous here, but since the beasts arrived, almost all the nearby villages and towns have been destroyed. The locals either fled to the county town nearby or trekked long distances to Shenmue City. When the beasts first descended, tens of thousands of people fled here every day. At that time, Shenmue City was much smaller than it is now. How could it accommodate so many refugees?" Shenmue City expanded outward in circles, finally managing to accommodate these refugees. "Do you see those tall buildings in the city? They were built before the beast invasion. The slums outside were expanded later. The beasts ravaged for year after year, the power stations were destroyed, food was wiped out, and all the high-tech things from before became useless. Those tall buildings have no water or electricity, turning into living coffins." Sigh. During those years, countless people in Shenmue City starved to death or died from illness. As Guanchen listened to the woman's account, it felt as if he had experienced the era of the beast rampage himself. No wonder he had seen all the counties in such a state of ruin on his journey. No wonder the layout of Shenmue City was so strange, and no wonder this large provincial capital lacked even the most basic electricity. It turned out that all of this was the disaster brought by the beast invasion. With this, everything made sense. In the end, Guanchen still took out money to buy that basket of grapes. If it was expensive, so be it, he would consider it a reward for the owner's explanations. Leaving the fruit shop, Guanchen continued toward the outer city. After leaving this courtyard area, he entered a stretch of high-rise buildings. As Guanchen walked among these skyscrapers, he could faintly discern the former prosperity of this place. Although many buildings were already quite old, some even showing cracks, they were still filled with numerous residents. The clogged sewers continuously spewed out a yellowish liquid, filling the entire street with a foul smell of excrement. Who knows how these people lived in the buildings without water or electricity? Guanchen didn't even have the desire to step inside. There were very few shops here, most were relief stations, distributing food and essential supplies. It is obvious that the residents here are much poorer and more numerous compared to those in the inner city. People walked down the streets, all listless, with hardly anyone greeting or chatting with each other. Guanchen lost interest after just a short while and continued to walk outward. After passing through the steel jungle spanning dozens of kilometers, he arrived at the real slums of Shenmue City, which is the expanded area. The buildings here are mostly low and shabby small houses, many of which are makeshift shelters. Public facilities, aside from toilets and sewers, are virtually non-existent. The narrow alleys can barely accommodate 4 people walking side by side. Any more than that would cause a jam. However, what surprised Guanchen was that these alleys were much cleaner than those near the tall buildings. The people living here seemed much happier than those over there. In the alleys, groups of children ran around, playing and frolicking. Vendors carrying burdens called out as they sold their wares, while elderly people sat chatting in the corners of the alleys.
Although everyone wore tattered clothes, it did not diminish the bright smiles on their faces. Guan Chen felt as if he had returned to the small county town where he lived as a child. The same poverty, the same simplicity, the same sense of hope. Guan Chen approached a vendor selling tofu pudding and ordered a steaming bowl. The snow-white tofu pudding was drizzled with soy sauce, sesame paste, chili oil, and sprinkled with a bit of chopped chives. An egg was added inside, and he took a homemade flatbread. Delicious. He couldn't help but savor every bite. While Guan Chen was wandering around, little did he know that a familiar face in Bai Yujing was searching for him everywhere. In the villa of the Royal Martial Academy, the silver-haired Jia, Beast King had been squatting there for 7 days. For these 7 days he remained motionless, waiting for Guan Chen's return. Unfortunately, after waiting and waiting, he ended up alone, with not a single figure in sight. In the underground chamber, Jia slammed his fist on the ground in anger, his face twisted in rage. Damn it! How infuriating! Why do you always get one step ahead of me? In order to find the last murderer who killed his offspring, Jia had chased from the palmy grassland to the Tianshui Pass. From Tianshui Pass, he pursued to Bai Yujing. The bitterness of this journey no one but himself could understand. After finally sneaking in here, he thought he was about to avenge his great grievance. Who would have thought that this little thief was slipperier than an eel and had already run off ahead of him, leaving him to wait in vain for 7 days without food or drink? Guan Chen, no matter where you run to, Jia will personally tear you to pieces. A few passing students heard this resentful roar, exchanged glances, and hurriedly fled in fright. From then on, rumors of the haunted empty villa began to spread throughout the martial academy. Meanwhile, Yao Guang rode hard and finally reached the small town on the edge of the Wanyao forest just before dark. He planned to rest at an inn for the night and cross the Wanyao forest early the next morning. That evening, Yao Guang sat alone in the inn's lobby, drinking in silence. He was still brooding over the events of the morning, feeling that Guan Chen had tricked him. But he couldn't understand why Guan Chen would target him. Wasn't Zhang Wei the one who had offended him more severely? He had also checked the cloth bag in his arms and found no flaws. Could it really be that his luck was just that bad? Just then, a group of merchants at the next table, having drunk enough, called for the waiter to settle the bill. The waiter, seeing the merchant conjure a few silver coins out of thin air, couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, what amazing magic, sir! Can you teach me how you made those silver coins appear?" The merchant often came here to stock up and was already quite familiar with the waiter. Hearing this, he laughed heartily and said, "Alamul, look here, this ring in my hand is a treasure. It can not only produce things but also store them away." As he spoke, the merchant gently brushed his palm over the silver coins, and the few coins on the table instantly vanished. This scene was just seen by the bored Yao Guang. He was about to speak up to expose the man when suddenly a flash of inspiration struck him. Right. Why was I so foolish? Who said that what he pulled out from his arms must be that original black bag? It could have been swapped out long ago. Yao Guang slammed the table, the loud noise immediately drawing all eyes to him. At that moment, he understood all the causes and effects as well as how Guan Chen had deceived him. He angrily picked up his weapon, ready to storm back and confront the other party. But then he suddenly recalled the words Guan Chen had deliberately said in front of the two offerings at their parting, along with the other party's half-smiling, half-mocking gaze, and Yao Guang couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. That's right, he had already guessed that I would go back to settle the score with him, so he had prepared in advance, using the excuse of delaying national affairs to cut off my retreat. If I dare to go back, he will not hesitate to kill me. By then, not only will no one blame him, but even the two offerings will testify for him. Thinking of this, Yao Guang's hair stood on end. Guan Chen, you are so vicious in your methods, such a ruthless scheme. Already at the door, Yao Guang sat back down in despair. The more he thought about it, the more he realized how terrifying Guan Chen was. The other party not only had all the props prepared in advance but was also certain that he would be the first to draw lots. Such meticulous thought, such intricate calculations were truly frightening. At that moment he suddenly thought of the two letters in his arms. An extreme fear surged in his heart, making him involuntarily pull out Guan Chen's letter. Could he have written something bad about me in the letter? Yao Guan looked at the sealed wax on the letter and the prince's seal on the wax. A conflicted expression flashed in his eyes. After hesitating for a long time, he ultimately chose to open the letter. Looking at the two blank sheets of paper inside the cowhide envelope, Yao Guang's mind went blank. He had considered all possibilities, even prepared for the worst. Yet he never expected that the paper inside would be empty. What was Guan Chen really plotting? Could it be this was also part of his scheme? To have him deliver a letter to the emperor and then turn the tables, accusing him of privately opening the prince's confidential letter. Thinking of this, Yao Guang was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He wished he could slap himself twice. Why did he have to be so reckless and steal the prince's confidential letter? Now he had essentially handed the incriminating evidence to the other party. No,
I absolutely cannot sit back and wait for death.
Yao Guang muttered, his eyes revealing a vengeful glare. Since you want me dead, then don't blame me for being ruthless. With that thought, Yao Guang made up his mind to take a gamble. He had been at the Royal Martial Academy for so many years and had
long studied the prince's handwriting.
While he couldn't say it was a perfect imitation, he could at least make it indistinguishable.
He rewrote a confidential letter in the prince's tone.
In the letter, he did his utmost to slander and defame Guan Chen.
He even maliciously accused Guan Chen of secretly colluding with Zhong Qingnan to plot against the prince. After finishing the letter, he read it, repeatedly feeling uneasy. Only after confirming that there were no flaws could he put the letter back into the original envelope, and carefully remelt the wax to seal it. By the time he finished all this, it was already early morning and the sky was beginning to brighten.
Yao Guang couldn't care less about sleeping. He went straight downstairs to settle the bill, mounted his warhorse, and headed
towards the Wanyao forest. A single person on horseback was naturally much faster than a convoy. Yao Guang estimated that, barring
any accidents, he could cross the Wanyao forest in no more than a day and a night, reaching the Sword Pavilion.
Once he arrived at
the Sword Pavilion, it would be much simpler. He would just need to change to another warhorse and could return to Baiyu Jing in a day. Yao Guang urged his horse on, racing through most of the Wanyao forest. In the end, he ran his warhorse to death, forcing him to abandon it and use his lightness of body to continue on foot. Finally, in the early hours of the second day, he arrived at the Sword Pavilion gate. Once inside, he didn't even take a sip of water before requesting another warhorse from the War Supply Office and set off
towards the capital overnight.
By the afternoon of the third day, he returned to Baiyu Jing as scheduled, standing in the emperor's study. In the Baiyu Jing Palace, in the Yangxin Hall study, Yao Guang reported the events that had transpired in Shenmu City to Wei Qi
Jing Tian.
He then handed the letter he had been holding to the emperor. After completing all this, he nervously knelt on the ground.
Wei Qi Jing Tian read the letter in silence. Suddenly, he looked up and asked Yao Guang, "Yao Guang, what do you think of Guan Chen?"
Yao Guang was momentarily taken aback, his heart racing uncontrollably. His mind raced as he pondered for a long time before slowly
replying, "Your Majesty,
I believe this person has ability, but he is too overbearing and harbors ulterior motives.
I worry that he may
do something detrimental to the crown prince."
A cold glint flashed in Wei Qi Jing Tian's eyes as he spoke in an icy tone. "Oh, but he has said many good things about you in the letter. Who gave you the audacity to privately open the crown prince's letter, imitate his handwriting, and use a peach to replace a plum?" Upon hearing this, Yao Guang's mind exploded. He felt the world spinning around him, and he couldn't catch his breath. He didn't even hear half of what the emperor said afterward. At that moment, one thought consumed him: it was over. Not only would he die, but his parents and younger siblings at home, all his direct relatives, would not escape either. Thinking of this, Yao Guang was so frightened that tears streamed down his face, and he desperately knocked his head against the ground, repeatedly muttering, "Your Majesty, spare my life. Your Majesty, spare my life. I was wrong, I won't dare again." As for resistance, ha! Wei Qi Jing Tian looked at Yao Guang with disdain and softly murmured, "Someone, take him down and keep a close watch on him."
As soon as he finished speaking, 2 armed guards rushed into the study and carried Yao Guang away. Once they left, Wei Qi Jing Tian took a keen interest in the letter in his hand, murmuring to himself, "Zhong Qingnan, your shameless character is just that
same as it was back in the day.
It's a pity that when it comes to schemes and breadth of mind, even 10 of you combined can't compare
to a single finger of mine.
Since you have sent me a daughter-in-law for free, I will gladly accept.
I just hope the wedding isn't too shabby."
After saying this, Wei Qi Jing Tian's hand trembled slightly, and the letter instantly turned to dust.
After doing all
this, he looked at the other 2 sheets of paper, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The paper was filled with crooked
lines of small characters resembling the trails of crawling insects. Courageous and resourceful, bold and righteous. Chao Can, you
have indeed found a good helper for the third.
But who will be my helper? With that, Wei Qi Jing Tian stared blankly out the window.
The Fu Yuan army was about to be formed.
Top experts from the 7 major sects and heirs from hundreds of powerful families were gathering in Baiyu Jing.
If it weren't for the insufficient power in Wei Qi Jing Tian's hands, he would have wanted to capture them all
and eliminate them right there. It's a pity, sigh. The Tan Yuan dynasty had long since lost its former glory. Wei Qi Jing Tian
still needed to send the third to study abroad.
One reason is to avoid the turmoil in the capital. The second is to help him build more connections.
Even if something unexpected happens in the Purple Gold Empire, the third son will have an extra escape route.
Wei Qi Jing Tian has had enough of this life of constant constraints.
He has his own ambitions and even grander aspirations. It is not hard to see from the prosperous lives of the people within the Purple Gold Empire that Wei Qi Jing Tian is a wise ruler.
However, the more such a wise ruler is, the less satisfied he will be with the current stability. Right now, the Tan Yuan dynasty is at its weakest. As long
As he can consolidate the internal forces of the Purple Gold Empire, he cannot say he will swallow the Tan Yuan, but at least he can tear off a piece of fat from it. In Wei Qi Jing Tian's view, the beast attacks from the west and the myriad demons forest from the east are merely minor nuisances. The greatest hidden danger lies in the internal divisions of his own house. This time, regardless of which side, the Fu Yuan army or the Beast Legion, wins, Wei Qi Jing Tian will not let the other side off the hook. Come, summon the Minister of State. I have matters to discuss with him. Yes. The eunuch outside the study hurriedly took the order and left. Wei Qi Jing Tian picked up the pile of memorials on the table again and began to review them. Shenmu City. Since yesterday, the streets of Shenmu City, big and small, have been adorned with a festive atmosphere. The trees by the roadside are all hung with red lanterns of various sizes. This kind of setup is almost comparable to the New Year celebrations. Those who do not know might think something significant has happened. It wasn't until they inquired closely that they learned it was the second young lady of the governor of Hangguan province, who was getting married. Everyone with a bit of status in the provincial capital was inquiring, who exactly is the groom? How come? There was no news beforehand? Also, why is the wedding being held at the bride's home? Could it be that the governor has taken in a son-in-law? In front of the governor's mansion, vehicles filled with congratulatory gifts were parked. Officials from all over Guangdong province, and even governors from nearby provinces, sent people to present their gifts. The household servants and guards at the door, dressed in festive attire, welcomed the arriving guests. The old steward, upon seeing a prominent figure, immediately raised his voice to announce their identity. The governor of Shanhui province, Sima Jun, has sent a congratulatory gift wishing the newlyweds 100 years of harmony and eternal unity. The governor of Qining province, Zhu Gashun, has specially sent a steward to bring blessings to the newlyweds. County Magistrate Wu Guangdu of Qianyuan has personally come with gifts to offer congratulations. At this moment, Zhang Wei and Shangguan Hongyan, representing the groom's side, also changed into festive clothing, standing awkwardly at the door. As for Guan Shen himself, he, as a guest from the groom's side, had already taken his seat at the main table early on. Beside him sat the grand offering and the second offering. The two seemed to have never experienced such an occasion, twisting and turning uncomfortably. There was no way around it. The royal family could not arrive in time. They could only serve as representatives of the groom's side. To fill the scene, the wedding was about to start, and the representatives of the groom's side could not be empty-handed. Soon, the guests who were supposed to come had nearly all arrived. Finally, Zong Qingnan appeared with his wife before everyone. As soon as he appeared, Zong Qingnan smiled and thanked the distinguished guests present today. He then emphasized the identity of the groom. When everyone heard that the groom was actually the prince of the neighboring Purple Gold Empire, they instantly erupted in discussion. So, it's the prince of a neighboring country. With this, the bloodline of the old Zong family has become royal. I heard from those merchants that the Purple Gold Kingdom has been developing quite well in recent years. The common people are living well. Just a tiny country, it doesn't even compare to our Tan Yuan. However, the prince's status does not tarnish the Zong family's reputation. I wonder if this second daughter of the Zong family can be considered a legitimate wife? Of course, if the Zijin kingdom dares to treat our Tan Yuan dynasty's daughter as a concubine, our hundreds of billions of citizens will not let them off. Zong Qingnan listened to the discussions around him, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. This was the result he wanted. As soon as this matter spread, even if Wei Qi Jing Tian, that old thief, refused to acknowledge it, it would already be a done deal. With this thought, Zong Qingnan gently clapped his hands. The maid beside him quickly led the newcomer out from behind the screen. Seeing this, Wan Chen hurriedly stood up, anxiously looking towards the main hall. There, the Crown Prince Wei Qi, dressed in a bright red wedding robe, was holding the bride's hand and slowly walking out from behind the screen. Looking at the Crown Prince's beaming face, Wan Chen finally relaxed his tense heart. Seeing him glowing with health, it was clear he had been living well these days. This was the first time he had seen the Crown Prince in person after 4 days. Zong Qingnan was too cunning. Before the Crown Prince's wedding, Guan Shen wanted to meet him, but Zong Qingnan wouldn't allow it, fearing that Guan Shen might run off with his precious son-in-law. Guan Shen looked at the bride, dressed in a bright red robe and covered with a red veil. His mind kept drifting back to that fleeting glimpse from the window that day. White, large, and tender, it was indeed a feast for the eyes. However, thinking about such a woman was one thing. Guan Shen dared not touch her. Shaking off the chaotic images in his mind, Guan Shen stood on tiptoe and blinked vigorously at the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince clearly noticed him in the crowd. It was as if he had seen a family member. A hint of emotion and reassurance flickered in his eyes. He nodded vigorously at Guan Shen, conveying countless messages through his gaze. After all, no matter how impressive he was just a 17 or 18-year-old young man. Having played with someone else's daughter and being caught on the spot by the governor was an embarrassing thought.
Guan Chen grinned, showing a mouthful of white teeth to the crown prince. No matter how charming your glance is, I'm not getting any of that information. Alright, you just focus on your wedding night. Once the rice is cooked, your father-in-law will surely let you out.
The two newcomers came out to thank the guests, and then it was time for them to bow to heaven and
earth, and then to the high hall. Guan Chen was still worried about who the crown prince should bow to. After all, since His Majesty didn't come, he didn't dare to impersonate the crown prince's father. Little did he know that this trivial concern of his was nothing in Zhong Qingnan's eyes.
Zhong Qingnan, that old rascal, grandly brought his wife to sit in the high hall. With a smug face, he loudly announced to the guests that Wei Qi had recognized him as a foster father since childhood. He had never treated him as an outsider, so he was both a member of the bride's family and the father of the groom. Whether outsiders believed it or not, they could only applaud. Guan Chen's perception of Zhong Qingnan was once again refreshed. They say that those who can achieve great things do not sweat the small
stuff.
If you want to talk about shamelessness, he truly deserves a thumbs up.
If he hadn't witnessed the whole process himself, he might have been fooled by his serious lies.
They had known each other for less than 5 days. Where did you get your foster son from? The crown prince's face turned red, and he reluctantly paid his respects to Zhong Qingnan.
This made the father-in-law happy, and he
immediately stuffed several big red envelopes into his hands.
After the ceremony and drinking the marriage wine, the newlyweds went
straight to the bridal chamber.
They didn't even give Guan Chen a chance to speak. Once the newlyweds left, Zhong Qingnan led his wife to the main table. All kinds of gods, demons, and spirits raised their glasses to toast. When everyone asked who from the groom's family had come, Zhong Qingnan, without turning red or skipping a beat, pointed at Guan Chen and said, "This is the pillar general of the Zijin Empire. He is also a trusted aide beside Xiao Su." The two beside him, one is the current prime minister of the Zijin Empire, and the other is the crown prince's tutor. I already told the in-laws that everyone is quite busy, so there's no need to send so many people over. But they wouldn't listen. They sent all the most important civil and military officials from the court. A gasp of surprise echoed among the guests around them. They all cast admiring glances at the three. Even though Guan Chen had a thicker skin than a city wall, he felt a burning embarrassment at that moment. As for Gong Di and Gong Er, it was even more needless to say. They were so ashamed that their hands nearly covered their faces. Only those merchants who had been to the Golden Empire looked at the three with puzzled expressions. This isn't right. Didn't they say that the Prime Minister of the Golden Empire is already 80 this year? This kid doesn't look like it at all. Of course, no one dared to voice such thoughts in front of the governor. He was pointing at Guan Chen's nose, calling him the great sage equal to heaven. Others wouldn't dare to contradict him. This lively wedding banquet continued until late at night, and only then did the guests begin to disperse. Guan Chen dragged his weary body back to his room. He had never felt as tired as he did today. Acting alongside this shameless old man was truly exhausting. That night, he decided not to practice and simply collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep sleep. The next morning, before he had even woken up, lively sounds erupted in the courtyard. When Guan Chen dressed and stepped outside, he found that Prince Wei Qi had brought the bride to the small courtyard. He was handing out red envelopes to everyone. Last time, Guan Chen had only seen the bride's bare backside. This was the first time he saw her face. Not bad, quite beautiful. She belonged to that delicate and refined type. As soon as Wei Qi saw Guan Chen, he happily walked over. "General Guan, come, this big red envelope is for you, to share in the joy." Guan Chen didn't stand on ceremony and directly accepted the red envelope, congratulating him. "Congratulations, Your Highness, on bringing home a beautiful bride." The prince smiled broadly, but inside he was worried that Guan Chen would publicly complain about him. Guan Chen wasn't a fool. Why should he teach the prince a lesson for the foolish things he did? The bride, her face flushed, also took out a red envelope and handed it to Guan Chen. "I've heard my husband say that General Guan is both brave and wise, and is his right-hand man. I hope you will continue to support the prince." Guan Chen feigned surprise and accepted the red envelope, saying politely, "It is my fortune to assist the prince in achieving great things. I must also thank Your Highness for your appreciation." While Guan Chen spoke politely, his hands were weighing the envelope. It felt quite thick. "It shouldn't just be gold coins. With their family's strength, they wouldn't send me off with just a few gold coins, right?" The prince looked around, puzzled, and asked, "Why haven't I seen any sign of Yao Guang? Where is he?" Guan Chen quickly explained, "Such an important event as the prince's wedding requires someone to inform His Majesty. I estimate that Yao Guang is already in the capital. Your Highness need not worry. I've already arranged for him to meet us in Lidu." Upon hearing that Yao Guang had gone back to inform the king, Wei Qi's face twitched unnaturally. It was clear he had done something embarrassing outside and didn't want his parents to know. Guan Chen quickly comforted him. "Your Highness need not worry. A man marrying and having children is a natural order. Even if His Majesty knows about this, he will surely be happy for you." Wei Qi knew that even if he regretted it,
It was too late and he could only comfort himself this way. After chatting for a while, the prince took his new bride back to his small courtyard. By the afternoon, the guard who had previously sealed Guanshan's acupoints found him.
The governor sent me to inform
you that the convoy will set off for Lidu early tomorrow morning. At that time, my young lady will go with you, and I will accompany her. You all should prepare in advance. Wait a moment. Guanshan grabbed the head of the guard and confirmed, you say your young lady is
coming with us? No, brother, do you know what we are going for?
The man shrugged off Guanshan's arm with a look of disdain and said,
who are you calling brother? Don't try to get close to me. It's just Tan Yuan Academy, right? What? Can't our young lady go? Hearing
this, Guanshan felt a headache coming on.
Is it really a question of whether your young lady can go? The crown prince is going abroad to study. Who takes their wife along to school?
After thinking for a long time about how to phrase it, Guanshan finally said helplessly, after all, this is a place for studying.
Bringing the whole family along, the academy won't allow it.
The head of the guard seemed
to understand Guanshan's meaning and sneered. Who said anything about bringing the whole family? My young lady and the second young lady are students of Tan Yuan Academy. Even without a son-in-law, the two young ladies have to return to school. After saying this,
the head of the guard turned around gracefully and left, leaving Guanshan stunned on the spot.
Guanshan couldn't help but scream internally, my goodness, is there really a sequel to this?
What a grand drama. It could be made into a TV series. He even thought of a title for the series, Rich Sisters Fall for the Empire's Overbearing Heir. If this were made, the ratings would surely explode. Since they had already sent the message, Guanshan could only notify everyone. The next day, all the members of the convoy were ready, and everyone arrived early to wait outside the governor's mansion. After a while, two more impressive carriages drove out from the
governor's mansion to join the convoy.
The guard named Jingyan rode a tall horse beside the carriage and waved to Guanshan, saying, let's go, we're off. Guanshan was still wondering where the crown prince was when he saw the carriage from the governor's family. The curtain opened, and the crown prince, still half asleep, waved to everyone before turning back inside.
Guanshan signaled for the convoy to set off, and the entire convoy headed towards the outskirts of Shinmu City. Over the next 10 days, the convoy crossed 6 provinces and 12 capitals. The entire journey added up to tens of thousands of kilometers. Finally, on the morning of the 11th day, they arrived safely in Lidu. The entire Lidu was built against the mountains. To the north of Lidu is the famous Fengshan Mountain. The palace of the Tan Yuan dynasty is built at the foot of Fengshan Mountain. It is said that the founding ancestor of the Tan Yuan dynasty gained his abilities after being enlightened by an immortal on Fengshan Mountain, establishing this dynasty that has spanned thousands of years across the continent. Even now, Fengshan Mountain is the site of the royal tombs and is designated as an absolute no-go zone by the court. The entire Fengshan Mountain is of unknown height, shrouded in clouds and mist year-round. For thousands of years, apart from the royal descendants who worship their ancestors, no outsiders are allowed to set foot there. Of course, over the years, there have been those who tried to sneak into the mountain to see for themselves. But without exception, no one has ever come down from Fengshan Mountain alive. Some say that immortals live up there. Others say that demons reside there. Even more extreme, some claim that the ferocious beasts ravaging the world came running down from Fengshan Mountain. In any case, these rumors are so mixed that it's hard to distinguish truth from falsehood. However, all these tales undoubtedly add countless layers of mystery to the mountain. As soon as the convoy entered Lidu, Guanshan felt as if he had stepped into a fairyland. Everywhere was shrouded in mist, with all sorts of bizarre peaks seemingly rising straight from the ground. The architecture of the entire city of Lidu looked so ancient and charming. Either there were white brick, blue tile towers, or pavilions with antelope horn roofs. Not a single steel or concrete high-rise could be seen. The tallest building in the entire city is the Jobo Linglong Tower located in the city center. Even the main roads in the city were all paved with stone slabs. Guanshan even doubted whether he had traveled back to ancient times. There was another point that surprised Guanshan particularly. It was that in the entire Lidu, it was the only city where Guanshan did not see any city walls. He had traveled through 6 provinces and 13 capitals. Countless towns and counties of various sizes had come and gone. Yet, never had he encountered a city like Lidu, which had no defensive structures at all. Did the people here not worry about the invasion of strange beasts? The convoy passed through the bustling streets and finally stopped in front of a government courtyard named Honglu Temple. The prince helped his young wife down from the carriage. The second young lady of the Zong family pointed at the building in front of her and said, "Husband, you just need to take the clearance documents and report to Honglu Temple. My sister and I will head back to the academy first." Wei Qida looked reluctant, tightly holding Zong Meili's hand and said, "Madam, go to the academy and wait for me. Once I finish my business here, I will come find you." Zong Meili covered her mouth and chuckled, deliberately putting on a feigned angry expression, and scolded Wei Qida. How can a husband indulge in romantic feelings? A man must prioritize his career. Besides,
At this point, Zhong Meili's ears turned slightly red as she leaned close to Wei Chi's ear and whispered, "If I become pregnant,
I won't be able to accompany you here."
After saying that, the second young lady of the Zhong family walked gracefully towards her sister's carriage, leaving the prince with a beautiful silhouette. It wasn't until the two carriages disappeared from view that Wei Chi reluctantly withdrew his gaze. Guan Shen shook his head as he watched. This prince was indeed stuck in a cozy nest. Wei Chi called over Shangguan Hongyan, Zhang Wei, and Guan Shen, and they all walked towards the main hall of Honglu Temple together.
As soon as
they entered the hall, a middle-aged man dressed as a clerk approached to inquire about them.
Wei Chi took out the clearance documents
and briefly explained his purpose. The man quickly and politely led them to a small reception room and called in a dedicated registrar
to record their information.
"Prince Wei Chi, your country previously reported that there would be 5 accompanying scholars.
Now only 3 have arrived. Should we reserve the remaining 2 spots for you?"
Wei Chi thought of Dongfang Qinghong, who was left in the 10,000 Beasts forest to be a bandit's wife, and gently shook his head, saying, "One of my scholars fell during the journey, and
another is still on the way.
Please reserve 1 spot for me." Guan Shen stood by without speaking, but he knew that spot wouldn't need
to be prepared. After the registration was complete, the 4 of them each received a jade token of identity.
The prince's was a purple token, while Guan Shen and the others had a light yellow one. Then, the staff of Honglu Temple arranged a courtyard for their group.
The prince and his entourage would temporarily stay in this courtyard until the opening ceremony of Tan Yuan Academy, after which they could move into the academy.
As for the 2 attendants and the numerous royal guards, they were to leave Lidu within 7 days and exit the territory of the Tan Yuan dynasty as soon as possible.
The prince decided to treat everyone well.
He asked Guan Shen to find out where there were more upscale restaurants nearby.
Guan Shen asked the prince if he had any special requirements or what the spending standards were. The prince was taken aback. In his life, he had never worried about money. How would he know what spending standards were? Naturally, the more expensive, the better. Guan Shen patted his chest and assured the prince, "Just watch, I guarantee I will handle this to your satisfaction." After saying that, Guan Shen took his leave. He mounted a horse and began to explore Lidu city. With such a large city, it was unrealistic to cover it all. He inquired and visited along the way, and finally learned about the luxurious retreat of the dignitaries of Lidu Li Garden. Li Garden was named after Li Lake. The lake was not naturally formed but was excavated by humans. At the beginning of its construction, this lake was not called Li Lake but rather Yunu Lake. It was built by the emperor Shiyang to commemorate his beloved concubine, who ordered the excavation and construction of this lake. The entire Li Lake covers tens of thousands of acres. Just for the excavation of this lake, the number of laborers mobilized exceeded several million. The entire project took 40 years, and it was only after the death of Emperor Qiyang that the lake was considered fully completed. After Emperor Qiyang's death, Emperor Qiwei ascended the throne. To fulfill his father's last wish, he spared no expense, inviting master craftsmen from all over the world to build countless exquisite pavilions, towers, and artificial hills along the shores of the lake. The wealth spent on this lake alone equaled the financial income of many small countries over several decades. Until the death of Emperor Qiwei, this lake was still called Yuno Lake, and it was exclusively for royal use. Ordinary people were not even allowed to come and play. They couldn't even catch a glimpse from afar. The true renaming of the lake, which would leave a mark in history, came from Emperor Qigao, the successor of Emperor Qiwei. Emperor Qigao was notoriously known as a debauched ruler in history. In his pursuit of pleasure, he ordered the construction of a palace in the center of Yunu Lake, specifically named Yunu Palace. The purpose of building this palace was very simple: to collect the most beautiful women from all corners of the world. During his reign, Emperor Qigao would abduct countless young beauties from all over the country every month. Regardless of whether they were engaged or had someone they loved, anyone he took a liking to would be imprisoned in Yunu Palace. In just half a year, Emperor Qigao had raised thousands of stunning beauties in the Yunu Palace on the island in the lake. Every sunset, he would take a boat to the center of the lake, where he would drink and revel with thousands of beauties, celebrating night after night. By dawn, he would leave by boat. Not only did he indulge himself, but he also brought along his ministers to enjoy the island. Anyone who dared to defy him or disobey his orders would be executed. Soon, all the loyal ministers and generals who refused to indulge in his debauchery were put to death. The remaining ones were all those who participated in the emperor's immoral ways. Every day, girls, unable to bear the humiliation, would commit suicide by throwing themselves into the lake from Yunu Palace. Over time, whenever the common people heard the name Yunu Palace, they would be so frightened that they would hide their daughters away. Emperor Qigao's absurdity did not stop there. He even invited the renowned literary master Wei Zhuang to compose poetry for Yunu Palace. Little did Emperor Qigao know that Wei Zhuang's beloved woman had also been captured and brought to the island. Moreover, she had already committed suicide by throwing herself into the lake due to unbearable humiliation.
Poor Wei Zhuang thought he would see his beloved woman on the island only to hear the news of her suicide.
In despair, Wei Zhuan left
behind a poem titled Duoqing and contemplated throwing himself into the lake as well.
However, fearing that Emperor Qigao would retaliate against his family, he held back.
The poem contained 2 lines that read, "A lifetime of romance brings only sorrow, everywhere.
The fireworks hate parting." Emperor Qigao was greatly pleased upon hearing this and immediately ordered that the poem be made into a plaque and hung at the entrance of Yunu Palace.
Later, when Wei Zhuang returned home, he left a suicide note and chose to hang himself. His poem Duoqing, along with the story of him and his beloved woman, spread among the people. Eventually, the debauched Emperor
Qigao led to the greatest rebellion in the Tan Yuan dynasty.
Dozens of feudal lords united and marched to Lidu, forcing Emperor Qigao to die on Fengshan Mountain.
From then on, the once unified Tan Yuan dynasty, which spanned the entire continent, split into dozens of
large and small countries.
Although later, the descendants of Emperor Qigao gradually reclaimed many territories, the Tan Yuan dynasty never regained its former glory. To commemorate this humiliating history, the descendants of Emperor Qigao not only renamed Yunu Lake to Li Lake but also transformed this royal exclusive lake into a public space accessible to the common people. Later, as it gradually developed, the most upscale consumer venue around Li Lake was formed, Li Garden. By the lakeside, the largest den of indulgence in the Imperial City, the drunken immortal Pavilion. A young man, riding a tall horse and dressed in a black long robe, paused here. He looked at the magnificent pavilions along the lakeshore with admiration. Behind these pavilions, a dozen beautiful pleasure boats were docked at the shore. The graceful figures that occasionally appeared in the windows of these boats made one's heart race. These boats, and this establishment, were clearly from the same owner. Before the young man could dismount, several young attendants in green rushed out from the pavilion, scolding him. "Where did this poor wretch come from? Don't block our entrance and delay our business. Get lost. Get lost. This is not a place for common folk." The young man looked around, thinking the attendants were talking about someone else. After seeing there was no one else around, a flash of anger crossed his face and he urged his horse straight towards the attendants. The young attendant, thinking he had encountered a nobody, was shocked to find he was up against a fierce opponent. Terrified, he dodged left and right but accidentally stepped into thin air and fell into the nearby lake. Seeing this, the other attendants immediately grabbed nearby objects and surrounded the young man. The young man smiled slightly and drew a long spear from his robe. With a single thrust, he sent each of the attendants flying into the lake. Upon seeing this, the young man laughed heartily. "You dog-like bullies. Open your eyes and see, only you, the grandpa of the world, causes trouble for others, and no one dares to provoke you." After laughing, the young man, still unsatisfied, gave a hard slap to the horse's rear. The white horse charged up the stairs and rushed into the drunken immortal pavilion. Inside the drunken immortal pavilion, the shopkeeper and the madam were chatting and joking with several regular customers. Suddenly, a white warhorse burst through the door. A young man in black, holding a bright silver spear, charged towards them like a celestial being. As the white warhorse was about to crash into the three, the shopkeeper and the madam were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground. At the critical moment, the young man pulled hard on the reins. The white horse reared up on its front legs and finally came to a steady stop in front of the three. "You there, who is the owner here?" The madam was so scared that she wet herself, a strong smell of urine wafting from her pants. The shopkeeper, still somewhat composed, trembled as he stood up and hurriedly cupped his hands in a bow, saying, "Young hero, please calm down. I am the shopkeeper of the drunken immortal pavilion. If you have any matters, please feel free to speak." The commotion in the hall quickly attracted the attention of someone in a quiet room on the second floor. A stunning figure, with a hint of anger on her face, slowly walked out from the quiet room. As she stepped out, her gaze met that of the young man galloping in the hall. It was as if thunder struck fire, and like spring water flowing into the river. The bright and aggressive gaze of the young man made her heart flutter. The young man, too, stared intently at the girl on the upper floor, not blinking. They locked eyes for a long time until the shopkeeper interrupted. "Miss, this young hero barged into our establishment without any reason and almost crashed into the signboard. You should teach him a lesson so he knows that our drunken immortal pavilion is not a place for anyone to act recklessly." At that moment, the attendant who had fallen into the water climbed ashore and rushed into the establishment. As soon as they entered, they surrounded the young man, ready to fight at the slightest disagreement. The young man remained unfazed, still gazing intently at the girl above. The faint smile at the corner of his mouth showcased his arrogance and defiance to the fullest. "Who are you? Why did you force your way into my drunken immortal pavilion?" The young man twirled his spear, laughing nonchalantly. "In this world, what kind of shop would refuse customers at the door?" The girl, hearing this, curled her lip and retorted, "In a place of pleasure, there's no reason to barge in on horseback." The young man pointed his spear at the servant who had first insulted him and asked the girl on the upper floor, "Is it reasonable for your servant to insult a guest standing at the door for no reason?" The girl's expression turned cold as she glanced at the drenched servant. The servant quickly lowered his head, not daring to meet the girl's gaze. She knew her own people well and understood their tempers. Seeing this situation, the girl had already made up her mind. She lightly shifted her steps and gracefully walked down the stairs. Finally, she stopped in front of the young man's horse, bowed gently, and said, "My apologies, esteemed guest. It is my failure to manage my subordinates that has caused you distress." The girl turned her face and coldly addressed the servant in green. "You heir, I have told you time and again, do not confront guests. Do not confront guests. But you still forget the lessons after being punished. Go to the shopkeeper and collect your wages for this month. Pack your things and leave immediately. Our drunken immortal pavilion cannot afford to keep a servant like you." Upon hearing this, the servant in green quickly knelt on the ground, begging for the young lady's forgiveness. However, the girl didn't even glance at him, and coldly said to the shopkeeper beside her, "Pay him his wages immediately. I do not wish for him to affect our guest's business." The shopkeeper hurried to the counter, took out a pouch of coins, and handed it to the servant. Seeing the servant still refusing to leave, he exchanged glances with others. The servant, who had just been united with him against the outside, immediately grabbed him and began to carry him out of the shop. Seeing this, the girl smiled at the young man on the horse. "Now, can the official dismount?" The young man laughed heartily and leaped down from the white horse. He then placed his fingers in his mouth and let out a sharp whistle. And the white horse, as if understanding, took the reins in its mouth and walked out of the hall. The girl beside him couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "What an intelligent horse!" The young man leaned closer to the girl, inhaling her fragrance deeply, and teasingly said, "Naturally, it understands me well since I often ride it. So, do you want to learn?" The girl spat lightly, her face flushed as she mocked, "I won't learn. You should keep that horse for yourself." Changing the subject, the girl continued, "Today's incident is the fault of the drunken immortal pavilion. You can consume freely today, and I will personally give you a 20% discount." The young man's eyes lit up at this, and he grabbed the girl's hand, saying, "I don't want a discount. Can you give me a rebate instead?" "Rebate?" The girl frowned, as if hearing that term for the first time. She forcefully pulled her hand away from his grasp and asked with a furrowed brow, "What do you mean by rebate?" The young man rolled his eyes and whispered to the girl for a long time. After listening, the girl stared at him with her big, bell-like eyes and said, "Isn't that just a brothel?" Now it was the young man's turn to be shocked. "How can you, a young lady, speak so rudely? Since you promised me a 20% discount, I will pay you the full amount first and then find a time to take that 20% back. How does that become a brothel?" The girl looked at him suspiciously and tentatively asked, "Aren't you trying to attract customers? Isn't a place that brings in customers for courtesans called a brothel?" Upon hearing this, the young man nearly choked. "I'm the guest here, all right." Just as he was at a loss for words and considering going to another place, the girl suddenly called out to him from behind. By evening, the young man led a crowd of over 100 people bustling towards the entrance of the drunken immortal pavilion. This young man was none other than Guan Chen, who had returned. Guan Chen pointed at the Zue Xianlu in front of him and said to the prince beside him, "Your Highness, I've inquired about this place. Zue Xianlu is the most prestigious Qingyin establishment in the entire capital. The women here are not only proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, but they also possess exceptional skills and remarkable martial arts. Just look at this environment, it has its own unique charm." Upon hearing this, the prince nodded in satisfaction and said to the people behind him, "Good. This is the place. Everyone has worked hard on the way here. Tonight, let's treat ourselves well. We won't leave until we're drunk." The guards, upon hearing this, were all energized, cheering loudly. The manager of Zue Xianlu, hearing the commotion, hurried out to greet them. As soon as he saw Wei Qi surrounded like a star among the crowd, he immediately realized that this young man was the main character of the day. "This young master is very polite. I am Tong Bihui, the manager of Zue Xianlu. Today, your esteemed presence has brought great honor to our establishment." Wei Qi nodded slightly and stepped into the building. The crowd followed closely behind, startling the guests already inside Zue Xianlu. Those who didn't know better might have thought that a gang was coming to collect protection money. "Which family's young master is this? He looks so unfamiliar. I haven't seen him before. Isn't Tan Yuan Academy starting classes soon? This person is probably the offspring of a local powerful family. Humph, what a bunch of country bumpkins. When did it become their turn to flaunt their power in the capital? Keep your voice down. I've heard that many sons of high-ranking officials are also studying at Tan Yuan Academy. These people are not to be trifled with." Upon hearing the discussions around him, Wei Qi couldn't help but frown. Who was he, Wei Qi? The emperor's son. For years, wherever he went, he was treated like a deity. How dare these commoners gossip about him behind his back? They must have eaten the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard. Immediately, Wei Qi said to the manager of Zue Xianlu, "Manager, I'll take care of everything here tonight. Please ask all the idle guests to leave. As soon as Wei Chi finished speaking, Manager Tong was left dumbfounded. Goodness, clearing the place right off the bat, did he think he was a prince? Our Zue San Lu is one of the top establishments in the capital, how could he just demand a clear out? However, seeing the group of strong men behind him, Manager Tong still advised politely, young master, our Zue San Lu is open for business, we can't just kick out our guests. Besides, tonight is the day we select the courtesan. Many regulars have already reserved their spots, how can we just ask them to leave? Not only was Manager Tong a bit confused, but the onlookers couldn't help but mock him. Damn, this is hilarious. He's not big, but he's acting quite grand. Does he think this is his hometown county? Just because he has a few lackeys, he dares to show off. Exactly. He should take a look in the mirror. It's truly laughable. Only country dogs bite anyone they see. They've never been out and have never been beaten, so they don't know the heights of heaven or the depths of the earth. This is too classic. Let's keep our voices down and just enjoy the show. Isn't young Master Li coming over tonight? There will be plenty of excitement. Then, listening to the laughter around him, even Wei Chi, who had good self-restraint, turned pale with anger. Zheng Wei, with a dark expression, drew his sword and pointed it at the crowd, coldly shouting, if anyone dares to speak again, I'll slice him with my sword. After Zhang Wei spoke, the guards all drew their blades, glaring fiercely at the surroundings. The onlookers, who had been laughing loudly, were frightened into silence. The originally lively hall instantly became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Seeing the situation turn sour, the manager was about to call for help when a light laugh came from outside. What a grand display! I want to see who is so bold as to kill in front of me. Li Linfu, a young master in a pink long robe, walked in, fanning himself as he entered. This man had a pale complexion, narrow eyes, slightly thin lips, dark bags under his eyes, and exuded a strong scent of powder. At first glance, it was clear he was someone who frequented the brothels for years, a sign of a body worn down. Young Master Li has arrived. Young Master Li, it's been days since we last saw you, and your charm surpasses the past. Master Li, with the courtesan today, it seems you are determined to win her over. Young Master Li, we still need you to deal with this ignorant brat. As the young man in the powdery attire entered, the onlookers immediately stepped forward enthusiastically to greet him, fearing they would be too late to flatter him. Young Master Li nodded in response, pleased, and then coldly glanced over at Wei Chi. He walked leisurely up to Wei Chi, his gaze arrogantly sizing him up. Behind him, two burly and strong men flanked him on either side. From their strides and aura, it was clear they were martial arts experts. May I ask your esteemed name? You don't seem to be from the capital, Li Linfu remarked. Noticing that the other seemed to have an extraordinary background and decided to probe, Wei Chi shot him a look of disdain, and beside him, Shangwan Hongyan quickly said, my young master's name is not something anyone can casually inquire about. If you have no business here, please leave. Li Linfu, who had been smiling, instantly turned cold upon hearing this. Ha! Today I've truly opened my eyes. There's someone even more arrogant than me. Do you know who I am? Shangwan Hongyan coldly glanced at him and replied disdainfully. I don't care who you are. Our young master is here to spend money. Do we need to check identities first? What a joke. Guan Chen stood among the crowd, watching the spectacle with amusement. He found it hard to understand the mindset of these rich second-generation heirs. Why come out to show off and then clear the place? If everyone is sent away, who are they showing off to? And this newly arrived young man, who seemed to be suffering from kidney deficiency, was quite amusing as well. He seemed afraid that others wouldn't recognize him. If I were his father and had such an unfortunate son, I would have sent him back for a redo long ago. Guan Chen's attention remained on the two men beside the kidney-deficient young man, two innate martial artists, acting as if they were incredibly powerful. He didn't even need to intervene. Zhang Wei and Shangwan Hongyan could take them down easily. Just as the two sides were about to clash like fighting roosters, a young girl descended from the second floor. Guan Chen recognized her. She was the one who called him a rooster during the day. Young masters, please calm down. Today is the day we select the courtesan at Zue Xianlu. I hope both young masters can give Yu Meng some face and let this matter pass. Li Linfu, who had been aggressive, immediately put on a smiling face upon seeing Yu Meng come down. So it's Miss Yu Meng. Since you've spoken, I naturally must give you this face. However, next time, Miss Yu Meng, please don't let such people in, lest they ruin everyone's mood. With that, Li Linfu walked past Yu Meng, deliberately brushing against her arm, causing her to reveal a look of disgust. The onlookers, seeing how easily Yu Meng dismissed Li Linfu, couldn't help but discuss among themselves, who is this Miss Yu Meng? How come even the son of the esteemed Nine Gates commander has to give her face? You don't understand, she has backing. Otherwise, do you think Zue Xianlu could become the #1 in the capital? What backing? Tell me more. Don't spread rumors, but I heard the major shareholder of Zue Xianlu is His Highness the Fifth Prince. Do you think Li Linfu would dare to act recklessly? The Fifth Prince. Wasn't he demoted by the emperor to the heavenly punishment army to eliminate the beasts? How does he still have business in the capital? That's not a demotion, it's clearly a gilded opportunity. Who knows, when he returns one day, he might not just be the 5th prince but our Tan Yuan's crown prince. Quiet down. If other princes hear this, they'll chop off your dog head. Wei Qi listened to the discussions around him and couldn't help but glance at the girl before him with a bit more respect. The 5th prince? Is he the one with the legendary divine strength? That's somewhat interesting. Before coming, Wei Qi had naturally inquired about the situation in the Tan Yuan royal family. He knew that among the many offspring of the Tan Yuan emperor there was a martial enthusiast with innate divine power. This person was none other than the 5th prince. Wei Qi hadn't expected that a legendary martial enthusiast would also understand the business. It seems that rumors shouldn't be fully trusted. With this in mind, Wei Qi decided not to cause any trouble and directly said to Yu Meng, "Arrange for me a larger ship that can accommodate my brothers." Upon hearing this, Yu Meng smiled gracefully and said to Wei Qi, "Young master, don't worry, I'll have someone arrange it right away. Someone, take the young master aboard." As soon as Yu Meng's voice fell, a dozen women dressed in palace attire came forward, leading Wei Qi towards the back hall. Guan Chen intentionally walked to the back, waiting until most of the people had left before he winked at Yu Meng. "Remember to save me the kickback." After saying this, Guan Chen leisurely followed behind. Yu Meng watched Guan Chen's retreating figure and couldn't help but smile to herself. This young man is quite interesting, almost like he's obsessed with money. She just didn't know who this master of his was. Guan Chen followed the crowd and arrived on a luxurious boat that was several dozen feet long and 4 to 5 feet wide. The entire boat was divided into 3 levels. The first floor was a banquet hall, the second floor had private rooms, and the third floor contained suites. Just the first floor alone had 400 to 500 square feet. With over 100 of them seated in the banquet hall on the first floor, it was already spacious enough. The entire boat was adorned with dazzling lights, brightly lit. Dozens of maidens were busy preparing the banquet in the hall. The crown prince led everyone to the bow of the boat, gazing at the shimmering lake and the bright moon above. Unable to contain his exuberance, he recited, "The lake's light and the autumn moon harmonize, the pond's surface is calm, like an unpolished mirror." Beside him, Zhang Wei and Shangguan Hongyan quickly flattered him. "What a great poem. Your Highness has such literary talent." Wei Qi shyly waved his hand. He was reciting someone else's poem. What literary talent did he have? After a while, Yu Meng led a group of enchanting young women onto the boat and asked Wei Qi, "Young master, these are our courtesans. Which ones would you like to keep?" At that moment, Wei Qi was in a good mood and waved his hand grandly. "Let them all stay. My brothers have worked hard. Today is a good day to indulge." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately cheered loudly. The guards looked at the young girls like hungry wolves. Yu Meng had seen many high-ranking officials, but someone who was so generous was still quite rare to her. She smiled sweetly and pointed towards the distant center of the lake. "Young master, today is the day we select the courtesan of the garden. Each brothel will send their top courtesan to the small island in the center of the lake. Those high-class establishments that usually don't take clients will also open their doors today. I see that the young master has an extraordinary temperament. Surely these ordinary beauties wouldn't catch your eye. Why not let the boat row to the island? If you fancy someone, just throw money at them. If you miss tonight, you'll have to wait until next month to enjoy their company." Wei Qi immediately became interested upon hearing this and couldn't help but look towards the distance. He saw dozens of boats heading towards the center of the lake. It was clear they were clients from other brothels going to the island to join the fun. Wei Qi was certainly not naive. He had played even more extravagantly in the capital before. He understood what selecting a courtesan meant. Thus, Wei Qi said to Yu Meng, "Since we've arrived, let's go take a look." Yu Meng hurriedly called out to the boatman and left the large ship with her maid. To be honest, Guan Cheng had only seen the selection of courtesans on television and had never witnessed it in person. Today, he was fortunate to accompany the crown prince to broaden his horizons. Soon, as the boatman started the ship, the large vessel slowly departed from the shore, heading towards the center of the lake. In the meantime, the maids had already prepared the banquet hall, with hundreds of tables filled with various wines, dishes, and fruits. The crown prince waved his hand and said to everyone, "Let's go, let's take our seats first." The crowd followed the crown prince into the banquet hall and took their seats. The crown prince sat at the highest position in the cabin. Right next to him were the grand offering and the second offering. Behind them were hundreds of neatly arranged tables, each accompanied by a respectful courtesan kneeling beside it. Many guards stared at the beauties beside them, their eyes wide with desire. If the crown prince hadn't spoken yet, they would have likely jumped at the chance already. The crown prince slowly stood up, raised his wine cup, and addressed everyone. "Brothers, you've worked hard, accompanying me thousands of miles to this foreign land. Today, let's indulge ourselves. We won't return until we're drunk." Everyone raised their cups, shouting as they downed the fine wine.
Instantly, the entire cabin
became lively.
sounds of clinking glasses, rock paper scissors, screams, pleas for mercy, and moans filled the air. The cabin felt like a battlefield of excitement.
Guanqing watched the grand and second offerings with a sense of dark amusement. At first, the two
maintained their composure, sitting straight and not glancing aside. But later, seeing that no one was paying attention to them, they shyly reached for the girls beside them. At this moment, it was no longer appropriate for the crown prince to stay there.
He called out to Guanqing and Shangguan Hanyan, saying, "You two don't need to join in their fun.
We've arrived at Lake Heart Island. Come with me."
To explore the island. Guanqing had initially planned to stay and enjoy the spectacle of the grand and second offerings. Seeing the crown
prince beckoning him, he could only reluctantly follow him out of the cabin.
As the three left, Zhang Wei shot a resentful glance at their backs.
The crown prince hadn't called him, indicating that he had begun to distance himself from him.
How could he not feel hatred?
Meanwhile, as the large ship docked at Lake Heart Island, the three arrived at the small island. The island was brightly lit, with
shadows flitting about. It resembled a dazzling pearl, radiating an intoxicating glow.
The architectural styles on the island varied. Some were resplendent, while others were intricately carved, as if it were a luxurious architectural feast.
The luminous glass stones sparkled with colorful lights, illuminating the entire island and making the night as bright as day.
The crowd bustled about, with sounds
of chatter rising and falling.
The air was thick with rich aromas, the sense of delicious food and fine wine, making one's mouth water.
The patrons here were all prominent figures from the capital, known for their influence and status.
Dressed in luxurious garments, their every gesture exuded an innate nobility, as if the entire world was under their control.
The wealth of these patrons was immeasurable, and their power was at its peak. In the social circles of the capital, they were the center of attention, with every word and action closely observed.
However, despite their high status and considerable wealth, they sought fleeting pleasures in this place of revelry, as if only here could they shed their heavy identities and responsibilities and freely express themselves.
Time seemed to stand
still here, as people immersed themselves in endless joy and indulgence, forgetting all their troubles and worries.
The island became a dreamlike world full of vitality and energy.
The three followed the crowd, weaving through the vibrant flowers, and arrived at the
center of the island.
Before them slowly appeared a magnificent palace, resplendent in gold and jade. This palace was the legendary Jade Maiden Palace, a place once used by the Emperor Qigao to gather the beauties of the world.
Arriving at the entrance of the grand
hall, young attendants from various brothels began distributing free masks and numbered tokens to the gourmands. The masks were for the
convenience of those who preferred not to show their faces, ensuring they remained unseen by others. The numbered tokens were to prevent any mix-up in identity when presenting flowers later.
Of course, if one found it troublesome, they could choose not to wear a mask. Alternatively, if they didn't want to jostle with others in the hall, they could book a private room.
After a brief inquiry, Quan
Chen learned that the cheapest private room started at 100 gold coins. The top-tier supreme rooms were reserved for the most
distinguished individuals in the capital.
The crown prince, Wei Qide, had spent 1,000 gold coins to book a luxurious private room, located on the third floor of the Jade Maiden Palace. The three were led by the attendant into the palace, and upon entering the hall,
they found it reminiscent of Vienna's concert hall.
A massive stage stood before the audience, with thousands of tables arranged below, laden with various fruits and snacks, and already hundreds of people were seated. Moreover, a steady stream of guests continued to arrive. The three were guided into the private room on the third floor. Although it was called a private room, it was essentially a large
balcony.
Spanning several dozen square meters, it was furnished with tables, chairs, and a large soft couch. The balcony faced the grand stage, allowing anyone seated on the sofa to clearly see every figure on stage. On either side of the balcony hung two large red curtains. When drawn, they revealed the situation in the adjacent private room, and conversely, they could block the view of others.
The
attendant set out tea, snacks, and fruits on the table and informed Wei Qide that the courtesans would take turns performing their
talents shortly.
If he fancied any of them, he only needed to raise the token on the table to present flowers to her.
At that time, the
host would announce the number of flowers sent by each guest and their identities in front of everyone. The courtesan who received the
most flowers would spend the night with the guest after the performances concluded.
Naturally, if a guest preferred not to reveal their
identity, they could use a pseudonym.
Wei Qide thought for a moment. Given his special status and being new to this place, it would
be best not to draw too much attention.
He reported a false name to the attendant, Ji-san.
This name was quite interesting, as the
surname Wei originally meant auspicious and favorable.
Ji represented his surname, while San indicated his rank among siblings. After
the attendant noted it down and was about to leave, Guanchen called out to him and asked, "Wait a moment, you mentioned raising a token to send flowers, but where do these flowers come from?
Aren't they free?" The attendant chuckled at the question.
"Sir, you jest.
These flowers are the purple blooming flowers brought down from the cool mountains outside the city. Each stem costs 1 gold coin, a
Bouquet costs 10 gold coins, a bunch costs 100 gold coins, a super flower card costs 1,000 gold coins, and a supreme sea of
flowers costs 10,000 gold coins.
If the lady you present flowers to wins the title of Flower Queen, you can take her home to serve
you as a maid. Guan Chen exclaimed in disbelief.
This was essentially the same tactic as the top donor on a live streaming platform.
However, the brothel was far more reputable than a live streaming site. The top donor not only could openly support the streamer but could also take her home as a concubine.
The money spent was clear and well worth it.
However, winning the heart of a beauty in front
of so many wealthy individuals was no easy feat, not to mention that ordinary rich men couldn't achieve it. Even certain high-ranking officials would have to weigh their own capabilities. After all, a single flower cost 1 gold coin, which equated to 1 million in the
currency of the Purple Gold Empire.
A supreme sea of flowers would cost 100 billion.
Guan Chen realized that his entire fortune combined couldn't even afford a single sea of flowers.
Indeed, the life of the wealthy is beyond the imagination of the poor. The prince, however, did not react much to the price.
He waved his hand, signaling the servant to step back. Soon, the tables in the hall
downstairs were filled with guests. As the gong sounded, a graceful and charming figure gently stood on the stage.
Guan Chen focused his
gaze and recognized one of them as the girl he had seen at the Zui Chunlu, Miss Yu Meng. As soon as she stood on the stage, applause
erupted from the audience below.
Today, it's actually Miss Yu Meng hosting the courtesan selection. This is truly impressive.
Miss
Yu Meng, don't just host, come out and be a courtesan for once.
Yeah, if Miss Yu Meng were to be a courtesan, I'd sell everything I
own just to marry her. Come on, if the fifth prince hears you say that, he might just chop off your head.
Listening to the cheers
from the audience, Yu Meng was not annoyed. She simply raised her hand, and the crowd immediately quieted down.
Thank you, esteemed guests, for your patronage in attending the monthly courtesan selection.
I, Yu Meng, am honored to be the host for this courtesan
selection. For this selection, all the top courtesans from our establishment have basically come,
like Qing Feng and Xiuyu from the Tingfeng Pavilion, Jilingzi from Chunmei Shen, Kaiyu Xianzi from Ni Xiangtang, and even Chen Shishir from Zui Chunlu, and the Fairy Hua Ruyu from Jingjai Lu are all here for this courtesan selection.
I believe everyone is also here for Hua Ruyu, right?
Upon hearing the name Hua Ruyu, the venue erupted in discussion. Many who had never heard of Hua Ruyu began to inquire around.
Who is this Hua Ruyu? You've never heard of Hua Ruyu? What kind of foodie are you?
I heard Hua Ruyu is a disciple of C.I. Hangjing Jai, who arrived in the capital at the beginning of last month. I don't need to say much about C.I. Hangjing Jai. The disciples that come out of there have both figure and beauty, and their skills are top-notch. They are the best of the best in the world.
To spend a
night with such a remarkable woman would truly be worth living for.
Ah, a disciple of C.I. Hangjing Jai is entering the world again? Didn't they say they only serve extraordinary masters?
With so many disciples graduating from C.I. Hangjing Jai every year, if they all waited for extraordinary masters, they'd probably still be waiting when the water is cut off. These days, brothels don't guarantee placements anymore. They can only come out and fend for themselves.
Oh, I see. Guan Chen listened to the discussions below and
nearly spat his tea on the prince's face.
Wow, is there really a sect like C.I. Hangjing Jai in this world? But from what others said, it seems to be a brothel? Guan Chen was genuinely curious about what such a brothel usually teaches. Do they need supplies? If they do
need supplies, he could also provide them for free. Yu Meng on the stage did not pay attention to the discussions below. Instead, she clapped her hands and said, "All right, I won't waste more words.
Now, let's invite our first beauty to the stage." After Yu Meng
finished speaking, a beautiful and sorrowful pipa melody began to play. Following that, a stunning beauty dressed in light gauze, with ribbons draped over her shoulders, floated down from the stage holding a pipa.
Countless petals filled the air around her exquisite figure,
as if a celestial maiden from the Dunhuan murals was slowly descending to the center of the stage. As she lightly strummed her delicate hands, the beautiful music, paired with her enchanting voice, performed a captivating song for everyone.
In an instant, the entire
hall was filled with the sound of people gasping in awe, and all other noises faded away.
Guan Chen's eyes widened. After searching for
a while, he finally spotted the transparent wire above the stage.
This is too much. Being a courtesan is not easy at all. Guan Chen felt she could easily outshine those big stars on Earth. Professional. Look at the stage effects, the breathtaking transitions. This is true professionalism. Guan Chen really wants to bring all those idol singers from Earth to the brothel for some training. He wants them to understand what a professional performance truly is. As the first girl's performance came to an end, Guan Chen clapped vigorously. His palms turned red, leaving the crown prince and Shangguan Hongyan beside him in shock. "General Guan, do you really like this courtesan so much?"
"I feel like aside from her hard work in performing, her looks are just average," said the crown prince.
Guan Chen was almost moved to tears. "Your Highness, don't you think this girl is really putting in her all, very serious about it?" The crown prince was taken aback by the question, unsure whether to agree or disagree. At this moment, the courtesan had finished her performance, and Yu Meng pulled her to the front of the stage, saying loudly, "This courtesan is Kai Yiling from the Spring Dream Pavilion. She has participated in the courtesan selection for 5 consecutive years, but unfortunately, she has never gained the favor of esteemed guests. As a fellow performer, I greatly admire this girl's fighting spirit. Now, everyone can give her tips." As Yu Meng's words fell, the audience began to raise their cards sporadically. "Miss Kai Yiling, I send you a Bohemia flower. Go, Miss Kai Yiling. I send you 1. 2. Don't lose heart, Miss Kai. Keep trying next time." Yu Meng quickly read out, "Boss Chen from Bihu Zhuang, tips 1 Bohemia flower. Boss Li from Tianyu Buzhuang, tips 1 Bohemia flower. Leibus from Xiaomi Trading Company, tips 1 Bohemia flower." The tips from below were almost all just 1 flower each. There weren't even any bouquets. It was clearly sympathy votes. Guan Chen couldn't bear to watch any longer. He rummaged through his pockets, both in his jacket and trousers, and gathered 10 gold coins. Then he raised the card on the table and said loudly, "I send Miss Kai a bouquet. This is all my pocket money, and from now on, I will be your most loyal fan." Hearing this, Yu Meng looked up and saw a familiar figure on the 3rd floor excitedly holding up a card. "This young master from the 3rd floor has tipped a bouquet of Bohemia flowers to Kai Yiling. How generous!" Wei Qi and Shangguan Hong Yan were startled. Neither of them expected Guan Chen to have such a side to him. The crown prince smiled and shook his head. "General Guan, you shouldn't have to spend so much. Since you like her, I will buy her for you." After saying this, Wei Qi directly picked up the largest card and raised it gently. At that moment, Yu Meng's eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, "That young master from the 3rd floor has tipped a supreme flower. See, my goodness." Upon hearing this, Guan Chen lost his balance and slid off the sofa. As Yu Meng's words echoed, the hall erupted in excitement. Everyone turned their gaze to the 3rd floor, just in time to see Wei Qi slowly lowering the card in his hand. "Wow, this young master looks so young. Who exactly is he? This is too impressive. Spending a fortune just to get a smile from a beauty. Hey, I saw him at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion earlier. He seemed to have had a conflict with young Master Li." "Which young Master Li? Who else could it be?" "Naturally, it's the 2nd son of the 9 gates. Commander, Li Linfu. If that's the case, this person not only has strength but probably an impressive background as well. Of course. Look, young Master Li is also on the 3rd floor, and they just locked eyes. In a private room diagonally across from Wei Qi Li Linfu looked at Wei Qi who was stealing the spotlight, and sneered, "Is having a bit of money really that impressive? He can even look up to this kind of courtesan. His taste is truly terrible." After saying this, Li Linfu turned to the 2 bodyguards beside him and instructed, "Later, find out his background for me. Dare to provoke me, Li Linfu? I'll make him regret it." The 2 bodyguards quickly bowed in response. "Yes." On the other side, Guan Chen finally crawled out from under the table, incredulously asking Wei Qi, "Your Highness, what are you doing? I was just supporting that girl. Why are you throwing so much money around? We agreed beforehand. I can't afford this much money." Wei Qi waved his hand and said, "General Guan, you're being too polite. This small amount of money is nothing. You saved my life, and that kindness is worth more than any amount of money. I, Wei Qi am not talented, but if I can inherit the throne in the future, I will ensure the general lives a life of glory and wealth." Guan Chen was also taken aback by this. "Why waste money on her? You should be throwing money at me. I promise to pamper you every day." On the stage, Kai Yiling looked excitedly towards the 3rd floor. 2 years, it had been a full 2 years, ever since she was captured by the army of the Tan Yuan kingdom. Not a moment had passed without her fantasizing about escaping from here. Her real name was not Kai Yiling, but Aimee Dilireza. She was originally a princess of the Tubo kingdom, but due to the invasion of strange beasts, the Tubo kingdom could not afford the tribute and thus was destroyed by the Tan Yuan dynasty. She herself was captured and sold into a brothel in the capital. Unfortunately, she was not only watched every day but also forced to practice various skills. If she showed even the slightest resistance, she would be beaten mercilessly. If it weren't for the madam hoping to make money off her, she would have been ruined long ago. Seeing that today someone could finally take her away from this sea of suffering, Dilireza was so happy that she cried. Looking at the young man sitting by the window on the 3rd floor, Dilireza felt a flutter in her heart. Is this the young master who spent money to reward me? Indeed, he is handsome and graceful. If I could spend my life with such a good man, it wouldn't be so bad. Good man, your Dilireza is here. Why don't you look at me? Just as Dilireza was anxiously calling out, a figure suddenly popped up from under the table, blocking that handsome silhouette. Dilireza desperately wanted to slap that obstructive figure, but then she saw the figure turn around and grin at her like a pig. Instantly, half of Dilireza's good mood was extinguished. "Alright, Kai Yiling, you can go down now. After the selection of the courtesan is over, you will be able to meet your benefactor. Listening to Yu Meng's instructions, Dilly Reza had no choice but to walk towards the back of the stage. How she wished that young master would look at her, but unfortunately, he hadn't glanced her way even once. As soon as she returned to the backstage, a group of beautiful young ladies surrounded her, continuously congratulating her. Yiling, you finally escaped from the sea of suffering this time. Don't forget us sisters. Yes, we secretly watched from backstage. Just now, the young master who rewarded you is very young. Now, you can enjoy life. This is truly a match made in heaven, a perfect couple. Listening to her friends chattering and praising her, Dilly Reza shyly said, with our lowly status, having a place to stay is already a great fortune. I can't dare to wish for any title. As long as my lord cherishes me, I will be content. As soon as Dilly Reza finished speaking, her friends immediately teased her. Oh, you haven't even left with him yet and you're already thinking about being together forever. Yiling, aren't you ashamed? Exactly. Hearing this made my skin crawl. As long as my lord cherishes me, I will be content. Ugh, how cheesy. Instantly, the surrounding young girls burst into laughter. The commotion attracted the attention of the person in charge backstage. A burly man with a rough appearance picked up a whip and shouted fiercely, "Keep it down. If you disturb the guests, I'll skin you alive." Seeing the fierce look in the man's eyes, several young girls were instantly frightened and scattered. Meanwhile, Dilly Reza remained lost in her beautiful dreams, smiling foolishly. On the other side, Wan Chen continued to accompany the prince, enjoying the performances below. After such an exciting opening act, Wan Chen lost interest in the subsequent performances. In his view, while the later performers were also quite good-looking and energetic, they gave off a sense of being overly affected and deliberately showy. To put it bluntly, they seemed to carry a bit of an idle burden. In his previous life, Wan Chen had been bombarded by countless beautiful women on a certain app, and he had long since become immune to such flesh-selling streamers. Instead, Wei Qide and Shangwan Hanyan were watching with great interest. Wearing just a couple of pieces of cloth, what's the difference from selling meat? Hearing Guan Chen's complaints, Shangwan Hanyan couldn't help but lean in and whisper, "Brother Guan, do you particularly like exotic flavors? Otherwise, how could you have taken a liking to that Hu woman at first glance?" Guan Chen shot him a fierce glare and replied unhappily, "What's wrong with Hu people? Do you look down on them? Look at how creative and dedicated their performances are. These women, aside from playing a bit of music, reciting poetry, or singing a song, have no creativity at all. They all look like sickly people. I tipped that woman because she resembled an old acquaintance of mine, an acquaintance I only saw on television." Upon hearing this, Shangwan Hanyan had an expression that said, "I knew it." Guan Chen was too lazy to argue with him. He couldn't possibly tell Shangwan Hanyan that this Kai Ling looked like Dilly Reza. Time flew by, and soon dozens of top performers took the stage. Although Wei Qide was somewhat satisfied, he still hadn't found a woman who stirred his heart. Perhaps it was because he had seen too many women growing up in the emperor's harem. How could these courtesans in the brothel compare to the concubines in the palace? Just as he hesitated about whether to leave, he suddenly saw an ethereal and extraordinary figure gracefully ascend the stage. A stunning beauty slowly appeared on stage. Her skin was as translucent as mutton fat jade, radiating a faint glow. Her brows were like distant mountains, and her eyes resembled deep lakes, cold and mysterious. Beneath her high nose, her lips were as vibrant as rose petals, dripping with allure, yet exuding a hint of imperceptible indifference. Her figure was tall and elegant, and her flowing white dress danced with the wind, as if a fairy had descended to the mortal realm. Every movement carried an innate noble quality that made one unable to resist being captivated. The moment she stepped onto the stage, the entire world seemed to freeze for her. Her beauty was like the most dazzling star in the night sky, brilliant and eye-catching, yet utterly unattainable. Her indifference was like an iceberg, making people hesitant to approach, yet they couldn't help but want to explore the mysterious depths within. This beauty is none other than the world-renowned disciple of Jing Heng Cai Zhai, Hua Ruyu. Not only is Miss Hua exceptionally talented, but she is also well-versed in dual cultivation methods. She has refined herself into an unparalleled furnace. Anyone who cultivates with her can greatly advance their skills by absorbing the Yin essence within her. Miss Hua seeks nothing more than a caring husband who can share her life and fly together with her. As Yu Meng's words fell, the audience immediately raised their signs, eager to bid. "Miss Hua, I don't seek eternity, just a night of passion. Can 10 gold coins buy me one night?" Boss Zhang from Cheyuche Hang offers a bouquet of bauhinia flowers. "Boss Zhang, you know the rules, only the top bidder can take Miss Hua away. In that case, I, Lei Busi, will not hold back. I bid 100 gold. Xiaomi Trading Sleigh Bus received a bouquet of bauhinia flowers as a reward. "Go for it, Lei Zong. What is Xiaomi Trading compared to me? With my Li Xiang car dealership here, they can all step aside. I'll offer 200 gold. Wow, Li Zong is so generous, rewarding 2 bouquets of bauhinia flowers. Is there any big brother who wants to reward more? Our Inheritor of Sihang is about to be taken away by Li Zong. Listening to the continuous sounds of rewards from downstairs, Li Linfu, on the third floor, revealed a contemptuous smile. These people below, do they even qualify to compete with him for women? He suddenly stood up, slammed the table, and shouted loudly, I, Li Linfu, offer 10,000 gold. Let's see who dares to compete with me. As Li Linfu's voice fell, the entire hall instantly fell silent. Everyone looked up at the third floor. Some people, upon seeing Li Linfu, were so frightened that they immediately sat back down, while others showed expressions of indignation. Clearly, everyone was very dissatisfied with his intimidating behavior. However, due to his status, no one dared to step forward and argue with him for the time being. Yu Meng's expression tightened. She coldly looked at the third floor and said, young Master Li is indeed wealthy and generous, directly rewarding a supreme sea of flowers. It seems young Master Li is determined to win. However, this is a fair competition. No intimidation of others is allowed. Li Linfu shrugged, looking innocent as he said, am I intimidating anyone? I'm just stating my name. If these cowards don't dare to bid, what does that have to do with me? Yu Meng was so furious at his words that she trembled, but she couldn't force others to bid. Just then, a voice slowly came from a private room next door on the third floor. I reward 2 flower C's. Yu Meng quickly looked up and saw Wei Qi calmly raising the sign in his hand, as if he was spending not money but just a string of numbers. Next door, Li Linfu was completely enraged. He picked up the teacup on the table and threw it hard towards Wei Qi. While throwing, he viciously cursed, damn, you think you can mess with me everywhere? Do you believe I'll have someone kill you tomorrow? Seeing Li Linfu make a move, Yu Meng's face turned extremely ugly. Li Linfu, don't you see where this is? Ask your father if he dares to act wild here. Guan Chen was sitting next to Wei Qi and would not let Wei Qi suffer. He extended one hand outside the balcony and gently flicked the flying teacup. He had no good feelings towards Li Linfu, so he didn't hold back, directly infusing his true energy into the teacup. The moment the teacup touched his finger, it shot towards Li Linfu like a cannonball. This move immediately attracted the attention of all the experts in the hall. It wasn't difficult to hit the object back, the challenge was how to prevent the cup from shattering. As the largest consumer haven in the capital, Li Yuan naturally had experts watching over it. Hidden in the hall were 3 martial kings, and in the backstage sat a martial emperor. At the same time, there were also some powerful figures. In other private rooms, everyone was captivated by Guan Chen's elegant skill. Li Linfu was just a fool, he didn't even have time to react, let alone dodge. Just as the cup was about to smash into his head, 2 strong men rushed out from the side and shattered the cup. These 2 strong men were none other than the 2 bodyguards standing beside Li Linfu. They took on Guan Chen's strike and felt quite uncomfortable, their true energy churning for a long time before they calmed down. Seeing Li Linfu about to cause trouble again, they hurriedly leaned in and whispered in his ear, young master, retreat for now. That young man beside the opponent is a master, an expert. From Li Yuan flew into the private room where Li Linfu was, extending his hand in a gesture of invitation. Please, young Master Li, don't wait for us to take action to escort you out. Li Linfu glared at Wei Qi with a dark expression, viciously pointing a finger at him before turning to leave. Once he was gone, the scene finally quieted down. Yu Meng, sensing the situation, hurriedly reassured the guests below. Alright, young Master Li might have had too much to drink. Let's continue. Is there anyone else willing to offer a reward? If not, Miss Hua will be in the embrace of young Master Ji. The crowd marveled at Wei Qi's wealth, and for a moment, everyone shook their heads, no one daring to bid again. Just when Wei Qi thought the dust had settled, a faint voice emerged from the top VIP room on the 4th floor. I offer 4 supreme flower C's. The voice was very calm, betraying no hint of emotion. However, this statement was like a clap of thunder to the ears of the others. Everyone looked up at the 4th floor, only to see the one room with lights on, obscured by window curtains. Clearly, the person inside did not wish for others to see his face. Heavens, it's a big shot from the 4th floor. Who could it be? Just like that, he offers 40,000 gold coins. With that kind of money, one could buy a mansion in the capital. I swear, I will never come to places like this again. I thought I had some wealth, but compared to him, sigh. What's there to sigh about? Anyone who can sit on the 4th floor is either a royal or a noble. They just happen to be born into a good family. That's not wrong. Wei Qi listened to the voice from above, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Without hesitation, he raised the sign on the table again. 5 flower C's. Guan Chen truly couldn't understand, as a prince of the Purple Gold Kingdom, where did he get so much gold? Although 1 flower C was only 10,000 gold coins, that equated to 100 billion in purple gold currency. Spending hundreds of billions just to woo a girl? Would his father chop him to pieces if he found out? Others were vying for Hua Ruyu to make her a furnace, but what was he, someone who couldn't fight, doing joining in the fun? Guan Chen couldn't help but think with a dark sense of humor. What if, during the act, Hua Ruyu squeezed him tight, would Wei Qi's life be in danger? Of course, he would never advise Wei Qi against it. Go ahead, spend your money. I get a commission on every penny you spend.
Sitting in the fourth-floor VIP room was a middle-aged man with a refined appearance. He had a long beard, an unusual face, and
a rosy complexion.
At first glance, he was clearly someone who had held a high position for a long time.
He obviously did not expect anyone downstairs to continue bidding.
If he wanted to keep up, he would have to put forth at least 50,000 gold.
Although he
wasn't short on money, he still felt it wasn't worth it to throw so much gold at a courtesan. Thus,
the middle-aged man laughed and said,
"Since the young brother downstairs likes her, I will let you have her. When you have time, come visit me at the Duanwang mansion. I
have many interesting things at my place."
Upon hearing the voice from the fourth floor, the entire hall below erupted into chaos.
The Duanwang mansion. It's the Duanwang.
I never expected that I, Labus, would have a day to stroll through a brothel with the Duan.
Ha ha, this trip is not in vain. I told you, how could anyone sitting on the fourth floor be an unknown? That G guy is in trouble now. He dares to offend the Duanwang.
Not only were the people in the hall flustered, but even Yu Meng and Hua Ruyu on stage
were a bit panicked.
Yu Meng only knew that the room was reserved by the fifth prince for a friend, but she had never known who it was. Now that the person had revealed himself, she was momentarily at a loss for how to respond.
Hua Ruyu's expression was even more colorful.
Ever since she joined the Sihang Jingjai, she had dreamed of latching onto a powerful figure. In this world, besides the emperor
and princes, was there a bigger thigh than a prince?
Seeing such a substantial thigh about to pass her by, Hua Ruyu immediately lost her
composure.
"Prince Duan, Hua Ruyu has admired your reputation since childhood and wishes to follow you from now on, never to part,
and never to betray.
I'm sorry, that young master upstairs, but these flowers, Hua Ruyu cannot accept.
Please take them back, as soon."
As Hua Ruyu said this, not only were the guests below stunned, but Yu Meng was also taken aback.
Even Wei Chi De, who was sitting
in the private box, had a very ugly expression. At this moment, Yu Meng could no longer care about offending Prince Duan and coldly
said to Hua Ruyu, "Do you know what you are saying?
Hua Ruyu, from the day you joined Li Yuan, you should have known the rules here.
The consequences of breaking the rules, I don't need to elaborate, do I?" Hua Ruyu retorted sharply, "Rules? No matter how big your rules are, can they be bigger than the princes or the courts? At worst, I'll compensate for the silver you lost. Don't try to scare me with your so-called rules.
Yu Meng's face turned ashen, pointing at Hua Ruyu, unable to utter a word. Then there was a loud smash. Everyone hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound, only to see Wei Chi De smashing the teapot on the table into pieces, his
face cold as he said, "What nonsense is this, Li Yuan? It's nothing more than this, let's go." Just as Wei Chi De was about to get up,
he heard the young man on the fourth floor say with a faint smile, "Little brother, there's no need to be angry, it's just a whore." After saying that, the middle-aged man sneered and said to Hua Ruyu downstairs, "Rules are rules.
Whatever Prince Duan wants, no matter how expensive, I will take it.
What Prince Duan does not want, even if it's given for free, I will not accept."
After saying this, the
middle-aged man stood up and left, leaving Hua Ruyu standing on stage, pale and dazed. Guan Shen saw this and felt exhilarated. He wanted
to applaud the woman below.
This woman named Hua Ruyu was so similar to the older single women on earth,
always feeling that they are underappreciated, climbing to this peak, yet thinking the next peak is better.
Such women can never be truly moved by any man.
They always chase around like headless flies, never finding a place to settle. Wei Chi De had lost all interest at this point and was about
to leave when Guan Shen stopped him, saying, "Crown Prince, we've already spent the money, why should we let this cheap woman off the hook?" Wei Chi De, not caring about his demeanor, said with disdain, "I have no interest in even looking at such trash.
You go down and bring your woman up, let's leave."
Seeing the Crown Prince's firm attitude, Guan Shen knew there was no need to persuade him further. He followed the Crown Prince downstairs. Just as they reached the bottom, they were stopped by Yu Meng.
"Young Master Ji, young Master Guan, I truly apologize. It is our fault for not properly training Hua Ruyu. To express our sincerity, we will reserve a luxurious private box for young Master Ji free of charge. Also, the 5 flower arrangements that young Master Ji tipped at the end will no longer count. You can take Hua Ruyu with you. How about that? Are you satisfied?" Upon hearing this, Wei Chi De sneered, "Do you think this is a matter of money? Everything you have done today is an insult to me. Don't worry, I will pay the money, but I don't want the person. You can give that room to whoever you want. I won't come here again." After saying this, Wei Chi De fell silent. Yu Meng could only look to Guan Shen for help. Guan Shen rolled his eyes and shouted at Yu Meng, "Can't you speak properly? Does my young master care about money?" Seeing this, Yu Meng hurriedly lowered her head to apologize to Wei Chi De. Guan Shen continued, "Those 5 flower arrangements were originally meant for Hua Ruyu to accompany our young master. How did they become your free gift? If you really have sincerity, just return all the money my young master spent on Hua Ruyu. As for that cheap woman, you can handle her however you like. That's your business, we won't interfere. Don't expect us to spend a single penny on that woman." If it's possible, perhaps we can meet again in the future. If not, then there's nothing more to discuss. Guan Shen's words were clear and decisive, leaving no room for negotiation. He couldn't speak in favor of an outsider, even if there were kickbacks from Yu Meng. At most, he could forego the kickbacks. He wouldn't tarnish his character for a bit of money. Yu Meng hesitated for a moment but then nodded in agreement. To her, losing a bit of money this time was a minor issue. If the reputation built over so many years at Lee Garden were to be ruined, that would be the biggest loss. Young Master Ji, shall we proceed as young Master Guan suggested? As you can see, we also do not wish for such matters to occur. It is truly that wretched maid, Hua Ruyu, who is too despicable. Rest assured, I will teach that maid a good lesson, so she knows the consequences of offending you, young Master Ji. Upon hearing Yu Meng's words, Wei Qi's anger was somewhat alleviated. He had come out to enjoy himself and did not want to burden himself with anger. Alright, since you say so, I won't make it difficult for you. You go and send that Hu woman to my ship. I will settle the gold coins with you then. Seeing the situation, Yu Meng nodded as if granted a reprieve. After sending Wei Qi and the others away, she returned to the backstage of the Jade Maiden Palace. At this moment, the stage in front had already changed hosts. The other top courtesans continued their performances. Upon arriving backstage, she saw that Hua Ruyu had already been detained. At this moment, she was frantically begging for mercy, looking around in panic. Surrounding her, over 100 courtesans silently watched Hua Ruyu, whose hands and feet were locked up, and no one dared to speak. Yu Meng walked up to her with a stern face and slapped her hard across the face. Miss Yu, I was foolish. I shouldn't have gone against you, and I certainly shouldn't have broken the rules here. Please give me another chance. Lee Garden has spent so much money training me. I have to help Lee Garden earn it back. Hua Ruyu knelt before Yu Meng, looking obediently at her. What she received in return was a cold laugh from Yu Meng. Ha! Lee Garden has plenty of money. It doesn't lack your few rotten dates. I want all the girls in Lee Garden to see what happens when the rules here are broken. I will find someone to cripple your martial arts, so you can taste the life of a lowly courtesan. After saying this, Yu Meng coldly swept her gaze over the others. All the top courtesans, madams, and courtesans backstage trembled in fear. No one dared to meet her gaze. Seeing that she had achieved the desired intimidation effect, Yu Meng then walked over to Dili Rija, taking her wrist and saying, from today on, you are free from your slave status and have no ties to the brothel. If you ever feel wronged, you can come back to Lee Garden. This is your home. After saying this, Yu Meng gently hugged her. The other young girls around couldn't help but wipe their tears. Alright, no one is allowed to cry. As long as you are willing to work hard, you will also have such a day. Yiling, come with me now. Your belongings will be sent to you tomorrow morning. With that, Yu Meng took Dili Rija's hand and walked towards the hall exit. The courtesans who were familiar with Rija looked on with tearful eyes as they watched her leave. At this moment, Guan Shen and the prince had already returned to the ship. In the ship's hall, aside from a few guards who were indulging in drinks, the rest had taken the women upstairs. The sounds of moans and the creaking of bedboards from upstairs were incessant. Guan Shen searched around but did not see the shadows of Gong De and Gong Er. It seemed these two serious old fellows had also put aside their airs and gone upstairs to enjoy themselves. The prince took out a few silver notes from his pocket and handed them to Guan Shen, saying, when the people leaving the garden arrive, you can settle the payment with them. I'm a bit tired. Shangguan, please help me upstairs to rest. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Hongyan quickly supported Wei Qi's arm and walked upstairs. Guan Shen looked at the two departing figures with a strange expression, and suddenly a ridiculous thought arose in his mind. He shook his head vigorously to drive the imagined disgusting scene out of his mind. After a while, Yu Meng arrived on the boat with some people. As soon as she saw Guan Shen, she immediately pointed at him and said to Dili Rija, this is the noble person who helped you shed your slave status. Hurry up and greet him. Dili Rija looked at Guan Shen in front of her, her disappointment hard to conceal. She wanted to say something but didn't know where to start. She could only look around in confusion for that gentle young master. Unfortunately, seeing that Dili Rija was still not moving, Yu Meng's expression immediately turned cold. Dili Rija shivered at the sound. She hurriedly walked in front of Guan Shen, respectfully bowing and saying, thank you, sir, for your life-saving grace. In the future, Linger is willing to work like a horse or an ox to repay your kindness. Guan Shen did not notice the oddity in her expression. He thought the young girl was frightened by the commotion upstairs. Alright, get up, boss Yu. Here are the silver notes, you can count them. If there's anything missing later, I won't be responsible. Yu Meng took the silver notes. Guan Shen handed over, glanced at them lightly, and smiled, saying, this amount of gold is like a drop in the ocean for young master. Guan, Yuer trusts you, no need to count. Miss, I've already delivered it to you, and I'll say the same thing, no returns, ha. After saying this, Yu Meng covered her mouth and laughed lightly as she left. Once Yu Meng got off the boat, Guan Shen said to the boatman, let's go, we shouldn't stay here any longer. Find a quiet place to stop. We don't know how noisy it will get when this place disperses. Hearing this, the boatman quickly paddled, slowly steering the boat away from the island. At this moment, in the hall, apart from a few drunken guards, only Guan Chen and Li Rija remained. Guan Chen didn't know what to do next, although he had wanted to experience the taste of riba in his previous life. Now that a living person stood before him, he felt a bit at a loss for words. Li Rija was trembling with fear. She had fantasized all night about her beautiful and happy life ahead. She had thought that the young master waiting for her on the boat would be the one she dreamed of, but unexpectedly, although she knew deep down that she had no right to choose, the huge gap and disappointment were not something she could accept in an instant. Guan Chen saw the moon about to set. In the west, in a few hours, it would be dawn. He suppressed his inner excitement, coughed, and said to Li Rija, "My lady, it's getting late, how about we go inside and rest?" Upon hearing this, Li Rija couldn't help but shiver. She knew that what was coming could not be avoided. "The servant will follow your arrangements, sir." Guan Chen's Zhang Fei-like anger surged. He could no longer suppress his excitement and carried Li Rija upstairs. The great river surged all night, with ominous thunder and howling winds. Guan Chen and Rija battled for 800 rounds. No one could understand the joy Guan Chen felt, watching the beauty he once dreamed of twist, turn, and plead for mercy. He toyed with her at will. Guan Chen felt as if he were in a realm of his own. He galloped freely, unmatched in his path. It wasn't until dawn that Guan Chen, like a dead dog, lay heavily on top of her and fell into a deep sleep. The joy of the wealthy truly is beyond imagination. By noon, the prince finally sent a maid to Guan Chen's room to wake him up. Guan Chen looked at the bed full of chaos and the slender figure, unable to resist reaching out again. It wasn't until he had thoroughly brought the other party to the point of begging for mercy that he reluctantly put on his clothes and left. Arriving at the adjacent suite on the third floor, the prince was smiling broadly at Guan Chen. "General Guan is truly a dragon among men. Even in bed, the commotion is much greater than others." Beside him, Shangguan Hanyan teased, "Is it that easy to please brother Guan with Hu women? Next time I encounter a beautiful Hu woman, I'll send her all to you." Guan Chen sneered inwardly. "Brother? Who knows if you are really a brother? Just because you have a stick doesn't mean you're a brother, it could also be a sister. I haven't touched a woman in a long time. I hope His Highness doesn't find it amusing." Wei Qide laughed upon hearing this. "A General Guan need not be shy. A man is a man, a little female company is nothing to be concerned about. I see it's getting late. Tomorrow is the opening ceremony, so we should head back early and prepare. General Guan, you should bring that Hu woman back with you as well. The courtyard is large, and there are plenty of rooms. Once the guards leave, there will be plenty of space." Guan Chen did not decline upon hearing this and got up to return to his room. Inside the room, Li Rija was already dressed and sitting at the vanity, grooming herself in front of the mirror. "We're going back. Do you have anything you left behind? If not, let's go." Li Rija hurriedly stood up at his words, but after last night's intense battle, her inner thighs ached slightly. She lost her balance and nearly fell to the ground. Guan Chen was quick to react, catching her in his arms. Looking at her delicate face, he felt a pang of pity and lifted her up. "Since my wife is inconvenient, I'll carry you down." Li Rija lay in Guan Chen's arms, both embarrassed and annoyed, saying, "Put me down quickly. If others see, they'll laugh at my husband." Guan Chen didn't care about that at all. "Let them laugh. With a beauty in my arms, who cares about being laughed at?" Saying this, he ignored her struggles and carried Li Rija down the stairs. When they reached the bottom, the guards were already prepared, waiting for the prince to come down. Seeing Guan Chen carrying a delicate beauty, the guards erupted in cheers. After spending these days together, Guan Chen was already familiar with these people. Although they had a superior-subordinate relationship, they would occasionally joke around when there was nothing to do. Guan Chen laughed and scolded the crowd, "Get out of the way, have you never seen a woman before?" Li Rija's face turned crimson, and she didn't dare to look up at the eyes of those around her. The grand offering and the second offering also ran to Guan Chen's side, sizing up Li Rija and saying, "Is this the woman you found? Your taste is quite good." Guan Chen put his arms around their shoulders, winking as he said, "Why didn't I see you too? Last night when I came back? You too wouldn't have, would you?" The two offerings immediately stiffened their faces and pushed Guan Chen's arm aside. "Cough. You can eat whatever you want, but don't talk nonsense. We found it too noisy downstairs, so we went back to our rooms to rest. We didn't touch any women at all." Right. We're not like that. We absolutely didn't touch any women." Guan Chen found their reactions even more amusing. "I didn't say you touched any women. You two are so anxious, aren't you just admitting it?" When it came to verbal skills, the two of them combined couldn't match Guan Chen. Soon, the two were driven away by Guan Chen's teasing. The boat glided across the lake, quickly approaching the shore. As soon as the boat docked, a few young servants were seen leading a horse-drawn carriage already waiting there. As everyone disembarked, the young servants immediately approached Guan Chen, saying, Young Master Guan, Miss Yiling's things are all packed in the carriage. Miss Yumeng asked us to wait here to personally hand these items over to Miss Yiling.
Guan Shen did not expect that Yumeng had considered everything so thoroughly.
Satisfied, he said to the
servant, "Go back and tell your young lady that I have received her intentions. Leave the carriage here. Once the goods are loaded, I
will have someone return it."
The servant hurriedly bowed and replied, "Young master, there's no need to trouble yourself.
The coachman will bring the young lady back on his own."
Seeing this, Guan Shen said nothing more and helped Dili Rija onto the carriage first.
Soon, the crown prince and Shangguan Hanyan also stepped down from the boat. Shangguan Hanyan flagged down a carriage for the crown
prince, and they all headed towards the Honlu temple. However, what the crowd did not know was that dozens of eyes were closely watching
them from behind.
Back at the courtyard, Guan Shen chose a relatively clean house to settle Dili Rija. This house had a living room,
2 bedrooms, and a study.
Rija did not have many belongings. Apart from a few sets of clothes and 2 bedsheets, there was only a
small jewelry box left.
Guan Shen moved the items into Rija's room and pointed to the opposite bedroom, saying, "Sometimes I practice at night and worry it might disturb your rest, so let's sleep separately. I'll be next door, just call me if you need anything."
Rija nodded and did not say much.
This was the territory of the Honlu temple, and outside the courtyard, there were several teams of soldiers patrolling back and forth, so there was no need to worry about safety. After settling Rija, he headed towards the crown
prince's room.
At this moment, the 2 attendants and Shangguan Hanyan were all in the crown prince's room.
They were discussing when the
guards would leave the capital.
The 2 attendants suggested that they should leave after the opening ceremony. Shangguan Hanyan was
worried that they would not be able to leave the capital within 3 days and would face punishment from the Tan Yuan dynasty.
Just as
the crown prince saw Guan Shen entering, he asked for his opinion.
Guan Shen replied very succinctly, "You can go back. Staying another day won't make any difference. With me here, you can rest assured about the crown prince's safety."
The 2 attendants respected Guan
Shen greatly.
Seeing that he said so, they no longer insisted and got up to pack their luggage. Outside the courtyard, a few pairs of sneaky eyes watched the courtyard's position and slowly disappeared from sight. Soon, a rumor began to circulate in the capital. It was said that the prince of the Zijin kingdom had embarrassed Prince Duan in front of hundreds of people on Lake Heart Island last
night. A prince from such a small border country coming to the Tan Yuan dynasty not only failed to show restraint but dared to provoke the royal family's authority, was simply arrogant and utterly disrespectful. By the afternoon, the 2 attendants and the guards bid
farewell to the crown prince and set off to return to the Zijin Empire. After seeing them off, the entire courtyard suddenly felt empty. Guan Shen greeted the crown prince and returned to his own room. Over the past half-month, although Guan Shen had no time to practice during the day, he would practice the star refining body technique whenever he had free time at night.
Currently, the star power within
him had accumulated over 10,000 points, enough to break through the second barrier requiring 4,000 points.
Thanks to the
continuous automatic operation of the Jade Emperor technique, he had gained an additional 31 points of true essence over these 15
days. This brought his total true essence to 74 points.
However, what puzzled Guan Shen was that, so far, his Qi had not reached
saturation.
According to the records in the Jade Emperor technique, reaching 40 points of true essence in the Qi at the late stage of the innate realm was already considered passing. Reaching 50 points was considered very good. Only a rare martial arts genius could achieve 60 points of true essence. As for 70 points, that was an unparalleled prodigy that appeared once in 10,000 years.
For someone
like Guan Shen, who had exceeded 70 points and still had not reached the limit, it was simply unheard of. This situation was both
good and bad.
The good side is that with such a vast reserve of true essence, once he successfully condenses his life star, its quality will at least be of the supreme level.
If he is lucky, he might even push for the legendary flawless level. The bad side is that
with such a large reserve of true essence, if he fails to condense his life star, he will undoubtedly end up with nothing but bones.
It's like a gas canister. The more gas inside, the greater the chance of it exploding. So whether it's good or bad, Guan Shen himself couldn't
say for sure. He could only take it one step at a time. In the evening, after the servant brought dinner, Guan Shen told Dili Rija not to wait for him to sleep. Tonight, after finally having some free time, he planned to make a serious attempt at breaking through the food barrier.
After 10 o'clock, Guan Shen came alone to the open space in the courtyard. He glanced at the starry sky and the bright moon above, then began to step on the 7 stars, chanting incantations. Heaven and earth unite with me, I unite with heaven and
earth. Divine beings come to me, I go to divine beings. Essence and energy unite, spirit and energy gather. In the vastness of the void, heaven and earth assist the master, the Big Dipper. Guan Shen's speed of speech increased, and his steps quickened.
Moments
later, the stars in the sky connected into a single piece, beams of starlight falling from the 9 heavens.
Guan Shen immediately focused
his mind, holding his breath and sitting cross-legged on the ground. The starlight gathered around him, enveloping him completely.
At that moment, the world around him seemed to drift away. All the noise, all the joys and sorrows, vanished completely. Guan Chen's spirit once again entered his body. This time, the river formed by the gathered starlight was even more turbulent and majestic than the last. At the same time, the mountain blocking its path was also much more magnificent than before. Having learned from the last experience, Guan Chen was not prepared to waste time this time. He directly merged his spirit into the river, carrying the surging energy and an unstoppable momentum, crashing fiercely into the mountain before him. Boom! The ground shook and stones tumbled down. Dust filled the air, shrouding everything in desolation, as if the heavens and earth were being reopened. After a long wait for the world to clear, he saw that the path ahead was boundless, the sky high and the earth wide. The mountain that had blocked his way had completely vanished. Guan Chen felt a warm sensation all over his body, an indescribable comfort and ease. The next moment, his spirit automatically left his body and returned to his physical form. Guan Chen opened his eyes, quietly sensing the new changes within him. This breakthrough of the food barrier was much smoother than the last time. Moreover, after breaking through the food barrier, he faintly felt as if he had opened a switch somewhere inside his body. The 60 acupoints he had previously opened seemed to connect into a whole. Although he still didn't know what it meant, he had a strong feeling that it should be a good thing. Additionally, there was something that astonished him. After breaking through the food barrier, Guan Chen suddenly felt an insatiable hunger in his stomach. It was the kind of hunger that clawed at his heart and lungs. He hurriedly got up and rushed into the kitchen, desperately stuffing everything he could see into his mouth. While he stuffed his face, Guan Chen opened the panel to check. Host, Guan Chen Realm, late innate realm strength. 96,900 pounds true essence, 74 points. 1 cycle of true chi can be converted into 1 point of true essence. Physique, true martial. Sacred body, true martial level physique. The body is flawless, can remember all martial arts at a glance, learns without a teacher. On the brink of death, can activate the great annihilation state, can be reborn from fire 3 times. Each rebirth will transform his strength. After 3 rebirths, there is a chance to activate the ultimate Tao body. External skills, great strength diamond palm LV5. 272/1600, Master Level, Wind God Leg LV5, 139/1600 True Martial Level, Overlord Spear LV4, 328-808 Level, Star Body Refining. Technique LV5, 1170/1600 True Martial Level, Internal Skills, Diamond Skill LV7, Master Level Max, Jade Emperor Scripture LV6, 2332/3200. True Martial Level, Acupoints, currently cleared 60 acupoints in the Feast Pass. The next pass is the Gung Pass, requiring 6,000 points of star power to challenge. Currently accumulated 6,800 points of star power. Currently, each acupoint open requires 300 points of star power. Skills, Soul Chasing Heart Arrow Technique LV1, Slaughter Domain LV1, Basic Turtle Breathing Technique. LV3 Complete Wind God Leg, Level, LV5, Mastery, True Martial Level, Current Proficiency, 139/1600 Complete Wind God Leg, Mastery. LV5 Swift as the wind, leaving no trace of a person. Increases strength by 6,400 pounds. At full speed, can travel 480 miles in a moment. Jade Emperor Scripture, Level, LV6, Peak, True Martial Level, Current Proficiency, 2332/3200 Jade Emperor Scripture, Peak LV6. For every circulation of true energy, it can increase 320 points of true energy. The Jade Emperor Scripture does not require cultivation, it automatically runs 1 circulation every 10 minutes. After clearing the Feast Pass, the remaining star power in the body can open 20 more acupoints. If another 20 acupoints are open, his physical strength and body intensity will double from the original basis. It is no exaggeration to say that right now, even relying solely on physical strength, Guan Chen could not be harmed in the slightest by an ordinary innate realm martial artist. Guan Chen even felt he could match the strength of a martial king. I should have let the big and small offerings leave a bit later, Guan Chen mumbled while stuffing his face. He ate everything he could find in the kitchen. Steamed buns, raw vegetables, he even went through raw meat. But even so, he couldn't fill his stomach. Damn, am I possessed? Am I being haunted by a starving ghost? Guan Chen, like a hungry wolf, stared with green eyes, searching around. There was no food in the kitchen, so he decided to look outside. Woof, woof. A large black dog tied in the corner of the yard came into Guan Chen's view. Guan Chen drooled as he approached the big black dog. With a guilty face, he said to the big black dog, "Buddy, sorry about this, but I need to have an extra meal tonight." Tan Yuan Academy. Located at the foot of Fengshan Mountain, adjacent to the Imperial Palace of the dynasty. It is the oldest academy in the entire Tan Yuan continent's history. Its origins can be traced back to before the establishment of the Tan Yuan dynasty. This academy is like a brilliant pearl, embedded in the historical river of the continent. It is not only the oldest academy in existence on the continent but also the place with the most extensive collection of books.
The architecture of the academy is ancient and elegant, with the traces of time leaving mottled marks on the walls. Walking into the academy feels like traveling through time and space, immersing oneself in a treasure trove of knowledge. The bookshelves are filled with a dazzling array of books, from ancient classics to the latest academic works. Everything is available. The collection here is astonishingly rich, covering knowledge from various fields. Whether it is philosophy, history, literature, science, or martial arts, one can find precious books related to these subjects here. Each book carries the wisdom and thoughts of predecessors, quietly waiting for future generations to read and explore. This academy is not only a hall of knowledge but also a place of cultural inheritance. It has witnessed the rise and fall of the continent, carrying the dreams and hopes of countless people. In this place filled with wisdom and creativity, everyone can feel the power of knowledge and the charm of culture. It is said that the earliest martial arts inheritance was organized and discovered here. It was a martial arts masterpiece titled I Jin Jing. It was brought to this continent by a reclusive family that had migrated from overseas, eventually landing on the shelves of Tan Yuan Academy. The surname and ancestral home of that family have become untraceable. They seemed as if they had never set foot on this continent, leaving no trace in the long river of history. At that time, the people of the academy, through organizing and excavating this I Jin Jing, discovered that the human body contains so many mysteries. Later, the news spread across the entire continent, and more people came here to study, eager to catch a glimpse of the true form of the I Jin Jing. The people of the academy did not hoard this treasure but generously shared this extraordinary book with every student who came to learn. After countless studies, many people used the I Jin Jing as a foundation to create various types of martial arts legacies. This ultimately led to a flourishing martial arts scene across the continent. Later, after the Tan Yuan dynasty unified the entire continent, they named this academy Tan Yuan Academy and tightly protected it as a sacred site of the Tan Yuan dynasty. As the number of vassal states established by the Tan Yuan dynasty increased, the emperor of the Tan Yuan dynasty required all heirs of the vassal states to come to Tan Yuan Academy for further study to consolidate his ruling position. Since then, this rule has continued to this day. Before Guan Chen and Shangguan Hongyan accompanied the prince to Tan Yuan Academy, they looked up at the stone steps covered in moss, winding up from the foot of the mountain, resembling a giant dragon coiled among the hills. The mountain towered into the clouds, magnificent and awe-inspiring, making one marvel at the craftsmanship of nature. Mist swirled around the mountain, adding an air of mystery to the entire scene. The clouds thickened and thinned, sometimes brushing over the peaks like a light veil, and at other times surging and rolling like waves. Amidst this ever-changing mist, hundreds of pavilions appeared and disappeared, resembling palaces in a fairyland. These pavilions varied in style, some ancient and elegant, others grand and magnificent. They blended seamlessly with the surrounding natural environment, as if they were part of nature itself. The flying eaves and upturned corners of the pavilions stood out particularly in the mist, as if telling the history and stories of this mountain. When sunlight pierced through the clouds and fell upon the pavilions, the exquisite carvings and decorations would shine with enchanting brilliance, captivating all who beheld them. The three stood at the foot of the steps, entranced by the scene before them. Just then, a mocking voice suddenly interrupted their thoughts. "Look, there come three bumpkins again. They look like they've never seen the world. They must be from some remote village. Could they be princes from the country of dirt?" Guan Chen turned to follow the voice and saw two young men in tight-fitting clothes looking at them with mocking expressions, their fingers pointing and gesturing. In front of the two, a young gentleman in a blue robe frowned slightly at their words and scolded them. "Ziyu, Chun Shang, do not be rude." As he spoke, he glanced at the jade pendant on Wei Chida's belt and gently cupped his hands in greeting, saying, "This brother, my servant, speaks without thinking. I apologize for any offense caused." Wei Chida, seeing this, did not mind and waved his hand lightly, saying, "No problem. May I ask your esteemed name? Are you also here to report to Tan Yuan Academy?" Those who could study here were either the children of the powerful or the chosen ones of heaven. Ordinary people, no matter how wealthy, could not send their children here. Therefore, Wei Chidi had prepared to make good connections before coming. The young gentleman in the blue robe smiled in response to Wei Chida's words, saying, "I have been here for 3 years. The academy had a break 2 months ago, and I traveled to other places. Just today, I returned and happened to run into you. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Fang Jingxian, a person from the Eastern Lake Kingdom. These two are my servants, one named Zhang Ziyu and the other named Zhang Chun Shang." Wei Chida's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He hurriedly returned the greeting, saying, my apologies. So it turns out you are the crown prince of Donghu Kingdom. I am Wei Chida, a person from the Zijin Kingdom. This is our guerrilla general, Guan Chen, and this is my fellow disciple, Shangguan Hongyan. General Guan, junior brother Shangguan, come and greet the crown prince of Donghu Kingdom. After Wei Chida finished speaking, Guan Chen quickly bowed to the other party, saying, Shangguan Hongyan pays respects to His Highness the Crown Prince of Donghu Kingdom.
I, Quan, have met the Crown Prince. Fang Jingshan had spent 3 years studying at Tan Yuan Academy and was already well-versed in the various countries of the world. How could he not recognize the Zijin Empire? Upon hearing this, Fang Jingshan quickly waved his hand with a wry smile, saying, "What Crown Prince or not? Since we are all here to study, we are all classmates. If Brother Wei Qi doesn't mind, you can just call me Jingshan from now on. What are you two standing there for? Hurry up and greet Brother Wei Qi." Upon hearing this, the 2 young men in tight-fitting clothes reluctantly bowed to Wei Qi. Fang Jingshan frowned at the sight. Wei Qi looked thoughtfully at the 3 of them. It was clear that the relationship between this master and his 2 servants was not very harmonious. Of course, Wei Qi would not point it out. He took the initiative to walk up to Fang Jingshan and said warmly, "I see that Brother Fang should be a couple of years older than me. From now on, I will call you Brother Fang. Brother Fang, I am new here and quite unfamiliar with this place. If it's not too much trouble, could you introduce me to it?" Fang Jingshan was eager to make friends and readily replied, "What trouble could this be? Today, aside from reporting, there's nothing major, so I'll accompany Brother Wei Qi to explore here. I'll be your free tour guide. How does that sound?" Wei Qi was overjoyed upon hearing this. He quickly bowed to Fang Jingshan, saying, "Then I will trouble Brother Fang. Please, after you." With that, the 2 walked side by side, stepping up the stone steps towards the mountain. Guan Chen and Shangguan exchanged glances and followed behind at a distance of 10 meters. The 4 of them trailed behind Wei Qi and Fang Jingshan, idly sizing each other up. While the 2 in front were engaged in lively conversation, the 4 behind felt somewhat awkward. None of them knew each other, and forced conversation led nowhere. Even after graduation, they would likely have no intersection, so it was better to save their breath and conserve energy. Guan Chen secretly observed the 2 individuals named Ziyue and Chunshan. Their strength was average, merely at the early stage of the innate realm. They seemed quite indifferent towards Fang Jingshan. Guan Chen wondered who gave these 2 the audacity to be so disrespectful to the crown prince of his own household. Could it be that this Fang Jingshan's position as crown prince was in jeopardy? Otherwise, were these 2 not courting death? Moreover, Tan Yuan Academy was simply too vast. Guan Chen estimated that from here to the pavilions halfway up the mountain would take at least 7 or 8 kilometers. Along the way, they encountered many new students, all heading deeper into the academy like them. Judging by their spirited appearances, they were either the chosen ones of heaven or the offspring of the powerful. According to Fang Jingshan, Tan Yuan Academy not only recruited the crown princes, royal relatives, and children of the powerful from various countries but also attracted the most elite and outstanding young talents from the entire continent. Notable figures included Li Mubai, the heir of the Sword Sect; Zhang Feng, the heir of the Daizong; Shi Feifei, the heir of the Cihang Jingjai; Zhang Jingyun, the heir of the Lizong; the invincible 6th prince of the Tan Yuan dynasty; Xixingxian, the king of unorthodox methods from Nanli Kingdom; Bei Huanqing, and the 4th prince of Donghu Kingdom; Fang Jingting. There was also the young master of the Nangong family from the Zijin Kingdom, who had awakened the Panlong imperial body, all of whom were famous figures here. It was rumored that the 6th Prince Xixingxian awakened the Shura sacred body at the age of 3, possessed 10,000 pounds of strength at 8, entered the Panchur realm by practicing the Yijin Jing at 9, and had already become a grandmaster by 13. Now, at just 18 years old, he had not only become the youngest martial king in history but had also condensed his ultimate level in 8 star. As long as he doesn't fall halfway, stepping into the true martial realm is just a matter of time. Then there's the young master of the Nangong family. From Bai Yujing, Guan Chen had heard of his great name long ago at Tianshui Pass. With the Panlong imperial body, he reached the rock solid realm at 10, the master realm at 13, and now he is already at the martial king realm. The 4th prince of Donghu Kingdom, Fang Jingting, is also the younger brother of Fang Jingxian. He awakened the Xuanwu sacred body at 7, trained in martial arts for 10 years, yet never stepped into the rock solid realm. However, since coming to Tan Yuan Academy, he broke through to the master realm. In just a month, reached the innate realm in 3 months, and is now also a powerful martial king. The king of unorthodox methods from Nanli Kingdom, Bei Huanqing, is a king of abilities who emerged from the slums. He awakened his telekinetic ability at 5, became a transcendent level ability user at 6, broke through to the subtle level at 9, became an extraordinary level ability user at 13, and by 16 was already a world-class ability master. Now even the 6th prince cannot approach him. He has reached a stage where he can manipulate all things, unmatched in power. These individuals are all exceptionally gifted, rare geniuses that appear once in a millennium. Now gathered at Tan Yuan Academy, just thinking about it makes one feel excited. Guan Chen listened with his blood boiling. He couldn't help but want to immediately challenge these prodigies to see who truly stands unrivaled among their peers. Fang Jingxian observed Wei Chai for a long time, feeling that the other had no foundation in martial arts at all. He had a vague suspicion in
his heart and tried to ask, Brother Wei Chide, I see your steps are unsteady, as if you have no true energy in you. As the prince of the Zijin Kingdom, have you really not practiced any internal skills over the years? Upon hearing this, Wan Chen quickly perked up his ears to listen. In fact, he had long had this question. Why do all the other princes possess martial skills, while this prince seems like a complete fool, having no martial skills at all? If there were no hidden circumstances, Wan Chen himself wouldn't believe it. Wei Chide sighed deeply and said to Fong Jingxian, since Brother Fong has asked, I will not hide the truth. It's not that I don't want to practice martial arts, but rather that my father has forced me these years, not allowing me to cultivate any internal skills. Fong Jingxian seemed to have anticipated this, expressing with a sigh, Brother Wei, you truly are fortunate. If I had such a good father, I wouldn't have ended up in my current situation. Alas! Now it was Wei Chide's turn to be puzzled. Why does Brother Fong sigh like this? Do you know how envious I feel every time I see my peers display their skills? I really don't understand why my father won't let me practice internal skills. Fong Jingxian sighed again and shook his head as he explained to Wei Chide, I only learned about this after coming to Tan Yuan Academy. You know the I Jin Jing, which is praised as the source of all methods, right? Wei Chide nodded and said, I know. Isn't it said that all martial arts in later generations are developed based on this scripture? Fong Jingxian looked towards the distant mountain peak, expressing with a sigh, the I Jin Jing is not only the origin of all martial arts but also the strongest internal skill method in this world. In the past, people always thought they were clever, believing that the modified techniques would be stronger than the I Jin Jing, that they would surpass the original. But the facts have proven everyone wrong. The I Jin Jing is a martial arts classic that has been refined through countless trials. Even a single word or half a word changed would greatly diminish its effectiveness. However, there is a very strict requirement to practice the I Jin Jing. To cultivate the I Jin Jing, a martial artist cannot practice any internal skills. Otherwise, as soon as they cultivate even a trace of true energy, it will conflict with the I Jin Jing's techniques. My brother Fong Jingting is just like you. Before coming to the academy, he spent 10 years honing his physical body. After coming here to study the I Jin Jing, he broke into the master realm in just a month and reached the innate realm in 3 months. Now his power far exceeds mine, and the martial king realm is within easy reach. I used to think that the person my father loved the most was me, until I came here and realized that he has always loved my younger brother. After saying this, Fong Dingshan fell into a long silence. Wei Chide was both surprised and delighted. He was surprised that his father had hidden this from him for so many years. He was delighted that he no longer had to envy others. He could cultivate internal power like everyone else. After hearing Fong Jingshan's words, Wan Chen understood the whole situation. No wonder Ziyue and Chunsheng treated Fong Jingshan this way. Clearly, he had found a new backing and looked down on his own master. But was the I Jin Jing really that impressive? Did that mean he had lost the qualification to learn it? Wei Chide and Fong Jingshan remained silent for a long time until they finally reached the end of the stone steps. At the end of the steps, a large square appeared, with various magnificent buildings standing tall. There were high-rises, stone towers, grand halls, and pavilions. Many students were gathered here, clearly a crucial hub of the academy. Fong Jingshan pointed to a large hall bustling with people and said to Wei Chide, Brother Wei Chide, over there is the registration area for new students. I see there aren't too many newcomers this year. You can go register. I won't accompany you. If you need anything, Brother Wei Chide, you can come find me at my cave dwelling, which is on that hillside, doorplate number Bingshan number 3. Upon hearing the term cave dwelling, Guan Chen instinctively shivered and couldn't help but interject, cave dwelling? What cave dwelling? Wei Chide also asked because of this and turned to look at Fong Jingshan. Fong Dingshan slapped his forehead and laughed, look at me, I'm being forgetful, I forgot you are new here. All the dormitories for students at Tan Yuan Academy are called cave dwellings. I don't know who started it, but that's what everyone calls it in the academy. Actually, the term cave dwelling is quite fitting, because many dormitories are indeed built in caves. Oh dear, I've explained so much and you might not understand. After you register, take a walk around the dormitory, and you'll know what I mean. After saying this, Fong Jingshan waved to the 2 attendants behind him and bowed to Wei Chide, saying, Alright, Brother Wei Chide, let's part ways for now. Once you're settled, remember to come find me at my cave dwelling. After both parties exchanged bows again, Fong Jingshan led his group away. Wei Chide watched the 3 of them walk away, a smile on his face as he said, interesting. These 3 seem to be at odds with each other. I wonder how they have managed to stick together for 3 years. Guan Chen, however, was not focused on this. His mind was in turmoil, pondering the information he had just heard. Cave dwelling? Is it possible that I opened the door the wrong way in this world? Or is everything here a remnant of the immortal civilization? But what about the living demon clans? Where have all the cultivating immortals gone? For a moment, Guan Chen felt shrouded in fog. General Guan? Guan Chen was taken aback, looking at the surprised expressions of Wei Chide and Shangguan.
Hong Yan, and asked in confusion, huh? Your Highness, did you call me?
Wei Chai smiled at Guan Chen. I've called you several times.
And you didn't react at all. What's wrong? Missing your beautiful lady at home?
This was the first time Wei Chai joked with Guan Chen.
Guan Chen, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, no, I just thought of something earlier and got a bit distracted. Wei Chai didn't
take it to heart and called the two to walk towards the registration area.
Upon arriving at the registration area, hundreds of students
were lined up waiting to register. As soon as the three of them entered, a staff member approached and asked, you three are also new students registering this year, right? Come, please wait here for a moment, it will be your turn soon.
3 people stood at the back of the line, waiting to register. Guan Chen, having nothing to do, silently observed the crowd of people ahead. The individuals in
the line had various appearances, skin tones, and clothing styles.
However, most of them wore jade pendants issued by the Honglu Temple
at their waists. Among these people, very few had purple jade pendants like Wei Chi did. There were only 5.
In contrast, many wore white jade pendants like his.
Additionally, there were about 8 or 9 people with bright yellow jade pendants at their waists.
Guan
Chen speculated that the purple jade pendant likely represented the heirs to the thrones of various countries.
As for the yellow and white jade pendants, he had no idea what they represented.
After waiting for a while, it was finally the turn of the 3 to register.
Guan Chen initially thought that he and Shangguan Hongyan would share a cave dwelling with the prince.
However, to his surprise, it seemed that each of them had their own cave dwelling.
Shangguan Hongyan appeared to have a significant objection to this. He complained to the academy staff, why can't we live with our master? What if something happens to His Highness the Prince when he's alone?
The academy staff merely glanced at him and coldly replied, the academy will not be in danger. As long as you don't run around, no one dares
to fight here.
Also, don't keep calling him prince or master from now on.
We only accept students here, not servants. If you
want to be a servant, you should hurry back to your country, you are not welcome here.
Shangguan Hongyan was nearly infuriated by the
staff's words.
Guan Chen, on the other hand, almost laughed out loud. Serves you right for licking boots, huh? Wei Chi Du waved his hand dismissively and said, what they said is not wrong, as the saying goes, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Since we are here to study, we should abide by the local rules.
Shangguan, you need to change how you address me from now on.
This is the Tan Yuan dynasty, and if you keep calling me prince, it would be considered a taboo here. From now on, you and General Guan can call me your highness.
Or brother Wei Chi, just don't call me prince anymore. Upon hearing this, Guan Chen secretly nodded.
Just as he was about to call out brother Wei Chi, he saw Shangguan Hongyan, with red eyes, exclaim, how can that be? How can we call His Highness brother
Wei Chi? That would be disrespectful.
No, this is absolutely inappropriate.
As soon as he finished speaking, the academy staff sitting at the desk shot him a fierce glare.
What are you shouting about? If you keep making a fuss, get out of this room immediately. Shangguan Hongyan was scolded and immediately became obedient.
The people around him looked at him with mocking eyes. He felt both ashamed and furious, unsure whether to stay or leave. Seeing that he had quieted down, the staff member did not continue to make things difficult for him. He took out several storage bags and tossed them to the 3, saying, here are your uniforms, the keys to your cave
dwellings, the student handbook and the electronic points card, all in these storage bags. If you want to understand the rules of our academy, I suggest you read the student handbook carefully.
Alright, don't just stand here, the staff will take you to your respective
cave dwellings. Remember one thing, our academy strictly prohibits bringing any outsiders into the academy. Anyone who intrudes will be killed on the spot.
After saying this, the old man gave a signal to the side and immediately 3 staff members came over to lead the 3 out of the main hall. Once outside the main hall, Wei Chi comforted Shangguan Hongyan, alright, a real man can bend
and stretch. If someone says a few words, just let it be, don't keep a straight face. What's your cave dwelling number? Mine is Ding Wei number 2.
Guan Chen took out the key from the storage bag and glanced at it, seeing the large inscription, Ding Wei number 3.
Mine is Ding Wei number 3. Shangguan Hongyan angrily pulled out her keys and glanced at them, saying, mine is Xinqiu 1.
Dear readers, this chapter and the previous one have been revised with some important settings modified. To avoid affecting your reading experience, please read this chapter again.
Thank you.
A vegetable garden of several hundred square meters was filled with various vegetables and fruits. In the corner, there was a spring well, with gurgling water bubbling up from the wellhead, irrigating the garden through a water
channel.
The garden was adjacent to a cliff, separated from the outside world by a fence. Behind a cluster of fruit trees, a cave
entrance could be faintly seen.
The entrance was sealed by a stone door, and judging by the dust on the door, it seemed no one had lived there for a long time.
Is this where I live?
Guan Chen asked the staff member beside him, somewhat incredulously.
Yes. Don't be
fooled by how desolate it looks inside. Once it's tidied up, it'll be quite beautiful, the staff member replied.
Guan Chen curled his lip. clearly not believing the man's words. However, he still tried one last time. Can I pay extra to get a better cave? The young staff member seemed to find this amusing. He opened the wooden door to the garden and smiled at Guan Chen, saying, "Money? Do you think the academy is short on your little bit of cash?" Guan Chen muttered uncertainly, "What if they are?" "There's no what if," the staff member said while pulling aside some withered vegetable vines. "If you really want to change places, it's simple. As long as you can defeat all the new students this year, you can choose wherever you want to live." Guan Chen's face lit up with surprise. "Really?" The young man turned back to glance at Guan Chen's small frame and chuckled. "I should warn you, I heard there's a particularly strong one among the new students. An 18-year-old martial king level expert. Think about it, can you handle that?" Guan Chen was taken aback. An 18-year-old martial king level expert? Even if he started cultivating in the womb, he wouldn't reach that level. Is he relying on absorbing crystal cores to level up? The young man took the key from Guan Chen's hand, inserted it into the stone door, and turned it. The stone door on the cliff slowly opened, revealing the true appearance of the cave inside. "Why do you care how he leveled up? He didn't spend your family's money. Alright, go in and take a look. I've left the bedding at the door. You can clean up inside yourself. I'll head back now." After saying that, the young staff member turned to leave but was stopped by Guan Chen. "Hey, brother, what's that guy's name? So I can avoid him next time I see him." Seeing the few gold coins Guan Chen handed over, the young man accepted them with a grin and whispered, "I usually wouldn't tell just anyone this, but his name is Wang Baobao, the son of the Prime Minister of Chechi Kingdom. Alright, if you need anything in the future, come find me." After saying that, the young man patted Guan Chen on the shoulder, handed him the key, and walked out of the garden. Chechi Kingdom, Wang Baobao? What a strange name, Guan Chen thought, as he looked at the large bundle on the ground, not in a hurry to enter the cave but planning to take a look inside first. Stepping through the stone door, he found the cave was very spacious, about several hundred square meters. It was like a carved-out room, divided into 3 sections, inner and outer. The outer area was a living room, complete with tables, chairs, a teapot, cups, utensils, and a stove, everything one could need. Standing inside the stone cave, Guan Chen didn't feel a hint of darkness. He looked up and saw many bright stones embedded in the ceiling, emitting a soft glow like luminous stones. Walking further in, he found the training room and bedroom. The training room contained only a mat and a few cabinets, with nothing else to be found. The bedroom had a jade bed, a jade pillow, and 2 wardrobes. Guan Chen reached out to touch the jade bed and found it wasn't cold at all. Instead, it radiated a faint warmth. It seemed that this bed and pillow were indeed quite a nice treasure. Overall, the stone cave wasn't too messy. There was just some dust on the table and floor. A simple cleaning would make it livable. In fact, caves like this are warm in winter and cool in summer, and they don't have mosquitoes, making them much more comfortable for sleeping than houses. Guan Chen picked up a broom and cloth to clean thoroughly, then walked to the entrance of the cave to spread out his bedding. After doing all this, he took out the student handbook from his storage bag and began to read. The handbook wasn't thick, only a few dozen pages. Besides recording the rules and regulations of the academy, it also introduced various facilities and the reward and punishment rules for students. The rules were nothing special, mostly similar across the board. Students were prohibited from fighting privately. Any conflicts could be settled on the competition stage. Additionally, bringing any outsiders into the academy was strictly forbidden. The academy would regularly hold competitions for the same cohort and an all-student tournament. Those who performed exceptionally would be rewarded with a large number of credits. Speaking of credits, they were quite precious at the academy. The academy housed various rare texts and top-tier magical artifacts, all of which required credits for exchange. Moreover, there were many secret realms within the academy that enhanced cultivation and purified the body, all of which also required credits to enter. Guan Chen even saw a secret realm called Sealing the Heaven and Earth Veins. It was said that this Sealing the Heaven and Earth Veins was the convergence point of the spiritual veins beneath Mount Fengshan. The area was filled with abundant spiritual energy from heaven and earth. This spiritual energy had no attributes, allowing anyone, regardless of their constitution, to absorb and refine it. This pure spiritual energy was as effective as the cores of exotic beasts. Just a short hour of cultivation inside could equate to several years of practice for an ordinary person outside. Such an important treasure land, of course, couldn't be accessed casually. Only those with exceptional talent and credits could exchange their credits for time to cultivate in the secret realm. At this moment, Guan Chen was only a step away from the martial king realm, needing only to accumulate true essence. If he had the opportunity to cultivate deep within this vein, he could quickly gather enough true essence in his body. However, figuring out how to earn credits was still a rather troublesome matter. Guan Chen looked closely and found that there were generally 3 ways for academy students to earn credits. The first, as mentioned earlier, was to achieve excellent results in various competitions.
This would earn a substantial amount of credits as rewards from the academy.
The second was to make outstanding contributions to the academy.
This was quite difficult. First of all, the academy wasn't short on money. Throwing money at it wouldn't work. The only contributions that counted were significant breakthroughs made by students in certain fields,
whether in science, literature, or
medicine. Even becoming a grandmaster in artifact refining and creating a perfect magical treasure could be considered a contribution.
Of course, such contributions couldn't be faked by simply copying a thesis. There would be experts in the academy specifically reviewing these contributions.
Only after passing the review and gaining recognition from most experts in the field could one be acknowledged.
The first two options felt very distant for Guan Chen.
Right now, he just wanted to earn a lot of credits, and the only option left to rely on was the third path. Besides hunting in the beast realm, there was only tower climbing left.
Yes, you read that right, the tall tower next to the Academy Square was one of the facilities specifically designed to test students' talents and abilities. This stone
tower was called the Illusion Tower, and its age was untraceable. No one knew why it was originally built.
In any case, it had stood
there long before the academy was established. The Illusion Tower had a total of 99 floors, and whenever a challenger entered,
the tower would generate corresponding illusions based on the intruder's strength.
The illusion was incredibly realistic, making it
nearly impossible for the trial taker to perceive any difference between the illusion and reality.
The trial taker could only advance
to the next level by defeating the enemies within each layer of the illusion. Since the records began at Tan Yuan Academy, no one had
ever reached the 99th layer.
The highest record holder to date was still the academy's earliest founder, Master Damo.
Master Damo was the first to discover this ancient site, and it was he who found the Jing Jing at the 90th layer of the Illusion Tower. Unfortunately, despite countless attempts, he was never able to progress further and could only stop there.
Many powerful individuals
had sought to reach the top layer to see what lay hidden above the 90th layer. Yet, without exception, they all failed.
To encourage
future generations to break the records of their predecessors and to test the talents of the students, Tan Yuan Academy established
this assessment project. Every new student had one free opportunity to challenge the Illusion Tower. After that, any further attempts to enter the tower would require a ticket costing 200 credits.
From the first to the 60th layer, as long as one cleared an
integer layer, the credits rewarded for the next layer would double.
This meant that clearing the first layer rewarded 1 credit, the
11th layer rewarded 2 credits,
the 21st layer rewarded 4 credits,
and the 31st layer rewarded 8 credits. After the 60th layer, each subsequent layer would see the credits increase exponentially.
This was also the only project through which
academy students could earn credits for free in the early stages.
Guan Chen was naturally very curious about the Illusion Tower and wanted to see how far he could go. However, with the opening ceremony tomorrow, it was clearly too late to go now.
He planned to tidy up the garden first and then check out the Illusion Tower after the ceremony.
Exiting the stone cave and entering the garden, he could see that the vegetable patch had been neglected for quite some time. The vegetables were either overgrown with weeds or had withered beyond recognition. Guan Chen first cleared out all the weeds, fallen leaves, and withered vines from the garden.
Only some wild onions, peppers, eggplants, and cilantro, which thrived in the autumn, remained in the patch.
As for the fruit trees, there were 4 types
planted in the garden.
2 jujube trees, which seemed to have been growing for several years, were laden with bright red jujubes. Guan Chen picked some and found them crisp and sweet in his mouth. Near the well grew a persimmon tree, with many ripe persimmons hanging
from its branches.
There were also 2 peach trees leaning against the fence. It was not the season for fruit, and the leaves on the trees were nearly all gone. The last type of fruit tree was unrecognizable to Guan Chen. Just by looking at the leaves, he couldn't tell
if it was a lychee tree or a cherry tree. Guan Chen was quite satisfied with this garden.
After cleaning it up, he decided to turn over the soil in the vegetable patch. Next year, he planned to plant some of his favorite vegetables there so he could pick some whenever
he felt like it. He worked on this for the entire afternoon, and soon the sky began to darken. Guan Chen opened his storage necklace
and took out some food he had prepared in advance. A roasted chicken, a roasted suckling pig, 2 bottles of liquor, a plate of beef,
and 10 buns.
All of these had been bought at the market beforehand. Ever since he broke through the Zhan Pass last night, Guan Chen's appetite had increased several times over. To avoid going hungry, he had gone to the market early this morning to buy a large amount of food. He bought several thousand pounds of various cooked foods, such as roasted chicken, cooked beef, buns, and steamed bread. After all, things stored in the storage space wouldn't spoil. Whenever he felt hungry, he could just take something out to eat.
After eating
and drinking his fill, Guan Chen went to the training room, preparing to use the star power he had accumulated to break through the acupoints of the Gung Pass. Currently, he had gathered over 6,000 points of star power, enough to open 21 acupoints.
In
this way, his physical strength could increase by another 2 times on top of the original.
A night passed without a word. The next
Morning, a melodious bell rang outside the stone cave.
Guanchen slowly opened his eyes from his meditation, a flash of brilliance
shooting out from his gaze. As he stood up from the ground and stretched his body, a series of crackling sounds immediately echoed in the
secret chamber.
Feeling the explosive power within him, Guanchen hurriedly opened his personal panel to check.
Host, Guanchen realm, late.
Innate stage strength, 164,000 pounds. True essence, 74 points. 1 cycle of true chi can be converted into 1 point of true essence. Physique, true martial sacred body, true martial level physique. The body is flawless, able to memorize all martial arts at a glance,
and can comprehend without a teacher.
On the brink of death, it can trigger the Great Annihilation state, allowing for rebirth in fire.
Up to 3 times. Each rebirth will lead to a transformation in strength. After 3 rebirths, there is a chance to activate the ultimate Tao body.
External skills, Great Strength Diamond Palm LV5 272/1600, Master Level, Wind God Leg LV5 139/1600, True Martial Level, Overlord Spear LV4 328/808 Level, Starry Body Refining Technique LV5 1170/1600, True Martial Level. Internal skills, Diamond Skill LV7, Master Level Max, Jade Emperor Scripture LV6 2456/3200, True Martial Level. Acupoints, currently cleared 83 acupoints. In the Zhuang Pass, the next level is the Gung Pass, requiring 6,000 points of star power to challenge. Currently accumulated 100
points of star power. Each acupoint opened requires 300 points of star power.
Skills, Soul Chasing Heart Arrow Technique LV1, Killing. Domain LV1, Basic Turtle Breathing Technique LV3, Complete Wind God Leg, Level, LV5, Mastery, True Martial Level, Current Proficiency, 139 of 1,600, Complete Wind God Leg, Mastery LV5, Swift as the Wind, leaving no trace behind. Increases strength by 6,400 pounds.
At full speed, can travel 480 miles in a moment.
Jade Emperor Scripture, Level, LV6, Peak, True Martial Level, Current Proficiency, 2456/3200. Jade Emperor Scripture, Peak LV6. For every cycle of True Chi, it can increase by 320 True Chi. The Jade Emperor Scripture does not
require cultivation, it automatically runs a cycle every 10 minutes.
164,000 pounds of strength. An increase of over 60,000 pounds. Compared to before, it was simply unbelievable. Don't forget that the Starry Body Refining Technique not only increases strength but also greatly enhances the body's toughness. It is no exaggeration to say that Guanchen, relying solely on his physical strength, could
dominate the innate stage.
Coupled with the vast true essence within him and the enhancement from the killing domain, even if a martial king-level expert came, he was confident he could compete with them. After tidying up his mood and changing into his academy uniform,
Guanchen left the cave and headed towards the square. Before he even arrived, he could hear the bustling voices from afar. Upon
reaching the location, he saw a sea of people in the square, shoulder to shoulder.
There were at least 4,000 to 5,000 people standing in the square. These people were divided into 2 areas. The larger area was mostly occupied by older students, while the smaller area was filled with this year's new students.
Don't ask Guanchen how he knew, as there were 2 large signs in the square that read,
New Student Area and Old Student Area.
This year's new students looked to be around 500 to 600, and more were arriving one
after another.
As Guanchen was walking over, he saw someone waving at him from a distance.
Over here, right here. It was that kid, Shangguan Hongyan.
At that moment, Wei Qide was standing with him, smiling as he looked over at Guanchen. As the 3 gathered
together, Shangguan Hongyan began to complain about the cave he was assigned.
Your Highness, you don't know, my cave is just like a rat hole. How can anyone live in a place like that?
Wei Qide laughed and replied, It's not as exaggerated as you say. I think it's not bad.
Aside from the bed being a bit hard, I'm quite satisfied with everything else.
Shangguan Hongyan's eyes widened at these words.
Your Highness, you mustn't put yourself in a difficult position.
I can endure it myself, but just thinking about you suffering through this makes me. Guanchen truly couldn't stand this comparison. He impatiently interrupted, The Highness hasn't complained, so why are you being so dramatic? Besides, how do you know the place the Highness is staying is the same as yours? Shangguan Hongyan stammered for a long time but couldn't come up with a reason.
Guanchen couldn't be bothered with him and turned to Wei Qide, asking,
Your Highness, do you have any leads on the Yi Jing?
A flicker of panic crossed Wei Qide's eyes as he shook his head and said,
No, not a single clue yet.
Since my father wants me to come here to learn internal skills, it shouldn't be without reason.
I think we need to be patient and gather information slowly. Guanchen felt a bit anxious for Wei Qide. He was already 18, if he didn't start practicing internal skills soon, he would miss the best learning opportunity.
Seeing him so calm, Guanchen thought that if he didn't keep an eye on him, he probably wouldn't learn the Yi Jing even after a year.
Isn't Fong Jingxian's brother studying the Yi Jing? Why not ask him? Wei Qide hesitated and said, We just met, and it would be inappropriate to suddenly ask him about such confidential matters.
Guan Shen was speechless. With something so important, who cared about appropriateness?
If it were Guan Chen
Himself, he would go to any lengths to get his hands on the Yi Jing.
What face is there to talk about at a time like this? Forget it, I'll handle this. If he won't say anything, I'll just go find his brother. With a knife to his throat, let's see if he talks.
Wei. Cheetah was about to say something when suddenly 4 figures flew in from the horizon. The 4 people seemed to walk on air, each step
landing as if stepping on everyone's hearts.
A tremendous pressure, like a deep abyss, surged toward the square from all directions. Everyone felt a tightening sensation, as if a 1,000-pound weight was pressing down on them.
Their expressions grew serious, their breathing quickened, and beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads. This pressure and aura felt like an invisible mountain, making it hard to breathe. Everyone secretly marveled, is this the aura of a strong person? Their gazes were fixed on the 4 figures filled with awe. As the 4 gradually approached, their faces became clearer. The leader had a head of white hair, dressed in a black robe, standing tall with sharp, deep-set eyes that made one hesitant to look directly at him. Behind him were 3 others, 2 men and 1 woman.
The man appeared to be in his early 30s, while the woman looked very young. They wore clothes of different colors, but all exuded a powerful aura. Their steps were steady and strong, each footfall causing a slight tremor in the surrounding air.
When the 4 finally landed in the square, the entire area fell into a dead silence.
No one dared to speak easily, fearing to break the tranquility.
They stood there quietly, like 4 immovable mountains, radiating endless authority. The one at the front was the old man in black, with white hair. He calmly scanned the eyes of the crowd, lingering longer when he reached the new student area. Everyone who made eye contact with the old man felt as if they were being seen through. It was as if the person standing at the front of the square was not an ordinary old man, but a divine being walking among mortals. After surveying the entire area, the old man slowly spoke. My name is Situching Tian, and I am the current dean of Tan Yuan Academy. These 3 are the directors of the Assessment Department, the Punishment Department, and the Internal Affairs Department, respectively.
The old man's voice was not loud, but everyone in the square heard him exceptionally clearly. The moment Guan Shen saw the old man appear, he felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. This feeling was exactly the same as when he first met the land deity. Zhengbo. Guan Shen knew that this old man named Situching Tian was definitely someone he should not provoke.
The old man continued to speak. Since the establishment of Tan Yuan Academy, it has been over 5,400 years.
This place is not only the origin of all martial arts traditions but has also nurtured the most outstanding martial artists, the most exceptional politicians, and the greatest scientists on the entire continent.
This is not a holy place for you to flaunt your credentials.
This is a battlefield in pursuit of excellence, with no end in sight.
I hope that future generations will remember Tan Yuan Academy because of your names, not as a business card for you to show off your qualifications to the world. Alright, that's all I have to say. Next, when I call your name, step out of the line.
Come with me to the Holy Hall to comprehend the Yi Jing.
Remember, you only have 1 day. If you cannot comprehend it within a day, the next time you want to enter, you will have to exchange credits.
After saying this, the old man looked towards the new student area and called out, Shi Weiying, Shi Zhonglu, Yang,
Dingtian, Wang Baobao, Wei Qi Di, Morong Gong, Si Yufeng. Once the old man finished calling, 7 figures stepped out from the crowd
and respectfully bowed before him. The old man looked at the 7 people in front of him and nodded slightly, saying, You all come
with me, the rest can disperse.
As the old man left, the group of senior students also scattered with a bang.
Only Guan Chen and the
other new students remained, standing in place unsure whether to leave or stay.
The 3 school executives, 1 head of the Internal
Affairs Department, 1 head of the Punishment Department, and 1 head of the Assessment Department all stood in front of the new students. The head of the Internal Affairs Department, in his 40s, wore glasses and was chubby, looking very kind.
He smiled at the new
students and said, My name is Jiang Dawei and I am in charge of your internal affairs. Your food, clothing, housing, and the schools, security and cleaning are all under my management.
Do you remember the place where you reported yesterday? That is our office. You can come to me there if you have any issues.
After the head of the Internal Affairs Department finished speaking, the tall and thin head
of the Punishment Department stepped forward.
His figure was long, like a bamboo pole, yet contained endless strength. His face was gaunt, with high cheekbones, and his gaze was sharp as an eagle, as if it could penetrate a person's soul, sending chills down one's spine. He was like a wolf in the night, cold, ruthless, and powerful, instilling fear in others.
My name is Nufeng, and you'd better hope to never know me in your lifetime.
The words of the head of the Punishment Department were as abrupt as he was coming suddenly,
and ending just as suddenly.
However, there was no doubt that he left the deepest impression on everyone.
The last to step forward was a young woman.
Her steps were slow and graceful, her figure tall and slender, dressed in a tight-fitting dress that showcased her curvaceous body perfectly. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, and her eyes radiated an intelligent light, as if
containing endless wisdom and contemplation.
My name is Xiao Ruoxuan and I am your head of the assessment department.
From now on, all your assessments, including various secret realms and credit management, will be my responsibility. The building of the assessment department is right over there. If you want to go to a certain secret realm, you can come here to apply. Alright, that's all for now. For the remaining students, does anyone want to try the illusion tower today? If so, I can take you there. After Xiao Ruoxuan finished speaking, several people immediately raised their hands. Seeing this, Xiao Ruoxuan couldn't help but cover her mouth and smile. Every year's new students are so full of energy. Well, since you want to give it a try, come with me. Let me also see if this batch of students is all useless. After saying this, Xiao Ruoxuan waved his hand and his body immediately soared into the air, flying towards the massive tower in the corner of the square. The few newcomers who had just raised their hands followed him with newfound confidence. After exchanging glances, the remaining freshmen also hurried to catch up. At this moment, quite a few senior students had gathered around the tower, seemingly having anticipated that newcomers would challenge the illusion tower today. Many of them crossed their arms and pointed at the freshmen, wearing expressions of amusement. I told you, this year will be no exception. Every year, there are always some clueless newcomers who want to prove themselves. Last year, I couldn't hold back either and ended up wasting a free climbing opportunity. Now I've saved up credits for a whole year and I still haven't gathered 200 points. Sigh, if only heaven would let me go back a year, I would definitely give myself a big slap. Alright, no more sighing. It wouldn't be fun if they heard us. I just want to see how these proud little roosters look when they come out of the illusion tower all covered in dirt. Xiao Ruoxuan slowly descended from the sky in front of the tower and said to the onlooking seniors, "You guys watching, stand back a bit and give our little princesses some space." As soon as Xiao Ruoxuan finished speaking, laughter erupted from the seniors around. Everyone seemed to recall their own experiences when they first arrived at Tan Yuan Academy. The same scene, the same dialogue, only the position they stood in had changed. Back then, facing the idle seniors, they felt that everyone present was worthless, believing they were the true children of destiny. But more than a year had passed, and now they had become part of the seniors, realizing that they were always just a number. The true children of destiny might have been destined from the moment they were born. As the seniors cleared a circle around the stone tower, Xiao Ruoxuan turned to the arriving newcomers and said, "Before you go in, I still need to remind you of a few things. Don't think that the Illusion Tower's Secret Realms free challenge opportunity isn't worth cherishing. This is almost your only way to quickly earn credits in the early stages. If you waste this chance, you'll need 200 credits to enter next time. Second, I don't recommend that students below the late innate realm enter the tower to challenge. The entry standard for the Illusion Tower is below the Martial King realm. If your strength surpasses that of a Martial King, the Illusion Tower will automatically increase the difficulty of the illusion targets based on your cultivation. However, for those whose strength hasn't reached the late innate realm, the Illusion Tower will not lower the challenge difficulty. So, the best stage to enter the Illusion Tower is the late innate realm. Also, while death inside the Illusion Tower won't affect your physical body, if the trial taker suffers too much damage to their spirit, it will still leave a shadow. Therefore, when encountering opponents that are impossible to defeat, I still suggest everyone concede directly. Instead of choosing to resist, just treat everything that happens inside as reality. Alright, I've said everything I needed to say. Now, students who want to enter the Illusion Tower can step forward. As soon as Xiao Ruoxuan finished speaking, a tall newcomer stepped forward. He looked around with a disdainful expression and coldly mocked, "I see you all, like a bunch of mice selling their tails, are hardly worth mentioning. Today, I will let you witness what it means to overshadow your peers and be invincible for all eternity." As soon as the newcomer finished speaking, laughter erupted around him. "Brother Wangu, you're boasting so much, we don't even know your name." "Yeah, why don't you introduce yourself to us mice?" The tall newcomer crossed his arms in front of his chest and coldly replied, "I am the ruthless emperor unmatched in all eternity, Shao Chunfeng." The surrounding upperclassmen were all shocked by this person's overly dramatic behavior, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Influenced by the imposing presence of the ruthless emperor, Han Chuanfeng, many of the freshmen felt their hearts racing and blood surging. It was unclear who took the lead, but soon dozens of people rushed to the stone tower, shouting out their names. "Peerless Sword Saint Lu Xining, I have met the ruthless emperor. One blade opens the sky Idwadahai, I wish to go with Brother Han. Wandering Sun Yin Feitian, greetings to all my brothers. Awesome great. Sage Zhangzhenjie, I want to join you all too." Guan Chan looked at the group of passionate youths in front of him. He pulled back the half-step he had already taken. No, he simply couldn't afford to lose face like this. He had originally made up his mind to give it a try. But seeing this group of reckless young people, he truly lacked the courage to step forward. Guan Chen stiffly glanced around just in time to see the eager and excited Shangguan Hongyan. Guan Chen instantly felt a sense of dread. "Why is it that you're everywhere?
Just as the other party was about to rush out, Guan Shen suddenly tripped, causing Shangguan Hongyan to fall
hard to the ground like a dog eating shit. Who tripped me? Who dares to ambush me? The great immortal Shangguan Hongyan. Shangguan.
Hongyan rubbed his swollen face, glaring fiercely at those around him. The people nearby quickly distanced themselves, leaving only Guan
Shen standing awkwardly in place. Brother Guan, did you see who just ambushed me? Guan Shen turned his head to the side, pretending not to know him.
The other party, still undeterred, leaned in closer to Guan Shen's face and asked, Brother Guan, what are you looking for? Seeing that he couldn't avoid it, Guan Shen immediately pointed at a stone tablet beneath the tower and said, Hey, look over there. Come with me to check it out. Without waiting for Shangguan Hongyan's agreement, he dragged him over to the stone tablet. The mysterious stone tablet towered into the clouds, standing 8 zhang tall and 2 zhang wide. The entire material was a flawless, translucent jade, radiating an astonishing glow. At the very top of the stone tablet, 5 powerful characters were inscribed in a vigorous script: Illusionary World Rankings. These characters seemed to contain endless power and majesty, evoking a sense of awe. Upon closer inspection, one could see a neat row of names arranged below the large characters, each representing a strong individual who had excelled in the Illusion Tower trials. Next to their names were records of their performances in the trials, testifying to their glorious achievements. Guan Shen gazed at this list, a strong curiosity welling up inside him. He began browsing from the top of the list, encountering
many unfamiliar names.
Some of these names dated back thousands of years, while others belonged to legendary figures.
Each name seemed
to hide a legendary story behind it, stirring a sense of longing.
The person ranked first was the founder of Tan Yuan Academy, Damo Jinrun. First place, Damo Jinrun, 90 layers, took 18 hours. Second place, Jitian Emperor, 89 layers, took 23 hours. Third place, Taiwei Jinjuan, 89 layers, took 24 hours. Fourth place,
Guan Shen even saw the name of the founder of the Starry Body Refinement Technique, Taiwei Jinjuan, on this list.
Even the name of General Chao Can, the defender of
Tianshui Pass, was prominently listed among them. From the first place to the 300th, the worst performance was still above 65 layers. One could say that any of these 300 names represented individuals who had shone with endless brilliance
on the Tan Yuan continent.
They were all legends, having written the history of the entire continent. Guan Shen looked at the list,
unable to suppress his eagerness. Is there anything more exciting than being able to compare oneself to these legendary figures? As long
as I can conquer the 65th floor, my name will be forever etched in history alongside theirs.
General Guan, should we team up to challenge this illusion tower?
Seeing the eager look in Shangguan Hongyan's eyes, Guan Shen's enthusiasm was instantly doused.
Can we even team up for this? Shangguan Hongyan was taken aback by the response. Of course not.
But this tower is so big that it can accommodate many people at once. Look, those dozens of people are all rushing in. Guan Shen watched as a group of overly enthusiastic youths hurried into the entrance of the illusion tower, and he couldn't help but shake his head. If you want to go, you can go ahead. I'll enter later. Seeing that Guan Shen was unmoved, Shangguan Hongyan could only give him a victory sign before dashing towards the
entrance of the illusion tower without looking back.
As soon as Shangguan Hongyan got close, he was stopped by Xiao Ruoxuan.
Take out your electronic credit card, just swipe it to get in. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Hongyan took out his electronic credit card and
swiped it on the device at the stone tower's entrance, causing the tightly shut stone door to open immediately. As he stepped into the illusion tower, the number displayed on the first floor instantly changed from 27 to 28.
Among the older students
watching from a distance, a skinny man resembling a monkey raised a sign and shouted, "Bets are open!
Bets are open! Let's see how high
this year's freshman can go. From the 30th floor to the 45th floor, the higher you go, the better the odds.
We only accept
credit bets, no cash.
If you want to get rich quick, come on over."
Upon hearing this, countless older students rushed over.
A fat man
squeezed to the front of the dealer and loudly asked, "How much do I win if I bet on the 35th floor?
The skinny man pulled
out a prepared ticket book, glanced at it, and replied, "Betting on the 35th floor pays 3.5 times.
The fat man immediately complained, "Why is the payout so low?"
The skinny man chuckled and explained, "The number you bet on is too close to past results, so the
odds are naturally low. If you want to make a big profit, just bet on the 45th floor.
I'll give you 50 times the odds."
The fat man quickly shook his head and said, "Am I crazy to bet on the 45th floor? High odds mean nothing if I can't survive. Didn't the invincible 6th prince just reach the 44th floor 2 years ago?
I don't think those rookies can be stronger than the 6th
prince.
Come on, swipe 10 credits for me. I want to bet on the 35th floor."
Saying this, the fat man took out his electronic
credit card and tapped it against the skinny man's card. With a ding, the credits were immediately transferred.
The skinny man
hurriedly tore off a ticket from his book and handed it to the fat man.
As soon as the two finished their transaction, someone else raised their card and asked, "How much do I win if I bet on the 38th floor?" The skinny man impatiently replied, "It's the same as previous years, don't ask. Betting on the 38th floor pays 5 times. As soon as the skinny man finished speaking, the surrounding older students immediately scrambled to place their bets. Bet 10 credits on the 38th floor for me. I want 100 credits on the 33rd floor. Give me 200 credits on the 40th floor. Guanshan watched with intense envy. He was 99% confident that if he entered to challenge the illusion tower, he would definitely be the strongest among this batch of freshmen. This way, he could control how high he climbed. Once he reached a certain floor, he could just stop there and earn a large sum of credits for free. The idea was great, but unfortunately, he didn't have even half a credit to his name. Just as he was anxiously scratching his head, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. Guanshan was overjoyed and hurried over. "Your Highness, the Crown Princess. I am honored to meet you." Zhang Meili was currently holding hands with a woman standing at a corner of the square. The woman bore some resemblance to Zhang Meili, but her style was completely different. If Zhang Meili could be compared to a delicate beauty, then this woman was an ice-cold beauty. Suddenly, Zhang Meili heard someone call her Crown Princess, which startled her, and she quickly turned around. When she saw who it was, she immediately blushed and said, "Oh dear, General Guan, please don't call me that in the academy. From now on, if my classmates hear it, it would be so embarrassing." Guan Shen chuckled, knowing he had flattered her just right. The Crown Princess is the legitimate wife of our Prince of the Zijin Empire. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. This way, it also saves those infatuated girls in the academy from pining after our prince. Zhang Meili's expression froze at his words, clearly swayed by Guan Shen. "General Guan, have you seen where the prince went? My sister and I have been looking for him for a long time, but we haven't seen him at all." Guan Shen smiled and replied to Zhang Meili, "Crown Princess, there's no need to worry. He was just called away by the dean to contemplate some scriptures. He probably won't be back until tomorrow at the earliest. Crown Princess, I have a request. I wonder if it's convenient for you?" Seeing that Guan Shen had something to ask of her, Zhang Meili immediately perked up. She knew that Guan Shen was a right-hand man to Wei Qide, and if she could win him over, then every move the prince made would be under her watchful eye. "General Guan, please speak. Meili has never considered you an outsider. As long as I can do it, I will not refuse." Guan Shen immediately put on a troubled expression, sighed, and said, "Your Highness, the thing is, I have an urgent matter and need some credits. I was hoping to borrow some from you, and I promise to return them as soon as I manage." Zhang Meili's face immediately showed a look of difficulty. She herself was not a top student and could barely accumulate a few hundred credits throughout the year. She had to be frugal with the few credits she had. Hearing that Guan Shen wanted to borrow credits from her, Zhang Meili hesitated. "General Guan, didn't you just report in? What urgent need do you have for credits?" "To be honest, I don't have many credits myself." Seeing her response, Guan Shen immediately realized that this matter was likely hopeless. He looked disappointed and said to Zhang Meili, "I have a bet with someone and urgently need some credits to settle my debt. If it's difficult for you, then forget it." After saying this, Guan Shen was about to take his leave when the ice-cold beauty beside Zhang Meili sneered, "Settle a debt? I think you want to go gamble. I noticed you when you were standing under the tower just now. You were practically drooling when you saw others placing bets. Humph. Instead of studying properly, you want to learn these underhanded tricks. You seem to be a good-for-nothing." Guan Shen, who was about to leave, was suddenly berated by a stranger, and with his temper, he couldn't take it. "That's right. I do want to go place a bet. For others, it's called gambling. For me, it's just a piece of cake. This batch of newcomers, I'm not bragging, in my eyes, they're no different from a bunch of chickens and dogs. If I want to avoid being first, it would be a matter of minutes. Since I can guarantee that I will take first place, why shouldn't I earn some credits for free? Besides, these credits are just borrowed. I'm not stealing them. Do you need to mock me?" Zhang Meili saw that Guan Shan and her sister were about to argue and quickly stepped forward. To mediate, "General Guan, please don't misunderstand. My sister didn't mean it that way. She just tends to speak very directly and doesn't like to beat around the bush." Guan Shan smiled upon hearing this. "What a coincidence. I also don't like to beat around the bush. Your Highness, there's no need to worry. I wouldn't stoop to arguing with a woman." When Guan Shen said this, it was no big deal. But once he did, the ice-cold beauty across from him immediately narrowed her eyes. "Oh, so you look down on women, huh? For no reason." Guan Shan felt a chill run down his back. "Don't put words in my mouth. I just don't like arguing with women. It doesn't mean I look down on them." The ice beauty revealed a faint cold smile and said to Guan Shen, "Alright then, since you're acting so manly, I want to see if you have what it takes. I have 1,000 credits here. Didn't you say it would be easy? Today, I want to see how easy it really is." Saying this, the ice beauty took out her electronic credit card, entered a string of numbers, and waved it in front of Guan Shen.
Zhang Meili, standing nearby, was about to speak up to advise her sister when she was shot a glare by the beauty.
Faced with such provocation, how could Guan Chen back down? Without a second thought, he took out his own electronic credit card and tapped it against hers.
With a beep, the number of credits on his card instantly changed from 0 to 1,000.
Seeing this, the ice beauty smiled and provocatively said to Guan Chen, "You're so manly. If you lose later, you won't back out, will you? If you lose, I won't ask you to compensate me with credits. You just have to kneel and bow to me whenever you see me, and I'll let you off." Guan Chen tightly gripped his credit card and confidently replied, "Sure, don't even mention kneeling. Even if you want me to be a duck, I'll do as you say. If I win, I won't take advantage of you either. For 1,000 credits, I'll give you 2 points in interest, and we'll call it even." After saying this, Guan Chen waved at Zhang Meili, turned, and walked towards the illusion tower. Next to the illusion tower, the dealer nicknamed Big Monkey was almost done taking bets. Guan Chen approached him with his electronic credit card and deliberately raised his voice to ask, "If I bet a lot, do you dare to take it? You won't just run away if you don't have enough credits, will you?" Big Monkey, upon hearing this, looked as if someone had stepped on his tail, his neck turning red as he shouted at Guan Chen, "What a joke! Don't you know that I've been a dealer for so many years without ever losing credibility? Do you see this card? 490,000 credits. If that's not enough, I have several backers behind me." Guan Chen chuckled and said to Big Monkey, "Then if I bet on 66 layers, how much will you pay?" "What? Are you crazy? Do you have a problem?" As soon as Guan Chen finished speaking, a wave of curses erupted around him. Everyone looked at him as if he were a reckless clown. Big Monkey stared wide-eyed and coldly laughed at Guan Chen. "Do you know what betting on 66 layers means?" Guan Chen shrugged, unconcerned, and replied, "Of course I know. It can get you on the leaderboard." This instead made Big Monkey laugh in anger. "A new master. Everyone, here comes another master. I say, are you really thinking of betting on yourself?" Guan Chen didn't expect that Big Monkey would see through his thoughts at a glance. Seeing this, he no longer hid it and boldly said, "That's right, I want to bet on myself. I wonder if you dare to take it." As soon as Guan Chen finished speaking, the surroundings fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. After a long silence, with a boom, all the students around burst into laughter. Big Monkey held his forehead, looking helpless as he said, "I knew it. Every year, there are smart ones who choose to bet on themselves, and how could this year be any different? However, I really didn't expect this year's smart one to be so outrageous. He really thinks he's the reincarnation of Bodhidharma, thinking he can make the leaderboard on his first challenge." As Guan Chen listened to the laughter of those around him, his expression remained unchanged. Once everyone finally quieted down, he spoke slowly and deliberately, "You've said so much nonsense. Let me ask you one thing. Do you dare to take the bet?" Damaho didn't waste any words and directly pulled out his electronic credit card. "Why wouldn't I dare to take credits that are given for free? Go ahead. How much do you want to wager on the 66th floor?" Guan Chen stared into the other's eyes and slowly extended a finger. "Damn. After all this, you're just borrowing a bit of credit? You got me all worked up for nothing. Duh." Maho struck an exaggerated pose like a comedian. The people around him erupted in waves of mocking laughter directed at Guan Chen. Guan Chen shook his head and said word by word, 1,000 points of credit. Silence, a deathly silence. Then, a fervent discussion broke out. "Damn, who is this idiot? Daring to lend so many credits to a newbie. Must be rich and foolish. Whether he's an idiot or not, there's no way to get those credits back now. How many years do you think it'll take for this kid to pay back that credit? Who knows? If there's no proof, I just default on the debt." In the distance, Zhang Meili listened to the crowd's chatter and couldn't help but complain to her sister, "Sis, you're giving him so many credits to gamble. Isn't that just throwing meat buns to a dog, never to return?" Besides Zhang Meili, the icy beauty, like a glacier, sneered and said, "A dog dares to bare its teeth in front of me. This time, I'll clean him up for you. I want him to see how the woman he looks down on can put him under her foot." Zhang Meili pouted and whispered, "But the cost is just too high." The icy beauty seemed to not care about the credits at all. She smiled and said, "This amount of credit is nothing to me. I can easily earn it back with a few trips to the beast realm. But I can't stand this insult." After saying that, the icy beauty coldly stared at Guan Chen not far away. On the other side, after some hesitation, Damaho ultimately decided to go all in. "Alright, you all saw it. This kid bets that he can climb to the 66th floor of the illusion tower. If you can reach the 66th floor, I'll give you 500 times the odds." Guan Chen's eyes flickered, and he asked, "What if I accidentally exceed the 66th floor?" Damaho was taken aback and replied without thinking, "Exceed? If you do, I can only pay you 500 times. Hearing this, Guan Chen unhesitatingly raised his electronic credit card and said to Damaho, "Swipe the card, and let everyone witness it for me." Damaho took out his electronic card and tapped it against Guan Chen's. Hearing a beep, he tore off a receipt and handed it to Guan Chen, saying, "You climbed today. Don't drag it out until next year. If you do, that means you're defaulting on the bet, and I won't pay you. Guan Chen tucked the receipt away and gave a thumbs-up gesture to De Maho. Then, he took his electronic credit card and walked towards Xia Ruoxuan at the base of the tower. Xia Ruoxuan had seen everything that had just happened with Guan Chen, including his private betting agreement. Such matters were personal affairs among students, and as part of the school management, they would pretend not to see it. She was quite interested in this newcomer, as someone so confident could either be a genuine talent or just an inexperienced fool. Seeing Guan Chen so calm and composed didn't seem like the latter. Name, give me your credit card. Guan Chen, this is my credit card. Xia Ruoxuan took the electronic card, swiped it, and then said to Guan Chen, you can swipe your card at the stone gate by the tower to get in, but remember not to be reckless. Guan Chen took the card and walked to the stone door, swiping the card. The stone door slowly opened. Without hesitation, Guan Chen stepped inside. As he entered the tower, the stone door gradually closed. The surrounding new and old students quickly gathered around, all eager to see if this guy named Guan Chen was really as impressive as he claimed. The fastest person has already climbed to the 5th floor, while most are still lingering on the 3rd and 4th floors. Besides Guan Chen, who just entered, there's only one fool left on the 1st floor. This batch of newcomers can't be that ridiculous, getting eliminated on the 1st floor? Not necessarily, there are so many spirited young people this time, it's not surprising to encounter a couple of idiots. Let's see how long it takes Guan Chen to clear the 1st floor. Before the crowd's chatter could die down, the number of people displayed on the 1st floor of the illusion tower suddenly changed to 0. Why did the number of people on the 1st floor become 0? Didn't that Guan Chen just go in? I didn't see anyone being eliminated. Could it be that Guan Chen cleared it instantly? Interesting, clearing the 1st floor so quickly, this Guan Chen has some strength. It's just the 1st floor, what's the big deal? As long as you're a martial artist of the innate realm, it's doable. Let's just keep watching the show. In the illusion tower trial, within the 2nd layer of the illusion, holding the moon chaser, Guan Chen appeared above a vast and boundless swamp. The swamp was filled with a pungent, rotten smell that made one feel uncomfortable and oppressed. He looked in awe at this unfamiliar land, gazing down at the bubbling mud beneath his feet as if he could sense the hidden dangers and mysteries within. Surrounding him, the yellow-green poisonous miasma floated like ghosts, enveloping the entire swamp in a strange atmosphere. It was so realistic, almost indistinguishable from reality. Just moments ago, he had been standing atop a snowy mountain, and the next second he found himself in this swamp. If he hadn't known beforehand that this was an illusion, he truly wouldn't be able to tell reality from illusion. As he observed his surroundings, a section of the mud ahead began to churn violently. Suddenly, a dozens of meters-long poisonous serpent leaped out from the mud, bearing its fangs and claws. This serpent had a single horn on its head, for claws beneath, and its entire body was covered in the foul-smelling mud. Its massive body rolled continuously in midair. The brown vertical pupils glimmered with a ghostly light, and it spat out venomous threats while glaring at Guan Chen. Guan Chen remained unfazed, drawing the moon chaser and shooting 3 light arrows with a flick of his fingers. There were 3 loud explosions. Boom, boom, boom. The once menacing poisonous serpent was instantly reduced to ashes. The next moment, with a flash of white light, the swamp world before him shattered into dazzling brilliance. When Guan Chen regained his vision, he found himself in an endless desert. At a glance, the heavens and earth seemed to be shrouded in a layer of yellow gauze. Endless yellow sand rolled in like waves, rushing forth like a giant dragon, giving a sense of boundlessness and vastness. In this expansive desert, wherever he looked was a sea of golden color, only occasionally interrupted by the appearance of oases and the distant undulating sand dunes. After experiencing the previous 2 battles, Guan Chen had accumulated enough experience and confidence. This time, he did not panic but steadied himself with the moon chaser standing in place waiting for the monster to appear. Sure enough, not long after, a gigantic sandworm burst forth from the sand dune behind him. The diameter of this sandworm reached an astonishing 4 to 5 meters, and its length exceeded 100 meters, leaving one speechless. It opened its massive maw, large enough to swallow a huge bus, causing a gasp of shock. The numerous sharp mandibles inside the sandworm's mouth glinted with a cold light, resembling countless sharp blades, charging towards Guan Chen with fierce momentum. When facing the enormous sandworm, Guan Chen showed no signs of fear on his face. He slightly bent his knees and then leaped into the air, his body soaring like a flash of lightning. His movements were light and agile, resembling a bird soaring in the sky, and, in the blink of an eye, he had jumped to a height of several dozen meters. Hovering in mid-air, he looked down at the sandworm, his gaze sharp as he searched for its weak points. The massive body of the sandworm appeared exceptionally clear in his eyes, every detail laid bare before him. Suddenly, he noticed a relatively weak spot where the sandworm's head connected to its body. At that moment, Guan Chen quickly knocked an arrow on his bowstring, released his fingers, and 3 arrows shot towards the sandworm like meteors. The blazing Arrows, infused with powerful energy, instantly pierced through the air and accurately struck the sandworm's weak point. With a loud boom, the ground shook violently, and a deep pit several dozen meters wide was blasted into the sand dune beneath him. The sandworm let out no sound and simply vanished into white light. In the next instant, the dazzling light flashed, and the desert before him shattered into brilliant fragments, with Guan Chen reappearing in an unfamiliar environment outside the illusion tower. At this point, more than 2 hours had passed since Guan Chen entered the illusion tower. A dozen or so people had already been eliminated from within. When they entered, they were brimming with confidence, thinking they were unbeatable. But when they emerged, each one looked more dispirited than the last. They had expected to be met with a barrage of mockery and had prepared themselves for the scorn. However, to their surprise, the people outside merely glanced at them before turning their attention back to the illusion tower. Look, it's the 43rd floor. I'm timing it. That person cleared the 42nd floor in just 1 minute. So strong. Absolutely incredible. Sigh. If I had known this batch of newcomers was so fierce, I would have bet less. Damaho, you're in trouble this time. That Guan Chen hasn't come out yet. There are only 10 people left in the illusion tower now. That means Guan Chen's chances of being that strong contender have increased to 1 in 10. Although Damaho was internally panicking, he still forced himself to appear calm. Impossible. It's only the 43rd floor. There's still a long way to the 66th floor. I refuse to believe I'm that unlucky. A once-in-a-century genius just happens to be the one I encounter. Many around him had already lost their bet credits. Their mindset was no longer as hopeful as it had been at the start, wishing for these newcomers to fail. Instead, everyone now had a sense of watching a spectacle, hoping for a dark horse to emerge and put Damaho in his place. Ha ha. Damaho, you said you weren't worried, but your face is pale. Yeah, if that kid really climbs to the 66th floor, I want to see if you can come up with 500,000 credits. I lost 200 credits and I'm really not happy about it. If you dare to renege, don't blame me for making you regret. It's Damaho looked at the malicious gazes around him and felt a shiver run down his spine. Don't worry, even if I have to sell my house and land, I will never go back on my word. Mayuho, am not that kind of person. In the distance, Zhong Meili, like her sister, was also keeping an eye on the situation in the illusion tower. At this moment, the ice-cold beauty no longer wore the relaxed expression from earlier. Her face was filled with seriousness. Sister, do you think the one who climbed to the 43rd floor could be him? The ice-cold beauty shook her head and replied, it's already the 44th floor. I never like to guess, I prefer to trust my instincts. I now have a 90% certainty that person is Guan Chen. Zhong Meili seemed surprised by her sister's judgment. She knew her sister all too well. Their father, Zhong Qingnan, had no sons and had raised her sister as if she were a son from a young age. From the name alone, one can see how great the father's expectations for his elder sister were. The 5 sisters all had feminine names. They were either named Mei something, or Tao something, or Ing something. Only the elder sister had a masculine name given by the father, Zhong Siming. The elder sister did not disappoint their father's hopes. She awakened her Taiyin sacred body at the age of 10, and refined her first strand of true qi by 11. By 13, she had already become a master-level expert. Zhong Qingnan searched the world for renowned teachers for her, first apprenticing her under the Yuxian martial emperor. He then imparted his unique skills to her without reservation. When she turned 17, he personally sent her to Tan Yuan Academy. It can be said that the elder sister, Zhong Siming, was the hope of the entire Zhong family. Over the years, she practiced diligently at Tan Yuan Academy and finally stepped into the martial king realm at the age of 19. In terms of discerning people's abilities, Zhong Siming was far superior to her. Since the elder sister said that this person had a 90% chance of being Guan Chen, it was likely correct. So, this Guan Chen is quite a talent. Then I just offended him by not lending him credits? Upon hearing this, Zhong Siming fixed her gaze on Zhong Meili's eyes and said word by word, Meili, you are no longer an ordinary girl, you are the crown princess and may very well be the future queen of the Purple Gold Empire. As someone in a position of power, you must never let your subjects lead you by the nose. Simply trying to please will not earn you their loyalty. You must understand, both thunder and rain are the grace of the ruler. Zhong Meili nodded in confusion. She was just an 18-year-old girl, how could she understand the means of managing people? But since her elder sister said so, she would just follow her advice. Then I will be fierce with him every day. Zhong Siming turned her head in exasperation, no longer looking at her silly sister. Inside the illusion tower, a flash of light appeared. In an instant, the scenery before him underwent a tremendous change. Guan Chen was astonished to find himself on an enormous altar. This altar was vast and boundless, as if it could accommodate the entire world. The surrounding environment was exceptionally eerie, with a dim sky swirling with ominous winds, the fierce gusts howling past Guan Chen's face, bringing a bone-chilling cold. At the same time, dazzling lightning continuously struck.
the altar, producing deafening roars, each bolt seeming to tear the world apart. This scene instilled a sense of fear, as if one were in the midst of the apocalypse. The entire altar was constructed from massive stone blocks which appeared very solid but also conveyed
an indescribable heaviness. The gaps between each stone block flickered with purple light as if hellfire were burning. These flames
continuously billowed upward, forming a twisted pillar of fire, evoking thoughts of the tortured souls struggling in hell.
At the other
end of the altar stood a figure quietly. This figure was enveloped in a thick layer of black armor, seemingly merging with the darkness. His face was completely obscured by a helmet, leaving only a vague shadow, making it impossible to discern his true appearance. The armor he wore appeared worn and battered, covered in mottled marks and scratches, yet this did not diminish the mysterious aura it exuded. However, the most striking aspect was the two blood-red curved blades he held in his hands. They danced like phantoms, flashing with dazzling red light, as if summoned from the depths of hell. The bloodstains on the blades had dried, exuding an air of cruelty and coldness. Each swing left behind red traces in the air, as if opening a gateway to hell.
This was Guan Chen's first encounter with a humanoid monster.
If he remembered correctly, this layer should be the 60th layer. In other words, starting from this level, the
subsequent challenges would most likely all be replaced by humanoid monsters. Guan Chen was just about to test his opponent's strength when
he saw that figure suddenly disappear from sight. In the next moment, the opponent appeared beside him as if teleporting.
A crimson blade light flashed past him.
At the critical moment, Guan Chen swiftly dodged the strike. Before he could catch his breath, countless blade lights descended upon him like a torrential rain, sealing him in place.
This is bad.
Seeing no way to evade, Guan Chen could only protect his vital points and brace himself. A series of tearing sounds erupted.
The clothes on Guan Chen were sliced into countless fragments by the blade lights.
He maintained a defensive posture, his bare skin enveloped in a layer of misty light.
The shadow looked
at the unharmed Guan Chen, tilting its head in confusion. It seemed unable to comprehend why the opponent had no injuries at all.
Guan Chen grinned, revealing his signature big white teeth. Since you can't hurt me, don't blame me for being ruthless. 2 minutes later,
under Guan Chen's violent onslaught, the shadow transformed into streaks of white light, vanishing above the altar.
Meanwhile, outside
the illusion tower, everyone watched as the light on the 61st floor lit up, unable to suppress their gasps of astonishment.
61st floor. Look, it's the 61st floor. Big Monkey, you really hit the jackpot this time. Ha ha ha. Big Monkey, how many credits did you win from me? I want every single one back. I want to see you go bankrupt. At this moment, Big Monkey was already sweating profusely, too scared to speak. He trembled as he took out a copper bell-like artifact, crying out to it, "Your Highness, come quickly. Someone has ruined your business. I really can't take it anymore." Just as Big Monkey sent the message, the bell rang. He
hurriedly brought the bell to his ear, and a cold voice came from within.
"Wait for me."
Although it was just 2 short words, the voice carried an undeniable domineering tone that made anyone who heard it feel no inclination to resist. Only after hearing this response did
Big Monkey's anxious heart finally settle down.
He looked at the mocking crowd around him and muttered curses under his breath. "You
all just wait and see. When my master arrives, let's see who dares to speak."
However, at this moment, everyone was fervently discussing
Guan Chen, their noisy chatter drowning out Big Monkey's curses. Damn! Another incredible powerhouse has arrived. Among the students in our academy, it seems only 8 have ever reached above the 60th floor, right? Yeah, the 8 pinnacles of Tan Yuan, the invincible 6th Prince Chixingchen, the Dragon Emperor of the South, Nangongzhen, the mountain-toppling warrior Zhan Jingyun, the king
of 10,000 guards by Wanchen, the reincarnated sword immortal Li Mubai, the frost queen Zhong Siming, the shadowless ghost Jiang
Feng, and the undying Dongfang Bubi Feng Jingtian.
These 8 individuals were all legendary figures in Tan Yuan Academy. Their strength and talent were astonishing, creating a series of glorious legends.
People referred to them as the 8 pinnacles of Tan Yuan. Anyone studying here would remember their names. Now we have to add Guan Chen to the mix.
From now on, the academy gains another peak. The 8 pinnacles become the 9 pinnacles, someone exclaimed excitedly.
Let's think of a resounding title for this new pinnacle, another person suggested.
Everyone began to discuss enthusiastically, proposing various impressive titles.
Just then, a thunderous sound suddenly echoed from above. 9 pinnacles? Humph. Without my approval, he isn't worthy. This voice was filled with dominance and
authority, causing everyone to involuntarily look up. A young man with a golden crown and clad in golden battle robes stepped forward, his red face striking against the void with each step he took.
With every footfall, a thunderous sound echoed through the air. It was
as if each step was a clap of thunder, a living explosion.
He seemed like a sovereign of the mortal realm, standing atop the clouds, looking down upon all beings. Look, it's His Highness, the 6th Prince. The 6th Prince has arrived. Now we have a good show to watch. Isn't he supposed to be preparing for the Beast Realm expedition? Why has he suddenly come here? Who knows? Maybe he's just here to enjoy the spectacle like us. Indeed, as soon as the sixth prince arrived, the atmosphere in the arena quieted significantly. Many students dared only to speak in hushed tones, fearing they might disturb the sixth prince and invite unnecessary trouble. Ma Yueho, seeing his support arrive, was just about to approach and speak when he was met with a fierce glare from the sixth prince that froze him in place. Ma Yueho, rules are rules. Since someone else has won, regardless of how much you lost, you must compensate without fail. I, Chixingchen, am not so petty as to ruin my royal path over a few credits. Demahu bowed like a worshipper, but inside he was overjoyed. He thought to himself, as long as the sixth prince gives a nod, this matter of my losses will be overlooked. Little did he know, the next moment, Chixingchen's tone shifted coldly as he said, however, since the business is entrusted to you, any losses should naturally fall on your shoulders. I will keep this account in mind. Whenever you earn back the lost credits, we can consider this matter settled. After Chixingchen finished speaking, Demahu slumped to the ground with a mournful expression. It's over, all these years have been in vain. Only then did the onlookers around them begin to murmur. So that's where Demahu got his capital. Turns out he has the sixth prince backing him. No wonder no one envies his business, he has someone supporting him from behind. The sixth prince has only been here for 2 years, but Demahu has been in business for over a decade. Are you stupid? There are still the fifth prince, fourth prince, and third prince ahead. Once those brothers graduated, the business naturally fell to the sixth prince. Wow! For a moment, I have no words to retort. The sixth prince, Chixingchen, looked at the lights illuminating the 61st floor of the illusion tower and sneered. It's only the 61st floor. After the 60th, each level becomes harder than ascending to the heavens. Let him boast after he conquers the 65th floor. Right now, he is not worthy to be my opponent. As soon as he finished speaking, as if to slap him in the face, the lights on the 62nd floor of the illusion tower lit up instantly. The older students around struggled to suppress their laughter, trying hard not to burst out. But the new students couldn't care less, bursting into laughter and applause. Who is this person? What gives him the right to say such things? Guochen has climbed to over 60 floors. And you still look down on him? Who are you? Chixingchen, just because your surname is Qi makes you impressive? I also share the surname Qi. In terms of lineage, I am still a nephew of the current emperor. The surrounding mockery made the sixth prince's face turn sour. Seeing his master insulted, Demahu quickly shouted, "How dare you? How can you speak to His Highness the sixth prince like that? He is the top person in our academy, the only student to have ever climbed to the 70 floors of the illusion tower. He even ranks 249th in the history leaderboard of the illusion tower. If he doesn't have the right to say this, then no one in the entire academy does." As Demahu finished speaking, a wave of astonishment erupted among the new students. What? He is the sixth prince. This is the so-called invincible sixth prince of his generation? No wonder he speaks so arrogantly. Turns out he really has some skills. The new student who claimed to be the ruthless emperor sighed and explained to those around him, not just some skills, it's simply terrifying. The historical leaderboard of the illusion tower includes all the masters who have challenged it from ancient times to the present. Anyone you randomly pull from the leaderboard is a prodigy that comes around once in 100 years. They indeed have that qualification. Look down on that person at the top of the tower. As soon as the great emperor finished speaking, a defiant young man stood up beside him and said, "Don't boost someone else's prestige while crushing our new student's ambitions." I think that Guan Shen is not necessarily inferior to him. At this moment, Shangguan Hanyan was also standing in the crowd. Upon hearing this, she immediately echoed, "Right. Guan Shen will definitely surpass the sixth prince. If you don't believe it, let's just wait and see." He was eliminated after reaching the 27th floor. Initially, he felt a bit disappointed after coming out. However, upon hearing others mention that the person who climbed to over 60 floors was named Guan Shen, he instantly became excited. He had long known that Guan Shen's strength was unfathomable, but what he didn't expect was that the other party's strength and talent were terrifying to such an extent. At this moment, hearing someone say that Guan Shen was not as good as the sixth prince, he naturally was the first to disagree. 63 floors. Look, it's only been a little over a minute and he's climbed another floor. This is too fast, right? Last year, I personally witnessed the sixth prince reach the 70 floors of the illusion tower. After the 60th floor, it took him more than half an hour to climb each additional floor. Could it be that this Guan Shen is really stronger than the sixth prince? At this time, Qi Xingchen also lost his earlier confidence. He stared solemnly at the bright light on the illusion tower, and no one knew what he was thinking. The sixth prince remained silent, and the big monkey immediately jumped out to retort, "What's the use of climbing fast? In martial arts, the most important thing is to take one step at a time. Your Highness the sixth prince climbed up step by step relying on his own strength. Who knows if that Guan Chen in the tower is just using some tricks? As soon as the big monkey said this, not only did the new students become restless, but even the older students couldn't help but shake their heads and say, "Have you never climbed the illusion tower or what? Teach me what tricks you can use." Exactly, who hasn't climbed up relying on their own strength? Your master is human, but others aren't, right? Don't waste your breath on this kind of trash. He's just a dog that only knows how to bark. The big monkey's face turned red from the insults and he pointed at the people around him, saying fiercely, "Who are you calling a dog? You're the dog. Your whole family are dogs." The sixth prince, Qi Xingqian, let out a cold snort, and the sky immediately echoed with thunder. Everyone was stunned by the thunder and instantly fell silent. Everyone shut up and watch properly. If anyone makes noise again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Saying this, Qi Xingqian unleashed his aura without reservation. The air within 100 meters was instantly compressed by this aura, sending ripples through it. It felt as if a heavy stone was pressing down on everyone's chest, making it hard for them to breathe. After a moment, seeing the effect of his intimidation, Qi Xingqian finally retracted his aura. Everyone looked at him with pale faces filled with apprehension. Inside the illusion tower, Guan Chen tightly gripped his spear and suddenly thrust it forward. The spear shot through the air like lightning, accurately piercing the giant's head in front of him. With a dull sound, the giant's head instantly exploded, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. Guan Chen looked at this scene and let out a sigh of relief, but his body trembled from the excessive exertion. He gasped for breath, sweat dripping down his forehead, soaking his clothes. Since the 60th floor, everything had indeed gone as he expected. The enemies he encountered afterward were all humanoid monsters. There were knife wielders and swordsmen skilled in offense and defense. There were giants with immense strength. Relying on his unparalleled physical body, Guan Chen had managed to endure through it all. Those knife wielders and swordsmen were manageable. As long as they couldn't break through Guan Chen's defenses, they could easily be counter-killed by him. But this giant was different. Not only was it immensely strong, but it was also particularly tough. It took Guan Chen quite a while to finally wear it down. As the giant fell to the ground, the world before him shattered once more. Guan Chen successfully cleared the 63rd level and began to enter the 64th level. This time, Guan Chen found himself in a massive cage. The cage towered into the clouds, resembling a gigantic black beast exuding a suffocating aura. The surface of the cage shimmered with a dark glow, giving off a mysterious and dangerous feeling. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the cage was covered in golden patterns, like mysterious runes, containing endless power and secrets. Guan Chen curiously approached the cage and gently reached out to touch it. When his hand made contact with the cage, those golden patterns suddenly seemed to come alive, beginning to flicker and flow. They quickly gathered together, forming a powerful stream of energy that surged up Guan Chen's arm and into his body. A wave of excruciating pain hit him. His palm felt scorched and reddened, even leaving a charred mark. He hurriedly pulled his hand away from the cage, but it was already too late. The golden energy had penetrated deep into his body and began to wreak havoc. His body trembled violently, overwhelmed by pain. After a while, the golden energy finally ceased its flow, and Guan Chen's body gradually calmed down. He gasped for breath, his face pale as paper, sweat pouring from his forehead. He looked down at his injured palm, filled with confusion and fear. Even though he knew it was all an illusion, Guan Chen still felt a lingering dread and stepped back from the cage. Just then, a metallic, clanging sound echoed from a distance. Guan Chen turned sharply, only to see a creature covered in scales slowly making its way toward him with heavy, deliberate steps. The figure of the creature gradually became clearer, revealing a terrifying and shocking appearance. It was a creature that resembled a human yet was not, standing over 3 meters tall. Its head had a strange shape, with horns protruding from it, and its eyes were blood red, radiating a sense of cruelty and evil. Its body was covered in a thick layer of purple scales that shimmered with a mysterious light, as if it were a demon born from the abyss. In its hand, it wielded a massive and exaggerated wolf-tooth club, which was covered in sharp spikes that glinted coldly. With each step it took, the wolf-tooth club struck heavily against the cage, producing a sharp, piercing metallic sound that sent chills down one's spine. The sound echoed in the air like a death knell, bringing endless fear and despair. Guan Chen was unsure of the creature's true nature and decided to test it out first. He held his spear, activated his wind god leg technique, and in a flash, appeared behind the creature. Looking at the creature that was completely caught off guard, a smile crept onto Guan Chen's face. He flicked his spear, and with a strike like a dragon emerging from the sea, he aimed a powerful blow at the back of the creature's head. A loud bang echoed. The scene he had anticipated, with brains splattering and blood flying, did not occur. Instead, Guan Chen was knocked back by a tremendous force. The massive recoil shattered his grip, and he couldn't help but curse. What a hard bastard! That last strike felt like it had hit a mountain. He had no idea if he had injured the enemy, but he certainly felt the impact himself. At that moment, the creature slowly turned its head. After taking such a hit, it acted as if nothing had happened, not even raising an eyelid. This completely infuriated Guan Chen. "You thick-skinned bastard. Let's see if you're afraid of a poke in the eye." Guan Chen realized that although this creature had tough skin and flesh, its reactions were much slower than his. As long as he was fast enough, it wouldn't be able to dodge his attacks at all. Thinking of this, Guan Chen performed a somersault and stood up. His body transformed into a blur as he charged towards the monster. He reached the monster's side and unleashed the falling stars move from the Overlord spear. What a spectacular battle scene! Countless spear shadows streaked across the night sky like shooting stars, piercing fiercely towards the monster's vital points, its eyes, throat, heart, and groin. These spear shadows were as dense as a torrential storm, each strike containing boundless power, as if they aimed to pierce through the monster. The spear tips collided with the monster's body, sparking countless dazzling flashes that illuminated the entire battlefield. However, just as Guan Chen was attacking with all his might, he suddenly noticed that the monster's mace had been raised at some point. With a loud buzz, the air around him was instantly compressed by the swing of the mace, creating a powerful airflow. Guan Chen immediately felt an irresistible force hit him, and then his body flew away like a baseball struck hard, soaring into the distance. He flew for over 1,000 meters. It wasn't until he crashed heavily into a massive cage that his body finally came to a stop. Crack! Ah! Sparks flew, and Guan Chen cried out in pain as the patterned electricity shocked him. Although this blow was powerful, the damage it caused to Guan Chen was quite limited. It was even less than the damage from the runes on the cage. Guan Chen's body was charred from the electric shock as he fell heavily to the ground. Gasping, he sat up and looked at the figure approaching him, revealing a face full of helplessness. This was troublesome. He had encountered a meat shield just like himself. Guan Chen shivered, and the layer of burnt skin on his body instantly shed. He watched the figure walking towards him step by step, his mind racing. No, this is too exhausting to keep going like this. Even if I can win, I probably won't have the strength for the next round. I need to think of a way to kill the opponent without trading injuries. Suddenly, Guan Chen had an idea. He retracted his spear and took out the moon chaser from his storage. Space treasure, it's up to you now. Although the Soul Pursuit Heart Arrow technique has only a 1% chance to kill the opponent instantly, as long as I shoot enough and fast enough, it will definitely trigger. As the moon chaser transformed into its normal size, Guan Chen knocked an arrow and began shooting rapidly at the monster. His fingers danced like phantoms. He didn't even wait for the moon chaser to charge, he shot arrow after arrow. This was Guan Chen's first time purely focusing on shooting speed. Almost 5 arrows per second. The light arrows shot out in a straight line. The heart arrow technique had an automatic locking feature, so he didn't worry about the monster dodging. As long as he controlled the distance to the monster, there would be no danger. Guan Chen shot for over 10 minutes. At this shooting speed, he must have released over 1,000 arrows. Even the Soul Pursuit Heart Arrow technique leveled up, finally triggering the soul destruction effect. This is too ridiculous. Is this what a 1% chance looks like? It's clearly 1 in 1,000. Guan Chen couldn't help but curse. This damned probability. He saw the monster completely unharmed, yet its body fell straight back. Moments later, with a flash of white light, the world before him shattered into fragments again. When Guan Chen regained his senses, he found himself inside a large urn city. This was a vast urn city, surrounded by towering walls that reached the clouds. These walls were built from solid stone and golden bricks. Standing at the foot of the city and looking up at the majestic walls made one feel small. On top of the walls stood countless soldiers armed with bows and long spears. Each soldier was clad in golden armor and wore a golden helmet, exuding an imposing presence, looking just like the legendary heavenly soldiers. They exuded a powerful aura that left one in awe. As Guan Shenfu appeared, a synchronized drumbeat immediately resonated around him. The sound was like rolling thunder, deafening yet tinged with a sense of impending doom. In another corner of the city, a striking man wielding a Feng Tianhua Ji, wearing a phoenix-winged purple gold crown, stepping in lotus silk cloud shoes and clad in golden chainmail, gazed at Guan Chen with a chilling intent. One might think there was some deep-seated enmity between the two. Guan Chen couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. This scene, this special effect, if it were used to make a movie, it would surely rake in profits. Using it for a trial was simply a waste of resources. But those soldiers on the city wall, they won't gang up on me, will they? Guan Chen anxiously glanced at the densely packed heavenly soldiers on the wall, muttering softly. He didn't rush into battle but instead attempted to summon his panel. As his thoughts shifted, a white light curtain appeared before him. Sure enough, everything was as Guan Chen had anticipated. The illusion tower indeed could not restrict the appearance of the heavenly Dao rewards hard work system. This indicated that the system's prestige was at least higher than that of the illusion tower. Guan Chen directly focused on the heart arrow technique. Soul Pursuit Heart Arrow technique, level, LV2, entering the room. Current proficiency, June 2000. Soul Pursuit Heart Arrow Technique. Entering the room.
LV2 increases strength by 10,000 pounds. Within 5,000 meters, heart arrows lock on, unyielding until hit.
Heart Arrow Technique can probe the target's weaknesses. There is a 2% chance of soul destruction.
Guan Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart.
2.
Think that using archery within the illusion tower could genuinely increase the proficiency of the Soul Pursuit Heart Arrow technique. It should be noted that there was no consumption of true essence inside the illusion tower. This meant that Guan Chen could use the moon
chasing bow infinitely.
Besides, where else could he find such excellent targets outside? These targets were not only durable but also
didn't require compensation if damaged.
If he didn't take this opportunity to boost the proficiency of the Soul Pursuit Heart Arrow technique, Guan Chen would feel he was letting himself down.
First, let's see what attributes this monster has. Guan Chen looked at the golden armored man charging towards him and chose not to dodge but prepared to take the hit. The Feng Tian Hua Ji in the opponent's hand swung fiercely, instantly transforming into a dazzling golden light that illuminated the entire battlefield like a blazing sun. This golden light, carrying unparalleled might and power, came crashing down towards Guan Chen's neck. It seemed intent on cleaving his body in two, severing his life force. With a loud bang, sparks flew.
As that immense force erupted, the stone bricks beneath Guan Chen's feet seemed to suffer a sudden earthquake, instantly shattering into countless fragments.
These fragments scattered like raindrops, kicking up a cloud of dust.
Following that, the tremendous shockwave surged through the ground like a raging bull, striking with astonishing force. In the face of this unstoppable power, the entire ground collapsed in an instant, forming a deep pit several meters wide. Dust swirled within the pit as if the earth had been torn open by this powerful force. Seconds later, Guan Chen waved his hand to brush off the dust and leaped out of the pit. He touched the white mark on his neck and grinned. Power, speed, destructive force, accuracy.
All quite impressive.
So, you're a versatile monster.
That makes things easier.
Being capable of anything often means being capable
of nothing. Just his defensive capabilities alone could keep Guan Chen firmly in check. I can't kill him first. If I accidentally
kill him, it would count as clearing the level, and that would be troublesome. Who knows what kind of monsters I'll encounter in the next
level.
While quickly dodging the golden armored man's pursuit, Guan Chen raised his bow and aimed at the soldiers on the city wall. Actually, there was no need to rush, it was heart arrow technique, after all.
As long as he locked onto a target, the opponent couldn't
escape the tracking of the heart arrows. The key was that Guan Chen had gotten used to aiming before drawing the bow.
No way, this habit has to change in the future. Otherwise, it will seriously affect efficiency. With a flick of Guan Chen's fingers, dozens of light arrows shot towards a heavenly soldier on the city wall who was holding a bow. Please don't let me get shot dead by a single arrow. He watched the proficiency of the Soul Pursuit archery skill on the panel while praying that those little soldiers wouldn't die so easily. Soon, after the first light arrow accurately hit its target, a series of light arrows followed closely behind, crashing into the target.
That little soldier was hit by more than 10 arrows in a row, yet instead of falling, he raised his bow and shot back at Guan Chen. Seeing this scene, Guan Chen finally relaxed his anxious heart.
Alright, there are at least tens of thousands of heavenly soldiers on this city wall.
I don't ask for much from each, just give me 50 points of proficiency, and that adds up to 500,000.
Ha ha ha, I'm going to get rich.
Inside the city of Wang, two blurry figures were seen constantly chasing each other, with Guan
Chen's maniacal laughter echoing around.
Outside the illusion tower, the sixth prince squinted his eyes, motionless as he stared at the
bright lights on the 65th floor.
Last year at this time, he had also passed this level. The general guarding the pass had left
a very deep impression on him.
That golden armored man had almost no weaknesses. He had speed when needed, strength when needed, defense when needed, and his reflexes were far beyond those of ordinary people.
Moreover, what was even more annoying was that once this
general was seriously injured, the archers on the city wall would launch surprise attacks on the challengers. One archer might not cause much damage, but with thousands of archers on the wall combined, it was enough to give the challenger a hard time.
He had also fought fiercely for a long time before completely overcoming this level. Even now, thinking back, he still felt a bit of lingering fear. If
Guan Chen could also successfully pass this level, then the 66th level would basically be no problem. In that case, he really
might have a chance to enter the Illusion Tower leaderboard.
By then, who knows, the 8th Supreme of Tan Yuan might really change to the
9th Supreme of Tan Yuan. At this moment, Zhang Ximing was equally shocked. She had thought Guan Chen would be strong, but she never expected him to be this strong. Reaching the 65th floor had far exceeded her expectations. She herself had only barely climbed to the 67th floor.
This ice-cold beauty looked at the distant illusion tower and earnestly said to her little sister, Meili, I take back what I said before. It's better to coax this person a bit. The most excited at this moment were the new students,
especially Shangguan Hongyan, who couldn't stop talking. He kept telling those around him that Guan Chen in the tower was his fellow townsman, and even his good brother.
The surrounding new students felt honored to be associated with him. Everyone was excitedly discussing, completely forgetting how they had just been mocked by the seniors. In their eyes, it seemed that it was not Guanchen who had reached the 65th floor, but themselves. If it weren't for the assessment director watching over them, they would have rushed into the tower to cheer for Guanchen. 65. Ha ha ha. 65. I wonder if this time they will dare to look down on us new students. Exactly. I can't stand these pretentious seniors. Each one of them acts like they're so important just because they've been here for a couple more years. Look, they're all quiet now, right? Not a single one of them is speaking. If you ask me, these seniors are just a bunch of useless people. After so many years, they can't even make it onto the leaderboard. I'm not bragging, give me a year, no, half a year. Just give me half a year and I guarantee I can also get on the leaderboard for fun. Exactly. Heaven did not give birth to me. Li Carey, the Tan Yuan is as dark as night. I have a feeling that this great era of competition will start from our generation. Oh, brother, your words are so inspiring. I'm about to burst. This great era of contention shall be opened by our own hands. In contrast, there were the group of senior students on the stone platform. Hey, wake up quickly or you'll wet your bed. These guys are really funny. Still talking about a great era of contention. Wipe your snot clean before you speak. Just give them a bit of sunshine and they'll shine bright. I remember when I first entered the academy, I wasn't this foolish. Has there been some kind of intelligence diminishing virus going around outside for the past few years? Don't mind these idiots, once they stay in the academy. For a few more days, they'll know how treacherous the world is. But seriously, this Guanchen is really something. On the first day of school, he bets on himself with high interest loans. The key is, he even let this guy win. I don't know what you all think, but I feel like I've been played by him. Humph. If we're talking about being played, he's still far from it. As the saying goes, every year someone plays the fool, and the king of fools is Fang Jingtian. If Fang Jingtian isn't here, who dares to call themselves the king of fools? Oh right, where is Fang Jingtian? Why haven't I seen him? Fang Jingshan is back, so he must have gone to annoy his brother again. They're brothers, why bother? You really are naive. In a royal family who talks about brotherly affection. If Fang Jingtian hasn't killed his brother, that's already considered polite. I see his position as prince won't last long. He might as well give it up quickly. His father isn't dead yet. Do you think he doesn't want to? If his father doesn't agree, whatever he says is useless. Then, why doesn't his father pass the position of prince to Fang Jingtian? That way, the two brothers could get along harmoniously and not be in such a deadlock. You really are foolish. Think about it, in his father's eyes, who is more important, Fang Jingtian or Fang Jingshan? That's obvious, it must be Fang Jingtian. There you go. The position of prince is just a title, right? Let Fang Jingshan hold it here. Whenever Fang Jingtian wants to go back, he won't be restricted at all. In the eyes of the emperor, there is no father-son affection. Everything is based on interests. To put it bluntly, Fang Jingshan is just a pawn that his father has left to take the blame at the academy. Damn, now that you mention it, I understand everything. It turns out that since Fang Jingtian was born, his father planned to pass the throne to him. Saying it this way, Fang Jingshan is really pitiful. He's been deceived by his father for so many years. Sigh. I wish I could be deceived once. Who told us we don't have an emperor for a father? That hits hard, my friend. Holding a beggar's bowl while worrying like an emperor. Ha ha ha. Ha, something seems off? It's been over 20 minutes, why is Guan Chen still on the 65th floor? He can't be stuck there, can he? Really? In the previous few layers, he only took a minute or two for each. I estimate he's in trouble this time. The big monkey, who had already looked ashen, became excited at this moment. He rubbed his palms together, muttering continuously. Please don't get stuck. Please don't get stuck. Jade Emperor, Guanyin Bodhisattva. I beg you, let Guan Chen be eliminated. At this moment, not only the senior students but even the freshmen were getting restless. Only the 6th Prince and Zheng Siming, who had been to the 65th floor, felt nothing strange. This level was already difficult, taking a bit longer was completely normal. The 65th floor was a watershed. Countless people had been stopped at this level. Only by crossing this hurdle could one have the chance to challenge the leaderboard. Thus, time passed second by second amidst the discussions of the crowd. No one expected that this wait would last a whole day. 3 hours later, many of the onlooking senior students began to disperse slowly. They all felt that since Guan Chen had spent so long on this level, if he could pass, he would have done so already. At this moment, he was merely dragging on. Only the group of new students under the tower stubbornly stood in place. They did not believe that Guan Chen would fail. Taking a little longer proved nothing at all. 6 hours later, even many new students could no longer hold on. They shook their heads and dispersed, and the area that had been crowded under the tower was now desolate. Aside from a few busybodies, the only ones left were the Great Monkey, the 6th Prince, Shangwan Hongyan, and the Zhong family sisters. Zhong Meili asked her
Sister, you've been to the 65th floor too. Do you think Guanchen still has a chance? Zhong Siming shook her head and sighed. The longer it drags on, the more his stamina and focus will be depleted. I estimate he has basically no chance in this round. Zhong Meili pouted and said, what a pity. He was so close to winning 500,000 credits. Now he not only lost it all but also owes you a huge debt. Sister, can I discuss something with you? Can this debt be recorded under my name? It's too hard for a newcomer to owe so many credits and hope to turn things around later. Zhong Siming looked at Zhong Meili, a hint of warmth in her eyes. You, such a little fool. Even if you take on his debt, at least let him remember your kindness, right? You're secretly discussing this with me. Guanchen might not even know. How about this? When he comes out later, I'll give him a good talking to, and then you can step in to win people over. That way, from now on, he will be loyal to you, and I can rest assured letting you follow Wei Qi back to the Purple Gold Kingdom. Zhong Meili tried to argue several times, but seeing her sister's determined expression, she ultimately kept her mouth shut. As a result, Zhong Siming's plan was in full swing, but from the afternoon to the evening, and from the evening to dawn, Guanchen still had not come out. Now, not only was Zhong Siming dumbfounded, but the sixth prince was too. The sixth prince widened his eyes, incredulously staring at the illusion tower above. The lights on the 65th floor were still shining. He then walked over to the assessment director, Xia Ruoxuan, and asked with a serious expression, Director Xia, is the light on the illusion tower broken? At this moment, Xia Ruoxuan also looked bewildered. She had been the assessment director for decades. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation. She then took out the illusion tower's restrictions and released her spiritual sense to check. Afterward, she shook her head and said, no, the illusion tower is fine. Guanchen is still on the 65th floor. Upon hearing Xia Ruoxuan's words, the sixth prince exclaimed in disbelief, impossible. No one can stay on the 65th floor for that long. He could understand staying on the same floor for a few hours, but staying for 17 or 18 hours sounded absurd. Who could continuously battle such a powerful opponent for so long? This was not just a matter of stamina, an average person couldn't handle it psychologically either. Although Xia Ruoxuan did not say much, she was also pondering. If Guanchen's strength far exceeded that of the guardian of the 65th floor, he would have passed through to the next level long ago. But if his strength was inferior to that of the guardian, how had he managed to hold on until now? Did he possess some extraordinary treasure? Other than this possibility, she couldn't think of any other explanations. Unbeknownst to her, at that moment, Guanchen was so engrossed in picking up money that he had lost his mind. Inside the illusion tower, at the 65th level, the soldiers on the city wall had all been wiped out. That golden-armored man, dragging his broken body, limped after Guanchen. Guan Qinshan, holding the moon chaser, looked at the empty city wall and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. He had been careless. He thought each soldier could withstand an average of 50 arrows. Little did he know that as the soul pursuit archery technique upgraded, the chances of annihilating souls and severing spirits greatly increased. At first, each soldier could withstand dozens of hits, but later, they would surely die within 10 arrows. In the end, he had to kill one within no more than 5 arrows. No matter how many soldiers were on the city wall, they couldn't withstand Guanchen's reckless methods. If you were to ask Guanchen if he was tired, his fingers were indeed tired, but inside he was exhilarated to the point of ecstasy. Guanchen opened the panel, gazing at the brand new attributes displayed, and couldn't help but let out a howl towards the sky. Host, Guanchen Realm, late innate stage strength, 5,800,000 pounds true essence, 74 points. 1 cycle of true chi can be converted into 1 point of true essence. Physique, chaotic Tao body, one of the 8 ultimate Tao bodies, supreme quality, unique. When heaven and earth perish, I do not perish. When the sun and moon decay, I do not decay. External skills, great strength diamond palm. LV5 272/1600, master level. Wind God leg LV5 139/1600, true martial level. Overlord spear LV4 328 for 808 level. Starry body. Refining technique LV5 1170/1600, true martial level. Internal skills, diamond skill LV7 master level max. Jade Emperor scripture LV6 2456/3200, true martial level. Acupoints, currently cleared 83 acupoints in the feast gate. The next gate is the gun gate, requiring 6,000 points of stellar power to challenge. Currently accumulated 100 points of stellar power. Each acupoint opened requires 300 points of stellar power. Skills, soul chasing heart arrow technique LV8, slaughter domain LV1, basic turtle breathing technique LV3 complete. Wind God leg, level, LV5, mastery, true martial level, current proficiency, 139/1600, complete. Wind God leg, mastery LV5, swift as the wind, leaving no trace behind. Increases strength by 6,400 pounds. At full speed, can cover 480 miles in a moment. Soul chasing heart arrow technique, level, LV8, entering the divine state.
Current proficiency, 127-330/128-000 Soul-Chasing Heart Arrow Technique. Entering the Divine State LV8 increases strength by 640,000 pounds. Within 1,000 miles, heart arrows lock on, no hit, no rest.
Heart arrow technique can probe the target's weaknesses. There is a 20% chance to annihilate the soul and sever the spirit. The upgrade
of the soul-chasing heart arrow technique caused Guan Chen's basic physical strength to surge by 640,000 pounds.
His special physique also transformed from the original sacred body to the ultimate chaotic Tao body.
Although the description of the chaotic Tao body
is only 2 simple sentences, its implications are undoubtedly profound. Moreover, the soul-chasing heart arrow technique unexpectedly unlocked a brand new proficiency level, entering the divine state.
The proficiency requirement for this level reached a terrifying 12,000 plus.
If it weren't for the illusion tower, a sacred place for brushing proficiency, Guan Chen didn't know when he would be able to max out this 12,000 proficiency.
Fortunately, he was only a few hundred points away from the 12,800. Guan Chen estimated that by the time his illusion tower trial ended, he would likely have this level maxed out.
To be honest,
after the level increase of the soul-chasing heart arrow technique, it was indeed a bit overpowered. With a 1,000-mile attack range and a 20% chance to annihilate the soul and sever the spirit, if luck was on his side, he could kill his opponent with a single arrow.
Guan Chen pondered, the descendants from back then probably only reached this level, right? Glancing at the golden armored man who was
still relentlessly pursuing him, Guan Chen casually shot an arrow to end his life.
As the golden armored man transformed into a beam
of white light and dissipated, the world before him finally welcomed its collapse once again.
Outside the illusion tower, dawn was breaking. More people had gathered around. Many had left yesterday and returned today to see the results.
Some had heard the news that a newcomer had reached the 65th floor and had come specifically to take a look.
The 6th prince stood under the illusion tower, squinting slightly against the rising sun.
For a master like him, entering a meditative state could last for months.
He wouldn't feel tired,
even if he stood for a month, let alone just one night. He was genuinely curious about how far this Guan Chen could persist.
Just as
everyone's attention was focused on the illusion tower, a burst of exaggerated laughter suddenly came from a distance.
Who awakens first? From the great dream? I know myself in this life. The blazing stars, like people of our status, are transcendent beyond the world. The only thing you should consider now is how to defeat me, not to come and pay attention to a newcomer. Blazing stars, you disappoint me too much.
The moment the 6th prince heard this voice, his brows couldn't help but furrow. In the distance, a young Taoist, wearing a square scarf, holding a Buddhist whisk, and dressed in a long robe, swayed as he walked towards the illusion tower. This guy seemed to have used some kind of trick. With each step he took, mist would rise beneath his feet, making it look as if he were walking
on clouds.
Those who didn't know would think he was some kind of otherworldly master. The notorious king of pressure, Fang Jingtian. The people around quickly covered their mouths and whispered, "The king of pressure is here."
The 6th prince snorted coldly and said, "Humph, Fang Jingtian, stop flattering yourself. The reason I haven't defeated you is that we've all practiced the easy muscle classic, and no one can do anything to anyone. It's not that I, blazing stars, lost to you."
The white-haired Taoist lightly landed on a stone pillar, casually saying, "Does it make any difference?
You still can't defeat me."
The 6th prince's face darkened, and he coldly retorted, "Get lost, I have no mood to deal with you." While the two were speaking, a sudden wave of gasps erupted around them.
Look, he moved. At the moment Guan Chen stepped into the 66th floor of the illusion tower, the crowd below couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. 66th floor. Guan Chen has passed the 65th floor. How did he do it? This is taking too long. What do you know? This is called willpower. Do you understand willpower?
After nearly 20 hours of fierce battle, he finally defeated his
opponent. Just this kind of will is something we can hardly reach. Can you stop the forced flattery? If he really had the ability, would he need to fight for 20 hours? He would have cleared it in minutes. Hearing others slander Guan Chen, Shangguan Hongyan immediately flushed and rushed forward. "If you have the ability, go in and show me. A clown like you has no right to evaluate General Guan."
The questioned person was left speechless, but Fang Jingtian beside him chuckled softly. "It's just the 65th floor. With your strength,
you can only see the moon from the bottom of a well. If one day you reach his level, then looking at me would be like a mayfly seeing the sky." As soon as Fang Jingtian finished speaking, waves of admiration erupted around him.
As expected of the king of pressure, his words flow like poetry without any preparation.
Of course, do you think the title of king of pressure is given for nothing?
The 8 Extremes undefeated Dongfang Bubi is not only skilled but also a master of verbal dueling.
Shangguan Hongyan was stunned by
Fang Jingtian's words, unable to respond for a long time.
Meanwhile, in the distance, Zhong Siming looked at Fang Jingtian with disdain
and said, "Such a treacherous and untrustworthy person can only boast with his tongue." Zhong Meili beside her asked in confusion,
Sister, why do you dislike Fong Jingtian so much? I heard he was secretly pursuing you?
Zhong Siming's beautiful eyes narrowed as she
glared at Zhong Meili, saying, he is not worthy, just a heartless, ungrateful, fame-seeking fraud.
Zhong Meili was startled by her sister's glare, sticking out her tongue and immediately shutting up. From her sister's words, it seemed there was some past grievance between them. However, since her sister was unwilling to mention it, she naturally didn't dare to ask further.
Zhong Siming looked at her
sister's sulky expression and was about to explain a few words when another wave of gasps erupted from below the tower.
67th floor. This is too fast. Did he not take a whole day and night to clear the 65th floor? How did he reach the 67th floor in less than a minute? This is too fake. Really too fake. I suspect he must have cheated. Hearing the voice, Zhong Siming hurriedly looked up at the tower.
When she saw the light on the 67th floor illuminate and the light on the 66th floor extinguish, she couldn't help but gasp. At this moment, the most pitiful one was undoubtedly the big monkey.
He was slumped on the ground, staring blankly at the sky. This guy had been on edge all night,
thinking that Guan Shen was doomed and would surely fall at the
65th level.
But unexpectedly, in the end, no one had faith in him and he was still eliminated.
Now, he had completely lost.
After years of hard work, he had become someone else's stepping stone in an instant.
The sixth prince looked at the numbers on the tower, remaining silent.
He knew that from now on, Tan Yuan Academy would truly have another legend.
In the entire square, the only one who still seemed calm was Fong Jingtong.
He flicked the dust whisk in his hand and chuckled. This kid does have some talent.
However, with
his current results, it will still be quite difficult for him to make it onto the leaderboard. Before he could finish his sentence, a melodious chime suddenly echoed from the illusion tower, as if it had transcended time and space, resonating throughout the world. Immediately after, a dazzling white light shot up from the tower, like a brilliant pearl, illuminating the entire sea of clouds.
That
grand voice thundered like a clap of thunder across the sea of clouds, making everyone's ears buzz.
In the year of Zhengwu, 8372, on the
first day of the month of Hai, a child named Guan Shen entered the 68th level of the illusion realm, ranking 299. This voice was so grand that it could be heard clearly within 100 miles of the illusion tower.
All the teachers and students waiting outside the secret realm of Tan Yuan Academy almost all heard this voice.
Everyone nearly stopped their actions and turned to look towards the illusion tower. Deep within the academy, in a certain secret chamber, the chamber was devoid of any light. Only a faint candle flickered, barely illuminating the surroundings. In the candlelight, an old man with a head full of white hair sat quietly on an ancient wooden chair, his eyes tightly closed, as if in deep slumber. However, at that moment, the old man's eyes slowly
opened.
Those eyes were deep as a chasm, seemingly containing endless wisdom and power. His gaze seemed to penetrate layers of time and space, crossing countless years, directly looking towards the distant illusion tower. At this moment, a strange light flickered in his eyes, as if he could see through everything. As time passed, the old man's gaze became sharper, as if he could see the entire world in
its entirety.
Finally, his gaze settled on the scene surrounding the illusion tower. It seems that the academy has gained another
remarkable young friend. Meanwhile, in a cave on a cliff,
a young man who was meditating suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance, like a sword's edge darting through the secret chamber.
Guan Shen, very good.
Another stepping stone has arrived.
I will tread upon
your bodies to forge my path to invincibility. Outside the academy's hidden merit pavilion, a young man with a cigarette in his mouth squatted on the ground, cursing. What the hell is this evolving muscle sutra?
Almost drove me to madness. The sudden melodious chime
from the sky and that grand voice made him excitedly toss away his cigarette. But, damn, does breaking into an illusion tower need
to be so high profile? I'll have to try it out another day.
At the exit of the beast realm, two middle-aged men with stern expressions had just emerged from the secret realm. One of them had dark skin, a robust build, and several shocking wounds on his face and body. The other man was slender, looking quite delicate, like a frail scholar. However, he seemed to be surrounded by an almost imperceptible ripple. As soon as they exited the secret realm, they heard the voice coming from the illusion tower. The burly man with a black face stroked his chin and asked the person beside him, who was Guan Shen. I've never heard of this name before. The thin man, who resembled a scholar, replied dismissively, I don't know, maybe he's a newcomer. Under the illusion tower, Fong Jingtong's smile froze on his face. The crowd that had just heard his words looked at him with amused expressions. No matter how thick-skinned he was, he felt a bit embarrassed at this moment. However, to salvage his dignity, he forced himself to say, although Guan Shen is at the bottom of the rankings, he has managed to make it onto the list. In the future, among the 8 great peaks, there will be a place for him. Before he could finish the word Earth, another bell rang out. That grand and merciless sound echoed once again over Tan Yuan Academy, proclaiming the arrival of a king to everyone. In the year of Zhengwu, 8372, on the first day of the month of Hai, a person
named Guan Chen entered the 69th level of the illusion realm, ranking 261st. The melodious bell rang out, one after another. Columns of light shot up, one after another. All the teachers and students of Tan Yuan Academy stopped what they were doing at this moment, rushing to the square beside the illusion tower. In no time, thousands of people gathered around the tower. Everyone looked solemnly at the numbers on the tower, and no one dared to make a noise or joke around. In the year of Zhengu, 8372, on the first day of the month of Hai, a person named Guan Chen entered the 70th level of the illusion realm, ranking 249th. In the year of Zhengu, 8372, on the first day of the month of Hai, a person named Guan Chen entered the 71st level of the illusion realm, ranking 232nd. In the year of Zhengu, 8372, on the first day of the month of Hai, a person named Guan Chen entered the 72nd level of the illusion realm, ranking 218th. Under the illusion tower, Shangwan Hongyan's mind was blank at this moment. He had thought that Guan Chen's skills were extraordinary and would give everyone a big surprise. However, this surprise was indeed beyond his imagination. Fang Jingtong, who was known as the Invincible Eastern Overlord, twitched the corner of his mouth. He wanted to say something, but after several attempts to speak, he found himself at a loss for words. The invincible sixth prince's eyes burst with brilliant fighting spirit, trembling all over. This was not fear, but an uncontrollable excitement. It was like a person who had stood at the peak for years suddenly looking up to see a higher mountain. His life finally had a goal again. In the year of Zhengu, 8372, on the first day of the month of Hai, a person named Guan Chen entered the 75th level of the illusion realm, ranking 178th. The legend continued, and we were all witnesses. Just as everyone was immersed in shock, an old voice suddenly sighed. In the history of the illusion realm, only 3 people have ever entered the 75th level on their first attempt. Today, Situ is fortunate to witness the 4th. The crowd looked up to see the white-haired, black-robed academy head, Situ Qingtian, slowly descending from the sky with 7 others. These 7 were the new students who had followed him to the Kangong Pavilion yesterday to comprehend the I Jing Jing. Some new students, hearing the old headmaster's words, couldn't help but whisper among themselves, only 3 people in history. Does that mean Guan Chen is a prodigy? Not just a prodigy. He is simply unparalleled in his generation, a once-in-a-millennium talent. Who are the 3 people the headmaster mentioned? They must be incredible. Hearing the questions from the many new students, Fang Jingtong, standing in the crowd, finally found an opportunity to show off. He waved the Buddhist dust in his hand and pointed at everyone like a master, saying, "The first person goes without saying, he is naturally our academy's founder, known as the true martial emperor, Master Demo." I know that one, but who is the second? This second person will naturally establish the Tan Yuan dynasty and reign over the world as the blazing emperor.